You are the most boring young lady in the noble academy, gentle and silent, without close friends, and no one will pay attention to you. So, when you stood in front of the bullied female lead to help her, everyone was surprised to find that you were actually a more suitable target for bullying than the female lead. As a result, you quickly took the place of the female lead as the target of bullying. In just a few months, you were bullied into dropping out, and eventually abandoned by your family. So, when the female lead came dirty towards you again, you chose to step back an inch, not like before to catch Su Qingqing, nor to confront Guyu for her. Su Qingqing fell down in pain, and her arm knocked the desk in front of you off by an inch, hitting your arm with her elbow, immediately turning it blue. What are you pretending to be weak for? You have thick skin and are tough. 2 followers came over and kicked Su Qingqing, who dared not make a sound, and pulled her away. Ji Mingzhu glanced at you, who was affected, and considering the similar backgrounds of both sides, insincerely said, "Sorry, no problem." You and she met eyes and smiled, looking like clear jade in the sunlight. Ji Mingzhu was taken aback, thinking she seemed different from before, but busy scolding someone, she walked away. However, because of this episode, the people in the class who had seen it couldn't take their eyes off you. It's still the same face, but it seems to have gained an inexplicable and mysterious charm. What's going on? Was Lin Baiwan always this fair and had such a good temperament? No one had ever noticed her in the past semester, so naturally, they couldn't tell. Everyone fell into self-doubt and had no interest in watching the commotion on the other side. You, on the other hand, kept staring over there, wanting to see how the storyline without her help would unfold. Hey, did you see Tan Yu yesterday? Su Qingqing, who remained silent, was grabbed by the hair but still endured the pain and did not dare to confront the extremely angry Ji Mingzhu. What did you say to him? Did you confess to him again? I didn't. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, not daring to resist, with a resentful look in her eyes towards you who just stood by and did nothing. She just deliberately fell towards you because she knew about your family background of confronting Guyu. According to her plan, you should have saved her. Why are you indifferent? At the same time, you ask in your heart, system, what is the reason why the female lead is in trouble? The cause was that the painting drawn by the eldest sister Jiang Si was dirted, and later confessed to Tan Yu in the broadcasting room, which was heard by the whole school, making the situation even worse. Tan Yu, the white moonlight of most of the female students in this school, has been the first in the grade for many years, with a cold appearance like the moon, extremely excellent and with a self-carrying weak buff. Talk about the family background of the Tan family, which is similar to yours, but never use power to oppress others. System, where is Tan Yu now? Resting in the medical room. You glanced at the glaring bruises on your arm and smiled faintly. Then I'll just go take a look at this super school grass. The cool breeze blew through the curtains, and Tan Yu at the head of the bed quietly flipped through the pages of the book in his hand, with picturesque features and a water-like temperament, indescribably beautiful. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Let me see. I remember it was here. You pretend not to know that there is someone here. Walk in, close the door, open the medicine cabinet, and then there is the sound of rummaging through bottles and jars. From Tan Yu's perspective, you can see most of your back. In this situation, she doesn't know if she should speak up to remind you that there is someone here. While she is thinking, you have already casually found a low stool to sit down. This seems to have hit here too. You murmured as you pressed your waist. This action startled Tan Yu in his heart. By the time he reacted, you had already opened your shirt, revealing a body with a sense of exercise and a beautifully curved shoulder and neckline, occupying all his sight. He panicked and turned his head for the first time, and a surge of redness rushed to his earlobes. Even so, the scene just now still remained uncontrollably in his mind. The more he tried to forget by closing his eyes, the more unforgettable it became. Tok Jade clenched his fist against his forehead, turned his face to cough lightly as a reminder. His ears were already red and hot. Sorry, I didn't know there was someone here. She left these words and hurried out, forgetting to close the door. When Tok Jade awkwardly looked up, all that was left in place were the chair on the ground and the ointment that hadn't been closed yet. He walked over to fix the chair and saw a shiny uniform nameplate underneath. Lin Baiwan. Tok Jade was stunned. Is Lin Baiwan's private personality like that? The scene just now jumped out of his mind again. Tok Jade's breathing tightened, gripping the nameplate in his palm. On the other side, as you gently smoothed out the wrinkles in your clothes, there was no sign of panic on your face, but rather extreme satisfaction. This moonlight is my type. Kind of like it. Really wanted to pin him down on the sickbed just now. You tidily arrange your clothes with a cheerful mood. It seems like the name tag is missing. You swear that the teasing just now was just a momentary impulse. Not sure what will happen next. It seems like this is fate. Walking on the tree-lined path, you are thinking about what kind of persona to portray in front of Tan Yu. Perhaps it's better to act as a boring and rebellious fake obedient young lady in front of him. She has already thought of her next target for manipulation, but hasn't figured out the persona yet. However, she has to deal with the female lead first. You watch Su Qingqing walking towards you, smoothly changing your expression to that of an innocent good girl. Su Qingqing, is there something wrong? Bai Wan, why didn't you save me just now? The female lead looks pretty and cute, appearing even more pitiful with this expression of grievance. If the original Lin Bai Wan saw this, she would probably feel extremely guilty. You lower your head, covering your indifferent eyes, speaking timidly, I didn't dare. Ji Mingzhu and the others are too fierce. Su Qingqing almost couldn't hold back her anger. This young lady is no different from Ji Mingzhu in terms of family background, yet surprisingly she is so timid. If it weren't for her family's wealth, she should have been the one being bullied. Despite her resentment, Su Qingqing still doesn't want to give up on this friend. Bai Wan, my uniform is dirty. Usually at this time, without waiting for her to finish, Lin Bai Wan would take the initiative to arrange a new uniform for her, and would also transfer money to her to comfort her. She'd gained more than she'd lost by being bullied a few times, which was one reason why she hadn't resisted strongly. But this time, the other party didn't give her the response she was expecting. Is that so? I almost forgot you're still covered in water. Remember to take some cold medicine or you'll catch a cold. By the way, your uniform is dirty. That needs to be washed quickly so you can wear it tomorrow. Nanchuan is like the scum who draws a big cake, does not mince words of concern, but the action that should be there is the same nothing. Who's going to wash it? It's all stained with dirty water. Just get a new one. Su Qingqing screamed in her heart. After living in this school for a semester, her tripe and style are just like the children of the powerful people around her. Tens of thousands of dollars of uniforms get dirty and say throw them away, feeling ashamed of changing them multiple times. But she forgets that you don't become of the same class by going to school together. Nansen recalled the description of the heroine in the plot, a strong and cheerful optimist, a pure girl who was not corrupted by money. From Lin Baiwan's intermittent transfer records of tens of millions of dollars, it seems that this is not the case yet. Taking into account the damned pride, Su Qingqing was always too embarrassed to speak directly. The other party had always forced her to accept the goodwill, and if she took the initiative to mention it, would it not be cheap? Student Su, I know you're kindly accompanying me to talk. I'm really touched, but right now it's still important to change clothes. Nansun's tone was serious. Without waiting for Su Qingqing to speak, she waved her hand at her and turned to leave. The back is elegant and calm. Asterisk. Changing into her regular clothes, Su Qingqing viciously slammed her dirty uniform on the ground. What are you doing? What are you doing throwing clothes? Shun Yueshing, who had been waiting for her at the school entrance for quite some time, jogged over, and upon fixing his eyes on her, he realized that the white shirt was stained with undried stains. His expression froze as he pulled her arm over to check for bruises on it. Did those big ladies bully you again? Gee, don't mind you. Su Qingqing's tone was impatient, but very receptive to his concern. She detected eyes cast in all directions. Even though he was not a student of this school, Shun Yueshing still attracted the attention of these rich ladies with his outstanding appearance. Yet he is only his own protector. It was the most balanced time of her day. The two of them grew up as childhood sweethearts, and because of his caring and concern for her, she had lived with the jealousy and envy of the girls since she was a little girl. For himself, the bamboo horse brother of the police academy schoolboy, it would be a lie to say that he had not been touched by his heart. He grew up as a child of others. Whether it is the grades or physical quality are extremely outstanding. The future planning is clear. No surprise will be able to inherit his father's career as a good police inspector. She had always felt that Shang Yueshing's lack of proximity to women had her reasons, and Auntie Shang had joked many times that the two families could become in-laws. Unfortunately, she preferred the cool and gentle school god of talking use type. Why don't you say anything? Is it hard? Shang Yueshing bent down and reached out to wave his hand in front of her eyes, the impact of his enlarged handsome face even greater when he came closer. What are you doing so close to me? Su Qingqing took a step back, her cheeks rolling. Who told you to keep going out of your mind? He was a little puzzled by her reaction. Your face is so red. Is it hot? You're not sick, are you? Shang Yueshing bent down to pick up the dirty clothes. I'm not sick. Su Qingqing hurriedly stopped him. Why are you picking up the clothes? It's all so dirty. Help you take it back to your aunt to wash it. Your school uniform is so expensive. Is it hard for you to throw it away? It's just to be thrown away. I'm not wearing clothes that are stained with toilet mop water. Who the hell is bullying you? What's the point of saying it? It's not like you can control it. Su Qingqing walked forward on her own. She didn't want to offend Ji Mingzhu and the others. She even had to find a way to curry favor and not completely piss her off. Otherwise, the other party would definitely prevent her from attending Talking Jade's birthday party in a few days. If Lin Baiwan had stood up for her today, then she wouldn't have been continued to be stared at like this. The more I think about it, the more I get annoyed. Blame it on Lin Baiwan. She said it in a very low voice, but it was still heard by Shang Yuesheng. He caught up with his uniform. Did Lin Baiwan bully you? So what if it is? Out of an unknown mind. Su Qingqing did not deny it. Okay. What does line mean? He's going to go after Lin Baiwan for her? She looked up at Shang Yuesheng's handsome side face, her heart beating fast. Chapter 3 Miss Boring. 3. There were no more classes in the afternoon, so Nansen didn't go back to the classroom to pack up her things, but directly called the driver to come to the door to pick her up. Looking out the window of the car at the scenery sweeping rapidly backward, he was slightly mesmerized. To be honest, she was curious about Lin Baiwan's family environment. A nice, pretty little girl, a solidly rich young lady, who could be considered tops even in this school of powerful children. How did you get raised like that? At an age when you should be confident and flamboyant, you have low self-esteem and dead weight and feel worthless. The only desire is actually to become good and be seen. The car slowly drove into the manor. Nansun sure get out of the car, without looking into the first floor. Just happened to meet the eyes of his father who was working on the computer. He saw the bruise on her leg at a glance, and noticed that she was missing her nameplate. How did it get like this? Father Lin's voice was not loud but extremely authoritative, causing the servants on the side to tremble physically. What did your mom teach you? Is that what a big girl does? What do you mean how can I teach her? The elegant noblewoman who came down from upstairs just happened to hear these words and was filled with anger. Am I the only one who teaches children? How can I be expected to teach her when she was born this stupid? Stupid is as stupid does? There has to be some basic manners. Lin's father's words caused Lin's mother's eyes to cast over, and after seeing her appearance, she frowned fiercely. What's gotten into you? Didn't I tell you to be elegant and refined at all times? Nanchuan looked at himself. Except for his uniform without a nameplate and a wound on his calf, the rest was perfect, and their focus was surprisingly consistent. There was actually not a word of concern for the injuries, but rather a split-second cross-examination. Go kneel and reflect for 3 hours. Ha? Is this how they treat their daughters at home? I'll kneel on your grandpa's leg. Nansun, who was slandering in his mind, went upstairs without looking back. You, the husband and wife did not expect the always well-behaved and supple daughter actually dared to disobey herself. After reacting to the anger miso upward, even a very small thing represents a provocation of the authority that has always been there. Stop right there. Nansun turned a deaf ear. Well, wings are hardening. Lin's father didn't want to know why she was suddenly rebellious and was determined to teach her a lesson. Order that her card be deactivated, and that the chauffeur not pick up and drop off, and the school side dash. He has no regard for his daughter's reputation and popularity at school, and even wants to cut off investments in classes other than his major, but was interrupted by Lin's mother. Let's forget about this one. How disgraceful for our family to tell. Fine, but don't blame me if she hasn't given in after 3 days. Punishing her to the point of making her worse than even a special enrollment in the school is actually considered merciful. If it was really the original Lin Baiwan, I'm afraid that not only would she not even be able to maintain her original low profile, but she would directly fall to the bottom and become the next target of bullying. No, really the original her would have been submissive to kneeling on the cold marble floor for a solid 3 hours to begin with. But that's just the most conventional means of punishment. The hardest part was the end of the exams. Even though she had worked extremely hard, her grades were still off and on, and the more stressful it was, the easier it was to fail the exams. This was also the time when Lin Baiwan was most afraid. Kneeling in the hot sun with the ruler held up was commonplace, and when there was no sun, servants were instructed to keep an eye on her as she dipped her head into the ice water herself over and over again. The beauty of it is that it's clearing the mind. Even the occasional improvement in grades will not be praised in any way, but may be penalized instead. Stupid as a pig, can't do anything right. Go out and don't say you're the daughter of the Lin family. It's degrading. Time and again. Verbal blows and public punishments gradually broke her bones and wore down her confidence. Even so, she didn't complain, but remained kind, though that kindness ended up harming her. Nansun, who had returned to his room, had just laid down on his bed when he heard the sound of the door to his vague room being locked from the outside. Missy, Mr. and Mrs. said for you to stay in your room and reflect until morning. Oh, this is not even wanting to give her dinner or breakfast. The manor wasn't close to the school, and there wasn't much of a bus stop nearby, but even if there was, she didn't have the money. Lin Baiwan does not have her own small treasury. All food and clothing are deducted from the card. The lifeblood is completely grasped. It's no wonder the couple is so emboldened to be able to hold their daughter. 009, host, need to buy props? The two of us are now outlaws. Save your energy. Nansen indifferently hooked his lips. This kind of thing which need to buy props. Sprinkle water. She flopped on her bed with her cheeks resting on the bed and flipped through her cell phone contacts, tapping into the friends circle of the main male character, Kangwana. People of their level no longer needed to deliberately show off their wealth. That would just be too low. The poorly reviewed young master's circle of friends looks like it's aged well, either landscapes or paintings, or sports cars. I have to say, it's true that the aesthetics of the painting are not generally good. Those cars, she looked at them and liked them. Inside, it must be very charged. Well, accidentally thinking about those colorful scraps again, Nanchuan reflected. Next time I dare. Not even one of these selfies yet, she muttered. This is the male lead who is going to end up with the female lead in the future. And he can make Su Qingqing give up the kind of cool nobleman like Tanyu. So I don't know what kind of ability he has. 009, host. I have a plot here. Not looking. Nansun immediately interrupted. Once upon a time when I was doing quests, it was fine. But now that I have so much freedom, how boring it is to go through all those long and bloodthirsty plots. Life is all about surprises and excitement. No, she thought of something more fun. Dear little Nine, quickly use your powerful retrieval and summarization skills to strip out all of Jiangwana's stuff for me. People are useful. She was always so sweet when she pouted. And the sweeter she was the more it meant she was playful. Good host. 009 quickly passed along what she had asked for. Dozens of pages thick, all of which she had memorized in less than half an hour of simple scanning. This is the essential quality of a gold medal taskmaster. Host, take it easy, don't play the male lead badly. 009 routine reminder. This is what it must say in every world. We also have to return the hero to the heroine. The hero and heroine are the cornerstones of how the world works. And if they were completely without entanglement, the world would be out of order. They're plot spoilers, but they can't break the rules by which the small world operates. And that's what guarantees access to the energy. And of course the other most important reason is that it takes time to reorganize the small worlds running out of order, which would make the main system notice. So even if the hero and heroine resent each other for being bound together, it can be considered an entanglement, which is what Nanchuan would do every time. I know. Cow kiss kiss. Nansen smiled with a curved brow, a harmless and cute appearance, but inside actually hit a crazy factor. It's okay to play badly even once in a while, right? 009, of course. It was a path they chose together and it was never regretted. 009, no matter what, I'll always be by your side. It slowly faded away, leaving her time to have a good time. Nansen made a video call and dialed Kangwana. Chapter 4, Miss Boring, 4. Inside the drawing room, which was so huge that one could even play basketball in it, a figure was nestled in the corner couch. All kinds of colorful paintings, some hanging on the wall. Others were casually thrown on the ground, stomping footprints. Some even directly torn, can be seen to be grumpy scattered. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, striking oil-painted warm colors on the face of the sleeping Jiangwana. When he slept he simply looked like a beautiful Greek boy sculpted by the artist himself, with deep eyebrows, a high nose and perfectly shaped lips. Even the oil-stained fingers looked like works of art. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cell phone on vibrate kept ringing, like mosquitoes flying around the ear, annoying the mind. Violence instantly filled the eyebrows. Jiangwana frowned, closed his eyes and fumbled to the cell phone, ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The screen of a 5-figure cell phone was instantly in pieces, but the vibrations are still ringing. He just smashed another cell phone. TSK. The older young man with the wake-up call grabbed his hair and sat up from the couch, his long legs stretching out and accidentally bringing over the 10 rows full of paints that lay on the shelves. The scene was a mess. It's more annoying. Whoever it was that was calling, he vowed not to make it easy on the other side. Ginger Wrecker viciously answered the video call. Across the video was not anyone he knew, with a warm, light, soft brow and slightly disheveled hair leaning back into the soft covers. To top it all off, those watery eyes just stared at him with reliance. Seduction. That's definitely seduction. The technique is so clumsy. Ginger Wrecker inclined his head, the knot in his throat rolling. You who? The fire that had been 10 points dropped to 8. I'm your future old wife. The girl didn't seem to be used to saying such things, while at the same time feeling so absurdly ashamed of herself that she was ready to cry. Those beautiful eyes were filled with tears and looked even more endearing. From her looks to her personality, she grew exactly on his ideal type, so much so that he almost didn't react to what she had just said. Future wife? Future wife? His eyes went wide and he almost dropped his cell phone. You're thinking I look like a cutie, do you? No, it's true. I know you like cilantro. Eat strawberries and have someone pick the seeds for you. Have a little black snake named Titanium White. And, wait, stop. Are you a stalker with a crush on me? These are things that anyone close to me can know, right? The girl across from him blushed slowly, burying half of her face into the soft pillow, revealing only a pair of talking eyes. She buzzed and whispered, "Your favorite panties are solid black, and there's a little red mole on your chest, and you said, you really like the way I cry, and you." The last words became extraordinarily whispered, but Jiang Wuan still heard a number, and her eyes widened instantly, staring tightly at her. Saying this was probably too much of a breach of the bottom line, and she was so shy that the corners of her eyes were colored scarlet, and her pale cheeks were pink, like a full peach, and the teary-eyed look really. What she said at the end was so true, although the last one was, ahem, doubtful. Then tell me how we met. When Jiang Wuan said these words, it meant that he had begun to be deceived. It was me, in the drawing room, being locked in by someone else, and you saved me and kissed me. He could do such a beastly thing? Kang Wana saw her broken and pitiful look as she recounted the incident, and was uncertain again in her heart. It's possible that he's really no. How is it that he's even starting to doubt himself? He scratched his hair fiercely, not realizing that he was gradually being carried away. So what's going on with you now? I somehow returned to my 19-year-old self. When I arrived home, with a bruised leg and a lost nameplate, my parents said I had no manners and told me to go kneel for 3 hours. I remember that the old me went to my knees. The more Kang Wana heard, the more he frowned. But you told me I didn't have to be afraid of them anymore. So I just ignored it. That's right, it does look like he taught me. His brow had just relaxed when he heard her next paragraph. The door was locked when I got upstairs. My card was deactivated, and they said they'd make me walk to school tomorrow. She had started a small sob when she said, I didn't know what to do. So I called you. Don't disbelieve me. The tears in the girl's eyes finally rolled down, falling like pearls down her cheeks as if they were smashing into one's heart. What kind of parents are these? So unproductive. / what parents? It's so unproductive. Her and Kang Wana's voices were synchronized, but automatically omitted the profanity. That's what you said when you first heard what happened to me. Too. She cried harder. Don't you cry. He had believed most of it. What's your name? Lin Baiwan. That's a nice name, and it also seems like something he would like. Ginger Rek has gradually begun to self-strategize. You sent a location and waited home for me to pick you up. He paused suddenly in his speech and hesitated. And what did I call you before? Oh no. In the future? You all call me your wife. Nansen deliberately made bad intentions, but his face looked even more aggrieved and moved. But it's okay. I know you don't know me yet. You can just call me wife. Jiang Wana couldn't watch her cry and directly yelled out in a hard voice. Instead, it came out as a relief and a total body relaxation. As if I had screamed it so many times. Call it what you need to call it, and in any case wait for me to get there. Wife. What a ripoff. Nansen's fingers stroked the face on the screen that was dazzling to the core. Poor young master, being played by a bad woman. Her expression moved even more. Well, I'll wait for you. The phone was hung up from the other side, and the look of dependence with tears in his eyes still lingered in his mind. Returning to his senses, Jiang Wuan was still dizzy, and woke up with a wife out of nowhere. If it was 10 minutes ago he would have thought this was ridiculous, would have believed this kind of stuff, and would have been tricked into buying healthcare in his old age. But the things she said, the extent to which she knew him, the character that was completely in his heart, it was all too real. Even remembering how she had just cried and whined made him a little itchy for a kiss. What is this if not a real wife? He grew up with this ideal type and never told anyone about it. And he is literally 10. Ginger Wrecker looked down. No, this wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. Then again, he really wasn't dreaming? He pinched himself. Not dreaming. He rushed to his feet, grabbed his coat and headed out the door. Young master? You're going out? The servant carrying the tray asked a careful question. Nonsense. Hurry up and go find me the car keys to that haze purple sports car. But you. Another servant held a large mirror up to him, illuminating his paint-stained shirt and disheveled hair. Although still handsome, how could he meet his future wife in this image? Have someone meet me down there with the car keys? I'll be down soon. He rushed back to wash and change his clothes, moving with incomparable haste, fearing that if he went late his future wife would hide under the covers and cry. The Lin family, Jiang Wana's future wife, Nan Chuan, Fai Lin Baiwan, is now happily swiping her cell phone. A finger clicked through the new friend request. Shang, you, Xing, where did you get my number? She braced her face and passed but didn't glance at the message the other sent. Chapter 5, Miss Boring, 5. If she remembered correctly, Shang Yuesheng seemed to be the heroine's childhood friend. An excellent, brilliant police cadet, police academy schoolboy, extremely well built, 8-pack abs, strong waist and long legs. Sorry, the focus is wrong again, because he went to talk to the bullies of the heroine. Those big ladies knew that the heroine had such a childhood friend, not only did not ostracize her anymore. Instead, they even got close to her as friends. He may not seem as powerful as Tan Yu and Jiang Wuan, but he is the best student in the police academy, with good hands and the deterrent status of a future police inspector. He is the heroine's protector from the present to the future, and one of the underpinnings that emboldens the heroine in the face of bullying and later conflicting battles. Who does Lin Baiwan have to protect? Her situation is even worse than that of a bully. What those bullies had suffered, she had suffered more at home, which was why she had sympathized with Su Qingqing and allowed her to have her back stabbed. Even school, a place where she could relax for a short time, ended up being her hell. Let's air it out first. Nansen dropped his phone and went to the mirror to check his appearance. The eyes were red and broken, and it was obvious at first glance that they had cried a lot. It just feels like something is missing. Unfortunately, Lin Baiwan was truly a good girl and didn't have any cosmetics on her dresser other than expensive skincare products. I was going to give myself a little cut on my face. Forget it. Nansun's hand pressed hard on his face, then rubbed it again, and a mass of fingerprints that looked like a slap was instantly added to his soft cheeks. So happy to be racing again in a little while. Downstairs, receiving the invitation from the butler from the Zhang family side, Lin's husband and wife were surprised and happy but also in deep worry. Even though everyone wanted to get involved with the Zhang family, who didn't know that this one was a notorious mongrel, who even smashed his own home when he started to get mad. He came to their house. It couldn't be that Lin Baiwan had offended him and came to ask for punishment, right? Father Lin hurriedly informed the servants to go up and call Missy to come down to prepare for the guests. By the way, tell her to clean up her act and not disgrace the Lin family. She thought that her disobedience was just an accident, and that she would be pardoned after they gave her the slip. Who knows that the maid came down but said, Missy didn't open the door. Said, say what? The servant who answered back stammered, and in the midst of the two of them pressing the issue, he spoke directly in a heartbeat. Says to stay the hell away from you. Against the heavens. Lin's father was so angry that his eyes went black. In the meantime, the smooth body lines and coolly painted sports car sped down the main road. Even the engine roared so handsomely, high profile enough to know who was sitting in the car with just one glance. The gates of the manor were opened for him early, and Jiang Wuan didn't have the slightest thought of slowing down until he drove into the garden avenue before hitting the brakes. The tires gripped the ground and the body threw up stumps, still coming to a steady stop. The couple waiting at the front door with a bunch of staff nearly died of fright. This little bully of the Jiang family is really crazy, but it's also really expensive. Pushing open the car door down, Jiang Wuan from head to toe exudes that this young master is very expensive aura of nobility. The specialized stylist has carefully matched the outfit. Even the hair has been well groomed to carry a handsome word through to the end. Confidence is over the top, even to the point of no one in particular, but in his case it's just so natural. I'm old. No, where's Lin Baiwan? Almost blurting out the title of wife, Kong Wana urgently withdrew it. He looked at these two people with extreme displeasure, especially when he thought that they actually dared to do this to his future wife. His face became even more smelly. She, hearing that Jiang Wana had indeed come to look for his daughter, and still had this attitude, the ominous premonition grew heavier. Is it hard to believe that she messed with him at school? Damn it, I should have just let someone break in and grab her out and force her to her knees. Don't want to bull ********. Someone show me the way. Jiang Wuan's long legs directly to the inside, just like in his own home, is arrogant and wanton, but no one dares to have a say in his behavior. He was so fast that the others practically trotted after him. Lin's mother is not strong enough to fall behind. Lin's father went up the stairs while panting and covering his chest, laughing alongside him. Young Jiang, can I ask her what stupid thing she did, so that she can make amends to you later? This was directly interrupted by rudeness. You're the one doing the stupid. Shut the up. If he hadn't already gotten to the door of the room, he would have had to curse some more. The people guarding the doorway, as if they were guarding a prisoner, saw them coming and hurriedly retreated to the side. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wan's anger miso upward. With this tight defense, it's true that he's keeping his wife inside. The others saw the look in this young master's eyes and their hearts fluttered. It might have been shutting her down at first, but then it was all about persuading Missy to open the door. I don't know what she used, but she couldn't open the door from the outside. Lin's father and Lin's mother, who had rushed up behind him, raised their breaths. Young Jiang, this girl of hers doesn't even let anyone in, locking them all outside. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin's mother's words fell, she saw Jiang Wuan open the door to her room with a slight twist. He threw a stern glance at me, as if to say, don't let anyone in, lock everyone out. Do you think I'm a little cutie? Everyone was dumbfounded. Not right, before obviously how can not open? Body bump cannot open. If it is not afraid of the scene is too lousy, they are going to be on the guy to break the door. Ginger Wrecker wouldn't listen to their explanations. and before he could walk in, the door pulled open from the inside. The petite figure scurried out, and he was pounced upon by a warm fragrance, the tip of his nose filled with the faint scent of the girl's body. So fragrant and soft, he froze for a moment, not even knowing where to put his arms and legs, his heart beating like a drum. What took you? What took you so long? The girl in her arms lifted her face, revealing a face that was even more shocking than the one she had seen in the video call. A pair of eyes that seemed to move as if they contained spring water. Totally hit home for him. At a time like this, he suddenly thought of what she had said earlier about their first encounter, when he had saved her, fallen in love with her at first sight and kissed her. He didn't think he could be that much of an animal, no matter how he thought about it, but now he was sure that he feared he might actually do something like that to her in the future. I'm coming. It's okay. His throat tightened, and for the first time in his life, he comforted a member of the opposite sex, and Lin's father and mother. Seeing this scene, how could they not understand? Have white faces. It's not a hustle. It's a hero's rescue. Jongwon's soul was drifting until he saw the piercing red marks on Nansun's face. And you guys hit her? He turned his head questioningly, his tone horrified. We didn't. She's the one who talked back and didn't listen and went upstairs on her own. The two of them couldn't say a word. How could he not figure out how Nansun, who had been extremely arrogant with a cold face before, had actually become this pitiful look now? Even now, the two didn't suspect that their daughter had changed. After all, they never really cared for her. I'm afraid I don't see her as my own daughter either, but as an object to be manipulated at will. You guys. Jongwon wanted to lash out, but his wrist was suddenly held by Nansun. My feet hurt. As soon as she said that, he instantly ignored the couple and took the person away. Then I'll take you back to the car and stay at my house first. Only the two men with even paler faces were left behind. If he had the gas to spill it on the spot, maybe it's not even that scary, but they left straight away. And I don't know how Nanchuan will actually describe their crimes. The fear of the unknown is worse than anything else. This was exactly the result Nansun wanted. A little bit of physical pain or something would be too cheap for them. It's not over yet. She'll come back later and continue to torment them. So in the meantime, they'll just have to be worried and scared. She has other business to attend to now. Chapter 6, Miss Boring, 6. Before clicking on the car that Zhang Wuan dynamic could only look at, now Nanchuan sat inside as he wished, and the youngest son of the school, who everyone fears and everyone wants to suck up to, is now fidgeting and peeking at her as he drives. No girl had ever gotten to ride in his passenger seat, and the thought of such a thing was physiologically tiresome. But she's different. She just sat there obediently, and it all made him feel content. Is he crazy? Seeing the uniform she was wearing, Jongwon racked his brain and couldn't think of such a person in the school. The Lin family was not a small family, and he actually had no impression of Lin Baiwan at all. Still think it's magical. This future wife thing. The reason that had been suppressed reclaimed the high ground, and he hesitantly wanted to ask again. But Nansun, who had been silent since he sat in the car, spoke first. I'll just stay at the hotel today. Big brother already thinks you're uneducated when it comes to painting. And if you bring me back, he'll misunderstand you again. Wrecker? No. Ginger Wrecker-san. Her words revealed more information that could be trusted. The most important thing was that she was obviously very familiar with him. But in the end, she forced a change of address. And the discrepancy was enormous. It's so detached. It's heartbreaking. I've been told to go to my house. I'm not going to change my mind in the middle of the day. The car slowly parked in the underground garage of Zhang's house, and Zhang Wuan could finally look at her face seriously. The original intention was to find traces of lying in it, but, instead, he hardened himself to blush. There's no way to see eye to eye. Want to kiss? Ginger Wrecker felt like a pervert. It was obviously the first time she'd been in his car, but she looked like she'd been in it 1,000 times before, skillfully pulling wipes out of the little hidden compartment that only he knew about. Your hands. The paint didn't wipe off. She smiled warmly and pulled his wrist to wipe him off, but reacted suddenly as she touched his skin. I'm sorry, I didn't change it. Nansun panicked and let go of him. His attitude forcibly detached again, but his arm was held in a backhanded grip by Zhang Wu. No need for that. It's normal how we get along in the future. He couldn't bear to see her in such a humble state. And, in fact, Ginger Wreck had almost believed it. I'm afraid there's not another person in the world who could know him like that. Even knowing that information, how could anyone possibly act to such a degree of skill? Get along normally. Nanchuan stole a glance at him and unbuckled the seatbelt on himself. Zhang Wuan watched as she came over and wrapped her arms around his neck, and within the small confined space of the car, the two were in an intimate position. She spoke in a normal tone in his ear, but how it fell on his ears sounded like seduction. Squirming a little, she said, but, usually at times like this, you kiss me in the car dash. Before the words were finished, Jiang Wuan could no longer control himself and pressed the back of her head and kissed her. He'd wanted to do that from the first moment he'd seen her, but she was supposed to be his future wife. So what's wrong with kissing? With his thoughts in turmoil, he hugged her tighter, his heartbeat on the verge of drowning itself out. It was his first kiss. Yes, he had never even held a female's hand in all his life. So innocent and so well taken. Wife. Hey. Jiang Wuan has completely convinced that Nanchuan is his future wife. Looking at her teary-eyed form, his chest puffed out and filled with sweetness. It turns out that falling in love is such a happy feeling. Like the whole world exploding in gorgeous fireworks. Maybe. Wife is so cute even with her weak pushback. Jiang Wuan lovingly arranged the broken hair at her temples for her, and held her soft palms and kissed her palm on the side of his head. Seeing her itch until her palms curled up made her eyes turn into starry eyes. Wife. Aha. Wife. Aha. He called more and more smoothly until Nansun was so shy that his little face turned red and told him to stop. Jiang guessed that his future self must often tease her like this, but it really is so cute. The wife is lovely everywhere. Student Ginger Wrecker. Call me Wrecker. Wrecker, I can't live over here. Why? Jiang Wu, who had never been disobeyed before, spoke with a fierce tone, and saw his wife's face go white with shock. I'm sorry, I'm not mad. His first unsolicited apology in his life had been given to her as well, and if those who knew him saw what he looked like now, their jaws would probably drop. Jiang Wuan tried to soften his tone. You're worried about Big Brother? Big Brother is not at home. No. Nansun shook his head. I'm afraid Mom will think I have ulterior motives to climb over you. Our status is not considered equivalent. Originally you have almost severed relations with your family in order to marry me. I am afraid it will be even more so if the first impression is bad. Marry her. He really married her later on. Kang Wana's focus is completely wrong. And listening to her concerns, does it mean that even if she comes back, she still wants to marry him this time? He didn't ask directly, though, for fear that she would shy away and then say she didn't want to. His wife was dainty and sweet and thin-skinned, so if he really said that, he'd be upset even if he didn't mean it. What kind of hotel? I have a villa near the school that my family doesn't know about. You stay there first. But it's too bad he committed too many crimes a while back and the family is watching him very closely. It's okay to go out for a short time, but once you're out of the assistant's surveillance for a longer period of time, you'll be questioned in various ways and your control will be strengthened again. If I had known, I would have gotten into less trouble. Ginger Wrecker began to regret it. I'll go up in the morning and pick you up. No. He finished feeling bad. It was too abrupt. In order for her mother not to object to them, they would have to get to know each other normally, and it would be best if she had a good impression of her wife first. He knew his mother best, being strong and authoritarian, and usually arguing with her himself 9 days out of 10. Moreover, she is bent on finding a family-friendly lady from a big family, and if his mother and his wife have a bad first impression, it will definitely be difficult for him to marry his wife in the future. In a short while it would be Tan Yu's birthday banquet, and the Zhang family would definitely be there, so that would be a good time. Jiang has already planned ahead for their future. After all, with his understanding of himself, capricious ego and childish, falling in love must have also made a big mess. Surely from the beginning to let the family have a bad impression of his wife. He'll do better this time. Jiang Wana's self-brainwashing was successful, and after dropping Nansun off at her temporary residence he transferred a large sum of money to her to show his guilt for not being able to come and pick her up. I've ordered all sorts of necessities to be prepared for you, as well as a change of uniform. He kissed the two before they parted, not letting go. Nansun also acted reluctant, but it was a fake reluctance. Look, Xiaojiu, isn't this solved? It's the same if we don't buy props. Lying on the big bed, he yawned, recalling the debauchery he had just experienced. She was satisfied, very satisfied. If it is not in line with the persona that she has created in front of Jiang Wuan, how could she kiss and be done with it? She will definitely hook him in the car. By the way, I wonder what it's like to kiss a white moonbeam. Why don't we try it tomorrow? Nanchuan's mind jumped around, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Chapter 7, Miss Boring, 7. Talking Jade Dreams went to the infirmary during the day. Without the slightest cognizance that this was a dream, he continued to look at the book, but stared absent-mindedly at the doorway, as if he knew someone would come in. He didn't know why he had this premonition. Sure enough, the familiar figure pushed open the door. The pint-sized girl didn't have any wounds on her legs, and wasn't looking for medicine, but was heading straight in his direction. You're here, huh? She lifted the dividing curtain directly. Those extremely beautiful eyes stared at him with a smile in them, their tone familiar. They seemed to know each other. Why don't you say something? She sat beside him with a disgruntled pout, her petal-like lips glistening in full, making him slightly out of breath. Talking to you. because he never responded. The other party became even more disgruntled and directly put his white and slender legs on his lap. Talking you put down the book, letting her come closer to embrace him, his palm resting in the crook of her leg, the skin of his palm delicate, like good suet jade. What's wrong? He asked. What's wrong? You're so weird today. You didn't even kiss me. She, never mind. You've always been this inactive anyway, so I'll take the initiative. Before he could react, soft lips pressed up. The ability to think was lost. I don't know when it started to get out of hand, but her behavior started to resemble daytime overlap. Tala finally realized he was dreaming, but he couldn't and didn't want to stop her. Asterisk. How could he have such a dream? Tan Yu, who came to the classroom early, was still immersed in self-doubt, looking at the nameplate he picked up yesterday in his hands. There was a commotion in the class that he didn't notice. Nanchuan has received a lot of attention along the way. She could actually perfectly disguise herself as the original Lin Baiwan, but the other party's wish was to be seen, so she naturally wouldn't go the extra mile. She is no longer deliberately understated, nor does she always stoop low, and she no longer exudes an aura of rejection. It was as if people were getting to know her for the first time. For the first time they were looking at her so closely. Every move carries a unique aura, and when she walks into a classroom, she even gives the illusion of being illuminated. It was probably because they had all been so busy with their own socializing before that they hadn't had a chance to pay attention to her. Classmates automatically find a good reason. After all, who can think that the looks have not changed at all? Lin Baiwan is a different person will be like this. Good morning, Lin Bergwan. Someone started to be the first to greet her, and the name brought Talking Jade back to her senses. So when he turned his head over, he saw the white magnolia-like young girl returning a good morning, with a light, graceful and beautiful smile. Because of this response, people started greeting her and several girls gathered around her. Baiwan, can we call you that? Of course. Why does it feel like you've changed? Not much but so pretty. It's probably because I've been going to the beauty parlor lately and my skin has gotten better. Which beauty parlor is it? Let's go together after school. Do you want to have lunch together at noon? I'll pull you into our little group. When Nanchuan wanted to gain favor with anyone, almost no one could resist. She replied to them one by one, being very good at finding topics and always getting to the heart of each one. In a short time it flew close to the girls. It's hard to dislike someone when they're emotionally intelligent and well-spoken, isn't it? The girls chatted more and more feverishly, and Nansun wasn't impatient at all. In fact, she enjoyed the pure company of the girls. However, she also noticed the eyes that had been watching her. For as long as they talked, Talking Jade watched, but by the time she turned her head, he was reading his book again like nobody's business. All of this was caught in Su Qingqing's eyes. How is that possible? She couldn't believe her eyes. Why did Tan Yu keep paying attention to Lin Baiwan? Could it be that he was also attracted by her change? Su Qingqing looked at his nearly perfect cool side face, unable to suppress the fondness in her eyes, and at the same time extremely sour in her heart. She had managed to work up the courage to confess her feelings to him earlier, only to be rejected outright with a frown, and was later bullied and ridiculed by his admirers. Even so, she still didn't have a single negative emotion towards him, and her liking hadn't diminished one iota. That was all because she clearly knew that Talking Jade was the white moonlight in everyone's heart and wouldn't be tainted by anyone. She couldn't touch him, and neither could anyone else. But now, she saw that Tan Yu was paying such attention to Lin Baiwan, a small transparent person who had once gone unnoticed at all. Lin Baiwan had previously been pleasing her in every way as a subordinate wanting to be friends with her. Her change brought a great sense of crisis to Su Qingqing. Originally, when she pushed her contact information to Shang Yuesheng yesterday, she felt a little guilty in her own heart, fearing that he would go to find her trouble. But now, Su Qingqing thought with some annoyance that it would be nice if Lin Baiwan could really be taught a lesson. How can one think like that? Shocked by her own thoughts, she turned her head in chagrin and poked and drew in her book. The class bell rang before everyone surrounding Nansun reluctantly returned to their seats. Baiwan, wait for us in the next archery class. Oh, go change together. Lu Jiro and Xiaka held hands and said their last words. I remember. Zoe and Acme. Nanchuan speaks softly. Simple two little names from her mouth are so nice. The two blushed together while wondering in their minds how they hadn't befriended her before, feeling like they'd missed out on so much. During the class, Talking Jade's eyes were always glancing over again without a second thought. He didn't know what was wrong with himself. He couldn't help but notice her all the time. Neither the way she looked today, nor the way he remembered her used to look, was quite the same as yesterday in the infirmary. As for the dream, the one was too shameful and ridiculous for him to recall. It must have been just an accident. Talu's mind was unsteady, and on rare occasions, she was out of focus in class and didn't listen attentively. The nameplate in the palm of his hand was gripped so tightly that it hurt his hand. He wasn't sure if he should give it back to her, This nagging continued until bow and arrow class. Chapter 8 Miss Boring. 8. Students who changed into their school's customized uniforms for the archery class arrived at the arena one by one. Several classes were in session at the same time, and 40 or 50 people came to the arena, though it remained empty. Outside of regular classes, it's these kinds of sports or art classes that are their home turf. Oftentimes like this, it's also easy to differentiate between the children of the powerful who grew up with an elite education and the average thug in special enrollment. Tanyu is a typical representative of the temperament of the powerful side. Despite being sick and weak does not prevent him from exercising diligently. The navy blue uniform outlines his beautiful body lines. His stance is as straight as a pine. He sat casually in his chair, his fingers unconsciously flicking the strings of his bow and arrow in a very striking manner. It's almost paintable. The already expensive uniform went up a few notches on him. Those who could qualify to be friends with Tanyu were naturally not ordinary people. All of them were handsome men and women, exuding a confident and flamboyant aura. Seeing his lack of interest, he didn't disturb him much. Each walks into their own little group in which they are all undoubtedly at the center. It's fine when you're in a general class, and when you're free to move around, the lines between people aren't as blurred as they used to be. The top of the family only plays with the top, and mixing in the occasional two isn't too bad. The upper middle ones play with the mid-level ones, figuring out how to hook up with the top ones. The lowest of the low play with the riff-raff, and the special enrollment is a huddle. Su Qingqing disliked this kind of course because it always reminded her that there was actually a huge gap between herself and these students around her. While she was distracted, she had also been keeping an eye on Talu's state. What on earth was he so lost in thought for? Holding something in his hand that looks like a nameplate. By one. Upon hearing this greeting, he did immediately turn his head over, causing Su Qingqing to bite her lip in jealousy. Everyone's gazes shifted from Tanyu to Nansun. Whispers of admiration rang out one after another. She tied her hair up. No broken hair, instead more visible, face smooth. When she draped her hair is gentle, after tied up is more lively. With her long waist and long legs and round, full head, she is perfect from face to figure. Holy goddess! Shako and the others greeted her directly, shaking her hand and pulling her into their little group, introducing her to them with honor. The upper class circle that everyone else was trying to squeeze into, and that's how she got her chance to get in. Although the Lin family's family lineage was good, it wasn't at a level where they could talk to them as equals. At first the attitude of the others who were introduced was a bit perfunctory, but as they talked sentence after sentence, the casual attitude gradually became serious. By the end of the day, everyone was bowled over by Nansun. Not bad for a new friend. Someone approached Lu Jiro and whispered a compliment. That's. She hooked her lips with the smugness of finding a treasure before anyone else. For an entire class, Nansun replaced Tanyu and became the object of everyone's eye followers. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her eyes locking straight onto the distant target with a contrasting austerity. 10 rings. 10 rings again. Geez, Beiwan, did you go and practice properly during your vacation? Well, it's been a long time practicing. My hands are calloused. The right amount of weakness leaves no room for jealousy, but instead transforms into guilt-stacked fondness. The archery lesson was over, and Nanchuan knew he wouldn't be able to get that nameplate back if he wasn't left alone. By the way, I suddenly remembered that I left something in the arena, so you guys go ahead and head back. Aha! The figure returning to the arena was extraordinarily noticeable, and naturally, Talo captured it, gripping the metal nameplate in his palm and choosing to turn around and go through the entrance on the other side. And how could Su Qingqing, who had been paying attention to him, not notice, except that she didn't know that Nanchuan had gone back as well, and thought that Tanyu was alone with something. She felt that she had seized the opportunity to be alone with him, and was overjoyed to try to follow him. Asterisk. If Lin Baiwan had dropped something, it should be in this neighborhood. Not seeing the slender figure, Talo frowned slightly and walked around the corner only to be abruptly pressed against the wall. He reflexively counterattacked against the man, but stiffly retracted his attack as he realized the warm, soft, and slippery skin of his palm. Despite the fact that the hand clamped around her waist also immediately loosened its strength, it still left harsh and ambiguous red marks. Hiss. Nansun took a light breath. Sorry. Talo looked at the trace, but his mind couldn't help but think of the absurd and charming dream yesterday. Where are you looking? The girl moved up, the two of them so close that they were almost nose to nose, and he could even see his face under her eyes. No more subdued. Sorry. He didn't seem to be able to say anything else but apologize, the knots in his throat rolling, even as a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. It looks extraordinarily delicious. I don't know what kind of mentality it was, but instead of pushing her away, he tilted his head slightly to avoid it, his jawline white and defined. Doesn't realize how ambiguous the two are in their current position, or simply doesn't want to push away. I just came to return this. Tale gave her the nameplate. the cold metal becoming warm from holding it in her hand for so long. So you have it. Nan-sun took it, his tone flirtatious. There's been someone staring at me since I entered the classroom. I thought it was, secretly, in love with, my stalker. She purposely emphasized the word crush, causing Talu to uncomfortably avoid her eyes. Lin Baiwan's current appearance was different again from the goddess look she had when she was in front of everyone. Which one is the real her? You want to know? Talking Jade was startled before she realized that she had actually said what was in her heart without any defense. No, I don't want to. He squeezed her shoulder and tried to leave immediately, but was pulled by the collar. Unsteady, he could only brace himself against the wall behind her, his figure enveloping her so completely that to an outsider it looked almost as if he had encircled her in his arms. What do you do? My back hurts. Does the class president want to leave after he says he's sorry? Nan-sun looked up at him in his arms with clean eyes, but he always thought the wrong way. Talu was speechless and was about to explain when he saw a small portion of her waist exposed because she had raised her arm around him. His heart pounded heavily as he looked at the finger marks around her waistline that gradually overlapped with yesterday's dream. Dreams thought to have been deliberately forgotten become clear again. His heart was beating faster and faster, and it was clear that Nan-sun hadn't done anything to him yet, but he felt like he was being pushed into a corner. Talking Jade had never been so confused and embarrassed in her life. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Lips with a hint of sweet peach scent but then pressed up, making contact for less than a second. Tanyu's pupils shook slightly. Before he could react, his opponent had pulled back with a smile on his face. Consider this compensation. She smiled. Class President Sama's lips are soft. Not quite what I expected. Her back was fading away. It was only after a long time that Talking Jade, out of her mind and dumbfounded, raised her hand to her lips, her fingertips coming into contact with the peach-flavored lip nectar she had left behind. Complete loss of ability to think. And not far to his left, behind the door, hid another man. Chapter 9, Miss Boring, 9. Su Qingqing hadn't come early, and only had time to see the scene at the end where Nanshuan tiptoed to kiss Talu, but it was enough to break her defense beyond measure. Standing quietly for a long time, Tanyu finally lifted his feet to leave, but the expression on his face was still in a trance. Enough to see that he was disturbed. The cool moonlight was tainted with the colors of others. She covered her mouth and finally couldn't help it, tears falling in big drops. Why don't you say no? Like the day she stepped back and away from her before she started confessing. Like the detached and cold rejection of her in the radio room. Like the countless times he'd politely avoided her approach. Why not? Extreme sadness followed by uncontrollable jealousy and hatred. She picked up her cell phone and looked at the photos she had just taken. Her eyes obscure. Lin Baiwan. What do you mean? Su Qingqing quickly finds a chance to confront Nan-sun, but instead of letting her know that she has the photo in her hand, she reveals what she saw earlier. You know I like Tanyu. Aren't we friends? Why are you trying to steal from me? The prerequisite for robbing with you is that you are related to him. Classmate Su Qingqing. Nan-sun didn't want to pretend anymore, playing with his hair in boredom and lazily leaning against the wall without looking at her much. You. Just people like you. She snapped angrily. Do you think that just because you've become a different person than you used to be that everyone will like you? Yeah. Nan-sun answered yes without any heartbreak. Everyone loves me, don't they? They all call me a goddess now. Good afternoon, goddess. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, an excited little fan greeted her. Nan-sun also raised a smile and waved his hand. His knitted brows and smile are so moving. Ah, the goddess responded to me. Cute little girl. She turned her head and saw that Su Qingqing had already left in anger. We're not friends anymore. Her words made Nan-sun laugh in her heart, and on a whim, she fumbled for her cell phone to check on Sheng Yuesheng, who she had been ignoring before. Host, plot spoilers are currently at 50%. Normally, the heroine should have had a special encounter with Talking Jade before. That was also the opportunity for Tanyu to change his mind about her, to look her in the eye. Without this opportunity, who can protect the bullying heroine in the plot? As a rule of thumb, the plot trajectory will next begin to be forcefully corrected, accelerating the meeting of the hero and heroine. Don't be so serious. 9. Nan-sun looked at the cell phone screen and laughed to coax it. She didn't even have to bother much with a task of this magnitude, and her old partner was a bit too strict. After all, the hero and heroine are an official pairing, and the plot will find ways to promote their relationship. It's fine. Nan-sun looked up. Even if the male lead immediately falls in love with the female lead right now, so what? It's not like I haven't done things to make an infatuated male lead fall in love with someone else before. It was just that now that she had defected, she naturally didn't care for that kind of uninteresting and thankless task. Not wanting to, and wanting to but not being able to are two different concepts. I do wish these worlds weren't always so unchallenging, exciting and fun. That way, she wouldn't be so bored that she just wanted to toy with the male lead. Nansun's eyes flowed with a teasing light, tapping the screen a few times, finally shedding a reply to Shang Yueshing's message. What did he want with her? It's really self-inflicted. Asterisk. Passers-by in the park couldn't help but cast their eyes on the figure standing straight beside the path, because he had run here in a hurry. Shang Yueshing hadn't changed out of his police academy uniform yet, exuding an upright yet biting aura. However, his looks were on the handsome side, neutralizing the border vibe, just the type most appealing to young girls his age. Police academy schoolgrass is not an individual rumor, but everyone recognized handsome to get this name. It's a good name. The late arrival of Nansun's bad taste increased, not to mention the fact that she didn't want to explain his misunderstanding of her. Been waiting long? The gentle and soft voice rang out, causing one to instantly conjure up an image of a delicate young girl with raven hair and a white dress in one's mind. What's it to me? Shang Yueshing turned his head and realized that the other party was even more temperamental and outstanding than he had imagined. It was simply a materialization of the word Missy, head-to-toe designer labels, exquisite to the hairline, looking not of the same world as someone like him. Would such a person also take pleasure in bullying others? Shang Yueshing thought of those bruises on Su Qingqing's body as well as the uniform that was so dirty that it could not be washed, and he could not help but feel hatred towards this noble and beautiful young lady in front of him. You've gotten enough. There's really no need to target Su Qingqing at all, right? Hearing this, Nansun raised an eyebrow. I targeted her? Did she tell you that? You don't have to care who told me. Shang Yueshing didn't explain much for fear that Su Qingqing would get into trouble again. You don't seem like an unreasonable person to me. Can you stop bullying her? Could be. Her quick agreement caught Shang Yueshing a bit off guard, but the next second he heard her say, and what can you give? In his stunned eyes, the pure white and harmless Missy in front of him suddenly changed her look. The corners of her lips curved up in a nasty arc, and her eyes were full of undisguised arrogance, as if what she had just done was all just a clever disguise. Now that's what a bully looks like. The biased look of looking at garbage was damn well suited to her face as well. What do you mean? What does it mean? Nansun murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pressed on step by step. As for Shang Yueshing, it was clear that he could easily resist, but he was suppressed by her aura to the point that he could only take a step back. Stepped into the grove that hid his tracks until his back rested against the rough trunk of a tree's bark. Literally, of course. She cocked her head, only able to look up at him because of her height, but giving him the illusion that he was being looked down on from above. Being gazed at like that made even his soul tremble. I'm not targeting her anymore, so that's a lot less fun. Isn't it only right that you come and pay a small price to make up for my loss? Nansun raised his hand, stroking Shang Yueshing's face with the back of his hand before slowly sliding down to his neck. His breath caught and he tried to stop her hand. Don't move. Two simple words stopped the other man from reaching out to resist. Her smile widened, innocent and cruel, her pretty lips parting to utter the threat. And you don't want your little green plum to get kicked out of school, do you? You. Shang Yueshing's breathing rose and fell. Obviously 1 person against 10 thugs is not a problem, but he could not push away Nanxuan, who can be described as soft, in the not-so-secluded grove. Missy, who to outsiders is well-behaved and uninteresting, is holding the police cadet in his serious uniform down on the trunk of a tree. At any moment, someone would see it, and the knowledge of that shamed him to no end. It wasn't until he watched her fingertips poke and prod at his uniform buttons that he suddenly realized what the price in Nansun's mouth meant. Wait! She soft fingertips against his lips. The warning expression on Nansun's face was intimidating. My patience is limited. Think of the consequences of refusing me. Instead of casually seducing Shang Yueshing like she did in front of Tan Yu, and even more so pretending to be soft like she did in front of Zhang Wuan, she showed more aggression when facing Shang Yueshing. Since he thinks she's a bad person, she's good at being a bad person, so why should she tighten anything up? What's more, it wasn't like he hadn't been threatened like this by other damsels in the original episode. If he wanted to, he could have righteously pushed it away like in the original episode. Why do you suffer in silence now? It couldn't be because she was meaner than those people, could it? That is, he was actually tempted by her. Shang Yueshing didn't try to stop her after hearing her words. Sweat oozed from the high bridge of her nose, the knots in her throat rolled, and all the muscles in her body tensed, wondering what she would do next. The stoic gesture fell into Nansun's eyes, and it was beautiful. Chapter 10, Miss Boring, 10. Deleted. The upstanding, brilliant future police inspector, whose principles are beginning to break down, is the first to break a corner. Nansun's eyes were filled with laughter. She hadn't bothered to progress too fast considering that Zhang Wuan was the male lead and Tan Yu was the white moonlight. But Shang Yueshing, who had been delivered to her door, was a different story. What's more, she was really curious as to what would happen to Su Qingqing if Shang Yueshing even took her side. Deleted. Asterisk. and now Su Qingqing was expecting her protector god to teach Lin Baiwan a good lesson. I don't know what has happened to her that she can't accept. She pinched her cell phone and walked towards the classroom, her posture sneaky, afraid of being discovered by Ji Mingzhu and the others. But she was unlucky enough to be targeted by another group of bored classmates. They put her in the drawing room and patted her on the back, leaving her screaming for help. At this time, scratching the heart and lungs finally finished simmering in class. Jiang Wuan hate to immediately go to find his wife. But just as I left the classroom, I realized that I didn't seem to have asked my wife exactly what department or class she was in. Why is Mr. Kong running so fast? Didn't we agree to play soccer after school? Willow Walker caught up slowly with her hands in her pockets. What ball? No ball. He just kept his head down and messaged Nan Sun with his cell phone, completely not noticing the disappointed eyes of the girls around him after hearing that he wasn't going to play. Jiang Wuan is the center of attention wherever he goes, and he loves to stay at home in the studio to draw, so that the girls who are interested in him can't take the initiative. A group of people walked out in great numbers. Even their followers were children of the upper echelons of power and wealth, and wherever they passed, a crowd of eyes gathered. They were another group of tops besides Talking Jade, a little more arrogant and reckless. They look at the Talk Jade they noble. Talk Jade circle of people smack them dude. Two sets of people do not see each other, but for everyone else in this school, either side is a presence that once climbed on board could soar. Why don't you get back to me? Muttered Ginger Wrecker, which the others didn't hear. Ah yes, Ginger Wreck. Do you remember the person who soiled your painting last time? Ruemu suddenly brought this up, his tone flirtatious. Remember? So, he was casual and perfunctory. What's the point of mentioning her? It's bad luck. Jiang Wan's brain ached at the thought that the painting he had put his heart and soul into was easily destroyed. It's not that I didn't know about the man's private bullying, but so what? There are a lot of people in the school who don't like him, but who dares to comment on it? And those who offend him automatically drop out to save their families from bankruptcy are considered optimal solutions. He was never a good person in the first place. Both men and women were treated with equal contempt in his eyes, except for the wife. Of course. Jiang Wan looked at the message that hadn't been replied to for a long time, and his frown grew deeper and deeper, and he became more and more worried. He doesn't know that his wife is now in love with someone else. The few people who had locked Su Qingqing into the drawing room happened to brush past them, and their conversations, full of teasing and ridicule, were also heard by him. Vaguely heard words like fun and locked up in the drawing room, which almost immediately made Jiang Wan think of something bad. He immediately turned around and went after them, grabbing one of them with a horrified expression. What are you talking about? The group of boys were scared silly by Kong Wan treating people like this, especially the male student whose collar he grabbed. The thought that he might have offended the lawless campus bully in front of him made his heart tremble immensely along with his body. Jiang Xiao. What? He was on the verge of tears. You have her in the drawing room? What? Is he talking about Su Qingqing? Both they and Lu Xing and the others behind Jiang Wan were in shock. Jiang Wan stood up for Su Qingqing? And so angry? Which studio? Tell me the location. If anything happens to her you'll all be waiting. The man hurriedly and tremblingly said the location, and then he saw Jiang Wan rush out like a cannonball off the string. Wait, Ginger Wreck. Lu Xing and the others looked at each other for a few moments and also hurriedly chased after them. The remaining boys, whose legs were shaking like chaff, held each other up so that they didn't immediately fall to the ground. Jiang Wan, Qingqing Su? The two names were beyond ridiculous just being put together. But again, his anxiety was a fact. Who's ever seen him like that? Quite a few people had also gathered around to watch the scene, and the school forums had already blown up as a result. Chapter 11, Miss Boring, 11. Su Qingqing was all aggravated. She was an aristocratic academy student that everyone envied outside, but here she was the lowest of the low. Especially after offending Jiang Wan, everyone could come and step on her. She kicked the door in indignation, immediately reacting in the next second that her uniform shoes were leather and she couldn't be so rough. With her savings running out lately, she didn't have the extra money to just get new uniform shoes like the young ladies did. She knelt down and wiped her shoes painfully. Why has Lin Baiwan changed so much? Su Qingqing always felt that things shouldn't be going this way. At times like this, she can't help but think of her crush, the White Moonlight, Tan Yu, and the culprit who caused her to be bullied, Jiang Wu. Two people who stood at the top of the academy respectively, whether it was their family background or appearance or even their ability. They were all outstanding amongst the 10,000. Why is she weak and poor? While Su Qingqing was feeling sorry for herself, a noise came from outside the corridor. Someone's coming, and outside the building, Lu Xing and the others finally caught up with Jiang Wan in a hurry, but they could not dare to do anything to dissuade or judge his behavior, and could only be careful to sidestep it. Did something happen that we don't know about? Leave it. Jiang Wan's face was oozing. causing passersby who saw it to shiver and rush far away for fear of blocking him. The school is so big that he has not come to this side of the drawing room much, and one by one, he searched for 3,401, and his face was as gloomy as water. Not to mention those classmates who didn't know him well. Even their friends who were often all around him had never seen him like this. Jang-won's bad temper was known to everyone, and every time he got angry, it was horrible, but there was never a time like this. They had no doubt that if something did happen to the person he was looking for, he would immediately turn the whole school upside down. He dares to do so and has the ability to do so. The forum posts were flying all over the place, and everyone couldn't figure out when Jang-won and Su Qingqing crossed paths. How could Kong-won make such a ridiculous thing as future wife known to everyone? The inability to explain plus the fact that the plot is deliberately working managed to make everyone misunderstand them. His classmates, relying on the fact that he doesn't like to read the forums, have been posting like crazy in them, saying all sorts of things. Is he doing the Cinderella thing too? The woman you've managed to get my attention thing is actually annoying. For a while everyone was at risk. 3,401. Found it. The sounds of various people talking became louder, and there seemed to be a lot of people close to the area. Su Qingqing inside the drawing room was about to ask for help from the people outside the door when she heard someone tapping on the door. Are you in there? Is it okay? This voice, which contained the unique arrogance of young Master Jiang, was yet completely different from the usual. He was barely suppressing the violence and ferocity in his tone, showing a rare tenderness. So contrasting. So heartwarming. Especially the next second after Jang-won finished his sentence, he resumed his usual arrogant demeanor, narrowing his eyes towards the people watching in a shocking warning. What are you looking at? The rest of the group dispersed in a flurry. You guys too, leave me alone. He shooed Ryu Xing and the others away as well, not wanting them to see him with his wife. Stand back a little. I'll kick the lock straight up and hurt you. Too gentle. Su Qingqing inside the door froze momentarily, and after coming back to her senses, her heart kept beating. Was he talking to her? She couldn't believe she was able to get such a special, addictive attitude from Kong-won. Su Qingqing stood to the side and watched as the door to the drawing room kept vibrating until, with a final click, the lock on the outside was forced open. Jang-won stood against the light, his figure extraordinarily upright and proud. Even with such a bad personality, he was able to lure the school's young ladies into a secret frenzy all by his face, so when he was willing to lower his stance a little, no one would be unmoved. As it was, his handsome face, always full of impatience and annoyance, was surprisingly full of worry. Both her posture and her look seemed to be shining. Su Qingqing felt that she herself, who was at a low point herself, felt like she had been saved at the moment. Both the field of vision and the mind were all occupied by Jang-won. In this moment, she was completely heartbroken. Ginger. Before she could say anything, Jang-woo's eyes took the lead in casting a glance at her, causing Su Qingqing to stifle a nervous backward breath. Who the are you? As soon as he opened his mouth, it was the familiar attitude again, and his eyes, which were still full of softness, instantly went cold. Su Qingqing followed suit with a cold heart, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head on a hot summer day, shivering with cold. Holy, where's my wife? Ginger Wrecker made an unbelievable tour of the drawing room. Looking at him like this, even the most foolish could understand that the person he was looking for, the person he wanted to save, was not himself at all. Her heart even hurt vaguely after the ups and downs, and she wasn't sure if it was because of the emotional ups and downs or because of the heartache. She forced a smile and couldn't stop her heart from pounding. It was the first time she'd been alone with the young lord, and his features were even more striking than they had been from a distance, and his aura was so strong that it took her breath away a little. It was the arrogance that comes from being at the top of the power hierarchy, powerful and flamboyant, confident and unrivaled, that made her heart yearn for it. Jang-won searched around and didn't find anyone. Annoyed with his top cheeks, he looked towards Su Qingqing in the center of the drawing room. The other man saw him looking over and raised a sort of bright smile, his eyes full of heart and dependence. It was like a deliberate imitation in his eyes, eastward and tiresome. Ginger Wrecker didn't say anything, lifted his leg and kicked the sofa to the base of the wall, sat up with an extremely smelly face, and rested his long legs on the table. A series of moves so handsome that one's mind boggles. You, go close the door and keep your face out of sight. His manner was commanding, but it was as if he was born to it. Su Qingqing nodded, not understanding what he was trying to do, but a hint of sweetness that shouldn't be there rose in her heart. Why would Kong want to be alone with her in a confined drawing room? Her heart skipped a beat. And what Jang-won was really thinking was that he didn't want people to see that the person he had come to save with great fanfare was Su Qingqing. This is too much of a disgrace. He doesn't know that everyone but himself knows exactly who is in the drawing room, and that new rumors have been created, fueled by the plot. Jang-won lowered his head and sent a message for Lu Xing and the others to clear the scene. which was meant to avoid anyone finding out, but was interpreted even more hyperbolically to mean that he was having something with Su Qingqing. In the park grove, Nansun hooked Shang Yuexing's neck and was princess hugged out by him, her little legs happily swaying as she hummed in a small voice. She was no different from before except for her skirt being a bit wrinkled. Shang Yuexing was a different story. The regular uniform was scratched and creased everywhere, and there were faint marks behind the ears on the collarbones. His heart was in turmoil and the tips of his ears were still red until now. So that's the end of the matter, is it? Missy. His tone was no longer as cold and hard as it had been at first. Who says it's over? What? From now on, you're my thing, and must be at my beck and call, or I'm not sure what will happen to your little green plummo. Shang Yuexing's jawline was all taut, as if he was extremely angry, but for some reason, it rippled inside him when he heard the other man say he was her thing. Don't make it sound like I'm forcing myself into prostitution. Nansun jumped off his embrace and raised her hand to scratch his chin with her fingertips like she was teasing a pet. Aren't you active too? Her blunt words caused Shang Yuexing's fair and handsome face, which had only returned to normal, to immediately redden again. He looked at Missy's distant back, and his mind was filled with the things he had been forced to do with her. And Nansun opened his phone to see the rumors flying around the school for him. The smile at the corner of his lips deepened, finally able to raise a hint of interest. Yeah, that's what makes it so exciting. Chapter 12, Miss Boring, 12. In the drawing room, Jiang Wuan, who was holding his arms, and Su Qingqing, who was standing helplessly, looked at each other without words. Hey, get away from me. He kicked the desk, the wooden legs rubbing harshly on the smooth floor. The way the other man was looking at him irritated him. Su Qingqing complied and moved farther away. At first glance he recognized the man as the one who had soiled his painting in the first place. How come he hadn't been kicked out of school yet? The spirit was still there. The grumpy look on his brow worsened. No wife was found, and I had to resign myself to sharing a room with this man. Just stay like that and don't come near me. Also, I'm leaving in an hour and you're on your own until dark. Good, good. Su Qingqing agreed against her will, but in her heart, she missed the seductive tone of his earlier suppressed temper. It was because she had been treated that way that she felt the fallout so great. Who on earth could be so lucky to be treated so tenderly by him? She couldn't help but start to get jealous again. But thankfully, it wasn't Lin Baiwan anymore. After all, the two of them had never met before. How could it be so good? How could it be possible that Talking Jade cared about her and that Kongwana was involved with her? Sharing a room with this young master. Su Qingqing was a bit shy, although she still liked Tan Yu in her heart. The distinctive aura of Jiang Wu was equally appealing, and he hated it when girls approached him. And I'm afraid she's the first girl in this school to have that treatment. She felt incredibly special based on that alone. TSK. The more Kongwana thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't stand it after only 3 minutes of shutting his eyes. He simply stood up and found a canvas, lifted his brush and began mixing the paint. Painting was his means of meditation. Otherwise he was really afraid he would just leave. It's annoying. Influenced by his mood, even the style of painting was on the grumpy side, with the overall color tone leaning towards red. The more intense the emotion, the more aura his paintings reveal. Jiang Wuan is a typical biased player. He flunked all the theory classes in the art academy, but as long as it involves practical exercises, no one can match him. Su Qingqing sat far away on the other side, glancing cautiously at him from time to time with admiring eyes. She had never seen Kongwana paint before. The sleeves of his uniform were pulled up to reveal his arms, and he wore no accessories on his hands, but even his wrist bones showed his pampering. When he was serious he didn't look at all like an arrogant young lord, but like a clean-cut artist. What the brush paints is a work of art, and he himself is even more so. The more Su Qingqing looked at it, the more obsessed she became. Asterisk. Nanchuan returned to school with a cheerful step. She didn't have class. She just went to see her future husband. It also thoughtfully leaves time for public opinion to fester, so that the big invisible hand of the plot can drive the trajectory properly. After the push was over, then she was more than welcome to keep bringing the mail back to play. I've already heard various versions of the rumor along the way. The central theme is all about Jiang Wana looking at Su Qingqing and rushing to the red face. It's so much fun. Baiwan, why are you back again? Isn't Baiwan going back yet? All good-natured inquiries. Ever since Nan Sun had integrated into the top circles of this noble school, her status had naturally risen. No matter what those people had in mind, they had to smile at her. The once small and transparent has made the leap to being the talk of the campus. But that's not enough. After she responded with a polite smile, she found a hidden and unoccupied place and finally mercifully replied to Kongwana's message. I'm sorry. I went shopping after school and didn't see the message. The opposite side is almost a second to reply. Wife, you finally reply to me. Send a location. I will come over immediately. So Su Qingqing in the drawing room just watched as Jiang Wuan's aura suddenly changed around him, and even his eyes were glowing. I didn't want the half-done painting, and I hurried out the door after destructively applying a few strokes of paint to it. He walked halfway and then fell back, reinvigorating Su Qingqing, who had been ignored the entire time. Unexpectedly, the other person just wanted to remind her, "You'll go out later, so I won't be seen with you." The words that were cold to the core were in stark contrast to the look he had just given. Her heart went cold again. Inexplicably rebellious. She just didn't want to fulfill Jiang Wuan's wishes, wanting everyone to know that she had a special place in his heart, even if it's a misunderstanding. Anyway, she hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end, and if she wanted to misunderstand, it would be those classmates who guessed on their own. Su Qingqing lifted her feet and quietly walked outside. Jealousy rose once again, and she wanted to follow up to see who the person who could make Jiangwan pay so much attention to her was. Jia? Su Mingyue? Tan Su? Not far from following the eldest young master whose back revealed a pleasant aura, she guessed all those first ladies in the academy who were of top family, good-looking and excellent, but I didn't realize it was Lin, Bai, and Wan. Wrecker, you're here? The raven-haired, white-skirted girl stood in the shade of the tree, delicate and pitiable. When she saw him coming, she immediately ran over full of joy, her eyes full of dependence. Wife. Jiang hurriedly greeted the person in his arms and couldn't wait to lower his head to kiss her. But he was shyly avoided. In school? No. Someone will see it. Seeing is seeing. Being rejected is not angry. He switched to kissing her earlobe. His eyes seemed to contain starry broken light. 100-tempered steel turns into softness. Wrecker, don't you want to see what I bought for you? It's from your favorite restaurant. You certainly can't go wrong with anything you buy. Jiang Wan's heart was sweet. The previous annoyance of saving the wrong person and being forced to share a room with someone he hated was all dissolved when he sought his wife. Just a kiss. He coaxed again, and seeing that she was still shy, he went straight down for a kiss. Like glue, the duo is more intimate than a couple. Su Qingqing looked at it with cold teeth. It turned out that those fleeting contrasting softnesses she felt before were even less than a tenth of what she felt now. What she was so moved by was just a normal attitude to Lin Baiwan. One gets all the favoritism and specialness of the ginger wannabe, but it was far more than that. Su Qingqing's heart broke when she thought of the scene where she saw her and Tan Yu kissing earlier. Lin Baiwan wasn't satisfied with having Jiang Wuan, she also wanted to seduce Tan Yu. What made her feel even more jealous was that she actually did get Tala to care. The one everyone longed for and chased after was only like that to Lin Baiwan alone. Su Qingqing felt like a joke. She frantically ran back to her classroom, all sorts of negative emotions nearly crushing her. But the looks from the people around her slowly stopped her in her tracks. No longer mocking and contemptuous, but with a vague awe. It's like confronting a ginger wannabe. Su Qingqing, are those in the forums true? They also stopped calling her special enrollment or Toad and called her by her full name for the first time. Su Qingqing hurriedly looked at the forums, and those rumors were fermenting even faster and wider than she had imagined. She was in the center of the crowd at the moment, being looked at with scornful eyes by the young masters and young ladies who could only avoid her in the old days. This feeling, it's so good. I don't know. She gave an ambiguous answer and left, clutching her uniform bag. The expression on his face was terrified. But the excitement and exhilaration in his heart was about to burst out of his chest like a coke that had been opened after being shaken wildly. 009, the plot is slowly being repaired. The system watched everything and reported to Nanchuan on time. I want to get the rumors out of control a little more. Cow, you can do that right? Alright, host, I'm such a nice guy. Let Su Qingqing be happy for a short while first, so as not to always disturb her with the male leads. When she's had enough fun, the good show will open in grand style. Chapter 13, Miss Boring, 13. The rumors intensified under the manipulation of 009 and artificial intelligence. However, the other people talked about it, but they didn't dare to go in front of Jiang Wan and mention it. After all, according to the forum posts, he was into a special admission student but didn't want to admit it. This just explained why he had lost his temper like that day to save Su Qingqing but not let anyone see it. Rumors spread that even those friends around Jiang Wan were half believing it. Caught up in the heat of the moment, Kamwana not only has no time to worry about rumors that don't even reach his ears, he doesn't even bother to cover up the fact that he has a crush on someone. Friends wanted to ask, right, and these days he always disappears again as soon as class is over, and some days not even for the whole day. They don't know that he went to Nanchuan to make out. Plus Su Qingqing just happens to disappear intermittently. Well, this comes down to the fact that even those who don't want to believe it anymore can't help but believe it. The fact that these rumors even reached the ears of Tan Yu was proof of how widely spread. He wasn't interested in the gossip. Though, it was better to solve a few more problems than that. Or maybe do some more research. Normally, it should be but he would always be inevitably distracted whenever that figure appeared within sight. Her popularity at school had been growing lately, and almost everyone knew her and treated her like a goddess. Relatively more people are confessing. Both the storage compartments and the desks were stuffed with all kinds of love letters and gifts. Talo saw her pull several more love letters and elaborately wrapped gift boxes out of her desk, but she didn't have much emotion on her face, and still kept a polite smile on her face. He breathed an unconscious sigh of relief. Just then, another group of people noisily entered the classroom. Surrounded in the center was clearly Su Qingqing. Qingqing, why don't you take the money I transferred to you? Geez, how can I just take your money? You're all my friends. A friend would be even less able to say such things. We have plenty of money, just a few $1 million in small bills. We know you mustn't be short of that money. After all, you're all tied up with Ginger Dash. What are you talking about? I really don't have anything with Ginger Rec. Though she said this, all of them only identified themselves with what they knew to be the truth. It's human nature to be attracted to others, and Su Qingqing has now become the most popular target for people to flatter. And it's all just because she's involved with Jiang Wu. However, even though they knew that she might be related to Jiang Wan, those who were truly at the top didn't bother to put their foot down to curry favor with her. So the people who surrounded her were middle class or thugs. Su Qingqing's eyes swept across the classroom, first skimming over Nan Sun with some heartfelt and hidden hostility, and then looking with complicated love at Tan Yu, who hadn't cast a single glance. Finally, he probably lingered on Ji Mingzhu for a few seconds, admiring the other party's appearance of daring to speak out. Seeing the look in Su Qingqing's eyes, some people had already meant it. Hey, what do you want? Ji Mingzhu frowned at the few people who surrounded her, and was struck with a sense of absurdity. There was no point in dodging. The dark, thick ink poured straight down over his head. Ah, you guys. She was so angry that her body was shaking and she wanted to lift the table in front of her. Hateful eyes looked towards Su Qingqing, who had nothing to do with it, and the more she wiped her fingers instead, the more she smeared herself into a comical flowery face. Most of her followers were too afraid to make a move. Quail liked to speak. What are you doing? Talking Jade frowned out loud. His voice was not loud, but it easily silenced the entire noisy classroom. We were, just kidding. The men ran off in a huff, but he had memorized their faces. This kind of thing, does it happen often? He walked over to Ji Mingzhu and handed over his handkerchief. Talking about you. Ji Mingzhu huffed, her eyes full of emotion. Doesn't happen often. Just kidding. She didn't dare to offend the Jiang wannabe behind Su Qingqing, and kept the truth to herself like all the usual bullies. Really? Really? Ji Mingzhu did not want to dirty that handkerchief. Baby seemed to protect it, surrounded by followers to go to the restroom to clean up. As for Su Qingqing next to the podium, she had already quietly clenched her fists, and her nails were about to poke into her palms and ooze blood. Why are you relieving that? Why didn't Tan Yu show up when she was being bullied? Why is it always like this? Nansen braced his face as he watched the farce, especially when he saw Su Qingqing's expression as she broke her defenses. It was even more amusing. Holding back a laugh so hard his shoulders were shaking. What is she upset about? It is she who wants to take advantage of the bullying to sell pity to get money from Lin Baiwan, and does not want to completely offend the children of those powerful and noble, both to want and to want, which is such a good thing. Su Qingqing ran away, and the people following her hurried to catch up. There weren't many people in the classroom to begin with, and now there were actually only two people left, Talking Jade and Nan Sun, class president. Nan Sun slumped over the table, lazily, her fingertips hanging in mid-air and swaying, making people unable to resist staring. You seem to be in the classroom a lot lately. Shouldn't it be because dash, not because of you? This was said as if it was a lustful statement, and Talking Jade immediately pursed her lips, her heart chagrined. So, she straightened up slightly, pivoting her head to look at him with her face inclined, and casually nodded at some topic in her textbook. There's a question I don't know. Can I ask you, class president? Talking Jade did not suspect anything and walked over, a slight discomfort still lingering on her face. Don't call me that. Which question? What's the point of staying so far away from me? Am I some kind of man-eating flood beast? Nansun's tone flirted. Talo sniffed and had to move a little closer, bending down to look at the question she was pointing at. The sideways face that was perfect was so defenselessly close at hand, and the eyes carefully scrutinized the subject. It's so innocent. She won't eat people, but she'll be kin-o. The unoccupied classroom was quiet at this time, and the breeze blowing in through the window could not dissipate the dry heat in the air. Are you sure this is the right question? Talo frowned lightly, and when she turned her head, she directly met Nansun's smiling eyes, which made her realize that she had been caught by her again. His eyes subconsciously landed on her petal-like lips, shiny and bright, reminding him of the peach-flavored lip balm from that day. He's been too weird lately because of Lin Baiwan. Trying to back away, She reached out and tugged on her tie. Stop teasing me. Talking Jade held her wrist and coldly lowered her face. The rare anger on her face, if another person had seen it, would have already started apologizing. But Nansun smiled instead. A smile as bright as a peach plum. I'm not teasing you. I like you. Why doesn't the class president understand? Happy? Chapter 14, Miss Boring, 14. Before Talu could even think about that statement, he was forced closer to her by a tug on his tie. His pupils shook slightly as he tried in a trance to dodge, but to no avail. He searched for a gap to barely back up, favoring his head to catch his breath uncontrollably. Nansun smiled lightly and stared at his lips, the sight making his cheeks burn. Class President Sama would probably be eaten out of house and home if your admirers saw you now, right? This look is a showstopper. Talking Jade did not say anything, but the tips of her ears quietly crawled with a halo red, turning around and trying to leave, actually not bothering with her about what had just happened. But Nansun wasn't about to let him off the hook, smirking as he stood up and pressed the man back into his seat. You don't what? Don't do what you just did? He avoided her eyes and breathed a few moments faster. Actually, Class President Sama likes me too, right? I didn't. Yeah, but you obviously could have pushed me away. Or you could have warned me to stay away from you after that day. Nansun hooked Talking Yu's chin and made him look straight into his eyes. It's not as if every one of your admirers wants to kiss you and you won't say no, is it? So Class President Sama is such a come-hither person. No, Talking Jade became agitated by her arbitrary and presumptuous speculations, but her attempts to defend herself were reblocked. His eyes were no longer clear, but he still remembered to stumble over clarifying the misunderstanding to her. I don't have a comb or. Then you like me. She flirted with a small smugness. Ghostly. He didn't answer, just reached out to block her view, not wanting her to see his badly wrecked demeanor. Asterisk. Time is just going by too slowly. In the past, he was always surrounded by crowds of people, and occasionally he was alone and was painting seriously. Jiang Wuan had never felt so idle. The seconds without seeing his wife were like years, and how he wanted to keep pestering her, but was afraid that the trajectory of things would move closer to the future she spoke of. The wife is very busy, so he's actually left to his own devices a lot of the time. He'd been getting into less trouble lately, and the family surveillance had loosened up a bit along the way, so he could spend most of his time waiting for her at that villa off campus, sometimes drawing, sometimes looking at the phone interface and her chat in a daze. His mind had been completely tugged by Nansun, and he couldn't fit in anything other than her. Tick-tock, the combination lock sounded like a dog training bell. Jiang Wuan's heart was delighted, and he immediately took a step and ran to the entrance hall. So as soon as Nansun opened the door and came in, what he saw was the young master's eyes shining brightly. Jiang Wuan had almost put away most of the bossiness in himself, sometimes even giving Nansun the immediate impression that he was a puppy wagging its tail. Honey, you're back. He couldn't wait to embrace her, the size difference causing the girl in his arms to look like a petite mannequin. However, the other end of the invisible collar chain around his neck was held by Nansun, the seemingly vulnerable one. I'm back. Will Wanda be bored at home? It's okay. I know, wife, you're not as clean as I am. I really don't know when he'll be able to kiss her right in front of everyone and say she's his wife. Being able to only talk about the so-called underground romance with Nansun before officially letting her meet her mother is already the limit. He looked down to kiss her, but noticed the harsh red marks near her collarbone. She hadn't had these when she left in the morning, and had restrained herself from ever leaving marks on her because she would be in pain. Is this, like, a mosquito bite? Ginger Wrecker automatically gave her a good excuse. Something light, not like a hickey. Nansun shook his head. It's not a mosquito bite. The answer almost made him feel like he was on ice, his canine teeth gnawing heavily on the soft flesh inside his cheek in an attempt to use it to calm himself down. I don't know what kind of bug it was. It was kind of itchy, so I scratched it twice. That's right. The mood instantly turned from cloudy to sunny, and Jiang Wana breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing all the doubts in his heart and raising his smile again. Then go put some medicine on it later. He acted as if nothing had happened, but inside he was not at all calm. Does the wife have another man on the side? She's already married him once in the future. Will she find it boring to do it again? Is it because he keeps insisting that he can't do it until he's married so it upsets her? Jiang Wan had never been so afflicted before, even abandoning his pride and beginning to doubt himself. Okay, I'm a little tired today. Let's eat first. Nansun touched his earlobe as a sign of appeasement, pushed him away, changed his shoes and headed inside. The expression was the same as usual, still gentle and watery. But Jiang Wan just felt scared. Fear that his wife likes someone else. Fear that she will not choose to marry him this time. He hadn't asked his wife why she had returned to this time period for fear of hearing a bad answer from her. Something like he'd done something bad in the future to piss her off. Or she'd gotten tired of him. Any number of ridiculous conclusions had crossed his mind. Wife. Jiang chased up and pulled Nanshuan's wrist, holding her tightly in his arms. Don't get married after. Just now, okay? I thought you said you couldn't. If you weren't married? She sounded a little puzzled. I've changed my mind. I want to now. We're bound to be a couple anyway, right? The young master who said this was a bit apprehensively waiting for her answer. Of course. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Jiang Wanna's eyes and eyebrows are flooded with joy. Stooping down to pick her up in a princess carry, lifting his feet up the stairs and preparing to enter the bedroom. But haven't eaten yet. Finish before you eat. Chapter 15, Miss Boring, 15. This recent period of time was simply the time when Su Qingqing was most pleased with her life. The rich ladies who once looked down on her were all vying for her favor, and the boys who used to be full of contempt when she was mentioned began to look at her squarely. In the past, even if there are people who like her, confession is just high above the alms in general, as if she refused is not good. And now, everyone fears her, pleases her, loves her. Just like with the ginger wagon. Su Qingqing knew that everything right now was just a mirror image, but this feeling was just too addictive. Mom, why aren't you wearing the silk scarf I bought you earlier? It's not like that silk scarf is practical. Mom can't use it for her work, and she's afraid it'll get dirty. Mother Su laughed and continued to do the needlework in her hands. Ching, that one must be expensive, right? It's not expensive. It's just over $40,000. Su Qingqing's expression was slightly smug, waiting for her mother to praise herself. What? Over 40,000? That's enough to pay a year's rent on our house. Su's mother was shocked, fearing that her daughter would go astray. Where did you get this money? Although we are poor, we will not do anything unethical. Where have I done anything wrong? This money is not even worth it to those students in our school. She couldn't bear to hear the word poor, knowing that if she stayed any longer she would argue with her mother again. Su Qingqing ran straight out, wanting to stay at Sheng Yuesheng's house for a while. During the trip upstairs, it suddenly occurred to her that she hadn't even realized that she seemed to rarely see Sheng Yuesheng during this period of time because she was so engrossed in the joy of being courted. I used to see him at least 2 or 3 times a week, but now I don't see him much when I go home. She was feeling out of place when she saw a familiar figure walking down the stairs. The other man looked like he had just gotten out of school, had showered and changed into his regular clothes, and was heading out without even drying his hair. Sheng Yuesheng, where are you going in a hurry? There was a moment of surprise on his face when he saw her, followed by discomfort. Didn't go anywhere, just strolling. What? Su Qingqing was trying to brag to Sheng Yuesheng about her change in status in school, but the other party was not very patient to listen. As he passed her, she smelled the very faint odor of men's perfume. Sheng Yuesheng even wore perfume? It's not a girlfriend, is it? How is that possible? Although the two of them didn't have anything, Su Qingqing had always regarded Sheng Yuesheng as all she had. Even she didn't realize that in her heart she actually had a deeply hidden possessive desire for this brother who grew up as a childhood friend. What's more, she had always felt that Sheng Yuesheng had never been in a relationship because of herself. Now that he may have a girlfriend, how is that acceptable? Her eyes darkened, not knowing that Su Qingqing, who had always been treated as her sister since she was a child, had thought so much in her mind. Sheng Yuesheng was now rushing to the Lin family. This Missy's ideas are getting trickier and trickier lately. At the drop of a hat, he was called out, sometimes at a hotel, sometimes at her house, and more often than not even in the deserted countryside. Don't want to talk too much every time you bull ********. Just do that kind of thing. And he couldn't say no. In the beginning, it was to get her to stop looking for trouble with Su Qingqing, but in the end, he had completely forgotten that original intention, just simply not wanting to disobey her. He thinks he's crazy. The Lin family. Today's Nan Sun was no longer in the previous light in the Lin family. After Lin's father and mother knew about her relationship with Jiang Wuan, they practically had to tuck their tails between their legs, almost serving her like an ancestor. She rarely came back, but every time she did, the sky was the limit. For example, let them also be punished by kneeling, dipping in ice water, and implementing all the passes that they had once inflicted on Lin Baiwan. As it was, she was sitting leisurely on the soft sofa in the main hall on the first floor, but the two of them were each locked inside their rooms to reflect, just like the day she first arrived. But Nanshuan felt it wasn't enough. They should have to be a little worse off, like losing the power that sustains them so high and mighty, and losing their money. That ending would be great. Satisfied, Nansen added this ending to the subsequent to-do list. She hummed and raised her hand to look at her watch, realizing that she only had 10 minutes left before her allotted time. But she wasn't allowed to wait long before the panting Sheng Yuesheng came into view. I'm surprised I'm not late. Missy crossed her legs in a leisurely manner, and looked over with an extremely aggressive look. giving him the feeling of being stripped naked. Shang Yueshing came to Nan Sun. If it was usual, the other party wouldn't even say a word more to him, but went straight to the point, so much so that he couldn't control the heat in his body when he saw this great lady now. But she didn't get up this time, much less kiss him. Take it off. Nearly doubting his ears, he turned his head to look at the open door and the servants who had stayed quietly nearby. Unbelieving eyes turned to Missy. This time she went even further than usual. Ah, do you care if there's someone next to you? She waved all of them off with a wave of her hand, and thoughtfully asked them to close the door behind them. Nansen raised his eyebrows and looked at Shang Yueshing again, expressing a clear meaning. This will be fine, right? He didn't say anything, lowering his head and taking off his jacket first and dropping it on the floor. The extremely well worked out body is thus revealed, with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, extremely eye-catching. What is Missy playing at this time? He didn't continue to take it off, his tone condescending. Play you. Nansen stretched out and leaned backward on the sofa. Whether it was the slender waist that was exposed or the snow-white legs underneath the gray uniform skirt that were very eye-catching, it always made Shang Yueshing couldn't help but remember the touch that came from his palm every time he took control of these. His eyes slowly deepened and became somewhat dangerous. What are you looking at? Get on your knees. Shang Yueshing knelt expressionlessly on the marble floor, and now they were finally eye level. Did you know that little cymbidium of yours has been a real joy at school lately? She said as she lifted her foot to kick him, not forcing it at all. The small, delicate leather shoe kicked him in the chest and stomach, hurting a little and arousing a different kind of desire in him. I don't know, he answered with his eyes downcast, his mind not at all on what she had said, but on her slender calves encased in white calf socks. You don't know? She kicked at him with a kick that almost reached his heart. Stop it. Shang Yueshing reached out and was able to hold her ankle with one hand, his voice already a little hard as he spoke. Your feet will hurt. Nansen looked at him like this, or he didn't understand what scraps were going through his head, his tone flirting. You don't care about that little green plum of yours anymore? He was silent. Our righteous future police inspector. Are you really threatened by me every time you are approached by me, or are you willing? The other party still didn't answer. Forget it, don't push it. She had enjoyed enough of Shang Yueshing's tangles and struggles, and the tip of her shoe hooked his chin, looking into his confused and chaotic eyes. If you're so righteous, why don't you go control Su Qingqing so that she doesn't enjoy everything that doesn't belong to her under the banner of someone else's boyfriend? What? He looked up in a trance, his whole being in a state of confusion. Chapter 16 Miss Boring. 16. Su Qingqing didn't expect Shang Yueshing to go to the Lin family. During the time she waited for him to come out, her anger built up to the point where she had to cover her head and crouch down. Why? Why Lin Baiwan again? But she still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that Shang Yueshing must have his own ideas. Maybe he was. Maybe he was. While she was in the middle of a six-pack, a trance-like figure walked out as well. Shang Yueshing wasn't wearing a jacket, so the hickeys on his neck and below his collarbone were particularly obvious, but they didn't look new. After all, he'd been there less than half an hour, so how could he do something so quickly? Shang Yueshing, why are you here? Su Qingqing rushed up and tried to grab his collar, but he frowned and dodged. Why can't I be here? Are you following me? So what if I followed you? How did I find out about your relationship with Lin Baiwan if I didn't? The more she said, the more she broke down. She's the one who bullies me. How can you get involved with her? The emotions on Shang Yueshing's silent face were complex, but not pure guilt. Tell me, are you just playing with her because you want to get back at her for me? What are you talking about? How could I get back at anyone for anyone? Shang Yueshing was shocked by her vulgar words, and he realized that he was becoming less and less able to understand this next-door sister with her bright smile and innocent harmlessness. I'm the one being played. He didn't want to say much, even though it was for Su Qingqing that he had gone to confront Nan Sun in the first place, but he was upright by nature and didn't have any thoughts of holding favors against Su Qingqing. What's more, his subsequent behavior was not at all consistent with his principles as a human being. He didn't know that Su Qingqing was actually expecting him to teach Lin Baiwan a lesson in her heart. These words made Su Qingqing feel as if she had grabbed a lifesaver. She knew it. She knew that Shang Yueshing couldn't have fallen in love with that woman the same way that Jiang Wuan and the others did. You were threatened by her, weren't you? Shang Yueshing closed his eyes and sighed and opened them again, not being able to answer this question well. Go ahead. You're with her because you were threatened. Is that all you're concerned about? Does it matter who I'm with? Of course it's important. Auntie said our families were going to get married. How could you betray me? Ha! Shang Yueshing felt absurd at once. That's just a joke from the elders. I've never treated you as just a sister. Sister? Su Qingqing's heart cooled halfway. But you've been so good to me. And you've never had a girlfriend. I'm nice to you because our families are close and I'm older than you. I didn't get a girlfriend just because I didn't want one. I just wanted to graduate well and become a police inspector later. The more Shang Yueshing spoke, the more tired he became, rubbing the corner of his forehead, his handsome brows filled with exhaustion. Maybe there were threats at first, but then it was all by choice, and I liked her enough to not resist. This string of words shattered the last trace of fluke in Su Qingqing's heart, and she covered her ears and completely collapsed. Why is it that all of you are like this? Kong Wana is in love with her, Tan Yu is special to her, and even you like her? What was supporting Su Qingqing now that she hadn't completely broken her defenses was probably the fact that Bai Yueguang Tan Yu hadn't really shown that she cared about Lin Baiwan yet. She hadn't seen the two of them in any intimate contact yet, so she could hypnotize herself that last time. Talking Jade had just been caught off guard and forcefully kissed. It doesn't mean anything at all. Su Qingqing was completely disappointed in Shang Yueshing and turned around to leave, but he pulled her arm. She thought he was trying to win her back, and a glimmer of hope floated back into her heart when she turned her head and heard him say, "What's going on with you at school these days? The bag she's holding, the bracelet, the necklace and the clothes she's wearing all over her body. These add up to well over $1 million. I thought you said you hated telling lies about things and didn't care to do such things. What did I lie about?" She shrugged off his hand, not only unafraid, but on fire. "Why do you guys always assume I'm lying? Can't it just be those people who are willing to give it to me? You're still sophomoric." Shang Yueshing looked at Su Qingqing's face with disappointment. Maybe he never really knew her. "Why don't you explain to everyone that you're not halfway related to Kong Wana?" Hearing this, Su Qingqing went white. You know, Lin Baiwan told you, right?" Her tone was agitated, and after seeing his disappointed eyes, her chest kept heaving and her eyes reddened. "I've been saying it all along. I said I'm not involved with him." Shang Yueshing interrupted her. "Su Qingqing, you yourself know what's going on." She couldn't fool him with her claims. "What do you want me to do? I just don't want to be bullied. You know how those people used to despise me. Why should they be born as people and I don't even have a father? My family is ordinary." Su Qingqing was planning to defend herself at first, but later on, she slowly said all her true inner thoughts. "Lin Baiwan, she got everything. She has everything. Why can't she stop counting so much?" She couldn't stop panicking at the thought that she would fall from heaven to hell once the truth was revealed. Having enjoyed the taste of power and pursuit, she can never go back to her old life. 6. Godless. She directly grabbed Shang Yueshing's hand. "Since Lin Baiwan wants you, she must like you, right? You go and beg her. You help me beg her so that she doesn't tell the truth." This behavior of hers directly exposed the fact that she didn't care what Shang Yueshing himself really thought. It's just treating him like an object, getting angry when it's taken away and giving it away when it can be exchanged for a greater good. Shang Yueshing was completely disappointed and coldly shook off her hand. "I have nothing to say to you." He turned to leave, his back determined and cold, leaving only Su Qingqing, who was crouching and screaming in place. Why do you have to drive her to destruction? To destroy even her only chance to dream? She felt like she was being swept into a raging torrent, and the sensations of suffocation, oppression, and vertigo kept hitting her. Nausea, wanting to vomit, and panic were all mixed together, giving her the illusion of near death. There must be another turnaround, she muttered, suddenly thinking of Talu, who had stood up for Ji Mingzhu in the classroom. He's so good, so kind, he'll save her. Talking Jade, she still has Talking Jade. Talking Jade can definitely help her. Chapter 17, Miss Boring, 17. The monthly reviews are in. Quick look. The number one this time must be Tan Yu again. That's for sure. Monthly assessment means that our students are given a comprehensive assessment every month, covering a wide range of areas such as theoretical and specialized courses, art courses and sports courses. Similar to Su Qingqing and their kind of special enrollment, although the theory of professional courses are the best. In the case of comprehensive assessment, but had to be the children of the powerful and wealthy left behind. Anyway, the rankings usually don't change much, but this time there's a dark horse. Juxtaposed with Tan Yu's name is Lin Baiwan. The theory majors scored a little less well, but they were also a long way off from anyone from third place on down, especially in the bow and arrow class and the piano elective, each of which got extremely high scores. Baiwan, you're amazing. You've improved so much, goddess. The classroom was boiling with noise, and the girl with the clear, light smile was undoubtedly the center of popularity. In just a matter of time, she had gone from being unknown to being known as a goddess. Baiwan, how did you improve so much in your major? Did you hire a new tutor? Homeschooling? Nansun's line of sight was cast to the pretentiously calm Talking Yu not far away, and she smiled faintly. It's indeed an excellent tutor. If you're so good, you must be at least a master teacher. Is there a difference between the teaching style and a regular teacher? It's not quite like normal tutoring, but that approach probably only applies to me. Her soft and gentle words carried no ambiguity, but a faint scarlet blush crept onto someone's face. So, That's too bad. The classroom was divided into two distinct groups, with Nansun and the others on one side and Su Qingqing on the other. Her face clouded over as she looked at the grade rankings, with no desire to study at all. She couldn't even maintain her grades in her major, causing her to fall to the bottom of the monthly evaluation. Lin Baiwan, however, jumped to first place. The juxtaposition of those two names was so jarring that it even made her briefly forget the fearfulness that the truth would be revealed. Seeing her face look bad, someone comforted her by saying, "Qingqing, it's just a small exam. It's not important. None of your business. Leave me alone." She left the classroom after dropping this coldly, and the others' faces clouded over. Give her some face and you really think you're somebody? A special enrollment. Attitude also dare to be so arrogant. Wait for the young master to abandon her. Their eyes went to Nansun, who was talking to the crowd without any hesitation. If you ask me, the young master at least likes Lin Baiwan like this. How do you look at A? G? Who knows? Several people cursed and returned to their seats. Afternoon. It was the familiar infirmary again, but the relationship between the two inside had long been different. The breeze pushes against the partition curtains. The textbooks and tablets that were originally used for tutoring were scattered on the ground, and Nansun reached out to pick up the tablet with the shattered screen, then circled Tan Yu again and sat in his arms. It's all smashed up. You don't care if it's not yours. After it was over, she had calmed down completely and propped her arm on Talking Jade's shoulder, pouting and complaining. I'm sorry, I'll buy new ones and return them. By 10. Aha. She casually perfunctory, resting her cheeks on her cell phone. The clarification of Jiang Wuan in the forum, and the wind completely changed to criticize Su Qingqing's remarks. Smile while you watch. Bright-eyed. The towering, untainted Talking Jade is now scarlet at the corner of her eyes, and the remaining sense of coolness is mixed with lushness. Contrasting but sexy. Nansun looked down at him with a big smile. It's so pretty. True to form. The heroine. And indeed everyone's white moon. And the moon. Falling into her arms. She said with interest. I've had several students ask me about tutoring since then, and I've told them all there is no substitute for this type of teaching, which was measured, tailored, and customized for me by my tutor. The more she said, the more uncomfortable Tan Yu became, but she also came up to stick closer and asked him in a bad way. What do you say, Mr. Homeroom Leader? Mr. Homeschooler? Well, his breathing was turbulent, and the way he lowered his eyes to look at her took on something else, but considering her body, he restrained the bad thoughts. Talking Jade pulled her attention back to the present, slowly smoothing out the creases in her collar and picking the bow tie back up to button it back on for her. Nansun looked at his face, which was even more attractive when he was serious, and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. The current Talking Jade couldn't withstand any ruffling of feathers, so she took a deep breath right then and there. But still, he raised his hand and stroked the side of her face in gentle rejection, saying softly, no more, I have class later. That's all. Can't I touch you? Nansun inclined her face to rub against his hand, her fingertips nudging his chin. Another click was the corner of the lips. Every time, it was a touch, clearly teasing him. His smile was helpless, and he simply bowed his head and tried to retaliate back. Just then, the door was suddenly opened. Talu's eyes glazed over, and his first reaction was to shield Nansun in his arms and lock eyes with the visitor. Standing at the doorway was Su Qingqing with tears in her eyes. She held on to her last hope to come to Talking Jade for help, but she heard ambiguous to the extreme voices outside the door. Unbelievable but compelled to believe. Every second she wandered and hesitated was torture for herself. Until now, seeing the mess on the ground and Lin Baiwan who was well protected by him, even if he wanted to deceive himself, he couldn't do it anymore. Classmate Su Qingqing, what do you want with AU? Nansun pretended to be innocent, and even wiped her watery lips in passing. The string that Su Qingqing had been keeping taut finally snapped. Not only her hands, but even her lips were trembling. Unable to speak, she inhaled and exhaled long and hard, looking at Nansun like she wanted to cut her alive. Talo stood up, holding Nansun back, and spoke with a bit of a cold tone. Class, if it's okay, could you step outside for a moment? Even the good-tempered Tan Yu wasn't polite to everyone, but this was undoubtedly an even bigger blow to Su Qingqing. Even when she was rejected, she was never treated like this. It's all because of Lin Baiwan. Lin Bergwan. Su Qingqing ran out crying. She must make Lin Baiwan pay. Wiping tears from her eyes as she ran, she wondered where she was running and suddenly bumped into someone. Her unsteady body attempted to grab her opponent, but was quickly dodged, so she could only fall to the ground. Hey, don't you have eyes? The person who was bumped into was none other than Jiang Wana, who was disturbed in his heart and followed the location of his cell phone to find Nanchuan. Why you again? He looked at her condescendingly, his eyes unkind. as if he were looking at some gutter rat. With her socks scuffed and her elbows injured, Su Qingqing could see her wretched appearance in his good-looking eyes. The hatred in his eyes increased. But it was Kongwana who snapped first. What happened to those rumors at school? That I like you? What a face. He knows. Su Qingqing's face immediately lost its blood color and she gritted her teeth to climb up. You still don't know, right? Lin Baiwan hooked up with someone else a long time ago, and all of you were played by her. Jiang Wan's eyes widened as he froze on the spot. Chapter 18, Miss Boring, 18. Returning to the classroom, Su Qingqing could feel the gazes of the people around him looking at him changing once again. Fear, currying favor with those emotions all disappeared, replaced by a deeper contempt and disdain than at the moment when he had just offended Jiang Wan. Su Qingqing gulped. She no longer walks in with her head held high, but with her chest hunched over, still fooling herself to avoid the sight of others. But how could they leave her alone? Especially since the people who originally followed her hated her more than anyone else for purposely confusing everyone. They don't have the so-called face of the upper-class families to speak of, and they are usually the group that loves to bully people the most. And now, Su Qingqing had practically played them for fools, so how could they possibly be spared? Get your ass over here. The one who spoke up was Menning, the center of the original clique that had been rallying around her. The classroom was quiet and solemn, and eyes were constantly thrown over to watch the show. Malicious, mocking, and condescending, those lines of sight could almost pierce Su Qingqing through. How springy it was before. How miserable it is now. She didn't dare move and sat down in her seat with her head bowed. I told you to get your ass over here. Didn't I hear you? The table was directly kicked over vigorously, causing Su Qingqing to fall to the ground. It shouldn't be. She bit her lip and didn't say anything, but inside she felt that it shouldn't be. From the day Lin Baiwan was not utilized to give her a head start according to her expected trajectory, things had completely developed in an uncontrollable direction. Open your doggy eyes properly and see what this is? A cell phone was disliked in front of her, and the top post was bolded and enlarged beyond recognition. I have someone I like. It's Lin Baiwan, not Su Qingqing. Who dares to spread rumors to me again to try it? Meng Ning pulled Su Qingqing's hair up with an absurd and amused expression. These days really for you to pretend to. Lin Baiwan, heart good. Afraid of you being targeted, not to do clarification. You are good. Day by day arrogant. She has a good heart? She's just deliberately trying to see me laugh. How dare you talk back? Alright, don't move your hands. Ji Ningzhu coldly grunted as she walked up. If you move your hands, she might even shamelessly seek help from Tanyu. She leisurely sat down on the chair, the toes of her uniform shoes facing Su Qingqing who was sitting on the floor. This special enrollment. She took a lot of things and money from you guys in the first place, right? Let her give back every cent. That little bit of money was nothing to people like them, but to Su Qingqing it was a huge sum of money that she wouldn't necessarily earn in her lifetime. What's more, she did take those things, so even if they were to sue, they'd still be in the right. Yeah, spit out what you ate. Menning grinned, hooking his long hair and leaning against his desk, admiring her desperate look. That's the defense? Didn't you think about this day when you were calling them like dogs? Just because we don't move you doesn't mean others won't. You better be careful. You've offended a lot of people before. Return everything by the day after tomorrow, or we'll send you straight to jail. After they finished speaking, they took off, and Su Qingqing, who was sitting on the ground, finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out in shock and fear. Where did she get the money to pay them back? The designer luxuries she gave them were just that. Money she had already spent most of in a big way. She couldn't afford to pay this back even if her family was sold. The rest of the classroom sneered twice, then chatted amongst themselves. I didn't realize that Jiang Wan actually likes Lin Baiwan. She's gentle and soft. Will she be bullied? I don't know, hey, but the two of them look really good together too. Much more worthy than that, whoever. It's really a goddess. A goddess. Beautiful and excellent. We estimate that more than half of the boys in our school have a crush on her. Now everyone is out of love. Do you think they'll get married? It's too soon for that, isn't it? Where is it early? Look at the forum. Young master dislikes people everywhere, going under every post that expresses Lin Baiwan saying that she is his wife. Mom! Everyone covered their mouths. He's super in love. Is the young master actually like this when he's in love? But I still think that someone as grumpy and superior as him shouldn't try to accommodate anyone. Honey, as long as you say you guys have nothing going on, I'll believe you. Ginger Wrecker looked at the two who were posturing intimately side by side, seemingly calm, but his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. It was probably the calmest and most condescending he had ever been in his life. As long as she said it, he believed it. Like before. Wrecker, there's something I think it's time to say to you. No, I'm not listening. From the moment she opened her mouth, not the denial he wanted to hear. His heart plummeted straight to the bottom. The whole body was cold. Did he seduce you? Jiang Wen's stern eyes cast at Tan Yu. His veins rippled, and he went straight up to give him a punch. Ginger Rec. Nan Sun frowned, called him by his full name, and ran over to check on Tan Yu's condition. I'm fine. He wiped the blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth with his fingertips, and his eyes began to look at Jiang Wuan in an unfavorable manner. One thing that Tan Yu clearly read from Jiang Wuan's attitude was that he was the third party in this relationship. It was something that went completely against his principles, but now he didn't want to let it go at all, and not willing to blame her. He even vilely excused her in his mind. For example, she and Jiang Wu were not married again. For example, she seemed to have stopped loving him. What kind of tenderness are you pretending? You junior, dare to fight with me? Jiang Wuan was so angry that he burst out several foul words that were extremely capable of angering people. If there was anyone in this school who could manage to be completely unafraid of Jiang Wuan and him toughing it out, it was only Tan Yu. It was just that his character was uncontested and didn't like fighting and killing, but it didn't mean that he was a soft touch. Sick and weak as he is, he's not a bad fighter at all, and returns a nice right hook to Kong Wana. The two just fought. Wow. Nan Sun sighed towards 009, but on his face, he anxiously pulled the fight. Stop fighting. Wanda. Stop. Don't move him. Her words completely chilled Jiang Wu's heart. Watching her freeze and stop, her eyes slightly red, like an abandoned puppy. Are you okay? It was clear that he was the one with more and more visible injuries, and his wife ignored him to care for someone else. She didn't even glance at him. For the first time, the young master tasted heartache, and the tip of his nose soured as he stared at her stubbornly. Still, she didn't look back. How? Like this? Obviously it was all fine before. They were so happy and sweet when they were together. How did it suddenly change? Did he make you? Wife. Stop calling me wife. She turned her back to him, her tone frighteningly calm, as if it were the precursor to a coming storm. Jiang Wan felt that his heart was also clutched tightly by a big invisible hand. Incomparably painful. I'm sorry for getting you involved. He and I do have a bit of business to take care of. Nansen painfully stroked the wound on Tan Yu's face, but in his heart, he sighed at its beauty with a sense of brokenness. Do you need me to stay with you? Soon. You go back first. It was him she chose, and Talking Jade was born with an undeserved snicker because of it, and at the same time agonized at her own meanness. He had long ago thrown away his principles for her. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to. Ginger Rex shook his head, unwilling to face it. There will be a day. Wrecker, I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. I just never got the chance. Nan Sun turned around, and the love and dependence he was familiar with was no longer in his eyes. She became, well, strange. Chapter 19, Miss Boring, 19. The plot has been spoiled beyond recognition and is just one step away from the original plotline collapsing. All Nanshuan has to do is reconnect the men and women, the cornerstones of the world's sustenance, genuine or not. As long as the two of them crossed paths, the operation of the world would not be out of order, and the main system would naturally not be aware of it. Nanshuan used this set of methods every time. It was pleasurable and exciting. Honey, I don't want to talk about it. How Kong Wana wished he hadn't come to her because he suspected her, so that it wouldn't be as peaceful as before. He had long been aware of it, her growing coldness, the occasional trace of her not belonging to him, and her many times of wanting to talk, but he had been tamed by her. He suffers from the fact that he can't be as grumpy with her as he is with everyone else, and he has to keep lying to himself. Honey, I can pretend it never happened. Ginger Wrecker took her hand and looked down, not daring to look her in the eye. Even now, he was still suppressing his nature. He was never a good-natured person, but he was well disguised as a good dog in front of her, but it still didn't keep her. I think it's time to tell you the truth with you. Nansen completely shed his disguise and became cold and ruthless. She took her time, compiling another truth for Kong Wana. I do come from the future, but the person who married you was not me, but Su Qingqing. Did I do something wrong? Did I cheat? How could I have cheated? Wife, believe me, it's impossible. Ginger Wrecker eagerly explained. Nansen shook his head. No, how can you talk about cheating when you don't even know me? All you've ever liked was Su Qingqing and also you made a scene to the point of severing ties with your family in order to marry her. His grip on her hand froze completely and he tugged at the corner of his lips absurdly. How can that be? How could I possibly look at her? You lied to me, didn't you? No lie. You two are the pair, and I, just a gray dropout loser. She tells the half-truths. She protects Su Qingqing from the bullies, and she gets away with it, but she becomes the new target of the bullies. Su Qingqing, when she was being bullied, she got help and protection from Tan Yu, and gradually got along with Jiang Wu, and changed her opinion about her. True, she dropped out of school in disgrace, and has since lost any ability to fight back against her family, being forcibly arranged to be joined like an object, and eventually tortured to death. True, Tanyu is Su Qingqing's white moonlight, Shang Yueshing is her protector, and Jiangwu is her palace. Tanyu ignores her pleas for help for her, and Jiangwu witnesses her being bullied but hugs Su Qingqing away. True. Why? Maybe the resentment was too great and she was reborn, so she hated everyone, most of all Su Qingqing and Jiangwana. False. She wanted to break up the couple, and now she's getting her revenge. False. Then why don't you keep getting back at me? Why don't you keep lying to me? Jiangwana shook his head, still not believing it. He couldn't believe that he would like a woman like Su Qingqing, and he couldn't believe that he was the one who indirectly killed his wife and ignored her. His wife is her. How could it be Su Qingqing? Just the thought of Su Qingqing flaunting her sweet routine with her while his wife died tragically broke his heart. But Nanchuan continued. Do you know what kind of life I had at home? Being punished for kneeling without moving. Being dipped in cold water in the winter dash. Stop it, wife. Stop it. The more he listened, the whiter his face became, and he couldn't stop shaking his head to even hear it. I don't continue to get back at you because I think it's time to let go. The person I like now is Talking Jade. False. She's only doing it because she wants to return the hero to the heroine. As for Talking Jade, to be honest, it's a bit tiresome even after getting it. All tired of it. On what grounds? On what grounds do you say put it down? Jiangwana finally couldn't suppress his rage any longer. Just like a long simmering dead volcano finally erupted. He braced himself against the wall and forcibly encircled Nansun in his arms. If you want to get back at me, just keep getting back at me. Torturing me. Suppressing me. Training me like a dog. Just like you did before. And didn't you always do it well? Kangwana had always known she wasn't as soft and deceptive as she appeared to be, but she was still willingly tamed by her. He's angry and the tears keep coming down his face, resulting in much less awfulness. The poor, pitiful puppy who is to be abandoned by his master can't hide his colorfulness, even when he barks desperately. Ginger Wrecker lowers his head to kiss her, but she avoids it in disgust. The heart that was already broken into pieces finally cracked and fell apart completely at this point. No longer caring what she thought, he firmly grasped the wrists of both her hands that were pushing back with one hand, cupped her chin with the other, and bowed his head. You will regret it. You will regret it. He wept as he kissed. I won't. Lin Baiwan. I will make you regret it. The salty tears followed being tasted. While Jiangwana tasted pain and despair, Nansun tasted sweetness. She loved such intense emotions, and the way he loved her painfully was so much better than pure love. Soaked with tears, the two were as clearly as lovers, but with a hatred that burned through everything, hating her and loving her, on the verge of being broken but not quite, holding back a desire to make her pay. That's how it's going to be. She expected him to hate her, and even hoped it would last as long as possible. Asterisk. On the other side, Talking Jade, on her way back, met Su Qingqing. This student, is something wrong? He didn't even want to call out her name anymore because the way she looked at Nansun before made him feel uncomfortable. I'm not okay. The desperate Su Qingqing had already prepared herself to be hated by Tanyu before she arrived, but she was still stung by his attitude like this. It was all so now. So how was she going to face his even more disgusted expression later? It doesn't matter. Anyway, she has nothing more to lose. She tried her best not to show that she cared or liked him. Talking Jade, your birthday party is in 3 days, right? Yes. So, I want to be your date. Tala frowned for a moment, not understanding where the other party got the courage to say such things. But then she pulled out her cell phone and showed him the screen. An image of him being kissed on the day the archery class ended long ago. If this photo gets out, Lin Baiwan will be scorned as a watery woman. Also, the girls who like you are a lot crazier than Ginger Rex's backup group, and they'll never leave her alone. How could you do that? Talu's frown deepened the more he listened. There was so much information that he didn't even know where to start asking questions. The ones who like me, do they go against her? His eyes were full of disbelief. The young master, who grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, was immaculately protected, pure and naive. Aren't I? Su Qingqing suddenly broke down. It's because I was heard confessing to you that I'd been bullied all the time. Then why didn't you tell me? Why? Because it is necessary to sell misery to ask for money from the former one Lin Baiwan. Because he does not want to offend the big ladies. Because he wants to go to his birthday banquet. Because he is not able to protect anyone at all times. There is no point in talking too much. If you don't agree, I'm going to make this picture public. Also, I need a little money, about 5 million. If the previous behavior could be tugged at the banner of adoration for him, it was now full-blown blackmail. Su Qingqing couldn't raise her head. She knew that she would be completely hated after these words were said, but she really didn't want to go to jail. She couldn't afford to cover such a large monetary hole. I didn't think you'd be like that. From overhead came a voice thick with disappointment and indignation. It almost tore her heart to pieces. Chapter 20, Miss Boring, 20. Hiding in an unknown nook. Su Qingqing didn't dare to leave school by herself. Sheng Yueshing, please, can you come and protect me? I'm scared. I'm scared of being found by those people. I've told them the truth. For that matter, please come over and protect me. Sheng Yueshing was so good at fighting. If he was there, she would definitely not be hurt. I've made it clear to you before. Don't come back to me with anything. How can you see death and save it? When the time comes, how will you explain to your mother? And have I committed a great crime? I only borrowed Jiang Wan's name to do something. Lin Baiwan has bullied me. How can you take her side? The more she spoke, the more excited she became, relying on the fact that Nan Sun deliberately didn't tell the truth to Sheng Yueshing. Even the matter of Lin Baiwan bullying her was said in a smooth manner. Anyway, she had already offended even Tanyu, and lying to Sheng Yueshing no longer required any mental preparation. He was of a serious and upright character, and she knew that this would surely gain his pity. Sure enough, after a long silence on the other side of the phone, this is the last time. Asterisk. Having Sheng Yueshing come over to protect her was indeed the right thing to do. There were already some people who were dumbfounded at the sight of her appearing in the school, but gave up after seeing the uniformed and imposing Sheng Yueshing beside her. There were also some who didn't care and tried to go straight for it, but he was one against many and really managed to leave her unharmed. He was silent from start to finish, not saying a word more to her. Instead, Su Qingqing, still not dead. I, as a person who grew up with you since childhood, kindly remind you that Lin Baiwan is just playing with you. She not only has Jiang Wuan, there is also talk of Jade, and privately I do not know who to find again. Shut up. Sheng Yueshing's deep brows were filled with coldness and solemnity. I've broken off with her. He watched the other man's eyes light up at first in amusement, sarcasm sweeping across his eyes. It was I who was abandoned by her. I was just one of her toys, but even so I liked her. Su Qingqing answered, a smile forced on her face. He dropped her off at the bottom of the house with his pockets in. I have training, so I'll go first. Wait, why are there so many people downstairs and a limo? I don't know. Sheng Yueshing stroked up his hair and put on his uniform cap and left without looking back. Even his back was revealing coldness. Su Qingqing stomped her foot fiercely and walked home in indignation. I didn't expect to be greeted with attention all the way, with several bodyguards guarding the door, and after opening the door to the house, I saw several prominently dressed people sitting across from her mom. Upon seeing her return, she nodded politely like the butler's assistants she'd seen in school that the big ladies would also follow around. Little miss, you're here. Little miss? Qingqing, these are people from your father's side. Decide for yourself if you want to go back. Su's mother leaned back on the sofa and was in a repulsive attitude towards everything. Little miss, would you like to come back with us? If it was 2 days ago, Su Qingqing would have rejoiced. But now, not only was she not half ecstatic, but she was still like falling into an ice cellar. Why was it not sooner or later? But when she had already given up all and thrown her life away, if she knew this, how could she have threatened Tanyu? How could you possibly ask him for money voluntarily? Why is fate playing such a trick on her? 009, host. Arrangements have been made for the female lead to be recognized early. The heroine being recognized back as the Ryu family's illegitimate daughter was actually already at the end of the episode, when Jiang Wu was already in trouble with her family. The power of the Lu family was not at the top but also comparable. And the Lu Xing beside him was the heir of the Lu family. So even with the dishonorable status of illegitimate daughter, it was at least better than an ordinary civilian. And this status was one of the reasons that made Zhang's mother lose her tongue. But would getting this identity now still help her situation so much? And what she would do with that identity? Nanchuan was looking forward to it. That's right. That's what makes it exciting. At this moment, Nanchuan was lying in the sun next to the pool at home, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Ginger Wrecker hadn't contacted her since she left that day. Was the puppy secretly sad now? Or was he brewing revenge on her? Maybe both. Asterisk. Don't drink it. Ginger Wreck. Take it easy. The expressionless young master sat within the dimly lit surroundings drinking glass after glass, filling it as if it were watered down. It was dunked too hard, causing him to cover his mouth and cough hard, his face to neck red. He coughed up tears, and by the end of the day it didn't look like tears caused by coughing, but sadness. Tears flowed from those eyes, beautiful beyond compare, and were as compelling on his face as the tears of a mermaid. Ginger Wrecker wiped it off woefully, looking even more pathetic without making a sound, and continued to drink, drinking until he was unconscious. Lu Xing and Bai Ruimu looked at each other in dismay, saying that they were called to drink, but it turned out that he was drinking alone. Even if you drink, you have to smash the bottle. Hands, you're protecting your hands. They rushed to grab the bottle, but he was already injured. Crimson blood dripped from between his fingers. Lu Xing sked. not understanding how big of a deal it was that had caused Jiang Wana, who was protecting his hand as if it were a treasure, to reach such a point. He's been making too much noise lately, causing him to be ordered by his big brother not to go out anymore, not even to school, so he made more trouble. Vandalism was commonplace, and the studios he frequented were destroyed all over. The paintings that he considered to be his heart's work were invariably poisoned. At this rate, I guess the Kong family will have to start investigating who made him suddenly go on a rampage. I'm really convinced that my family has a bunch of going on right now too. Lu Xing was unsuccessful in dissuading him and started pouring wine as well. That dad of mine actually had a first love out there and an illegitimate daughter. So outrageous. First love is out. When this is a novel? Even more outrageous. Do you know who that illegitimate daughter is? It's King Su Qingqing. He also wanted to bring Su Qingqing to attend the Talking Jade birthday banquet and introduce her to others in the meantime. He's out of his mind. Now that the Lu family is in control of my mom and I'd like to see who buys his account. Su Qingqing? Tan Yu? The chaotic ginger wannabe caught those two words and stood up and stumbled out the door. What are you doing, ginger wannabe? You're being grounded right now. I want her to regret it. How can a person like Talking Jade? The headless words left the two confused. Who does he really like? Chapter 21, Miss Boring, 21. The day of the birthday party. All the celebrity guests were gathered here, mingling in the ornately decorated banquet room with its flowing ceiling. Most of them are familiar people from school. Everyone was talking about the extremely powerful news that came one after the other in the circle. The Lu family had actually recognized an illegitimate daughter, none other than Su Qingqing, who had previously pretended to be related to Jiang Wan. Jiang, suspected of breaking up with Lin Baiwan, or the party that was dumped, was grounded at home every day to make trouble, and only released today. And then there's the fact that the Lin family, it's bankrupt. Many people secretly cast their eyes towards that somewhat lonely figure, still beautiful and touching. A pure white dress as delicate as the flower bones, but like blooming in the rain in general. Foggy, let the hearts of the people to love. If it wasn't for Xiaku and Lu Jiro who remained protective of her, she herself would probably have been bullied by some people who tended to favor her. This Su Qingqing, her heart of revenge is too strong. The background of the Lu family hard to bankrupt the family. The parents of the Lin family begged grandparents are useless, and it just so happened to be the time when she and Jiang Wana broke up. The Lu family didn't take a stand and they couldn't figure out what would happen if they helped. The young master is also really unsympathetic to old friendships, and actually just stood by coldly. Just as the discussion was heating up, something even more explosive happened. That is, the one next to Talking Jade. All the people who saw this scene had their jaws dropped and were pointing over in disbelief, because the one who came out next to the white-suited Tan Yu would actually be Su Qingqing. The beautiful makeup amplifies all the goodness of the features. Bright, and the flashy jewelry gowns look like a different person on her, though they weren't arm in arm. And the expression on Talking Jade's face wasn't as polite as usual, but rather a bit cold. But that didn't change the fact that his female companion was Su Qingqing. How is that possible? If they hadn't been concerned about their ladylike image, someone would probably have screamed in place. And as Su Qingqing looked around the week, her heart was unprecedentedly happy and pleased. Those envious, jealous and surprised eyes made her physically and mentally happy. Especially when she saw Lin Baiwan in the corner who looked like she was holding herself together. Tan Yu still doesn't know that the Lin family is broke. He's always this unconcerned about everything, and one minute he's looking at his cell phone. Maybe he was still puzzled why Lin Baiwan didn't reply to him and wanted to explain to the other party. But he wouldn't know that Lin Baiwan's cell phone was probably bursting with debt collection calls. Where could he still receive his messages? Talking Jade, sooner or later it will be hers. Just as the two of them had captured the attention of the entire room, Jiang Wan, who had come striding in through the front door, once again pulled everyone's attention back. His face was somber, and compared to his previous spirited and domineering behavior, it was as if he had suddenly grown up overnight. A black, dark-printed suit with his hair all slicked back, revealing a brow so handsome and sharp that it seemed to cut people. He just stood there, born to be the luminary of the crowd, almost robbing the light from Talking Jade, who was the protagonist of the party. The crowd sized him up and then looked at Lin Baiwan, who had no particular expression. There were also some people who had long ago noticed that Talu's gaze had been falling on Lin Baiwan, muttering in their hearts about what was going on. Su Qingqing was completely ignored again, and as one of the centers being gathered by the line of sight, the outwardly mournful Nan Sun was leisurely crossing out the item. The Lin family's deserved revenge. She didn't look at Jiang Wan, nor did she look at Tan Yu, and she didn't reply to any of the messages sent by Tan Yu. Explanations or questions. Tired of it is tired of it. Back on the day Su Qingqing was recognized, she had mercilessly taken the lead in abandoning him. Because I hated Su Qingqing and she happened to like you. That's why I approached you and toyed with you. Now that she's like this and I'm tired of playing with you, Let's part ways in a decent manner. Will Tala hate her as much as Kongwana does? Probably not, she thought. Nansen took a sip of his wine and locked eyes with Jiangwana's eyes that he didn't have time to retract. But in the next second, the other party retracted it in a lurch. Lusty puppy. In the midst of the crowd's attention, Jiang Wuan walked straight to Jiang Mother's side, and in the other party's "don't mess with me" eyes, he let out a cold snort and loudly pointed at Su Qingqing and said to her, "I'm going to marry her." The crowd was in an uproar. What is the young master talking about? Married to who? Am I blind? No. Am I deaf? The various noises couldn't cover his second repetition. I want to marry Su Qingqing. You're crazy. Get your ass home. Kang's mother was furious and wondered what he was mad about again. This is no place for you to be wild. Everyone's CPUs are burning and they don't know what kind of drugs Jiang Wuan is selling in his gourd. Su Qingqing also froze. She had never been chosen so passionately and firmly. Not to mention the other party was still Jiang Wu. Is it true that Jiang Wen said he wants to marry her? He actually. No one could still be calm and indifferent after being confessed to like this by Jiang Wan. Su Qingqing's heartbeat accelerated. She forced down her relation and couldn't help but move closer to him. And naturally, Tanyu saw her movements and looked at them with cold eyes and did not act. Like the others, he sneaked off to see Nansen's reaction. But he just happened to see the back of her as if she was sad, covering her face and running out. Talking Yu and Jiang Wu, who were secretly paying attention to her, were both shocked in their hearts and couldn't care about anything else, immediately following her off the field with their hind feet. The farce took a sharp turn and came to an abrupt end. What's going on? Jiang Wan even if, how to talk about Jade also, he really does still have lingering feelings for Lin Baiwan. I guess saying that he wants to marry Su Qingqing is also a deliberate attempt to piss her off. Geez, how embarrassing to make people Su Qingqing. You guys saw her expression just now. She believed it. Laughing my ass off. Ha 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 ha. The young masters and young ladies in the school were already looking at her unfavorably. And now that they had the opportunity, they were even more ridiculing her. The guests were talking a lot, while Su Qingqing, who had been humiliated and teased, stood awkwardly in place, enduring all sorts of gazes. Ginger's mother approached her with a serious look on her face, her critical eye scrutinizing her from top to bottom. That condescending look brought back memories of the days when she was despised by everyone. But even more humiliating was yet to come. The sound of a crisp slap rang out and Su Qingqing covered her face in disbelief. You. Mother Jiang shrugged off her hand and grunted coldly. What uptight illegitimate daughter? What means did you use to seduce our family's Aowuan? Marriage? Just you deserve it. Just this kind of woman. Actually let Jiang Wu loudly announced in public to get married. Regardless of whether it was true or not. It ruthlessly hit the face of the Jiang family. Can't you see he went after someone else? Su Qingqing covered her face with indignant eyes, and then she received another slap. Uneducated thing, daring to speak to me in that tone. Mother Jiang was ruthless but she even beat Jiang Wuan, not to mention Su Qingqing. Hey, Mr. Jiang, it's her who's being rude. I think this should all be a misunderstanding. Father Lu rushed up to round up the situation. He didn't want to offend the Jiang family for an illegitimate daughter. Su Qingqing thought she had seen a savior. After all, from the time of recognition until now he had been the complete loving father figure in front of her. But she didn't expect it, and Willow's father turned around and gave her a solid slap. Rebellious daughter. What have you done? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang? Mother Jiang was conspiratorial. How dare I ask her to apologize to me? That son of mine is mouthing off about marrying her. Su Qingqing couldn't tense up any longer and didn't understand why she was suffering all this. Her face was swollen, hot and swollen and painful, and her eyes were dizzy. No longer the exquisite beauty she had been at the beginning. A few solid slaps managed to snap her out of her dream. Chapter 22, Miss Boring, 22. Jiang looked at Tanyu with all sorts of displeasure, and before he could catch up with Nansun, he took the lead in arguing with Tanyu. Obviously you are also Su Qingqing's accomplice in the future, so why does she like you? Future? What are you talking about? Adhering to the principle of not being the only one to feel bad and guilty, Jiang Wana told him all the truth about the future. As expected, he also appreciated the complex expression of shock, disbelief, doubt, guilt and regret, etc. intertwined on Talu's face. How can that be? He muttered. So is that what the message she sent herself meant? That he had once saved her from death and protected the murderer who backstabbed her. That's why she hates everyone. Sheng Yueshing, who was hidden on the other side of the room, similarly heard these words and his pupils quaked. If this was all true, then whether it was in the past or the future, Lin Baiwan had never bullied Su Qingqing. He hadn't expected Su Qingqing to be shameless to such an extent that instead of hating the person who was actually bullying him, he wanted to implicate the innocent. Everyone had mixed feelings, including Jiang Wuan. he realized that he couldn't be cruel in any way, and that every second away from his wife caused him such pain. No one knows how he endured the nausea to say those words in public, and the only person he had in mind to marry was his wife. Jiang Wuan found the girl in the white dress in the garden gazebo. She was sitting on the swing and swaying like an elf in the moonlight. And then there's the fact that there's not a trace of crying on the face. I knew that you guys would come after me. Jiang Wana hurriedly ran forward. Wife, Tan Yu is a hypocrite. He doesn't even know that the Lin family is bankrupt. So how can he protect you? What bankruptcy? The Lin family was bankrupted by Su Qingqing, and you, today, have the audacity to make her your date. You don't deserve to like my wife at all. You are Su Qingqing's accomplice, past, present and future. He accused him righteously, knowing that the bankruptcy of the Lin family was what she wanted as well, but it didn't stop him from belittling his love rival. Stunned and heartbroken, Tallow looked at her incredulously. I'm used to it anyway. The expression of numbness on her face silenced the archfire ginger wannabe, and her eyes reddened with heartache. Sorry wife. Nansen tilted his head and said to Jiang Wuan, are you saying that you want to marry Su Qingqing as revenge against me? No, it's my revenge on myself. Ginger Wrecker choked. I'm in a lot of pain and suffering. Will that make you feel better? No. She hooked her lips. Then you continue to say that you want to marry Su Qingqing, but you're not allowed to actually get married. I want you to give her hope but make her despair. That way you'll be happy, right? And you'll be able to accept me. Jiang Wuan half questioned her offer, instead eagerly anticipating her answer, truly like a puppy wagging its tail and begging for mercy. But the other party just turned her head. Didn't I say I was tired of playing with you? Talking jade, where's your pride? I have no self-respect left. How can I make you feel better? How can I make it up to you? Make it up to me? Fine. I want you to tell the truth about your choice of Su Qingqing as a female companion in public at the banquet. Give up your noble principles, and even if Su Qingqing suffers anything at school, you can only look on with cold eyes. Good. What did you say? I said, yes. Tan Yu lowered his eyes. Half of that cool and handsome face was covered by the shadows of the night, as if it was like a projection of the gradual breakdown and collapse of his heart. He promised her, without hesitation, if that makes you happy. Nansen likewise didn't give him a clear answer and stood up to head inside. Apparently, she wanted to witness their determination, and as Shang Yuesheng watched them go away, even after hearing everything, he didn't have any more thoughts of protecting Su Qingqing. That's the price she deserves. They, themselves, deserve the price. 009, they're being played by you again. Host, it states this fact. They're the ones who ask me how to be happy, and I love excitement, change, and all kinds of strong emotions. It's going to be great for a while. Su Qingqing, who had been let off by Mother Jiang with great difficulty, was sitting in the banquet parlor with ice covering her face, and not a single person wanted to come near her. She looked up for Shang Yuesheng, who had been invited by herself, but saw nothing. At this moment she suddenly remembers that her mother insisted on not going back to the Lu family because she was abandoned by her father and didn't want to get entangled with him, but she immediately changed her mind about going back. Did he make a mistake with this decision? Or not? Su Qingqing tightly pinched the hem of her gown and saw the gorgeous and expensive jewelry on her hands. But also think of the clothes her mom made for her. Cheap but heartfelt little hand-me-downs. She's ruined everything and there's no going back. I apologize for taking up everyone's time. And I'm sorry for spoiling everyone's fun by saying such things on this occasion. Talking Jade came back at some point and continued at the puzzled looks of the people. Originally, I didn't have a female companion for this birthday banquet. It was Su Qingqing's classmate who threatened me with other people's reputation and at the same time took $5 million from me. He spoke without a hitch, but enough to set the room on fire. Talu's character is known to be good, leaving a line of work and never giving people a hard time. And now they were so down on Su Qingqing's face in public. That's how hard it pissed him off. Also, the person I like has always been Lin Baiwan. It's me who likes her unilaterally. I don't want anyone to go looking for trouble with her. It's her. If the person talking Jade likes is her, then I can accept it. Just not Su Qingqing. The discussion, which had only just paused a little, had resumed, and she was now being lynched by the stares. If the scene wasn't particularly chaotic right now, then once Jiang Wuan joined in, everything started to get out of hand. Mom, I want to marry Su Qingqing. He's at it again. You sinful son. What a crazy thing to say. Su Qingqing was also swaying from side to side, unable to believe but wanting to make herself believe, because she now had nothing left. Abandoning her brother Shang Yuesheng, who she grew up with, her mother who loved her, and all her face and dignity. Ginger Wrecker was the only one on her side right now. I'm going to marry her. I'm going to, and no one is going to stop me. He was biting his lip in death, as if he was enduring something, but the determination of his attitude was simply moving. But the people who were moved did not include the ginger mother. You'd better take your words back immediately. I don't. Why do you want to find a woman like that? Even that Lin Baiwan you just went after is much better than her. Hearing these words, Jiang Wan's hand hanging down at his side couldn't help but move. But he still bowed his head, sticking to his thoughts. I want to marry Su Qingqing. He had only come to make a point with his mother, and finished the sentence through clenched teeth, then turned and walked away. Su Qingqing couldn't help but follow her, but she was scared back by the cold and disgusted look in Jiang Wu's eyes. He said, "Don't come near me. Gross. He's disgusted with himself and has gotten dirty." Chapter 23, Miss Boring, 23. By Wan. You and Tan, you really do look good together. You guys must be happy. Lin Baiwan took away their white moonlight, but she was still praised, and everyone was convinced. Even if they were occasionally unhappy, they wouldn't show it, because of the self-knowledge that she was already the best and the finest, and who else but her would be a match for Talking Jade. And it's not Su Qingqing, so let's thank God. He hasn't chased me yet. Nansen smiled shallowly, still sitting in the window seat, but the situation had already produced a sea change. The only effect of the Lin family's brief bankruptcy was that the couple had both gone to jail, and now all the property was in her hands. She was the one with real power compared to the powerful children at school who didn't always inherit the family estate. She was excellent and beautiful in her own right, and not only did she have a suitor like Talking Jade, but she was also Jiang Wan's vermilion sand mole. Lin Baiwan's wish has been granted. She is now not only seen by all, but also admired and envied by all. The school thinks that Jiang Wu recently went crazy to get married to Su Qingqing because he was abandoned by Lin Baiwan, so he broke the pot, trying to regain her attention or something else. In any case, it couldn't be because he really liked Su Qingqing. After all, Su Qingqing had been living like that lately, and he hadn't seen him manage half of it. It was useless to have that extra identity of the Lu family's illegitimate daughter, because Lu Xing had put out the word that she didn't deserve to be a member of the Lu family, and that identity had become a liability. She had undoubtedly become a street rat in the school for anyone to step on her. Even if Tan Yu had purged the school of bullying with her own efforts, and all of those former bullies at Ji Mingzhu had been punished, it would have nothing to do with Su Qingqing. There was no shortage of malice in this school, and Su Qingqing was always a mess. As it was, her school uniform was covered in expletive-filled red letters, but there was no change in a short time, so she had to come to the classroom in these clothes. Everyone ignored her. The back door of the classroom was pushed open, and it was Talking Jade who had bought Nansen the small snack she had asked for. His face had a soft expression, and after he saw the figure by the window he was filled with love, like a flower in full bloom on a high ridge. Without looking at Su Qingqing in any way, he walked straight towards Nanxuan. He would choose to protect everyone but her. Looking at his clear and elegant back, Su Qingqing, who hadn't cried even after being bullied by how she was bullied, finally cried out, "Hey, you're very noisy and disturbing our studies. Get out of here and cry if you want to." "Yeah, sorry." Talking Jade ignored the movement behind her and arrived in front of Nansen. "I'll give you whatever you want." He was still smiling, but he was tinted with her colors everywhere. No longer the clear, cold and pure white moonlight. Asterisk. The confrontation between Kong Wana and her mother has recently reached a fever pitch, and the drama is getting more and more violent. Mother Jiang even had the heart to kill Su Qingqing, not knowing what kind of mesmerizing soup she had filled her own son with. He was so determined that no one in the family could stop him. Cut off funds. He is hard to carry, no food or drink, do not go out. Ginger mother distressed him. Fruitless. He was beaten with a stick, but this method did not work for him either. Instead, the more he was beaten, the more stubborn he became, and his elder brother could not do anything about it. Good discussion. No matter what he said, he could not listen to it. There is only one demand, that is to marry Su Qingqing, in order to show his determination. Jiang Wuan has even begun to live together with Su Qingqing. It only seems so to outsiders. No one knows what kind of pattern they have with each other. Grievance couple. The hero and heroine who finally made it work after a lot of difficulties in the original episode are now really a disgruntled couple. The plot completely falls apart, but the world line continues to function normally because the hero and heroine are still creating entanglements. The wretched Su Qingqing dragged her heavy body back, and saw the frowning young master leaning disheveledly against the sofa. Various wines were set up around it. No matter how much she hated him in her heart, she still couldn't help but be attracted by Jiang Wu's appearance when she saw him. She hated being like this, but he's also the only thing he can hold on to right now. If she could really marry into the Jiang family, all the suffering she had endured in the past could be ignored. She approached slowly, trying to sneak up and reach out to touch his face as if it were a carefully sculpted work of art. A few inches away from his face, his wrist was suddenly clasped by a cold palm like an iron vise, sending a sharp pain. Ginger Wrecker's eyelids lifted, as if he could freeze people in their tracks as his eyes poked at her viciously. The voice that spoke was husky and melodious, but the tone was overflowing with malice and disgust. What did I tell you? He stays away from me. His face, even if it was full of violence, was still so good-looking that it made people's hearts tremble, making Su Qingqing hate him while her heart fluttered. You still miss Lin Baiwan? People don't know how sweet they are with Tan Yu every day. Shut up, though to say this is also lynching herself. But as soon as she saw Kong Wana begin to suffer as well, she felt her heartache diminish by a few points as well. However, the hatred was still building up. Hatred for Jiang Wu, who deliberately tortured her heart. Hatred for Tan Yu, who allowed her to be bullied. Hatred for Shang Yuesheng, who no longer protected her. Also, the hatred for Lin Baiwan, who was generally a winner in life. Asterisk. Su Qingqing had a dream. She dreamed of a happy and fulfilling life, with Tan Yu liking her, Jiang Wana liking her, and Shang Yuesheng liking her. After going through a lot of things, she still chose Jiang Wan. As for Lin Baiwan, not only was she bullied in her place, but she was never remembered by talking Jade's name from start to finish, and she dropped out of school and left early. The marriage was not happy either, and could only be eerily attached to her daily flaunting of her sweet routine with Kong Wana. That dream was just too real. So real that it made Su Qingqing feel that it was the original trajectory her life should have taken. Everything was because Lin Baiwan hadn't chosen to save her in the first place and hadn't followed her plan. After waking up, Su Qingqing sat on the bed for a long time. She went to see her mother while the moon was shining. Mom, what are you coming back for? Didn't you go to that father of yours without hesitation in the first place? You are now the miss of the Lu family. Why do you want to come back to a poor place like ours? Mom! Su Qingqing knew that she had broken her mother's heart when she had chosen her father without hesitation. But it was in this isolated situation that she knew regret. They weren't very loud, but the place was poorly soundproofed, so the neighbors could easily hear them moving around. Even you, what did I do wrong? She's hysterical and has a stiff upper lip to this day. Seeing her mother's disappointed eyes, Su Qingqing directly turned around and ran away. She has nothing left. Chapter 24 Miss Boring, 24, plus cannon fodder little craftsman. Called me out for what? Nansen came out wearing a small jacket. The satin smoothness of the pajamas on her body was like flowing moonlight. Standing in front of Su Qingqing, it was more like a goddess descending to earth. She thought that she had followed her because she knew that Kong Wana had come to her again, but now that didn't seem to be the case. She surveyed the heroine. Physically and psychologically tortured, she was overwhelmed and desiccated, and the brightness she had started with was lost. Now the position is reversed. It is like Su Qingqing and Lin Baiwan in the plot. But she didn't have that kind of free time to show off something in front of Su Qingqing. Nansen knew that even if he didn't say anything, she would still break down. Lin Baiwan's collapse is to suffer in silence, while Su Qingqing, on the other hand, is. Silver light appeared, and with a fierce face, she actually pulled out an incredibly sharp knife from her arms. What are you doing? Su Qingqing. The angry shouts belonging to Tal Talu and Jiang Wana rang out at the same time, but they were both too far away and watched in horror as the blade got closer and closer to Nansen. A poof lodged in the flesh. Shang Yuesheng? Nansen looked up at the tall figure blocking his way. Despite knowing that he had followed Su Qingqing here, he didn't expect him to directly stand in front of her in this situation. Are you okay? He spoke in a low voice. I don't know how badly he was hurt, but his face was rapidly losing its color. Yet he still spoke to her as if nothing had happened, saying what he had been trying to say. Sorry. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you and for being Su Qingqing's accomplice. Shang Yuesheng. Su Qingqing threw away the knife with a scream. Overcome with hatred, she briefly sobered up a bit when she saw Shang Yuesheng's bloodied wound. It took her a moment to realize what she had done. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She was in 6s and 7s, worried not about his injuries, but begging him, don't sue me, don't put me in jail, please. A guard quickly rushed up to hold down Su Qingqing. Nansen was protected by a bunch of people, and the wounds on Shang Yuesheng's body were also handled immediately and urgently by a specialized person first. In the midst of the chaos, police cars and ambulances arrived. The follow-up is that Shang Yuesheng's family chose to show a letter of understanding for the last time for old time's sake, but Su Qingqing still couldn't escape jail. Ginger Wrecker is stubborn and still proclaims towards the family stating that he wants to marry her. 009, the plot has completely collapsed and the world is running normally. Our energy has been acquired. When do you plan to leave? Host? Lin Baiwan's life would come to an end in a week in the original plot, so her normal time of demise for this identity, if she didn't spend extra energy to sustain it, would be that time. This world was so simple that it wasn't difficult or challenging, and Nansen was sick of it. Just start now. Lin Baiwan has disappeared. Both Tan Yu and Jiang Wuan used all the resources at their disposal and searched for her like crazy, but there are no results. It was as if such a person had never existed in this world, but no one will forget her. Nansen sent them a recording of every word Lin Baiwan left behind before she disappeared. Lin Baiwan didn't want to blame anyone. It was just that if she could, she wished she wouldn't live such a miserable life anymore. It was her only wish. Talking Jade, to this day, I still like you, even if you never paid attention to me back then. Seeing the news, Tenyu covered his face apologetically as tears continued to slip through his fingers, a desperate wail escaping his throat, completely collapsing from body to heart. It was as if he had even lost his soul. The fingertips resting on his knees trembled uncontrollably. The condition of his body took a sharp turn for the worse, and his condition, which had been stabilized all along, was devastated as if the most important pillars had been drained away. Heavy coma. I don't know when I'll wake up. Asterisk. Jiang-won, I blamed you at first, but I blamed myself even more. If I had been able to not covet Su Qingqing's friendship and had been able to rebel against my family, everything might have been different. No, it's all my fault. You should just blame me. I'm sorry. Jiang Wuan hugged his cell phone and cried bitterly. Everything in the past was like a phantom dream. The girl who suddenly appeared and disappeared from his life became a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. He searched everywhere but could only rely on alcohol or even an overdose of strong painkillers to numb himself, lying in the studio all day long, but never painted a single picture again. He could no longer hold a paintbrush in those hands, because everything started with a painting. The smudged painting became the trigger for all the events, and made him depressed and feel more and more pain. Multiple suicides were stopped by his older brother and mother, but even so, he kept trying. He is left in one of two states, either addicted to psychotropic drugs or awake looking for every opportunity to self-destruct with a desperate determination. Asterisk. Sheng Yuesheng, you don't have to feel guilty for anything. At this point, Sheng Yuesheng had already dropped out of the police academy, and whether Lin Baiwan blamed him or not, he would still blame himself. Unable to distinguish right from wrong and emotional, such a person no longer deserves to be a police inspector. Occasionally, he would still visit Su Qingqing's mom, but that was all he could do. He had lost the ability to love people. He thought, this life is going to be trapped in that memory of being with Missy in the first place, unable to save herself. Asterisk. The New World, this time handing over the identity to Nanchuan, is a cannon fodder little masterpiece from the apocalyptic zombie text. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted by a bedroom decorated in an extremely ornate style, emphasizing its owner's pampering. Not at all like being in the middle of a crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world. Nanchuan got up. With a flick of her palm, her original face was replaced with Xiaoxi's exquisite and dazzling to the point of being extremely offensively offbeat beauty. In the early days of the apocalypse, when zombies are rampant, the weak are being fished out and the strong hold the power of speech. Although Xiaoxi possessed unrivaled beauty, she hadn't awakened any psychic abilities and should have been the most vulnerable target. However, not only was she adopted by a handsome big brother with all the money and power before the end of the world, but the big brother was still a big brother after the end of the world, and protected her as an ordinary person. But this big guy is the male lead. Gu Xingji, the first strongest man in the post-apocalyptic world and the base chief of one of the largest bases, Aurora Base, is the official match for the powerful heroine, and Xiao Shi, the little pet that the hero keeps, must naturally retire. She was the mastermind, but of all the people she had the most questionable heart was the heroine, Lin Ji-yen. The only time she used her power was to force the heroine and her suspicious teammates into the base just because she was a schoolmate she knew. However, the female lead despises her for being adopted, and even has a crush on Gu Xingji after she becomes teammates with him, thinking she's head and shoulders above her, and more worthy of Gu Xingji than her. Not only did he ruin Xiaoxi's popularity, but he also saved her from death during the zombie siege, leading to her agonizing death. So Nanchuan came. 009, Xiaoxi's wish. 1. I was scolded for being a doddering flower even though I was so low profile before. So feel free to work hard and make this name real. 2. Who cares about snatching a man with that Ling Jiyan? Please sister. You have to play with men. It's best to play with Gu Xingji as well. Then throw it away. 3. Ling Jiyan, that hypocritical woman. What self-confidence big woman. Clearly look down on all women who are not as strong as her. I would like to ask you to try to help the girls who are being bullied. Please. Cute little girl. 009, host. The original owner would have given up his identity. In fact, you could have done nothing. I didn't say I was going to finish it, and there are some things I can do to help. Xiaojiu, talk about the current node. 009, the female main character has been in the base for 2 weeks, and the male main character has become a teammate on many missions, and is admired and loved. Gradually, there are rumors that Xiaoxi is just a mastermind who is not worthy of the base chief and is just a canary. The current male team has just returned from a mission, bringing all sorts of supplies. Sperm making, plaything. Nansun's eyes grew brighter. I'll let them know what a true masterpiece canary is. It's been a long time since I've gotten excited. Chapter 25, The Little Ghostbusters, 1. 5. Continued from previous chapter. Asterisk. Powerful exalts who were invariably honored as guests outside were everywhere in the Aurora's mission hall, which covered an extremely wide area. It was even described as overcrowded. And among them, the most notable one was undoubtedly the base chief of Aurora, Gusinji, and members of his team. Aurora 1. I've come to turn in my exploratory mission. And here's the supplies sheet, which will be delivered by truck to the base warehouse later. Gusinji was dressed in a black combat uniform, standing there like a sharp cold weapon in its sheath, introverted but shocking to others. His body was still vaguely tainted with the biting frost that came with his ice-type psychic ability, and the unique might of a level 5 psychic made people retreat while at the same time feeling admiration. Those who saw the list of supplies all inhaled in unison. Once again, the perception of him and his team was refreshed, looking at the elite members that surrounded him with exclamations in their eyes. At a time when most people were still hovering around level 2, the entirety of his team was no lower than level 3. Moreover, he himself was already a powerful level 5 alien, and the two delicate-looking twin brothers on the team were both level 4 as well. What's more, that recently popular level 4 Thunder Spatial Dual System Exalt, Lang Chi-yen, also chose to join Aurora. Captain, we have something we want to buy, so we'll leave the group first. Aha! Some people left one after another, so there were only a few people left there at the quest table, most of them looking at the new quests while waiting not too far away. It also caused Gusinji and Lang Chi-yen over there to seem to have an extremely ambiguous relationship. She was cold and valiant in a tight-fitting suit that facilitated movement, with long legs and a thin waist, but the icy eyes softened a bit when they looked at Gusinji, visible to the naked eye. She stood closer than any of her teammates beside Gusinji, who was in the same color of black, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Gusinji was imposing, tall and icy, and thanks to the many days of combat, the two stood together in tacit understanding, and really looked like a pair. Yeah, our base commander and Lang Chi-yen are still a bit of a match. It's only right to be strong. Listening to the whispered discussions of these passers-by, Lang Chi-yen's expression remained unchanged, but the corners of her lips quietly hooked up in a small arc. The team watched and muttered. When do you think our captain will realize that Lang Chi-yen likes him? Found out, I guess, but it's not good to respond. Isn't the captain seeing someone? You call that a date? Just a little canary. It's obvious that it's still a better match for Ji Yen-san and the captain, isn't it? Also, I heard that little canary was using his power to oppress people before, using the captain's name as a fox. They were close to the door. So Nan-soon, who had just arrived at the mission hall, easily heard the conversations. She chortled softly. The only time Xiaoxi had stood up for the heroine that time, she had gotten this kind of result, and she didn't believe that Lang Ji-yen didn't know about the rumors. Was it because he felt ashamed that a strong person like himself actually owed a favor to an ordinary person, or a schoolmate whom he looked down upon? Or can't wait for her reputation to get any worse because she likes Gusinji? Or maybe both. That's really embarrassing. She's not Xiaoxi, and now she's going to take out this favor she doesn't want anyone to know about and talk about it. Thus, a soft and sweet female voice suddenly appeared in the mission hall that was filled with noise and smoke. You're a shifter, senior sister, so you should have heard what they said, right? The crowd followed the sound of the voice, and at a glance, they were so stunned by the girl's beauty that they lost their breath. Even before the end of the day is rare to see a great beauty. Red halter dress flaunting bright, raven hair and snow skin, red lips seductive. Not having been subjected to any apocalyptic ordeal, it is like a beautiful flower that blooms in these smoky ruins. She's the canary in the woods? Those few conversational aurors who had called people on it first, rightfully shut their mouths, but were still convinced that what they were saying was the truth. Gusinji also almost didn't recognize that this was the little canary he had raised. The other had kept a low profile after the end of the day, never volunteering for anything, tending to dress plainly, and rarely appearing in front of him. What's with the sudden change in temperament? But it's pretty much the same as when we first met. The change in his eyes was caught in Lang Jian's eyes, and he even forgot to return to Nan-soon's words. So Nan-soon, who didn't get an answer, repeated it again, looking at the embarrassed shifters and adding a sentence in passing. It's fine if you didn't hear it, but usually others must have talked about it. Sister, have you ever explained that I used my power and foxed you in the first place in order to keep you in the base? Lang Chi-yan's hand hanging down at his side tightened, not responding at first. The few members of the Aurora's team came back to their senses as well. Normally, whenever the team discussed Gusinji, the topic of his mysterious canary was inevitably missing. At first it was all fine, just flirting, and after seeing Lang Chi-yan's thoughts on the captain, some of her admirers began to disparage Xiaoxi. The rumor had been told countless times, and Lang Chi-yen had been present more than once, but she had never been part of the discussion. At the time, they thought she was high-minded and didn't want to demean her love interest, but now that I think about it, it's kind of a mixed bag. Now confronted by the person in question, the truth comes out. Those few seconds of hesitation on her part were enough to say it all. Luckily, certain admirers of Coldpool Smoke on the team left first, otherwise they had to argue on the spot. Those things, I just didn't get a chance to explain. Although she was defending herself, her eyes took the lead in casting a glance at Gusingji, trying to make him believe it wasn't a big deal, especially since she was also a powerhouse that all the major bases were pulling for, and it was clear which side he would favor as base chief. Lang Ji-yen knew that as long as he showed his attitude, everything would be final, and she would not be able to ask for justice. But she didn't know that what Nan-sun wanted wasn't justice, but a flaw in her perfect image. Now that her purpose was accomplished, she would immediately call it quits. That's why Nan-sun didn't pursue the question at all, as if he had just casually asked. She changed her attitude and changed the topic to attract Gusingji's attention. Don't you know there was someone who just stopped me saying that only taskmasters can come in? Look, I came with him. Tell him I'm your family. The way she pouted was capricious and adorable, and Gusingji lost his smile and nodded at the weak, pathetic, and helpless doorman. Well, she's one of mine. The 4 words, "it's my person," also made it more difficult for Lang Chi-yen, who had been left out to dry, to speak. That incident just now was thus defined as a small episode, but the image of a low-profile, excellent powerhouse that she had managed to build up was quietly tainted. You heard me. Alright, go back. Nan-sun didn't give the guards any more trouble. The little guard came and went in a daze, feeling only the scent of her wrists as she pulled them through. Nan-sun, on the other hand, raised a smile towards Gusingji. I missed you so much. Chapter 26, The Little Fodder Craftsman, 2. The hibiscus-like girl trotted over, and even Gusingji, who was unperturbed in his dealings, couldn't help but soften his expression. He'd raised her in the first place because of her face, but it hadn't lasted long before the end of the day, and things had gotten more and more hectic, so the two of them hadn't gotten along very well yet. Before, I only thought that it was just one more mouth to feed, but now I am thinking that it is really like the rumor that the golden house to hide a girl is also not bad. She jumped straight into Gusingji's arms, but before he could reach out and wrap his arms around her, she shivered at the coldness that came with his ice powers. It's so icy. Being good for no more than 3 seconds revealed her true colors of petulant wantonness as a sperm, and she reached out to push him away again. Gusingji also by her, with a somewhat helpless smile on his face. As soon as Nan-sun appeared, the passers-by who had just said that Lang Ji-yen and Gusingji were a good match automatically silenced their voices. After all, anyone with eyes could see that he was treating her so intimately, even as a nameless canary, and that was no ordinary comparison. In contrast, those tacit understandings between Lang Chi-yen and him were still more like teammates than lovers. Lang Chi-yen's eyes chilled a bit. Although he knew that he should not attract others' attention again for being defeated just now, he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Schoolgirl, what made you think of coming here? After all, this side is full of shifters. Her tone was condescending. Using her status as a shifter to separate her from the rest of herself plainly makes people uncomfortable to listen to. The situation is not in her favor now if she prefers to argue. It was not appropriate for her to start a conflict with the heroine in a short period of time. In that case, it would be better to make her half angry with her actions. I came because I wanted Achi. Nan-sun replied to her perfunctorily, and then smiled in Lang Ji-yen's eyes that seemed to be able to kill, and went to hug Gusingji. He had intentionally restrained his powers just now, so while it was still icy cold around his body, it was within acceptable limits. She softened her voice to pout with him. I want pretty gems, and little snacks. The essence of making essence is not to make it, but to make it lovely and to make it more enjoyable. Being treated like this by such a watery, great beauty, even those who were looking at her could not wait to give her the resources they had in their possession to win a smile from her, not to mention the object of being pampered. Well, the gems didn't come across this time. Can the crystals? They're pretty too. Gusingji took out a bag of colorful crystal cores of varying grades, which instantly caused all sorts of stares and coveting. The onlookers couldn't stop staggering. Just one bag of crystal cores like this was a resource that at least dozens of ordinary squads could only hit in a month. Should I say it's worthy of being the #1 powerhouse? Casually making such a big deal out of it. Red Eye is off. They want to be raised by the base commander, too. If it wasn't for the lack of gender and looks, the male aliens would have loved to be the canary. All sorts of envious and jealous eyes were drawn to it. It's beautiful. Nan-sun happily accepted the crystal core. That smile was beautiful, but it fell so harshly in Lang Chi-yen's eyes. Although the other teammates felt wasteful of the captain's behavior, the crystal cores were still his own after all, so do with them as he pleased. Lang Chi-yen, however, was very uneven, as angry as Nan's son expected. But she had always been the image of a man of few and powerful words, so how could she be in a position to open her mouth and only sulk by herself? And little snacks. It wasn't enough for Nan's son to take the crystal cores. His mouth pouted as he grabbed Gu Xingji's hand and shook it. For what it's worth, it's more cute. He had spatial powers, but no one but himself knew about them, and he didn't have any snacks on him, so it wasn't good to take them from space in public. Gu Xingji's eyes went to Lang Chi-yen, who was currently the only one with a spatial ability, wanting to temporarily exchange some resources. I'm sorry, Captain. My space is all dry food that I need in a hurry in an emergency. No snacks that a schoolgirl would like. It was close to explicitly calling Josie petulant. The moment her vaguely hostile words came out, even the slowest of people felt the atmosphere instantly become tense. Nan soon, however, saw the jade she was wearing on her wrist with sharp eyes, and her eyes narrowed slightly. There's Master System energy on there. There was no doubt that this was a prop that the main system had randomly dropped beside the cornerstone of the world in order to wanted them. No wonder Xiao Jiao hadn't made a sound. As long as it was detected, the main system could instantly come to this world with the help of this prop, but just hiding wasn't an option, and the contact was long enough that they'd still be exposed. Gotta find a way to recover that prop. She said that in the original storyline, the heroine was only a lightning-type psychic, so where did she get the space-type dual-type? The air was thrown into awkwardness by Lang Chi-yan's remark, and another voice took the lead before Gu Xingji opened his mouth. We have snacks. Chapter 27, The Little Fodder Craftsman, 3. Not far away walked none other than Aurora's notoriously powerful and good-looking twins. No combat uniforms were worn, and the clothes on his body were clean and neat enough to show off a strong presence. Like copying and pasting the two faces of the declining sun, the impact is much more than 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Even passers-by marveled at the fact that no matter how many times they had seen them, each time they were blown away by their looks. Nansen looked at them with glowing eyes, but not because of their looks, but because of what they were holding. The two people, Zhuahong and Zhuju, were holding a marshmallow in one hand. In the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of thing could no longer be described as a luxury, and even ordinary altered beings might not be able to afford it. Instead they bought it lightly. I want it. She immediately left Gu Xingji's side, not noticing his frustration. I can trade for a crystal core. The girl who was as pretty as a flower bone was full of smiles, making Zhuahang and Zhuju's heart soft and muttering at the same time. She doesn't look like the capricious spirit she's rumored to be at all. The two of them and Lang Chi-yen exchanged a glance and thought about the previous conversation. They were the sharpest of the squad, and they were close enough to her to respect her strength. So upon sensing that she liked the captain, they both volunteered to try to help her. After learning that the captain actually had a little canary, they concluded straight away that he was vain in his nature. These kind of people would come over with a hook, and it would be easy as pie to get her to voluntarily give up her captain to be with them, and then abandon her. Now it seems that this little masterpiece is indeed quite pleasing to the eye, and with her around, Sister Icky Smoke does have to have a sense of crisis. Zhuju couldn't help but tease her in a bad way. Your crystal core isn't also taken from the captain. It's not yours. That was a great thing to say, and it instantly made the delicate, sweet girl crumple up. The cuteness she just shown was only a short-lived disguise. Not to mention they didn't know each other well enough for her to have the patience to play nice. Give it if you don't want to. It's annoying. She went back with a cold snort and pulled Gu Xingji to tell her off. They said it wasn't my crystal core, so if you gave it to me it's mine, right? Aha. He stroked her head and looked at his little canary. Even with that look on her face, she was still pretty as hell. Zhuahong was anxious. I'm just kidding. Zhuju took the opportunity to go forward. Not only handed her the cotton candy he had just bought, but also stuffed a lot of small snacks. Sister, here, no crystals. Really? Nansen still didn't have a good face and greedily pointed at the other one in his hand. Then I want to. Egregious. Just egregious. The nature of the little mastermind is revealed, but as bad as she is, her pretty face makes up for it. Nah, here. Zhuju didn't hesitate for a second and gave her the rest of the marshmallows as well. So have I. Zhuahong squeezed up. Nansen blushed even worse. I don't want yours. Go away. Now it wasn't just Lang Chi-yen who was low on air. Even Gu Xingji frowned slightly. They were usually not this enthusiastic, and all the women other than Lang Chi-yen could almost be called cold-faced, but now they were being this attentive. It's hard not to wonder what they're up to. The mission has been handed over, so I'll leave now, and the captain will call me the next time there's a mission. Lang Chi-yen tried her best to act like a person as light as a chrysanthemum, but she also expected Gu Xingji to notice her mood. Unexpectedly, the other party just nodded his head in a businesslike manner. All right, hard work. The subsequent contribution points and resources will be allocated to your account. He even wiped the sugar stains on the corners of Nan Sun's mouth with his hand after he finished speaking. She choked and left without a word. Base commander. The inventory is complete. Please come over here and sign. Someone over there greeted. Good. Gu Xingji nodded and walked over, still helping Nan Sun with one of her marshmallows in his hand, looking more than a little contrastingly human. The twins who were worried about the relationship between Sister Ikebana and the captain quietly glanced at each other. And naturally, these eye exchanges were also seen by Nan Sun. Of course they knew they were prying at the wall with their behavior, but people are by nature double standard and helping their relatives is the norm. However, since she was counting on her, she wouldn't show them any mercy. She tore at the marshmallow in her hand, lightly sipping the sweet flavor, and the arc of her smile followed suit. Seeing her smile, Zhua Hang and the others couldn't help but be seduced, and even the purpose of pleasing her in the beginning was briefly forgotten. Unbeknownst to them, the other party was thinking about how to play them both. 009, poor toy. After the heroine left, the system finally came online. 009, we must recover the props and remove the main system stamp on them before the next plot node, which is the end of Aurora 1's next mission. In the middle of that mission, the villain, the Zombie King, will also appear and the situation will be more complicated. 009, time is of the essence. But host, I'm sure you can do it. Looks like I had to spend energy this time. With a twinkle in her eye, she suddenly had another idea. Since we all have to exchange energy to buy a shielding meter to recycle the props, I'll buy another thing. In the original plot, Xiaoxi didn't awaken her Earth system powers until late in the game, and she cherished it and thought it would be good to work on herself, which is why she happened to go out on the same mission as the heroine. It's just that she doesn't have a chance to grow up. Nan Sun's eyes darkened, redeeming a healing power. Rare healing powers that do more than just heal. This world, she's going to get big, like fireworks. It's grand, exciting, brilliant and short-lived. 009, host, just to be on the safe side, I'll try to minimize the frequency of my appearances until you recycle the props. Aha, wait, I'll recycle it soon. Nansen finished eating the cotton candy in his hand, shoved the stick into Zuiju's hand, and immediately turned to leave to find Gu Xingji. Go away, don't you follow me. The little mastermind didn't give them a single smile when her keeper wasn't there, flipping her face faster than a book. But it's also dainty and itchy. After seeing the way she treated Gu Xingji, they couldn't help but fantasize. If she chooses them in the future, will she be that well-behaved and agreeable? The two brothers each had their own ideas. Nanchuan ran over with light footsteps and took Gu Xingji's hand, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. I'm going to tell you a surprise. Her voice wasn't loud, but the surrounding area was full of five senses sensitive exalts, and everyone could hear her clearly. Surprise? Shouldn't be. Pregnant or something. Gossipy eyes fell on her flat belly and then to their handsome base commander. Gu Xingji's eyelids fluttered, and he was certainly clear that he had never touched Xiaoxi, but with so many eyes watching, it was also inevitable that he began to remember if he had actually done anything to her during his few drunken stints. He was in a sevenfold mood, holding her hand. Go back and say it. Chapter 28, The Little Frayed Craftsman. 4. The little canary, who had just been nice and clingy in the mission hall, was a different person when she returned to the cottage. She sat on the couch with her legs crossed like a proud little peacock. The reason I was like that to you before was just because I wanted to be angry at Ling Jiyan. I didn't really like you, Gu Xingji. Before it was a mouthful of qi, but now it's a full name. Where did the little canary learn to change her face? Oh, is that so? Gu Xingji knew that there must be a reason for her to change so abruptly like that, but wasn't she a bit too arrogant? He narrowed his eyes and leaned in to press down, managing to see a panicked little expression on her face. Continuing to tease her, he deliberately cooled his face and said, whether you like me or not, aren't you still mine? You get my person, and you don't get my heart. She couldn't avoid his embrace even if she leaned backward, and struggling instead aroused Gu Xingji's erotic thoughts. The distance became dangerous, and what had been a gentlemanly and restrained hand took hold of the soft waist she seemed to control with one hand. Yes? Gu Xingji let out a muffled laugh in his throat and forcefully circled the flailing kitten into his arms, cheek to cheek. So what do I have to do to get your heart? The scent of freshly showered body lotion hung heavy around the two of them. His almost seductive tone was sensual, adding more unspeakable meaning to the ambiguous distance. You'd better go find Ling Qiyan. Nansen pushed him away and viciously left a small teeth mark on his shoulder. It was true that there was only a little mark, and with the defenses of a level 5 alien, that bite of hers was more like a seduction. Stop it. Gu Xingji lost his smile and pinched her cheeks to check her teeth to see if there was anything serious, but the more he looked the darker his eyes became, and the knot in his throat rolled as he took the time to explain while restraining himself from the idea of kissing down. I have nothing with her. It's nothing now, but not later. Her tone of voice was grim. She was picking at his wrist, and she was farcical, but it just didn't inspire any ill feelings. There won't be any in the future. Gu Xingji was well aware that he only had the feelings of a captain for his teammate towards Ling Qiyan, and any more than that, it was only admiration in the face of a strong man. This is the one in front of him. Before I thought that face was really aesthetically pleasing to him, but now I find that even his personality is so cute. Are you jealous? Who's jealous? Okay, not jealous. So tell me exactly what you're going to surprise me with? Gu Xingji was afraid that he might not be able to restrain himself if he continued to tease, so he simply got down to business first. Nan Sun's eyes had a small smugness in them, lightly dropping a heavy bomb. I've awakened my powers. Healing powers? What? He froze, and when he reacted he was even more incredulous. Look, the white, soft fingertips touched a wound he had accidentally left when he was out on a mission, and a warm energy covered it. Skin is back as it was. It's true. Today's rarest healing powers are more of a threat to zombies than the lightning system, which is recognized as the most lethal. It is said that after leveling up you can even bring back people who are about to zombify. As the base chief of Aurora, he knew better than anyone else what this psychic ability meant. Hope, the true dawn. This matter, have you spoken to anyone else? Gu Xingji's expression turned serious for a moment. Of course not. I'm not stupid. In other words, did she trust him enough to be the first to tell him? You're currently level 1, right? Don't say anything until you have the ability to be able to defend yourself. Oh. Nansen cleared his throat and loudly announced, then I want to be independent. She crossed her arms, trying to show her determination. Nay, whatever she said had a pouty flavor to it. I'm going on a mission with you guys too. The next mission is an important plot point, where Aurora 1 is primed to meet the Zombie King and the final time limit for her to recover her props. It's dangerous. Gu Xingji got up and didn't oblige her. I need to work out. Nansen chased after him. Why are you minding me so broadly? Gu Xingji, you're a pain in the ass. She was probably the only one in the entire base who dared to be so rude as to talk to Gu Xingji like this. Not only was he not angry, but the more he looked at her, the cuter she became. And he asked in passing as he rubbed his hair and opened the refrigerator. Want some ice cream? I'll have it shipped over later. To eat, she immediately replied with gusto, but then responded the next second. Don't change the subject. Gu Xingji took a sip of water, saw her puffed face, and bent down to level with her. You really want to go so badly? Then bring up your powers first, kill the zombies, and try to get the crystals yourself. I can. Really? He raised his hand to caress her soft cheek. The eyes fell deeper and deeper on those slightly pouty lips. Really? She answered firmly. Don't cry out of exhaustion when the time comes. I'll send Zhuahang and the others to protect you. Although both of them were level 4 Xenos, they could fight a normal level 5 when they worked together silently. Only under their protection could he be slightly reassured. Just a little worried. As subordinates, the pair of twins were excellent and loyal, but ultimately, they were still dangerous opposites to her. Gu Xingji looked at the pretty little workhorse with glowing eyes, fearing that she was a sheep in a tiger's mouth. These two aren't as harmless as they look. Don't get too close to them. Nansen felt that this was something he should say to Zhuahang and the others. Sending them to protect her. Wouldn't that be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? The twins are sheep. Now that we're done with business, let's get down to personal matters. What personal matter? Gu Xingji bent down slightly, encircling the bewildered little workhorse in the small space. Good ice. Can't you put away your powers? She raised her leg to kick him, but was easily restrained as an extremely aggressive aura snapped closer. After raising you for so long, it's rumored out there that you're my little canary. Maybe he should have done that a long time ago instead of being a saint for so long. The good thing is, it's not too late. Gu Xingji lowered his head, his deep obsidian-like eyes gazing at her like prey. I think it's time for us to sit this relationship out. Chapter 29, The Little Fodder Craftsman, 5. Aurora, as the current premier large base, not only is the infrastructure within the city well preserved, but the security in the base is also basically maintaining the peace that existed before the end of the world. But Doomsday is still Doomsday, and the more it expands outward from the center, the more it reflects the cruelty of Doomsday. Before he even came to the edge of the towering fence, the putrid stench belonging to zombies with all sorts of vague blood smells had already drifted into his nose. The smell made Ling Qiyan, who was already in a bad mood, even more irritated. Even though there are people who have cleaned up the area a few kilometers outside the fence, the stench that persists all day long still hangs over the people like the gloom of this apocalypse. She looked at the invitation from the dangerous man on her communicator and blushed terribly. The SUV pulled up to the last barrier. Passes please. As the card made of crystal cores was handed over, the female shifter guard who inspected it whispered in awe in her mind. It was that recently infamous dual-system psychic Aurora 1 Teen Ling Qiyan. The real thing is even colder and more powerful than the rumors make it out to be. She's always been her idol. Well, a prodding with annoyance came from the car. Okay. The guard handed the pass card back to the main driver. Aurora 1 Team Ling Chi Smoke. I wish you a straight path and a smooth mission. All for the sake of the your dash. Before the words were out of his mouth, the car had started and a cloud of dust was flying. Light. She finished the last word. A little lost, but understandably so. Perhaps the idol was in such a hurry because she was busy with her mission. After all, she saw that Ling Qian's brow was frowning all the time. Must have been a difficult task. The SUV drove slowly across the avenue, not yet accelerating, so that the devastated landscape sweeping past the windows could be seen clearly. The outside of the base is full of people lined up trying to get in, with more than 4 figures of newcomers arriving every day. More people, and more confusion. Iki-san. A surprise call suddenly came from the crowd, and Ling Qian turned her head to look, and saw that it was a girl with exceptional posture. It's someone I met on a part-time job. Lu Wan. Despite not awakening her powers, she seemed to be doing well. Ling Qian saw a level 1 alien wrapping his arm around her waist, and by the looks of it, it wasn't her original boyfriend. It reminded her of Qiao Shi, who was also an ordinary person, and just because she had hitched a ride with Gusingji, she was living a more nourishing life in the doomsday than she. A level 4 alien. Something wrong? She stopped the car anyway, but her tone wasn't as kind. Brother Hao. I met a friend and went up to say a few words. Lu Wan ambled with the man next to her with difficulty, finally getting rid of the hand that was wrapped around her waist. The closer she got the more she strained her expression and came under the window of Ling Chi Smoke's car, unable to resist asking for help. Sister Chi Yen, please help me. I don't want to follow him. My boyfriend was killed by him too. But you've had a good life, haven't you? Lu Wan's words were interrupted by Ling Qian, and she froze on the spot. Having a good time? You're just an ordinary person. Look at how many of those ordinary people died in the mouths of zombies. You're in a good enough position now compared to those who are in rags and precarious. Is that actually what she thinks? But if she had to choose, she would rather be one of those precarious people than be insulted. The surprise on Lu Wan's face at meeting an acquaintance gradually faded and returned to numbness. I'm sorry, Iki-san. I'm the one who delayed you. Looking at her departing back, Ling Jiyen faintly raised the car window. She admitted that she was bored with Josie as well because of the thought of her, but didn't think her words were wrong at all either. Irritation. The thought of Josie annoyed me. Asterisk. The SUV drove for quite some time before finally stopping at a remote and deserted village. After the end of the world, all kinds of plants mutated along with it, and the place was covered by all kinds of towering trees and mutated vines, making it almost impossible to see the original appearance of the village, especially the tall ginkgo in the center, which was horrible to look at, was so golden and dazzling that it covered half of a small hill. What would normally be a shocking view actually devoured the lives of an unknown number of people. The level of danger is so high that it is also classified as a Class A danger zone. But to her, the same level of mutant plants that had been cooped up here for so long were nowhere near as dangerous as the man who lay peacefully basking in the sun on the branch of a ginkgo tree. What do you want with me? Ling Qiyan raised her head, gritted her teeth, and the dagger in her hand was immediately thrown out, and the power was even enough to pierce through the hard skull of a grade 2 zombie in an instant. Ding! The man with the high nose and deep eyes raised his hand and gripped the dagger directly, the blade hitting bone with a crisp sound and leaving only a small mark on his pale skin. He's gotten stronger than the last time we met. You're still so ready to strike at the drop of a hat. Ing Songwang lazily opened his eyes, the corners of his lips smiling dangerously. Those eyes, which were green because of their mixed genes, seemed to surge with noble guilt in the reflection of the ginkgo leaves. This little tree is a bit tricky even for me if it's frightened. Waste of time. What the hell do you want with me? Ling Qian's greatest regret was that she had agreed to travel with Ing Songxiang in the first place. What he thought was a powerful advanced alien turned out to be a madman, even deliberately injecting himself with the zombie virus and transforming himself into a zombie. So much so that he had placed a mental marker and could only be subjected to him. What's fierce, old friend? It should be approached from the wish to jump down from the tree. Even with a smile on his face, he still looked extremely oppressive at 5'9" and up. Lang Qiyan, who wasn't short in height, was made petite. Regretting being my companion again? He stopped at a safe distance. Playing with his sharp dagger in one hand, he looked more like a mixed-race male model than a vicious felon just by looking at him. You should have watched the news. I would have been dangerous. After swindling billions abroad, multiple successful prison escapes, and being honored by multiple crime syndicates, he was eventually sent to the world's toughest prison. On the news pages abroad, he, the son of a former mobster, perennially dominated the front pages. Maybe he would have escaped prison again if it hadn't coincided with the end of days. Lang Qiyan didn't want to argue with him so much. The feeling of being controlled at all times wasn't pleasant. She clenched her fists, curbing her desire to strike. What do you mean by plan? It's literally, I'm going into Aurora. Aurora has the tightest security of all the bases. Are you dreaming? You almost got me kicked out before because of the eyes you sent around me. And because of that, he owes Josie a favor he shouldn't. Why the sudden desire to go into Aurora? Is there anything in there you want to get? Lang Chi-yen was only testing the waters a little, not holding out hope that he would be able to answer. But Ing Songxiang did not hide it at all, because I sensed the presence of healing psychics in Aurora's base. Chapter 30, The Little Fodder Craftsman, 6. A healing shifter would be a great threat to him. And of course, most importantly, it would be fun. Should be from the wish to love interesting things. So he swindled money himself but not the money. Intentionally caught and escaped from prison. And played those crime syndicates to the hilt. Also, becoming an advanced alien but deliberately turning yourself into a zombie. It's all very interesting. Lang Chi-yen frowned fiercely. Don't the other bases have healing powers? None of them are as special as this one from Aurora. He could sense that it was going to be very, very interesting. After hearing this, Lang Chi-yen rejected him without hesitation. I'm not going to cooperate. And that eyewitness is just as well. What's the difference between bringing you in and betraying all of humanity? So you're such a righteous man. Ing Songwon's pale and slender fingers tapped his chin. His words meaningfully. Is it because he doesn't want to betray all of humanity? Or he just doesn't want to be hated by Gu Xingji? His words managed to enrage Lang Chi-yen. It's all your delusional speculation. There's no need to talk about it. I don't agree with it. His mental manipulation was not yet out of this world to the extent that it wouldn't make people suspicious. And Lang Chi-yen knew that she still had a role to play for him. So her refusal was also hard. The negotiations were thus terminated. Well, it looks like I'll just have to. Well, find another way. Ing Songwang regretfully eyed her departure and casually threw the dagger. And the roots of the ginkgo tree gurgled and emerged from the ground. The dagger, made of fine iron, was easily kneaded into a ball. Eat less of this stuff. It gives you indigestion. It was hard to take you in, not to clean up your trash. He patted the bark of the ginkgo tree. His eyes were emotionless but looked imploring because of those moving turquoise eyes. Healing department. Ing from Wish looked in the direction of Aurora base from a distance. Achoo! Nansun sneezed. Who's thinking of her? She touched the tip of her nose. Sister, are you okay? Have you caught a cold? Zhuahong pretended to be Zhuju and handed over a handkerchief with concern. She wasn't wearing a dress today. Her whole body was well wrapped in hard-wearing clothing, but she was still dainty and pretty. So is pulled-back hair. So are angry expressions. Go away. Zhou. She didn't take his handkerchief and just walked forward. The chastised Zhuahong froze. Not because of her attitude, but because she actually recognized him. The two of them liked nothing better than to keep their mannerisms and movements exactly the same. And as long as they didn't actively show the difference, almost no one could recognize who was who. Why she? Sister, how do you know I'm Zhuahong? The teenager sprang after him. What's with all the bull asterisk? Nansun saw the car that Zhuju drove over and pulled open the passenger door. Sister, sit with me in the back seat. Her waist was hooked back by the stream of water that had gathered into a rope, and then she fell into the arms of a fresh breath. Arms wrapped around her body instead of the current and she was carried into the back seat. You're great with your powers. Zhuahong was kicked and punched, but also responded with a smile, and held her hand to care if she had a sore hand. Go away psycho. Zhuahong, stop messing with your sister. The main driver, Zhuju, opened his mouth, and Zhuahong also slightly converged, but he still hooked Nansun's finger and did not let go. Have you been waiting long, sister? Zhuju is considerate and caring, with the same delicate features, but it is completely different from Zhuahang. The former is lively water, the latter is repressed fire. They were all wearing clean, sharp combat uniforms today after a long absence. Less green and more steady. It hasn't been a long wait. The way Nansun treated him was simply hundreds of times better than Zhuahang. Ah, you two ostracized me. Zhuahong pouted. Because my sister obviously prefers me. I just said the wrong thing at first. The two of them spoke to each other as the car started up and headed off in the direction of the base. The pair of twins were only 19 years old, but as the elite of the elite in the Aurora 1 team, they didn't know how many missions they had been on. So this time out, Nansun didn't bother half the time, and the two of them were all set. However, Zhuahong and the others didn't ask for anything she could do. After all, when they were assigned to accompany her, the captain's side only ambiguously asked them to help her collect crystals, and in the process, let her see more bloody scenes for exercise. Did she think that collecting crystal cores was as simple as opening a pearl from a clamshell? The car traveled fast and soon left the crowded area and traveled towards the danger zone. Zhuju couldn't help but look at Nansun in the rearview mirror. but just in time to see her sitting unseated and crooked in her seat. Ambiguous hickeys on the pale skin were faintly visible on the neckline. He hurriedly withdrew his eyes, his fingers gripping the steering wheel. In the back of his mind, however, he couldn't help but wonder how intense it would take to leave such a mark. She and the captain. In the end, it is still an energetic age. Only move some thoughts. The brain is full of charming thoughts. The body is inexplicably restless. Zhueju. Nansen suddenly spoke out. Zhueju sat up straight at once. Before she could speak, Zhuahong had already pulled the seat up. Brother, why are you so nervous? Where am I nervous? Okay, don't talk. Nansen raised his hand and directly covered Zhuaheng's mouth. I'm hungry. I want to eat. I don't want to eat in a dirty place or something like instant noodles. And on top of that, I want a Coke. Yeah. Such a long list of requests. But Zhueju immediately nodded his head in agreement. I don't know if it's because he's thinking about the plan or if he's trying to please her from the bottom of his heart. Zhuahong, who should have been more rebellious, didn't say anything either. You, what are you grabbing my hand for? Noticing that her wrist was being held, the small craftsman immediately wanted to draw back her hand, but her strength was no match for a powerful fourth-level alien. Sister, why do you keep hating me so much? I'm really sad. The exquisitely browed teenager almost pressed up against her entire body, slightly rough fingertips slowly rubbing her wrist. The tone of petulance, but the eyes look like they are eager to devour her into the stomach. Just nasty. She scrunched up into a ball and rolled over, cursing him. You're annoying. You're annoying everywhere. You're not as considerate as Zhueju. Zhuahong was hurt by her words, and his grip on her wrist loosened a bit, but he still wrapped his arms around her gently yet strongly. Sister, I heard that the captain has been neglecting you before. The words managed to silence her. Guess if something happens to us, will she trust his right-hand man more? Or an irrelevant canary? He'll believe me. Bottomless words. They all knew what the outcome would be. Zhuahong buried his head into the nape of her neck and grunted and laughed twice. Sister, let me have a kiss and I'll make sure the captain won't know anything about it. You're shameless. Shameless is shameless. Anyway, he touched her first, and Zhueju can only watch. Did she know that the teenager whose thoughtfulness and understanding she praised under her breath was staring at the circled canary in the rearview mirror with eyes just as covetous as his? Chapter 31, The Little Fodder Craftsman, 7. A few months have passed since the end of days. Even the most motivated person becomes numb after experiencing starvation, lack of water, threats to life and death, and the trampling and insulting of dignity and integrity. Not to mention normal people. The 30 or so people who had hugged and survived were resting on the first floor inside the abandoned mall, all of them with little to no smiles on their faces. It took half a day of searching to find a bit of leftover food, and no one in the team could guarantee their own sustenance at all, except for those few level 1 aliens. And, to be afraid, just you today. A bald shifter who had eaten and drank his fill picked his way through the crowd like a consort, and today it was the wives of a large family who were picked. Her husband, her son, her in-laws were all silent, and even her son pushed her. The only light in his wife's eyes went out and she walked that way in silence. That's the right thing to do. How unprofitable to resist like the one yesterday and lose your life. The bald man tugged the man into his arms. No one's talking. Sister, when will we get to Aurora Base? Don't worry, it's soon. You Gardenia, who used black mud to conceal their faces, comforted her sister, but her hands were shaking badly and her heart sank to the bottom. She didn't realize that she had mistakenly entered such a group, and if she found the opportunity, she must immediately take her sister to escape. But can she wait? You Gardenia pressed the knife in her bag, her eyes gradually fierce. Even if the fish died, she would not let her sister suffer any harm. That kid over there, he's not bad either. At those words, she jerked her head up and hugged her sister. She's only 9. Perhaps seeing you Gardenia's thoughts of wanting to resist, the fire exalt who spoke out immediately condensed a ball of blazing fire. All the ordinary people were horrified. Was he going to burn those who resisted alive again like last time? Some could no longer bear to watch. The bald man who had been holding the woman but suddenly dropped the singled-out wife. Something's wrong. There's a zombie wave. As his words fell, a terrifying and persistent hissing sound came faintly. From the gate, a number of more than 20 would already be able to form a small zombie wave, and it would never be as simple as one person against one. Not to mention that most of them are ordinary people. Death on encounter. No exceptions. There are walkers. The zombie wave is coming. The crowd was in an uproar, but before they could run to the other doorways, the gates had been breached. Not zombies, but roaring flames that contained great energy and even emitted a shockwave like an explosion, shattering the glass on the display case. It also instantly burned the zombies they feared so much to a crisp. Looking at the flame as if it were a miracle, the dumbfounded crowd thought of it as a giant lethal weapon, didn't even think of it as actually being a psychic ability. until the three walked out of the flames unscathed. The incredibly handsome twins surrounded the good-looking girl left and right, looking more like gods descending from the heavens. Sister, see how well I did? Zhuju curved his eyes to ask for a reward. Not bad. Nansen walked ahead with his arms wrapped around him and couldn't help but nitpick. It's so hot, and this place isn't clean. I'm a water ability. My body is cool, and the ground is too dirty, so I'll carry you. Before she could reply, Zhuahong had already reached out and Princess hugged her, and the other party's struggles were suppressed. It's not very hot. It was clear that she was making something out of nothing, and Zhuju was completely helpless, looking jealously at Zhuahong who had taken advantage of the situation to hug his sister. He wanly withdrew his fire. It was only when they came in that they realized there were people inside, and most of them even maintained their escape positions and froze as they watched them. Having seen this kind of look for a long time, the two of them didn't reveal that they were from Aurora, but instead, they were at their disposal to clear out a clean area for Nansun. One side is afraid to talk, the other side is full of it. The two sets of people are at peace with each other. Zhuahong, do you know how to cook? I don't want a room temperature Coke. Find me a chair that's more comfortable to sit in. Nansen crossed his arms to make the twins, favoring the two who were still at their disposal and smiling. The aroma that tantalizes one's cravings keeps coming. Silence on the far other side of the resting party was also watching this side. Rather than being shocked by the twins' strength, it didn't stop most people from looking at Nansun. Jealousy is extremely frightening, especially when they are not well fed, not well clothed, and have to worry about their lives. And this work spirit is still living so well in front of them. Mom, I'm hungry. The one who was called out was clearly the wife of the one who had just been picked and escaped, and she looked at her son, who was already taller than herself at the age of 15, with nothing but indifference in her eyes. Yozo said he was hungry. Didn't you hear him? Her husband nudged her. Am I not hungry? I work for your family every day, and my parents died trying to save you. You're not human beings. The woman who had already almost died once had no more scruples and finally voiced her grievances to the family that had been sucking blood from her. What's your attitude? Zhang Wenxin, your parents saving their son-in-law that was of their own free will. Good. What a voluntary. Lu Tsong, do you think I don't know? Obviously my parents could have survived. It was you who pushed them towards the zombie horde. Their bickering drew the attention of the bald shifters, and without the threat of the zombies, they were intent on continuing what they had just done. Lu Tsong, who had a weak heart, did not pretend to be mute, and straightly pushed Zhang Wenxin into the bald man's arms. How could he not realize that the woman they spent the night with wouldn't see the next day's sun? Just didn't want her alive. On the sidelines, Yaozu also had a deserved look on his face, still holding a grudge against his mother for giving him the stink eye. Yu Gardenia, who was looking for an opportunity, also finally intended to throw her weight around, hugging her sister and running towards Nanshuan. She went straight to her knees. This young lady, do you need to collect the crystal cores over there? We do this kind of thing all the time. You don't need to dirty your hands. She was smart enough to see what she needed. Nansun was visibly impressed, but before he could reply, the man with glasses next to the bald man had moved closer. That little girl is mine. Is it yours? She could see the dirty desire in the man's eyes at once. A few of the shifters also finally got a chance to look at her brightly. They were already hungry for color, and they had never seen this kind of looking girl with their own eyes. Not to mention after the end of the world, even before the end of the world, their eyes smelled sickeningly of her, and they didn't give a damn about her. Having been a bully for too long, even if she knew that the pair of twins were uncommonly strong, she was only treated as an accessory. You guys, Zhuahong, who wanted to make a move, and the others were stopped by Nansun's outstretched hand, so they just waited by the side, intending to support them at the right time. If you say it's yours, it's yours? Her voice was sweet, and instead of being afraid, the other licked his lips obscenely, but the next second they couldn't stop laughing. She was seen pulling a gun out of the small bag she was carrying for what looked like decoration, and cleanly killed the man with the glasses with a single blow. The bang of the gun startled everyone. The glasses man's head was bleeding like a flood, and as his limp body fell, he still had a disgusted smile on his face that he hadn't had time to convert. The twins were also surprised by Nansun's actions, not realizing that she had such a side. Vivid, lively and even more mouth-watering than the original. The shell casings fell to the ground with a crisp pop in the midst of the dead silence. Now, they're all mine. Chapter 32, The Little Frayed Craftsman, 8. The other alien power users who reacted to the situation had only just risen with the thought of making a move when their faces were covered with a film of water. Finally able to take a shot, Zhuahong coldly watched this group of limbs waving haphazardly, suffocating in pain, even urinating incontinence, dying in a sorry state. Aha! Killing people. Those ordinary people hated to cower in the corner, and the look they gave Nansun brought with it panic. A level 1 psychic who was as unresistible as an evil spirit in the eyes of dozens of ordinary people had lost his life just like that. When Zhang Wenxin saw this scene, he only felt that the shackles that had been within him had been broken free, and his brain was clear. Looking back, the railing pinched under his hand actually shifted easily. She awakened her powers. The first moment she gained the ability, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to avenge her parents. Zhang Wenxin, you're crazy, help me, are you guys just going to watch? She's going to kill someone. The onlookers only ducked their heads and muttered under their breath. That's a shifter. Nansen didn't care about the chaos over there and threw a small knife over to Yu Gardenia with a condescending expression. I want dry, clean crystals that don't stink a bit. Yes, she was filled with the lightness of a hijack life, and could not wait to be a cow for this beautiful young lady. Miss, I can help you too. Zhang Wenxin, who had finished taking revenge, walked over with a bloody aura. I don't need to be paid, just want to show my appreciation. Nansen knew her, the shifter who had helped Xiao Shi later in the plot, when she was already a senior shifter with a large team, but in the original episode, she suffered unimaginably. It's not like I'm doing you any favors. She clasped her arms in a very nonchalant manner, but nodded in agreement. Then you guys will follow me next and help me collect the crystal cores. She didn't say anything about pay, and they had no complaints. Unbeknownst to him, Nansen had already planned to take them with him when he returned. This place is far away from Aurora, and it will be much safer with Zhuahong and the others opening the way. The onlookers felt that they were rushing up to give someone a free ride, and inwardly disdained them. Taking advantage of the fact that all the zombies had just been wiped out, they continued to go on the road in fear, seeking refuge in the big base, not knowing how many more people would die. The place is finally clearing up. Zhuahong was dissatisfied with Nansen's ignorance and came over to pull her hand. Sister, I've made dinner, come and taste the flavor. Zhuju also silently handed her a coke and wiped her chair when she sat down. The two men who had given her a hard time had gradually etched themselves into the DNA and seemed to have forgotten what they had started out for. She opened her mouth, and without even having to do it herself, Zhuju already fed the food into her mouth. She's so cute even when she's chewing. When can I hook her up? The twins looked at each other in silent agreement, genuinely trying to pry their own captain. You guys are still pretty useful. Nansen counted the crystal cores collected this time in the bag, and a casual compliment made them extra happy. Sister, we could be more useful. Zhuahong interlocked his fingers with her, but Nansen deliberately didn't pick up the ambiguous hints in his eyes. Oh, she responded in a nonchalant manner, leaving the other woman even more trolled by her. Along the way, both of them were refreshing their knowledge of the little canary. Though the hands were all the two of them, she had been watching the whole time, whether the two of them were digging for crystals or driving over them. She didn't change her face at any gory scene, especially that shot just now. It was amazing, toughness completely at odds with appearance. If at first he coveted her simply because of her looks and temperament, the more he came into contact with her, the more he became addicted to her. From the inside out, you want it. I want more crystal cores. Nansen kicked Zhuahong, signaling him to go find them for himself. Why don't you let your brother go? Because you're watery and good at cleaning. She urged him with her arms around her. Bring them along. You do the killing and they do the collecting. Got it. For the first time, Zhuahong hated his powers so much, and was so fond of them that he was glared at by Nansen before turning to leave. In such a big mall, only she and Zhuju were left now. Sister, I saw it. He suddenly popped out words of uncertain meaning. What are you saying? She quietly backed away, but was held by her wrist. Left penetration. How can you be this kind of person too? Sister, I always am. Zhuju looked at her, and his cold and indifferent face smiled, getting closer to the lively Zhuahang. Suppressing her struggles as much as he could, he was able to get a closer look at the person in his arms and the hickeys on her. The captain must have kissed her too. What will it taste like? Where would you kiss her? You seem to trust me. Is it because you think I'm more stable and like a good guy? So you can be kissed by him in the car? Before the words left his mouth, his lips were blocked. He didn't close his eyes, taking in every second of her changing expression. Surprise, confusion, panic. Every little expression is so endearing. He was probably going to fail her thoughtful and understanding compliment, and he didn't want to be thoughtful and understanding at all. The jealousy that could only see Zhuahang bullying her before was also dredged up. Let me go. Hiss. The tip of his tongue was bitten and bled. Zhuju hissed lightly and finally let go of her, but still staring intently at her face, her slightly swollen lips, as if they were going to be kissed again the next second. Thumb wiped the water stains on the corner of his lips. Zhuju's action was tinged with sensuality and danger. Tilting his head like Zhuahang, pampering himself with his lush to the core face. It hurts, sis. Why it doesn't hurt? Are you angry? He smiled, showing his sharp teeth, no longer hiding his aggression. Sister, you seem to be easily threatened, so it should be okay for me to threaten you one more time, right? Zhuju captured the person who was going to escape back, confined her in his arms and coaxed her. How do you and the captain do it? I can do better than him. You want to replace him? If I may. Then you can't. Sneak it in too? I won't let him know. Seeing the little canary's eyes widen, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her cheek as he continued to coax. I'm the most powerful shifter besides the captain. I can give you anything you want. Zhujuan saw her obvious intention, and the arc of his smile widened. Zhuahang, that person is simple-minded. The most he can do is kiss you. I'm different. I want more, but I can also give you more. Oh, how about that? The twins who are close and share everything with each other. One of them has taken the lead in betraying the other. The other one knows nothing about it. Chapter 33, The Little Frayed Craftsman, 9. Record. Good homeostasis. Energy fluctuations about to cross a certain threshold. Overall state matches predicted fluctuations. A new round of testing was currently underway in the confined laboratory that showed a metallic glow everywhere. Frost and ice prisms instantly covered the large testing room, and the equipment in the center barely withstood the high-intensity energy impact. The horror of the intensity of the level 5 powers could be seen through the thick special glass. Experimenters dressed in white took notes with wild eyes. The rest of the team who had finished testing couldn't help but be excited. Gu Xingji's power was far beyond their cognizance. Whether it was before or after Doomsday, he was a well-deserved big brother. Before the end of the day, it was the Power N generation plus the Rich N generation. Characters you don't even see on TV. After the end of the day, it's the number 1 powerhouse. The only level 5 plus alien on the verge of hitting level 6. Such a powerful man was now their captain. The leader of the dawn is he who is full of hope for struggle even in the end of days. Lang Qiyan looked at Gu Xingji, who had walked out from the other side, and in her eyes were admiration and fondness that she couldn't hide. Only such a powerful man is worthy of her. Detailed test reports and tailored upgrade planning updates will be sent to your terminals in a day's time, so keep an eye out for them. The experimenter spoke. Good. Thanks. Each visit means getting stronger faster. And who wouldn't be happy about that? The fact that so many people were squeezing their heads to get into Aurora's official team, was not only because of the various favorable treatments, but there was also a big reason for the most professional scientific research team behind Aurora. And while other exalts needed to redeem their contribution points, they could test once a week. You're welcome, all for Aurora. Dr. Lee nodded and went over to get the information, leaving space for the members of Aurora 1 and 2 for the time being. Captain, why are you distracted? No, it's nothing. Gu Xingji put away his terminal, but in his heart, he was thinking about how his little canary was doing outside. That's pretty ruthless. Sitting in a relationship on the first day and then happily going out of the base to collect cores on the second day. More than one person has noticed a change in him, obviously, but they just can't tell what's changed. Iki-san, you know what? The few people on the team who knocked Lang Qiyan and Gu Xingji the most all looked at her. Not really. She was the most observant. How could she not notice the hickey on Gu Xingji's neck that seemed to manifest his sovereignty? The two of them, actually, surprisingly, heart-aching, but she didn't want to admit it. Lang Qiyan lowered her eyes, trying to make herself feel better by continuing to create an ambiguous relationship between her and Gu Xingji. By the way, there's something I'd like to talk to the captain about alone. Oh, talk alone. We understand, so we'll leave you to it. Most of the team members present didn't know about that day's episode, and before they left, gossipy and ambiguous eyes were thrown at the captain and Lang Qiyan. That's just it. Everyone thinks the two of them are the ones who should be a couple. She tells everyone not to snicker at times like this, but inside she is very sweet. Lang Qiyan quietly looked at Gu Xingji. Usually he would also look at her helplessly, as if the ambiguity that only belonged to them flowed between the two. But now, he was out of his mind looking in the direction of the elevator. The team was also waiting for the elevator, watching the floors gradually drop to -5, -6, and -7. Speaking of which, where are Zhuahang and the others? Yeah, oh, where did those two go? Before they had the best relationship with Lang Qiyan, they were never wherever she was they were. How come they were nowhere to be seen? With a ding, the elevator arrived and the doors opened. One look inside and it wasn't the twins. What took you guys so long? You're too slow. Iki-san is over there. But don't bother the captain and... Someone's words caught in their throat as the tall figures of the two of them blocked a man. The girl stepped out, her long curly hair like satin, her features beautiful, even overpowering the twins, who were admittedly flamboyant and refined in their appearance. She stood next to Zhuahang and the others, and not only was she not inferior, but instead, she pressed both of them head and shoulders above them in terms of appearance. Gu Xingji over there also noticed her arrival. thinking that she was probably going to perform another face change. As expected, when the small craftsman who was originally full of impatience saw that Lang Qiyan was also there, she immediately raised a sweet smile and flew towards the outside like a small butterfly. Why are you calling people over? There are so many people here. She jumped directly into Gu Xingji's arms amidst the crowd's dumbfounded reaction. He smiled back and caught her, helpless to cooperate, knowing in her heart of hearts that if it were normal, she'd probably open her mouth and question why he'd called her to the lab. But I just came back to find you. Chi and kiss. Her voice was soft and sticky as she came up to kiss his face, but that was all. And he knew she was purposely pissing off Ling Chi Smoke over there again. But the others didn't know that, and were sweetened by it as bystanders. That pampering and clinging energy, no matter whether it was the warriors who had been rolling around in the pile of zombies for years, or the experimenters who spent their days with cold data, none of them could be indifferent. Not to mention the twins who were already paranoid about her, their eyes red with jealousy. Damn it, this little canary, kicking and cursing in the face of them, but so well behaved in front of the captain. Everyone who was ready to leave collected their feet. Captain, it's my girlfriend. Girlfriend? /girlfriend? Little Canary and those teammates made a sound of surprise at the same time, and after coming back to her senses she immediately regained her form and cleared her throat. Ahem. I didn't expect you to introduce me to everyone so soon. She wrapped her arms around Gu Xingji's neck, her smile sweet, and looked at Lang Jiyan, who was churning acidic air. I'm not ready yet. She said she wasn't ready, but she introduced herself with a dainty demeanor. Hello guys, my name is Josie. After saying that, he even interlocked his fingers with Gu Xingji, and that smug little look endeared him to him. He raised his hand to touch her head, but she turned it away. No touching my hair. Messy is beautiful too. Gu Xingji forcibly rubbed and messed up her hair on account of the little canary's concern that she wouldn't roll her eyes at the act. Where had the others seen their cold and serious captain in this state? Earlier, when he saw that he and Lang Qiyan were getting along with each other beyond the familiar tacit understanding of normal teammates, he felt that the two of them were definitely in a relationship. Now that I look at it, what can I say? Now that's what you call being in love. Whether it's Gu Xingji's treatment of Nanchuan, or the gradual change in the eyes of the people around her, all of them have made the heroine of the people as light as a chrysanthemum angry, no longer caring about her persona. She questioned coldly, Captain, isn't this place only for aliens and professional staff? Lang Qiyan's followers also reacted and followed to trouble Nansun. Yeah, Captain, this one involves classified information. Someone poked the twins, who were supposed to be on Lang Qiyan's side, and made them follow suit, but the two of them were too busy being jealous, staring at the little canary all the time, to be bothered with all this standing around. Even if they had to take sides, they'd both be on the other side. If they don't say it, there are plenty of people to say it, questioning it one sentence after the other. Captain, that's not very nice. Even family members can't break the rules. In response, Gu Xingji had already made up his reasons. She's awakened her powers, only it's more specific. It works to keep walkers at a specific range, so having her here is also a study. He knew that the healing powers were incredibly important, so he wasn't going to tell anyone. As for this made-up psychic ability, he could totally disguise it for her with his own spatial barrier when the time came. The team only reluctantly accepted it, but Gu Xingji then made another heavy announcement. She's going to be involved in the next mission. The scene was once again a mess. How is this going to work? She's not even a member of Aurora's team. Captain, not so good. Our next mission is dangerous. The voices of the players were divided into two types. One was purely unable to look at Nansun and took the opportunity to fight for Lang Jiyan. The other was the objective feeling that the mission was too dangerous for a girl like her, who looked like a delicate girl, to participate in. Lang Qiyan saw that so many people were against it, and finally had a bit of a smiling look. She looked over there, wanting to see Josie's sad face after being unwelcome and questioned by everyone. But what did she see? Chapter 34, The Little Fairy of the Cannon Fodder, 10. Not only did the other party not have any negative emotions at all, but instead, he grabbed Gu Xingji's hand and played with his long, slender, jade-like fingers. Every now and then, he even went up to his mouth to bite, still not making any wounds, but instead, the hand cupped his face. It's nothing like flirting. Lang Qiyan almost couldn't control the expression on her face and her lungs exploded with anger. A vixen who only uses such seductive tactics. She looked at Gu Xingji as if she was looking at the emperor who was scourging the country because of the demon consort, and self-substituted as the queen. Zhuahong and Zhuju still didn't make a sound. The two of them didn't know how happy Nansun was to be able to go. They could totally protect her. If the captain is too busy to do so by then, they can. Gu Xingji waited for the sound of their arguments to slowly become less noisy than it had been in the beginning before he slowly opened his mouth. This is something I've already decided. His prestige was still intact, and with one word he calmed the talkative discussion. Yes. Silence returned to the room at once, and Nansun, who was at the center of the discussion, surveyed the place as if it was none of his business. Noticing their eyes, Charming smiled. Many of them, both men and women, blushed. Well, she's so pretty, it's only natural that the captain would be mesmerized. After all, even they, in that moment just now, were thinking, big deal. They'll take the extra trouble to take care of her when the time comes. What a plant. Even the team members who were originally on Lang Qian's side were a bit unable to bear glaring at her. The hearts of the majority of the players gradually fell. Lang Qian, did you just say you had something to talk to me about? It's all right, Captain. Lang Qian smiled reluctantly. The cold imperial sister sat up. Incomparable contrast provoked sympathy. The throngs around her that had nearly fallen back fell back, silent and comforting. The twin who was supposed to be shushing her was unresponsive, his head down, unsure of what he was thinking. Gu Xingji also remained businesslike. Well, be sure to talk to me about anything, and the others as well. After all, I'm your captain and Aurora's base commander. A single sentence classified her into the same class as everyone else. How could Lang Qian, who once considered herself special, accept this? She'll never give up. Someone like Qiao Shi, even if she awakened her powers, would she use them? Does she have any fighting sense? And it's the same kind of non-combat logistical powers that would just drag their feet and wait for someone to save them. She would make Gu Xingji understand that she would be the most suitable person to stand by his side. Lang Qian, who was secretly determined, thought a lot. She exchanged a glance with the hostile and playful Nansun, who was smiling playfully and adorably, and continued to maintain her glum demeanor as she turned around and walked away. The rest of them had no reason to remain here and gave a small wave to greet Nansun before leaving. One by one, they were overjoyed at the response of her smile. And you pushed me and I pushed you, fondly waiting for the elevator. The twins skulked away as well, but both gave Nansun a look that meant different things. Zhua Hong, why are you guys leaving too? We did the test 2 days ago. Then why are they here? And it's still here with Josie. Some people were about to gossip miserably, but seeing the bad-faced Lang Qian, they still didn't open their mouths to ask. Everyone's words of comfort didn't work, and the airtight elevator was full of low pressure, so they could only pin their hopes on the twins, who were the most familiar with Lang Qi smoke. Unbeknownst to Zhua Hang, they are full of small craftsmen. As soon as the elevator arrived, the team members who shared the room with them took off in a huff. The other people coming out of the elevator saw the situation and had the good sense not to bother them. Either they stayed far behind, or they hurried away. The only constant is the discussion of the captain's girlfriend. Zhua Hang barely pulled his attention back and said to Lang Jiyan, "Iki-san, we still feel that you and the captain should just be together. This will give him a chance to take advantage of the situation and steal the canary. Don't make fun of me, didn't you guys hear? He already has a girlfriend." Lang Qian shrugged her shoulders with a relieved expression, but only she herself knew how unfair she felt in her heart. So what if it's a girlfriend? The twins uttered the words in unison, but their minds had long been in a different place. You guys don't have to worry about either. She shook her head in retreat. How about that? Seemingly sensing that they had overreacted, the two rushed to find a remedy. Don't worry, Sister Qian. This is all on our own initiative. You don't have to be burdened. Lang Qian hoped more than anyone that they would hook Xiaoxi, even maliciously thinking that it would be best to cheat her and then abandon her ruthlessly. Will the isolated Xiaoxi still be that smug when the time comes? In his heart, he thought about this, but his face was still light. So you guys, what's the progression? Well, these words can put the two of them in a quandary. Originally said to trick the heart of this work spirit, so that she voluntarily give up Gu Xingji. At the end of the day, it seems to hitch itself up. The expression of Zhuoju's expression was weak. He even stole to be with her. Compared to Zhuoju, there was only loss on Zhua Heng's face. He had never been able to please his sister. So what on earth was he going to do about it? Would he be able to attract her if he had more candy? More beautiful gems and clothes? Zhuoju also wondered in his heart. Did she intend to realize his hints? In order to prepare for the meeting with her, he should go to buy some things before. The twins with their different minds ended up in one place. Sister Jiyan, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Only Lang Qian was left behind. Remembering that the reason she had managed to find to be alone with Gu Xingji had also been destroyed by Xiaoxi in this way, what would the two of them look like alone? Now, in the lab, seeing that the irrelevant people had all left almost, Gu Xingji had a premonition that the other party was going to change his face. As expected, the little masterpiece is still the same. She immediately jumped off of Gu Xingji and started questioning him. What girlfriend? When did we become boyfriend and girlfriend? So it wasn't. I thought we were all like that before dash. What such and such? she blushed and interrupted. No talking, okay? No. Gu Xingji lost his smile and held her hand, leading her to the floor with the highest level of secrecy. Because of his existence, the Aurora base and the big base over in the capital district were inextricably linked. So that side had sent a lot of scientific research bulls over early in the morning. At last it's here, at last it's here, at last. You are the healer? Can I see it? How many levels now? This girl is so handsome. We're on track to develop a potion. The professors who rushed over in excitement were all highly respected and exuded goodwill as they surrounded Nansun. I secondary now. How do I show it? What's this potion you guys are talking about that I can save a lot of people from? Gu Xingji looked at the encircled little workhorse, seeing her in such a fidgety state for the first time. And because you are dealing with elders, you have to be polite. He received a pleading look from the other party and his eyes overflowed with laughter as he hurried up to relieve her. A rare healing faculty breathes new life into a pool of calm, stagnant water. The future will be bright. Chapter 35, The Little Fodder Craftsman, 11. Various armed vehicles had already been parked at the rendezvous point, and the well-equipped members of Aurora Teams 1 and 2, as well as logistics and others, were arriving one by one. The mission was to routinely clear a few dozen kilometers of the base of danger zones, as well as search for additional resources. Nansun yawned sleepily. Gu Xingji had a lot of things to do, and got up at 5 a.m., during which he came over to kiss her, and was whacked and scolded by her nestled under the covers. Even now it was still too early for her to be looking left and right as soon as she arrived. She just happened to arrive around the same time as the heroine. It could be seen that Leng Qiyan's reputation in the base was very high, although it couldn't rival Gu Xingji as the base chief, but it was more than enough to crush her. Various shifters greeted her along the way, the Aurora crew familiar with her, the other shifters longing and yearning. If you're looking for the captain, he's usually over in the 3rd sector right now, so I'm guessing he'll be here soon. Leng Qiyan greeted her like a host entertaining guests. Even if Gu Xingji had announced Xiao Shi's identity to the Aurora team members that day, the other shifters and even some of the Aurora team members who didn't know about it still felt that she was the one who should be matched with Gu Xingji. This site is her home turf. The way Leng Jiyan looked at her revealed this. Nansun ignored her and instead rolled her eyes, finding her inexplicable. Who's looking for him? I'm looking for my breakfast. As he spoke, the panting Zuahong ran over with a bag of things. The declining sun's brow and eyes seemed to be stained with morning dew, and the sight of this face in the morning was simply delightful. But Nanchuan was still more concerned about his breakfast. Why are you so slow? I'm starving. The one you want is open late today, and I've been standing in line for quite a while. Got it. She didn't care about his defense. Hurriedly took it, saw that it was the brown sugar fruits she wanted in soybean milk, and joyfully squinted and smiled. Zuahong watched as his heart melted and giggled along. It was only then that he noticed Leng Jiyan next to him and embarrassedly opened his mouth to explain. Sorry, Jiyan sister. You should have eaten, right? It was just a routine courtesy. After all, even before when they were her admirers, they had never done anything like bringing her breakfast specifically. I've eaten. Leng Qiyan was still cold and cool, but in his heart, he wondered if they were acting too real. As someone who had been worshipped by them and therefore received many bonuses, she knew better than anyone how much the twins could influence the opinions of others, and the fact that they were no longer following her around and defending her at every turn made her uncomfortable. While she was uncomfortable in her heart, Zuaju also followed and arrived, but what he held in his hand was a few drawers of small steaming grids. In order to prevent his breakfast from getting cold halfway through the day, he also heated it up at all times with his fire powers. I told you where you were going so early in the morning, so you rolled me. Aren't you the same? Two brothers on pins and needles. Now it's the end of the world, and who doesn't just deal with 3 meals a day to get enough to eat? Instead, Nansun had a variety of rich breakfasts in front of him. It wasn't just any breakfast, it was one expensive crystal core after another. That scent made all the nearby aliens crave for it, who still had the heart to gossip about what Leng Ji and Gu Xingji's relationship was. The twins skillfully moved chairs for the little masterpiece to dust and helped her with her breakfast, just about feeding her something in her mouth. Leng Jiyan looked at this scene and couldn't help but pick at his prick. It's the end times, and you're asking them to bring so much food that they can't eat it all and have to throw it away? She tries to continue to steer the rumor of sperm production, just as Nanchuan doesn't think she's done enough, and answers with pride and certainty. I just want to eat good food and try a bite of each. I just can't get enough. Leng Qiyan saw, as expected, the people around her frowning at her statement. She was about to reprimand her a few more times to set herself straight when a hand wearing combat gloves reached over and took the candy sub that Nansun had only nibbled on in her hand. It's okay, I'll eat if I can't. It's Gu Xingji coming. And, for one thing, to relieve his little canary. He sighed. I really don't know how she's going to ruin her already poor reputation if she doesn't have him. He looked at Leng Qiyan. It won't go to waste. She's my girlfriend. I'll help her eat if she can't finish it. Again, the attitude of being close and distant. This time generously recognizing Nan Sun's identity in front of everyone. Gu Xingji hoped that after today, he wouldn't hear anything like he and Leng Qiyan were a good match again. No, he's been teased again. Seeing that it was him, the little masterpiece came up to him and repeated what he had just heard, clasping his arms and grimacing at him. Our base commander and Leng Qiyan are so good together. Her little pout was so pouty it could have hung a teapot. It's all just a bunch of rumors that I'm the best match for you. Gu Xingji pinched the flesh of her cheeks and bent down to coax her. The coldness and unapproachability brought by the uniform on his body were all transformed into a very contrasting sense of tenderness at this moment. Leng Qiyan was forced to take a mouthful of dog food again. Her breathing sank and she tried to suppress her jealousy. Watching the object of her affection coaxing people so gently, she hated to replace it with her body. But the person who got the favoritism didn't know what to do. Who matches you? Go away. Sakae slapped his hand away, tilted her head proudly, and got into the car she had been assigned to. Seeing this, the twins also hurriedly chased after them, and naturally left the rest of the breakfast to be solved by Gu Xingji. Leng Qiyan, this one in my house is a bit childish. She just happens to be in a car with you, so please take care of her more. That's a skewering and a knock. Gu Xingji was so smart. How could he not notice those little thoughts of hers? And this mission Nanshuan was also coincidentally assigned a car with her and her supporters. He knew that the little masterpiece would not be aggravated by her current character, and with the twins by her side. Still, he admonished her in such a way that he hoped she would understand. Of course Leng Qiyan understood, but she didn't want to understand. She had never given up on prying, and even when she saw Gu Xingji being so gentle with that Xiaoxi, she only felt that he was briefly bewitched. Time and time again, reassuring herself that the other person was nothing more than a canary, half as powerful as she was all it took to barely suppress those rages. On this mission, she will definitely compare Xiaoxi to the dust. I know, she responded. What was in her mind was unknown. What's more, the car was full of people on her side. Even if she didn't do anything, could that Xiaoxi have gotten away with it? With that personality of hers, she'd probably have to bore everyone with her. Leng Jiyan turned around and got into the car with the mindset of watching a good show, looking forward to seeing the scene of everyone grouping together to isolate the sperm. Chapter 36, The Little Fairy of the Cannon Fodder, 12. The car was a hot mess at this point. Gu Xingji was afraid that she would be bullied, always worried about this and that, and gave Nanshuan a lot of snacks. After giving it to her, he also asked her to share it with everyone as a way to build a good relationship, just in case she didn't buy it and ate it all by herself. He knew her so well that he had even prepared 2 special batches of snacks, one for her favorites and one for her complete lack of favorites. Well, for the love of his heart, she did as she was told. So this was the scene Leng Qiyan saw when she came in. The members of the elite, who are usually the cool guys and gals most of the time, are all jumping out of their skin in the moment. Someone unimaginatively tilted his head back and poured chips into his mouth, while someone else next to him tugged at his collar and shook him frantically. Don't you eat it all. Share it with me. Know how to share. Where's our teammate Bond? The usually reserved and reticent imperial sister defended the mung bean cake in her arms and yelled. That's from Shishi's sister. Get out of my way. And the little masterpiece stayed out of it, yawning and leaning on Zhuju, his eyes to squint, more cozy than anyone else. Just the opposite of the scene Leng Qiyan imagined. After she came, the originally unrestrained crowd instead immediately quieted down. Some of it was weakness, some of it was thinking she wouldn't like the loud scene, and some of it was feeling awkward about the captain's admirer sharing a room with his girlfriend. Combined, it looked rather like she was isolated. Taking a deep breath to calm her mood, Leng Jiyan closed the back door and the car started quickly. For a while, apart from the sound of the engine, the car was so quiet that the only sound left was the sound of puffed food being eaten and clicked. It was Zhua Hong who was feeding Nansen fries. You're the captain's girlfriend. It's not good to be intimate with another member of the opposite sex like that. Leng Jiyan's words made the atmosphere in the car even more awkward. You're so annoying, every time, like a big granny with such a wide pipe. This very nonchalant response adds insult to injury. As for the others, because of the softness of their mouths and the shortness of their hands, they were not in a good position to speak at this time. The mastermind didn't care that she was chilled to the bone by her own exasperation. Then I'll just get someone else. She straightened up and grabbed the fries from Zhua Hang, ignoring the expression of pity he was selling, and shoved the bag of fries to Ding Tanya next to her. Sister, feed me. I don't want to dirty my hands. Spreading her pettiness was incredibly natural. Metal system alien Ding Tanyue, the elite of the elite, the female eagle of the female eagles, the true meaning of the big woman. Where to get along with such a sweet girl? A direct hit to the heart bar. No doubt. Oh, Good. She carefully picked up the fries and pitched them to her as if she were a soft, cuddly cat. The face still maintains its calmness. The soul has long since flown to nowhere. So cute. So cute. So cute. So pretty. So pretty. So pretty. Want to raise, want to raise, want to raise. Most of the Aurora players at this point were thinking the same thing. She rolled her eyes at Lin Jiyan while chewing, and this appearance was also adorable. Zhuoju looked like Rua. The corners of his mouth could not stop rising, but there was still a little bit of sanity in. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover the little masterpiece's blank stare, fearing that Lin Ji Smoke would be so angry that she would explode and make a move on her. Others spoke up. Sister Ji Yen, Shishi's sister is just this kind of character. Don't mind it. Yeah, don't bother with her. Everyone was also afraid that the scene would get any more awkward, so they tried to round off the scene. In fact, they hadn't deliberately taken any side, but Lin Qiyan still felt that she had lost. The reputation and image that she had worked so hard to build up was, in the end, 50-50 with the first-timer Xiaoxi, a situation that she had never imagined. What else can she do now? If she is more calculating, she will not fulfill the accusation of being a big woman. It's fine. I don't mind all that, but the mission is dangerous, and I hope you'll be more serious when you encounter the zombies. Schoolgirl. These words stood on the moral high ground, and there was always no way for Xiaoxi to dislike them anymore. The other person also finally subsided and didn't pick a fight, but they didn't get back to her either. Chewing fries in her mouth, she said to the others, I'm a level 2 shifter now. Beautifully made sprites held their heads up and quickly provoked the others to hold them up. Awesome. So soon to be level 2. Awesome. So much for the twins. They would have been pandering around her all the time, but none of the group of warriors were level 2, and all of them had a rank of at least 3, yet they clamped their voices to coax her like a child. The world, has it gone mad? Or did Xiaoxi put them under a spell? Lin Jiyan people are numb, sitting on the other side of the angry Dizzy, but cannot show it. She is strong, cold, generous, and must be unpretentious. But what makes Xiaoxi, a thingy and rude and weak workhorse, so popular with everyone? She couldn't figure it out. Could it be because of those snacks? She had them too. She just usually didn't care to buy her way in with those things in her self-image. Moreover, all those supplies were collected by their own hard work. Who wouldn't be heartbroken to give them out for nothing? Whereas Josie, sitting on her hands and borrowing flowers. Lin Qiyan tightened her grip on the jade hanging on her wrist. Nan Sun took in her movements. The tracking prop put in place by the main system seems to be this one, and it looks like a lot of blood has been spilled in order to catch them. Really, the main system is too cheap. Wasn't it just a defection to loot a bit of world energy in the process? While a large part of the reason was for excitement, it's also true that the main system gouges, and it's completely justified for her to take 009 on her own. She didn't have a meltdown in any of these worlds she's experienced, just that the male lead didn't like the female lead anymore. Then they were all going to like her, and they were still going to like her even after returning them all. So what could she do? LOL. Nan Sun sighed. What a sigh. Sister. Zhuoju propped up his face and pretended to be cute, but his other hand was quietly hooking her hand underneath. Fingers hooked and entwined. Her palm as soft as the fleshy pads of a kitten's paw, and the rubbing brought a shiver. He didn't know that Zhuohong on the other side was also interlocking her fingers and palms. Both sides thought to each other that they had quietly caught the little canary, but the little canary is now looking out the rapidly passing window view, thinking about when the villainous zombie king will show up and in what way. Bored and wanting to play. The twins haven't even gotten their hands on her yet, and she's already thinking ahead to the villains. Greedy, insatiable, new and thrill-seeking. That's exactly what she is. Just then, everyone's terminals began to vibrate, an early warning of a situation. Everyone was solemn. Even the gagging twins also quickly switched to combat alert state. Handsome face serious up some handsome. It's met a large wave of zombies, and there are high-level zombies in sight. Sister, don't run around in a while. Stay by our side. Oh. She still had crumbs of French fries in the corner of her mouth and was so out of condition that it was impossible not to worry. Zhuoju wiped her face and checked if there was any place on her body where the fabric was not wrapped. Zhuohong, on the other hand, put on her combat gloves and gave her all sorts of instructions in the meantime. Petulance. Lin Qiyan snorted disdainfully and quickly threw herself into the battle. No matter what tricks Xiaoxi played, it was useless. So what if she awakened her powers? She was the one who could fight alongside Gusingji. Chapter 37, The Little Grey Goblin, 13. Anyone with slightly slower dynamic vision couldn't see the battle that was taking place as wave after wave of walkers attacked the convoy at the behest of the senior walkers. It wasn't just the members of Aurora who encountered the wave of zombies, but also another group of shifter teams from Undisputed Disaster. From Wish, sure enough, I believe you're right. The battling high-level exalts were filled with joy. They almost thought they were going to be buried here. But they didn't expect to be so lucky as to meet the light of day. I didn't expect that either. What luck! Ing Songshan smiled with slightly curved eyes. A pair of blue eyes seemed to have water waves rippling. And dozens of second-grade zombies immediately lost their lives in the middle of the conversation. He appeared to be fighting seriously, but his mental power was sensing the target of his trip. On the Aurora side, the situation was almost lopsided. Even the large wave of zombies led by level 5 zombies couldn't advance at all. Before they even got close to the caravan, they were the first to be frozen by Gu Xingji's ice exotic ability on a wide scale. His micromanagement ability is out of this world. Normal walkers can penetrate and explode by flying ice needles, and one level up they switch to ice prism attacks. Gu Xingji's face was cold. His body was shrouded in ice mist. Even his eyebrows were vaguely covered in frost, and the pupils of his eyes showed a faint blue color. The ice blade in his hand switched forms at any time, and then wandered among the tricky evolved zombies, harvesting their lives like a god of death. The combat is crisp and very aesthetically pleasing. While fighting on the side, he was also distracted by using his spatial ability to camouflage for Nansun. The zombies over there are cut off from the naked eye by invisible walls, and are as good to kill as they are to give away their heads. Those who had thought she was logistically here to be a mascot were also pleasantly surprised, taking the time to turn their heads and give her a thumbs up. The secretly yawning little masterpiece hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands and nodded seriously in response. Find. That's cute. Kitty. Extremely distant shall be expanded from the wishful laughing arc. At the same time, the zombies began to become more frantic, though they still couldn't push forward a bit. Behind Gu Xingji, Lang Qiyan and he cooperated well. He just froze the zombies and she went down in a piece of thunder. A tacit understanding. Captain, that level 5 walker is going to show up. Well, hard work holding the line. He turned his head, eyes trusting. It's all I have to do. Please. He leaves to find a level 5 walker. Lang Qiyan couldn't help but be distracted, those ice-drenched eyes softening down enough to make anyone who was gazing at them feel special. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, had to stay in logistics. Fighting swimmingly, she tried to look for the figure that was nagging at her, only to see another person who shouldn't be here. Tall as a crane, with deep brows and eyes, his posture was elegant and leisurely, converting his dangerous aura. He was harmless and handsome, passing through the zombie horde like nobody's business, as if he wasn't fighting but walking in a show. It should be from the Wish. How did he get here? There's no doubt he's involved in this zombie wave. What does he want? Can it be that this is a game against Gu Xingji? Lang Qiyan glanced at the battle line maintained by himself. Then, without hesitation, he chose to leave. At this moment, Gu Xingji was fighting a level 5 zombie. The zombie of the same level was quite tricky, but he still found an opportunity to exchange wounds for wounds, and his ice blade pierced into the core vitals of the zombie. Black blood splattered on his face, and Gu Xingji coldly wiped it off with the back of his hand, his expression austere and merciless. He turned his head. Why aren't you over there? She was in too much of a hurry to even take into account her dereliction of duty. Later, he frowned and immediately rushed back, especially when he noticed that the tide of zombies did not lose its command at all after the death of the level 5 zombies scattered, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. On that side, because of Lang Qiyan's departure, the twins who noticed the advancing tide of zombies hurriedly shifted their position to the top, fighting while worrying immensely about her unprotected sister. For the first time, the twins grumbled at Lang Qi Smoke for going AWOL on such an important occasion. What if something happens to your sister? The two of them were anxious in their hearts, distractedly focusing on that side while praying for Gu Xingji to hurry back. The rest of the team is also under increased pressure because of her sudden departure without a word of greeting. Realize that the battlefield is ever-changing, and that each individual's position is central and important. What the hell is she doing this all of a sudden? Is everything okay? It's okay, focus on the fight. Ding Danua shook her head, signaling her teammates not to be distracted. Many people were injured because they had to temporarily adjust their positions in battle distribution, but this was clearly not the time for childish games. The tide of zombies shows no signs of receding, and it appears that some other creature is in control. Gu Xingji searched and finally found the culprit. It's a mutant rat king, also level 5, and he's the one who's at the center of manipulating the zombie horde. Why are you AWOL? I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Lang Qiyan bit her lip. Gu Xingji was speechless for a moment, closing his eyes and looking up again. The most important thing now is to get rid of that rat king. The opposite side already possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, and it looked like it was trying to find a weak spot to attack. The one that is going in that direction right now is not good. With urgency in his heart, he immediately chased towards the rat king. The mouse king could tell at a glance who was the weakest of the group of shifters, and, with her aura, it was threatening. The mutant rat, known for its agility, was still a level 5, and no one could avoid its sneak attack while it was still available. The hill-like Rat King was so fast that it produced gray residual shadows, and the twins over there didn't have any time to react at all. As for Gusingji, he didn't care if he was exposed or not, mobilizing all his energy to immediately erect a spatial barrier in front of Nansun. The attack came in a flash, but someone was faster. With a loud boom, the shockwave from the two sides colliding spread outward with them as the center of the circle. The man who stood in front of Nansun almost took that blow hard, his net white bamboo-like knuckles clasping the Rat King's sharp claws. It clicked, leaving half of its claws behind. The deep, bone-deep bruises on his arms flowed with more blood from the exertion, and his eyes narrowed, slightly exhibiting some of the ferocity that came with his bones. But after turning to the seemingly stunned girl, a warm light flowed back into her eyes. "Are you okay, kitten? You're the cat." The eyes were like amber, the little face soft and gentle, and the paws wrapped in combat gloves must have been soft as well. What's not a pussycat? Chapter 38, The Little Fairy of the Cannon Fodder, 14. Sungwang shook off his hand and looked towards the Rat King, who scorned him and immediately retreated when he failed to land a blow. But Gusingji wouldn't give it a chance to escape, arriving instantly with Lang Chi-yen in the next second. In the midst of the coldness, his eyes were solemn, and he took advantage of the fact that he was simultaneously paralyzed by freezing retardation and lightning to swing his sword out. As the mountain-like body of the Rat King fell, the tide of zombies also lost its backbone and was broken one by one. The battle came to a close and everyone began to pick up the pieces. "Thank you for saving Josie, but, you are?" To be able to block that level of attack with his bare hands, he would never be an ordinary person, so he reasonably suspected his identity and purpose. Sungwon's light side crossed the nervous Lang Chi-yen and raised his chin towards the other side. From the capital district. Yeah. A brightly grinning Kito approached. Seeing that it was him, Gusingji let go of a little doubt. The Gu family's home base in the capital district was official, and the one in front of him was transporting the latest equipment and supplies over. "Shinchu, I didn't expect to meet your group on the road. Uncle Ki, no casualties on your side, right?" No. This gentleman is injured. Would you like to go with us to logistics to take care of it?" Chidong was shocked. "From Wish, how did you get so badly injured?" "It's okay, brother-in-law. I'll take care of the wound later." Songwang smiled and looked at Gusingji. "Aurora's base chief doesn't seem to trust me too much." "No, it's just that you're so strong. How come I've never heard of you before?" This brother-in-law of mine is a low-key person. This is not long ago just broke through the 5th level." Kiddo vouched for him and was genuinely proud. Gusingji was not in a good position to say too much more. There were many things he needed to deal with after the war. Hang Nian glanced at Nansun, but realized that she wasn't looking at him at all, but instead was puffing up and glaring hard at Songwang. Sighing, he could only send a message instructing the twins to keep an eye on her and not let strange people near. Also, there must be an explanation for what happened to Lang Chi Smoke. "Lang Chi-yen, after the break is over and we get back on the road to find a garrison, I'll organize a meeting, and the entire Aurora 1 and 2 teams will be there." Gusingji's tone was extremely heavy. Lang Chi-yen looked at his back as he and Shi-don left together, and knew that what he had done before was wrong, but he was unconcerned about the upcoming trial. Now she was even more nervous that she should follow the wish. Her face tightened. How did Songwang become a member of the capital district base? Is it the effect of spiritual power? What does he want? Would she be set up to be found out about her connection to him? Not daring to meet anyone's eyes, she nodded and quickly fled the place. Songwang turned around, not really caring about the injuries he had intentionally sustained. Looking at the girl's white and tender little face, he couldn't help but poke it twice. "Kitten, was there a shock? No calling me that. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you saved me." She covered her face and turned away. "I've been hurt so badly for you. Kitten, why don't you bandage me up?" He lifted his foot to catch up with her, unable to resist teasing. "Got it. The kitten has a hard mouth and a soft heart. But, the bandaging technique is really not complimentary." "Hiss. I told you I can't bandage." She gripped the bandage, tears in her eyes, looking more hurt than he, the one who was actually hurt. Songwang felt his teeth itch out of nowhere and licked his canine teeth, which had never itched since his zombification, and was more interested in biting her than in biting her. His eyes twinkled, like this, winding, and then this. His left hand took hers and guided it as best he could. His eyes lowered, lazy and gentle. Wrapping this kind of thing like it had been done 1,000 times, should be finished quickly from the wish with skillful movements, but he didn't let go of her, taking her tiny hand in his large grip. It was as soft as he thought it would be. "Do you not know my name yet?" "I don't want to know. My name is Songwang." "Oh." She struggled to get her hand out, but her grip tightened. "Kitten, Has anyone ever told you that you have a very radiant soul? Brilliant to the point that it made people like him long for it and want it for themselves. God damn it. Get off me. She was angry as well as pouting. And when she was angry, she looked down and bit his hand. It's true that kittens, bite or not, cute. Ing Songwon's eyes flowed with a thickening fondness. Instead of stopping him, the other man pushed harder. Only it still didn't help at all except tickling his fingers. LOL. Ing Songwang pulled the person into his arms and made her sit sideways on his lap. The size difference nearly giving him the illusion that he was really teasing a cat. I think the kitten has 167, but it's still a tiny one. He pressed up against it, the tip of his nose rubbing against the tip of his nose. Say my name and I'll let you go. You're so annoying. Pervert. Get off me. So fierce. He dodged her scratches and rested his chin against her shoulder and neck. The thin lips were slightly parted, and the itchy teeth were hard to relieve. It's not because of zombie habits. Cannibalism was a way for low-level walkers to take in energy, and he'd never gone through that stage. It's just that when the emotions are strong enough and crazy enough, love can get confused with appetite. What does he have to do to not scare her? How can you be so stubborn? Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you? Searing breath sprayed through her hair, radiating a strong portent of danger. The kitten finally wimped out, struggling less, and spoke weakly. Shall obey the wish. Ing Sungwon smile deepened as he gladly took a deep breath and exhaled it out again at length, coaxing her. Aha! Yell again? Are you finished? She became enraged and started pounding his shoulder. Shell from wish, 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 shell from wish. Feeling like she was going to light up her claws if he teased any longer, he let go with a grin. The girl hurriedly slipped out of his arms. You're so annoying. The other man only left him with an exasperated back. I'll see you later. Oh, not allowed. Pervert. Ing Songwang hooked his lips and his eyes stayed in the direction where the kitten left, fumbling for the communicator that had been vibrating incessantly in his pocket. He casually pressed off. Lang Chi-yen over there nearly died in a hurry. Why don't you reply? Iki-san. The sudden call startled her and she turned back sheepishly. What's wrong? It's just someone looking for you. I think they said it was your parents and your sister. After what happened before, the team members who had originally held her in high esteem were no longer able to face her with their original attitudes. Still, it was a short and concise account of what happened. Chi-dong's party was to return to Aurora first, piggybacking on a group of commoners they had saved on the way. But someone inside overheard Lang Chi-yen's name and rejoiced that he was a member of her family. Lang Chi-yen only felt that one wave of bad things had not yet subsided, and did not notice the change in the other party's attitude. I know. Why? The polarizing parents are actually still alive. And sister. She unconsciously grabbed the jade on her wrist. Chapter 39, The Little Fairy of the Cannon Fodder, 15. When is our daughter coming? If you can't wait for us, you'll depart first and we'll follow Aurora. A familiar voice, a familiar tone that makes you want to turn away immediately when you hear it. Uncle and Auntie, we are on a mission, not an outing. It's dangerous. Yeah. Aurora's team members were in a difficult position. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was Ling Chi-yen's parents, who would have the patience to be so persuasive? She was already starting to get a little upset with her because of the AWOL incident earlier, and now that her parents had gone off on a tangent, a lot of people had impatience on their faces. Sorry guys, we won't take up too much of your time and my parents just miss my sister so much. Hey, sister, you're here. Ling Chi-yen looked at that soft and lovely face, and a feeling of nausea kept rising in her throat. Her parents favored her, everyone liked her, and yet she wasn't satisfied. She had everything she wanted to grab. This time, trying to grab something. Smokey, you've finally come. I heard that you're now a 4th level shifter, or a dual system. You must have had a hard time. Lang's father and mother rushed up to shush her, grasping her hand. The warmth of the touch so unfamiliar. Lang Chi-yen used to think that she had completely stopped expecting them, and never contacted them again after she went to college independently. But after a long absence of being cared for by her parents, she actually can't help but go soft. What do you want with me? It's nothing. Nothing. Mom and Dad just wanted to see you and how you were doing. And that was enough. The old couple wiped their tears and the scene actually had a few warm moments. She could be ruthless if they were splitting hairs and accusing and unabashedly biased, as they usually were. But what is it now? Even though she kept reminding herself of it, deep down in her soul she still looked forward to the love of her parents. Now that you've seen it, you can go. Lang Chi-yen lowered her eyes to hide her inner turmoil. The second old man who originally wanted to pester for more favors was reminded by Lang Jiao's eyes and immediately reacted. Go, we'll leave right away and meet you back at the Aurora base. Sister, can I stay here? Lang Jiao opened her mouth with a smile. Things really don't end that simply. Lang Qiyan was ready for her parents to side with Lang Jiao like before, yet, they were not advising her. Jiao Jiao, what can you do if you stay here? Don't hold your sister back. I'm a level 3 thunder system ability. How could I drag her down? The accused Lang Jiao argued with them in a disgruntled tone. Lang Qiyan raised her head and looked at this scene incredulously, feeling like she was dreaming. The inner turmoil is even greater, but only to her parents, Lang Jiao, for whom she had nothing but loathing. I don't know what came to mind, but she pulled her sleeve to cover the jade she wore on her hand. Lang Jiao saw her movements and had all sorts of thoughts mingling in her mind, but she still played the role of a well-behaved sister well. Sis, I'll be useful. Let me stay. Coldpool Smoke was silent. She has always had a good image, and she can't just show caution, and she has never been the one who sings the white face, and Zhuahang and the others sing the black face for her. Lang Qiyan looked to the twins, confident of the outcome. They were so perceptive. They must have sensed that she hated Ling Jiao as they had before. It would definitely be rejected on her behalf, and it would still be rejected in a shady way that would make everyone else follow their lead and view Ling Jiao in a worse light. She was very sure of herself. The team followed to get twins' opinion. TSK. Their minds were completely elsewhere, their eyes searching for the people traveling to and from them, and they casually made a perfunctory comment. Thunder-type psychic ability. Level enough? Or sister Qiyan's sister? So let's stay. Lang Qiyan's heart jumped violently, and only then did she notice that things were vaguely out of control. Really? Lang Jiao smiled happily and thanked everyone politely and appropriately. Lang Qiyan noticed that many people looked at her with kindness in their eyes, and the sense of crisis intensified. Without the twins to sing in blackface, she could only swallow her teeth and blood. The loss of control ate at her, and she tried to find a time to talk to them, but they didn't pick up on her eyes at all, until a small figure briskly flinging a bag of crystals passed by, and those who had just been distracted immediately lit up. One of the twins said to the other, "You watch over here, and we'll head out later when we're done recuperating." It was as if something had happened between the two of them, and they were no longer as close as they had been before. "You owe me." Knowing that the other would not refuse, he grunted coldly and hurriedly trotted over. Under his breath he called out, "Sister, wait for me." It's like something's changed. Lang Qiyan finally realized her isolated and crisis-ridden situation. The team's fall from grace, Ying's threat from wish, the trouble Lang Jiao will bring, Gu Xingji's disappointment, the upcoming trial, and the change of the twins. Everything had become a jumbled mess in his head. Feel like I'm about to explode. Asterisk. Sister, why are you walking so fast? The teenager caught up with Nansun, still thoughtful and calm and reliable. I'm going back to the car. I'm sleepy. The captain said for me to take care of you, and you'll be alone in a car with me in a little while. Ha? Gu Xingji has such a big heart? Didn't he tell her to stay away from them before? It seems that Ing Sonwang did give him a great sense of crisis. Got it. I need to catch up on my sleep. Don't bother me. Left. Penumbra? Aha. The teenager smiled and nodded. I thought I said leave me alone. The little masterpiece lifted her blindfold and gave the teenager who'd made a pass at her while she slept a violent shudder. In the heat of the moment, he forgot the strength of his body and hit himself instead. The eyes were suddenly overflowing with tears of pain and looked pitiful. Sister. He rubbed her reddened knuckles, his eyes heartbroken. Hit me in the future and tell me in advance. I'll do it myself. It's not because you're annoying. She was so angry she kicked and pounded in his arms. Sister, don't. The teenager took hold of her wrist, his eyes deep, his long eyelashes unable to hide the blazing emotion. Her snogging seemed no different to him than flirting. Zhuju, you went overboard enough yesterday. Yesterday. He smiled, caressing her long, silky curls, and it was like honey was flowing among the gem-like pupils of his eyes. Because you're so cute. You know, the teeth marks on my neck were discovered by Zhuahang, and we had a fight. It's none of my business. You're the one who can't cover up well. Well, he found out. What do we do? I don't care about you. She looked like she didn't care about everything, and suddenly brightened up and tugged at the hem of his shirt. I want that candy. The one with the 3 layers. The soft sandwich and the fruit crunchy one. Sugar? It's not enough to threaten, but to entice. He suddenly pinned her to the seat, his jawline tightening. What are you mad about? I'm not crazy. The smile still compelling. The teen egged her on. It's on me. Find it yourself, sister. Find it on your own. She tugged at his shirt for pockets in retaliation, and suddenly her eyes froze when she saw his clean, unmarred neck. He cocked his head, still grinning. Reaching out, he grabbed her ankle, his tone innocent. Run for what? You're not Zhuju. Ah, my sister just realized that. Zhuahang smiled even more, no longer like Zhuju. Pulling her into his arms, ruthlessly suppressing all her struggling movements. He learned me to threaten you and turned it back on me for being simple-minded, didn't he? I just kissed you and he's already got everything. You let go of me. Let go? Why should I? I have what he has. My brother always pretends more than I can. Why do you just like him more? Angry? It's beautiful. Like glittering jewels. Nansun's fingers gripping his chest combat uniform tightened because of pleasure. But in Zhua Hang's eyes it looked like a weak and flustered heart. He leaned down and made his claim. I'm going to get the same as him. Get the same. Same as yesterday. Chapter 40, The Little Ghostbusters, 16. Danger Zone cleared. Stat. 3 Class B, 8 Class C, 1 Class A. Copy that. Gu Xingji's side had just resolved a wave of zombies and had actually discovered a granary hidden within. Everyone was invigorated beyond belief. And while cleaning up the remaining zombies, the space faculty in the group was told to collect the food. Lang Chi-yen was alone on one side. Even the admirers she once had were filled with complexity. She was expected to give a reasonable explanation for going AWOL at a subsequent meeting. However, it is an unquestionable fact that she has not shown the slightest bit of guilt for those who have died or been injured because of her. Lang Chi-yen was lost in her own thoughts, hoping that Lang Jiao would not pay attention to her, but sensitive to the sight of her looking at Gu Xingji. The orientation here could only see her and Gu Xingji climbing into conversation, not knowing what had been said. Lang Jiao laughed so hard that she was trembling, and the youth opposite her with a cold and solemn brow also bent his eyes. All kinds of pressure mixed with the panic that the sweetheart is going to be taken away. Like a bottomless pit swallowing Lung Ji smoke. It was a good thing that Xiaoxi wasn't around right now, otherwise her tight string would have snapped right away when she saw her being courted by everyone. But it's not far from breaking now. Things that shouldn't have been screwed up because they piled up at the same time made her lose her old judgment. She's got a bad enough rap as it is, like Josie in the original episode, but not nearly as good. She does look cute. Gu Xingji over there echoed Lang Jiao's words of praise for the little masterpiece, and his brows unconsciously softened as he thought of her. As for Lang Jiao, after achieving her goal of making Ling Jiyan uncomfortable, she very much had the eyes to keep a safe distance from him. She is self-aware that the Gu Xingji family in front of her has a deep heritage, and her appearance, temperament and talent are all outstanding. If it weren't for the fact that in the end times, one would never have been able to reach out. On the contrary, it was my sister, who had grown up so arrogant that she had no one in her sight, and I'm afraid that she had already considered this man as her own possession in her heart. She just couldn't look away. Moreover, Lang Chi-yen definitely had something to hide from herself, about the left hand that she had been vainly blocking. She'd find some time in private to ask nicely what was going on. Lang Jiao noticed that in addition to Gu Xingji, Lang Chi-yen also frequently cast her eyes towards the bored green-eyed youth leaning against the side of the warehouse. He's strong and mysterious and unpredictable. Don't mess with me. As if seeing through what she was thinking in her mind, Ing Songwang raised his head, and corresponding to his outstanding appearance was a dangerous aura on his body. The hybrid's brows were deep and his eyes seemed to penetrate the soul. He spoke with a bit of an obscure accent and a smirking look that reminded her of the mysterious villains in movies who could kill people with a smile and a laugh. Lang Jiao shivered and shuddered as she said she was sorry. It's okay. Before he could finish his words, the other man scurried away, and thus did not hear his next sentence. I never trifle with people whose souls are about to go out. Ing from willingly watched her walk towards Ling Jiyan, the one who would bring her the end. Not really caring, his eyes returned to the crystal core in his hand, lifting it up to survey it through the sunlight that filtered through, amber-colored and crystal clear, like kitten eyes. He suddenly turned his head to the person next to him and inquired, would the other person like this if it was used as a gift? Ha! The alien who was asked was at first bewildered, then stuck for several seconds after seeing the crystal core. Is this level 5? Or, the other man rushed to answer his question at his, don't say crap, look. No one will dislike this one. Thanks for the answer. Ing Songwang put the crystal core away, ignoring the eyes of the others that were almost glued to that core. He mentally corrected him, it wasn't level 5. It was level 6. It was the being that nearly replaced him as the true king of the zombies that nearly extinguished his soul. A trophy like that should be just right as a gift. Asterisk. The members of the Aurora have found a resort to be stationed at. This also means that the meeting will start shortly. A small figure knocked cold smoke off her feet. Sorry. The little girl hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. My sister was careless. She frowned. The pile of mess was getting on her nerves and she didn't have time for them. Casually, he said it was fine and headed for the meeting place. The six-headed girl didn't realize that the red rope and jade on her wrist had disappeared. The other side, Zhuahang specifically went to give the corresponding villa's rooms a good cleaning, and this time he felt that his water-based supernormal ability was very perfect again. Everything was done before he went to carry Nansun, who was exhausted from the car, to his room to rest. Sister, I'm going to a meeting. Zhua Heng's tone was sticky, bending down and cheek to cheek with the girl who was nestled under the covers to catch up on her sleep, eyes full of satiation and love. Got it. The white claws snapped at his face, leaving even the small half of the exposed root arm with a slight mark. He looked more pleasant. When she was about to leave, she was pulled by the hem of her coat, and Zhua Hong thought that she was reluctant to give up, but she heard her say, "Candy, with 3 layers, the fruitcake kind." Okay. His expression was lost. Sure enough, she didn't love anyone, but that's just as well. They're both despicable menaces, and neither one has an advantage. Putting most of his inventory by her pillow, Zhua Hong reluctantly left. After he left, Nansen yawned and reached out to touch a few soft candies and put them in his mouth, chewing while his eyes gradually regained clarity. Usually at times like this there was Xiaojiu to talk with her. It couldn't come online. So uncomfortable. But soon, the knock on the door came at that moment, and she lifted the covers and jumped to open the door. A large and a small figure, smiling upon seeing her. "Ms. Josie, this is what you want." "Thank you, Gardenia." And the little wind chimes. Gardenia couldn't help but blush as she was embraced, her nose lingering on the nice scent of her body. "It's all I have to do." Ms. Josie brought her and her sister, who had stimulated her powers, into Aurora, and in addition to that gave her many crystals, and extremely valuable potions to stimulate her powers. It's not just her that helps, it's the girls who are in the same situation as her. All of them were incredibly grateful to her. Nansun, who had equipped his shielding device, took the piece of jade. 009, props recovered. Main system tracking marks removed. "Ah, Jiao, you're back. I missed you. The world is dark without Jiao." 009 also responded to his partner with a smile. "I miss you too." 009, large amount of supplies detected in spatial memory. Is it possible to convert the props into energy points? Nansen scribbled a glance at the supplies. They couldn't even be described as a large amount. It was simply a sea of them. And with no time stop feature on this prop, there are a lot of hard to preserve categories that have gone bad. Excluding the ones she had saved for the mission for the time being, there were so many supplies left that it would be enough for the heroine to rebuild a base. Nansen had no intention of judging her for hoarding these rather than taking them out, but she hadn't even given much favor to the Aurors who often spoke up for her. TSK. The props are not recycled and are returned to the heroine later, but not right away. Of course, she wasn't one of those good-natured saints. She's badass. Badasses things up. Nansen pondered how he was going to play behind him to make it more exciting. Speaking of which, is the meeting about to start? Chapter 41, The Little Ghostbusters, 17. This was an internal meeting of Aurora Teams 1 and 2, with the logisticians and other exalts who were also involved in the mission absent. Most of those who died because of the impact were weaker psychics compared to the elites of the Aurora 1 and 2 teams. If they knew that Lang Jiyan had gone AWOL and caused unnecessary casualties to multiple people, the scene must have been filled with all kinds of group indignation. But the vibe is heavy enough right now. As soon as Lang Qiyan walked through the door, all sorts of sights were cast over. No longer the reverence and conviction of the past. Condemnation, disappointment, and other stares are like awnings. She clenched her fists, not realizing this was going to be so serious. Not just, briefly away for a while. I wonder how they would feel if they knew that this was what she had in mind. The entire meeting Lang Qiyan was on pins and needles, soulfully listening to the first half of the mission summary as well as the progress of the exploration. Gu Xingji sat in the main seat and spoke. His shoulders and neck relaxed, his physique perfect, his hand on the table resembling cold jade. The thought that he would look at himself with that kind of disappointment later. Lang Qiyan felt her heart ache to the point where she couldn't breathe. Well, that's all for now. His knuckles tapped on the table, which also signaled that he was going to start dealing with Lang Qiyan. Gu Xingji also didn't expect her to do something so irrational. Lang Qiyan had never before delayed a mission because of emotional matters, not realizing that an emotional affair had caused such serious consequences. He's to blame for this too, thinking that if he emphasized everywhere that he had a girlfriend and also showed his love for Xiaoxi, the other person would die. Lang Qiyan, is there anything you need to say in your defense about you going AWOL? There was no way she could have spoken of the existence of the should submissive wish. Colluding with the walkers was a crime that would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame and completely abandoned by humanity. It's my fault. Facing Gu Xingji's sullen gaze, Lang Qiyan clenched her fists tightly, her nails sinking into her flesh, bringing about a heartbreaking pain. Her lips were parted but she couldn't say anything, and the excessive tension even gave her tinnitus, like a thread running through the eardrums and out the other side. A persistent buzzing tingles the brain and fills it. The gazes of others were like ghostly shapes, and Gu Xingji's disappointment in her was about to crush her. I'm at fault for this too. So, also, dealt with is the expulsion from Aurora 1 at the end of this mission. In addition, All the sounds of the outside world came into the ears as bits and pieces of words, mixing with the ringing in the ears as a muffled murmur. Lang Chi-yen didn't want to face this, not even realizing when the meeting ended. Such a punishment is still not heavy at all considering her original contribution and the fact that some people pleaded for her. She could take missions even after leaving Aurora 1, and with her abilities, she could make a good living anywhere, but Lang Chi-yen was too proud, so such a blow to her was no different from the sky falling. The bigger blow is yet to come. Lang Chi-yen, stay for a moment. Gu Xingji's tone was flat, and he knew from thinking about it that it couldn't possibly be comforting her or anything else. But, say it isn't so. She nervously gripped the corner of her coat, still holding the last glimmer of hope in her heart. I was the one who never made it clear to you before. No. Anticipating what the other party was going to say, Lang Ji-yen shook his head, his heart aching beyond measure, his limbs as heavy as lead. Gu Xingji sighed. Although I don't know what I did wrong to make you misunderstand. I never liked you. He said it. She fell like a stone, trying desperately to hold back so she didn't lose her temper in front of him. I know. Barely maintaining decency, Lang Chi-yen shook off this sentence and got up, walking quickly out the door, tears falling like rain. She didn't even realize where she had gone, and didn't care how others looked at her anymore. The whole person was like a walking corpse. A handkerchief was handed over. Lang Chi-yen froze and received it, and after looking up to see who it was, she instantly became furious. She slammed her handkerchief down hard on the floor. Did you come to see me laugh? Josie, you won. Aren't you happy now? Nansun looked at the dusty handkerchief, his expression unreadable, his tone flat. I don't think I won. You're the only one who cares about winning or losing. How lousy she looked now. But, still a powerful level 4 alien. She can have a bright future if she wants it. Think back to the original episodes Josie. At that time, she finally learned through rumors that Gu Xingji, who sheltered her, had a real official match. She had her own self-respect and pride, so she chose to go out and fend for herself before Lang Chi-yen drove her away. Ordinary people with empty beauty had a hard time surviving in the late post-apocalyptic period, and she suffered a lot. But luckily she met Zhang Wenxin, finally awakening her powers. She grits her teeth and works out, doesn't care if she gets hurt and bleeds, and fights as hard as she can to stay alive. However, Lang Chi-yen still saw her as a thorn in her side even though she knew that she and Gu Xingji had nothing. Proclaiming Xiao Shi as the third party who destroyed her relationship with Gu Xingji, the former canary in the making. That alone, Xiao Shi could have cared less. She just wanted to live, but Lang Ji-yen deliberately harmed her life. I was just checking to see if you had any remorse or not, and right now it looks like there isn't. She only cared about losing her reputation and being rejected by Gu Xingji, but did not feel guilty about the lives she had killed through her dereliction of duty. Those infected with the zombie virus, Nan soon saved. In order to keep it a secret Gu Xingji did not disclose. But what if there was no her? I'm not going to show you any mercy back there. Lung Chi smoke. With you? You show me mercy? Lang Chi-yen was furious and gathered energy in her hands to teach her a lesson, but it was instantly dispersed. What are you going to do to your sister? Zhuahang and Zhuju flew over and protected Nansen behind them, looking at her with cold and frightening eyes. No more adoration and intimacy, like looking at pure enemies, and at one time, she was the one being defended by them. Lang Chi-yen laughed out absurdly. Do you remember why you dash? Shut up, the two chided in unison, interrupting her, fearful that their sister would learn the truth. What? Sister, don't believe anything she says. Zhuahong hurriedly pulled her away, leaving Zhuju and Lang Ji-yen facing each other. Sister Icky Smoke, this is the last time I'll call you that, and there are some things that you did do wrong. So did you guys do the right thing again? She pulled at them. You were the ones who tried to play with her heart in the beginning. And you're the ones who are in love with her now. He was rendered speechless. This is our business. You don't talk nonsense in front of her. Lang Chi-yen snorted coldly, not giving an affirmative answer, and subconsciously went to touch the jade on her wrist. No. Chapter 42, The Little Fairy of the Cannon Fodder, 18. Lang Ji-yan's eyes widened and pupils focused. Panic quickly swept through his body, and cool air ran in from all his limbs. Why it disappeared? The jade was so important that there was no way she would voluntarily take it off. Wrists empty. She looked around in a panic, but found nothing. Obviously it was still there when the grain was collected at the granary. It must have been dropped somewhere. Or, ignoring the questions of Zhuju behind him, Lang Ji-yen hurriedly went back along the way he came to look for it. In a flash of lightning, she suddenly thought of Lang Jiao, who had approached her many times before with seeming concern. She isn't finding out. Discovered that the jade was a birthday gift from her parents when she was 18, and was snuck away by herself. But she hadn't even thought it would be an immense space when she took it, or that she'd only discovered it by accidental injury after the apocalypse. Lang Jiao must have quietly taken it back. There were still resources in there that were going to be sent back to the base warehouse when they got back. Was she trying to completely bring her down to the bottom of the barrel? Lang Qiyan couldn't keep her composure any longer and went to confront Lang Jiao with reddened eyes. By now it was nearly evening. In the blue's moment of approaching darkness, the expression on her face looked terrible in the light. Lang Jiao, come out and talk to me. Lang Jiao, who was mingling and giggling with everyone over there, looked down and saw the message from the contact. There was little doubt, and it just so happened that she wanted to talk to her about something, so she made up a random excuse and headed out the door. She came to a remote small hill forest. Lang Qiyan stood under the tree. A sudden look like a ghost almost scared her. What do you mean? Do you want to see me have a bad time so badly? Upon arriving and being confronted with a split face, Lang Jiao frowned and her tone followed with mockery. Sister, I know you're upset about being punished for failing in your duties, but you can't take it out on me. It was fine not to mention this, but once it was mentioned, Lang Ji Smoke broke his defense even more. No calling me sister, hypocrite. When she thought of how she and Gu Xingji had talked and laughed during the day, everything became clear. Did Lang Jiao think that by targeting her like this she would have a chance? I'm warning you, you'd better hurry up and give me my stuff back. I took something from you. Funny, it's that ice peace button. Fine, you finally admit that you took my things. Lang Jiao crossed her eyes and held her arms in indignation. That's mine, and I haven't even asked you for it. Instead I'm going to give it back to you. Stop pretending. Where's the peace button? Lang Qiyan's tone was calm. But this was the precursor to the coming storm. What are you pretending? You're the one, aren't you? That was a birthday present from Mom and Dad. Are you jealous of me because they don't even remember your birthday? The words were the fuse that ignited the bomb that was about to explode. Looking at Lang Jiao's smug expression, all sorts of clips flashed before her eyes. The hatred and injustice that had accumulated for so long drove her to let it out. How far had she fallen that even Lang Jiao was qualified to sneer at her? A powerful energy fluctuation flashed by, and the lightning of thunder illuminated Lang Qiyan's ghost-like face. The stiff body collapsed. Arrogant. I'll let you be, she murmured, her eyes fierce as she crouched down and rummaged through her, searching for the peace button. Why can't I find? Where did she put it? Searching for no results. A moment on the head of the cold pool of smoke. Reason also slowly returned to reality. Meeting eyes that were wide and dead, she stumbled a bit, feeling in hindsight that things couldn't end. Lang Jiao's sudden disappearance is bound to arouse suspicion. What will happen to her if it turns out she killed her? Breathing heavily, Lang Jiyan looked left and right, trying to see if anyone had seen what had just happened. No one's here but me. Ing Song Wang, who was leaning against the tree, smiled at the terrified her. Don't tell anyone about this. She spoke very quickly and made a promise. I can promise to take you into the Aurora base for what you said last time. I'm sorry, but now I don't want to go anymore. What do you mean? Lang Qiyan stared up at him. I want to get kittens now. Can you tell me what to expect? Seeing her puzzled look, Ing Songwang raised his eyebrows and added with an ah, it's Xiao Xiao. That seems to be the kitten's name. Josie. It's Josie again. You're interested in her? Lang Qiyan suddenly had a plan in her heart. How could Xiaoxi possibly end up well when being interested by a lunatic like Ing Songwang? Like she had fought alongside him for so long in the first place. The same mental markers had been planted by Ruthless. He has no human feelings at all. Everything is just for fun. Since it's all to this extent, Lang Jiyan died and bit his lips, entering the edge of blackening. You want a cat to like you. You have to make her dependent on you and not go anywhere but around you. So, Ing Songwang nodded thoughtfully, his emerald-like eyes full of interest. If she betrays all of humanity, then the whole world she will have to throw herself into your arms. Moreover, a person like Ing Songwang would definitely casually throw her away when he finally got tired of playing with her. He doesn't give a about stray cats. Josie, how much longer can she be complacent? Hands down. Does she pair her up to say such things? Gu Xingji would be even more disappointed in Xiaoxi, and Lang Qiyan couldn't help but laugh at the thought of such an ending. Asterisk. Night turns and day changes. The danger zone was almost cleared, and everyone who was about to embark on their return journey began to pack up their belongings. Nansun yawned and leisurely looked at the mountain. Her things the twins grabbed and collected for her. She wouldn't bother. 009, host. The plot collapse has exceeded 70%. Do you have any ideas now? Before she could reply, it added, by the way, within the Aurora base, the rumor highlighted by the female lead's parents I have already embellished and spread. Xiaojiu, it's worthy of you. You really understand me. Nanshuan this time do not want to let the plot trajectory force to correct, directly one step, to help it correct. She wanted to hold Lang Qiyan up as high as she could, so that the fall would be big enough. So, whatever she was plotting, she would go along with it. Unfortunately, Things may not end up as Lung Ji-yen wishes. She looked forward to that day. A grand, radiant fall. Kitten, here, the flowers you asked for. Not far away shall come from the wish. Holding a handful of brightly colored and beautiful Phalaenopsis orchids, the light purple variety set off the already handsome youth in a more noble and affectionate manner. Low brow and slow, gentle turquoise eyes. The shifters who saw this scowled at the others. Phalaenopsis is a flower that is extremely demanding of the soil, almost extinct after the end of the world, and he actually did find it. Songshan was also, even if he was given all sorts of trouble by the little masterpiece, he was still smiling, afraid that others wouldn't be able to see that he had a heart for her. I suddenly don't like Phalaenopsis again. She took the flowers and casually dropped them on the floor. If it were an ordinary person, even if they liked and adored her, their blood pressure would rise if they were treated like this, but it should be from the wish, even more pleasurable than just now. The way the kitten finished throwing the flowers and peeked sideways at his expression was still so cute. 2. Petite cat. So what else do you want? Don't think about it yet. Just wait. Yeah. Songwang sensed the intention to drive him away, but instead of leaving, he abruptly asked a question. Kitten, do you want a new owner? Huh? She cocked her head, her expression saying it all. Okay. He regretfully dropped the subject. Surely it was still too short a time for him to understand emotions and how to make kittens automatically run into his arms. It's better to use for a more secure method. Chapter 43, The Little Frayed Craftsman. 19. Finished packing. Gu Xingji searched for signs of his little canary. So much has happened out of this mission. He pressed his brow, his breath around him a little more icy. Having just broken level 6 in the middle of a fight, he wasn't quite in control yet, and he was going to have her complaining about ice again later. At the same time, he felt guilty in his heart that he hadn't been able to spend quality time with her during this time. What Gu Xing didn't know was that there were people to accompany Nan Sun for him, day after day. She was either making secret deals with the twins or making it difficult to respond to wishes, and she wasn't bored at all. Gu Xingji, I'm 4th grade. The girl ran in holding a crystal core and carrying a small bag, her tail going up to the sky. That's awesome. Gu Xingji put down what he was doing and gazed at her tenderly. Although he had heard that the upgrade speed of the healing department was surprisingly fast, it was still out of his expectation. Tired of going on missions? Not tired. She shook her head. Anything you want these days? Gu Xingji stroked her head again and was slapped away from her hand, smiling dotingly. No wants. She pulled a candy from her bag and chewed and ate it. By the way, I'm excited to take stock of my little inventory. Candy offered by the twins, snacks fed by various people, berries that should be picked several kilometers away from the willingness to run, and fresh flowers that spitefully should be delivered every day from the willingness to. While admiring the trophies, a slightly cold body took her into its arms from behind. Are you angry? The low voice with a bit of loss was like a pearl, bringing up a crispy piece in her ears. So icy. Despite the temptation, she struggled in his arms, originally wanting to let go of her. Gu Xingji saw the marks under her collar. The already afflicted man's demeanor stalled and he reached out to cup her face, frowning in question. Who left this behind? The little canary hurriedly covered her collar, her eyes flashing, just not answering. Gu Xingji took a deep breath and tried to soften his voice, asking again. Who seduced you? Tell me. Good girl. I won't do anything to you. Not so much for the person who seduced her. Nanshuan was ready to just confess to the twins, but didn't get around to it. Her hesitation was taken by Gu Xingji as a liking for that person, so she wanted to protect him. Is it Ying from the Wish? He uttered the name that had been swirling around in his head. Those rumors, while always nagging at him, only consoled themselves with the fact that it was a misunderstanding, like he and Lang Qiyan had been misunderstood in the past. I didn't think it would be true. Gu Xingji had always had many suspicions about him, and now he was even more cognizant of his shamelessness. He turned around. What are you doing? Nansen stopped him. It's not going to go and get him in trouble, is it? Songxiang is a dangerous person. Now is not the time to start a conflict. Seeing that she was so nervous about Songji, Gu Xingji took a deep breath and said, Me and him? Which side are you on? Middle. He lifted his foot again and headed out the door. She rushed over to him and stopped him with open arms. Will you stop being irrational? I'm being unreasonable? He frowned. Xiao Shi, between us, what exactly is our relationship? It's just contractually related. The decibels in her voice dropped a little, and she gripped the strap of her small bag, not daring to look him in the eye. Talking about the contract they signed before the end of the day. A purely transactional relationship. Gu Xingji tasted heartache for the first time. Doesn't she think he's the kind of person who would indulge and talk about love to his adopted partner? Did she ever try to feel his heart for even a moment? He likes her and she doesn't know, or doesn't care. Xiao Shi, It was the first time Gusingji had called her full name in such a solemn manner. He bent down to look directly at her, and along with him his proud persistence and self-respect. I like you. Liked her enough to push for her to be part of the mission. I like her, so I think a lot about her, so that people don't mistake her for a mastermind. Liked her so much that he broke his own principles of fairness and set all sorts of precedents for her that his former self couldn't understand. You didn't feel it at all? Or is it just me getting ahead of myself? Nansen watched him make a deep confession, but took a step back. None of this moves her. It only reminds her of Josie's wish, to have him bend over backwards for love before dropping him. She said slowly, but didn't you ignore me at first? Neglect me like the others? Gusingji's pupils shrunk. I only heard her continue. A few months after the end came, rumors were spreading that I was a canary that you had raised, but I knew that we had nothing to do with each other at all. I was glad to be sheltered by you, yet I was afraid that one day you would cast me out. You've never come over to see me for a second, so I'm not even sure if you want to keep me or not. I don't go out, too, because, well, everyone else looks down on me and belittles me. I don't know what he's going to say for a moment about how he's just busy, about how he's not thinking about losing her, but all that neglect, it's all true. That's why the moment I learned I had powers, it was like I was truly alive. Do you want me to put my emotions on you? I can't do that. She coldly lowered her face and turned to leave, saying one last thing. You think I like King Songjong? So be it, at least he accepts it all. No matter how much I overdo it with him, the two just didn't get along. I had planned to spend some quality time with her on the return trip, but it turned out to be a situation like this. Gusingji looked at her departing back, and only after a long time did he disheveledly cover his face and sit back on the sofa. Asterisk. Anyone with eyes could see that the captain and his girlfriend had a fight. The two of them had their cars far apart, and both of them were cold and in a bad mood at first glance. The group's favorite little masterpiece lost her smile. Leaving the team feeling overwhelmed and comforting her didn't help. They were also worried that they couldn't sit still, and this horrible atmosphere continued until we were about to arrive at the Aurora base. It was so torturous. At the same time tormented Ling Jiyen. We're almost there. Why doesn't Ing Songwon make a move? Does he want to go into the base, where he'll be found out as a walker at the first hurdle? Or did he backtrack? Looking distantly at Ing Songwon, who was guarding Xiaoxi's side, an amused emotion rose in her heart. Gusingji was still worried about her safety even after he had quarreled with someone, thinking that there would be no danger if Ing Songwon was by her side. Unbeknownst to him, the greatest danger is him. Attention everyone! An unidentified wave of zombies has been detected approaching, with multiple high-level zombies present. Danger level, SS. Everyone's terminals sent a message at that moment, and it also made every heart tighten. The outer wall of the base was quickly opened, and inside there were heavy barriers so there was no fear of those who wished to infiltrate. Accommodate the people lined up outside waiting to enter the base first, with the ordinary people going in first and the aliens following. This time, the zombie wave was different from the past. The number was not large, yet every single one of them was a level 3 or above zombie. It could never have been a spontaneous assembly. That rumored zombie king? Only TA can do that. All shifters and squad commanders, go to your assigned positions. Gu Xingji, as the base chief and the strongest alien present, naturally rushed to the front line. He looked in the direction where Nansun was, and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 44, The Little Ghostbusters, 20. The higher the rank the faster the zombie, and every zombie that arrived made everyone look like an enemy. The last thing they were worried about was Nansun, who was staying next to the level 5 alien. However, they did not expect that the high-level zombies that arrived at a rapid pace would only encircle towards one place. Surprising everyone, it had already initially taken on the normal appearance of a human being, exuding a terrifying might. And all of them gathered towards Ing Songwon's side. Everyone moved to get over to the support. 1 second his heart was in his throat and the next he saw all the walkers stop in front of the tall man with green eyes, bowed his head. When Ing Songwon moved his fingertips, they all turned around and turned back, their greenish-white eyes staring silently in their direction. Now what is it that they don't understand? Zombies? Kings? Shall we follow the wish and be the king of the zombies? In the midst of all the attention, he held out his hand and smiled slightly at the girl who hadn't gotten the memo. Has the kitten been wanting to come with me for a long time? Come home with me. It appeared to be a solicitation, but in reality, the mental manipulation had already been initiated. Nearly level 7 psychic ability, and the unique zombie king's core. There's no way it's going to fail. Ing Songwon watched as the kitten's eyes struggled to gradually lose focus before walking towards him. Yeah, that's it. To the eyes of the others, who were staring in disbelief, a white, soft hand was placed in his palm, like a hunter who had finally caught his prey. He brought her into his arms. Gotcha. My kitten. At the same time resounded the indignant voice, Xiaoxi, you colluded with the zombie king. This loud accusation from Coldpool Smoke instantly carried the masses outside of Aurora 1 and 2. There was a lot of discussion among the aliens, the ordinary people who didn't have time to get in. Even if there were voices trying to defend her, they were drowned out. Ing Songxiang had accomplished his purpose. He wouldn't bother with so much. All he wanted to do was to take the cat away. He lowered his head, his chin brushing against the soft hair of the well-behaved girl, and smiled provocatively at Gu Xingji and the twins, who were almost in front of him. Stop them. Command a moment. All the zombies all moved. A huge group. All elite zombies, easily blocking anyone who tried to come to her rescue. The battle opened up, and the crowd that had just been talking about it instantly scattered and fled in all directions. If any of the zombies were aiming for them, these people would all be on the chopping block and ready to be slaughtered. But they were restrained, and carried out their instructions with a flourish, stopping anyone who tried to approach. At that moment, fluctuations that were like earthquakes also came from beneath his feet. In addition to zombies, there are actually mutated plants. Mutant plants can move too? The earth trembled as countless branches drummed in the ground, finally cracking at some critical point. In a moment of dust, the golden, shocking and terrifying ginkgo tree breaks through the ground and spreads its branches. The volume that covered the sky and the ground instantly drowned Ing Songwang's figure. Everyone had to face the crisis at hand. Gu Xingji viciously chipped away the branches in front of him, and a large range of ice prisms suddenly penetrated those elite zombies. Her presence was no longer felt. His body instantly dropped to dozens of degrees below zero, and everywhere he looked was covered in a thick layer of ice. The eyes also turned a pure icy blue color, exuding a strong coldness. Gu Xingji never suspected that she would actually collude with the zombie king. At the moment his mind was filled with nothing but chagrin and blame for himself. Why did he fight with her? Why didn't he stick close to her to protect her? Why did he negatively think of fulfilling her so that she and Ing Songwang could be in one place? He should have tied her firmly to his side in spite of her wishes. It was better to hate him or curse him than to have to watch her being taken away, as she was now. The harder he strikes, the more he kills. And the twins were just as heartbroken with regret, hacking and slashing at the zombies and mutant plants, almost losing their minds. Under the strong emotions, they even broke through level 5 at the same time. Sister, asterisk, Nan Sun, who pretended to be mentally manipulated, nestled in Ing Songwang's arms, and because she felt so secure, she drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, I was in the middle of a bedroom that rivaled the hall. Everywhere is a gorgeous palace-style decoration, so that people think that not in the post-apocalyptic world but in the royal palace. But it is indeed a palace. This is a private castle and belongs to the Should from Wish both before and after the end of time. Kitten's awake. The handsome young man lay next to her on his side with his head propped up and couldn't wait to take her into his arms. Do you like it here? This will be your new home from now on. Not like that. She pushed him away and ran out barefoot. Ing Songwang did not panic and got up to follow, still smiling. Luckily he'd carpeted all the places ahead of time so she wouldn't get cold. Kittens want to explore their new home? Go away. Don't follow me. It was only then that Nansen realized that her clothes had also been changed into a gorgeous and elaborate princess dress. She ran out with her skirt in her hand and ran down the long hallway. The view from the window reveals that this is indeed the real deal. A castle. And she was at the top. Forget about it. Don't bother running, but follow through with the persona act. Nansen turned around and looked at Ing Songwang, who was walking leisurely over. His height advantage made him one step ahead of her too, and he was also dressed in courtly attire, like an exotic half-blood prince. That face possessed both the depth of the West and the beauty of the East, mixing and blending to become a unique flavor of his own. Good looking. Love it. Want to play it. Is the kitten tired of running? He came to him, bent over with his knees supported and smiled at her. That smile could put a person in a trance without the use of mental manipulation. She had, it seemed, never seen him look other than smiling. Ing Songwan looked at her as well. The kitten's delicate and beautiful looks are just perfect for this gorgeous dress. Unfortunately, the necklace that she had put on her while she slept and the jeweled hair accessory that she had pinned on were both lost along the way as she ran. LOL, perky cat. He reached out to touch her head, but was met with a precise bite on his palm. Bites again. Ing Songwang did not hide or avoid, looking at the wounds bitten out by her eyes' surprise. That's right, the kitten is already a level 4 alien. Put in some effort and you can bite through a bit of his skin if you use your teeth. But that's too inefficient to attack. Is the kitten trying to play a game? I'll teach you how to use your powers. Healing, it's easy to kill walkers. He wasted no time in teaching her the ways to kill herself, and his smile widened as he watched her eyes light up suddenly. But before that, do something else? In exchange. Chapter 45, The Little Ghostbusters, 21. Finally no one is paying attention to those things about Lang Chi Smoke anymore. The hearts of all the Aurora 1 and 2 teams were heavy, including the other exalts who were familiar with Nansun. None of them believed that she would collude with the Zombie King, but with the few who have witnessed her move towards should be obeyed, one can only imagine how the rumors would have intensified. Logistics to clean up the mess, leave a few people to turn in missions, and the Space Department that turned in resources to act autonomously. After Gusingji finished explaining all this, he coldly rushed towards the experimental building. He was going to apply for the latest equipment, and the twins followed suit. Their expressions were as solemn as ever, and Lang Chi-yen, grabbing her empty wrist, panicked to the core. Going to turn in resources with us? A couple of other spacers asked her tentatively. No, I have something to do alone. She nervously left, leaving an awkward few behind. After passing through the many hurdles, she finally returned to the inner city of the base that exuded a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Walking aimlessly, the ever-so-bad mood was slightly relieved. Lung Chi Smoke. She's Lung Chi-yen. Hearing her name being talked about, Lang Chi-yen first had a hard time, then she completely froze. Future Mrs. Base Chief. I heard she's awesome. A level 4 dual system shifter. A strong combination. Shouldn't we be able to have a wedding drink behind us? It's as if these pursuits have brought her back to a time when her reputation hadn't hit rock bottom, even more so than before. The fact that almost everyone was spreading the word that way, not in a derogatory or accusatory way, made her feel better briefly, but she soon realized that this was not a good thing for her. She was about to go up to clarify, but two men took the lead and stopped her in her tracks. Smokey, you're finally back. Our future Mrs. Base Chief. Father Lang and Mother Lang surrounded her on the left and right with joyful faces. She was warmed by their caring attitude, yet extremely helpless. It was you who spread the rumor? Lang Chi-yen pressed her protruding temples. What rumors? These are the facts. Yeah, you're already strong. With your dual system powers, you're more than capable of being this base chief's wife. Dual system of psychic abilities. She was almost finished, and if she couldn't get the resources and was found out, she would surely be criticized by 1,000 people. Get out of here. Can't stay any longer. Mom and Dad, come with me. She wanted to take them and herself away. She was a level 4 alien and would still be able to make a go of it at other bases. Going somewhere. By the way, where's Jiao Jiao? She's, still out on a mission. So we'll probably hear something in a couple days. So, anyway, come with me first. When she passed by the building of the mission hall, Lang Chi-yen sheepishly lowered her head and tried to quickly walk by. Bang! There was a loud bang, and after the apocalypse extremely expensive fireworks exploded above her head, followed by a variety of people surrounding her. That anonymous donation of so many supplies must have been you, because it came with the food you collected in the first place. Lang Chi-yen, we all thank you. You saved so many ordinary people. What a great job. You're so beautiful and kind. You're the best match in the world for the base commander. Yeah, that canary is way too unworthy of the base commander's favor. She betrayed all of humanity. Only you are worthy of the base commander. All sorts of people were expressing their excited emotions, many of them with 009 in the middle adding fuel to the fire and directing public opinion, but mixed in with the crowd. No one knows which sentence was said by whom. Anyway, managed to blow the cold pool smoke away. I don't know what's going on, but her biggest crisis has been solved, and inexplicably even being sought after by everyone. The time bomb that is Ing Songji's wish will also not appear for the time being. Yeah, Xiao Shi had already been gotten rid of by her. So besides her, who else could be chosen by Gusingji? She didn't even need to go. Lung Chi-yen suddenly rekindled hope. She hooked her lips and waved her hand lightly. Her previous dishevelment swept away. 009 monitors the scene and silently hides. And also looking at her were Zhang Wenxin and other women who had been helped by Nanxuan. All of them didn't believe the rumors on the base. Miss Zhou is so nice. How could she collude with the walkers? There must be a reason behind it. Moreover, this one called Lang Jiyen has always had thoughts about the base commander, and she often leads some unwarranted public opinion. Some of them had been in contact with her and it was clear that she could never be the one to donate so many supplies. No matter what, they will contribute to MS. Zhou, *, 009, host. Someone has been clarifying for you. From Aurora Teams 1 and 2 and those women you've helped. It's so cute. Nansen felt like she was just following through with her persona as well as helping Xiaoxi fulfill her wishes. But the people of these small worlds always gave her all kinds of excellent feedback. It's okay, we don't need to push the heroine any further since she's already been brought up anyway. What about the degree of plot collapse and male/female entanglements? 009, 80% collapse. More than half of the people believe that love exists between the hero and heroine. This method could only temporarily blind the world's consciousness, but it believed that its own host was capable of controlling the whole situation. This time she probably won't need to take the initiative to return the hero to the heroine. It feels that after it's all over, the hero and heroine can't be untangled. Of course, it's still a negative entanglement. There's never a chance of a change of heart as long as the host has gotten it. It's its partner, after all. At this time, Nansun was practicing her healing powers. Human research, after all, was not as deep as the zombies that were truly restrained by the healing powers. So that's how healing powers work. Upgrading quickly. Cross-level restraint. Mastering the method can be one person against 1,000 armies. And there are other research directions. The true hope and dawn of mankind. She asked 009 to summarize these experiences and methods in a book. Nansen condensed the energy in his hand into a point and punched it into the core of the level 5 zombie in front of him. The blinding white light instantly deprived the vision, and the elite zombies that had killed countless people and aliens instantly turned into pieces. Only a crystal-clear crystal core was left lying in place. The same level 5, in front of her, could only be killed in an instant. There were crystal cores all around, and a group of cowering commoners not far away. Well done, kitten. Hearing the sound, she instantly threw out a ball of attack, which was easily neutralized by Ing Song-wang. More energized than ever, he hugged her from behind. But at this level, it's not enough to kill me, so keep up the good work today as well. What the hell do you want? Me? I want to get kittens. TSK. Perfunctory. Nansen broke away from him and turned his attack to be blocked again. She saw the way Ing Song-wang was dressed today, as if she intentionally wanted the hickey on her neck and collarbone to be seen. Shame on you. She grabbed him and hurried out of here. I'll kill you. Aha! I'm waiting for you to kill me. Ing Song-wang turned his head and used mental manipulation to delete the footage of the group of ordinary people who had seen him spending time with her. She's fine. The charge of betraying all of humanity shouldn't be on her. From the beginning he had never intended to keep her with him forever. Having a kitten was not the same as having her, and he knew full well that she could not be his kitten. He was shaken, so he wanted to give her a way back. What do you want, kitten? You'll do whatever I want? Sure. Oh, then I want all the walkers dead. She blurted out the difficult statement. Sure, you hurry up and level up to 7. I'll summon all the zombies and kill them for you, okay? You're most annoying and should be obeyed wishfully. It's boring to tease me every day. Curse again. Get out. Ing Song-wang let out a muffled laugh, but the smile slowly fell as he watched her back as she ran away. Her soul was still radiant, but her body had the precursor of extinction. It can't be reversed. Chapter 46, The Little Ghostbusters, 22. Xiaoxi was taken away by Ing Song-wang for an unknown number of days. Still no word. Whether it's high-tech tracking or missions enacted down to the shifters. There's no word back. Whether it was Gu Xingji himself or the twins or the other team members. They had gone out of the base countless times and returned without success. There's just too much going on. The Institute has also recently researched more effective serums based on healing powers, and is in the process of implementing them. People finally don't have to worry about zombifying if they get hurt. Meanwhile, there were some recent rumors coming out of the base, not knowing who they came from, which Gu Xingji found ironic. Do they realize that the person they are cursing for betraying all mankind is the same person who was thanking them for their contribution just a second ago? Clarification was powerless. Even telling everyone that Xiaoxi was the precious healing shifter wouldn't help. People only believe what they believe. And right now these things are far less important than Xiaoxi's well-being. The only data he had here was the record of her vital signs being good. And even if he knew that her life wasn't in danger, he couldn't rest easy. Healing powers are almost the natural enemy of zombies, and should be from the wish to do something exactly. Gu Xingji clenched his fists. Grabbing his uniform jacket, he headed for the mission hall, wanting to see if anyone had provided a sign of Josie. Arrived only to hear some more awful remarks. Well-matched, ill-matched, the main character is that guy again. It makes the heart grow fuzzy. He met narrowly with Lang Chi-yen, who had just finished a quest. She seemed to be mixing it up even more than before she was banished from Aurora 1, being courted and praised by all sorts of people. People saw the two of them in the same frame on rare occasions and smiled urgently, and pushed her in his direction. Lang Chi-yen had some heartburn on her face, but she still organized her expression and smiled as she walked towards him. She thought that with the affection the two of them once had, he shouldn't embarrass himself too much, but she didn't expect the other party to come straight to the point. Those rumors on the base, did you put them out? Gu Xingji's cold and unfeeling attitude stung her and snapped her out of the rumors that she had almost believed herself to be true. You've always liked to get into these, and you always have, and you still do. His eyes were filled with disgust, and the onlookers sensed something was wrong and silenced themselves to look at Ling Jiyan. She had long been pale. No, do I have to make it so clear? Lang Chi-yen, I've never liked you and I hate it when you pull these little tricks. The only person I like is Josie. The words were thrown out with a faint chill spreading out from underneath him because of the emotional turmoil. Enough to make it clear to everyone how angry he was. Gu Xingji hardly ever got angry, and his prestige came from his power and finesse. He was admired and feared enough in everyone's eyes. But when he was really angry, people really got to see the aura of this base chief and #1 powerhouse. So scary. Facing him, Cold Pool Smoke couldn't say a word. She bit her lip in death, overwhelmed by his unrelenting rejection and humiliation. Right at this moment, an extremely ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire base, and so many people subconsciously covered their ears. This is the highest level of alert. Ordinary people began to panic, and the aliens who had learned what had happened from their terminals were ashen. Although the number was not communicated, they could still surmise from the red dots that kept approaching the terminal. The Aurora base had been surrounded by an extremely large number of high-level zombies. Could it be that the previous zombie king had returned and was determined to destroy the Aurora base? What they don't realize is that almost all of the high-level walkers are approaching the area. Everywhere on the base there was woe, and those in despair could not help but curse it all. The first to bear the brunt of this is, naturally, it's that betrayer from before who's up to no good. It must be Josie. God damn it. Why did she do that? Those who could still complain were idlers, and some of the aliens cursed while trying to leave the base. Most of the aliens, on the other hand, had already gone to the outer wall with a desperate determination. In the midst of all the crying, shouting, running away from all this commotion, Lang Chi-yen chose to go to her parents. How could she possibly account for her life here? Not to mention, Gu Xingji had made it so clear that he didn't need her. Ha! Mom and Dad, don't pack up. Let's get out of here before the walkers completely surround the city and I can make a path. Aha! Aha! The anxious Lang Chi-yen did not notice the unusual silent attitude of Lang's father and mother and escorted them outside. Those who tried to escape were ultimately going to be disappointed, as all the walkers had finished gathering in a short time. The Aurora base was already surrounded, and even though they hadn't arrived yet, there was no way to break out in either direction. How can? There must be another way. Lang Chi-yen looked at her parents, who had frightened faces, and held their hands. It should be from the wish, and this time it must be his handiwork again. She thought she knew him well enough. He must have gotten tired of playing some kind of cat-raising game and was after new fun. That's why they wanted to exterminate the Aurora base with such fanfare. As long as she can show her worth, she will surely survive. The zombies swarming under the high walls at this point were like ants, but every ant can easily take a life. It's a battle to the death. Long-range weapons and a variety of different energies of psychic powers attacked down below. And even though each hit took away countless zombies, the total amount looked unchanged. Everyone's morale is gradually being demoralized. With this level of zombie siege, the strength of an individual can no longer sway the battle. But Gu Xingji was ready to die here. Doomsday. It's always been so cruel. But he couldn't let so many people die with him. He was already at level 7. The only way out of this situation was to die with Ing Song Wang, and then by the base time for help to arrive. Gu Xingji gripped the crystal core in his pocket. It was a level 1 zombie crystal core that could be found everywhere, but it was the first gift the little canary had given him. She said it was a walker she killed herself, and it was so fresh and cute that he still remembers it vividly to this day. Will he see her again before he dies? An uproar around them snapped back Gu Xingji, who was out of his mind, as the tide of zombies all stopped about a kilometer away from the outer wall. Moments later, visible to the naked eye, the walkers parted a wide path for their king. The scene was solemn, and there was a sense of ghostliness. Shall obey the wish. Sure enough, it's him. Chapter 47, The Little Ghostbusters, 23. Ing Songxiang's arrival caused all sorts of chain reactions. The people who failed to escape and hurriedly returned from the outer wall stopped running when they saw the wave of zombies stop. They disregarded everything in the face of life and death, and instead began to beg him for a ray of hope. Some cursed him, some knelt and begged him, some looked at him coldly. Someone else ran straight for it, but the quiet, bowed walker suddenly moved, running a claw through the visitor's chest. The crowd that had been made an example of was jolted and no longer dared to approach. Still, people kept gabbling pleas, and there were so many voices and so much noise that it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Ing Songxiang, who is used to these life situations, just stood with a smile on his face, raised his head, and looked at Gu Xingji on the city wall from afar. It's level 7. No coincidence. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to be heard by all the 5 sense shifters. What's more, he had made a full-range mental transmission, and almost everyone in the base was synchronized to know what was happening. 7th grade. Some people think the sky is falling. With zombies upgrading at such a fast pace and the existence of a zombie king like Ing Songxiang, does mankind still have a future? The base was dead silent. It's going to die. They're all going to die. She can't die. Shall obey the wish. A female voice suddenly rang out with a bit of deliberate familiarity. Ing, from the wish to look at the sound, raised his eyebrows and showed a meaningful smile. It's you, old friend. His comment was the equivalent of picking out in front of everyone that they had known each other before. If placed in the usual Lang Jiyan would be nervous. But now, it meant that the probability of her playing the emotional card having success was greatly increased. She didn't care what anyone else thought anymore. After all, no one on this base had escaped after today, including Gu Xingji. Lang Qiyan looked in that direction with a bit of reluctance, only to be met with the usual coldness and disgust. Clenching her fists, she had a love-hate relationship with him. Should from wish. Let's talk. She walked over, but was not stopped by any of the walkers, and smoothly walked over to Ing Songwang. Why should she? She's the one colluding with the walkers. All those arguments and accusations were just the barking of defeated dogs in Lang Qiyan's ears. For the love of my idea for you, don't move me or my parents. Come up with ideas. Ing Songwang lazily lowered his eyes. I do have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly and use mental manipulation to take away Qiao Shi. Many on the wall blew up. I told you, MS. Zhou didn't betray all of humanity. It was all a conspiracy. This Ling Jiyan is the one who should be crushed. Zhouzi is innocent. The Aurora team members and Zhang Wenxin who had been clarifying and running for rumors were finally able to raise their eyebrows. But Leng Qiyan just snorted coldly. There's nothing to care about with these people who are going to die. Her expectant gaze went to Ing Tsongwang. Yeah, I agree. Really? She hurriedly turned toward her parents who were holding each other, trying to get them to come to her side. Mom and Dad, before the smile on her face faded, Leng's father and mother were the first to change their faces, taking out the knives they carried with them and stabbing at her. The expression hated to dismantle her, and used 10% of her strength, showing no mercy at all. But they were just ordinary people after all. How could they cause any harm to Leng Qiyan? She dodged the attack with a backpedal, using her hand as a blade to knock out the weapon. The sound of the knife dropping to the ground was crisp, like her bottoming out heart. Why? Leng Qiyan was incredulous. The parents she had worked so hard to protect had tried to kill her. And you ask why? Father Leng's eyes were red. You killed Zhao Jiao. You cold-blooded, heartless demon. That's your own sister. Knowing the truth, Mother Leng rushed up and grabbed her by the collar. We shouldn't have listened to Zhao Jiao when she said we could get a favor out of you. If we had known you were so hard-hearted, we should have drowned you when we gave birth to you. Word for word. Word for word. Each word was like a sharp knife into her heart. Are you all pretending? Leng Qiyan's eyes were dead silent. Or else, what do you think you've got over Zhao Jiao? You're a lost cause. Why aren't you the one who died? Mother Lang's shrill rebuke ended abruptly, followed by a ho-hum sound. Her throat was unceremoniously slit, and before she realized what was happening, she covered her neck and collapsed. And Lang's father has similarly followed in her footsteps. Holy dash! Deep chills rose from the bottom of the hearts of those who had gathered to see the scene, subconsciously covering his neck. She's so mean. Not only is she colluding with walkers, but, if you like her so much, go down and keep her company. Leng Qiyan's eyes were cold, mercilessly wiping the blood stained on his face and turning his head to Ing Songxiang. The play, is it interesting enough for you? Everyone had betrayed her and stood against her, and in that case, what's the point of making enemies of the world? It was she who was so naive before that she actually expected love from her parents. Right now, she just wanted to live. Ing Songwang smiled and applauded. Interesting indeed. If it was the old me, I would probably be more interested in you. But right now, I just want my kitten. Josie? She's still alive? Do you want her dead so badly? Though he was still smiling, his eyes grew dangerous. No, I didn't mean that. Leng Qiyan hurriedly backed off, but Ing Songwang had already stopped paying attention to her. Turning his head, he addressed everyone. Want to live? As long as you hand over Qiao Shi, I will immediately make the zombies retreat. Not wanting them to think that there was any intimacy between them, Ing Songxiang, who had never addressed her as a kitten, called her Qiao Shi at this time. What? How are we going to hand her over? She's not even here. Everyone was talking, hopeful but clueless. Leng Qiyan was also anxious. She thought that there was no turnaround at all. That's why she didn't hesitate to stand on his side. If the Aurora base made it through this, what would happen to her? Shoo! Ing Songwang smiled and told her to shut up. All of this is your choice. I never forced you or promised anything else. Gu Xingji on the high wall also frowned deathly. Ing Songwang asks them to hand her over, which means Qiao Shi has escaped him and is safe for now. He thought he was probably broken, because in that moment just now, all he could think was actually, I hope she doesn't get caught by anyone. He's the base commander, and he's supposed to value the lives of all people. If Ing Songwang wanted anyone right now, even if it was for him to die himself, he would agree to it for the sake of the greater good, because at both ends of the scale, one life is far less heavy than hundreds of thousands. But she can't. After this thought came to him without wavering, he was no longer worthy of being the beloved base commander. That oftentimes nasty and puffed up face flashed before his eyes. Gu Xingji didn't want her to be sacrificed and only wished she didn't show up. Ice blades condensed in his hands, but before they could take shape, a hand gently gripped his wrist. The ice blade instantly dissipated, and Gu Xingji didn't dare to turn his head. Chapter 48, The Little Ghostbusters, 24, rewind to an hour ago. Finanshuan had already left the castle where she had stayed for an unknown amount of time, as she had already reached level 7. Ying Tsongwang couldn't trap her anymore. He seemed to sense something, and something was brewing. Didn't even cross her too much. He'd taught her how to use her healing powers, and just punched the core for a one-shot kill. But he hadn't told her where his core was. Doesn't matter. Now that she had returned to Aurora by virtue of her disguise props, she had wanted to go to Gardenia and the others, but she was the first to be discovered by the twins. Sister? Nansun didn't expect to be recognized even if he disguised himself as someone else. However, she wasn't going to identify with them. She had a hunch that Ing from Wish was up to something big, and that something was just conducive to the fall she wanted. The days of this identity were numbered, and she didn't want to waste her time on anything else. You are mistaken. She also sounded completely different from what she had been, but the two were even more certain of catching up. You're the sister. Zhuahang and Zhuaju pulled her arms left and right, their eyes reddening. Sister, you escaped? Are you injured? The two of them, it looks like they've moved on. It's beautiful the way it is now, but Nanshuan wants to see even more. What would it look like to cry? She cocked her head. In the original episode, they were naive and cruel, and in order to take revenge on Ji Yen, they took the initiative to approach Qiao Shi, who was isolated and helpless. Her life was just getting better at the time, but she was still plagued by rumors and was often in trouble. The appearance of these beautiful twins is like a fresh spring in a parched desert, protected, ingratiated, and warmly loved, as they themselves believed. No one would dislike them when they tried to please anyone. She was really heartened by them, but as Josie falls, they laughingly tell the truth. She didn't deserve to be loved. She couldn't compare to Lang Qiyan anywhere. Her heart broke. Josie doesn't have the twins in her wish because she can't face the pain herself. Nansun, on the other hand, didn't have the idea of punishing anyone for anyone. She now just wanted to see them cry. So she said, "Are you guys faking it now?" too? The tone was light, and the calmer it was, the more it made Zhuahang and Zhuaju panic. Sister, what do you mean? We don't understand. Even though they had a premonition in their hearts, they still didn't want to face it. I know all about it. You guys approached me in the first place for Lang Qiyan, right? She really knows. Sister, no. You listened to our explanation. Nansen shook off their hands. It's no fun to pretend anymore. No, we may have approached you in the beginning because of her. But we were really in love with you. And everything we did was from the heart. They explained incoherently and spoke very fast. Sister, trust us. I don't believe it. To come with falsehood and eventually taste the backlash is called retribution. Would it be disgusting to make false pretenses with me? She cupped Zhuahang's face and looked into his tear-filled eyes. There's no need to pretend now, because I won't believe whatever you guys do. She saw, as she had hoped, those two identical faces filled with a variety of complex emotions at the same time. The eyelashes quivered. Tears overflowed from the reddened eyes, setting off the pupils of those eyes as if they had been washed with water and were as translucent as if they had been washed with water. Filled with remorseful, pleading tears. It's beautiful like crystal. Sister, I'm sorry. Sorry. They tried to grab her hand but were mercilessly shaken off. I don't want to see you guys. Just as they were pulling away, a piercing alarm sounded. Here we go. Take me to the outer wall. The twin froze and looked at his sister, who seemed to have changed so much and then seemed to have changed nothing. Apologies prevailed in the end, and it was not their place to comment on all her moves. Long ago she was not worthy of raising her. At the time of failing to protect her. At the time of approaching with impure intentions. Okay, we'll take you. She came to the outer wall and looked at it for a long time. Then, it was the scene where he saw Gu Xingji holding the heart of the same person who wanted to make a move against consequent wishes. 009, the hero is bad again. He is an absolutely impartial and selfless base chief who does not hesitate to sacrifice even his own life when necessary. Gu Xingji's sparkle is right there, which is why it can be a double-strength official pairing. There was also a zombie siege scene in the original episode, and it was Ying Songxiang who joked about wanting both Lang Qiyan and Gu Xingji to die. He hadn't agreed to it then because he didn't believe that they should leave the base alone after they died from the wish. However, if it was confirmed that what he said was true, he would choose to sacrifice Lang Qiyan as well as himself. but he betrayed his steadfastness and principles for her. 009, Plot Breakdown. 98%. While the system was broadcasting, Nansen shook his head at Gusingji, telling him not to do anything extreme. Especially at this time Ing Sungwang's voice sounded once again. You guys are wondering why I want her, because she's a healing shifter and the only, level 7 healing one at that. How could I let such a time bomb exist? Healing department. Josie is the cure. How is that possible? Leng Qian's strength that she was most proud of was also ruthlessly crushed at this point, and she couldn't believe it. His own self, who had no intention of raising his strength, was still only at level 4 by now, while she was actually already at the same level as Ing Songxiang and Gusingji, and still, extremely cherished healing. There was no need to wait for the others to find and agonize over whether or not to push her out. Nanchuan was already planning on stepping up to the plate. Nowadays, she had become stronger, so she easily suppressed Gusingji's attempts to stop herself. She undid her disguise and spoke. I'm here. The wind blew her long hair, and her expression, which was always petulant and cute in the past, became calm and solemn, but she was still beautiful, transformed from a delicate, needy flower to a resounding rose. Ing Songwang gazed at her, believing that everyone saw her dazzling and radiant soul as he did. Come on, kill me. His grin widened and he made this gag at her. He knew her days were numbered and could not be reversed. The kitten was going to die, just like the cat he had back then with the same amber eyes. But why, when he could clearly be indifferent to the loss of all life? Did he suffer because she was gone? The only thing he couldn't see in everyone's endgame was his own, so he wanted to perish with her. This is the endgame he chose for himself. Dying with kittens would surely be one of the most fun things in his life. He saw her fly down the high wall, the face reflected in her eyes, so happy that she trembled. Chapter 49, The Little Ghostbusters, 25. Kitten, come a little closer. Ing Songwang had already turned off the spirit transmission, so others weren't able to hear the conversation between them. All they could see was her walking slowly towards him and then grabbing him by the collar so that he had to bend down. The army of zombies that had been standing in silence turned their heads in unison at the same time, looking extraordinarily ominous. Everyone was sweating for her. Ing moved his fingers from the wish, and they turned back again. The air was so quiet that the only sound left was the two of them breathing, and he obediently bent down to look at her. And those turquoise eyes no longer held only surface tenderness, but real, deep love, like a shimmering lake that has had small stones thrown at it. It almost makes one drown in it. Kitten. He trailed off with a little sigh, eyes curved, and nothing more was said but this. What do you want to do? It shall be from the wish. You don't have much time left. He couldn't even say that word death to her. Nansen's pupils shrank, not expecting him to be able to see it, but he was only surprised for a moment. That's all he could see. So, you really know. Ing Songwang gazed deeply at her. In that moment, it was as if water flashed in his eyes, but it was so fast that it was like an illusion of light reflection. He was still smiling, as he had been since we first met, and still was. I want everyone to remember you and see you. Ing Songwang held her wrist and guided her fingertips to his jawbone. The fingers were cold to the touch, like every time he'd coaxed her to touch him in love. But this time he wanted her to kill him. Originally, wanted to die with you. He narrated his original idea, and as he did so, the smile on his lips faded. But I realized that I couldn't do it. I couldn't let go. I want you to live to the last second of your life. Kitten, let me die before you. It's better that way. Ing Songwang, you're really crazy. Yeah, that's what they all say about me. Ing Songwang gripped her hand tighter against her jaw. My core, right here. He lowered his eyes to look at her, the smile on his face having completely disappeared with a note of determination. I've bound my core to all the walkers here, and when I die, so do they. This was Kitten's previous wish, but his arrangement wasn't perfect enough, as low-level walkers weren't qualified to bind with the Zombie King. But no harm done. Kill me. His eyes were expectant, expecting to die by her hand, expecting his name to be bound with hers. But unexpectedly, she broke away from him. Nansen took a few steps back and shook his head. This isn't exciting enough. She smiled lightly, keeping people guessing as to what she was going to do next. Josie, Gusingji on the wall also finally broke free of the confinement she had set up and came over in their direction. And Ing Songxiang, his face finally showing something other than a smile, approached her with shock and a frown. What? Before the words were out of his mouth, she tiptoed to embrace him and said mischievously in his ear, You're not going to die. I want you to help me end the end. As usual with the myriad of nasty dilemmas, she made this request. Getting the Zombie King to help humanity end the apocalypse is really the biggest dilemma of all. Before he could regain his smile, his expression immediately lagged in the next moment, because he felt it, an unusual energy fluctuation. Kitten. his voice began to harden. Josie, Gu Xingji vaguely heard her say to him. Gu Xingji, it was me who lost you. Sourness welled up in his nose. Even as his throat clogged and his brain stopped, the blinding to the extreme white light flashed, and not only the people on the high wall, but even the people inside the base who were bewildered and ignorant, were deprived of their vision at the same time. The entire field of vision was nothing but white light, but it wasn't blinding, it even carried warmth. It's like something's burning. The hissing sounds of those zombies in pain rose and fell, gradually resounding. Ing Tsongwang forced himself to endure the pain of being hurt by this light to catch Nan Sun, who was powerlessly planted. It's her life that's on fire. Kittens. My kitten. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Even his eyelashes fluttered as he lost all sense of calm and composure. The emerald-like pupils of his eyes seemed on the verge of shattering as he dropped to his knees and carefully cupped her cheeks. The previous thought of dying with her was just a vision before seeing her again. He actually had no way of accepting her death, which is why he wanted to die before her. The previous flash of water was not an illusion. The mere thought of her life fading made him incredibly sad. Not to mention now, he held her who was about to burn out. Warm tears dripped down onto her progressively clearer skin, drop after drop. Kittens, kittens. Ing Tsongwang's voice was already a bit hoarse, while the girl in his arms braced herself to support her eyelids and mocked him, smiling like a flower every day. You have, crying moments too. Not even a full sentence could be said smoothly, and her life was coming to an end. He had clearly not taught her this usage. As if reading his thoughts, she smiled wryly. I'm so smart. In fact, I know even if you don't tell me. Anyway, he was going to die. Before he died, he burned all to release the full energy of the healing system, so that it was more exciting than just killing Ing Tsongwang and killing those zombies. Moreover, it was seen that one should cry from the wish earned. She closed her eyes. Same as the envisioned fallout. Like fireworks. It's grand, exciting, brilliant and short-lived. 009, plot collapses 100%. Energy has been acquired. Even knowing that she wouldn't actually die. Seeing the scene of Nansen fading away as a bystander made the system feel its heart tighten. The excitement she wanted always brought others heartache as well. Josie, Gu Xingji fell to his knees and reached out, but he could only touch a puff of nothingness. She dissipated. There's nothing left. The white light gradually dispersed, and some found themselves healed of the disease that had sunk into them, and healed of the wounds they had received. Look guys. The first person to look under the wall screamed until his voice broke. This was followed by one unbelievable cheer and shriek after another. They recovered. Zombified people, turned back into humans. What was once an army of dauntingly large numbers of zombies has now all turned back into humans. No longer enemies separated by life and death. There may be someone's parents, someone's sisters and brothers, someone's friends in there. Many people cried tears of joy. However, someone else soon realized that where Xiao Shi and the Zombie King had originally been standing, only Gu Xingji's disheveled figure kneeling on the ground remained. Where's MS? Joe, you Gardenia murmured out, unwilling to accept that ending in her heart. The rest of the happy people followed in silence. It was taken captive again by the Zombie King, wasn't it? Definitely. Their fluke was broken by Gu Xingji. She's dead. He had his back to everyone and no one could see his expression, but it was enough to see the sinking pain. It was as if the anger had been drained out of the whole person. Lang Chi-yen. Stop. He called out to Lang Chi-yen, who was trying to sneak away, deep anger brewing in his words. Colluding with walkers, killing loved ones, and taking credit for your crimes. You must be judged. Done. It's all over. Coalpool smoke fell to the ground. Chapter 50, Cannon Fodder Little Craftsman, 26, plus Wooden Second Elder Sister. Shall take that core from the wish, the only proof that she ever existed. He really did end the apocalypse just as she had hoped, helping to end the apocalypse as the king of the zombies amidst the unbelievability of the human side. Sounds pretty ridiculous, doesn't it? He gets a bunch of looks every time he helps the humans gather the walkers over, and when he goes to the lab to provide research samples, but he could no longer take an interest in these things and people that he would once have found interesting. By the way, the kitten has a hard mouth and a soft heart, and privately gives all he teaches to the humans. So now everyone had stopped killing zombies and rounded up and waited for the upgraded healing to purify them one by one. Progress is slow. After all, transforming a zombie into a human is normally a very difficult thing to do. Ing Songxiang also went to see Gu Xingji, but the other party looked at him very unfavorably, and every time they had to fight to the death. As the former owner of the kitten, he was pretty much nothing more than an empty shell, with only the responsibility of his body left to support his actions, and it was conceivable that when it was all over, he would cut himself off. He did likewise, breeding and being bred, but they are the tame side. The most loyal and powerful pair of twins under Gu Xingji's hand had already left the base. and they had heard that they had gone through all the trouble of trying to find a way to resurrect Xiaoxi. And every time they were seen, there didn't seem to be a single piece of good flesh on them. It's not working. How could he possibly choose to give up if he had the chance? Although he didn't know the inside story, he knew they were atoning for their sins and torturing themselves. I heard that they were losing their core, and when people mentioned them, they invariably thought they were crazy. It didn't matter. He wouldn't comment. Also, he took the time to watch Ling Jiyan's trial. She was sentenced to death, but he knew she wasn't dead. Gu Xingji totally broken. He was angry with himself, with him, and with Cold Pool Smoke, probably not wanting to see her die so painfully. He abused his power to detain Ling Qiyan and locked her up in a dark prison. Honestly, he wasn't surprised by this ending. By the time it was all over, both of them would probably be dead. One relieved and dead, the other tortured and dead. Asterisk. It's been days. Ing Songwang could barely feel the passage of time. He stood at the highest point of the city looking down, gripping the core in his hand and letting his palm bleed from its prongs. It's like the kitten is still relentlessly trying to kill him. He had been pursuing fun since he was conscious, but now he had lost that heart. He was full of evil, and had been cursed by countless people but didn't care. Now that I think about it, it's karma, right? Doomed to not get what he wants and to drag those around him down with him. Sometimes he wondered if the hands were tainted with so much evil that they cursed her at the same time as they touched her. Ahem. Seems like a bit. Can't stop laughing. The smile that had been on his face to hide all his inner emotions could no longer be displayed freely. Tick. Blood oozing a faint blue color ran down his clenched knuckles and pooled in a puddle on the floor. Ing Song-won, however, hung his eyes, not caring. The wind that blew his hair out of his face, and underneath his messy, broken hair, his green eyes were dead silent. Just moments ago, the world's last zombie was purified and restored to humanity. Oh, not the last one. He's the one. Even if he chooses to help humans later in life, he still has countless lives on his hands and has committed various crimes. One should never deny or run away from these from the wish. Secrets on the human side were no different to him than if they were spread out, and as such he'd spied countless schemes to deal with him. There are discussions on how to capture, how to try, and whether to impose a sentence of permanent imprisonment or the death penalty. Everything is pointless, because he has long intended to. Ing Songwang activated that core, and the milky light was pure and warm, but deadly to him. Where the hell is your core? He recalled a scene from the countless times the kitten had chased after him and questioned him. Her puffy little face, soft and adorable. Told you, my core is here. A smile of relief filled his face for the first time in a long time, and he raised his hand, punching that energy into his jaw where it connected to his vertebrae. The unoccupied penthouse is filled with powerful bursts of energy that can destroy almost anything. The kitten's wish is fulfilled. His words were blown away by the wind. Asterisk. A long sigh fell, and Nansen reached out to wave away the foggy mirror in front of him. Radiant souls, she murmured. Thanks for the compliment. But in the next second, she squared her shoulders. Xiaojiu, take a look at the world. One of the essential qualities of being a gold medal taskmaster is the ability to pull away from the emotions of the last world as quickly as possible. Those unnecessary emotions that remain only hurt themselves. Show her. This time, the one who handed her the identity was the mute second elder sister in the group favor cultivation text. Nansen looked around the perimeter and realized that the walls and ceilings were covered in blackened ash everywhere, giving off a medicinal and bitter smell. It's the alchemy room. What is her wish? 009, no. No? 009, yes. She has no desire to voluntarily give her identity to you, the host. And what's her name? 009, her name wasn't mentioned in the plot. Only the second sister. But I retrieved her name, Fuyuki. She was called Fuyuki because the first daughter of her family had a moon in her name. As for the family name, it had been thrown away when she was taken away by the immortals who saw her roots. But what can't be thrown away is the character that develops as a result. Fuyuki has lived his life for others. When he was young, he served tea and groveled for his first sister. After entering the diffractive sect, he held his master's words as a golden rule. After the arrival of the youngest senior sister, she was to pour out her heart and lungs for her, and to die for her. She had always been at ease with her alchemy, unaware of world affairs and would not deal with people, and only used a black veil to cover her face on a daily basis. Over time it was rumored within the clan that she looked like no salt and that her face was an incurable scar caused by alchemy. She didn't know how to explain it, and the sight of strangers only scared her. Junior sister was the only person in the diffractive sect who would smile at her, so she cherished it. But still, I feel bad about where I ended up. Although entering the secret realm together, the situation encountered on her side was even more critical, but everyone still all chose to go and save junior sister. No one remembers her. Fuyuki felt like a failure and blamed everything on himself. She didn't think she was qualified to ask Nan-sun to do anything for her. 009, no one in this world knows her real name and appearance. In fact, the host can use her own name and likeness. The system sighed and continued. But I know you won't. How could the host choose to let the already nameless Fuyuki's traces in this world disappear completely? Nine knows me so well. Nan-sun spoke in a light tone and changed into Fuyue's appearance. The face, with the pallor of a long absence from the sun, and slightly disheveled sideburns strewn about, had a misanthropic and damp surliness about it. It wasn't a saltless look, quite the opposite. Beautiful, colorful and creepy, dangerous but mysterious. She won't be without a wish. Joe, you can find out. Use your authority. You're a primordial system. We don't have the limitations of the main system anymore. What it can do, you can do. 009, I'll do it. Nanjun put on a hood and a veil. We have a visitor. Or an uninvited one. It's Ling Xiao. Ah, the spirited and talented young master in the original episode. Born with a sword bone and a golden dignity. One of the people who favored the youngest sister the most. And, to the always gloomy second elder sister. Looked at her with dislike. She was in a bad mood right now. Who told him to be unlucky and run into a gun? Nan-sun looked at the jade fragrance pill on the shelf. It was customized by a great power, and it was full of nourishing heavenly treasures. Cheap him out. Chapter 51, Wooden Second Sister, 1. 5. Continued from previous chapter. Asterisk. On the cloudy mountain, the spirited purple diamond-shirted teenager came down with his sword. Black hair in a high bundle. His posture was high. His face was like a crown of jade, and there seemed to be stars in his eyes. Even the jade crown that bound his hair was a top-level magic weapon. Not to mention the jade he wore around his waist, the wrist guards that bound his mouth, and even his native sword. Both the little prince on earth who was born with gold, and the natural sword body that is rare to be encountered in 1,000 years, worshipping the diffractive sex executive lineage in an unparalleled manner. His condescension and arrogance are innate and well-deserved. Sword cultivator's pride. The executive pulse Ling Xiao. That's annoying. Ling Xiao put away his sword and stopped at this mountain that he came to almost every month. His face a bit bad. He wouldn't have come over here if it wasn't for the sake of getting medicine for his little sister. He likes to be clean. And every time he leaves from here he gets the smell of medicine. It didn't smell bad, but it always felt contaminated when mixed with the incense he was wearing. It probably also had something to do with the fact that he himself disliked the second elder sister. So he felt bad for her in every way. Gloomy and covering up the small family spirit of the second elder sister. Far less than the youngest sister as innocent and lively. Yushua lovely inviting. And there are some other reasons related to the little sister. Never mind. Hurry up and finish getting her medicine before you leave. Ling Xiao forced himself to hold back his annoyance and went up and knocked on the courtyard door. Usually, second senior sister would hardly have any positive contact with outsiders, and the door would automatically open after knocking, leaving him to fetch the medicine on his own. But not so much today. Enter. It was still the same low, impressionable voice, with a bit of the muffled sound of a long unspoken word. For some reason, it landed in his ears as if it had been brushed by a feather, bringing a slight tickle. It's so weird. Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the jade pendant he was playing with in his hand and headed inward. The familiar ancient and simple compound did not even have a junior attendant, and to the east was an endless field of medicines, with paths leading to the pavilion where the pills were placed. Where did that sound just come from? He soon knew the answer. The black-skirted female cultivator carrying the basket out from the corner rarely wore no hood, and her long seaweed-like hair was as black as thick ink, still covered by a black veil, revealing a pair of light eyes. She looked over without emotion, but it somehow sent an electric charge through one's body. It's even weirder, he said himself. Second sister. Ling Xiao's voice in greeting was a little stuttered, with a sense of being rushed to meet his imperial sister. Damn it, he actually showed his cowardice in front of the second senior sister. Keep up. She's still as uncharitable and reticent as ever. Distinct. No change. But it made him think she had changed. Ling Xiao raised his feet to follow, holding his sword and slowly regaining the arrogance of a genius sword cultivator. He really couldn't figure out why the diffractive sex executive lineage, which had the backing of the half-step immortal folding branch Downlord, was the strongest lineage within the diffractive sect, and was the main killer. Why would there be such an existence as a second elder sister? I heard that she has been enrolled under the door for more than 100 years, and up to now she has not yet reached Jindan. On the Heaven's Pride list in the realm, everyone in their executive vein was on the list except for the second senior sister who was nameless. The inner door are all the pride of heaven, not to mention the executive pulse. Even the youngest sister also broke through the Jindan within 10 years of entry. Arrived. Two simple words brought the out-of-focus Ling Xiao back to his senses, and his ears began to tingle again. It dawned on him that he was only a fist's length away from her. a mishmash of the fresh scent of herbs and the unknown smoky aroma of her body wafting up to him. "What did you do to me?" He took a step back, his face bashful as he looked down and saw her puzzled look. Ling Xiao is really feel today he is very strange. How can he to the second elder sister this? Damn it, even bad words can't be placed on her. He was dead set against admitting the change within him, convinced that it was definitely the other guy. But she just looked for her own medicine, leaving him out to dry, and never looked at him squarely for the first time since they met. As rude as ever. Ling Xiao belabored a comment, himself blissfully unaware of why he was uneven. He waited for his senior sister to pick up the medicine, stopping by to pick up the clearing pills on the shelf that he was to receive each month. In his impatience, he casually dropped one into his mouth. It's only when you swallow it that you think it's wrong. He ate all the rare elixirs in the eyes of others as a meal, so he felt at once that this was not the medicinal power of the clear heart elixir, and at least used a variety of precious spiritual plants. You're on the wrong medication. The Xian female cultivator turned around, her half-open willow eyes finally taking on a glow as she frowned at him. I'm sorry, I'll just pay you back. He was a little weak at the sight of her like that. No, she shook her head. It's a jade scent pill, refined by a variety of heavenly materials, very beneficial in cultivation. A pill is hard to find, refining the medicine properly, and can even break through a small realm. It is generally used in the midst of the cultivation between Dao couples. Ling Xiao's pupils shrank. Me, I didn't make you eat. He felt that the other party had done it on purpose, but then again, he had taken the medicine himself, so he had only himself to blame. Ling Xiao's forehead was already gradually oozing thin sweat, and his jade-like cheeks fluttered red. The proud young sword cultivator revealed such a mood. If those female cultivators who were in love with him were to see it, I don't know what it would be like. Second senior sister. He finally gave in, but it only made Nansen feel amused. There is no antidote. She took a step back, away from him. Look at his arm supported on the shelf, still spine-straight appearance, such as pine like bamboo. God clear bone show. I really want to fold down his pride. What about me? What about me? Ling Xiao was anxious and couldn't help but take a step forward. The other man followed suit and took a step back. He had been born bright, sought after and loved, and it was the first time he had been shunned like this. Like 100 times he resented his proximity. How had the young man ever suffered such an indignity? Especially under the power of the drug. Pride was all but gone, and he became unbelievably open. Second senior sister, do you hate me a lot? If it was a normal time, how could he possibly ask such words? Stay away from me. The female cultivator couldn't see her expression, but she could hear the coldness from her tone. It must have been the jade fragrance pill that made him want to be near her, to be seen by her. Did she deliberately toy with him? Ling Xiao, ignoring her stern cry that was vaguely tinged with panic, Ling Xiao grabbed her cold hand and pressed it towards his own burning forehead. I'm all over this. I'm all over this. He spoke a little incoherently, but kept his head clear, incredulous at his offensive actions, yet unable to control indulging in the coldness of skin against skin, until the crisp, loud slap. Denizens, sorry, second sister. Ling Xiao covered his face, his eyes wet with aggression. The medicinal power running amok in his body he simply could not dissolve, nor did he know how to dissolve it. He wasn't quite sober, but he could still see the colorfulness beneath her cold exterior. Sister, who had always felt to be a mousy and impolite elder sister, didn't seem to be good at getting along with people at all. The mere act of being touched panicked me to no end. Ling Xiao looked into her eyes and felt his mouth go dry. What to do? Second senior sister. What to do? Wouldn't you? I'll what? Although he is a prince, but has long been into the road. A heart to learn the sword never close to the female sex. All the energy is dedicated to the sword road. Suddenly reacting to what she was saying, Ling Xiao even suffused redness at the base of his ears and stumbled to answer. I won't. He really wouldn't. Talking about such topics made him purse his lips in shame, and his already foggy mind became even more incapable of thinking. The person who had been avoiding him finally spoke. I want you to recollect the ingredients for the jade fragrance pill for me, as well as the southern candle grass and the green jade flower. Anything, senior sister. I promise anything. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed her sleeve, his eyes already beginning to cloud over. This time, though she ducked away, she didn't pull her sleeve away from him. Good what? Chapter 52 Wooden Second Sister, 2. A bony, calloused hand snapped on the wooden doorway. The mortise and tenon joints even creaked with too much force. Ling Xiao, whose breathing still hasn't calmed down, ran out. The medicine dispersed most of it, and he could dissolve the rest himself with his spiritual energy. But the residual emotions and the series of absurdities that had just resulted from his saying he wouldn't had his heartbeat not calmed until now. The whole face was flustered, the lips bitten out of themselves, and even the eyelashes were slightly wet and tearful. The young sword cultivator's body was as sharp and intentional as a sword coming out of its sheath, and at this point it was all turned into a thought-provoking sense of chaos. Promise you those medicinal plants. I'll do it. His voice was a little raspy, not as clear as it had been. Ling Xiao hadn't been in such a sorry state since he was born, and the folds of his clothes were as chaotic as the inside of his head. The jade crown was askew, her hair slightly disheveled, and she hadn't even tied her sash. Your jade pendant. He didn't dare to look at the jade white hand. Reaching out to take the jade pendant inevitably touched that piece of skin. As if it was hot to the touch, he quickly withdrew his hand, blushing even more when she thought about what had just happened. Second senior sister. I'll leave first. He left in a hurry. He had remembered to bring his own sword, but he had nearly stumbled over a small stone because his mind was not in the right place. Compared to the annoyance and pride when he arrived, it was still better to look like this now that he had been bullied so hard. Finally, I know what it means to be polite. 009, 10% plot collapse. Initially changing the possibility of Ling Xiao falling in love with Xin still. It's that simple? Silently looking at Ling Xiao's departing back, Nansen hooked the ends of her hair with amusement. One of the major drawbacks of being an innocent teenager is that he can't do anything. But yeah, there are advantages. At least it will learn, and learn things quickly. However, he seemed to have forgotten what he was here for. Nansen crouched down to pick up the pill bottle that had rolled to the corner. Little sister's body is weak. This purple gold Peiyuan Dan, with all the precious herbs, is when she begged Fuyu to refine. Although the Shin family favored her, it was not to the extent of taking this precious elixir and giving it to her as a sugar pill. In addition to this medicine, how many other pills had she taken from Fuyue? The immortal cultivation world has precious Dan masters, all of whom have their eyes on the top, and can blow the Dan seeker out of the door if they are slightly offended. Fuyu's kind of rank, although he hadn't gone to the test, but how could he be a generalist if he could refine a purple gold Peiyuan Dan of this color? The plot, however, never focuses on mentioning Fuyue, and only uses a sentence. The second elder sister also favors her as much as her senior brothers, to bring it up. How many people had the heroine enlisted by relying on the purple gold Peiyuan Dan? And how much of her cultivation had risen by relying on Fuyue's pills? Moreover, Fuyue was also instructed by her master to be in charge of the pills for the other disciples in the executive vein, but the spirit stones had never been seen, and she had always been the one to subsidize them on her own. When Fuyuki is some kind of free cheap labor? Nansun's eyes narrowed slightly. The original plot hadn't mentioned any of this, so she'd go deliver this medicine in place of Ling Zhao to find out what the heroine was and what exactly she was taking Fuyue for. And, by the way, I'll ask my master to have a word with me. What's the rationale behind not paying for work? 009, wait host, go to the alchemy room first. Nansen trusted it completely and nodded, walking out of the medicine collection pavilion and heading towards the alchemy room in the back of the mountain. What's the matter with Xiaozhou? Did you find Fuyuki's wish? She didn't ask much about why it suddenly requested this. Her tone light. 009, unable to know what Fuyuki really wants. So, as the system's words fell, she also pinched and opened the closed door of the alchemy room. The wisps of light gradually expanded into sheets, illuminating the interior as if penetrating from high sea level down to the deep ocean floor. The light illuminated the man inside. Nansen locked eyes with the female cultivator standing close to the wall. The same black veil covered her face, the difference being that she herself was not wearing a hood, while the other was almost fully armed and desperate to cover herself completely. She looked like she wanted to immediately find a corner to hide in when she heard the noise, and halfway through her run, she stood still with a rushed grip on the corner of her coat like she was being punished. Weak and pathetic. Fuyuki? The other party was called by name for the first time. First his pupils shrunk and he looked up incredulously, and then his eyes overflowed with tears. Her feet gave out and she fell to the ground. Yeah, I'm sorry. Fuyuki apologized for her mess. You're not wrong, so what's the point of saying you're sorry? Against the light Nansen approached and squatted down to gaze at her. You're Fuyu This time it's an affirmative. Xiao Ju, how much energy did you spend? 009 stiff upper lip, not much. Nansen lowered his head, but the corners of his lips lifted into a helpless smile. 009 knew that her own host had always upheld the principle of trade, and didn't want to be indebted to the original host who had given her his identity to her choice to leave. But that wasn't all the reason she wanted to know Fuyuki's wish. Seeing Fuyuki's life lived for others, the flickering expression on her face was keenly captured by it. The system also remembered the day it first found its host, used up as an expendable weapon, tied to a high platform on the back of the crime of betraying the Union, eyes numb, waiting to be pecked to death by cannibalistic birds. Luckily it came. 009 was glad more than once. The host doesn't want Fuyuki to disappear like that. It knew what she was thinking. but it pretended not to know and just said, "Host, in that case, you'll know her wish. As for the identity, it will want to do. I will still live as Fuyuki. Xiaojio, save your own hard-earned energy and spend it. It's okay, I have plenty more. This is the world of immortal cultivation, so there should be room for the existence of heart demons." 009, you mean? From now on, I'm Fuyuki's demon. Nansen took off his veil, and the face that had transformed into a face identical to Fuyue's had a soft expression on it. She reached out, grabbed Fuyuki's arm, lifted her up and told her, "You can stay here and not have to deal with any bad people or things. I'm there to set you straight. Fuyue does fear interacting with people and only wants to refine pills, but it's scary out there, and there's her end too. It's okay." As if the other woman could tell what was going through her mind, she took her hand in a backhanded grip. She stared at Nansen, and it was as if a piece of her heart had collapsed. Even when she changed her face to one identical to her own, she remained as confident and determined as ever. Completely different from her. Bright and so warm. "Let me know when you figure out your wish." Fuyuki froze and nodded. "Are you going to go to your senior sister?" What's wrong?" Nansen was incredibly patient with her. "Everyone hates me." Fuyuki bowed her head, bit her lip in death, and pulled on her sleeve. "They'll hate you too." She didn't want her to be hated by others, and if it was herself, she could take anything, but someone like Nansen should be liked by everyone. And even if she took the slightest bit of ill will for her, she would feel incredibly ashamed. "I'll make them like me." A voice with a chuckle came from above. Timbre like hers but with a character of its own. "They'll like you too. I promise." The other woman's cool, delicate fingertips wiped the tears from her cheeks. "I promise." Chapter 53, Wooden Second Sister, 3. Stepping through the formation that separated the outer gate from the inner gate, 5 or 6 cultivators came out in a group. Even in the inner sect where geniuses were gathered, they were all elites. Each one of them was a famous and popular figure on the Heaven's Pride list. That handsome male cultivator who was covered in talismans was Changhe Guang, a talisman cultivator that no one knew about. That clear female cultivator with a flute in her hand was the sound cultivation leader of the last cloud chopping meeting. Mu Wu Xiu, etc., etc. And all of these heavenly prides surrounded the little senior sister in the center. "Junior sister, your sword skills have gotten more and more refined." Chang Hugwan's eyes showed appreciation. "Right. You've only been initiated for how long? And now you're touching the canon of Yuaning, truly worthy of being an execution vein disciple. Ah, I'm so envious. Do you get to see folding branch Michinoku every day?" "That goes without saying. Look at all of you talking so much. Little sister doesn't even have a chance to speak." Mu Wushu joked. The smile on Shin's face, who had been watching them speak with a smile on her face, was even brighter, and her delicate facial features were permeated with aura everywhere. She opened her mouth and spoke with a soft and delicate voice. "Senior brothers and sisters, stop teasing me. As an executive vein disciple, I still have to work hard, modest and adorable. Who wouldn't like a little sister like that?" Everyone in the sect knew of her, and because of her own pleasing personality, her outstanding natural talent and that folding branch Deo father's preference for her, they all appreciated and favored her. In the middle of the conversation, Shinstill's eyes always glanced from time to time to the long and elegant back walking in the forefront. Pursing her lips, she simply trotted forward and asked thoughtfully, "Eldest brother, are you better from your injuries?" "Hurt?" Zhu Yanqing blinked, a pair of glazed eyes that glowed with light vine purple becoming even more clear and translucent as he turned his head, not quite understanding why she suddenly brought up the injury, but answered with a flourish, "I'm fine." Even if his face was expressionless, that face of his was still mesmerizing and no flaws could be found. Zhu Yanqing did not know that he was the cold glazed beauty that firmly occupied the top 3 in the list of beauties in the one world and 3 domains that the cultivation world pulled privately. But even if you knew that, you'd probably just wonder about it and put it behind you. Shin remained undiscouraged. After all, Big Brother was like that with anyone and everything. He was a 5 elements rounded body, yet he was completely incapable of any emotional skill, so she would only be upset if he really became gentle and considerate to anyone one day. But even if there was that person, it would have to be himself. She smiled brightly and continued to find a topic. "Eldest brother dash. That person. It's the second sister." Zhu Yanqing interrupted her, and with one glance, he recognized who the person over there clad in a thin black silk cloak was. The fact that he was incapable of love also meant that he treated all the senior siblings of the executive lineage equally. "Second sister." He took the lead in nodding his head in greeting to the female cultivator over there. "Second sister?" The rest of the group stopped talking and looked at each other because of his actions. "Who's that?" Some of them were only focused on cultivation and didn't ask what was going on outside the window, and it was the first time they had seen and heard that there was a female disciple in the deaconess vein. Strange. They had only heard of Zhu Yanqing, Shen Still, and Ling Zhaoge, the three widely known heavenly prides. When did Taoist Folding Branch accept a second disciple? You guys don't know? Rumor has it that she is not gifted, and that she got carried away with alchemy in the back, and her face was burned with incurable scarring from the spirit fire, and her appearance is like no salt, and she has an odd temperament and hides her face with a black veil all the time. A well-informed disciple explained for them in a low voice. After hearing this explanation, the way they looked at that female cultivator became off. They hadn't heard of her, so they must have a panoply of talent in alchemy. Noticing that she was walking towards her little sister, they subconsciously shielded her behind them. You guys, putting on an opera? Zhu Yanqing looked at their exaggerated appearance as if they were on the verge of an attack, and his eyes were puzzled. The tension was just so broken that it was even a little funny. People are just too worried about me. Shen Still smiled awkwardly and rounded off the conversation. Oh, he still didn't understand. The glazed beauty was indeed still the most beautiful when she didn't open her mouth, and would only choke when she did. Nansen found him amusing. She slowly approached and the crowd was able to get a good look at her. Although she was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, both her temperament and body were top-notch. Lotus stepped lightly, the color of the deep ink dress her wearing a sense of light and airy, especially with her hood off. Long hair like a waterfall with some natural curls, simply tied partially up. Messy and lazy, they were completely speechless when they met her light eyes, which had nothing to do with looking like saltless. Shen still didn't understand how she was suddenly willing to come out, but still raised a smile. Second senior sister, you're finally willing to come out. You've been urging you before and you refused, saying that the people outside are scary or something. I've been worried sick about you. Nansen's eyelids lifted, lazily glancing at her. Innocent, heartless little sister of the group's favorites? Not really. One look and she knew. This woman's segment is extremely high. From the first time I met her, no negative emotions were shown. 3 words made the people around her revert to giving her a one-liner. Okay, pretty good. No wonder it fooled Fuyuki. Nansen's lips under the veil were coldly hooked, but her eyes were disguised as cowering. She handed out a pill bottle and said, This is the purple gold Peiyuan Dan that I refined for you last month. Senior brother Ling Zhao came to pick it up but forgot to take it away. Purple gold Peiyuan Dan? Cheng Guang scratched his head and let out a question. Wasn't this given to you by your Shen family by junior sister? Oh, the Shen family gave it to her? Nansen raised his eyes to see how she was going to round. Shen Still's face only stiffened for a split second before he immediately took over the conversation calmly. Second senior sister, it's been hard on you. Our Shen family always entrusts you with alchemy. What's wrong with senior brother Ling Zhao? Actually forgetting to take the medicine and letting the other party come straight to his door. She had to admit her level of sophistication before she could round it off. Shen Still expected. With the other party's character, will certainly go along with her words down, will not let her embarrassed. What commission? Ha! Shen Still secretly winked at her. You should have misremembered. Senior sister. But Nansen ignored her implied warning look and pretended to be a bit rattled. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what the commission is. With her eyes lowered, she portrayed Fuyuki's character in a way that made her look pathetic. I just want to say that, because of making this stand for you, I no longer have any spirit stones. She was telling the truth. After all, even one of the jade fragrance pills that was given to Ling Zhao was a private job that Fuyu had anonymously taken on in order to earn spirit stones. In the black market, she is a high-level Dan master that everyone seeks. And here, it was a travesty that a senior Dan master would lack spirit stone flowers. Shen still showed some panic on her face finally. I'm sorry, senior sister. I thought that my family had already paid you for the spirit stones, although she tried her best to find a remedy. Which one of you in the room was not a human being and couldn't help but secretly shake her head? Moreover, this second senior sister of the execution vein, who kept a low profile and never showed her face, was actually able to refine the purple gold Peiyuan Dan? Mu Wushu, who had watched the entire process, frowned. Junior sister, we outsiders shouldn't have a say in the affairs of your executive veins. However, such things as defaulting on spirit stones are not to be taken. Senior sister Mu, don't speak too heavily. The others couldn't help but feel some heartache when they saw the pale appearance of Shen's still small face. Nansen took all of this in stride. The little sister deserves to be the group favorite, no matter what will be tolerated. Still, it's not the end, it's the beginning. I know. Shen still bit her lip and nodded. I'll pay back all the spirit stones I owe second senior sister. Aha! Nansen took a step back, dodging her hand that reached out to get close. 378 bottles of purple gold Peiyuan Dan. Each bottle has 2 pieces. Senior sister only needs to give me the spirit stones for the materials. It's also an astronomical sum. Shen still smiled even more reluctantly. What kind of medicine had second senior sister taken wrong? Not only could she not read the eyes, but she also asked her for spirit stones like a different person. It was a bad move. If she had known about the other party's change, she would have directly denied the fact that second senior sister was refining pills for her from the very beginning. No, I'll definitely pay the market price. Senior sister, I'm so sorry, I was too busy to notice all this. Well, then, I'll go first. Nansen knew how to take what he wanted and turned to leave. But before leaving, she glanced at Zhu Yanqing, who had been silent from the beginning to the end but gazing at her. Those eyes, with a touch of singularity, were full of disbelief and curiosity. He seems to have found something. Nansen did not panic at all, but instead sighed in his heart. What a marked face. What a dusty temperament. Want to play? 009, host. It has just been detected that another system has appeared in the current world. Is it? The system is numbered 9932. The numbering starts with 9 and has been for an unknown number of generations. Even before he had defected, 009's authority was enough to check the other side out, let alone now after breaking free from the rules of the master system. Although it was not enough to be feared, they still had to think long and hard in consideration of the main system behind 9932 and the mission carried by this system's host. This world, it might be more exciting. Nansun's eyes brightened slightly as she raised a little energy. Chapter 54, Wooden Second Sister, 4. 9932. Do you have a bag on your brain? Zhao Cord, who had turned into the heroine's sister, blacked out after learning about her assessment mission and the original plot this time. No wonder the Shinsu directly ran away. The nail in the coffin of the heir position. Hard to be the group favorite heroine's chi was pressed headlong. The marriage contract was also snatched away. She's so good that she can't grab the female lead. How am I going to get it? 9932, see the mission that lets you just grab some of the heroine's chi. She is the unadulterated group of favorites. Hey, the daughter of luck. The immortal world's most powerful folding branch Taoist monarch standing behind her. The future will become the leader of the righteousness of the big brother will be her partner. Will be the strongest sword cultivator of the youngest brother for her to pay for the infatuation of the 9932, I'll give you half of my energy. Ouch, how embarrassing. Since you insisted on giving it to me, system, I had to take it as well. 9932, I really owe you. I made a mistake in my prediction on the last mission, so I'll count it as compensation. The system's juvenile voice carried a hint of arrogance. Zhao Zin bargained successfully, and with a heated smile, the face that belonged to Shinsu's high-cool imperial sister was inexplicably more joyful. Didn't you say that the hero and heroine are the cornerstones of the world? What if I rob the heroine of her luck and the world runs out of order? This world is different, and the cornerstone of the world is not just a man and a woman, even if the world was out of order. So what? This price, compared to the chi of the daughter of chi, was too small. Moreover, the world disorder could still be reorganized, yet not anyone had the ability to plunder the entirety of the chi. It's not like it's idol 009 and that host of its. 9932 fell into despair. Why would the idol defect? Not having seen it had become its greatest regret in its unified life. It was hurting, but Zhao Qin couldn't help but think freely. Well, if she does rake in all the chi. Kitten pointing at herself. JPG, returning to his senses, 9932 hated the host when he saw this happy-go-lucky look on his face. Don't dream. Hurry up and do the mission. You don't want to be sent to the punishment world. Failing a mission doesn't carry any penalty for the system, but not necessarily for the host. It was going to worry her to death, failing so many missions in a row and still being happy about it. You have to trust me. Afayuki is constant, and mission failures will be veto-proof after a long time. Zhao Chang spoke his own crooked reasoning, but still sank down and tried to watch the episode. She crossed her fingers and thought that the next important episode would be the cloud chopping meeting, where she could sneak off to get some heroine's chance, while stealing the feeling of very heavy wanting to plan while in the heart of the hands together frantic repentance. I don't want to report it. 9932, have you figured out how to? Junior, don't rush. 9932, don't call me Junior. Xiao Air, don't rush. 9932 curses and closes his mic. Asterisk. Diffusion. Intermountain. The humming Nanshuan was light on his feet and shrunk. She felt like a debtor right now. First she went to ask her daughter for a debt, and now she was going to ask her master for a debt. However, there seemed to be a small tail following her, but instead of pretending anymore, she stopped with her arms around her. Follow me for what? Nansun's eyes were sharp as he looked at the figure that was as ethereal as an immortal eldest brother. It was meant to be fun, and when he came to her door like this, wasn't it good that she didn't do something to him? She cocked her head and looked directly into his clear eyes. You're not a second sister. Zhu Yanqing did not make any detours and directly stated what was on his mind. Who am I not? Second sister doesn't smile like that. Laughing? Nanshuan stroked his veil, which is a Shen-level spiritual weapon, and his glazed eyes are really powerful. She wasn't the least bit vain when she was recognized at once. After all, she hadn't intended to disguise herself as Fuyuki at all times. So, you're going to destroy me? She moved closer to Zhu Yanqing, but he didn't hide or avoid her. The eyes that looked at her were still clear, and still slightly puzzled, as if wondering why she had approached. Inexplicably, it's a little frustrating. I can't see your true face. You're not a demonic cultivator, and you have the soul scent of the second senior sister on you. He was probably referring to the camouflage props she had redeemed. This Zhu Yanqing was as pure as a luscious jade statue without any distractions. It would be a shame to break it. TSK. Nan Sun had a rare moment of conscience and didn't want to be around him anymore. She turned around and left, but Zhu Yanqing didn't give up and caught up to ask, "Who the hell are you? Is it important? I'm the executive Vane senior brother and a diffractive sect disciple, so I naturally need to make sure that you won't jeopardize everyone. I promise you, such assurances are useless." His tone was insistent and stubborn. Nan Sun was originally a bit annoyed by the pestering, but turned his head and saw Zhu Yanqing's face that was good again. She reasonably suspected that all those disputes, large and small, that he had handled as eldest brother had been because he had stood there, and the others had been too busy looking at his face to care about the disputes. "My eyes can see that you are not evil nor malicious. Why do you talk so much?" Is that his persona in the plot? Her footsteps quickened and he was in hot pursuit. Those perfectly shaped lips were parted and parted, but the speech was so annoying that you wanted to gag. Nan Sun yanked the veil and pulled him straight over. "If you..." Zhu Yanqing's words that he wanted to say were blocked in his throat. Feeling the soft touch on his lips, he suddenly froze. Blinking, he looked at the face near him as if he didn't realize what was happening. "Still?" She pulled back, impatiently opening her mouth to inquire. "What I'm trying to say is..." Again, he was gagged, but this time it wasn't a touch-and-go kiss. Zhu Yanqing's eyes widened slightly, and his originally calm and unruffled heart inexplicably rippled. He unconsciously opened his lips, but did not know how to respond. When the other man finally mercifully released him, he remembered to change his breath. Breathing heavily, his pure eyes finally tinted with helplessness, he took 2 steps back, covering his wildly beating heart. "You, me?" She hummed and laughed, looking at him with extreme aggression, which he couldn't read but somehow felt blushing. Zhu Yanqing unconsciously stared at her lips, and then with a shock after a long time, he hastily moved his eyes away. "I'm going to find Master. Stop following me. The Master will notice something is wrong with you." "He won't. He will." Noticing that she was trying to get closer to her again, this time Zhu Yanqing finally learned to dodge, only to see her snickering eyes. "What? Think I'm going to kiss you again?" He couldn't say anything, thinking that he was just a little strange, just now like that. He had seen it more than once during his training. To him it was just normal behavior between men and women. No waves. Why? He would be dizzy and even lose his mind? Taking advantage of Zhu Yanqing's self-doubt, Nan Sun finally found a chance to shake him off. In order not to reveal herself, her replicated cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment just like Fu Yue, and facing the eldest senior brother who had stepped into Yuaning. She still had to be the one to use this method in order to leave. Nan Sun stroked his lips. It's a guilty pleasure to do this to Zhu Yanqing, who doesn't understand love. But the desire to have the luscious jade statue tinted with his own colors also piqued with the contact. As she was thinking about the east and the west, she also arrived outside the great hall where Daofather Folding Branch lived. Looking up, the field of vision could not encircle the looming and towering swath of buildings that still stretched on as you turned your head to see. She is about to face the greatest backer of the heroine in the plot, the mighty one who has always stood up for her. In order to safeguard herself from being detected as different, she discreetly put on various camouflage props. "Please pass the word. Disciple seeks to see Master." Chapter 55 Wooden Second Sister, 5. The long snow-colored hair spread all over the floor, and the cultivator who appeared like an immortal leaned against the small couch, supporting his head. The robes were spread out on the floor, dressed in clothing that was already the best color of shark raw silk, but not as eye-catching as the man himself. Like hands carved by the most perfect craftsman, they contrasted with the less than superbly carved openwork jade pendant in his palm. He seemed unconcerned about everything, unable to lift his spirits about everything, as if he were about to fade away from this world at any moment. But then there was a very thin thread pulling at him. Fold the branch. Folding, branches, out of focus. He looked at the jade pendant in his palm and murmured these 2 words, his eyes gradually losing focus. His body ached all over, and his spiritual energy had finished overdrawing again, signaling that he was doing nothing again yesterday. The fingertips flicked a few times in the void, calculating one formation after another, and when his spiritual energy ran out, he began to burn his essence blood to deduce it. Even if a disciple had just passed on a message that a disciple was looking for him, he didn't really care. 3 out of 4 of those disciples were stuffed by the sect leader, saying something like letting the executive vein not fall into disuse or something like that. If it was the youngest one, he could still care about her cultivation progress. The others? Doesn't care, and doesn't deserve to have him care. He didn't have time to care so much. The incense burns quietly. Nansun entered the hall, and the first thing he smelled was the smoky incense with a cold sensation. It also contains notes of snowy plum and licorice, but is light enough to just make a presence. There was no sign at all that anyone had lived there, and the great hall was empty, with no decorations or anything placed there. She had thought that a half-step immortal cultivator would have a noticeable pressure, but she felt nothing after walking in. If it wasn't for the junior attendant saying that Taoist folding branch was in the inner room, she was afraid that she would think that the hall was empty. Halfway there, he was stopped by an invisible barrier. Borderline so much? She wasn't interested in him anyway. She just wanted justice for Fuyuki. Respectfully, he made a disciple's salute towards the air. Disciple has met master. Say, the voice coming from the inner room was clear and pleasant, containing the unique aura of a Mahayana cultivator. Master, you originally instructed my disciple to be responsible for the refining of pills for fellow members of the deity vein, but it's really a bit overwhelming to have the spirit stones and medicinal plants borne by me alone. Aha! Nansun was wondering what he meant when he saw a space bag appear out of nowhere in front of him. She raised an eyebrow and took it to check it out, realizing that it contained 10,000 extreme spirit stones, which were enough for Fuyu to refine Dan for 100 years. So cool. Then why didn't you give the spirit stones before? You're so forgetful. Before her frown could be relaxed, she heard another sentence from inside. Young disciple is careless. Do not disturb her cultivation. Ha! A short sentence, but one that immediately made her figure out the context. Okay, so it was Shin who still obscured the spirit stones? That wasn't in the original plot. But it's normal. The plot naturally records the best of the heroine. And how does Fuyuki, who hasn't even appeared with her real name, deserve to take up half the space? Not to mention the little things. Nansun squeezed the space pouch tightly. What was this? Dismissing her? The folding branch Daofather's words really irked her to no end. Shin still did something wrong, but he rested his case for her and told her not to bother. So biased, so sightless, more arrogant and unaware than Ling Zhao. Should I say no shame in leaning? The folding branch Daofather that all cultivators admired, whether in the plot or from what she had briefly heard, was a powerful and glorious existence. It turned out to be this. If it wasn't for the fact that Nanchuan couldn't beat him, he really wanted to rush in and ask him what the hell he was thinking. Had Shin still saved his life? That's a score she'll keep for now. She held her breath and left, not even bothering to be polite, and it looked like the other person didn't even care. Nansun took a deep breath and laughed in anger. So that was why she hated the world of immortal cultivation. Spending energy to upgrade was more than worth it, and it took time to cultivate on her own with a single board, especially when faced with this kind of great power. Many times one could only hold their tongue, holding a grudge. Props. I want to buy props. Nansun had never upheld the principle that a gentleman's revenge was one day too late. He can't be defeated head-on, but it's easy to get him into trouble. She opened the props mall and after a few moments selected the most appropriate one. 009. When does the host intend to use it? I'm going back now, and I'll use it when I get back. The vindictive Nansun didn't know that the folding branch Taoist who she was incredibly eager to painfully whack at the moment wasn't having a very good time in the first place. No, I should say self-torture. Sleeplessness and pain ate away at him, but still paranoia paddled the formation. With the creation of all things and become the opposite of the appearance of the cold and vulgar. No desire and he cannot be related to the half point. All his desires are only one thing. The sound of the door being closed again came from outside the inner chamber. And the folding branch Daofather didn't part with half of his attention, simply changing his position. He leaned his unsupported head against the side of the wooden couch and continued his calculations. He was already at the Mahayana stage. His body toughness was the strongest in the world, and the appearance of powerlessness and dizziness was enough to see to what extent he had hurt himself. Breathing a little heavier, his eyes to close, as if he knew what was going to happen next. Precious to put that jade on the couch. The next second, blood oozed from his fingertips, but didn't have time to drip to the ground. The blood of the mighty that should have been tinged with gold was entwined with a fog as black as ink, and was instantly devoured. The folding branch Dowlord covered his lips and swallowed the fishy sweetness that welled up from his throat. He looked down, his silver hair falling, the eyelashes trembled with his breath, and his pupils, like the snow on the peak of a mountain, had just gone completely out of focus. All that was visible to the eye was pitch black. In the incomparable silence of the inner room, the only sound left was the sound of his disordered breathing as he forced himself to endure the pain. Bright red lines of blood gradually slid down the corners of his eyes. being casually wiped by him. It was like a poignant and colorful flower blooming in the snow on that beautiful face. The room fell back into dead silence. Chapter 56, Wooden Second Sister, 6. Nanchuan bought several props. First, he used the fake news that Taoist folding branch cared about the most to send him away. And then he placed multiple luck-having charms on him, making the probability of him encountering an accident much higher. Then came, again, delaying his return. Not only do you do the most with the least amount of energy, you kill two birds with one stone while making him feel bad. After all, if he was within the clan, the heroine would always have the strongest backing and backbone. It's even more troublesome than that immortal cultivation prestige family, the Shen family. And Nansun stood in the courtyard looking out at the drifting mountains outside. Chopping clouds will be an important plot point. After the next adventure is the Jin Yun Hui. After these two plot points, the male and female main characters' feelings will change, and Ling Zhao will gradually fall in love with his little sister. There's also the fact that the heroine will win the top spot in the cloud chopping meeting and make a complete name for herself. She hadn't forgotten that her main mission was to spoil the plot, and that whatever she was doing to play the male lead was just her own bad taste. This time, though, in addition to spoiling the plot, she carries a strong subjective sense of wanting to get the heroine in trouble. At the end of the day, what the heroine cares most about is her status as a regimental favorite, and the master and brothers who dote on her. Hey, it really wasn't that she wanted to play them, it was that she had to in order to upset the heroine a bit. Nansun looked down at the invitation message from Zhu Yanqing on the summoning talisman for an adventure and happily agreed. She knew he was still unsure of her and wanted to watch her personally. However, Shen still didn't know. Not only that, she won't cry when she sees what they really have. Will she? Asterisk. Eldest senior brother. What did you say? You invited second senior sister? Shen still just realized this news. Only one day away from the training. If she did not open her mouth to ask who all are, it is estimated that she still do not know this news. Her eyes were tense. Aha. Zhu Yanqing didn't notice her expression and nodded lightly. Why? No reason. He sat on the edge of the pool, polishing his sword slowly and methodically. That sparse cold brow was reflected in the sword, clearer than the water of the pool. Shen still looked at his face, cannot say heavy words, because of this sudden change of heart, suddenly confused. Few people could change the decision made by eldest brother, and no amount of pampering would help. She thought of the short-lived prophecy about her senior brother's opening of his emotional aperture, that she had forced the use of her own inherited magic weapon and backfired on herself to occupy it. The name was all she had time to make out in the blinking, indistinct line. Fuyuki. She must not let her appear in the public's view again, especially by the side of Big Brother. Shen still gripped his sword. On top of that, what if Fuyuki asked her for spirit stones? The spirit stone she owed was a huge sum of money, and although the Shen family favored her, it was impossible for them to give her so much at once. On weekdays, she spends all her spirit stones on buying those flashy magic weapons and spreading her wealth to enlist the people, and there is no surplus. Moreover, she had always been generous, and the last few small quests had already gradually used up those elixirs Fuyue had given her before. It's really annoying to think about it. Everyone always favors her and lets her go, but there's no one like this who wants to be paid. Shen remained indignant. Not only did it cause her to be embarrassed in public, but even eldest brother had noticed her again. Big brother. That's what scared her the most. Shen still subconsciously thought of his master. She's going to find master teacher. Master teacher would definitely be on her side. He would give her spirit stones and would fulfill all her little requests, always turning a blind eye even when he made mistakes. Although she couldn't see him every time she went to look for him, and he always instructed her to cultivate well, he would solve her troubles as long as she spoke to him in the temple. She couldn't let Fuyuki participate in their adventures, and the change in the other party made her a little uneasy, so she might even participate in the cloud chopping meeting, or even others. Never. What? Master is not here? Yes. Taoist folding branch left in a hurry before and has an uncertain return date. How? Favoring times like these. Shen still anxiously picked her fingers. Smooth sailing for so long, the first time she encountered so many annoying things. The master has no way to do this if Ling Xiao's senior brother. He spoiled her the most and hated his second senior sister. He would also go to this adventure. He must not want Fuyue to appear either. Ling Xiao's words were equally great. He was the son of the human emperor and born with a sword bone. The rest of the people always listen to him. If he doesn't agree, people will advise the eldest brother and there should be a possibility of changing his mind. She immediately contacted him with a summoning jade talisman, but her senior brother, who never replied in seconds, had no sound this time. Shen still didn't suspect anything, only assuming that Ling Xiao was up to something. She went and asked several of her familiar siblings, and finally got some. Ling Xiao? He went crazy 2 days ago and went into the 9 heavy tower. nearly killing through it, and the tower spirit couldn't take it anymore, throwing him out. And then? Shun still pursued anxiously. Oh, then he went off to recuperate from his injuries. That senior brother spoke with a big gasp and continued. But someone saw him go out of the clan today, seeing as he took on a mission to Cloud Mist Mountain, presumably to look for medicinal herbs? Alright, thank you, senior brother. Shun still took out spirit stones from his spatial pouch as usual as payment. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by the other party. Don't. Senior sister, you'd better save your spirit stones. What do you mean? Is it hard to believe that he also knows about the rumors of her debt? Shun remained suspicious, but didn't dare to ask at all. This matter has to be resolved sooner rather than later. She forced the spirit stone to the other party and immediately rushed towards Cloud Mist Mountain. What's brother Lingxiao doing at Cloudy Mountain? Asterisk. The answer is, go for the elixir. Lingxiao looked at the figure walking in front of him and felt uncomfortable all over. Especially when I see her hands hanging down at her side like green onion knots. I always think of that day. That day. He wiped his face hard, his teenage mind indescribably messy. Could it be that the medicinal power that had been so hard to dissolve from the previous desperate fight at the 9 heavy towers was not yet finished? Why was he filled with those mind-numbing images? Although Lingxiao was not in his right mind, he still paid close attention to the state of the people in front of him. The killing machine appears at first glance. His eyes flinched, his sword aura was overpowering, and his teenage sword cultivator's stance was like a shock, immediately stabbing the silver python that was waiting for a chance to scurry out and attack. He looked at the second elder sister who didn't even hide, worried that she was not good enough to say anything, so his tone was a bit harsh. Don't you know how to hide when there are demonic beasts? Not with you. The other party looked indifferent and went over to gather spiritual plants. She trusts him that much? Lingxiao pursed his lips, not wanting to admit that he was a little happy because of her remark. The air was quiet for a long moment. Senior brother, are you the type of person who would demand responsibility from someone after having fish and water sex with them? She had finished gathering at some point, and the question came out abruptly. You, what are you talking about? Lingxiao's heart was thumping so hard that even his hand holding the sword was a little unsteady. Just answer me. Yes or no? No. Good. She nodded. What's in good this time? They hadn't gotten that far last time. Last time, did she think he would hold her responsible? You are distracted and have just been poisoned by a snake, plus the effect of the residual medicinal power of the jade fragrance pill. Nansen wanted to say something. She didn't intentionally count on him this time. She originally wanted to collect spiritual plants properly. Who knew that Lingxiao was so unlucky? Looks like it's going to be eaten up by her bad girl. Poor little Shifu. Chapter 57 Wooden Second Sister, 7. After listening to her words, Lingxiao realized that his inability to hold the sword was not just because he was too flustered, but something else. Even his breath took on heat as he propped the ground with his sword, his hazel eyes looking towards his second senior sister who seemed to be unconcerned. He realized what she meant by what she had just asked. She didn't want to be asked to help again because she had helped him last time. Also, didn't want him to hold her accountable for that. Lingxiao's nose suddenly soured, though he himself didn't know where the sadness came from. Elder sister, you hate me that much? Yes. The masked female cultivator who stood indifferently on the side didn't hesitate to reply, showing her extremely aggressive side. Don't you hate me too? What's with the act? Lingxiao forced his body to hold back the dryness and was dumbfounded. He felt so cheap, too, and suddenly changed. And from the day he saw her, he became incredibly strange. Even if he didn't want to admit it anymore, he realized he was probably heartbroken. Even though his senior sister had told him that the second senior sister didn't like her and treated her badly, he still couldn't continue to hate her. Even when he unintentionally ate the jade fragrance pill that day, his first reaction was actually to hope that his senior sister would help him. If it was someone else, he would not be willing to let any woman touch a hair on his head even if he endured himself until he hurt himself. Just because it's her. Lingxiao was heartbroken by her indifference, but realized that he was completely self-inflicted. Sister, I'm sorry, I don't need your apology. Seeing her turn around and leave, Lingxiao shook his head and went forward to pull her wrist. Searing body heat passed along the touch of skin, and Nansun, whose back was turned to him, raised an eyebrow, but still shook him off. She turned and stared at the teenager who looked to have lost a small portion of his sanity. The red clothes burned, the jade-white gauntlets were dry and crisp, and all the clothes and accessories were aristocratic. Especially, that face, the former high to unrivaled sharpness scattered dissipation, only dense confused red. Still, he managed to hold himself together and gave a surprised look when he saw her looking over. Second senior sister, don't leave me behind. Nansen leaned down and cupped his face, forcing him to look up. Do you know what my name is? The beautiful lips opened and closed, but no words could be said, and Ling Xiao's brows gradually colored with panic. Sorry. All he could do was keep apologizing to her. Elder sister, if you tell me, I will definitely remember it in the future. But Nansen just let go of him and patted his face with a demeaning meaning with the branch he just casually folded. You don't deserve to know. And no calling me by my name. That's like an order. Okay. The toxin invaded deeper. Yet he had completely given up on resisting with his spiritual energy. Ling Xiao's breathing rate quickened, never moving his eyes from meeting hers, his mind growing more and more chaotic. The feelings for her, however, were becoming clearer, even though he didn't even know her name or what she looked like. Sister. He looked into her eyes, which were always cold, but more charming thoughts welled up in his mind. Couldn't help but grab her sleeve, only to be jerked away again. Who gave you permission to touch me? Sorry. Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the sword again, bracing himself not to fall to the ground. Your attitude of apologizing is too perfunctory. At least kneel down to be sincere, right? What? His breathing tightened. Born as the son of the honorable human emperor. In this life, not to mention kneeling to anyone, even the number of times he bent over was few. But it's sister. The other person is a senior sister. Ling Xiao's strength loosened, and he tossed aside his own life sword, which sword cultivators regarded as important as his life. Kneeling on both knees, his fancy clothes stained with dust. I'm sorry, sister. The corners of his eyes were red. He had already been tortured quite deeply by the snake venom and medicine, yet he still restrained himself to the point of not touching a single hair on her head. The teenager was genuinely sorry for her, but his apology was nothing more than a stimulant to Nansen. So good. He was invigorated by her praise, and half as humiliated by kneeling her. His eyes glistened as he looked up at her in anticipation of more rewards. Senior sister. Is that okay? The branch traced across his cheek and along his jawline up to his neck. The pain mingled with the tickle, and he couldn't stop the knot in his throat from rolling. Remember what I said? You're not the kind of... No, sister. I won't hold you responsible. I won't haunt you. It's all because sister is kind enough to help me. He spoke with great speed and urgency. From now on, everything I have is senior sister's. So you say, you're my puppy. I'm elder sister's puppy. Ling Xiao immediately repeated, grabbing the branch as if it were her fingertips. It broke so quickly, but so cute. Nansen lovingly stroked his beautiful eyes, watery, confused, with only her in them. So good. Asterisk. Cloudy Mountain is too big. Shen still circled around and still could not find. Cannot help but feel anxious. Just when she wanted to give up, she finally spotted signs of a battle. Across the ground were sword marks that seemed to split this mountain in half, and even those who came later could feel the sharpness that seemed to cut people. Elder brother Ling Xiao's sword chi was unique, and she would never recognize it wrongly. It must be around here somewhere. When she found him, she sidestepped Fuyuki's need to join them in their adventures, and then casually complained a few more times. Elder brother Ling Xiao favored her so much that he would probably unite the people to put pressure on elder brother without saying a word. Fuyuki should also have known everyone's dislike for her, and just like before, she was at ease cowering in her acre of land. The big stone in his heart was about to fall to the ground, and Shen's footsteps still searching for traces of the battle became incomparably lighter and faster. But after a moment, she stopped. She had never imagined that senior brother Ling Xiao could show that kind of emotion. He had never been proud and spirited, but now he was humbling himself begging for another woman's kiss, and it was also the second sister that he had once despised the most. Both the sounds coming from her ears and the images in front of her were more than she could take in. Shen still covered her ears, and when she wanted to continue closing her eyes to escape, the female cultivator turned her head slightly to look over. She had taken off her veil, and her surly features were quite different in her than usual. If the previous Fuyuki was dark and pitiful, then she was seductive and ghost-like. While playing the teenage sword cultivator with ease, he revealed a smile towards her as if declaring war. Fuyuki, Shin remained completely certain now that she was the one spoken of in the prophecy. Was it all a disguise before? To get her to let her guard down? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. But she'll steal Big Brother away. Seeing that they were even more beside themselves, Shin still immediately turned around and left. She had to go back to the Shin family to get the soul-inducing disc. Fuyu must have been controlled by a demonic cultivator or had entered a demon. We can't let elder brother Ling Xiao and elder brother Ling Xiao be confused by her. Chapter 58 Wooden Second Sister 8. The top lineages in the immortal cultivation world were comparable in depth to those first-class sects under the diffusion sect. Thousands of years ago, the lineages were already not just on par with the top sects, but even overpowered the major sects. They monopolized resources and geniuses, bells and whistles, and the children of the lineage naturally represented powerful cultivators. Even the scattered cultivators and sects had to depend on the lineages, if not for that accident in the first place. Second miss. Because he learned that Shin still wanted to come back. Shin's father and mother had sent a number of people to welcome her at the gate, and even the lowliest handymen did not have a single one below the 9th level of chi refining. Flying over a few aura-heavy mountain ranges, she occasionally stumbled upon clansmen and disciples. Her peers and juniors envied her and her elders favored her. She was born with her own visions, and not only others, but even she herself felt that she was the daughter of the heavenly Tao. Fu Yue was just an inconspicuous stumbling block on her path to immortal cultivation. Shin still didn't go to his parents first, but first sneaked to the Spirit Vein Center. The soul-inducing disc was their Shin family's clan-suppressing sacred weapon that had been passed down for thousands of years, and only the next generation of heirs could contract and use it. She had already forced it to be used once before, and when her cultivation rose, contracting it was just a matter of the board. She didn't realize there was another person there. Though, 9932, it's useless. This soul-attracting disc is destined to belong only to the female lead. Why are you gripping your chi to fight this idea? I'll try. It's not a crime to try. 9932, heads up. Straighten your back. Sword in hand. With a jolt, Zhao Xin immediately followed the system's guidelines. A female voice followed after she finished her dent. Sister, what are you doing here? I've encountered obstacles in my cultivation, and I've come here to see if I can gain some insights. She turned to look back at the other woman, so nervous about being caught off guard and meeting the group's favorite heroine. Is that so? Sister, I know that everyone in the clan wants to contract the soul-attracting plate, wanting to use it to soar to the heavens, but you should know that you can't compete with me. Shun remained hostile in the face of this excellent sister. Seeing that she didn't answer, she thought that she was weak, and her attitude became even more arrogant. Also, eldest brother is destined to be mine. He won't like a cold woman like you. Ha! Zhaojin froze in his heart. Was it because the mission he took on this time was to rob the chi luck? She'd been doing quests for so long that most of the men and women who were the cornerstones of the world had been one-liners for the men. It's the first time I've encountered a heroine like this. Doesn't fit the persona. Innocent, bright, and lively group favorites. Really don't look like that. 9932, you'll know if you experience more. Or else why do you think you were allowed to come to this world to snatch the chi? A world with a truly perfect hero and heroine as cornerstones is almost untouchable. It's the only world that can be drilled. Whatever you say. Zhao Xin didn't talk nonsense with her and maintained his cold expression as he left. Shin still skimmed at her back, his mind now full of the changes Fu Yue would bring. After confirming that Shin Su had completely walked away, she immediately sealed the place. In order to be able to find out what had happened to Fu Yue, she didn't even bother choosing to use any other spirit weapon, but instead, she directly tried to use the soul drawing plate. She was now nearing her yuaning and wouldn't be as metaphysical as she was last time. The center of the spirit vein, including the one she was currently stepping on, was the main body of the soul drawing disc, and with her current cultivation level, it was still tough to mobilize it. With his fingers together, he quickly pinched his fingers and strained to draw spiritual energy in the air. Even if you get hurt. Fuyuki, body. What happened? Blood was already seeping from her lips, but she continued to grit her teeth and inject her doubts. The entire space shook. Everything okay? Shin, who read the information from the disc, still pinched his hands, suddenly loosened, and the whole person also fell to the ground with dislocation. The big bright soul-attracting disc also went out immediately. The sea of consciousness ached, and she wouldn't be able to use it a second time in a short time. How come? Nothing happened. Then she is. Fuyuki. The unknown is more frightening. Shin still knew that he could no longer stop Fu Yue from participating in tomorrow's experience. There was still a chance, and one experience wouldn't change how eldest brother viewed her. She just had to wait for her master to return, or there would be other ways to do it once the adventure was over. Shin still kept comforting herself, but she still couldn't suppress the panic. Deeply hidden, 009 looked with some fleshly pain at the fact that he was missing another large chunk of his energy, but thinking that the host won't be affected by the hostess mood for fun for a while, it's not a waste of money to spend. But it is better not to come to a high-dimensional realm like the world of cultivation in the future. It had wanted to save up to buy props for the host's small opening. Hey, 9009, I am. Look at the degree of plot collapse. 009, plot collapse at 30%. You're doing well. Host, Nanshuan was refreshed, having fun while advancing the mission. Only, it was still too bland. Not interesting enough. Not at all. Ling Xiao, don't go crazy when you're sober. She pushed Ling Xiao, who was making a mess against the nape of her neck, away from her, only to be grabbed by the hand and interlocked in her fingers. I'm not sober yet. He lowered his head and kissed her knuckles lightly, his brow filled with attachment and a deeply hidden possessiveness. But in the end, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. With a lift of his left hand, the instinctive sword flew over to be held in his hand. With the sword back, it was as if he had transformed back into that spirited young sword cultivator with the same luster in his eyes. Let go. Her two cold words managed to dim those eyes a little. Ling Xiao wouldn't let go. The spirit plant collection is finished, so let's call it a day. She pushed him away, her tone scummy, and left straight away. Sister, don't follow me. The words instantly set him in place. Lost, Nansen slowly and methodically reattached the veil and turned her head to add, and don't come up and act familiar when you see me again. As soon as the words left her mouth, she met the teenager's aggravated, tearful eyes, but she was so hard-hearted that not only was she not hurt, but she felt like seeing more, begging her like before, pitifully coming up and demanding while whispering elder sister. Unfortunately, a lot of it is due to the medicinal properties at work. He hasn't quite bowed his head yet. There's still time to play. Tomorrow the calendar more fun. Chapter 59 Wooden Second Sister 9. Shin still reluctantly returned to the sect after a good day of recuperation at home, not wanting to see Fuyu at the teleportation array gathering place at all. But before she could get there, the name kept coming back to her. I didn't expect that second senior sister of the execution vein to actually be a deep-seated earth-level Dan master. Senior sister Fuyue is inevitably too powerful, worthy of the executive vein. The executive vein truly specializes in producing heavenly pride. The cause of all of this was that yesterday, the real Fuyue was encouraged by Nanchuan to step out of the small courtyard and come to the Dan Peak to take the test. By the way, those rumors before? What kind of messy rumors? None of them matter. Such a young Earth-ranked Dan Master. What a concept. To know that there are only a few heaven-ranked Dan Masters in our realm right now. Those elders of Dan Peak have already sent an unknown number of messages to Taoist Folding Branch asking for someone. How is it that we just happened to run into the Folding Branch Tao Lord going out? Fu Yue. Her name is beginning to be known. The more Shin still listened, the more panicked she became. Did this also mean that it was getting closer to that prophecy as well? Everyone was so engrossed in the discussion that they didn't even notice her. How could this make Shin, who had always prided himself on being the darling of the heavenly Tao and had always been the center of everyone's conversation and gaze, accept it? With trepidation she arrived at the appointed rendezvous point. There were fewer people on this mission. The same familiar ones, Mu Wushu, Chang Hoguang, Zhu Yanqing, and Ling Xiao. But there's one more person. Instead of wearing all black again today, she had changed into a dark purple flowing garment without a cloak, but the lower half of her face was still covered by a black veil spirit vessel. Elder brother Ling Xiao stood the farthest away from her with his sword in his arms, surrounded by a deep, low air pressure. Zhu Yanqing, on the other hand, was still standing there like a jade statue. The expression on his face was devoid of sadness and joy. The scene she feared of eldest senior brother treating Fuyuki special did not appear, which made her sigh in relief. Shin still pretended to look at that black veil-covered figure several times without thinking. The way he looked as if he was trying to distance himself from everyone was not at all like the same person who had flashed a provocative smile at her yesterday. She would find out for herself what was different about her. Gathering herself, she approached with a sweet smile. That smile was devoid of gloom, and it was soothing to the mind and body just to look at it. She greeted them one by one, even treating Nansen the same, as if nothing had ever happened between the two of them. Everyone's been waiting a long time. Let's go. One more to go. Zhu Yanqing signaled her to wait. Then his eyes looked behind her. Coming. And which familiar sibling could it be? Shin still turned around with the intention of saying a proper greeting, but his smile froze on his face. The visitor was dry and sharp in a strong suit, with his long hair tied up high, freezing like a piece of ice that would not melt for eternity. Who is it if not Shin Su? Not paying attention to her, Zhu Yanqing routinely explained, everyone should be clear. This mission is in the earthly realm, the Imperial Palace, and the issuer is the human emperor. Ha! This time it was the turn of Ling Xiao, who was lost in thought, to be surprised, and he looked to one side, suddenly a little nervous. Is this meeting the parents? Nansen glanced at him coldly, and the puppy could only hang his head pitifully. Cheng Guang glared at Mu Wusu, and the other nodded deeply in response, indicating that he had also detected some hints. Gossip flavor. Everyone's here. Let's go. Zhu Yanqing nodded to Shinsu, who came last. 9932, host, Baird. Ga. There was an inexplicable stab of electricity, accompanied by a joyful coda, followed by a complete loss of contact. Junior? 9932? Zhao Cord anxiously called out, but there was no reply at all, something she had never encountered since her mission. She did her best to hide her panic. Other than Nansun, no one noticed the flicker of stiffness beneath her cold exterior. And 9932. At this point, had been completely cut off from all channels of contact with the outside world, including the main system. 9932 Shutter. It's over. Has it encountered a system hunter? What will happen to the idiot host if it dies? It hadn't even become a purple and gold system yet. It hadn't even met its idol yet. And it hadn't even saved up the energy to redeem the entity yet. Woohoo! Inside the system space, the delicate palm, which was generally the same as the modeling, cupped the small ball of light that was constantly trembling. 9932. With a jolt, 9932 immediately looked upwards and into a pair of inorganic, light gray eyes. The other cocked his head. Idol. My idol 009. You are 009. The small mass of light that had just appeared white was immediately red warm, and the mood was like going from hell to heaven. 009 didn't have too many mood swings, and never remained the cold and unfeeling of the primordial system in the face of things and people outside of the host. It added various rules and restrictions to 9932 as originally planned. Okay, now it's time to talk. Aha 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 aha. 9932 felt so happy he was going to faint, and Zhao Qin inside the teleportation array was in a state of anxiety. Shen still eyes, ignoring, even Zhu Yanqing's blooming beauty and Ling Zhouge, the type that poked her, didn't even take a second look. The transmission was far away, and several people spread out across the canoe and waited for half a quarter of an hour. The melons smell even bigger. Mu Wushu poked and prodded Cheng Hugwang, and the elegant and moving sound cultivator revealed an uncharacteristically raised eyebrow expression. The youngest sister, who was always good at enlivening the atmosphere, was distracted, on the side of eldest senior brother and junior senior brother. Although they couldn't hear what they were saying, the atmosphere was also somewhat tit-for-tat. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing looking at second senior sister all the time? Ling Xiao was like a coyote guarding its territory with sharp eyes. Nothing. Xu Yanqing was never reticent when it came to such matters, especially since his personality was there, so his tone also seemed hard. How could it be nothing? Don't perfume me, eldest brother. There was nothing. What do you want there to be? Xu Yanqing frowned lightly. If it is a different person, where to bear to provoke him angry has long been laid down. Unfortunately, in front of him was Ling Zhao. The teenager was unforgiving. Then you're not allowed to look at her. Eldest brother. Master is so good looking. What if he seduces sister? Denied. He didn't hesitate to say those two words. Eldest brother. Ling Xiao, who simply couldn't guess what was in the other party's mind, could only use his body to block his line of sight. Childish. Zhu Yanqing was speechless for a moment, and his slender fingertips sketched a spell in the air in a flowing manner, immediately isolating him from this area. The look remained faint. He just wants to supervise the second sister. That's all. Absolutely. No other ideas. His eyes fell on her, somehow remembering when his lips were gagged earlier. The knot in Jade White's throat twitched slightly. And say it's nothing? It's just something. Seeing his demeanor, Ling Xiao jumped to his feet, but it was not good to use the sword in the formation, so he could only be trapped by the spell. On the other side, Cheng Hugwang finally couldn't stand the quiet atmosphere and took the initiative to find Shen still climbing. Little sister. Are you hurt? Asked a nonsense question. After all, her breath around her was weak and her spiritual energy was not full. The earthly realm should not use spiritual power easily. It would do more harm than good to her injury. I could have said no, but I insisted on coming anyway. My injuries aren't serious, so I'm sorry to trouble senior brother. Shen still smiled and glanced in Zhu Yanqing's direction. How that smile looked forced. Cheng Higuang and Mu Wushu exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed while both of them were in the same melon-eating mindset. Before they set off, they had sought the divination of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's senior brother, and this trip would not only be safe and smooth, but would also be very fruitful, and even make a fortune. Didn't say it would still be fun. It is said that the two families had been betrothed to senior brother Shinsu, junior sister who likes senior brother, second sister of the execution vein who has recently come into prominence, and senior brother Ling Xiao who has had a strange attitude from the very beginning. Wow, the two were like struggling badgers in a melon field, afraid to speak while at the same time looking both ways. Chapter 60 Wooden Second Sister, 10. They would have to teleport to the edge of the immortal cultivation realm, near the region of the land of extreme cold, and then go to the earthly realm through the teleportation array there. It's still snowing in this area, a white blanket of ice for miles, beautiful and shocking. Spiritual energy was also starting to thin out, but the protective spiritual energy was good enough to be maintained without having to change into heavy winter clothing. Down the canoe when Ling Zhao is still thinking. The two worlds' time flow is not the same. Now father and mother's side is estimated to be only a year or so apart from him. Sigh. He is not usually such a sentimental nature, and he has never regretted choosing to embark on the immortal path to learn the sword. Is it hard to believe that his proximity to his hometown is making him worry too much? Moreover, he seemed, even more, to want to be near his senior sister. What had managed to hold back was infinitely amplified at the sight of her. All he could think about was her body heat that day, the look on her face, and the rare tenderness that showed when she stroked his cheek. Zhu Yanqing also felt that he was looking at the second elder sister a little too often. It was really just a matter of making sure she was out of sight, but the way she tickled the ends of her hair and pushed up her sleeves had him instantly and uncontrollably drawn to her. Shen, who saw the change in his vision, still couldn't control the panic within him. The melon-eating duo's melon-eating emotions rose even higher, and Zhao Cord's anxiety at losing his system increased. A line of people each with their own concerns. Nan Xuan, on the other hand, was unprecedentedly out of character this time. I'm sorry, gentlemen. The teleportation array in the land of extreme cold is temporarily damaged. A cultivator in a heavy cotton suit came over and hurriedly stopped them from moving forward. Yes? She asked languidly in return. Yes, yes. The thin woman stumbled under her gaze that seemed to see through everything. So when will it be fixed? About 2 days. We have a special place for rest. Her tone is naturally affectionate and trusting, and with a clap of her hands, 4 different snowmobiles appear. Each vehicle can accommodate 2 people. Nansen didn't say anything and took the lead to get into one, and Ling Xiao, who wanted to follow immediately, was stopped by Zhu Yanqing. Eldest brother. /eldest brother? 2 voices sounded at the same time, both with unbelief. The former was Ling Xiao, the latter was Shen Still. I'm with her, the rest, you decide. His nature never over-explained and made both of them explode with anger, but it's useless. Lastly, Ling Xiao and Chang Hugguang were in one place, Shen remained in one place with Mu Wushu, and Zhao Qin was with that skinny woman. It was so calm and smooth, and for the life of me, not a single person seemed to notice that something was wrong. Zhao Qin, whose anxiety was growing in his heart, even wanted to give up on the mission immediately, but then he had a jolt. She's going to have to go into the punishment world if she abandons the mission. What was she thinking? It's so weird. She had just sensed this, but her suspicions were immediately dispelled internally, without warning, as if a piece of rubber had wiped the thought right out of her head. Opposed to this is an even more amplified anxiety. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? This is true for her, let alone anyone else. Even Zhu Yanqing was also affected, but he was already emotionally light and was the least affected one in there. Nan Xuan. She knew she was affected, but loved the feeling, like 10 shots of espresso. What did you mean the other day? Zhu Yanqing looked toward the person in the private snowmobile who was face to face with himself, lazily leaning against the wall of the car, and asked directly, what do you mean what? It was when you kissed me. Zhu Yanqing uttered these 2 words without a ripple, but his eyes fluctuated when he thought about how she felt when she kissed him. Oh, that one. Nansen looked at his nails indifferently. Kiss me if you want to. He was silent. Why? Do you mind very much? She was half disguised in front of him, even with her veil off. A beautiful face. Stunningly beautiful, especially the strength that came out of those eyes. With her unique aura. Seductive and dangerous. Mind letting you kiss back? Nansen directly reached out and pulled the bewildered glazed beauty over. The space in the car was tight, and he managed to brace himself against the wall so that he didn't just scoop her up in his arms, though it was now in a state that was generally the same as circling her. The face was so close that if he looked down, his lips would be pressed together, and the other man was still staring at him with that encouraging look in his eyes. Disliking his hesitation and lack of precision, she smiled and plastered up. Not the same as the last time he boredly gagged his lips, but an ambiguously flowing light kiss. End of 1. It's even frustrating. Then this time, why? Zhu Yanqing lowered his head, and the distance between the 2 of them gradually drew closer. He sensed it, but inside he just wanted to get closer, and closer. So he embraced her quietly, from the waistline, with eyes that he didn't even realize were content. Because you're pretty. Because I like you. That face. You like me? Zhu Yanqing's translucent eyes with light purple colored with pure doubt. Nansen looked on, wanting even more to rub and want other colors to swoosh over it. Do you like me? I don't know. He answered very honestly, but held her tighter. Aren't you happy when you get kissed by me? Happy. Nansen smiled and bent his eyes at his candor, letting himself be affected even more deeply. His eyes filled with excited energy. Raising his hand, he touched his eyes, which were beautiful to the core, and his fingertips touched his eyelashes, fluttering like a butterfly on the wing. So beautiful. Then you just like me. You'll want to see me, care about me, and, when you're near me, you'll wanted to kiss her. Zhu Yanqing automatically added this. Staring at her slightly pale lips, the agitation in his heart was magnified and magnified again. Emotions that weren't there in the first place don't appear out of nowhere. and the fact that they can be amplified proves that he's had those thoughts. He likes her. He wanted to kiss her. I mind. Zhu Yanqing suddenly said words of unknown meaning. At her puzzled look, he reached up to straighten her slightly disheveled sideburns and explained with downcast eyes. Mind. So kiss back. Chapter 61 Wooden Second Sister, 11. 9932, Host. I'm back. The tone of the lively, bouncy teenager's voice was one of unrivaled joy, accompanied by a heckle that hadn't faded from excitement. Its coming online instantly cleared Zhao Qin's thoughts for an instant. It finally showed up. Moving. Where have you been? 9932, didn't go anywhere. Hey, 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 hey. It laughed in such a way that Zhao Qin nearly felt that it was also affected by the eerie atmosphere. No, it's starting to get muddled again. What is she doing? 9932, wait a moment host, I'll give you a sobering aura. That's super expensive. Where do you have the energy to buy that? 9932, hey, payment. It's a payment given to it by the idol to be used as a present world to assist the idol host. What's the payoff? 9932, hey, cough. No need to count so much, just follow my instructions directly in a moment. The halo was applied, and Zhao Qi's brain was suddenly clear. It was only then that she realized she had reached the resting place that the man had been talking about, was in a trance getting ready to get out of the car. It wasn't right everywhere, and she could finally think properly. She looked at the spectacular snowy spectacle not far away. It didn't look like a place to rest in any way, but rather like a nest. Zhao Xin gave a hard jolt. Because of the gradual thinning of her spiritual energy, she even felt the stinging sensation of the cold wind on her face. Their group was going to the earthly realm to practice. How could they be foolish enough to go with someone just because they casually said that the teleportation array was broken? And all of them did not object. Sure enough, it's not right. A deep chill welled up inside Zhao Xin, and he didn't move. The others got off one by one, all of them looking in less than normal condition. Zhu Yanqing's state and expression are normal, but in other aspects. Sister. As soon as Lingxiao came down, he went straight to his beloved senior sister, completely forgetting what she had said to him earlier about staying away from her. Coincidentally, Shen still also went straight to Zhu Yanqing's direction, and the two arrived almost simultaneously. Then at the same time the mood changed dramatically. What's going on? Eldest sister. Eldest brother did seduce you. Eldest brother. What did Fuyuki do to you? The two men, surrounded by them left and right, did not hide the fact that they had just had a brief kiss inside the snowmobile. Nansun was fine. The veil covered some marks on his lips. Other than that there was no difference, because Zhu Yanqing was commendably restrained even when he was most out of control. From time to time, we have to ask, how about this? That cannot. If the girl was a little thin-skinned, she would have pushed him away in shame. Zhu Yanqing was different because the other party was always dishonest, thus leading to what Lingxiao and the others saw. Zhu Yanqing, who had always been meticulous from hair strands to the hem of his clothes, had slightly disheveled hair, reddened cheeks, and marks all over his neck. Good looking a bit more than that, and also makes it instantly obvious what he just did. The bias is so frank in person. I didn't seduce her. He first answered Lingxiao, then said to Shen still, she didn't do anything to me. I kissed her. Just say it. The melon-eating duo became more flavorful and stoned in their hands. Eldest brother, what did you say? You kissed her. You kissed her. Extraordinarily unable to control her emotions, Shen still could no longer maintain her sweet mask and screamed out. You actually dare to kiss senior sister? Lingxiao couldn't help but tense up. He was hated by his senior sister and wasn't even allowed to get close to her. Instead, big brother took the opportunity to steal home. He had said it was nothing before, so he had tricked him into letting his guard down, especially when he saw the finger marks on his senior sister's wrists. The unfairness amplified even more and kept surging up. A flash of silver light flashed, accompanied by a clanging sound. The bento sword was unsheathed, the cold tip of the sword pointing straight at that clear and handsome face. Zhu Yanqing frowned. What do you mean by that? What responded to him was an even more severe sword light, not giving any room for words at all. He could only raise his hand and strangle the spell, and in an instant, the unrelenting sword force collided with the spell in the air. The golden light appeared and the spiritual power collapsed. Senior brother Lingxiao, how could you make a move against eldest brother? Shen still didn't hesitate to join in, wanting to protect Zhu Yanqing. The swords and spirit power were eyeless, and she was suffering from an injury, but instead she was still being affected by the waves. Nansun laughed so hard that his body trembled. Ha 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 ha. She also gave a token clap when she saw a particularly stunning move or a moment of woe for Shen still. The sounds of spiritual power clashing and sword confrontation were interspersed with a few words of reprimand and persuasion from Shinstill. One of those extremely regular stone sounds so abrupt. Click. Wow. Worthy of being an eldest brother. The 5 elements circle melting body is born to be Dharma cultivator material. Click. Yeah. Instantaneous spells. I can't do that. Click. I told you those two would fight. What a messy scene it was. As the only sane person awake at the scene, Zhao Qin felt as if he was dreaming. How else would she have seen the main group mixing it up for the sake of the others, while the group's favorite heroine acted like a backdrop, pulling the strings and getting injured by mistake? Then the remaining 2 were in no hurry at all, and had the presence of mind to get high. What would she look like if she wasn't sober? She glanced quietly at the thin woman who had watched with a smile on her face since their confrontation and felt even weirder. Saving. Instructions. Where are yours? Junior. 9932, no calling me that. TSK. Never mind. I'll tell you one thing. Keep it quiet, even though we've signed a confidentiality agreement. What kind of non-disclosure agreement did you sign for me? You're not the only one. The system ignored it, but continued. Fuyu is my idol's host. Oh, this world she will spoil the plot, and you collect all the female hosts' chi. The male hosts may be able to steal a little bit too. The probability is that the male and female main characters in this world won't have much to do with each other. So if the world is out of order, you'll have to help her avoid the main system's scrutiny. Those words sounded like Balabala idol's host Balabala in Zhao Cord's ears. Queen. She made a sliding kneel and came to Nansun's feet. The unusual behavior not even that conspicuous in this situation. The old slave will always serve you as lord. Please command the old slave as much as you wish. Aha. Level off. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize that 9932's host was pretty fun. Nansun's eyes were smiling so much that he couldn't see, and his jade-white fingertips touched her head. Click. Shinsu seems to have gone crazy. Click. The sounds of stoned people remained regular. This is a real mess. The skinny woman who took it all in was a little speechless. Wasn't it a bit trivial to act like an enemy before? This group of diffractive sect disciples seemed to be nothing more than that. In the past, which of the tricked cultivators is not for the spirit stone magic weapon pills in fighting? They are good. Love fight, eat melon. Crazy. Just as it was filled with joy that the dust would settle from this hunt, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 62 Wooden Second Sister, 12. Nanshuan, who was watching the show, finally moved. Fishing out a small pill bottle from his storage bag, he flicked it into the air. It was specially made for her by Fuyuki, and not only that, but much, much more, just in case. She's really good, and in the future she wants everyone to know that. The powder mixed with the wind and snow quickly drifted away, and while nothing happened to everyone, the woman screamed and immediately turned into a puddle of water. Ling Xiao, there was no possibility of negotiating with a jealous, red-eyed puppy, and Zhu Yanqing took the time to glance in the direction of the puddle of water. More people followed, one on top of the other in mind-numbing numbers. They were still appearing, occupying the field of view, and each one of them had the strength of foundation establishment or above, described as withered, with a human form but not like a human being, as if there was only a skin hanging on. This should be the territory of the spirit illusion butterfly, which is good at confusion and manipulation, and is called the grave of the firstborn. The god of transformation stops. Moreover, it was a conspiracy against their line alone, and that mission, too, was stolen from the human emperor to deliver a letter in disguise. The demonic beasts that had the intention to do so were still a small realm above them. However, even if it seemed like a certain death, Zhu Yanqing didn't have the slightest emotion of retreat. All he knew was to concentrate on the road ahead. The spirit illusion butterfly's influence on a pure and clear person like Zhu Yanqing tended to be close to nothing, but it was impossible for him to fight alone. A new medicinal scent wafted through the air. He turned his head and looked at Nansun with delighted eyes. The sound of the stoner's voice slowly diminished, as if it were a precursor to sobriety. As for Shinstill, because of his injuries, not only did he have no fighting power, he also lost his body protection spiritual power and was shivering in the snow. Zhao Cord scad lightly, a bit unable to look away, and threw her a cloak. You? By what right do you pity me? She shook it off as if she'd gotten some kind of germ. Couldn't tell if she was awake or not, but in any case the hostility toward her remained real. Meow meow ah. How can the heroine let this kind of person be? 9932, the world realizes that the wrong person has been chosen but can't be changed. 9932, don't be naive. This is the crippled world. The heroine isn't as genuine as you've met before. Zhao Xin immediately retrieved the cloak. Humph. I won't even give it if I want to pick it up and wear it in a while. She shouldn't have worried about her. No matter what, Shinstill was a chi plus heroine. Nothing would happen at all. The golem kept closing in. Nansen didn't panic as he quenched the poison on the fine needles and started humming excitedly. It's been a long time since I've fought. Zhao Jin also gripped the whip in his hand tightly and looked on guard. It was cold and windy and the snow was starting to get heavier. Snowflakes embellished in the still fighting Ling Xiao two people's hair on the eyebrows. Set off the two people have their own handsome. Some fall off. Some gradually melt. In the end, Zhu Yanqing was still the most reliable elder brother, and had already swept the formation while dealing with Ling Xiao, just waiting to be activated. There you go, puppy. A voice with a soothing undertone rang out. Cool fingers wrapped around the back of Ling Xiao's neck, gently resting on his chin. The puppy gave a start and immediately withdrew his sword, turning his face sideways. He just happened to be face to face with Nansen, who had come up to him, and the chaos gradually faded away, followed by a flush of excitement. Sister, go kill all those guys that are in the way, okay? She tilted her head and planted a kiss on the teenage swordsman's soft lips. Yes, Ling Xiao's eyes were crystal clear, and his athletic stance swept out remnants of shadows, erupting a sword chi that was millions of times more powerful than before. Just now, because he barely knew that he was fighting against the eldest senior brother, he didn't use his full strength at all. But now, it's different. It's sister's instructions. Click. Master Ling Xiao, puppy. The melon-eating duo's melons fall to the ground. The densely packed puppeteers swarmed up, but most of them were swept away under the sword chi of the indigo-clothed young man. This was followed by Zhu Yanqing's formation activating, and the golden light lit up at first, isolating this place into a safe zone. Just a bit more awake, one of the duo started throwing charms stupidly. Heavenly thunder charms, stillness charms, whatever charms they could use. The other began to play the flute, accelerating the sobriety of his teammates and also hard controlling large areas of the golem. What was unexpected was the dark purple figure that floated and wandered amongst the densely packed puppets, ripping off the veil that had gotten in the way. Her hair fluttered with her movements, snow falling on it, her face like a siren, her body like a ghost. For every invisible fine needle that pierced in, there was a puppet that completely fell to the ground. The game of certain death is hard to revitalize. If the ones who came were not them, the disciples of the execution vein, the top talisman cultivators, the sound cultivation leader, and Shin Shinsu of the Shin clan. For any cultivator with the same level of cultivation, he would certainly not even have the power to resist, and could only be reduced to one of these puppets. Another big formation rose. Zhu Yanqing abruptly moved to Nanshuan's side and encircled her waist. You can go back, but I'm just getting warmed up. The immortal-looking eldest brother just lowered his head and pressed a soothing kiss to her lips in full view of everyone. So, is that okay? No, it's too shallow. Okay, go back. I'll try to learn. He was getting the hang of love for the first time, and probably didn't know anything about it, but would try to learn. The serious and honest look is just adorable. All right, the melon-eating duo didn't dare to get as brightly stoned as before, but they still looked at Ling Xiao for the first time. Didn't see it. Almost forgot. He stayed outside to chase the spirit fantasy butterfly. That little sister. Oh, little sister fainted. I don't know if she saw that scene just now. Did she faint from her injuries or from her anger? Mu Wushu hurriedly stuffed pills into her mouth. Shin Su, for the sake of his own persona, also coldly guarded the side of the sister. The formation gradually activated. Having absorbed almost all of the thin spiritual energy here, the overly dry environment caused those present to feel their meridians tingle. Zhu Yanqing also whitened his face, but it was because it was extremely costly to set up the formation. After all, this formation, for his cultivation level, could be called a forbidden formation, but the effect is also extremely significant. The invisible might that blasted down crushed everything but them, and heaven and earth were silent for a long time, with snowflakes still drifting down. The puppets, in bits and pieces, were quickly buried by the snow. Then a piercing and long, mournful scream rang out, and then there was no more sound. It seems that Ling Xiao managed to exterminate the culprit. Elder sister. The smile on the face of the teenage sword cultivator who had returned with the demonic pills fell when he saw Zhu Yanqing, who was intimately side by side with his senior sister. It always felt like, if I didn't do something, I was going to lose her, though he never really had her. Come here. 2 words that could be described as cold made him put a smile back on his face, just as the name infamously did. The puppy returned to her, finally allowed to get close enough to carefully hook her pinky finger. Seeing that she didn't refuse, the arc of her smile widened even more. Nansen just looked on, not responding or refusing. She seemed to have stopped deliberately pretending to be Fuyuki's character from the moment she got out of the canoe. Of course, indifference in the face of Ling Xiao was just part of the persona. The change in her made Mu Wushu's heart furrow at the bottom of their hearts. Guessed something, wasn't sure and didn't know how to handle myself, so simply chose to find nothing. By the way, soothsaying says so. Safe and smooth means they eat melon the whole time and only fill in the gaps. How about a good harvest? How about a fortune? Senior brother Chang. Senior sister Mu. Zhu Yanqing lightly coughed twice. Pure white upright, he is the first time to get this kind of human situation. The movements were also very unskilled, and each of them was stuffed with a storage bag. This was followed by a secret method of voice transmission. I promise that she won't do anything to jeopardize the clan. And if it happens, I will be punished together with her. Is this bribery? Crossroads? Right on the money. For crying out loud. Fu Yue is there hooking hands with Ling Zhao and he's still worrying about her identity. Senior brother, I support you. Mu Wushu couldn't help but speak out. Chen Heguang, who had also received a bribe, nodded along. Really? Zhu Yanqing was thus coaxed to be happy, like a painting in the white sky and earth. Senior brother, don't smile at us. The two covered their eyes at the same time. He really doesn't know how much he can kill with that face of his. Asterisk. Nansen naturally sensed what Zhu Yanqing had done for himself, and could not see any emotions on his face. More than that, she was more concerned right now, the folding branch Dao Lord. Those props, they don't seem to be able to slow him down. He would definitely return to the diffractive sect before the cloud chopping meeting. How far would he go for the heroin? Plot spoilers are only 50 right now, which means he's taking up a lot of weight. Regiment. Favors. Looking at Shin still, who was lying unconscious next to Zhao Qin, Nansen chewed on those two words. She wanted Fuyuki to be the group's favorite, but not this kind of favorite. How can you call this kind of illusory favor a group favorite? The thinking Nanchuan had a hook on Ling Zhao's finger, making him suffer, sometimes happy and sometimes lost. He was on the verge of being tamed. Chapter 63, Wooden Second Sister, 13. Shin still internal deficit. After the end of the training delayed sober. In the past countless and her friendship with her senior brothers and sisters have come to visit. Nearly stepped through the threshold of her cave. There were even other elite inner disciples who indiscriminately launched reproaches at Chang Heguang and the others who were practicing together. Zhu Yanqing and Ling Zhaoge were both absent, and they didn't dare say anything to the two of them, so they began to blame the rest of the people. Why don't you guys protect your senior sister properly? Especially you Shinsu, as her eldest sister, and the realm is higher than the little sister. How come you all remain unharmed, but instead the little sister to this point? She's the one who had to insist on going even though she was injured. Can you be reasonable? But she's the only one injured, isn't she? Why didn't you protect her? You are all responsible for your senior sister being like this. Who knows if you guys are intentionally aggravating her injuries? Shinsu, you have the most motive. If something happens to your senior sister, there is a high probability that you will become the heir. Zhao Cord frowned deathly and cursed I don't know how many dirty words in his heart. This group of deadheads who couldn't communicate at all, on the contrary, were still inner disciples, and the leader of the group was even a cultivator of the same level as them. You can't even fight if you want to, and the sect also prohibits disciples from infighting at will. Shi, Chang and Guang, as well as Mu Wushu had all become targets, and at first glance it seemed as if they were on the opposite side of the world. This is the first time I've seen the aura of a group favorite heroine. All sorts of accusations were made. Chen Heguang was furious. Don't you guys know the danger of this adventure? If you guys go, you'll have no chance of coming back. So what? Little sister is so badly injured now, so what can we do if we talk about it? Mu Wushu's face was also grim. His hand pressed on the flute and lowered it again, pressing down the desire to make a move. What's all the noise about? Ling Xiao, who walked in with a big stride, had a sullen face, and the proud and noble aura on his body pressed the room full of people so much that they couldn't raise their heads. The outer hall, which had just been as noisy as a marketplace, was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What's the use of arguing here? Although he was the youngest amongst the crowd, he had the highest cultivation level and was blessed with the royal family's fortune. Everyone had become a sawed-off gourd, and no one dared to speak to him as if they were accusing Zhao Qin and the others. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and entered the master bedroom where Shin still recuperated, and there were several female attendants inside who were taking care of her. He didn't know that he had just gone in on the front foot in Nansun and the others had come to the outer hall on the back foot. If it were before, he would have been in a hurry when his little sister started to get hurt, but now there was a faint hint of embarrassment. Standing on the sidelines, not knowing what to do, he should have noticed her injuries, but because of his jealousy with eldest brother as well as pleasing elder sister, he didn't even notice that she was unconscious. Thinking about the relationship between his little sister and his senior sister, he had actually made a choice within his heart. He didn't believe much of what she said anymore. Moreover, even if, as she said, the senior sister had a bad attitude and repeatedly verbally suppressed her before, Ling Xiao, who had been treated in such a manner, felt that senior sister must have her own reasons. It's like he was hated because he treated her badly before. Also, sister is nasty and cold. Yet she also kisses him and says he's her puppy. She must have him in her heart too. Or why wouldn't she want someone else to be her puppy? Thinking about it, he couldn't stay here any longer. Anyway, little sister had people sent by Shen to take care of her, and he had brought her a lot of precious pills, so she would definitely recover well. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw 2 more people in the outer hall. Seeing his senior sister, Ling Xiao immediately brightened up, but after seeing Zhu Yanqing holding her hand, that gaze could almost kill. He glared at him, and he met his gaze flatly. Zhu Yanqing retracted his gaze and carefully finished explaining the last sentence to everyone. Junior sister's injuries are force majeure, so don't take it out on anyone else. Although he was pure, he was not the kind of person with a soft temper, especially as he was also the eldest elder brother of the executive vein, and had always been quite authoritative. He had said so, and the rest of them could only lay down their heads. Being scolded, Zhao Cord was all pissed off, and without having to deliberately fit the persona, that face was so cold that it could freeze to death. It's not even enough to call her names, but how dare you point your finger at the queen? After arriving and following to bear the blame, Nansun hadn't said anything before, so they got a little carried away. If Zhu Yanqing hadn't gotten angry and stopped it, it might have been even more arrogant. However, Nansun wasn't as much of a soft touch as they thought, and when the opposite side thought it was over, she finally opened her mouth leisurely. All of you seem to be very worried about junior sister. It really touches me. Since that's the case, I'm sure there will also be someone who will return the 378 bottles of violet gold cultivation pill for her, right? At these words, the room fell silent. No, your friendship is shallow. The leader of those male cultivators had a green burst of white on their faces, and when they looked at Ling Xiao next to them, they suddenly had a bottom, and after a long time, they asked her in return. You are her senior sister of the same lineage. Why are you so catty? Hey! Seeing that they actually dared to be so disrespectful to senior sister, Ling Zhao immediately frowned over. The tall figure blocked in front of her. Are you guys looking for death? Dare to treat my executive vein second senior sister with this kind of attitude? His condescension did not distinguish between objects, and he scanned the group of people with a faint disdain. The opposite side was alarmed. It was precisely when they saw him that they dared to be so arrogant, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually side with her. In the past, he was not the most favored little sister, and this second elder sister cannot see. Senior brother Ling Xiao, shouldn't you be concerned about junior sister? Ha! Go away. The person behind him spoke out faintly, causing the heart of the man who had consciously protected his senior sister to sink. They're right. You should be protecting your little sister. Why are you still speaking for me? Ling Xiao met those eyes that were colder than ever and immediately panicked. Not like this. She pressed her fingertips against her lips, silently signaling him that she didn't want to hear any of this superfluous nonsense. The pup bit his lip, looking flustered, but kept his mouth shut. Nansun turned to the group. It seemed that Fu Yue's image of being uncontested with the world was just too deeply rooted in people's minds before, causing them all to forget one thing. She is now Fu Yue, a newly minted Earth-level Dan Master. No matter where you are always sought after to the extent that you can be ignored at will, but you are no longer the object that can be made up and belittled at will. It's hard to see you guys, so don't come to my door to ask for medicine in the future. Your lineage, all of you. It was only when they heard this that they completely panicked. Especially compared to those long-established Earth-level Dan Masters, Fu Yue was the best to approach. She loves alchemy and has been taking many commissions lately. Half of the diffraction sect cultivators were begging her for pills. They themselves were pulled black even involving the same lineage of brothers and sisters, etc. And even the words of the master. The other party was an Earth-level Dan Master. How did they just dare? A pot of cold water completely woke everyone up. Senior sister Fu Yue, it's us who are indiscriminate. Elder sister is sorry. We made a big mistake. I beg you to hold your head high. The attitude became so quick, but obviously, nothing helped. Zhao Jin and the others watched in relief. Nansun turned to leave. Unforgiving attitude. But the opposite side did not dare to be upset again, but thought, if it is not to give the little sister out of the words, what are they going to say when they get back? Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Zhu Yanqing before he reached the door. Eldest brother, do you want to force me to make a move on you? Chapter 64, Wooden Second Sister, 14. She shouldn't want to see you. How do you know? Do you know, senior brother, that there is a term in the earthly realm called male virtue? Ling Xiao's head was full of questions. Zhu Yanqing slowly added at his gaze. You have your heart in the right place, yet you are still so intimate with other members of the opposite sex, entering people's rooms and giving them elixirs. You really don't abide by male morality. He had always been a quick learner, and in a short time he had completely filled in all sorts of knowledge that made it to the top and the bottom. Like Ring Zhao, It's completely anticlimactic. Me. I don't even have that kind of thoughts about little sister. Ling Xiao was speechless, but he also began to reflect on himself. He came out of the youngest sister's room in her sight. Would she feel that she was still on her side? The teenager's face went white. It's over. He doesn't abide by male morality. He only just got a little bit of good face from his senior sister, but he destroyed it with his own hands. He's going to be a stray dog. Think about why everyone else thought you'd stand little sister too. You weren't at all nice to second senior sister before, and now you haven't even made your position clear to the others. So you'd better not come along and upset her. Now, with every word, Ling Xiao's face became more flustered. He couldn't move his feet anymore. Senior brother Ling Xiao. Think about it. Making himself doubt without any effort, Zhu Yanqing turned to go after Nan Sun, a slight smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The pure white and penetrating eldest brother has also learned to use this tactic against his love rivals. He's a really fast learner. Asterisk. Follow me for what? Nan Sun cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Yanqing, who had caught up with him. The scene at this point was a bit similar to the day they first met. What shall I call you? He inquired seriously. He made it clear that he liked her, so he couldn't just keep calling her second sister. And besides, she wasn't a second sister. My name, of course, Fuyuki. The one who went to the examination is the second senior sister. Zhu Yanqing was incredibly penetrating. Me too. I'm Fuyuki. Hearing that she insisted on answering in this way, he stopped asking and still followed her every inch of the way. What? Are you afraid I'll jeopardize the safety of the clan again? No. Zhu Yanqing shook his head. I believe you won't. You're fine. That's going to disappoint you. I'm bad. Stay away from me and don't blame me for not warning you. Are you looking for another kiss like that? May I? He looked genuinely expectant. The sudden shift caused even Nan Sun to choke on a rare moment. No. What was he expecting with that look of disappointment? Was he that lost without being kissed? The plot doesn't say Zhu Yanqing getting enlightened is like this. It's too straight ball. But a straighter ball is yet to come. I like you. Those 4 words caused Nan Sun to pause in her footsteps. You don't even know what I am and you like me? I haven't liked anyone, but this is liking. Zhu Yanqing couldn't explain clearly what he felt inside. He was a 5 elements rounded body and was born with a difficult to open emotional aperture. And the word love was only a vague concept to him, so he could clearly perceive that he liked her differently than he did everyone else. I like you. I do. Like. He kept emphasizing it in order to make her believe it. The pupils of those often different eyes were full of seriousness, and at the moment they seemed to be shining with a brilliant light. It was as if the beautiful but unattainable jade statue had come to life and possessed human feelings. Zhu Yanqing gazed at her, her clean eyes all filled with her, as beautiful and moving as she had imagined. Too candid, too pure. Such people are also usually very stubborn and will not give up once they have decided on one person. Nanshuan's thoughts drifted away. Who are you thinking about? Well, to add to that, it's also sharp. I would regret messing with you. She withdrew her gaze from him and turned with the intention of leaving, but was grabbed by the wrist. Why? She didn't want to tangle with him anymore. Zhu Yanqing, before, I was deeply influenced by the spirit illusion butterfly and did things without discretion. You also dash. I'm not. Zhu Yanqing learned to snatch the answer. I wasn't influenced. I did all I had in mind. I liked you enough to kiss you. When she didn't answer for a long time, he bowed his head, circled her in his arms, and apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. Why did you say you were sorry? I'm giving you a hard time. His feelings shouldn't be a burden to her. Good to know. She certainly liked his good-looking face, but she didn't like the hassle. Such pure affection can only lead to trouble. Nanshuan pushed him but didn't push. It's okay for me to be a plaything. Don't leave me alone, okay? He's talking about something before he's too self-conscious. Zhu Yanqing finally learned to utilize that face, holding her wrist against his cheek, even if it was accepted by her in this way. You said so. Like me good-looking. The refraction of light under the shadow of the trees added to the beauty of his face, and it was not too much to say that he was a seductive man. The palm was delicate to the touch. His seduction was clumsy, but the mastery was there. The beauty plan. Enough beauty is already successful most of the time. Youth is even more of a plus point. He was the one who had to deliver it. Zhu Yanqing, those who get involved with me don't have a good ending. You should know this. Her comment was no different than a direct statement of willingness to accept him. I never regret my choices. And, no there isn't. He lowered his head, gagging her words like she had gagged his lips that day. The glazed eyes overflowed with love. Don't you regret it? Aha. His fingertips traced her brow, his long eyelashes trembling with love. Taller than her, and with a far greater cultivation, he spoke words that could be described as humble. You can play with my feelings all you want. A fiery confession. A pure favorite. Because I like you. A lot. Chapter 65 Wooden Second Sister, 15. Shin remained in a coma for a long time, and the sky collapsed when he woke up. Fuyuki is sought after by all. The extremely close fellow disciples actually vaguely complained about her, saying something about offending Fuyue because of her. She didn't even ask them to do this and she's to blame? Bunch of wallflowers. None of that mattered anymore. And her body shook with anger as she recalled the one she had seen before she passed out. The prophecy she saw was true. The 5 elements circle body opens up the emotional aperture. The object is not the Shin family. The first moment she was awake, she immediately informed the Zhu Shin families about this matter. Zhu immediately recalled Zhu Yanqing under the pretext that her mother had an accident in her cultivation. Over the past few thousand years, the cultivation families had fallen, and how many prestigious families had disappeared into the river of history. The Zhu and Shin families were able to stand to this day because of the tradition of marriage between the two families. Shin's soul-inducing disc, Zhu's Tianji bead, the two together, can refine the gas of heaven and earth for the family's qi, to protect the prosperity of all generations. This is a secret known only to the core clan members. Shin still hadn't known that this was the truth she had learned when she stole the soul attractor disc. Therefore, although she panicked about Fuyue's existence, she actually regarded Shinsu as a true enemy. It was impossible for eldest brother to escape the family's pressure, and regardless of the process, the end would definitely be to become a Taoist couple with the Shin family's daughter. But she still overestimated her patience. Heartless Jade opens up to love and will love someone so purely, earnestly and openly. There is only that person left inside, fully devoted. She was jealous and resentful, and her hatred was born out of love. Shin still looked at the figure kneeling in the center of the large array plate with a complicated expression. Normally she couldn't be present, but she was almost a nailed-on soul drawing plate contractor and had the heavenly Tao's fortune, so she was allowed to be here by exception. To hide the fact that she knew the truth, she pretended to be upset and took her mother's hand. Mother, I'm sorry that eldest brother opened his love for someone else, but why punish him like this? Ranner, this is a matter between the two families. You don't need to worry about it. She patted her hand in a soothing gesture and looked down. The platform that could hold more than 10,000 people was empty, and the golden light of the array disc flashed, firmly attaching Zhu Yanqing's knees. His wrists were bound behind him, his back was straight, and his face had an unruffled expression. The spiritual energy in the array disc that was repulsive to his body flowed into his limbs and bones, bringing about an unparalleled sense of pain. Zhu Yanqing just gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. The moon-white clothes were gradually stained with blood, like red plums in the snow, piercing but moving by inches. Messy hair fell down, but his expression never changed, just a slight frown with broken beauty. Shin still tightly gripped the dress on his own knees. It was painful to watch, but when he thought that he actually liked Fuyue, he felt pain again. The two of them were made for each other. How can he like someone else? On both sides of the array plate, the Shu clan's and Shin clan's family heads and clan elders were on one side each. His mother, who had an accident in cultivation, and the current head of the family, Shu Tong, slowly spoke. Yanqing, are you still sticking to your idea? I already have someone I love. I can't marry Shin. His tone was firm, and after he finished speaking, he coughed viciously twice, blood spilling out from the corner of his lips. The pupils of the eyes with a light purple color also darkened a bit. The family has no intention of interfering with you, but no matter what, your final Dao partner can only be a Shin family daughter. Although she still tried to persuade, she knew the nature of this son of hers. He was pure white and transparent, but also stubborn and obstinate. I'm sorry, mother, I wouldn't like anyone but her. Zhu Yanqing did not hesitate to refuse. While the array disc was activated once again, and the drilling pain struck, his torso curled up, still insisting on not changing his words. Why does it have to be a Shun girl? Diffractive Qing, you will understand later. This is for the future of the family. You have been favored by the family. You have to make sacrifices, but I've been worshipping the diffraction sect since I was a child, and the path of cultivation is all on my own. Step by step. Father Zhu, who had long been impatient, interrupted with a wave of his hand and said, what is the point of talking nonsense with him? Our Zhu family only has this one 5 elements rounded body. This is his destiny. I don't believe in predestination. The pain made Zhu Yanqing's brain dizzy, but he still replied by instinct. I will not marry a Shin girl. She's the only one I like. Word by word, it pierced Shin Still's heart. She clenched her fists hard, letting her nails pierce her palms, which hurt less than 1,000,000 times as much as her heart. Step up. Father Wish spoke casually. It can cause damage to his body if the psychic strength is increased any further. Plus, this word was uttered by Zhu Yanqing through clenched teeth, indicating his attitude. Family pressure didn't work on him. He won't change, whether it was the Shin family or the Zhu family. People from both parties fell into silence. Father, Shin still had tears in his eyes as he stood up. Shin's father knew that his immensely favored youngest daughter had been in love with Zhu Yanqing since she was a child, and it was normal for him not to be able to look at it. He thought she was going to open her mouth to plead for him, and was about to refuse when he heard her next sentence. I will not force my love on my eldest brother. What do you mean? Everyone waited silently for her to follow. Let's force his love orifices to close so he won't defy the family anymore. The originally calm Zhu Yanqing jerked his head up when he heard this and snapped while struggling. No! The rest of them looked at each other with great difficulty. The unopened love orifices and the forced closure of the love orifices are not the same concept. He will lose all his feelings as a human being, and will be left with only the acquired code of conduct for human beings to govern his behavior, especially Zhu Yanqing's outstanding qualifications and high cultivation level. The slightest carelessness might lead to serious consequences. In any case, the family has an old ancestor present with enough cultivation to restrain eldest senior brother. If we don't seal the love trick, he'll just resist in countless ways. It really made sense, and many of the clan elders secretly nodded their heads. Shin still. Zhu Yanqing called out her full name like this for the first time, and his eyes seemed to take on hatred. So be it. At the same moment that Zhu Tong made his decision, Zhu Yanqing, who was trapped in the array disc, actually struggled to break free from his bonds and attempted to stand up. The array plate under his feet began to crack inch by inch with him at the center. Stop him. Before he threw his weight around, countless realms far above him turned to the pressure. He was like a mole, unable to struggle. Zhu Yanqing didn't understand why this was happening. What is predestination? Why did he have to marry a Shin girl? Why did they listen to Shin still, preferring to seal his love channel? Why? No reason. The person made of jade almost shattered, both knees kneeling heavily, eyes bloodshot, a pair of glazed eyes seeming to shed tears of blood. Tick. Chapter 66, Wooden Second Sister, 16. Nanjun loves to stay in the yard and sleep lately. She stopped going out so often because she wanted Fuyuki to get out and see the world. The other gradually learned that she need not be afraid to socialize with people who would only flatter her and treat her with respect. Before those who stood on Shin still that side of the people who spoke out against her. After that kept trying to apologize at the door, but also completely cut off the seat with Shin still. Benefits move people. Profit is what everyone is after, rather than shallow and nebulous favor that needs to be maintained. Not only in the diffractive sect, the name Fuyue had resounded in the immortal cultivation world. An earth-level Dan master who came out of nowhere and was so young. Everyone would not be willing to actively offend. The voices that Fuyuki considered to be annoying had long since disappeared. There was an endless stream of various summonses and invitations of worship, commissions from great powers and worldly families. Even if her life never changed and she still nestled in her small courtyard to refine pills as before, people would only find her mysterious and powerful. No one said anything more about her looks. No one commented on her late-stage foundation establishment cultivation anymore. No one brings up those ridiculous rumors anymore. I told you they'd like you. Nansun yawned and lazily nestled into the recliner. I thought about my wish. Oh, other than that, it doesn't matter. I want to become the most powerful Dan Master. It was the only thing she had loved for so many years. Fuyuki had been summoned by 009 from an abandoned future. All that she had experienced, being used, ignored, and misunderstood. She was certainly sad, but what she regretted most was that she shouldn't have agreed to Shin still entering the secret realm with her. In that case, she 1T die, and she 1T be unable to make pills. She loved alchemy. Stripping different spiritual plants of their medicinal quenching and fusing them into different pills made her feel incredibly obsessed. Without waiting for Nansun to speak, she took the lead. This wish, I can do it myself. For you to come into this world and give me another different option is enough for me. Fuyuki, who was heavily covered by a hood and veil, squatted down and grabbed her hand. I really appreciate it. Gives her another possibility. She thought to herself that she would not be able to learn to live for herself for a while, but it was better than her master and little sister. She was only willing to listen to Nansun. Chopping Clouds Club, do you want me to go? What about yourself? Fuyuki was silent. It was clear that the other party seemed to be treating herself as a new spiritual pillar, and Nansun sighed. Go on, let them know that a Dan Master can also be a Master Slayer, and that you'll get first place. I believe in you. Oh no, wait. She pondered again. If I let you take second. Good. I'll take second. Only second. Nansun looked at her eyes full of dependence. As if. It seemed like her. The kid who would ask for candy. The lovely girl who died on the night before dawn before she awakened. 009, host. Currently there are 3 more days until the cloud chopping meeting, and the folding branch Taoist monarch will be arriving. Nansun put away all the emotions of that moment and inquired. What's his current situation? 009, hurt on top of hurt. Painful. She didn't have any thoughts of messing with the strongest person in the world. who didn't appear in many pages in the original plot but took up a great deal of weight. If she were Fuyuki, she would inevitably turn this world upside down, but she and Fuyuki were now a community of interest. Looking for excitement? There's no need. Nansun had a rare moment when she wanted to ask for stability, and even she felt touched to the core. Very abruptly, she suddenly remembered Zhu Yanqing. Fingers moved, recalling the touch of touching his face and the sensation of fingertips being cherished and kissed. His looks are of a beauty that is rare in the world. She did like it, and if his love hadn't been so obsessive, maybe she wouldn't have minded the trouble. Knock knock. The sound of the courtyard door being knocked on rang out, followed by that highly recognizable clear voice, "Second senior sister. Are you there?" It's Zhu Yanqing. The Fuyue at hand was startled, knowing that it wasn't coming to find himself, and hurriedly collected all the traces of his place and ran back to the back of the mountain. Nansun got up and went to open the door. Standing on her tiptoes, she hooked her arms directly around the other's neck before she passed her lips up and he bowed his head in obedience. One kiss to go. She cupped the face that had lost its popularity again and become devoid of sadness, feeling like she was embracing a real jade statue. "There's something strange about you today." "Yes?" Zhu Yanqing, who kissed her purely according to his body's instincts, has a heart like a rock, but that doesn't mean his body has no memory. There was no like or dislike, he just wanted to do that. He wrapped his arms around her and lowered his head again, only to be blocked by a raised head. "Zhu Yanqing, do you remember what you said before?" "Remember, I like you." Repeating the words again, he was like a bystander to the memory, his tone without a ripple. "You don't like me anymore now." Nansun's eyes were filled with amusement. "Right," Zhu Yanqing admitted without hesitation. "Then why did you kiss me?" "For want of." It was as if he was returning the answer she had given him the day he met Spirit Fantasy Butterfly. Nansun burst out laughing. "So who do you like?" "I don't like anyone." For some reason, his utterance stumbled uncontrollably as he spoke the words. Zhu Yanqing unconsciously frowned. "You're fine the way you are." She reached out to caress his face, and instead of being avoided, she bent over to make it easier for her to touch. "Don't like. Can I kiss?" The cold, unfeeling theories in his head told him no. Could be. After receiving this answer, Zhu Yanqing's expression remained unchanged as well, making it impossible to see what was going on in his mind. In the usual way, those beautiful eyes would have smiled like a curved moon. Now there was only a faint blankness and coldness. Eldest brother. Seeing the two in such an intimate posture, Shin still nearly thought that the ceiling love trick was her dreaming, but after she ran over to him and tried to grab his wrist and was coldly dodged, it was as if she had come back to reality. Even when he was pissed off by her, he had never been so cold and unfeeling, but at least those beautiful eyes were now looking at both her and the one they once loved the most. "Fuyue, I heard that you're also going to participate in the cloud chopping meeting, the combined battle at the beginning of the tournament. Eldest brother and I have already formed a team. Oh. Aha." Zhu Yanqing didn't deny it. Shin still went to look at the expression on the opposite side of the table, but found that not only did she not imagine the shock of loss, but instead, she also seemed to smile. "What have you done to him?" "It has nothing to do with you. Eldest brother, didn't you say you'd accompany me to practice with the sword?" She hurriedly tried to pull Zhu Yanqing away, but he once again dodged and stood still. 009 came out in time to answer. He was blocked from the love trick. Nansun raised his eyes to look at the youth who was as transparent as water, who had solemnly and seriously confessed to her a few days ago. Now, there is no light around. Would it really become cold and heartless? With such thoughts in mind, she said to him, "No one is allowed to go. Later on, go with me to look for the elixir." "Good." Zhu Yanqing nodded. "Eldest brother." Shin still looked incredulously at his back as he walked towards others without hesitation. Why? Even so he would still choose Fuyuki. Whenever she faced Fuyuki, she would lose. She gripped the summoning jade talisman in her hand tightly, her eyes glaring fiercely. Master said that he would return soon. If Fuyue died, Big Brother would still be Big Brother. She was the Heavenly Dao's favorite. The two of them would become Dao couples, and she would definitely contract the soul attracting disc, then inherit the Shin family, merge the heavenly chi beads, and get everything. Chapter 67 Wooden Second Sister, 17:009. Does the host have any clue about the folding branch Taoist monarch? The system trusts its own host, but it doesn't conflict with worry. I guess so. Anyway, don't worry about it. Nansun was excited to help Fuyue tan the herbs, and felt that his world had really tightened up a lot. Too old for that, so she's a little tempted to indulge in the next world, but that's for the next world. Xiaojiu, what do you think would be better to give Fuyue after she gets the ranking in the cloud shopping meeting? 009, if you send it, host, of course anything is fine. That's true. However, this was an event that all young celestials in the immortal cultivation world would participate in. and would be directly related to the rankings on the Celestial Pride ranking. She had no worries that Fuyuki wouldn't get a place, so she wanted to get her gift ready in advance. If Nansun remembered correctly, it seemed that the can of an Earth rank to Heaven rank Dan Master required the refinement of a Heaven rank 2nd grade or higher. Immortal Seeking Fruit. Does that one still exist at the moment? 009 searched. Yes. In some ancient secret realm, the key to open it is in the Earthly Realms Palace collection. However, it was given to Lingxiao by the Emperor of Man. Puppy? Nansun's line of sight went to the figure not far away that was diligently squatting to water and weed the spirit plants. He did not care that his expensive clothes were stained with dirt, and he was a clean person by nature, but it was as if he could not see that his fingers were soiled with dirt. The teenage sword cultivator casually wiped his face and immediately turned into a small flower dog. Keenly noticing her eyes, Lingxiao's body immediately stiffened. She walked slowly to herself. Where's your sword? There. He didn't dare meet her eyes and pointed to the sword he had casually tucked under the leg of her chair when he had just come to see her chair was uneven. The sword in its scabbard buzzed as if it was commiserating with its owner for leaving it there for so long. Sister! Lingxiao bit his lip in death, repentance filling his brows. Without needing an order from the other side, he simply knelt down. Heartily, the last trace of squirming and arrogance dissolved, and he bowed his proud head. I'm sorry, I'll keep my male virtue from now on. I won't look at anyone but you more than once, and I'll keep my distance from all the opposite sex. The other man only hummed softly, lifting his chin and wiping the mud from his face with his fingertips. Lingxiao was inwardly apprehensive. Am I, then, still senior sister's puppy? He didn't dare to get his hands on her, but instead he lowered his head and rubbed his palm against hers, obediently, his handsome face only submissive. Well, good dog. He's not a stray dog anymore. Lingxiao's eyes glowed as he held her wrist and kissed the back of her hand. Senior sister, this is what you said. Don't throw me away. Nansun casually rubbed and messed up his hair, and lightly tickled his jaw, teasing him to death. By the way, do you have the key to the Lancel's secret realm in your hands? Aha, there is. It was a precious thing even to someone like him, but the pup didn't hesitate to find it and give it to her. He handed out a piece of ancient and heavy jade, without any traces of carving, like a piece of seed material, but with its own mysterious mechanism. Elder sister needs this? Sending it to you. Everything I have is yours, senior sister. After saying that he didn't forget to add, me too. Aha. Nansun took the jade and immediately drew away from it afterward. You keep getting the spirit plant. Lingxiao's smile collapsed. So senior sister is only for the secret key before, but it doesn't matter. At least he's senior sister's dog again. He reassured himself, then squirmed and blushed a little. By the way, senior sister, I've recently learned a lot of secret arts. Can I come to you tonight? Afraid of another unflinching rejection from her, Lingxiao's eyes watered. Could be. Really? Lingxiao immediately wiped the dust from his cheeks with the back of his hand and withdrew his tears, heart thumping, secretly resolved that he would do better than his eldest brother. Asterisk. The previous process Ling Zhaozhang brain is not awake. Only remember the vague feelings. Actually completely forget the steps. He was like a test taker who was on the verge of taking an exam because he was too nervous and his brain went blank. I can't wait to turn over my little book right now, but that would be too humiliating. Completely unsure of what to do next after the kiss, the kneeling puppy covered his face on Nanshuan's knee, trying to hide his embarrassment. It was at this moment that the door creaked. Second sister. Zhu Yanqing was oblivious to the ambiguous atmosphere in the room and walked straight to the two of them. The face was even more stunningly beautiful in the candlelight, but the pup was no less beautiful, with excellent bone structure and a selfsame juvenile look. Eldest brother, why are you here? Come to her. Zhu Yanqing dropped those 3 words and sat down next to Nansun, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Eldest brother, seems to be a different person. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Lingxiao was furious at his behavior. The eldest brother did not see himself and his senior sister. Ahem, he was not this rude in the past. Even if we're going to compete, there has to be a first come, first served. Nansun touched Lingxiao's hair on his lap, counting it as a soothing touch, immediately making him heave and giggle. She said, what is eldest brother doing here looking for me so late at night? Zhu Yanqing just sat peacefully with his hands on his knees and lowered his eyes. I don't know. I just didn't want to stay in the Zhu family. And the peak of the cave was empty and cold. Without the guidance of his feelings, he only knew to obey the rational judgment that he was going to participate in the Chopping Cloud Society, and after that to obey his family's arrangement. What did he want? I don't know. None of those extra thoughts. Didn't mean to come to her either, but I don't know what came over me. I don't know. It's not clear. Don't get it. As if there were drops of water sliding down his cheeks, Zhu Yanqing turned his head to look at her, and although he felt that his vision was hazy, He was not sure what was happening. Blinking, his eyes remained emotionless. Ling Xiao froze. Big brother, you're crying. The beautiful face with no expression, even if tears were shed, was cold, but the teardrops fell down in big drops. The purple in his eyes became even deeper and more beautiful as he stared tightly at Nan Sun, like an enshrined statue of an immortal, oozing tears without warning, sacred but eerie. She reached out to catch his tears. Even the tears were cold. How beautiful. Really love it. She loved all the extreme beauty in this world. But, well, she had to admit that she held pity for Zhu Yanqing. But it can't be helped. It's not that simple to seal and unseal the love orifices. Zhu Yanqing wiped away the tear stains on his face expressionlessly, and even the emotion of doubt was lost. Just a mechanical apology. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Big brother, don't cry. Ling Xiao looked at him as if he had made some sort of determination. I can't really. We'll all. Nan Sun's eyes were quick, and she quickly reached out to cover the pup's mouth to prevent him from uttering more tigerish words. Chapter 68, Wooden Second Sister, 18. Eldest brother, it's all your fault. Being driven out of the room and standing outside the door of the room, Ling Xiao puffed up, holding his sword and accusing Zhu Yanqing. If it weren't for you suddenly running over, both elder sister and I. He stopped at that point and coughed lightly. Zhu Yanqing blinked and said with a faint expression, but I promised. He was referring to his own nod of agreement immediately after Ling Xiao said together. What's the use of you agreeing? You still have to agree with your senior sister. Aha. And. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but get excited. Eldest senior brother, you still have the nerve to talk about me. You're clearly even more of a misogynist than I am. Your Zhu family is going to marry the Shen family. You have a marriage contract and you still go and like senior sister. I don't like second sister. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao frowned and grabbed Zhu Yanqing's collar, questioning with slight agitation. You don't like it still? Seducing people by crying like a pear in front of senior sister. And you still want to join us? She said it was okay if she didn't like it. And I didn't seduce. Meeting those overly calm eyes, he released him suspiciously. Strange. Eldest brother has become so strange. If the original was just more simple and transparent, now it was almost like a dummy without sorrow or joy. The method of sealing the love trick is only known to those families, extremely against human decency, and cannot be seen in the light of day. Therefore Ling Xiao couldn't even imagine what had happened to Zhu Yanqing. His brow furrowed in a deathly frown as he finished his deep breaths, and instead of calming his emotions, his anger increased. What do you take elder sister for? Don't mess with her if you're engaged. In response, Zhu Yanqing was only silent, expressing his silent refusal. Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the sword, still not drawing it on the spot, but said in a deep voice, go fight with me on the sword stage, and if you lose, you're not allowed to come near senior sister again. Zhu Yanqing raised his hand and flicked the formation pattern on his sleeve, and when encountering such a situation, generally speaking regular people would choose to agree, so he nodded slightly as well. Aha. Asterisk. Sword platform surface positive wide. Do not know why. In short, here is the year the folding branch Taoist monarch a sword directly cut off half of the mountain to get. This mountain was all corundum, and the countless chops made by the diffractive sect's disciples over the millennia hadn't left any traces on it, which was enough to see the might of the mighty. Because of the proximity of the cloud chopping meeting, and it just so happened to be the turn to be held in the diffraction sect, there were many people in the sect who practiced day and night. Therefore, there were a lot of people on the sword stage cutting against each other. Shen remains one of them. Although she was injured, her cultivation had refined a lot after she recovered from her injuries, and there was still some of the elixir Fu Yue had given her in the first place left, so she got well very quickly. Eldest brother's cultivation exceeded the limit and thus did not participate in the follow-up, only suppressing his cultivation and teaming up with her in the preliminary rounds to fight together. This time, she was determined to win the title. It will also definitely be able to get to the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Those wallflowers must have changed their tune again by then, and she was going to make those people regret it. She wasn't just a thing that needed to wait for them to dote on her. She is a heavenly favorite. Eldest brother? Shen still saw the two figures arriving with imperial swords and hurriedly put away his sword and ran towards them. Senior brother Ling Xiao, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Her smile was still bright. After all, he had come over to visit the last time she was injured and had given himself medicine. Even if Fu Yue that woman hooked Ling Xiao's senior brother, so what? She is still his favorite. Don't get too close to me. Ling Xiao was already in a bad mood, and he had even less of a good face for his junior sister who had once spoken ill of her. What's more, he was mindful of his promise to his senior sister to keep his male virtue, and was bound to keep a safe distance from the other party. The scabbard was erected between the two, blocking her advance. Shen's still smile became forced, turning to Zhu Yanqing, eldest senior brother. It was a pity that he was no longer the big senior brother who would comfort her, and if the love knob was unsealed, they would even become life and death enemies in an instant. The icy pupils of dark, light purple eyes met hers with indifference. Her smile hardened, and regret welled up in her heart. But there was no more room for backtracking. She had said that she would no longer force herself on her eldest brother's love. But the heart still hurts. Place your battle invitation. Ling Xiao condensed his spiritual energy and signed his name. The two faced each other, their auras incompatible. The gazes of so many disciples were attracted to it. What war invitation? Senior brother Ling Xiao, you're not participating in the cloud chopping meeting, but senior brother is going to accompany me to the combined battle. You'll cause him to get hurt. Shen remained the first to disagree, stopping the battle invitation and clutching it tightly in his hand. What's the matter that has to be? We won't fight if you tell him to stay away from sister. Close? It's obvious that she's shamelessly hooking Dash. Before the words were finished, a clear sword roar resounded throughout the platform as the Imperial Dragon Sword was unsheathed, displaying the same frequency of anger as its own master. Shen still, the sharp tip of the sword pointed straight at her neck, and the sword's energy even cut through her face, chipping away the hair on the side of her face. Watch what you say. When she came back from her training, she would bring her snacks and hairpins, comfort her when she was sad, and stand behind her no matter what. The sword that would once have been used only to protect her was pointed at her. Shen still trembled as her fingertips stroked the wounds on her face, her eyes brimming with tears. How could you? You should ask yourself. You've received so many favors from senior sister. How much of your ability to make it all the way to this point was supported by her pills? Yet you're still making up stories about her to others behind her back. The more Ling Xiao said, the more painful and remorseful he felt in his heart, because at one time he was also one of those who followed the hated senior sister. Not only the purple gold Peiyuan Dan, most of the pills you normally use come from her. How many other people besides me have you told about her not being? He revealed the truth without mercy, and the gazes of the people around him looking at Shen still became even more strange. How could this be acceptable to her who cared most about her reputation? No more talk. At times like this, Shen would still subconsciously look at the person she trusted the most, but everything was ruined by her. Amidst all the whispers and looks that she couldn't take in, the man stood aside like an unconcerned bystander. Xu Yanqing met her eyes and moved away expressionlessly again. Turning to Ling Xiao, you guys seem to be in more of a hurry, so we'll compare next time. He turned away and shunned still incredibly sad eyes. Eldest brother is not allowed to leave. No matter how hysterically she called out like a madman, he didn't turn around. He will only listen to that one person. Shen still broke down and shed tears, unable to say whether she regretted sealing his love trick more or was more jealous of the one he was in love with. Fu Yue. Fuyuki, Chapter 69 Wooden Second Sister, 19. I feel like I'm being scolded again now. After leaving the clan, Nan Sun, who had taken the trouble to finally find the entrance to the secret realm, suddenly felt a vicious chill throughout his body. 009, there are a lot of people cursing you, and they all have no class. If she's a debutante star, then the system must be her most ardent diehard fan. 009, whether it's the previous world or the future. People who don't like you are classless things. Don't worry about those people. It consistently maintained an elegant voice, but it took on excitement and indignation when it spoke of it. Hey, Gio, who else but you can spoil me so much? She smiled as she drummed on the secret key. Just the pair of curved eyes she revealed was charming enough. At this time, in order to prevent others from being suspicious of Fuyue, Nanchuan changed his attire when he came out, changing from all black to all white. It's just a fairy tale. 009, a lot of people will, and they all like you. Right on. Those who like her couldn't care less about the haters. Nansen suddenly thought of this world's 9932's host, Zhao Qin, whose admiration for her was simply undisguised. As someone who was often chastised by the main system for putting the world out of order, she knew better than anyone that this would bring a generous reward along with it. But the chastisement was also essential. That's a face saver that has to be done. A punishment that doesn't hurt for her might be hard for Zhou Cord. There's no way to have the peace of mind to let a little girl take it all for her. So she'll send her up to the blue sky herself and get more than punishment in return. This is a world that will go from regimental favorites to big female leads. It's open. A burst of strong light suddenly surged from the ancient goat's white jade in his hand, and spiritual energy with a pulling sensation then wrapped around Nansun. But with it came 009 with a bit of a lag. 009, not so good, host. The ancient secret world is mysterious and intricate, and the fruit of immortal seeking does not exist in today's world. You may go to unfamiliar places, not sure if it's the secret world or another world, which will cause me to disconnect from you. It tries to talk extremely fast to account for everything. I have just detected that the time flow rate is about 100 to 1. Within 300 days, Protect the key and I will do my best to reconnect with you. Also, Zhu Yanqing's unblocked matter. The more it got to the end, the more vague the words became, and it stuffed all the props it could use into Nansun's storage bag. It's hard to hide the concern. Asterisk. Ancient trees are lush and deep. The sunlight coming straight down through the shadows of the trees creating a column of light is beautiful. Inside the secret? Or wherever? Nansun inclined his head slightly, and after noticing a rush and messy footsteps, he immediately found a short tree to fly up. Hidden props were also used. This secret realm is dangerous everywhere. There are no limits, and the unknown is the most frightening. One must be cautious and careful. Run where you will. Two parties of cultivators with obviously different camps were in front of and behind each other, and the dozen or so people dressed in uniform blue sect clothes were the ones being chased. There were only 3 people chasing them. The difference in cultivation was halfway decent, and could even be said to be comparable. They were all at the yuaning stage, but those 3 people looked noble and calm. All of the visible spells were of a much higher grade than the other side. If the swords used by those sect cultivators were placed in the diffractive sect, I'm afraid they wouldn't even want to use them at the foundation establishment stage. Which clan? So poor. Seeing the handsome youth at the head of the trio mockingly laughing, the arrow that had drawn a full bow shot straight out, immediately scattering 10 arrows in the air, sticking into the flesh and blood of half of the people. The powerful toxins carried on the arrows could contaminate even yuaning cultivators and break through defenses. He thought to himself that it would be a waste to use it against these poor cultivators. The blood spread to stain the red material of the clothes, and those who were hit by the arrows collapsed helplessly. Little spirit, on Kong. They stopped and went to the injured man's aid. Bailey Lone, what the hell do you want? Spirit Art's eyes were red as he yelled towards this group of lineage children who had been rounding up his people and others for a long time. It was just as well that they, the great cultivation families, were taking up all the resources, but they were actually indiscriminately taking action against the sect cultivators. Their Lingqing Pavilion was not a small sect, but a top-tier sect. This group of people, when it comes down to it, is lawless. Nansun looked at this scene, and in his heart, he already knew that this was not the same world he was in. The clan is in decline, which has this kind of ability to dare to hunt clan disciples, and so arrogant. The centurions don't need a reason to do their job. Bailey Lone bent down and hooked his lips, howling what? And not towards the vitals in. Otherwise you think we want to deal with you. Need to go through such a big trouble? People have to be alive to be useful. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. After the count, his eyes signaled a man and a woman beside him to bundle them up and retrieve the container. Just got it done. Centurion? A voice as melodious as the tinkling of spring water rang out. And Bailey Lone, who was arrogant and unrivaled 1 second, immediately showed scorn in the next second. He turned his head. The visitor was dressed in a gold-embroidered white shirt. His whole body was gorgeous, but in his hand he was holding a small cake that he had gotten from somewhere. The greaseproof paper wrapped around the outside looked out of his league. Lu Bianxue, young house master Lu, why are you here? Bailey Lone cautiously tried. It's just that an old man just asked me to give him a ride home. Lu Bianxue smiled in embarrassment. Her features were so amazing that for a moment she was actually more dazzling than the sunlight that was cast down on her. But that wasn't all. He continued. I didn't realize it was actually a demonic creature that had changed, so I killed it. It's a good thing the little meatloaf he sent me wasn't poisoned. He smiled with pointed teeth, red lips and white teeth, no bloom in his gilt pupils. Lu Bianxue sighed in her mind. It's the first time I've ever gotten a gift myself. What a shame. Not really wanting to gift him. You guys want to eat? He graciously tried to share the food with them. Eyes and eyebrows curved. Really pure and virtuous sunshine boy. No need. Bailey Lone's attitude was even more scornful than before. No wonder it was so quiet all the way. This was actually the territory of the human skin monster, the demonic creature that made them scared of the wind. Lu Shishue actually killed it with a light touch. It's just that this person is proficient in all kinds of Dan talismans and arrays and weapons, and the 5 elemental spiritual roots actually cultivate at such a fast speed. Terrifying growth rate. Frightening genius, especially since it also had the backing of the number 1 clan, the Lu clan. It is worthy of being rumored to be the most hopeful ascender in more than 1,000 years. We've got things to do, so we'll leave. Wait. The smile on Lu Bianxue's face tightened a bit, looking at the blood on the ground with puzzled eyes. There are no footprints. Where did the original go? Bailey Lone gritted his teeth. This fellow truly was the alien of the aliens. No wonder no disciple of the worldly family was willing to approach him. In this cultivation world where the weak are the strong, you die and I live, and you do everything you can to plunder. He still upholds those naive ideas. It's never good to be around him. Can't get him to ask more questions either. Just take it. Bailey Lone ripped off the pagoda at his waist and threw it towards him, taking this opportunity to immediately escape with the other two. Building title Snow has no time to chase them. Put the pagoda in the cultivator, all released. No more no less, just 30. One is weaker than the other. Why did they arrest you? Bah! Dog Sekai. In response he got a look with resentment, as it were. How do we know what you worldly men are up to again? Don't pretend to be a nice guy. Disgusting. Hypocritical. The relationship between lineages and clans and loose cultivators had reached an incompatible level, with grudges accumulated for thousands of years. Building title Snow know that only with their own strength cannot change this situation. Was scolded, also just smile. He handed over a couple of vials of elixirs, which were quickly knocked away again. The bottles rolled in all directions and rolled. The cultivator over there was just momentarily furious, and his face suddenly turned white after realizing what he had done. The rest of the cultivators were all trembling as well, fearing that he would suddenly strike. The teenager's smile fell just a bit from his lips, a light layer of loss covering his golden eyes. It was my poor consideration. This teleportation array? You take it. This time, the other party finally did not refuse again, and quickly used to escape far away. The disgust of the world's family engraved in his bones. Lu Shishua eyelashes drooped, converging the sadness in the eyes. He took a bite of the small pie and murmured, "It's really good. Why no one else wants it? Sister in the tree, do you want some?" Chapter 70 Wooden Second Sister, 20. Nansen raised an eyebrow. On this person, such a strong chi, it was practically on the level of a world cornerstone. No, it was even stronger than the world's cornerstone. As if the chakra on both the male and female main characters had been gathered at the same time. A world would not allow an equivalent world cornerstone to exist, and it seemed she had come to another world. Genius male lead? Nansen lifted the shielding props, and after thinking that this was no longer his original world, he changed his appearance back to his own in passing. But the veil still hasn't been taken off. You're asking me? Yeah. Then wait for me to come down. She shifted on her little legs and looked down at the bottom, suddenly having an idea, and smiled down at the bottom. Hey, want to try and catch me? Lu Bianxue didn't expect her to say that. He had expected that she would curse him, or ignore him, like everyone else. Catch me. The white-skirted figure fell, fluttering like a butterfly. Lu Bianxue was shocked and hastily collected the cake, and then the butterfly landed in his arms, unloaded by the spiritual power wrapped around it, gently and softly, steadily, beautiful, soft and friendly. Wow! Fun! The butterfly stayed in his arms for only a moment before flying away again. Nansen turned back to survey him. The teenager was a head taller than her, but the sight cast over her didn't feel like looking down. With a youthful juvenility, all the ages in the immortal cultivation world were long, and I'm afraid that this bone age of his was only equivalent to the earthly equivalent of just shortly after reaching adulthood. The cultivation was heaven-defying and the qualifications were terrifying. She hadn't forgotten his initial question. Is the pie good? Yummy! Lu Bianxue put away some of the frustration just now. Her eyes crystallized and smiled at her with teeth, taking out the cake from the storage space once again. I'll taste it. Aha! He handed it over, then paused after seeing her white fingers and found a clean handkerchief to wrap it in before handing it to her. Watch as the other lifted a corner of her veil to reveal a delicate chin. The petal-like lips opened and took a bite of the cake, chewing slowly before saying, "Yummy. This is spirit beast meat?" Aha! Lu Jishue's smile brightened. "Sister, are you a casual practitioner?" "Well, I'm a diffractive sect cultivator, but," she answered vaguely, letting the other party guess for themselves. "Sister, sorry, why are you apologizing?" "Because, most of the time, the clans were destroyed because the families forced them to," he hasn't explained. Suddenly, the light of an unknown teleportation array appeared, and the clan cultivators jointly arrived one by one. The one with the most disheveled beard was the most cultivated, followed by a sound cultivator holding a zither. Both of them were sect leaders, and the ones assembled behind them were also elders of the sect, and after seeing him, the expressions on their faces became even more indignant. "There they are. Lu, most damned. Better take him alive." The swords and shadows came rapidly. The other party knew the identity of Lu Bianxue and his cultivation at the transfiguration stage, and sent out cultivators who were several small realms above him. The situation had become very dangerous, and for a cultivator of the late foundation establishment stage, any attack that affected her would kill her. "Sister, don't be afraid." Lu Bianxue quickly protected Nanchuan behind her as the formation lit up, talismans in front of her, and spiritual power as a sword. He was really terribly strong, with a fluttering figure, and he steadily gained the upper hand even under the siege of the crowd. Moreover, he has no intention of hurting anyone, and is mainly defensive, but the opposite side is everywhere to kill. In this situation, He didn't even suffer any injuries, and the more he fought, the more he made his opponent feel the terrifying pressure. I don't want to fight you guys. The other man couldn't hear anything he said at all, and instead attacked even harder. Another group of people also arrived quickly, both the Lu clan and the Bailey clan, quickly suppressing the opposite side and allowing Lu Wanchue to retreat behind the battle line. Young family master, you stand back. We can just do this kind of thing. Don't kill them, Lu Jishue emphasized. Young family master, your nature, we know it. Lu Xiao smiled, his smile easygoing. He looked at Nansun. And this is? It's my friend. Aha. She nodded. Lu Shishue fingertips hooked on the lingerie pendant on the belt, tugging the jade ring, just like his leaping mood. So it's the young family master's friend, then we have to treat him well. The young family master can bring your friend to come and stay with us at Lu's for a while, Lu Xiao invited cheerfully. Then, chatter. Nanchuan agreed on the surface, but actually detected the contempt and ulterior motives implicit in the other party's friendly attitude. Curious. How many mysteries are hidden in this treacherous otherworld? What's more, the prop showed that the fruit of immortal seeking was at Lu's, so there was no harm in her going there. Before she left, she looked back at the group of cultivators who were almost being suppressed by the worldly family. It's true that they won't die, but they won't, it seems, live either. Lu Jishue seemed to know nothing about it. Nansen quickly realized why this was, because he is simply not accommodated by either side. Asterisk. Nansen stepped into the territory belonging to the Lu clan along with Lu Wanchue. The spiritual chi here was simply denser than the depths of the diffusion sect's spiritual veins, and it was unknown how many spiritual veins had been siphoned off to gather into a large-scale spirit gathering array. If there was another really late-stage foundation establishment, he would probably be able to upgrade in place as soon as he stepped into this place. You can see how much substance and financial power there is behind it. Along the way are the Lu clan, even if it is close to no kinship bloodline of the side branch, but also a high level of cultivation and have a high-level magic weapon. However, the way they looked at Lu Wanchue was not like they were looking at their own young family master, but rather an uncompromising alien. The eyes were complicated, as if they were Ons. I don't have many friends at home. Brushing off her situation of being isolated by the entire clan lightly, the smile on Lu Wanchue's face walking beside her was devoid of gloom. The factional winds of the lineage don't depend on cultivation, but rather on clan lineage. He was not a direct descendant. His parents were dead, and most importantly, he was always on the side of the middle-aged cultivators and loose cultivators whom they regarded as inferior. This is seen as a betrayal. What's more, this young family head, apart from his cultivation, he had originally been a famous and unprofitable person. He didn't even know why he had been chosen as the young family head. They also ostracized casuals. Gentle ramblings came from his ears, and then he was held by soft hands, and Lu Bianxue froze and looked up at her moving, gentle brows. Just listen to her continue. Then we both happened to be hated together. They, together. What a strange word. Lu Jishue held her hand tightly. I'm an alien. Me too. At this moment, even if he knew that she was approaching with intent, there was no way he could continue to defend himself against her. His eyes could tell, and she meant what she said, because it was so warm. He wanted to catch the light so badly. Sister, what are you looking for when you come here? I'm looking for the fruit of immortality. And Phoenix blood. Yes, I'll help you find it. Chapter 71 Wooden Second Sister, 21. The process of Nansen getting the immortal-seeking fruit was a little too smooth. After the Lu family's side learned that she wanted the immortal-seeking fruit, they directly found it from their inventory and gave it to her. But it's not that simple. Your Excellency should also be aware of the preciousness of this immortal-seeking fruit, so you should be prepared to pay some corresponding price. Without Lu Bianxue by his side, Lu Xiao did not immediately flip out. This situation can only be an ulterior motive. It was as if he saw something when he looked at her that made him show the kind of ecstasy that was hard to hide. Nansun pretended not to know and nodded. Naturally. Follow me. The formation took effect and moved instantly. They came to a closed quiet room. What do you mean? This is the price you need to pay. Don't worry. There will be no danger to your life. Your Excellency only needs to come here for one day every half a month is enough. If he couldn't tell that he was lying, Nansun would be in vain. It's a shame 009 wasn't there, or he would have been able to scan it straight away. She had no intention of backtracking and nodded obediently. She was soon the only one left in the quiet room. Identification. Answer, a massive array disk that burns souls and chi, refining everything and transforming it into something else. Soul? They could see the strength of her soul? Analyze in detail whether I will die if I stay here for a long time. Answer, no. The disk will prioritize the burning of the residual filth on your soul, the curse of being resented, and will burn for more than 100 days before it stops. Ouch. Nanchuan covered her mouth in embarrassment, almost forgetting that she had done too many bad things and was hated by too many people. Still thinking about going to these residual filth that affects your luck. I didn't expect the opportunity to come straight to my door. She withdrew the protective props straight away. Gonna have to stay a little longer now. This Lu was definitely up to something. Wanting souls and chi to refine what? Anyway, through and through, it gave it contamination. Asterisk. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 such half-months passed. In order to keep Lu's side from getting suspicious, Nansen also let herself weaken a little more than usual day by day. Still, it's exhausting enough. Eliminating the residual filth was no easy task, and she was truly exhausted. Simply take this opportunity to be lazy every day, veil and so on, even more lazy to wear, just like now. In the pavilion, she was half reclining on a thickly cushioned toffee chair, admiring the stunning landscape. Yawn after yawn. Not far away pear blossoms bloom all over the place, shaking off countless petals with the wind. It's almost like it's raining petals. It was in this rain that Lu Jieshue came. Clothes fluttered, and the blooming face was even more shocking in the vague flower fall. When he didn't have a smile on his face, he looked anything but boyish, and he could vaguely glimpse the majesty of the future. But immediately after his eyes swept over her, he raised a smile she knew well. Sister. Lu Bianxue jogged to her and stood beside her. The phoenix blood has a brow. I will definitely fetch it for you then. No need. Nansen wanted to say that he went by himself, but he was too lazy to speak. Slouching in response, his body lulled into a more comfortable position. Sister, you've been very sleepy lately. Tired. She was so tired that all she wanted to do was say single words, but then she looked into the beautiful pupils of his eyes and got a little tickled. Hooked. What's wrong? Lu Bianxue approached, and then she was pulled by Nansun's raised hand, sinking into the toffee chair. The chair really seemed a bit cramped with 2 people lying in it, and he stiffened his entire body, not wanting to offend her. All that lingered on the tip of his nose was the light scent of pear blossoms and the smell of her body. Nansen didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence, reaching around his waist and hugging him like some large doll. Come to life. It's true that if you're tired you need to post with a good-looking boy to replenish your energy. She sighed tersely in his arms, drifting off to sleep. Sister, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. He didn't mean that. Lu Bianxue could clearly feel the sound of her gentle heartbeat, while the frequency of her own heartbeat was almost twice that of hers. He was just afraid that she would notice his mind, because they're just friends. It wasn't until he felt the breathing of the person in his arms grow regular that he dared to quietly press his hand against her waist, slowly tighten. He never wanted to be friends with her. It was from the beginning. Lu Bianxue thought of the fact that when she went out to do a quest today, she encountered another melee between the clan and the lineage. He naturally went to help the weaker side of the clan again. They've already been monopolized enough to be crowded into a tiny existence, so he has to help them. However, the Lu clan's children scolded him for being a traitor, and the sect cultivators scolded him for being a dog family. I thought I had gotten used to all this a long time ago, but there was one more person in the world who had treated him gently from start to finish. He'll start to feel aggrieved, and after being comforted by her again and again, greedy for more. Lu Bianxue lowered his head and quietly planted a kiss on her lips before complaining in a whisper in her ear. It's because I'm too unaware of what's going on. Even wanted her to stay with him all the time. And, sis, why haven't you been telling me the name? Was it because she felt like she was just passing through his life and didn't want to make more of a connection with him? Because a name is just a code name. Nansun's sudden outburst startled him. Sister, are you awake? Lu Tidal Snow suddenly panicked. Then he just those. She is not all. She yawned and came up to put her arms around him. Originally asleep. At the teenager's apprehensive look, he continued. But woke up when you kissed me. Why did you steal a kiss from me? I'm sorry, sis. Lu Shishue was incoherent. Don't be so uptight. I mean, why not be honorable? What? Nansen cupped his face and gazed into those gilt eyes, which contained all the youthful affection. She smiled. I'll be on your side if you come to me hard. I'll play with you if you come to me bored. I'll have fun with you if you come to me happy. You know, I've never been able to say no to you. Whatever. Her beautiful but non-aggressive appearance and demeanor made up the sharpest of gentle knives. Knives cut people's lives. It was as if Lu Jishue could see the swaying sea of stars in those eyes. At this moment, even if she wanted to kill him, he was willing to lead his neck to death. He didn't hesitate to hug her back, finally not having to sneak up on her. I don't want to be friends with you. A scented palm gently stroked his head. I like you. I like you too. Oh, I also don't want you to leave. This time she didn't reply right away. Lu Bianxue's head sank, and his heart felt like a big hole had opened up, whistling and leaking the wind. Insecure, he finally stopped suppressing his feelings and grabbed her wrist and kissed her. Sensing a slight struggle on her part, he immediately suppressed it without mercy. Sister, didn't I say you wouldn't say no? The behavior was strong, but the voice was more weepy. He seemed even more insecure than she thought. Nansun sighed and took the initiative to come up. There was no refusal. In the midst of the kiss, she heard the teenager's small and disconnected inquiry. Sister, what's her name anyway? It's just a code name. Code names I need to know too. Fu Yu Well, Folding Branch. She didn't hesitate to steal Folding Branch Daylord's Dao name to use. It's not like his name is that anyway. Fold the branch. Call me Folding Branch when you want to call me by my name. Chapter 72 Wooden Second Sister, 22. Under the eaves of the porch, the zither curls up and the flowers fall. The slender fingers lightly pressed the strings of the zither, and the heart-cleansing music that was like immortal music poured out from under his hands. Dark hair hanging down over her shoulders and chest, Lu Jishue didn't tie her hair all the way up like usual, but kept some of it. Even the warm, soft golden eyes were tinted with a lazy flavor. So sleepy. Nansun yawned and got up and moved over to remove his violin. Asuka, I don't want to hear it now. I'm more sleepy. She took the place of the original kookaburra and lay down to rest on his lap, raising her eyes to his. Even from this angle, he still couldn't find any dead spots or flaws in that face of his. She reached up and touched his face. He's gotten thinner lately, shedding some of his youthfulness in favor of a more mature and sharper look. But when it came to her, it was always the same. Sister, do something else and you won't be sleepy? Lu Huanchue looked down at her, tracing that face of hers with her eyes as if she wanted to carve her into her soul. He got greedier and greedier. Besides, my sister had said she would never turn him down. His fingertips tangled in her loose hair and he lowered his head to exchange a kiss with her. In recent days, I've been on a mission. Will it be boring for sister to stay in the Lu family? Okay. She tugged at his collar and pressed on again, but with far less spirit. Don't work too hard. Why don't you answer back? Young householder. Do they really regard Lu Huanchue as a young family head? Anyone can call on him, and he's more of a powerful and versatile weapon than an heir. The ones he was proficient in, all of which were used for Lu. Talismans, pills, magic weapons, and on top of that being sent out on mission after mission. Even today's free time is taken from a busy schedule. Because I'm the young head of the family, these are the things I should do. Lu Bianchue smiled and kissed her cheek, softly saying, thinking of my sister waiting for me at home makes me happy. He took her hand and pressed it against his cheek. The whole thing a beautiful jewel. Even if it is stained with sludge, it will become clear again under the current. Me too. Nansen smiled in response to him and reached out to touch the secret key, attempting to practice his knife skills on the seed. Her carving skills were as bad as ever, but she continued to enjoy herself. Sister, what are you carving? Juxtaposition. Building title Snow looked at the good and hard to rise up the sister. Did not say straight to completely see is not flowers. So close. He had just about asked her if what she was carving was a small animal. Looking at her face, his eyes softened as he patiently tidied her broken hair. But even as her excitement rose, it was still hard to hide her exhaustion. Asterisk. What kind of formation have you guys got your sister involved in? And why is she always in bad shape? Lu Jishue sat in front of Lu Xiao with a worried expression. Young family master. It's nothing. It's this excellency who insisted on being paid. It's probably because the formation test was too strenuous and hurtful. After all, her cultivation is still shallow. Then can we not let her go this month? I want to take my sister out. She still wants to find the phoenix blood. How does this work? Noticing that his excitement was not in line with common sense, Lu Xiao cleared his throat and covered up. Her current physical condition shouldn't be suitable for going out either, right? Don't lie to me. Lu Xiao, you're the only friend I have in Lu. How so, young master? Lu Shishue took all of his words and actions into her eyes, and the corners of her lips gradually drooped. They're all lying to him. All of them. It could have been allowed to pass off false pretenses as genuine, like the day he met his sister. Even knowing that the old man was a human-skinned monster in disguise, he willingly believed it because of the little cakes he gave him. It's like he knows Lu Xiao dislikes him just as much and wants someone to talk to while pretending not to know. However, now it is not possible, because he possessed true goodwill. These false ones, the more piercing they became. I'll take her out. She's not happy here. Young master. Lu Xiao's face was full of disapproval, but after seeing the firmness on his face, he stopped his mouth resentfully. Sure, can. Okay, I have an errand to run, so I'll go first. Lu Bianchue stopped talking nonsense with him and got up to leave. It was necessary to catch up on all the tasks at hand so that I would be free to take my sister out then. But after he left, Lu Xiao's complexion became more and more gloomy. Leave? That woman is afraid she hasn't sensed something and is trying to escape. He quickly summoned a report to the head of the family. This is a rare collection of the great success of the chi. Compared to the building titles, Snow are not even close. One person can stand up to 10,000 cultivators. How could they let it go? Lu title Snow is also, cannot understand their own position. Really think that call him a few words young master he really is the future heir? A sidekick orphan, destined to be nothing more than a tool of the family, giving everything to the family for the first half of his life. The second half of his life was to continue to drain the value, so that those chi in him would become the nutrients for the lineage to continue to prosper. That was his destiny. It was hard to protect himself, yet he was still thinking about saving those inferior cultivators. What naivety! Asterisk. Lu Bianxue, stop insisting on those useless principles of yours. Bailey Lu, who was unlucky enough to meet with Lu Huanshuet again, simply wanted to curse the whole world. Didn't he read the calendar? Why are you arresting the monks? Exactly? Lu Huanshuet felt as if she had discovered something that she had never noticed in the past. The weak are the strong and the losers are ants. So why care about the end of the ants? Why? He didn't care about the other man's sophistry. He just repeated the query one more time. Though he was always smiling, his cold face was even more contrasting, recalling that he had been more than just the strongest of his peers, but strong in the sense that he had crushed everyone. But so what? Bailey Lone was also angered by his attitude. Are you also qualified to know these things? Lu Huanxue, you and I are both just a tiny pawn in a huge array plate. Stop asking questions. It won't do you any good. He threw the spell containing the cultivator. The loser eats dust. That's the law of the immortal cultivation world. So I admit defeat. But there is another sentence. You can't change anything with your power. Everyone is plundering. Do you think the world is really so beautiful? Lu Shishue clenched her magic weapon. Her eyes complicated. Chapter 73, Wooden Second Sister, 23. Not surprisingly, Nansun expected that Lu's side had already begun to take action the moment he realized that Lu Huanxue wanted to take her out, luring her over with news of the phoenix blood, and then just flipping out. With her spiritual power sealed and no need to use the quiet room as a cover, she was thrown directly into the array disk. He was also able to see the full picture of the array disk. Accommodate so many people actually still show empty. Purple mist and weird gold color intertwined, was slowly sucked into the core of the array plate. The surrounding area was scattered with weakly lying cultivators, amounting to thousands of people. The bearded man who had fought against the Zither cultivator palmist last time was listed. And that's not all, because countless others had died before they came. Not only the chi, but even the soul will be turned into the final sustenance and will not be allowed to transcend life. Plunder. No wonder they always mention the word plunder. The world family's flourishing fortune was plundered in this way. Squeezing the living space and monopolizing resources outside of the lineage is actually not even considered vicious in this case. This kind of behavior, which pushes it to the brink of extinction without sparing any residual value, is tantamount to skinning and extracting the marrow. Saya, deserve to be hated. Alright, stay well. Lu Xiao patted his sleeves and prepared to leave with his subordinates. Blame it on your bad luck. Actually running into our Lu's territory by yourself. It was only then that they realized that there was a second such great chi luck person in the immortal cultivation world. God bless the family. Wait. Nansun sat on his knees, still weak, but there was light in his veil uncovered eyes. This array disc can refine one's chi and also one's filth. Aren't you guys afraid of the backlash? This kind of operation against the heavens will suffer a thousandfold backlash if you are not careful. Ha ha ha. Crippling filth? We're looking for normal cultivators. How can the residual filth outweigh a person's own chi? Even those demonic cultivators, the number of remnants of filth is even more nothing more than that. Oh, yeah. Nansun looked at the other parties impatiently departing back and thought to herself that she had already reminded the other party. Having done such a thing, I'm sure they must have been prepared to be overthrown as a result. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the cultivators who already didn't even want to speak. Each one of them sealed their spiritual energy and suffering, but they can still sit up. You're the female cultivator who was beside Lu Huanxue that day. The bearded man grinned. And now it is not reduced to this. Nansun didn't accept his taunts, but stood up and surveyed the tight and complicated array plate everywhere. How are you still walking? Many people were surprised by her behavior. Of course I can, she said as she walked. Have you not noticed that the rate of being eaten away by the array plate has become lower since months ago? If she hadn't purposely let the array plate catch herself gleaning alone when she was there, and used props to suppress it even when she was gone, where would these people have had the time to talk? I'm afraid she'll be hiccuped before she's locked in. It's you at. No wonder, Lu values you so much. Well, I seem to have more chi than everyone present combined. Nansun stopped and sighed in his mind. The array disc was just a tool, even an ancient divine object, but it was used for such a salacious thing. So all this time, You've been the only one enduring the erosion of your chi and the burning of your soul? Many people's eyes got complicated. As people who have been tortured, they know the pain better than anyone. Several even chose to kill themselves when they couldn't stand the pain. Why does she make such light of it? None of them were evil people, or even cultivators who had struggled to survive under the oppression of the lineage to cultivate until now. So many of them brought movement in their eyes. This Taoist friend. Your body. The Qing cultivation sect leader opened his mouth, causing Nansun to notice the changes in his body. Lu changed the array disc, vowing to use the fastest speed possible to squeeze everyone's chi and soul for its use. The speed was more than 1,000 times faster than before. If she hadn't been there, these people in front of her wouldn't have survived past the second day. The reason for her change was that from the moment she entered this place, not only was the remnants of the filth in her body burning at an accelerated rate, but also burning was her breath that connected her to this realm. Nansen raised his hand and looked at his hidden fingertips. She was gradually being rejected by the world. It was more than she expected. Only half the time had passed, and she thought she could stay with Asuka until the end. What a shame that there doesn't seem to be enough time. Asterisk. Where's sister? Lu Bianxue had just finished clearing a bunch of quests and went to properly treat her wounds before going to find Nansun, only to find that it was empty. He went straight to Lu Xiao. Where's sister? Where did she go? Ah, it's like this. That one left after knowing the whereabouts of the Phoenix blood, and before he left, he entrusted us to give you, young family master, a message that there's no need to be nostalgic. How is that possible? Lu Xiao had expected him to have this kind of reaction, and his answer was even more watertight. Young house master, after all, you know how much she cares about the immortal-seeking fruit in Phoenix blood. What he didn't expect was that after hearing this answer, Lu Huanxue, who never had a smile on her brow, turned cold. I told you, don't lie to me. She couldn't have left without saying goodbye. He had always believed that without reservation, my sister will definitely talk to him even if she has to leave. Gentle but also cruel. Are you going to say it or not? He did not hesitate to strike his sword, and the sharp blade pierced into the wall next to Lu Xiao's face, reflecting a fearful pale face. The invisible pressure nearly crushed his bones. He had never seen Lu Bianxue get angry before. It turned out that he was so ghastly when he turned this blade on himself. Weapons having a consciousness of their own is a big no-no. I say. She's right here. Right here. Lu Xiao took advantage of Lu Huanxue's relaxation and immediately used a talisman. And ridiculously, the talisman he used was also made by the other party. He fled while immediately calling for reinforcements to come and suppress it. They all underestimated how much Lu Huanxue cared about that female cultivator. If this continued, he would definitely break free from the family's control. And if he was made aware of certain truths, he would even more so not hesitate to stand on the opposite side of the lineage. It's still too early, but it's close. Let's just let his chi work for them in advance. Using one of the most promising ascensionists in exchange for the rise of countless lineage cultivators. Chapter 74, Wooden Second Sister, 24. The Big Shake. I don't know what's happening outside, but even the people in the array disc have noticed that there's movement outside. Enough to see how amazing it must have been. This fellow Daoist, why don't you sit down and rest first? Yeah, can you tell us how we can help you? We are not villains who sit back and watch others sacrifice. Erode us though. Right, you can't be left to bear it alone. Fellow Daoist. One by one, the monks expressed their inner thoughts, and at this moment of life and death crisis, they exuded even more light of humanity. No need. Nansun waved his hand. It won't be dead for a while. She didn't want to explain that she wasn't from this world, and that disappearing was the equivalent of dying, so there was nothing wrong with that. Ignoring the crowd's even more worried gazes, Nansun rationalized the situation. Although he didn't find the Phoenix blood, he had the fruit of the immortal seeker. She wondered if she would get to see Asuka one last time before she left. Nansun wasn't the type of person to go back on her word. She had told him that if she was going to leave, she would definitely tell him. However, at this rate, it seemed she wouldn't last long. At times like this, it would be nice if Gio was there. As if hearing her inner call, 009 just happened to come online at that moment. Host, I've finally contacted you. Misjudging the flow of time in the secret realm. The cloud chopping session has ended. Yes? What's the situation? It sounded a little anxious. So all that unnecessary stuff was omitted and only the critical situation outside was mentioned. In a nutshell, it's that Ling Xiao saw Fu Yue's identity, but didn't make a sound about it and still teamed up with her in a joint battle. The heroine unsuccessfully counted on Fuyuki, and in the chopping clouds meeting, Zhao Qin got the first place as planned, and Fuyuki the second. Fu Yue also publicly exposed the female lead's schemes against her and questioned her about her past endeavors. Her reputation was in tatters and her chi began to be plundered by Zhao Qin. It's not quite so good. 009, but the folding branch Taoist monarch has returned. Nansun sked lightly. It couldn't wait any longer. She had to go back. In a moment, help me to directly accelerate the array disk and burn out all the remaining residual filth and the breath of this world. 009, good host. This, she turned to the Zither cultivator master, not knowing how to address him. Just call me Qingyan. Sister Qingyan. It seems that I won't be able to last until then. If you see Lu Bianxue, help me talk to him. Before the words fell, the vibration as if the sky was falling made everyone unsteady on their feet, and they had to help each other to fall not too ugly. Dust and stone chips rustled down, blurring one's vision. Intense light suddenly flooded into the closed hall, mapping the reality of the light column and the dust. The figure standing in the light looked a little small in contrast, but it was like a god. The tip of the low-hanging sword was dripping blood downward. It happened so suddenly that Lu simply didn't have enough battle power to stop him, but it was useless even if more people came. They had no idea what he looked like at full strength, because even just now, he hadn't used his full strength. Sister, found you. He had blood splattered on his cheeks and his smile was as dazzling as ever. It was as if he hadn't crossed a mountain of corpses and blood to save her, but had just rushed to meet her after a quest like he usually did. I told you wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Don't come in. Nansen shook his head and tried to stop him. After seeing the principle and trajectory of the operation of the array disk here, he tightened his smile again. Chakra. Conversion. So it is. Come with me and get out of here. Panic colored his eyes. But the other party just shook his head. You're also a formation master. You should be clear that before this formation disk absorbs enough chi, none of the people inside will be spared. Lu Bianxue was a formation master and would not fail to understand that a molded forbidden formation could even trap immortals. The exterior is unbreakable and the interior is powerless to struggle. I'm afraid he has Lu's calculations in mind for coming here. They knew that once Lu Bianxue was in, she would never be able to get out. And how can they be sure that he will come in? Because they know his character well enough not to sit back and watch so many people die. There must be a way. My chi is burning enough, and when it does, you will all be saved. Without even a second's hesitation, he immediately made this decision. Lu Jixue. Sister, don't persuade me. Lu Bianxue stepped right in, dropping his bloodstained sword and using his cleansing technique to freshen himself up before daring to approach. I won't let you die. And I won't let you die. He hugged her tightly, his eyes red. Everyone was silent. Even the cultivators who detested the world's families the most had to admit that his determination was incredibly shocking. He had actually been genuinely on their side all along, as in this moment, and was even willing to give up his own life to save them. The cultivators. I found it. Phoenix blood. Sis, aren't I super awesome? Although he was badly injured, the thought that his sister would be happy about it made him feel incredibly happy. He handed her the jade bottle, full of joy and open to death. You can use it when you get out. I'll give you my entire cultivation so you won't be bullied by them. And, of course, destroy the formation while it's complete. He said sentence after sentence, but slowly realized he wasn't feeling anything at all. Instead, the person in front of him, not only was his arm slowly becoming transparent, but his body was also gradually starting to become hidden. Asuka. She took the bottle, her brow as gentle as ever. I won't let you die. Sister. Lu Bianxue kept shaking her head with an unbelievable expression on her face. He held her hand, but it froze and fizzled at times. The array disk was still continuing to operate, but he lost the calmness he had just gone to his death, and tried to destroy the eyes of the array like a madman. It's no use, Asuka. I don't die either, I just disappear. What difference does it make? He broke down and uttered a sound, and came back to embrace her, his gilt eyes, always sweet, full of sadness and despair. As the rest of the people watched this scene, some of them even cried out directly, I'm not going to die. Her words were so convincing that at the moment, even if she lied, the crowd was willing to believe it. As she spoke, her body was nearly transparent. This one, the carving is so ugly. I was going to practice before I gave it to you. A hollowed out jade was handed out, but just as the hand became weak again, so it nearly fell, he caught it in his outstretched hand. Lu Bianxue had already choked up so much that she couldn't speak. It clearly shouldn't be. I'm not going to die. Trust me. I believe you. 009, host. I'm going to continue accelerating the array disk. By then the array I will be corroded and the array will backfire. Will something happen to Asuka? 009, the lineage has never shared any of his chi. So it won't. Good. Nansun's figure blurred even more. She raised her hand to caress his cheek, and those golden eyes, and spoke in a resigned voice. That shouldn't count as an unannounced goodbye. Should it? She now had to go and take care of things over there as soon as possible. Sister. Lu Bianxue just watched her disappear in her arms. The end notes drifted through the air. Originally said to stay with you a little longer. Chapter 75 Wooden Second Sister, 25. As the array I cracked, the light gradually disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. The earth began to shake once again, signaling the precursor to imminent collapse. Larger debris rolled down from the top, the dome cracked, and a black mist filled the air. Go! Silently standing in place, Lu Huanchue spat out this word with difficulty. Raising his hand, the sword returned. Everyone helped each other toward the gate and he left. The tip of the sword scratched on the ground, penetrating deep into the surface of the array plate. Step by step, hard and fast, making deep, long sword marks. As he walked, his ebony hair turned to snow, and his gilt eyes seemed to be eroded by an inexplicable purple aura. I thought I could change in a gentler way, only to realize in the end that I have been an accomplice to sin. He didn't know exactly how many lives these families had victimized over the years, nor did he need to know. Just know that all who suffer backlash are guilty. The Lu clan. Not only the Lu clan, but all of the clans involved were seriously injured due to the backlash, and some were directly killed by the devouring of their vitality. But that's not the end of it. As the array plate shattered, countless souls that hadn't had time to be refined roared out, pouncing on and tearing those world family clansmen who had been eroded by the backlash. And Lu Huanchue just walked by indifferently, ignoring these former clansmen and going to handily kill the culprits. The sect cultivators and loose cultivators who got the news also gradually gathered, finally able to avenge years of hatred. But even then, those who have been lost can't come back. The sky was so dark and gloomy that it was the heavenly Tao, which had been shielded from the sky, that was angry. It was in this situation that he faced off against the countless members of the world family who were attacking towards him. Lu Jishue was finally able to utilize his full strength. The heavens and earth changed color, and almost all the spiritual energy was going to be sucked by him. The first glimpse of the glory of the Son of Heaven. Formations, he was more proficient than everyone. Talismans, none of them could match his level. And magic weapons, they simply couldn't break through his defenses. The sword in his hand was a random one that he had grabbed on his way here, but he had utilized it with the power of a divine weapon. Like fingers and arms and blood. I don't know how many people died under his sword. Lu Bianchue seemed to be caught up in an endless killing spree, but as each sword took someone's life, he agonized for a minute. Those people deserve to die. Some people are not sure of the original story. They deserve to die for what they did to my sister and for what they did to so many lives. Some people are just born into a family and are blessed by their family's fortune, and their crime is not punishable by death. Damn. The crime is not punishable by death. They deserve to die. Damn it. Conscience and the goodness in his bones were pulling at him, but his sword showed no mercy at all. This battle lasted for a long time. Long enough for everyone to know, the Lu clan articulated Snow, betrayed the family, and slaughtered the Lu clan. It should be over, but it's not. He was pure and good, killing his people, burning with guilt day after day, yet he felt they all deserved to die. Then the demons of the heart appeared, and evil killed indiscriminately, and everyone was in danger. He was too strong, not to mention the fact that most of the lineages were so badly wounded today that they were powerless to stop him. His heart demon. Moreover, even though Lu Bianchue was silent, his heart demon would not let them go. But a heart demon was still a heart demon after all, and letting it go would only lead to greater misfortune. Moreover, if he allowed his heart demons to expand like this, he himself would also decline. The cultivators of the top clans came to the door together and visited Lu Huanchue, who had spent the whole day delving into the method of retrieving her sister. But it was the cultivators he had briefly crossed paths with who mainly spoke to him. We've recently discussed rebuilding various clans, and I'm looking for someone to rebuild them as well, so why don't you come up with a name? The bearded cultivator was a bit worried about his condition. To be called Diffractor, Lu Shishue fiddled with the jade in her hand inanely. Sister had said that her clan was called the Diffraction Sect. Well, that's a good name. After the other party had responded with great joy, he once again asked a careful question. You'd better take care of yourself. At this rate, where will you find a way to get her back? His eyes moved slightly, and a faint gleam returned to his eyes, but his voice was still a little hoarse. I would have been damned too. Hey you, why make it so hard on yourself? Lu Shishue tightened her grip on the scribbly carved jade. He deserved to die, but didn't want to. Wanted to see her again, so he didn't want to die. Is it really possible? Can we really find her again? Lu Bianchue suddenly spoke. That glazed heart of mine. Don't want it. He only needs to live on the remnants of his love and obsession. Goodness, purity, is just a liability to him. Without that heart, he won't be able to nourish the demons. Are you serious? This seems to be the quickest way to destroy the demons of the mind without leaving any hidden dangers. But, that's it. The smile was lost on Lu Jishue's face. He didn't need all this kindness at all, it only brought pain and destruction and inhuman demons of the heart. I'll try to restrain myself. The lineage has been killed for fear and can only languish. And there is no longer a monopoly of one family or ambition in this world because of him. If he wasn't the person whose chi was added to his fortune, Lu wouldn't have developed delusions of grandeur, changing from only coveting him in the beginning to coveting the chi of everyone in the world. Then when the diffractive clan is built, you come. Aha! After everyone left, it was as if he was left alone again in heaven and earth. Oh, and there were tangible and unintentional demons of the heart. Looking at the other side of the table himself, Lu Huanchue expressionless peeling his heart, as if it does not hurt at all. When a cultivator reaches their level, the heart is no longer a heart. Instead, it can be used as a material for refining. It was more similar to or than a heart. Its originally transparent color tinted a light purple because of that day's change. He doesn't need it anymore. Asterisk. Nansun, who had finally broken away from the secret realm, was listening to 009 explain the details to her. In order to avoid the world consciousness from noticing hurriedly restored Fuyue's appearance. And by the way, he put a concealment trick on himself, and then rushed towards the executive vein. 009, the main female character suffered serious internal injuries, and was so angry at the Chopping Clouds meeting that her injuries became even more severe, and she was unable to cultivate for a long time. Folding Branch Downlord came back and chastised Zhu Yanqing, saying that he had failed to protect his youngest sister, as well as Ling Xiao, who was sent to the Sword Cliff for intentionally harming her to reflect on his actions. Shinsu went back to the Shin family and stonewalled that side to keep the world family out of it, but it doesn't seem to be able to drag it out for long. Fuyuki, it's okay for now, but we have to hurry. She hurried to the great hall where she had been before. Still no furnishings, cold to the extreme. At this time the temple but kneeling a few people. The main seat in the great hall, which had been vacant for all the years, was finally occupied, but still with a strong sense of boundaries used as a barrier. Everyone could only see a blurry silhouette sitting on it, but they could feel the other party's cold eyes sweeping across the room. Mastermind. Shin still hid her face and cried from the side. Still far away, but already closer than everyone else. She cried, I didn't mean to harm second senior sister. It was an accident. And it's not like I'm not returning those pills. I just don't have any spirit stones for the time being, not to mention that the second senior sister said to use them as I please in the first place. And now she's coming back to question me. Chapter 76, Wooden Second Sister, 26. You. So shameless. Mu Wushu and Chang Hagwang had long since stopped standing on Shin Still's side and directly disliked each other. You're not even pretending now, are you? Big face. Folding Branch Downlord was silent and didn't say anything. And their two masters couldn't figure out his attitude. And they had placed bans on both of them so as not to offend each other. That's killing God. Even though it's silent now, the fierce reputation remains. As long as he was willing to back up Shin Still for one day, even if she killed and set fire to people, no one would dare to comment. Master, what Fuyue said isn't true. She's just trying to slander me. Not only have I fallen off the heavens pride ranking now, but I also can't cultivate for a long time. Shin Still's words caused the rest of them to look at each other angrily, but she was still proud. Master's favor was described as unconditional, and she wasn't worried at all that he would refuse. What's more, she already knew that there was something fishy about Fuyuki. The current Fuyuki is not the one from before. To be precise, she should be the real Fuyuki. She's been targeting the wrong person from the beginning. She's not the Fuyuki of the prophecy, but the cowering Fuyuki actually took away her light along with Shinsu, and she, who had always been so good at holding her, dared to question her in public with such disregard for her face. All she had, she destroyed. First deal with this, then deal with that. Master? She prodded in a low voice. Aha! No one knew that the Folding Branch Downlord at the top was on the verge of falling asleep. He responded in an ambiguous manner, but Shin still knew that he would largely be on her side next. She looked over to Fuyuki, who had her spirit power sealed. Nansun saw a scene like that when he arrived. Shin still pretended to shed tears, but her face could not hide her smugness. Under the pressure of the Folding Branch Downlord, Zhu Yanqing knelt straight, staring straight ahead with no ripples of emotion in his eyes. As for Fuyuki, although she also resisted with difficulty, she had faded into cowering, kneeling in silence, radiating an unyielding will. Ling Xiao wasn't there. He had been punished to the Sword Cliff for standing directly against his junior sister. There were others in the temple besides them who were beside themselves with embarrassment. Mostly the elders of Dan Peak and the disciples who had just participated in the cloud shopping meeting pleaded for them. But the Folding Branch Taoist monarch still didn't respond. Shin still struck silently. In fact, probably everyone did not expect her to strike suddenly, and it was still viciously pointing directly at Fuyue's spiritual aperture. She wanted her to never be able to practice again. Enormous spiritual power erupted at this moment, and Nansun, who suddenly appeared to protect Fuyuat, had anger in his eyes. What are you trying to do to her? She let go of the restrictions on her cultivation, and instantly her spiritual power swept through, sending Shen still flying a few meters away. The person at the top finally moved, and the formation talisman worked at the same time, protecting Shen still well. Otherwise, she was already injured, and if she took that hard hit, she would only be hurt so badly that she would immediately vomit blood and pass out. Spiritual energy collided with the formation talisman, erupting with a great impact. TSK. What a shame. Nansun's eyes swept towards those familiar faces, and in his heart, he had already realized that what he had gone to wasn't the other world at all. Fuyuki grabbed her hand, her gaze worried. With the appearance of this identical dresser, everyone's eyes were also focused on her. The heart, the demon of the heart. The slightly older elder's eyes were horrified. The bloody massacre last 1,000 years ago was still imprinted in their minds and could not be forgotten. Nansun ignored these looks and extended his hand to Zhu Yanqing. Get up. Don't kneel them. Good. Now he would only listen to her unconditionally. What respect for teachers. What propriety. Righteousness. Integrity and shame were just cold words in his head. And she, it's warm. He got up and came over to take her hand. And Shen remained, seeing her appearance and the way her eldest brother was getting along with her, as if mocking her for all the useless things she had done. Fuyuki, she's just in time. Shen still had a grim look in his eyes and turned his head towards his master. However, the silver-haired, golden-eyed cultivator appeared on the main seat that was originally supposed to be a blurred figure. That face was like ice and snow that had not melted for ages, and the golden eyes could not find a single warm color. For a moment the room was silent. Other than some of the elders who had lived for thousands of years, no one knew how the folding branch Dowlord looked at all. So it's like this and this. Master, master. Shin was still so shocked that she stumbled over her words. He took a step down as the crowd watched. It was then that everyone noticed that his eyes were unfocused. Not only that, an aura of decay lingered on his body when he should be full of spiritual energy. Mastermind. In Shin Still's expectant eyes, he passed right by her. What? Master isn't here to back her up personally? Am I dreaming? For the first time, his words possessed an extremely strong emotional color, his voice drifting, filled with struggle, sadness and unbelief. Despite the loss of his sight and the damage to his consciousness, he walked towards the man with unerring accuracy. Sis. No. He had passed so many years, and his sister was as unchanged as the first time he had seen her. At her own age, she could no longer call her sister, nor could he ever again raise to her the same smile that he had raised to her 1,000 years ago. Folding branch Dowlord? Everyone had no idea what he was doing. Master, she is not a heart demon. She is not. Fuyuki stepped in front of her, scared but still explaining to him. Zhu Yanqing similarly stepped forward. The two of them, stiffly blocking each other's steps forward. Master, what are you doing? Shen still timidly inquired of him, and the voice roused him from his trance. Not a dream, he muttered, looking in Shen's still direction and turning back. Is real. It was not the aftermath of the illusion or the yellowish dream of overdrawing spiritual energy and burning essence blood. She's real. Sister. Folding branches. He looked down and couldn't see her face, but he could see the familiar colors. He who had lost that heart had also lost the eyes that saw everything in the world. But even though she was blurred to the core, he just knew she was her. But the one who never rejected him, who always accommodated him unconditionally, who always walked towards him whenever he could, took a step back, at the same time, uttered the taper. Lu Bianxue, if I knew you were you, I would never show you half the love and compassion. No. He reached out in vain, but only had time to grab a corner of her shirt as she stepped back again. Nansun had the same mixed feelings. She is Folding Branch, and Folding Branch Taoist monarch is Asuka. She entered the secret realm in search of the fruit of immortality, and the key to the secret realm was a gift of jade to him. If he hadn't come back so early, she could have stayed with Asuka for another 100 days or more until he could properly accept her departure. Instead of making it that way, as if it were a sad parting of life and death. 009, hidden script has been updated. Original plot spoilers, 99%. Current plot spoilers, 20%, 90%, 70%. Data fluctuating in progress. World cornerstones updated to Lu Huanxue, Zhu Yanqing, Folding Branch, Shen Still. In order of plot share, she knew it would be. Chapter 77, Wooden Second Sister, 27. The building is snowed in. She called him Lu Huanxue. You are, that fellow Daoist. Several elders were all agitated, and if it wasn't for the wrong occasion and atmosphere, they couldn't wait to go forward immediately. At that time, most of those cultivators who were saved and managed to survive became a party of great powers. Some started clans and sects, and some became elders. Everyone remembers her kindness. Originally thought that Lu Bianshue's attempt to retrieve her was just a useless endeavor. But now, she actually appeared just like that, although it is in the capacity of mind demon. What are you talking about? Shen still panicked, not being able to understand these words, and not being able to figure out the sudden change in attitude of the elders and her master teacher. Even if she was still stupid, she knew that the situation was now starting to go against her. How could Fuyue know the master and those respected elders? Who the hell is she? Master, you're on my side, aren't you? He cared about no one, yet he would care about her cultivation progress. No matter what kind of wrong she did, he would tolerate it. No. Lu Bianshue's tone of voice changed back to its original, not looking at her. You're no longer useful. What's useless? What's going on? Why the sudden change? She subconsciously wanted to approach her master and ask him why he no longer favored her, but she touched the transparent wall. It dawned on her that she had never seen his true face or touched a piece of his clothing from the past until now. The silence in the hall was so deafening that you could hear a pin drop. And Nanshuan, too, has seen enough farce. Don't make such a gesture. If I hadn't come, would you have condoned her destroying Fuyue's spirit orifices and ended up getting away with it? No, not. Lu Jishue looked down at her, but suddenly realized that she was in a mess. He covered his eyes, not wanting her to see his now unfocused eyes. Her eyes, which had boasted of their beauty, already looked like dull and crumbling useless stones. He has also long since lost his juvenile innocence and pure intent. The other man continued to talk, stabbing him in the heart, stab after stab. So cold, vicious, and condoning. You're no longer the Asuka you were back then. I'm Asuka. He took a step forward and finally took her by the sleeve of her coat, almost humbling himself, trying to smile at her as he had done 1,000 years ago, but only in vain could he pull at the corners of his mouth. A smile worse than tears. He had long since lost all emotion in the millennia of waiting, leaving only the obsession of loving her, waiting for her and seeking her. His smile was no longer bright and dazzling, and those golden eyes no longer shone with the same pure light as they had back then. He has long since changed, and having lost that heart, he has indeed become cold, vicious, and appeasing. She said it half-heartedly. Even to this day, he has not been remorseful. Lu Shimingshui loves her and treats everyone kindly, but the bending branch Taoist monarch only loves her and treats people other than her as if they were ants. Sorry sis. Who are you sorry to? Not to anyone, obviously. Just to her. Apologizing because he let her down. Don't leave me. The near immortal sitting high on the top of the clouds, however, pulled her sleeve to death and begged with tears. The other party, however, only coldly and decisively slowly tugged his sleeve back. My Asuka, it won't be like that. I'll kill her. Okay, will that make you happy? Shin still shook her head in horror when she heard this and backed away, wanting to seek help from others, but realized that of all the people present, no one was already on her side. Turns out she's been isolated for a long time. A sigh of relief rang out. He didn't understand that he would only become more unlike Asuka. Lu Shishue read it in her eyes. At the moment he couldn't tell if the internal injuries that his body tormented him with every moment had to hurt more, or if his heart hurt more. Sister, it hurts, he murmured, but no longer received the familiar gentle reassurance. Heart, it must be because he doesn't have that heart. Lu Bianshue looked at Zhu Yanqing. Return that heart to me. But the other party just shook his head indifferently. I don't have what master said. Zhu Yanqing stepped back while also holding Nansun's hand. Once he moved his mind it increased the pain by another %. But the pain was more than 1,000 times that after he saw the clasped hands in his blurry vision. Articulate snow. Stop it. The voice was as loud as a flood bell, resounding through the great hall. The diffractive sex headmaster walked in, and on that face was a familiar beard. He had taken care of Lu Shishue for many years, and he couldn't bear to see him like this, but he had to break his delusion. Didn't you already know that the glazed heart was fused with Zhuzi in the first place? Didn't it not matter at all? Not the same. Not now. Lu Shimizu shook her head. He needs that heart to become snow again. To not come back. 1,000 years passed. You are you and he is he. I don't care about me him. I want my sister. But I don't want you. Nansen took a step back and said to the two people beside him. Go. She only wanted to take Zhu Yanqing and Fuyue away now. No going. Lu Jishue couldn't care about anything anymore, and her spiritual energy turned into silk threads, tightly wrapping around her and bringing her into her arms. The building is full of snow. Don't call me that. Don't call me by my first name. He's Asuka, not Lu Jishue. It has changed. It hasn't changed. You haven't changed and neither have I. He was stubbornly unwilling to accept it. Let me go. Her struggles were suppressed as gently and forcefully as they could be. Nansun could even smell the faint scent of blood mixed in with the smoky incense. Coming from him, she sighed. You're torturing yourself. Consider me torturing myself. Warm tears slid down her face, dripping down her pale jaw and landing on her collarbone, drop after drop. With a choked and obscure voice, anyone can leave, you're not allowed. In the end, he was the son of Chief Fortune 1,000 years ago, and a half-immortal Dowlord 1,000 years later, the strongest in the world. No one can stop him. After the strong spiritual power fluctuation, everyone was swept away, leaving only the two embracing each other. Lu Bianxue forced back the pain and held her tighter and tighter. By all means, just keep her around. He was finally lost and found. The long pent-up internal injuries finally kicked in, and he held her hand tightly even before he lost consciousness. Formations, talismans, and magic weapons. He was determined to draw the ground and imprison her by his side. I found you. The words were as they had been back then in front of the array plate, when he had stood in the light. Now it is plunged into darkness. Chapter 78 Wooden Second Sister, 28. Nansun looked at his tightly clenched hand and didn't tear it away after all. Sitting on her knees, she ruffled Lu Jieshua's silvery white and silky hair, her fingertips lightly touching that face. Whatever has changed, his shocking beauty remains the same. What was once like a proud son is now nothing but brokenness. 009, now in this world, you have a new identity, reasonably legal and compliant. Hide the script. In Nanshuan's perspective, the original plot turned into flying dust and was replaced by another new book. Hidden plot updates. Plot spoilers finally become plot participants. She became a bending branch, the white moonlight of the 1,000-year-old Lu Huanxue, now known as Bending Branch Daojun, and one of the cornerstones of the world. There's a paragraph after the happy ending of the group favor fixer-upper. That is, the heroine's biggest backer is actually the biggest villain. Nansun lowered his head, his fingers tracing the corners of his eyes that were still teary, his movements gentle, eyes with love, but no love anywhere. I didn't realize that Asuka could be a villain. The sleeping man seemed to catch some keyword, and his tightly furrowed brow stretched a little, but he still didn't wake up. Folding Branch Taoist Monarch is the villain. The heroine cultivated successfully because Lu Bianxue had been sheltering and supporting her. The female lead and eldest senior brother ended up in love, as he was the one who sealed Zhu Yanqing's love aperture in the original plot, forcing the two Jushin families to unite. The contract soul-inducing disc and the Tianji bead merged, and Lu Bianxue finally saw a glimmer of light. The function of the soul guide plate, apart from foretelling heavenly chances, is of course literally the same as that of the Tianji bead to guide the soul. He will use this sacred weapon to retrieve the broken branch, and the heroine, as the indentured servant of the soul-attracting disc, is the best vessel. So, cultivate. He was always urging Shen still to cultivate, and the cultivation was to let her contract the soul-inducing disc as soon as possible. No one is allowed to hurt her body, for it is reserved for the broken branch. In fact, he had long been insane, so he had tried all kinds of counterintuitive methods, and this was just one of them. Thousands of years passed, and the obsession to love her and find her tormented him year after year, hour after hour. Even botched disinformation can fool him and come back with 1,000 holes in his body, not to mention the existence of a success rate for drawing souls. But the plot stopped there. Ling Xiao, Shen Still, and Zhu Yanqing desperately fight against him, and the subsequent episodes are just a blank. Has this hidden plot always been there, or is it just here since I came? 009, not sure anymore. When you intervene in the past, karma has been formed. Unwilling to delve into this, Nansun was now more concerned about the degree of plot collapse. The hidden plot crash level seems to fluctuate all the time? Is it because, like the original episode, Asuka is now on the opposite side of the crowd? The folded branch, which never appeared in the original series, has appeared and contributed to many of the spoilers. The next step was to unseal Zhu Yanqing's love trick. Fuyu has already metamorphosed as she expected. Earth-level Dan Master, the second in the list of Heaven's Pride. These two single takeout are beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, the chi she had promised Zhao Qin had not yet been completed. 009, Zhao Court has already won first place and doesn't seem to need the host's help. Fuyue won't let her. She can still get first place. Nansun eeped, not knowing that Zhao Yin was so strong. That mission she failed so often before. It seems the main system's algorithms are aging, always giving a force fighter a wisecracking script, then help her to contract the soul-attracting disc as soon as possible. Shin is still the original heroine no matter what. She won't be silenced by this. 009, good host. Even if he was trapped here, Nansun could still control the entire situation. Her eyes returned to the unconscious Lu Huanxue in her arms. After a long time, he suddenly said to it, as I recall, to help unseal Zhu Yanqing. Only a cultivator of his level can do so. 009, yes. It's tragic, She stroked his cheek painfully, genuinely compassionate, but expecting to see him broken. It's probably going to be a script for Asuka's sadistic relationship. Can he stand it? Asterisk. Lu Bianxue woke up in a trance thinking she was still in a dream. It wasn't until his fingertips touched familiar body heat that he woke up wide awake. Pain followed, and he seemed, this time, to have much lessened even his sense of touch. The thin silk comforter under his hand felt like it was separated by layer after layer of imaginary objects. He heard the sound of paper turning pages. You're awake? The tone was as it had been before, as if they were still at Lu's, and she had looked at the book waiting for him to wake up, and it had never changed. Sister! He really found her. Lu Shishue groped for a way to get closer to her, but fell into a cloud-like embrace. Simply go with the flow and hold on tight, as if you were holding a lost treasure. What made him even happier was that she didn't push him away again with indifference. Lu Jishue, though the voice was still as cold and unfeeling as ever, but it didn't matter. There was still plenty of time between them. He would change back into the Asuka she wanted. And then, wouldn't she be able to hurt him? You condone Shin still with impure intentions, wanting her to be my vessel? Yes. Sorry. Do you realize you're hurt worse now, by my design? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. My sister designed it well. I was only deliberately approaching you in the first place, only wanting to get the immortal-seeking fruit in Phoenix blood. Well, sister, lie to me more. Lu Jishue had become an answering machine, nodding her head no matter what she said. I'm looking for Phoenix blood 4 dash. The words were sealed with a kiss before they were finished. No talking. He held her, but it took extreme effort to feel her presence. Like a dream, but not a dream. The lost vision and diminished sense of touch were affecting his judgment. And Lu Bianxue was even more insecure than he was at first. It's also more paranoid and strong. Even the kiss felt like a light feather under the weaker influence of touch. It's too much like a dream. He had found her, kept her, and everything was so unreal. Like a phantasmagoria he had tricked himself into setting up for himself after countless futile endeavors. The only constant was the intense pain in his body which kept him awake. It's better if it hurts more. Lu Huanchua finally laughed, but it looked insane. Sister, you should have granted me more pain. He cupped her face, but his sightless eyes found her precisely, and once again he lowered his head to touch her lips. These pains can show me that you are real. What I like is Yuyanqing, not this kind of pain. The Lu Huanchue who said so fell into tears again, but it hurt so much. It hurt everywhere. The heart especially, even though he no longer had that heart. The chest was empty, like it was covered in thick ice and chiseled and bloodied. Sister, have mercy on me. You're crazy. I was mad. Long ago. He knew that she was looking for Phoenix blood in order to unlock the love not for Yuyanqing. He knew all about it. You love me. No, it's him now. He's me. He's not you. Lu Jishue leaned over and pressed her down, her eyes reddening. He loved you only because he was affected by that heart. Do you love my heart? Or him who is fused with the heart? No, I don't want to hear it. Sister, you said you'd never turn me down. Right. Chapter 79 Wooden Second Sister, 29. Exhaustion and depression. But none of that matters anymore. She didn't reject him that day, nor did she mention Zhu Yanqing again. So 3 whole days passed. Lu Shishue has already woken up for a long time. The first time he woke up was to completely embrace her into his arms, and his right hand was interlocked with her fingers. Even his breathing was careful, for fear of waking her. It was light outside, but the interior was covered by spells that made it impossible to tell day from night, because he didn't want her to see him as anything less than Asuka. Although his eyesight still hadn't been restored, thanks to his cultivation, the broken sea of consciousness gradually healed and mended itself, so he could finally see her. It was still the same as when he first saw it, a gentle, not at all aggressive face, every bit of which touched his heart. Everything was clear at the reunion. Lu Bianxue knew that she was not Fuyue's heart demon. How could she be a heart demon? She is a sister and a folded branch. No wonder they couldn't find her. Space and time metaphysically intertwined to bring them together. One of the reasons she appeared was to unseal Zhu Yanqing's love trick, but he had met her 1,000 years ago. Like an articulated snake, cause and effect are intertwined and cannot be sorted out. No matter who was the later, he was never going to let go. Folding, branches, Lu Shishue quietly called out. Just 2 words to tell endless love. You're mine. No. He paused to rephrase. I'm yours. His other free hand went toward his collarbone and neck, pressing down deliberately hard to feel the aggravated pain. It hurt so much that my breath tightened, but it was immensely pleasurable. He said the hickey wasn't enough and told her to bite harder. It was the only way to feel the real pain from her, clearer than other pains. In fact, what he knew was that his sister wasn't approaching him in search of those 2 things, but rather love and compassion. How could he not tell the difference between truth and falsehood? Her love was real and tender. And because of that, he fell deeper and deeper into it. He had been given so little in his life, but she was enough to make up for everything. The smile at the corner of Lu Huanchue's lips was sweet and moving, and those eyes also melted the snow, as if they were resurging with a beautiful luster. He lowered his head and branded a precious kiss on the top of her hair. Lost and found and gained. Sister, there are always so many people trying to steal you from me. Lu Huanchue could sense the fluctuations in the formation from time to time, and it was his two nominal disciples. One was a son of a family, who by chance fused his heart. One was born with a sword bone and was burdened with the royal family's fortune. His complexion gradually chilled, but when he saw that the eyelids of the person in his arms twitched and seemed to be showing signs of waking up, he immediately raised a smile. Like the self I remember. Lu Bianxue was apprehensive, afraid that she would be cold again and say that he was incestuous. Unexpectedly, she woke up and closed her fingers, clasping his hand just as tightly. His eyelashes fluttered in disbelief. Asuka, stop being stuck with me. Her words resumed the gentleness they had once had, in a trance that made him think they had never changed. Word for word, without a hitch, the long-forgotten epithet brought him close to tears. If you hadn't met me, you would have ascended long ago. No, he shook his head, resting his forehead against hers in the dim light. If I hadn't met you, I would have become Lu's sustenance and burned out. He would not ascend, nor would he have a future, but would only hold naive expectations and die like the other cultivators in the array disk. She had no idea what her presence meant to him. He was reborn because of her. But you can't suppress your cultivation soon. You'll only die under the lightning of the calamity if you hurt yourself like this. Is my sister concerned about me? Lu Shishue choked on her words. So take pity on me. Don't leave me behind. Don't love him, regardless of whether or not you succeeded in crossing the threshold. Sister, you can get rid of me. He had her trapped in his arms, when the one who was really trapped was himself. Well, I pity you. What? She agreed. Unblock Zhu Yanqing's love trick and I'll take pity on you. Under the excitement of the building articulated snow even do not have the heart to distinguish whether she is lying. At least there is still a small hope that it is true. Instead of being as cold as before, as if there was no turning back. Okay, I'll go now. He sat up, thinking that the sooner he accomplished this wish the sooner he could get back to her. Sister, just wait here for me until I come back. Lu Jishue forced down her reluctance to leave. He was already the strongest in the world, yet he was still uneasy about those formations and talismans. Reinforcing and reinforcing, checking and checking. He could detect whenever she took a step away from here, because he couldn't afford to lose her anymore. But Lu Huanchue didn't know that his sweetheart wasn't a regular person. Since it's so hard to get out, let someone else in. Outside, Ling Xiao had just experienced the sudden appearance of his master taking away his eldest senior brother, and with a flash before his eyes, he realized that he had actually entered the temple. The inner room was cluttered. He was no longer a teenager who had experienced nothing. He naturally understood what had happened. On the wicker chair, the woman half lying down and combing her long hair was a look he had never seen before, but he just knew that it was sister. When he saw Fu Yue before the cloud chopping meeting, it was clear that she was not the second senior sister, but he called her anyway. Senior sister, you went to kneel and apologize, right? Did Fuyuki say that she forgave you? Aha. Then why are you still kneeling? Don't you want me? Elder sister. Ling Xiao hung his head in defeat. I'm not as good looking as my grandmaster brother, nor am I as powerful as my master, but I'm more obedient than either of them. Is she tired of playing him? There's just one thing I need you to do right now. Yes? He looked up immediately, rejuvenated. A purple talisman was handed across the room. Give this to Fuyuki for me and put it on her, but don't let her know. Okay? Senior sister. I'll do it. He took the charm solemnly and looked to her, but couldn't stop worrying. Master it's okay, I'll take care of it. Nanchuan coaxed the puppy away with a simple sentence. 009, host. This is clearly the first time in a long time you've been able to stay in a certain world for a long time, but I'm not a fan of an unchanged character. She'd been in this world long enough that she felt flat and bored. What's more, it's for the best. She had a reasonably legal and compliant identity, but Fuyuki was still Fuyuki. Even if it spoils the plot, the demise of the Fuyuki identity was inevitable from the beginning. It's the immutable rule. She was leaving anyway, and it made sense to replace her with her continued presence on this earth. And the building bridges the snow. To be honest, she hadn't thought about it yet. In public, he was the culprit for condoning Shen still, and in private, she owed him more than 100 days of companionship. If Lu Huanchue could have known what she was thinking, she would not have hesitated to ask her to punish her. No matter what, he wanted companionship, even if it was only pain inflicted on his body and mind. Chapter 80 Wooden Second Sister, 30. A lot has happened in the outside world in the space of a few days. If one's chi can be visualized, then it must be obvious to see that Fuyue and Shinsu's chi is as high as the sky. Fuyu got the immortal-seeking fruit given to her by Man-sun and refined the first and only mysterious pill. Although no one but herself knew the efficacy and effects, the vision when the heavenly great elixir came out could not be concealed at all. The youngest heaven-level Dan master in the immortal cultivation world was born. Worship invitations and commissions flew in like snowflakes, and countless people almost stepped through the threshold of the diffraction sect. There was also that Shin clan Shinsu who had come out of nowhere to win first place at the cloud chopping meeting. Not only did he successfully advance to the transformation god stage, he also contracted the Shin sacred artifact soul drawing disc. At this moment in the Shin family, everyone was attracted over by the movement of the deed. How is this possible? Shin still wanted to faint a few times. The soul guide plate was supposed to be hers. It was fate. It was destiny. She could never believe that she would be inferior to Shinsu. Shin's family rules were such that even if her parents favored her, it was impossible to make her the heir out of thin air. She watched as the people who had surrounded her in the past, including her parents, all sided with Shinsu, and felt even more cold in her teeth. Even if that's the case, eldest brother won't like you. She knew that the other party's affection for Zhu Yanqing was hidden in the bottom of her heart, and she was suddenly a little glad that even if eldest senior brother didn't love her, he wouldn't choose Shinsu. The Shin clan members were about to scold her, but Zhao Qin, who was surrounded in the center, was the first to speak. I don't need him to like me, and I don't intend to marry the wishes. What? Su, what are you talking about? Does a Shin family daughter have to marry the Zhu family? If I don't agree, what then? The short-lived favor just now seems to be short-lived. Zhao Qin just showed a hint of disobedience. They will reveal the true face underneath. How? It's up to you. The clansmen bared their fangs, and Shin remained watching from the sidelines with a mocking smile. The end of rebelling against the family. There is like Zhu Yanqing. She is too naive. As if he was oblivious to what was about to come, Zhao Jin stroked the soul guide plate in his hand and suddenly spoke out. You don't know how the lineage declined 1,000 years ago? It seemed like a riddle, but most of the people caught on and blushed. Of course they knew that refining people's chi was an act against the heavens, but if not, how could they maintain the present light? Sister, I'm afraid you're not also compelled by that Fuyue's heart demon. A heart demon? Those two words were like a panic switch, and people who had just been calm and collected instantly paled. Ranner, what do you mean by heart demons? Fuyue, she has bred a heart demon, and that heart demon has compelled eldest brother and eldest brother Lingxiao, as well as master. Shin still finally found a chance to tell the truth about the matter. Whether it was the word Lu Bianxue or the word heart demon, it was like a curse. In particular, they do have weak hearts. This must not be allowed to be exposed. Sharp eyes pierced towards Zhao Cord, who was all anti-bone. But unexpectedly, the other party didn't panic at all and instead smiled coldly. Do you think you can stop me? With her current cultivation plus the soul drawing disc and the medicine Fuyue had given her, no one would be able to leave her behind. No, she can't even use the medicine. The formation that had been activated long ago directly surrounded the Shin family, and Zhao Qin was about to leave when he saw another person arrive. Zhu Yanqing? She stopped, feeling a little bad. Those people in the Shin family saw him as if they saw a savior, and asked him to make a move, and Shin remained pleasantly surprised. Eldest brother, you're just in time. Quickly! The bystanders dropped their jaws in shock, and Zhao Qin couldn't help but say, Holy, Zhu Yanqing, directly using spiritual power to shatter Shin's still spirit orifices. Those eyes contained monstrous hatred and anger at the moment. He's unsealed in his love hole. I truly regret that I ever truly saw you as a senior sister. He hated the Zhu two families for forcibly sealing his love aperture, but also hated the backstabbing of this fellow teacher's sister. Big brother. Shin still spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain coming from her internal organs and the extremely rapid loss of aura caused her to fall to the ground powerlessly. Ranchan, Shin's mother caught her and kept trying to remedy the cure, and the rest of the people immediately stepped in, only to see another person appear behind him. Snowy hair and blonde eyes unfocused. There was no pressure on his body, but it was enough to make everyone chilled. They knew what he hated the most, and now that they had come to his door, they would only be aware of the crimes that their two families had followed Lu's example in committing. Escape! Everyone fled in all directions, but they forgot that Zhao Qin had just set up a trap formation. Wait, I'm a member of the Shin family too. Zhao Cheng's feet went limp. 9932, wimpy what? You forget you have the queen on your back. Yes, the queen will definitely not forget the old slave. As expected, Lu Huanxue, who carried a bloodthirsty aura, just lightly skimmed past her. She let out a huge sigh of relief and looked at Shin still, who had fallen to the ground and lost his spiritual power no different from a mortal, without any pity in her heart. even though she wasn't there that day. She heard that she tried to poison Fuyuki to do the same thing to her. What's more, it also proposed such an outlawed method to seal Zhu Yanqing's love orifices. If Nan Sun hadn't arrived in time, Fuyu's life would have been ruined, and Zhu Yanqing would have never had any feelings and lived meaninglessly if he hadn't had phoenix blood and folding branch Downlord. She doesn't deserve pity. That's just right. It's more painful to live than to die. Zhao Xin was sighing, and 9932 was about to burst with joy. Ahahahaha, so much chi. This is really hairy. It likewise receives the hidden script, which now the heroine no longer what the world is out of order, and the idol says that what was promised to them remains the same. Sure enough, you for conservation. And the negative. 9932, the two of you and Fuyue have a double sword, and this world is properly a great heroine. Big heroine or not big heroine on the other hand. I'm a little worried about the queen. That folding branch Taoist monarch doesn't feel like he is in a very good state of mind. And Zhu Yanqing looks a little different from the original again. 9932, speaking of which, it looks like she's leaving again. What? You know, she and the idol defected, and entered the small world by borrowing identity. I don't know. Zhao Jin was weak, almost forgot that this guy came out of an ancient martial arts family, with strength but no brains. It's okay, patience. 9932 continued, you can understand that the identity is a key with a limited period of use, and will not be detected by the world consciousness or the main system, and you came to this world with the authority of the main system. The small world and the main system are all over the surface. Got it. So, it shouldn't be what she thinks it is. Life changers, and the like. Blindfolding the heavens and changing destiny? For once in his life, Zhao Jin was smart. How much longer? 9932, 134 days to go. Chapter 81, Wooden Second Sister, 31. 134 days to go. Lu Bianchue returned with a faint blood aura, saw the drowsy person on the rocking chair, and recalled that she had been tricked into entering the formation, and had a moment of panic. The next instantly reacted. She's not going to disappear again because of that kind of thing. He breathed a sigh of relief and approached briskly. Sister, I've done what you told me to do. Unseal the love trick. Moreover, he was originally going to deal with the Shin family, which would be unfavorable to her because of the rumor of the heart demon, but the other party spilled the beans on the family secret. Once again, his memories were revoked and he angrily killed the core ethnicities of the two Shinju families. In the entire immortal cultivation world, no one could stop him, not in the past and not now. He lost his sense of compassion but cared whether he looked like Asuka or not, so he only killed the core, so that my sister won't be disappointed again. Lu Bianchue smiled and tried to touch her, but she held up the ancient book against her. What happened? His expression stiffened a bit. Nansun slowly opened his eyes. She knew him better than that. The current Lu Wanchue was not Asuka, so he would not let his love rival grow. Release Zhu Yanqing. He was a Mahayana and had his own cave. If he threw someone in there, he could do it if he wanted to make him sleep in it forever. Zhu Yanqing is innocent. He's the only one in the original episode who remembers Fuyuki and tries to return to save her, though it's too late. He didn't do anything wrong, past or future. The only thing I did wrong was liking her. Sorry. Lu Wanchue, who was already standing at the top of this realm, was always the inferior before her. Even if she had a selfish desire to do something to her love interest, she always found out. He released the person and suddenly thought that he should have thrown Zhu Yanqing out instead of putting it in front of her. But it's already too late. He was fixed by a look she threw at him. He could only look at Zhu Yanqing, who appeared in a state of distress, and before he could check his own state, he took her hand and worriedly checked if she was injured, and she smiled and did not refuse. Lu Bianchue's heart was incredibly sour and reminded, Sister, you promised me. Aha. She responded in a low voice, raising her eyes to meet Zhu Yanqing's eyes with light purple pupils. At first, I only felt the beauty of pure, but I do not know because of the fusion of the building of snow and the peeling of the glazed heart. Listening to the results of 009's investigation, the heart was originally sealed by Lu Wanchue, but was stolen by someone while he was weak and out of the house. By mistake, it came into the hands of the Zhu family, and hundreds of years later, it was planted to the dying 5 elements of the round body, which miraculously allowed the child to live. When he worshipped in the diffractive sect, the sect master knew that he had fused that heart, and had also informed Lu Wanchue. It was just that it was supposed to be something he had discarded, so naturally he didn't care. You've changed a bit. Zhu Yanqing's eyes still looked at her with pure and burning fondness, just like when they first parted. He liked her, unchanged by the change in appearance. People change. Nansun took a step back. Stop liking me. No. You probably like me just because of that heart. No. Zhu Yanqing no longer knew how to explain to her that she always doubted his fondness for her. Is it really because of that heart? But he has a heart of his own. When Lu Bianshui asked him for his heart, he was ready to divest himself of the heart that didn't belong to him, refining and trying to reject it every day. So after she said that, he didn't hesitate to pinch and forcefully peel it off despite the damage it would cause to his body. Xu Yanqing? She frowned and tried to stop it, but was blocked. He was as pale as paper and shook his head to continue. You don't want it so bad, so give it back. Lu Bianshui finally opened her mouth, and even if she was facing her own disciple, she didn't have half a bit of compassion. He struck out to accelerate the refining until the familiar heart appeared and flew towards his hand. Xu Yanqing also half-kneeled on the ground for a long time before slowly raising his head and pulling on the hem of Nansun's coat. Without that heart, I still like you. It's me. Like you. Why do you have to be like that? Lu Jishui almost crushed the heart in his hand. She doesn't like you. Just tricked my sister into some sympathy. And you still want to get an inch? Tolerating Xu Yanqing to stay here for a long time is already his mercy. Even if he were to be pitied, his sister should have pitied him more. He has suffered the pain of stripping his heart. Why did she look at Xu Yanqing with that pitying gaze? Why? Lu Bianshui looked down at the heart, but did not intend to use it anymore. He was afraid that he would once again have a demon in his heart, and that it would be because of her. He was afraid he would hurt her. Nansun squatted down and stuffed Xu Yanqing with the elixir, seeing that he was gradually becoming less weak before he stood up again. I'm going to check on Fuyuki, so don't follow me, either of you. Sister, you're not leaving, are you? Lu Bianshui do not want to imprison her again to make her angry, but the uneasiness has never been cut. My eyes will be healed soon, and you'll be able to see it then. And the jade you gave me, I've kept it so you can carve it up again. And, he tried desperately to hold her back, and was on the verge of crying again as he spoke. I know, it won't go away. Nansun helplessly took the jade that had been coiled round and smooth. I'll carve it to perfection. Lu Huanshui, who received these words, was finally able to calm down for the time being. I'll wait for you. You must come back. Aha. After Nansun returned him, he glanced at Xu Yanqing. Recuperate well. You're never wrong. You too. Don't fight. The plot is falling apart fast enough. Would she go before or after Lu Wanshua's crossing? Chapter 82 Wooden Second Sister, 32. Fuyuki could barely see the original cowering anymore. She no longer wears a hood and has taken off her veil, revealing her stunning true face. However, for someone of her rank, looks could only be considered as the icing on the cake, and the name of a heavenly ranked Dan Master was the weight. She became friends with Zhao Qin because she had been convinced by the other party's strength at the original cloud chopping meeting and wanted to become such a powerful cultivator as well. Zhao Cord cleaned up the slaughtered family, and the Shin family became her one word. With the decline of the two leading families, the splendor of the lineage from then on ended up in history. The two of them, one of them being a heaven-grade Dan Master and the other being a soul drawing disc master, would have a bright future ahead of them. The Chopping Cloud Society was just the first step in making them famous. Nansun would visit Fuyue from time to time, and occasionally he would run into Zhao Qin, and the three of them would play cards together or something like that. More often than not, one would see Lingxiao helping Fuyue to take care of the spirit plants and dry the herbs, and he was busy without any complaints. But when she came, she was bound to follow a little tail when she left. Despite the fact that she had been too lazy to train, the teenage swordsman had learned to tame himself. It's like a puppy that will go out with its owner and hold the leash by itself, and has great self-management skills. Senior sister, where are you going now? Elder sister, my father and mother sent me a letter and a gift for you. Sister. The left sentence of senior sister and the right sentence of senior sister were almost as if they were using the title as a punctuation mark. Do you have nothing to do all day? Ling Xiao. Nansun reached out and pressed him against the wall, and before she could continue with her next sentence, the other party instead came up and kissed her cheek first. My daily business is to follow senior sister. Successfully stealing a kiss. He smiled wryly. His eyebrows curved and seemed to contain stars. I'm not your senior sister. Oh, he responded in a lost voice, looking at her with some unspeakable complexity. I can't spare you. Shed me what? Just can't let go. Nansun shook his head and turned away, stopping suddenly after walking a long distance. What are you waiting for? Not to follow me? Sister. So the teenager gripped his sword tightly and immediately chased after him, his back all light and fast. Asterisk. Countdown to 120 days. These days, Nansun stayed at the executive vein, Lu Jishue's residence. Before she came, he never cared about the 4-time scene outside the temple, and all of them were handed over to the handyman disciples to take care of. Whether it was spring, summer or fall, it made no difference to him. But now, not only did he attend to the flowers and trees outside the temple every day, transplanting multiple rare spiritual plants over He would also change his tricks to show her different scenery. Also, arranging your cold, empty halls with ingenuity. That way, my sister won't find him boring here. To see that face when he opened his eyes was simply the greatest joy in the world to him. The awakened Lu Wanshue was worried that what she saw was not her most perfect appearance, and used the dust cleansing technique to clean herself up properly. Only then was he content to wrap his arms around her waist from behind her and pull her into his arms. Sister, it's snowing outside today. Do you want to see the snow? Lu Bianxue buried her face in her hair and quietly inquired. But the other man only stammered twice, and then his breathing grew regular again. Even simple mornings like this made him so happy he wanted to cry. Thousands of years of waiting and hoping for nothing more than her to be around. It didn't matter if she loved him or not. It didn't matter what her reason for staying with him was, pity or otherwise. Warm, real body heat traveled down her limbs, and her breath was intoxicating, like a light, gentle phantasmagoria. The snowy scene outside the window was no different from what he saw with his naked eyes in Lu Wanshue's spiritual sense, but he still thought about it. His eyes, when will they get better? When he's better, he'll be able to see the same sights with his eyes as his sister. After unsealing Zhu Yanqing's love aperture for him last time, Lu Bianshue's injuries had worsened a bit, and now she was only able to maintain it. He slowly raised his hand to touch his neck again. A cultivator's body would not leave damage easily, let alone at his level. But all the marks his sister had left on him, he kept them all. Thinking of this, Lu Bianxue cannot help but hook his lips, smiling to reveal the tip of the teeth. Trance has the appearance of the year. He's learning and getting more and more like it. In that case, his sister will be more gentle with him. Sister. He looked at the way she was sleeping obediently. He really couldn't hold back the love in his heart, and lowered his head to steal a kiss from her. It woke her up straight away. Lu Wanshue, call me Asuka, okay? Lu Bianxue lowered her eyebrows and also managed to make the other side see the teenager from the past. So she said, Asuka? Well, I am. His chest was all filled with contentment and joy, and he couldn't help but choke on another sob, but hid it extremely quickly. He can't be like that. Asuka should always be as innocent and happy as the sun. You can't move and cry in vain. Sister, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? She was still awake, her eyes going shut, her breath hitting the side of his neck. It didn't look like he wanted an answer, and Lu Wanshue didn't intend to say it, just repeating it again in a low voice. Sorry. I'm sorry he didn't recognize her when his sister confronted him outside. I'm sorry that the machine is so calculated that it ends up hurting the people she cares about. I'm sorry to have become so cold, selfish and vicious. Appeasement. Even kneeling down to Fuyuki is fine. But her sister says it's not necessary because she also knows that there's no way for him to sincerely apologize. He was no longer going to hold pure apologies for everyone but her. Lu Tidal Snow will not apologize for hurting anyone. Only for hurting the people she cares about and making her sad. Sorry. If only he didn't have a demon in his heart. That way he won't lose that heart either. Stop saying you're sorry. I don't want your apologies. Nansen reached out and hooked a strand of Lu Jishue's silver white hair, allowing him to lean in a little closer. And what do you want? Anything you want? I'll bring it to you. Want you to clean up all those messy marks on your body. He blanched. It's an eyesore to keep. But, I'll add some more. Don't bother with the old ones. Really? It was too easy to coax him, and Nanshuan nodded, stroking the ends of his eyes. Beautiful, godless eyes. Pitiful and broken. She had said that if she knew him to be him, she would not feel half as much love for him as she once did. Love mercy. Naturally, there is love and compassion. Even if it is only to sigh as one might view a kitten or puppy that has been injured in order to wait for one's turn. Of course it's true. Chapter 83, Wooden Second Sister, 33. Countdown to 100 days. Although Lu Bianxue had lost a lot of feelings, it didn't stop the person he hated the most from being Zhu Yanqing. Ling Xiao even knew to sneak up on people and avoid him, but Zhu Yanqing was annoyed. Every time he was let in on the strength of his sister's soft heart, he did nothing but stay with her, making it impossible for him to just kick her out. Whenever he showed a hint of jealousy, the other man would output a big speech in a serious manner. Master, it's not like I'm trying to take your place. Being sour and jealous doesn't meet the standards of male virtue. Who's jealous? I'm generous. Lu Shishue looked at her sister who was watching them play chess with a smile on her cheeks next to her. Aggrieved and unfair. When the mind is in turmoil, the chess path is also in turmoil. As the black discs fell, his retreat was blocked, leaving him with little chance of turning around. He didn't bother to play anymore and just admit defeat, but being outclassed by his opponent in front of his sister annoyed him. You have not been too disrespectful. It's just a game of chess. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. Zhu Yanqing answered him seriously. There was still a light violet color left in those eyes, and although it was no longer obvious, the aura was still pure and transparent. His face was normal, He could no longer tell that he had suffered such severe injuries in the first place, and he was also accepting the relationship between his master and Nan Sun well. I'm just a plaything anyway, so you don't have to care. He said this without even blushing. Seriously and honestly. You. Seeing that Nan Sun was amused by the conversation between the two, Zhu Yanqing's lips were also more than a little amused. However, after she finished laughing, she moved to Lu Huanshue's side. The corners of his lips fell. Ah shui. Nan Sun lowered his head and leaned on Lu Huanshue's shoulder, grabbing his fingers affectionately and guiding him to re-execute a white seed. You can get down here. Her tone was so soft it was on the verge of dripping. The sound in his ears, the weight on his shoulders, the warmth of his fingers touching each other, filled almost all of Lu Jishue's senses. It was a long time before he looked down at the game, and that one move hardened the game again. He heard his sister talking to the opposite side. Never mind my involvement as an outsider. You still win this round. At times like this, winning or losing a chess game doesn't matter anymore. Winning? So what? Lu Shishue grabbed her cheeks rippling with smile swirls. While Zhu Yanqing unconsciously grasped the chess pieces in his hand, he still managed to reveal a smile to answer her. It's okay. He didn't even know what he'd said, except that he saw the loser hooking her fingertips in an extraordinarily harsh way. Asterisk. Countdown to 80 days. Lu Jishue's body gradually recovered. Unlike the 1,000 holes it was in the beginning, he always wanted to do something for Nanshuan, and had recently gone back to learning how to wash his hands and make soup. After practicing in secret for a long time in private, the first meal she made was incredibly sumptuous when it was served to her, with dishes that rivaled those of the court. But after she tasted it, she had a slightly frozen expression. Lu Shishue also followed the nervousness, worrying whether she did not make it to her taste. The other party put down his chopsticks, his hand caressing his face, his brows furrowed. Have you been taking good care of your body lately or not? His hand under the table clenched into a fist, not understanding how she could have suddenly realized. Building title Snow Aura. Thinking of this table, breathing stuttered a little. He didn't emphasize the desire for food and never ate spiritual food before, so he didn't even notice that his sense of taste had been declining since when. Sorry. He's saying those 3 words again. Is it too badly hurt? Aha. Lu Bianxue smiled as if nothing had happened. It's just a pity that I didn't let my sister eat the delicious dishes. Don't make this mess. Recuperate. You said you'd make me see pretty eyes again. Aha. It's good that you didn't notice. Asterisk. Countdown to 30 days. Time passes slowly with the fine sand in the hourglass. Calm and unruffled. Always the silent and loyal partner. 009 spent the days he didn't show up dealing with the main system, tracking her down and thoughtfully leaving her space. The hours that passed by day passed by so quickly that it was almost the longest stay in Nanshuan's last few worlds. She treats Lu Bianxue so gently, no longer questioning Zhu Yanqing's fondness for her, and not as icy when facing Lingxiao, letting him be sticky. Nansun would still often go to Fuyue's place for a little sit down and watch her study the Dan formula and carefully refine the Dan. The way she exuded vigor was a far cry from when she was first summoned by 009. It was so calm and gentle that even Zhao Qin had the illusion that she would stay here for a long time. 9932, don't be naive. Don't be fooled by falsehoods. Nanshuan is a former gold medal quester, and the only descriptions associated with her are thrill-seeking lunatic, world killer, punishing quest ruler, and the like. She never stays in a world for more than the duration of the mission. Even if she acted like she loved someone in the middle of a mission, when it was time to leave, she would just pull away without hesitation. 9932, this is what you taskmasters should learn. If you put too much emotion into it and can't get it back, it would be like the countless names on the taskmaster list that are disappearing every day. The master system is not a philanthropist, and the moment a taskmaster is given another life, time no longer belongs to him or her, but to the master system. Wasting time is a waste of energy. It is better to destroy what is useless. Sister. The clear voice broke the despondency of one man. The bright-eyed Lingxiao suddenly poked her head through the door, her high ponytail swaying like a manifestation of her tail. It's a pleasure to look at. Although the little human prince is arrogant and reserved, he is more lively when facing familiar people, and he treats Zhao Qin with the same polite greeting. Rigorous etiquette and dignity are always revealed in every word and deed. Honorable puppy, and puppy too. Nansen beckoned and he immediately ran over, still as clingy as usual. No, more clingy than usual. Zhao Jin was very perceptive and left the space to them. After she left, Ling Zhao became even more reckless, pestering her with kisses. Okay. Nansun saw that he remained unchecked before raising his hand to stop him. She wondered if she hadn't been a little mild-mannered lately, and that was why he had gotten so carried away. Elder sister, can't let you go. Ling Zhao stopped obediently after she stopped him, resting his head on her knee as usual, in an extremely dependent posture, turning his head sideways. He didn't let her see the expression on his face. He said, shedding so often that he had to think about it more. You know? Aha. He jarred as if to hide his sadness. I know. Knowing that she will stay with me a little longer. Sister. Every single one of them was begging for her love. Even if it's just a handout. Chapter 84, Wooden Second Sister, End. Countdown to 10 days. Nanxuan discovered certain truths. For example, although Lu Bianxue's body is gradually recovering, his cultivation has stagnated, and can even be said to be regressing. Immortal cultivation is against heaven, but in a way, there is a destiny in the underworld. His ascension is predestination. Lu Bianxue would not understand what would happen if he strongly exercised a regression in his cultivation. Moreover, he is one of the cornerstones of the world, and any ending other than ascension would have serious consequences. Death, confrontation, destruction. A quarrel broke out between them. Lu Huanxue, you're going to ascend. I don't want to. As I said before, pity you, but I won't stay by your side forever. Even if you do, it won't work. The cold words revealed the bloody truth. Lu Bianxue covered half of her face, not wanting her to see the out-of-control expression on her face. Then who do you want to stay beside? Xu Yanqing? Ling Zhao? Sister, I really don't want to be rid of you. You don't know how much I want to haunt you for the rest of my life. The brief moments of happiness and pretense that preceded it were all but lost, and now he seemed like the real him. I can't do it. I can't do it fully disguised as my previous self. I can smile like that. I can pose as Asuka. I can mimic my old personality, but I can't do that and give you up. Sister, if it was Asuka, would he give up on you? He will. Nanxuan was decisive. If I didn't love him and told him not to be stuck with me, he would do it even if he was sad. No. Lu Shixue shook his head, forcing back the tears, making his throat tight and hard. No tears fell, but there was soreness everywhere. I don't believe it. Lu Huanxue, you and I are not infants. No one can't live without the other. I just can't live without you. Sister, don't go. Don't go. Lu Bianxue, don't try to stop me by force. Don't exhaust my last ounce of compassion for you. She knew him too well and was too cruel. Lu Bianxue's movement to stop stalled, watching her figure disappear, lowering her head, her silver hair hanging down. He covered his eyes and stopped holding back tears altogether. Asterisk. Countdown. Day 0. These days Nanxun went back to Fuyue. Fuyuki knew she would leave sooner or later, so she let herself accept it despite her reluctance. Moreover, the other side didn't seem to be planning on informing anyone else of the news. Don't worry, it'll be fine. How could Nanxun leave hidden dangers in this world? This was Fuyue's world and she wouldn't let anyone make this world out of order. In the last hours, she wanted to just stay with Fuyuki in peace and quiet. But changes always happen suddenly. Ling Xiao is here. He wore the attire he wore the day he knelt down at Cloudy Mountain today. Red and white cloud pattern. Distinguished as fire. Long and elegant, reserved and proud. As soon as the puppy arrived, he grabbed her coat and cried pitifully. I can't let you go. Elder sister. I really can't let you go. Nanxun sensed something was wrong and cupped his chin to look at his tearful eyes, trying to see more emotions from them. 009 appeared after a long time. His tone was no longer calm. Host. I was negligent. Did not find Ling Zhao stealing replacement talismans. No, it's not your fault. She was the one who underestimated puppy feelings. Ling Xiao. Her rare stern voice made even Fuyuki beside her tremble in fear. Take out that charm. But the teenager just shook his head. It's already fused with me. He was fortunate beyond measure that he came from a royal family and had enough substance to find out what that ancient talisman actually was. A life-changing talisman. Sister Fuyuki will die? She's going to trade her life for Fuyuki's? Ling Xiao is not a cutie, but he didn't hesitate to make a cutie pie. General behavior. Placing the false talisman on Fuyuki, he fused the life-changing talisman himself. Elder sister was willing to trade her life for Fuyue's, and he was willing to trade his own for his elder sister's. But still, it's hard to give up. I can't let go of my senior sister. I always want to watch her and follow her. It's no use. Sister. Ling Xiao hugged her hand, tears soaking the material of her coat. I guessed it might be one of these days. What day would it be? He read something into her silence. It's today. Xiaojiu, can you still peel it off? That talisman. 009, can't do it anymore. Host. It sounded apologetic. Ling Zhao's vitality was slowly decaying, but he still firmly grasped Nanxun's hand. You can finally only see me. Senior sister. What's going on? Fuyu was surprised to look at Nanxun, but only saw her complicated silence. It's okay, it's just that I'm dying. Ling Xiao struggled to raise a smile. I'm sorry, senior sister Fuyue, for what happened before. I have said and forgiven you. She was in a hurry, not knowing what was happening. but unable to sit back and watch a life go by. Nansen rubbed Ling Xiao's hair in a messy manner, as if he was expressing his depression. Why do you have to be like this? You don't even need to be like this. Elder sister, don't feel bad for me. You can still find other puppies, but could you remember me? He said it carefully, adding a moment later, I'll take that as a yes if you don't answer. What a time to be thinking about that. Ling Xiao wanted to say something else, but he had gradually lost his breath, and the sword in his hand fell down, smashing with a heavy sound. Nearly lay on the ground, but thankfully fell into her arms. At times like this, he stopped crying instead. Elder sister, am I worthy to know your name now? My name is Nanshuan. With one stroke, she wrote on the palm of his hand. Nanshuan, hard to find. Don't feel bad for me, because I'm really happy. He took her palm and pressed his cold face into it. This time he could finally feel the warmth from her hands. It was at this moment that the aura rioted. Almost all of the spiritual energy swept towards somewhere. Someone's about to cross over. Except for Lu Bianxue, and no one knows what Nanshuan said in the audio message he left behind. He finally chose to cross the threshold and ascend. Take that jade. She had carved the jade she had returned to him, and though it was still a bit rough, the juxtaposition could finally be seen. Lu Bianxue didn't transmigrate in the execution vein, but was at the very edge of the diffractive sect. He was afraid of ruining those memories. At this moment, not only the diffractive sect, but everyone in the immortal cultivation world coincidentally looked up at the dark clouds that were brewing with heavenly thunder. It's intimidating. The lightning struck down one after another, and those with a slightly lower cultivation level would be injured if they even looked directly at it. Not to mention the person at the center of the lightning. It went on for a long time, lasting until the silence of heaven and earth was only the sound of thunder rolling from the sky. It's not over. Even more is brewing. Others were apprehensive, but Nansen didn't question the outcome of Lu Bianxue's crossing. She had lied to him, but was not sorry. It's just a shame that we didn't see his eyes come back. She looked down at Ling Xiao in her arms again. This is a world where she doesn't screw up, but there are always unexpected events. Use this. Fuyue handed over a thick and ancient wooden box with an anxious expression. This was the same 9 Revolution Soul Restoration pill that she had refined when she advanced to a heavenly ranked Dan Master. The haze from his master's successful tribulation, his own potent royal chi, and this elixir were enough. Don't die. She looked serious, not realizing that Ling Xiao was essentially counting on dying for herself. Yet she still didn't hesitate to take the elixir out. I can make many pills in the future, but there is only one life. Fuyue was afraid that he wouldn't want it and shoved Dan into his mouth with lightning speed. It melts in your mouth. She continued. Sister Nanshuan was supposed to leave. She was born free, and ye shall not hold her. Neither can I. Chapter 85, Lu Huanxue Extra. Lu's articulated snow. This name, in the eyes of outsiders, was a genius with great fortune, the most promising ascender in 10,000 years, a god of killing, a traitor to the clan, and a folding branch Taoist monarch. It all came from a heavy snowfall. He was not a member of the first family, much less a member of the Lu clan. Rather, it was a foundling who had been abandoned to the Lu clan's territory during the heavy snowfall, and had been brought back because of his outstanding qualifications. Because he was found covered in thick snow and holding snow in his mouth, he was casually called Hatsu. The Lu clan's bloodline was hierarchical, and a child like him, who was not even as good as a side branch, was destined to be ostracized by others. They disliked everything he touched. They pretended to be friendly and tricked him into coming out, only to push him into a cold, dark river, and they tried to scratch his face so that people wouldn't be mesmerized by his looks. The list goes on and on. He was also not liked by cultivators outside of the lineage, and every son of the lineage was a murderer who oppressed them. Lu Bianxue stumbled and grew up cultivating in this way, until his talent was revealed. He excelled in all of the Talisman Dao, Formation Dao, Dan Dao, and Sword Dao. They say that he is the son of Qi, the favored son of the heavenly Dao. That was the first time he heard of the word Qi-luck, ignorantly guessing that he was perhaps going to be valued by his family. Will he have friends then? Yes, but no. He progressed at such a rapid rate that anyone beside him was crushed out of the light, and no one could catch up with him. Lu Shixue still has no friends, only watchers, and Lu Xiao is a watcher, but he called them friends. He would speak kindly to him. He would tell him not to be too tired when he returned from a mission, and the only way to address the young master was calm and unruffled, not defiant or disliked. Young householder. Now that I think about it, the young master was just a front to get him to burn himself out for the family. Their talismans, their pills, their magic weapons, every single one of them, all came from him. Therefore, he is an accomplice to the oppression of others, killing the same clan and apologizing to the other cultivators. In this world, only his sister was on his side. They're all deviants. Asterisk. Asuka, why are you hurt again? Her expression softened and she beckoned him over to sit under the tree. Was the mission hard? No hard work. Lu Wanchue shook his head. Looking at her worried look, he lowered his head and moved up to kiss her. So like you, sister. I like you, too. The pear blossoms fell in tiny pieces, landing in her hair and passing in front of the eyes of the intimate duo. He saw the tenderness in the corners of her eyes, and even if there were occasional brief moments of confusion, she always came to her senses quickly. His sister loved him far less than he did, but she loves him. Her love was precious, and it just so happened that he had never been loved by anyone. So that little bit of love was enough for him to make up for the whole thing. Asuka, what if I have to leave? I'll be sad. Besides being sad, I'll be waiting for you to come back. False. He would go looking for her, and he would keep looking for her until he couldn't look for her anymore. Why are you so good? Cool hands caressed the bridge of his nose and the corners of his eyes, and he could feel her eyes with love and compassion. He's not really well behaved at all, but he won't say. Asuka, in my sister's eyes, if she's the best she can be, you're all I have. Sister. Lu Jishue embraced her, seemingly pampering her, but her warm golden eyes were drenched in gradually paranoid love. Be sure to talk to me when you leave. At the time, all he could think about was keeping her with him no matter what, but she disappeared in that irrevocable way. He finally felt powerless. If you want to stay by force, you can't do it. The scene shifts and the former lovers suddenly argue. It was the day she found out he suppressed his cultivation. My sister said that Asuka would let go. He said he didn't believe it. Lu Bianxue was the former Asuka. Even if she could no longer understand her previous behavior, how could she forget all the moments when she was with her? He didn't believe it, because he remembered that Asuka didn't think so. When it came to her, Asuka was never much nobler than Loudon Snow. But she only remembers Asuka and only likes Asuka. Lu bit Snow. You know I don't really belong here. You must ascend, and then you will reintegrate the heart. Come to me and you will find me. You'll be Asuka then. He believed her, but he didn't want to face parting with her, so he chose to cross the threshold on that day. Will my sister see it? He obeyed, more obedient than Asuka. Asterisk. Lu Jishue seemed to have dreamed of many fragmented images again. He'd dreamed about the day he and his sister had first met, and it seemed like he'd never gotten around to telling her that it was his birthday. Getting to meet her was the only, and best, birth gift he'd ever had in his life. The silver-haired youth lying under the tree flicked his eyelashes. Lu Jishue opened his eyes, and in front of him was a patch of blooming pear trees. Every time he dreamed of her, whether the content was happy or not, he woke up with a tear-stained face. He sat up, wiped his eyes indifferently, and looked to the side. Without her, Lu Shishue gripped the jade in her hand tightly, the tears that had subsided slipping out of her eyes again. Her eyes got better, but her sister could never see again. He'll find her, like what she said in her last transmission charm. Chapter 86 Mixed Extra. Zhu Yanqing had a dream. He dreamed that there was no second sister in his world, only Fuyue. So much of it, he had forgotten, only remembering that senior sister Fuyue died in the secret realm, and he, as the eldest senior brother, didn't have time to save her. What came later? Anyway, it was another sealed love trick, or something like that. When he woke up, the moon was like water. Zhu Yanqing walked out of the main vein after getting dressed, and looked at the clouds drifting in the sky. At his cultivation level, he would rarely dream anymore. Those who can dream about it are either too deeply obsessed or guided by heavenly chances. Would his dream be one of Fuyuki's senior sister's endings? Zhu Yanqing didn't know. His memories of Shin remained fuzzy, and he hadn't heard of her since the Shin family was taken over by Shinsu. He had hated her. He had hated the Zhu Shin families, and now everything was gone with the wind as well. The sealing and unsealing of the love orifices ultimately had an impact, but Zhu Yanqing didn't know whether it was because of this or because he had stripped away that heart. Or maybe it's because you're getting older and starting to know the world. In short, he began to become eight-sided and was no longer as pure as Nansun had said, but there was one thing that he had been immensely certain of to the very end. He likes her, whether or not it was because of that heart in the beginning. Later on, he was just as Zhu Yanqing in liking her. Time in the immortal cultivation world had flicked by, and a long, long time had passed. There are very few traces of that person's existence in this world. It's as if a gust of wind blew through and brought only a memory of the woods. But he remembers. Fuyue remembers. Lingxiao remembers. Before she left, she had said that she had been most assured of him, that he should cultivate well and then not remember her. The former he had been strictly fulfilling, having made it from the deity Vane Grandmaster to the diffractive sec leader. But the latter, he couldn't do. Who could ever manage to forget her? On that day, Zhu Yanqing had actually been there all alone, watching her hold Lingxiao, who was gradually losing his vitality, and watching her say her name to him, Nanchuan. He envied Ling Zhao for being able to die for her. Good thing he's not dead. Zhu Yanqing made sure she saw him as she left and waved at him. That's enough. That's enough. After living so long, he rarely wanted anything and accepted that he always didn't get it. That's enough. Asterisk. After that, Ling Xiao's life was truly all about swords, but he engraved Nanchuan's name on the sword, which was the most precious thing he got from there. Senior brother Ling Xiao. Pills. Fuyu goes to look for Shinsu, and when he passes by the sword platform and sees Ling Xiao, he gives him the dan he bought in passing. He became much more composed, and all the arrogance that was originally floating in his body was suppressed by the sharpness of the sword aura. Thank you, senior sister. Ling Xiao put away his sword and walked towards her with the rest of the people looking up. The disciples have been chopping and slashing for a long time, or no trace of corundum. He came not long before the sword marks are tired. He had become reticent, rather more pensive than she. Fuyuki nodded and left. There was admiration and worship all along the way, and she was getting used to it. Time flies so fast that she thought it was only a short while ago that Sister Nanchuan left. Everyone had changed a lot, and the Heaven's Pride list rotated round after round. The diffractive sect had many new disciples, and they had all become senior uncles, and she had taken on disciples as well. But she wouldn't be as irresponsible as her master, and she would do her best to teach everyone. After Master's ascension, the immortal cultivation world finally saw the hope of cultivation and entered an unprecedented period of prosperity. Sister Nanchuan had once told her that some people would only be robbed if they met her or liked her, especially one like Zhu Yanqing. His feelings were too pure for her to want, but Fuyuki was glad to have met her, and I'm sure the others were too. Who blames the gem itself for the loss of a brilliant gem if they once possessed it? One can only be glad that one had the opportunity to touch her and blame the fate of the parting of the ways. Chapter 87 Psychiatric Writers 1. I seem to live in her shadow forever. Her words resonate with me so much that they make me want to cry just reading them. And one word seems to grow out of my soul. I love those pieces. Over time, even I felt crazy. Have I really plagiarized / has the child I hold dear melted into someone else's flesh and blood? Maybe I am indeed a crazy, despicable, insane plagiarist, as they say. But I still love those words. She stole the man I love and the words I love. I am. The description of this mission is somewhat unusual because of the original owner's worrisome mental state, but it's bad enough to be plagiarized and branded a plagiarist. There's actually worse. The male lead who has genuinely liked her doesn't really like her at all, but sees her genuineness value before agreeing to go out and hides his identity as a normal person to ensure that the genuineness value he sees is absolutely accurate. The heroine is the one who is trying to get close to the hero because of who he is, only to gain his liking and assistance in suppressing the original hero who is being plagiarized. Xiaojiu, you seem to have been very silent. Nanchuan, who had come to the new world, surveyed the furnishings around him. The bedroom, which is dominated by black, white and gray, has heavy curtains drawn as if they have never been pulled back and have not seen sunlight for a long time. 009's tone was a bit sullen. Host, I've been tricked. What? Once she came to be interested, 009 was cheated, which was too rare. 009, I paid a high price for this quest on the black market, and my main appeals are low profile, high flexibility, and high plot involvement. But actually, low-key, the original owner is a deadbeat writer. No one knows who she is. Low-key indeed, but carrying the name of plagiarism was cyberstormed. Highly flexible means the world has a big loophole. The female protagonist is compelled to stray from the right path by an illegal looting system, and the male protagonist can see the value of a person's true heart, leading to disbelief in anyone. Plot involvement, the original main character is indeed the hero's girlfriend, but will soon break up because she hasn't said a few words since the relationship. The other side will become an accomplice in suppressing her after she falls for her favorite author heroine. This is nothing like what was promised. The female lead with a system. The male lead who can tell the value of his sincerity. The original lead who is deeply involved in a plagiarism fiasco. It's just a mess. So it was rejected by various taskmasters, not realizing that it was packaged up a bit and sold to it. And ironically enough, the opposite system's personality signature still has 009 my idol. 009 was swindled for the first time. And after this mission, it must catch the other party out. I can't believe he caused him to be much less reliable in front of his hosts. The host said earlier that he wanted to relax a bit, but he didn't realize it went into depression. It's okay. It's exciting. Beating myself up about something. I think it's just right. What's more, simplicity is defined by her. Nansun took a closer look at the mission. The mission requirements because the original owner's mental state was very vague. Then she could follow her own understanding. But I'm curious, since the male lead can see the value of sincerity, How did he fall in love with the female lead? Is it hard to believe that she's really in love with him? Because the heroine saved the props that shielded his ability through the looting system, the value of sincerity is a void. So naturally, we can only look at the performance. Okay. Thought it would be some kind of touching love. Nansun skimmed his lips in disinterest. The cell phone on the bed kept buzzing and vibrating. And I didn't have to look at it to know it must have been all kinds of insults. Because now is when the plot is just starting to move forward. The heroine used the plundering system to plagiarize the original Master Yi Jia's famous work, Proof of the Way, and not only plagiarized, but also magically changed the big female main character into a big male main character. Unbeknownst to the single-minded writer, Yega began publishing a month after her release. And so the plagiarism fiasco began. The heroine Luo Wanqing is the more well-known writers, and the original owner is just a small transparent netstorm on this overwhelming attack. Yi Jia was already in a bad mental state, and in the original episode was driven to psychosis by Netstorm. She couldn't clear her name even if she posted the outline timeline, and she doesn't have enough roadkill to explain why the beginnings are so similar. The stigma of plagiarism remains with her. This book, which she saved in its entirety, was never released again and became the heroine's capper. Even she thought it was probably just a coincidence. I didn't realize it was the beginning of pain. In that case, she can just be a psychopath. Nansun leisurely picked up her phone, ignoring the private messages that were about to explode, and uploaded her timeline and outline on the social media platform. On top of that, there was a psychiatric report. As well, she sent out all her saved manuscripts at once, a traditional immortal cultivation novel that was over 1 million words long, and fast-forwarded straight to the grand finale to finish the book. Normally, this would be tantamount to cutting your own throat, but now with this natural traffic, both passers-by and hacks will click in as a result. Yi Jia, the pen name for the first book of the Garland, because of the lack of confidence, and did not send in the paid platform. On non-paying platforms, subscriptions and purchases are not required. As long as there is monstrous traffic, catching it is a win. Nanchuan is very confident in her book. After all, it is her as a masterpiece. Out of the circle to outrageous. It was, and that's why it became the first choice of the original heroine to plunder. Now she won't give her a chance, and it's yet to be seen who will be nailed to the pillar of shame for plagiarism. But she will make lots and lots of money. It will also reap more visibility. Hashtag Jacaranda's gone mad. Hashtag Callan denies plagiarizing Maundy Thursday. Hashtag mental illness. Hashtag is the testimony plagiarized. Hashtag. These phrases quickly shot to the top of the hit parade, and Nansun's hand typing on the keyboard was about to swipe out of the stump, frantically going against Blackie, with 009's help in identifying them. Mondi Izzy fans who pretend to be passers-by are specifically singled out for attack. If she didn't plagiarize, I'll eat upside down. Karen, don't make excuses if you want to eat. You can't eat by taking this oath. Zhou Qian, I'd like to send her razor blades offline. Karen, you come straight over here and see if I knife you and be done with it. I'm mentally ill. It's not a crime to knife you. Xu Xing, I think she writes and has the nerve to post it in full. Garland, okay, I'll keep an eye on you forever. Shady emoticon. JPG, breach of contract in X reading. XX network have number of cotton wool greatly. She can reply to hundreds of comments in a minute. It's like one person versus 1,000 armies. And the 1,000 armies are still overwhelmed by her. Countless passers-by flocked in to see the fun, thinking she was casually reporting names, not realizing that the person behind the screen had long since blanched, because she did call out her real name and popped her real pen name. Some hastily deleted comments, while others talked tough and then were disliked even more to the point of breaking their defenses. Her high-intensity madness on the internet has also attracted the attention of more passers-by. They followed the route to eat melon, touching her book side. Originally just want to compare to see if there is no plagiarism, but immersed in the book simply cannot come out. The same scene is playing out with countless others. Phew, cool. Nansun put down his cell phone. The next scolding will be taken over by 009. I'm sure soon there will be phrases like hashtag don't mess with Garland. This guy doesn't sleep 24/7 and only dislikes people. Let's wait for public opinion to slowly fester. How will the heroine, Luo Wanqing, take it? Well, now she's going to see the soon-to-be broken-up boyfriend. Dear Lord, one of the things that has deterred countless taskmasters is the fact that he can see the value of sincerity and comes with his own defenses. It's like peak-level difficulty to stop him from breaking up in order to keep him from helping the heroine against herself later on. But, for Nanchuan, it was as easy as pie. How can a prop accurately detect the human heart? Not to mention, she's cheated on props more than once, doesn't believe in hearts and minds, only values. So she'll give him 100% of her heart's value. I hope the male lead is satisfied. Chapter 88 Psychiatric Writers, 2. Nansen looked at the face she had just replaced in the mirror. The face was pale, and there was a faint greenish blackness under the eyes, but none of this was a drawback. When the features are excellent to a certain extent, even the dark circles under the eyes become an embellishment. Her demeanor changed, and her unpowdered face took on a mysterious decadence. Slightly narrow eyes should be somewhat flattering, but they were merciless to look at. The sound of the key in the door. It's only 6 p.m. and the boyfriend is back. Nansen opened the door and leaned against it with his arms wrapped around him to observe the other side. Male lead standard handsome face, soft features without any sharpness. Look at the warmth. Aside from his overly good looks and body, he seems to have the air of a standard beatnik, without even having his hair done extra. But he still wasn't faking it right. At least to her. He was simply broken. But it was enough to fool Yega. Yuji Afterglow saw the door of the room that is always closed opened, lowered his head to change shoes a little embarrassed. The other man's routine didn't overlap with his, and in the past the two of them rarely interacted, with him returning to his room every day after bringing back food. It's been a month since they confirmed their boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. Every day, more like roommates than a couple, and he's been hesitant to bring up the breakup lately. After all, he had only agreed to go out in the first place because the other party's head showed a whopping 70% sincerity value when he confessed. This was the first time he had met such a high value. That's why he agreed. He didn't even know who Yega was before that, let alone like it. Suddenly he wondered if his first love was too hasty. It's been so long he's even forgotten what the other guy looks like. Thinking this way, Yuji looked up. My face, dirty? It wasn't until the words rang out that he looked down in a trance, mouthing that he was fine but surprised. How can that be? How can the sincerity value be 100%? Has she changed? Yuji looked up again, and in addition to the cold values in his eyes, he finally saw that face, lazy and disheveled, like a cold, clear flower. For the first time, he, who had always distinguished all people by their genuine value, was shocked by the external appearance and temperament, so he bowed his head again. You're rather strange, today. She moved closer and took the meal from him, the touch of her soft fingertips seeming electrifying. What's the matter? You can't even touch it? She watched his flustered retreat and intoned, we're a live-in couple. Yuji was still thinking about these words, when he saw the other party suddenly come closer, and the 100 sincerity value on the top of his head was particularly conspicuous. You're not cheating on me, are you? She narrowed her eyes. Oppressive. How? Yuji tugged at his tie and walked around her toward the table, himself purely because he was surprised by the sudden change in his genuineness value, and the fact that he didn't know how to face her. Full value of true value. Cohabitating couples. She's changed. Nansen laughed behind him. She just had to take advantage of his distraction to forcefully make him realize that she was his girlfriend, and not some stranger. No cheating? Then what's this? She threw her meal on the table with a thud signaling anger. A list was disliked in front of Yuji. The white sticky note that had been slipped into the punching bag at some point not only had a number written on it but also a red lipstick. I really don't know. Yuji saw the horrible expression on her face and panicked as well. He's had so many encounters with this kind of thing that he probably didn't have time to check. But he's definitely not cheating. This kind of person at a glance didn't even have a genuineness value of 10. So how could he look at them more than once? He was at a loss to explain. And he thought by the way she was acting that a fight was inevitable. I did not expect the original eyes full of oppression of the girlfriend's lips pulled. Crystal clear teardrops rustling rolled down. Look aggrieved. You really did cheat. No, I really didn't. Yuji moved closer, wanting to wipe her tears, but his hand hovered in midair. From the time her heart value reached 100, he faced her as if she were a real person of the opposite sex. He didn't know what to do. Watching her cry actually hurt him a little. Wait, what are you doing? Yuji's heartbeat sped up as he watched her press him down on the couch while crying. Looking down, she examined his neck, collarbone, and collar, looking for any signs of cheating. Her movements were not gentle at all, but the tears dripped onto his skin as if penetrating his heart. The beating heart seemed to be soaked, bringing with it the dampness of guilt. Are you out there doing something with another woman? So even touching me is a dodge? You're thinking of breaking up, aren't you? I found that out a long time ago. I'll kill you if you break up. Her voice was full of sobs, so even when she said something like that it wasn't hysterical at all, but rather souring. In the face of his emotional girlfriend and her voice of questioning that would sound horrible to normal people, Yuji's first reaction was actually, turns out that's the full truth value. It's not going to break up. It's really nothing. He checks in with her and is more helplessly tolerant than he would be with anyone else. Even when the side of his neck was scratched by her nails, he only hissed lightly, Yuji, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She looked at her accidental wound filled with guilt. It's okay. He raised his hand to wipe her tears, the cold tears and soft delicate touch lingering in his fingers. For the first time it felt like his heart was vibrating, and touching her made this unreal world feel incredibly real to him. It's his girlfriend. It's a little moody and a little sickly, but it's probably due to the full value of sincerity. How could he go and judge her more harshly? I really didn't cheat. That note was probably slipped in by someone at some point. Usually I just throw it away. The other side did not say a word to get up to go to the table to eat. Let Yuji more panic, catch up and keep explaining. But she remained expressionless, and after casually taking a few bites of her meal, she went back to her room, slamming the door shut with a thud. She narrowly missed hitting him in the face as she chased after him. Yuji's mood went up and down, apprehensively scratching his hair. Having never had experience in coaxing a girlfriend, he had no idea what to do. The post-it note that had been thrown on the floor lay still, as if it were mocking him. Yuji didn't realize that he had unconsciously given up on the original idea of breaking up, and instead thought about how he could coax her. His girlfriend. Chapter 89 Psychiatric Writers, 3. Nansen suddenly reopened the door and met Yuji's surprised gaze. Other things aside, the man who could be the male lead never looked bad, especially after she had just pulled this and that. The tie was loose and the shirt collar was crumpled, and there were cuts on his neck like she'd done something to him. It hasn't done anything yet. Noticing that his girlfriend's gaze had suddenly become aggressive, Yuji was a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? I'm really not cheating. Not convinced. She stepped closer. Not unless I try. Ha? How to try? Acutely aware of her intentions, he hurriedly covered the collar of his shirt. My brother said that what's-it behavior before marriage is not good. Everything is your brother's word. You gobo man. Yuji was swept off his feet. The loud bang of the door being vigorously closed brought back his trance-like sanity. He was really kicked out. Nansen inside the door ignored the tapping and shouting, hooking his lips as he looked at the black card in his hand that he had fumbled from the male lead. Doesn't care about the money, so let her go live the rich kid's life for him. If she's not allowed to touch it, she'll touch someone else. Let's go get some molds. Asterisk. Online public opinion is fermenting and escalating. Garland is still fighting. Even the water army has no return. The readership of Testimony is climbing. And Mondi Izzy's comments section is gradually being overrun. She's a debut author. But the other side has a timeline and a full outline. The two collide in too many and too fishy storylines and personas. And while one is the hero and the other the heroine, a lot of the high points do rest appropriately on the heroine of Testimony. As soon as her Seal the Sky came out, it gained a massive amount of subscriptions and became the #1 new book list on the paid platform Xread, with all sorts of landed readers rewarding it with real money. If plagiarism is confirmed, the first people who won't let her go are the readers. Who actually copied who? Why does the other side have the full book? Will she follow up with the same storyline as Garland? Luo Wanqing looked at the water of skepticism and didn't dare to update the later chapters at all. System. What to do? Looting system. What do you do? You were the one who said you wanted that famous book of hers after you knew that Caleb was going to be a great writer. But you didn't say she released the book a month later. Plundering system. Didn't you already throw the dirty water of plagiarism on her? It's the other person who is skilled. If you want to change it, keep doing the quest, and plunder someone else first. Its words carry their own compulsion. If you publish enough books, you can plunder the original author's aura and talent, and then you don't need to borrow anymore. You can become a great god yourself. If it continued like this, all of her chi would become its sustenance. Luo Wanqing was unaware of the bad intentions held by the plundering system, and with obvious intentions, she looked at the cell phone screen and began to think about countermeasures. One side is racking their brains, the other side is having a blast. The black and gold VIP's box was completely insulated from the noise outside, but as the door briefly opened, the outdoor cacophony suddenly flooded in. A tall, leggy male model fishtailed into the room. The quality of this batch is finally working. Nansen poured a mouthful of wine and leaned lightly against the back of the sofa. Even though the dress and accessories simply didn't fit the image of a black card owner in the eyes of these people who had seen the world, no one would think she was anything but ordinary without a second thought. It's good that you like it, sis. The molded brother at the head of the group fawned and came over to her. Which ones to keep? Or all of them? Stay all. And open the wine first. She propped her head up and blurted out a list of wine names. The more she reported, the more the other person did a double take. Well, sis, you have fun. The rest of them looked at her almost like she was a goddess of fortune. I didn't realize that even if the rich sister was good looking, she was also so generous. Haichang somewhere in the building office. Looking at the private cell phone on the table, suddenly bright Yu Xianzhou unlocked the screen, and saw one after another deduction message sent over. He pushed up his glasses, rather pleased. Yuji always did not want to spend the family's money. When he was a child, began to be ordinary people. Not only the same as ordinary people accommodation to read public schools, but also step by step to take the examination of the university. Adult is also their own rent a room to live. Is that what you figured out now? Yusenjo opened the search bar and searched for Hoshino and froze at the search results that popped up. When did you learn the hard way? I'm afraid that he's not being cheated. And when he gets into something, how is he going to explain it to his adoptive parents? He stood up and grabbed his jacket and headed out the door, not even caring about his job. Asterisk. The dancers on the stage danced professionally and powerfully under the lights. The lights were dimmed, and the male models in the booths of varying styles were already all drunk. Sister, I just can't drink anymore. Yeah, you're good. It's you guys who are too weak. Nansun looked around and still didn't have a favorite mold. Alone. She was already slightly drunk from drinking everyone down, and her mood was getting more and more irritable. None of them were as good looking as Yuji and their bodies were not as good as his. Obviously a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship is still not given to touch. Without having touched him to return him to the heroine is not in line with her standard of behavior. Nansun stood up, and the corner of her skirt touched down the glass, in which the wine also stained her skirt. TSK. With a casual glance, she headed out the door and narrowly met up with the man at the corner of the box. Caught off guard, she slammed directly into the other woman's chest, the silhouette under the fabric of her suit startling even the battle-hardened woman. Raising his eyes, he entered a face that was completely out of place for such an occasion. While his features were handsome and deep, his temperament was serious and old-fashioned, and his silver-rimmed glasses added even more asceticism. It feels like someone who only has work on the brain and says honorifics even when doing other things with the opposite sex. It is because of this that there is a greater desire to show the other side of his serious exterior. Wasn't he surrounded by bees and butterflies? Ma'am. Yusenjo coughed lightly twice to remind her that she could stand up instead of keeping her hand on. His eyes flickered and he tilted his head slightly, not at all used to this kind of occasion. It was hard to get rid of the men and women who came up one after another to accost him with the help of the bodyguards, and then he was bumped into by a woman who smelled of alcohol. Are you okay? He gentlemanly held her waist with his wrist, his palm not touching her skin. The other man's scent that held the smell of alcohol was nice, at least not like the various perfumes out there that mixed together to make him want to sneeze. Hey, why didn't you come over here just now? This male model was of a much higher caliber than the one she had just seen and, moreover, had a body and looks that she liked. More than like metaphorical clearing. I'm sorry ma'am, I can't understand what you're saying. Yu Xianzhou helped her to stand steadily, but she was hooked and wrapped around his neck again. Wait, he had no choice but to press down on her arm, but it felt like he was sinking into a soft cloud of tenderness. The other man's size was extraordinarily petite in contrast to his, giving him the illusion that he was fiddling with a mannequin. Noticing this mindset in himself, he immediately mentally apologized. Her looks were confusing, but he was clearly not the type to back down because of his appearance. Ma'am, please behave yourself. Yu Xianzhou's cheeks burned. Self-respect? You're working as a male model in Hoshino and you're educating me. Her warm breath sprayed with alcohol, like some kind of ecstasy. He finally realized why she was pestering him and reluctantly explained. I'm not a male model. Oh, new trick? She smiled and fished out her card. Don't you just want me to order a few more bottles of wine? Just do it. Chapter 90 Psychiatric Writers, 4. Yu Xianzhou held Nanchuan's wrist. His face didn't change much. Where did this card come from? Picked it up. Rather unconcerned, she wiggled the card with her fingertips and shouted toward the right rear. That redhead. Open the wine. Okay sis. I said I'm not. Before he could finish his sentence, Nansun pulled him into a new box. The original one was a mess, and it was unpleasant to look at. Moreover, the male lead's adopted brother in front of him probably would only want to turn around and run away when he saw that scene. It's better not to scare him. It wasn't that Yu Xianzhou didn't want to refuse. If he wanted to he could even rip her away immediately and turn around. But her grip was too tight, and a gentleman's grace prevented him from forcing her away. Adopted and brought up in an elite education, taking over the company by the seat of his pants. All he's ever done is work and take care of his brother. He's never been in a place like this in his life. Most of the adult world is on point, especially in their kind of circles. Female heiresses who work with him, even if they are interested, don't stalk him when they are rejected. Yu Xianzhou had just experienced the harassment of wild bees and butterflies, and still relied on his bodyguard to get rid of them. He sighed helplessly. Ma'am, this card does not belong to you. Please return it. Aha, I know I was just joking with you. Why are you so righteous as a male model? Of course people know it's Yuji's card. Nansun waved his hand to let the red hair back off, smiled and replied to him. If he didn't say that he knew his brother, I'm afraid that this dead curmudgeon would have to leave straight away. You know him? Aha, that's even stranger. He knew his brother's quirk. which was that he never wanted to reveal his identity on the outside. Yuji feels that everyone around her is false and hypocritical people. Do not trust everyone, and how to tell her identity. He gave it to me himself. It's a bribe. What bribe? You talk a lot. Her tone was perfunctory, no longer wanting to answer him. Her face was so drunk that one couldn't tell if she was sober or not. But the hand of bartending is not shaking at all. The fingers holding the glass are long and beautiful, and the movement is flowing with a different kind of beauty. Yu Xianzhou also realized that she seemed to be leaning too close to the point that she was soaked in alcohol. From his angle, he could see her cold, disheveled face tinted with a halo of paradoxically luscious colors from her half-drunkenness. The long halter dress couldn't hide the blindingly white skin. The shoulders and neck were beautifully curved. The temperature of the air conditioner was a little low. Yu Xianzhou took off his suit jacket and tried to put it on for her, but the body inside was thus visible. Even in his dark blue dark patterned vest, it didn't prevent Nansun from seeing his broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted heavenly dish figure. Anything more would be an exaggeration, and anything less wouldn't have that flavor. Wow! The admiration that came from her was only slightly flirtatious, but it still made him feel overwhelmed. The blazer was handed out only to be rejected. It's hot in here. I don't need a jacket. Nansun threw his jacket away, while directly afterward bullying over with his wineglass in hand. What's your flower name? What a fancy name. I'm not a male model. He couldn't emphasize it enough. She waved her hand with an I get it look on her face. The pushy set up. I like it. You must be the head honcho like. You, so I'll call you Mr. Head honcho. The voice was raspy and lazy, favoring a hook at the end. What was obviously full of disparaging remarks came off as flirting by her. Yu Xianzhou averted his eyes, feeling ashamed of being insulted like this by a woman who was obviously much younger than himself. More shamefully, he couldn't maintain his adult demeanor and was tugged at by her trippy, ambiguous words. So what's your name? Me, my last name is Yi. How about you just call me Sister Yi like everyone else? She was joyful and looked like she was flirting on purpose. Yu Xianzhou sighed. Yi, stop joking about me. Honestly, I've wanted to try this for a long time. Hearing this, he subconsciously looked up, and then was caught off guard and had the lower half of his face pinched. Lips rested against the glass, chilled by ice, and the choking liquor was poured down his throat. Nansun smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, and the scene in front of her was more giddy than she had imagined. The wine with its dreamy color was not completely downed, most of it running down the man's good-looking jaw. It didn't go into the collar and stained Yu Xianzhou's meticulous high-class shirt, defenselessly poured with alcohol. His eyes under the lenses finally stopped being calm and collected and were colored with surprise and panic. Cough cough cough. The very seldom drinker immediately choked and coughed at the spice. But his face was still under control, just at the right moment of vulnerability to struggle impotently holding her wrists. The handsome face quickly spreads a showy red. He even coughed up a few tears that stained his dark eyelashes. You, me? Nansun laughed and put his arm on his shoulder, coming up to the ear of Yu Xianzhou, who was still coughing more than a little. You should be treated like that a lot, right? Why? Is it like I'm guilty of some mortal sin? Her eyes were not awake, and her fingers hooked in the ends of her hair and swiped at his cheek, sending a tickle up his spine. Yu Xianzhou's breathing tightened and he couldn't help but shrink back. The alcohol was gradually absorbed by his body and his eyes had taken on a bit of a daze. I've never been dosed like that by anyone else. He had just felt cold from the air conditioning at the moment, but now he only felt his stomach burning, driving the temperature of his body surface up as well. He remembers asking about the card, and since she and Yuji know each other, it's nothing to spend a few million. The point is, what's your relationship with Yuji? It doesn't matter much. Nansun directly denied the couple relationship with the male lead and poured another glass of spirits while he was on top, handing it to his mouth as he went through his best made-up bull asterisk. He said he has a big brother, 27 or 88 years old, not married. Worried to death. Then he thought I was very suitable. Want to introduce to his big brother to come. Cough cough cough. Yu Xianzhou all of a sudden coughed again. His face is even redder than just now. I don't know if it's choking or there is another reason. Look at you. You can't drink as a male model. I'm a little heartbroken. She patted his spine to smooth his breath, her voice tingling to the ears. I'm not a male model. Because of his gradual drunkenness, his voice became breathless when he spoke. Oh, you're not a male model. So tell me who you are. Yu Xianzhou held up his glasses and was silent as he changed the topic. His big brother, maybe doesn't need a girlfriend. Really? But he seemed worried, saying something like he wouldn't consider it if his own big brother didn't get married or something like that, eh? She teased him, holding back a laugh the whole time. Only the other man didn't notice because his mind was getting muddled. Wouldn't you agree? What's not to agree with? Yuji looks so handsome. His big brother shouldn't be any worse. You're very much a face reader? Of course. I'm so good looking. Of course I'm looking for a man who matches my looks. Yu Xianzhou looked at her and unconsciously nodded. You agree, right? But then again, I've got my eye on you now. Let's go. Seeing her stagger to her feet, he hurriedly reached out to help. Go. Where to? It's too late and it's not safe out there, he admonished out of habit. Oh. She nodded thoughtfully. Where is your house? I'll take you back. I'm not going home. Going back to the male lead, the Gobo man, is not given to touching him again. And since he's not given to touching him, he'll touch his brother. Just the same. Let's go to your house. You male models are all rich, I hear. Do you live in a villa or a large flat? I'm not. Forget it. Yu Xianzhou sighed and wasn't going to explain further. Neither was quite sober anymore. Except that one was indulging on purpose and the other was trying to refrain. Then go back to my house first. Realizing that he couldn't help her, who refused to cooperate, he said, I'm offended. After that, he bent down and picked her up in a princess carry. From an onlooker's point of view, the tall, slender woman could only see a small half of her body in his arms because of her poor size. He carried her heels in his hands, walking steadily and securely despite his drunkenness, and Yu before briefly left and went back to the doorstep, and waited until almost asleep or not moving. The landlord and did not return the message. There was no choice but to go home for the night. Chapter 91 Psychiatric Writers 5. It's been a long time since I've been home. Yu has been living outside unwilling to go home, because he realized that even his own parents, the value of their own sincerity is only 20. Even those who are greedy and want to curry favor with him are over 30. How can he take it? The rest of the people in this family, except for his elder brother who is 70% genuine value to him, all of them are wearing false masks. Even Uncle Butler, who had watched him grow up since he was a child, had a heartfelt value of only a pitiful 40. The more those who curried favor with him because of their money and status, the lower the sincerity value, and those who had no interest in him had a high sincerity value instead. The parents, on the other hand, have no feelings at all because of the union, even for their own children. Both parties are big people with extremely busy work schedules. To be able to consciously perceive the loneliness of your own son and to go and adopt an older brother for him who will take care of him can already be considered the most compassionate thing you can do. But he still couldn't accept it. From the time the true heart value appeared at the age of 15, Yuji did not go to the elite school arranged by his family, but hid his identity to go to an ordinary school. Then you'll go through college on a regular basis. Even joining his own company was because his big brother asked for it, saying that it would be better to take care of him. The more you go, the more melancholy thoughts are aroused. Yuji at the same time also worry about how to coax his girlfriend. The house was cold and quiet, still following the same habits as when he was at home. Because they didn't want to see so many people, the servants and nannies would only come to clean at a set time each afternoon. At the moment only the butler was still off duty. Second young master, you're back. The butler, who was about to go back to rest, smiled lovingly, as if he had never left home. Aha! Yuji looked at the lower than usual genuineness value on his head, his face unchanged. To him, the world seemed like a game because of the value of sincerity. And everyone, like an NPC. After returning to the Yu family, Yuji disguised low-key hit worker's temperament completely faded. No more meek and non-aggressive honest people who look like they can bully anyone. He became cold and detached, like he was separated from the world. It's not pure condescension. It's looking at everyone like they're different dimensions. Without saying another word to the butler, he went straight upstairs to his room. 10:30 p.m. at this time. The low-profile car drove through the night and slowly entered the metaphorical house. The driver parked the car in the underground garage and screamed several times before waking up Yu Xianzhou. Boss, do you need me to drive right up to the elevator and stop at the first floor? No, please. As the driver was much older than him, he was in the habit of politely saying honorifics. Okay, spirits have an aftertaste that you don't feel at first, and the more you get into it, the more the alcohol goes to your head. Rubbing his forehead, the other party left before he slowly turned his head and called out, Miss Yi, we're here. Aha. She was quick to respond, but also had no intention of getting up. Yu Xianzhou had no choice but to carry her out of the car like before, only just bending down to take her. The other party instead moved first. Yi Xiao, sister. His eyes widened as he looked at her brow close at hand, the touch on his face so distinct. More booze hung heavy between the two of them, and he felt like he was probably even less sober. How else would one choose to go for a kiss back? The heart was beating abnormally fast, and itself even more abnormally. Even he himself didn't know how long had passed, suddenly being pushed away by the other party. Yu Xianzhou was barely able to return to his senses. He braced his hands on the seat and gasped deeply. Mr. Headbanger, please behave yourself. Oh. Her eyelids lifted lazily, a smile teasing the corners of her lips. I'm sorry, MS. Leaf. Nansen looked at his expression that was so ashamed that he was nearly groundless, and the feeling of wanting to tame him intensified. A boarded-up nobleman had become such a mess in just half a day. Truly, it made her feel accomplished. Mr. Headbanger, I don't order male models to look good. She looked even more drunk, but the man across from her was no less so, because he actually nodded. I know. You know what? Mr. Headbanger, who can't even change his breath, would dash. Her lips were blocked by the somewhat irritated Yu Xianzhou. I will. Ms. Yi, don't underestimate me. Nansen stifled a laugh as he looked at his already confused eyes under his glasses. It was just as she suspected. Even at times like this, he still spoke honorifics. Mr. Headliner, has anyone ever complimented you on your great body? The other man didn't answer, just tensed and rolled the knots in his throat before lowering his head for another kiss. We'll be back upstairs in a few minutes. Isn't it okay to go upstairs dash? Aha. Yu Xianzhou interrupted her. It's all up to you. Asterisk. Early morning comes. Yu Ji, who had to go to work, got up early and of course slept early yesterday. He vaguely heard the sound of something heavy being knocked over and what appeared to be a conversation with a female. Is it drunk? Strange. My own big brother can't drink. He's a terrible drinker so he never drinks. As for women, that's even more nonsense. His serious and curmudgeonly nature is probably bound to his work for the rest of his life. So how can he? Yuji walked out the door while wearing a tie and frowned at the sight of the broken vase knocked over in the corner. Then came the even more shocking items. The small chain bag that clearly belonged to a woman was hanging casually from the stair railing, but that wasn't what the impact was about. Instead, its necklaces and suspicious fabrics scattered on the floor. He looked down and also saw a dark blue tie with tiny high heel prints attached to it. Obviously, Big Brother had taught him not to have premarital that and other behaviors in a serious manner before. He himself privately actually. And so, Yuji covered his eyes, not daring to look at those suspicious fabrics. Chapter 92 Psychiatric Writers, 6. There was a click and the door on the other side was opened. What's that look in your eye? Yu Xianzhou looked at Yuji who had a burning gaze, didn't meet his eyes and closed the door to cut off his line of sight. Why are you suddenly home? As he said this, he pretended to be calm as he bent down to pick up the scattered ties on the floor and his steady breathing began to get turbulent again, and he balled those all up and clutched them in his hands, thinking that someone had to be on duty in the house after all. It was indecent to actually let Yuji see this. Brother, you're not going to do this every day while I'm gone, are you? No, only yesterday. Yu Xianzhou faced this dilemma for the first time and pushed up his glasses. His posture was stoic. Only the state officials are allowed to set fire to. Yuji muttered. Suddenly came forward. Brother, your glasses have also changed. Nothing. He took a step back and changed the subject. You're going to be late for work. This statement succeeded in making the other man give up all pursuits and hurry away in a tie and fire. Yu Xianzhou sighed in relief, looking at the fabric clutched in his hand and recalling yesterday's absurdity. He himself hadn't expected it to be this intense. Never drink again. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly, clearing up the scene without a word. Asterisk. Ms. Yi, I've made breakfast. Do you want to come and eat? The person who heard this just rolled over and continued to nestle under the covers. Yu Xianzhou laughed and dug her out from the depths of the comforter. He had been a young adult in the orphanage before he was adopted at age 12, and then took on the responsibility of caring for his younger brother after he was adopted, replacing the responsibilities of his missing parents. Taking care of people like this was already familiar to him, putting the new clothes on her one by one, inside and out, so gently that it didn't wake her up. He carried her to the wash, able to hold her in one arm, and the person in his arms was uncharacteristically light for him and incredibly well behaved. The washing process went exceptionally well. If Ms. Yi woke up in the middle of the day, don't take the opportunity to tease him. They should have been downstairs for breakfast more than half an hour ago. All the things that Yu Xianzhou had done from last night until now were considered crazy in his life that was like a pool of dead water, tempted by alcohol to the point of being compliant. I overslept on my first day of work and didn't go to the office. All these outbursts and derailments were brought about by one person, making him feel it's not really a bad idea if the marriage is to her. Reheating breakfast, Yu Xianzhou contemplated how he would say the responsible words to her. Ms. Yi, actually you're not a male model. Before he could rejoice in the relief of the misunderstanding, he heard her next sentence. But it's not that bad. We're both adults. This is the kind of thing you want. No one loses. What does this mean? This gentleman, you are indeed rich la. And the body looks are also my cup of tea. But then, there is no possibility between us. Why? Didn't I say I had to meet Yuji, his big brother, first? Yu Xianzhou silently swallowed the words he just wanted to say, and his half-cooled heart warmed back up. What if you don't feel like it when you meet him? Will like it. I am a person. Although also very face. But, very gold digging. In front of money, everything is not a thing. But I'm just talking to you. Normal men shouldn't like gold digging women. But don't tell anyone. This, gentleman. She omitted the word headliner to make it seem even more detached. Messia's current appearance and just a moment ago is simply a different person. Yu Xianzhou momentarily do not know how to retain her. Also, he seems to think he's one of those rich kids who are also game for the world. He wanted to explain that he wasn't that kind of person. But he did do something out of character to her yesterday, whom he had never met. One doesn't even know her name until now. Eventually they would meet again later. In fact, he didn't care if he worshipped or not. It was good for people like her to have something they liked. If they didn't, it was people like him who wanted to pursue her who had no way to do so. 1,000 words finally turned into only one sentence. Eat breakfast. Before you go. It's okay. Nan soon sat down. She had been looking at his narrow waist tied by the ties of his apron since just now. It's simply the perfect inverted triangle. Both svelte and manly. Another different experience than what I saw last night and just now. She thought it was time to go to Yuji to find trouble. But such a man in front of the seduction. Let her a little bit of heart. Not one to know how to exercise restraint. She pressed on and still asked, why don't you finish eating later and I'll stay a while? The Yu Xianzhou who put on the plate and met her eyes understood for a second and blushed and coughed twice. Good. Asterisk. Rushed to the company. Yuji rushed to play the card. Yuji. Your work ethic hasn't been too good lately. Annoying bosses are nitpicking again. Oh. He had nothing to say to anyone with a genuineness value of less than 10. The other person was like the cannon fodder villain that was always in the books. Useless and jumpy. Yuji. You? Well. It's true that you're a youngster who's just started working and thinking about straightening out the workplace. Right. The other man's anger drew a crowd of employees. But he was unperturbed and even tried to lift his feet and leave. Casually opened his phone to see if his girlfriend had cooled off yet. He had already bought an apology gift. In the middle of the field of vision, the screen full of his words of apology and retention was underneath two big, cold words. Breaking up. A message sent after 11 o'clock last night. And he's actually just now seeing it. With a bang. His world exploded. The blushing Yuji looked the opposite boss more pleased. Thinking he was intimidated. More rambling output. Unexpectedly the honest handsome guy who was the best bully in the company looked up and looked at him like he was looking at something dead. What kind of person would look at someone like that? It literally made him half cold all of a sudden. That. You go to work first. I also leave first. The bald boss rushed off. Yuji, are you okay? I'm fine. Even though he said he was fine. His face were like he was fine. Woke up with no girlfriend. His sky is falling. He couldn't sit still. And even his other co-workers at his workstation were as if they were dead even when discussing the only topic he would normally be interested in. Have you guys read it yet? Mondi Izzy announced that the book is no longer being written. Ah. I'm super in love with this book. The main character is simply handsome. Is it because of the plagiarism thing? It's not even clear who copied who. It must be that what female frequency of Karen plagiarized Mondi Irana. Small transparent one still dare to come to touch the porcelain. Yeah, I'd say a female couldn't write such an atmospheric world. Hey, I'm grumpy female, how you are? You guys go see the testimony before you do. I haven't even read it and still dare to speak out here. I rather think it's Mondi Iron who plagiarized. Otherwise how come she doesn't dare to post what's coming next? It can't be that the rest of the content is plagiarized too, for fear of being seen the same? The boys who couldn't argue remembered Yuji. He's a big fan of Sealed Sky. So he must be on their side. Yuji, what do you think? Sorry for not listening just now. The disoriented Yuji floated out of the office with the papers he had to hand in. Break up. Those two words echoed across his mind for a long time. Chapter 93 Psychiatric Writers, 7. Mondi Izzy released her second book immediately after announcing that she would no longer be writing Sealed Sky. Straight out of a 100,000 saved manuscript. It's still the familiar male escalation stream that has fans of the book overjoyed. No more on past disputes. Don't want those things to affect my state. Just want to write the book in peace. Nansun sat in his car looking over the statement given by the heroine. Who did this guy? Copy again? 009, it's another male author on this site. She can't be allowed to copy like this anymore. That looting system, can it be recycled like before? 009, if you recycle it, you need to make it actively detach itself from the host. And at a later stage you can do that after you make the female host have no use for it. However, if you just make it stop copying others, I have a way to do it. The system went invisible after this, as reassuring as ever. Nansun clicked on the heroine's account and looked at a few of her previous books, and there was actually no lack of aura. A world with holes everywhere, where the original plot basically only serves as a reference, But in the plot without the looting system, Luo Wanqing didn't need to copy others and could produce results by sinking her teeth into writing slowly on her own. She writes male and the original owner is female. They are not competitive at all. They are both great gods in their fields. I can't tell if it was the compulsion of the looting system or the fact that she wasn't that perfect in her own right that led to the situation she was in. But it's not like the male lead in the original episode was accidentally bound by the prop of sincerity value. There are too many holes in this world. It always feels like it could be ruined if you're not careful. Before getting out of the car, she glanced at her backstage. Exploded. Despite the mixed reviews, most of the people who came with a desire to read the book for evidence aka curiosity were retained. And her income exploded. Who can resist a great book? And a great book that releases all of its deposits on the same day as the speedy grand finale. Overnight riches are just that. The plagiarism storm is sort of over like this, but it's still a hidden time bomb. And there's no conclusion at all as to who copied who. The big storyline in a month's time, at the authors' conference, would be the first head-to-head meeting between the two of them. Of course, she's going to go crazy, because she's mentally ill. But more than that, she preferred to be called crazy. There was only a thin line between insanity and genius, and she thought the original owner was the same. Mad genius writer. That's a middle-of-the-road and awesome moniker. Almost forgot that the hero's card was still with her. So go ahead and get high. Asterisk. Yuji's side of the whole 3 days of vacation. Want to get back with his girlfriend to beg from the landlord to get the key finally entered the door. But she's not. He happened to be alone in the small house rehearsing the words of his apology. Baby, don't be mad. It's a gift I bought you. No, it's too greasy. Why did the baby break up? I think it was just a gas talk. I'll never do it again. No. He tried sentence after sentence, but couldn't get enough of it. Yuji feels that he still has a chance to win her back. After all, the full value of the true heart value is there. The baby must be angry on the hair. He waited and waited, but his girlfriend didn't come back until the evening. Baby, why are you so late? Call it what it is, baby. We're broken up. She pushed him away, looking like she was still angry with him. Why did you break up? Yuji went after her and tried to help her. Because you're boring, and others are more obedient and put out than you. She pushed him away again and lay back on the couch smugly. Wouldn't you know it? I went to order male models and had a 300-round battle. He whitened it sentence after sentence. But, looking at her sincere value which had not moved in the slightest, breathed a sigh of relief. Baby, I know you must be talking out of your ass. I know I'm wrong, and I'll make sure I don't give any woman a chance to get close to me in the future. What about men? Men? Men certainly don't. Ha 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 ha. Ambling on the sofa she laughed, looking a little crazy, looking in Yuji's eyes but couldn't tell you how satisfied she was. She loved him so much. He couldn't remember much of the past when he had been together as strangers, only that she was so vivid now. She was the only person in the world who was so true to him. Baby, here's the apology gift I bought you. Yuji spent all the salary he had saved for 3 months and bought a necklace for her. He handed over the gift box and knelt down to gaze at her. Can we get back together? Depends on the mood. She hadn't given a precise word, but he had automatically interpreted it as a sign of agreement. His happy mood didn't last more than a few seconds until a black card was dumped on the glass coffee table. Yuji, you treat me like a cutie. Isn't that right? She sat up and rubbed her forehead, the smile on her lips growing more ironic. How did this card get on her? She knows all about it. No, I didn't mean to keep it from you. Yuji couldn't stop shaking his head. He just wants to see the true value of genuineness unaffected by external things. For so long he's been an unassuming regular guy, and not even his friends are in the loop. How is he going to explain? How is he going to explain it? Yuji incoherent explanation, but only get her more cold, disappointed eyes. Scared? The other man suddenly changed his face and laughed openly, his booze-scented body moving closer to wrap its arms around him. Yuji, why don't you say you're a rich second generation? Just now I was just joking. Her wealthy look was clearly supposed to annoy him, because he hated people who approached him because of money. But he was only deeply grateful at this point. Be glad she wasn't really mad at him or wanting to break up. Baby, you scared me to death. Yuji reached back for a hug, his heart, which had been so up and down, finally back in the right place. I've spent some of the money in there, so I don't suppose you mind? Of course, why would I mind? You can spend my money and be happy, as long as the genuineness value is full anyway. That way he could be sure of her sincerity. She loved him, and that was enough, instead of being false like everyone else. Yuji, you're so nice. Nanshuan smiled, but in his heart he was thinking, wait until he is not rich enough to be emptied of sincere value. Master, can you still be this happy? Chapter 94 Psychiatric Writers, 8. Looting System, Host, keep coming back for today's looting quest. After sending out this book to be loved by everyone again, I'm sure you felt your aura and talent rise significantly. Aha! Luo Wanqing was ecstatic. The last book, Sealing the Sky, had actually plundered some of her talent because of the delay in getting it solid. This one is even more so, because it is the result of 10 years of the other person's hard work. And it is possible to plunder more talent as quickly as possible by sending out this person's book than Yega, who will create more work in the following years. It's a feeling that's really addictive. The host is happy. As the heroine gradually stopped quieting her mind to write and instead indulged in crooked ways, the chi in her was gradually absorbed by it. It being an outlaw system, the original doesn't bother with world disorder or anything like that. The big deal is to help the heroine get the hero when the time comes. Hey, it can be a great statistic. The looting system was counting the chi luck Luo had collected, and then it felt an extremely unnatural energy fluctuation. It's all too familiar with this. System hunter. Illegal systems like them, knowledgeable, quick to escape, and timid, are suddenly too hidden to be discovered by anyone. System? Looting system, are you there? Luo Wanqing called out for many times but didn't see it come out. Her heart was lost, but deep down she could still feel that there was no unbinding with the system. She could only wait apprehensively for it to return. Having gotten a taste of it, she can no longer go back to the days when she had to bury her head in the sand and write by herself. She looked at the background of her cell phone. That dirt-cheap reader, Metaphor, who would come and spend money and throw in gifts from the moment she opened the book hadn't shown up for days. Is it possible that he also believed the gossip? She knew the other party's identity through the looting system, and was clear that if it wasn't for the other party's quirk of disguising her identity, she would never have been able to come into contact with a figure of this class. I was originally thinking of approaching him after saving up enough loot value to buy shielding props, but I hope the looting system comes back in a hurry. The phone screen gave off an eerie light. Asterisk. Yuji, what are you staring at your cell phone for all the time? Chen Nan hadn't even gotten close yet, when he saw Yuji retreating from himself, as if he was facing some kind of flooding beast. Don't come near me. My girlfriend will mind. What? I'm a guy. Not even for a male. Yuji stepped away from him. And she'll be angry if you smell of perfume and contaminate me. Is this a girlfriend or a slave owner? Don't talk about her like that. Good. Chen Nan looked at Yuji, who was obviously falling in love. And although he was speechless but still really moved far away, I was just going to say, you haven't been following Sealed Sky lately? Ah. Yuji was holding his cell phone to choose a gift for his kissing baby girlfriend, and absent-mindedly replied. It seems like he didn't look at it. Previously he had little entertainment and felt it was a false world. So he immersed himself even more into the false world of fiction. All sorts of quick wit and delicate emotions keep him on his toes, especially when Seal the Sky came out. He directly invested a lot of money because he liked it too much and jumped to the top of the reward list. Now that Chen Nan brought it up, he remembered all the surges he felt when he first read this novel. How updated is the book? I'll read it later. Yuji tapped on his cell phone. After his identity is discovered by his girlfriend, he is instead relieved that he can now finally spend money directly on her. They also moved to a new house, a big mansion that she loved. That book is no longer being updated. What? They were discussing it in the office earlier. You were half listening. Not writing such a good book? I don't know who plagiarized. Why don't you judge that too? Yuji clicked into the latest book posted by Mondi Izzy and read a few chapters. How can anyone who can continue to write at this level of writing plagiarize? He threw in several large gifts in passing. That's it for now, I'll talk about it when I can. Oh, got it. The sour smell of love. Asterisk. Baby, I'm home. Yuji almost had nowhere to put his foot down as soon as he entered. Their home was large enough, but the place was still overflowing with her purchases. Yuji, you're back. She slumped lazily on the couch and drifted off to sleep, directing the staff at the luxury store to give her what she wanted in the designated place. Well, trouble, you guys go ahead and leave. Okay, MS. Yi, soon only the two of them were left here. Would your family approve of me spending so much money? She inquired with interest. Of course, neither of my parents cared much for me, and the family business was inherited by my brother, who spoiled me the most and wouldn't have cared so much. Oh, she seemed suddenly interested. So you don't care about the family estate? Aha. Why? You don't like money? No. He didn't hesitate for a second. I just want to be normal. But being a normal person wouldn't make me like you. Yuji smiled, knowing she was joking again. After all, she loved him when they first got together, and it had nothing to do with money. There's no need to test mine. Baby, I know you're not like that. What kind? Only care about money? I am. It doesn't matter. Yes or no, it's all the same to me. Yuji bent down and kissed her face, his heart filled with happiness. He had rarely looked at her head's true value anymore lately. Falling in love with her was such an easy thing to do that he hadn't realized how good she was before. Maybe all over again. He would have fallen in love with her in the midst of their time together, even if he hadn't been true to his values. Luckily his disguise of identity hadn't been a rift between the two of them. Yuji, still calling him by his full name, she suddenly pushed him away, her fine eyebrows wrinkling slightly. Who did you see again today? I didn't. Yuji had grown accustomed to his girlfriend's vagaries and began to immediately review today's actions. I did promise you to keep your distance from both the same and opposite sex, and I ignored everyone who approached me to talk. I've been eating and stuff alone lately too. By the way, I also wore a mask to cover my face, though that seemed to lead to more pickup lines. He didn't say the latter sentence because he was afraid that she would get even more angry. As soon as his girlfriend sank her face, he immediately took it upon himself to kneel down and reflect. I'm sorry baby, I was wrong. You don't even know what's wrong. Yuji bowed his head in shame. Seeing that the other party immediately got up to leave, he hurriedly stopped her and hugged her from behind, skillfully kissing her earlobe. I'm sorry, I really love you. You won't even let me touch it, and you say you love me. It's not. How could I not let you touch it? He grabbed her hand eagerly to prove something, but the other man was clearly more practiced, working his way up the hem of his shirt. She got an inch while touching her abs. Is that all? Of course not. He pressed her against the wall, and the code of not engaging in premarital whatever it was thrown out the window. He would do anything right now as long as his girlfriend was happy. A charming room. Chapter 95 Psychiatric Writers, 9. Hashtag Mondines on hiatus again hashtag. Ha 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 ha. Nan-soon, who took Yuji's black card and swept through the major shopping malls, had to die of laughter when she saw this hot search. Xiaojio, did you do this? 009, well, I disguised myself as a system hunter, and that looting system hasn't dared to show its face for many days now. In order to show its value, it would only give the heroine half a month's worth of deposits at one time, and once it disappeared for a long period of time, the heroine naturally followed suit and messed up. A hardcore continuation was impossible. The current her hadn't reached that level, and she didn't dare to mess around with it for fear that the later episodes wouldn't connect, and so the situation has been created. She started taking time off, then made all sorts of excuses, and finally couldn't round up enough to just cut off. The readers on the men's side aren't going to spoil anyone, especially since she has a previous record. So not only has Mondi Irene been getting a bad rap lately, the plagiarism has been rehashed and fired again. I'm sure the heroine is burnt out by now. Don't panic, soon the hero will be there for her. But before that, she was going to play a few more times. I'm sure the heroine won't mind. Asterisk. Yuji, looks like you had a good time waiting for me at home. As soon as Nan-sun returned, he saw Yuji, who was washing his hands and making soup. He was not at all the same model as his brother, but the way he looked in his apron was another form of seduction. If Yu Xianzhou is the kind of man who looks at the reliable Sven husband, Yuji is the kind of AI boyfriend that will appear inside the cell phone. There was always a sense of unreality about him, especially when she was the only one left in his eyes, and the AI sense was even greater. She was the only one in the whole world who was real and needed to care. With a perfect face and a completely tamed personality, she is the only one from body to heart. Simply the perfect virtual boyfriend come true. Nansen hugged him from behind him. Yuji, you won't blame me, right? How? Yuji put down the soup that was cooking in his hand and covered her hand that was wrapped around his waist with his palm. He felt her press her face against his spine and heard her say, I just love you so much that I don't want you to see or talk to anyone. Well, I know, the job was just a spice, and friends and socializing and stuff aren't as important as you, so it's good to cut it off. He genuinely felt that way. The meal will be ready soon. I've been learning a lot more about food lately. By the way, the other also learned. Yuji's ears were a little red. Let's try it after dinner. Okay. He was really afraid of her leaving him, so he went out of his way to please her in any way he could. Let's not talk about that for now. Why don't I meet your parents some other time? Really? Did that mean she wanted to further define her relationship with him as well? But my parents, they're not here. It's fine. Don't you have a big brother? Have a meal together some day. Aha! My big brother's cooking is super delicious. I'll take you to my house someday. Yeah. Nan-soon, who was holding back a bad taste in his mouth, nodded. The countdown to ditching the main man is about to begin as well. Asterisk. Boss, this business plan. The special assistant was coming in with the paperwork, and the next thing he saw was his cell phone ringing on his desk. Excuse me while I take a call. Yu Xianzhou apologized and nodded, stood up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window to answer the phone. The height alone was extremely oppressive, but the surrounding atmosphere only made people feel at ease. What's wrong? Gee, big brother, it is. I want to bring someone over to see you. When he heard this, his heart fluttered. I know, you know? Yuji over there was surprised. but didn't suspect much. Maybe Big Brother has been privy to his private life and should know that he hasn't been going to work lately and is working as a stay-at-home dad. Aha! Yu Xianzhou paced slowly, tugging at his tie nervously, feeling his throat dry up a bit as well. When are you bringing her? When are you free? Brother? I'm free. He covered it up for fear of seeming too eager. The company hasn't been busy lately. That's great. Big Brother, I knew you spoiled me the most. I don't suppose you'd mind if she was? I'm not that kind of guy. You know. Aha. Big Brother was the most enlightened, so how could he possibly be against the two of them? It's amazing how the two sides of the chicken and the duck can get on the airwaves. The day after tomorrow then. Brother, you're the best cook. Show your hand then. Don't worry. I still know the etiquette of such hospitality. As the saying goes, to capture a woman's heart you must first capture her stomach. Yu Xianzhou was already thinking about what ingredients would be better to buy. The breakfast last time was too skimpy. This time, he could definitely give Ms. Yi a good impression. On the other hand, Yu Ji on the other side was thinking that letting the baby see how welcome she was in their house would definitely give her a good impression. Though the two are completely two mindsets, oddly enough they still overlap. I don't know what it will be like when we meet. Chapter 96 Psychiatric Writers, 10. Yu Ji hadn't been out of the house for a long time. In order to satisfy his sickly girlfriend's sense of security, he no longer insists on being a normal guy, but volunteers to become her all-powerful, near-perfect AI boyfriend. Cut off all the socialization he feels is fake and only care about the real her in front of him. Not to mention something like a novel. He could only see her, the only person whose heart was full. So Yu Ji does not know that the outside world due to his stand public opinion has calmed down again. Because if you want to poke around, know who you is not difficult. The outside world suffers from not being able to please, thinking that this low-profile second youngest of the Yu family cares about Mondi Irene, and so capitalizes down to help her clear her name. She was given another chance to catch her breath, but this was within Nanshuan's plans. It's not even fun to hit and die, you have to hit, get up, and hit again, so that you can achieve the purpose of torturing the spirit. It's getting close to the time when we'll lose Yuji. Yuji, why do you look so white? Not feeling well? It's okay, baby, I'm okay. Not going out for a long time had caused him to become less accustomed to other people's gazes, and those were clearly NPCs. He would have completely covered his face with a mask in this situation even if she hadn't said anything, but it still made him uncontrollably nervous. Yuji tightened his grip on his girlfriend's hand, trying to draw some security. It's okay, I'm here. She patted the back of his hand, love running through her eyes. Yes, there is still her. Poor little. Her soft palm brushed his ear and she planted a kiss on his lips through the gag. Yuji's restless heart calmed down. When we get to your big brother in a moment, don't be so clingy. Nansun pretended to be distressed. I don't want to be considered immodest. Aha. He followed all her commands to the letter. Asterisk. Big brother, we're here. Stepping into this residential area again after a long time that no ordinary rich person could move into. Nansun tried to act as if it was his first time. Always recalling something. For example, the elevator from the underground garage to the first floor where she and Yu Xianzhou stayed for a long time. How they kissed their way through the long and winding curved staircase. And the cold touch on the dining room table. To the metaphorical present boat, she was much more interested than the male lead. Love it, want to play. As soon as you walk into the first floor, the appetizing aroma rushes towards the tip of your nose and preys on your senses. My brother is a superb cook. Yuji slowly returned to normal when he got home and explained to her with gusto. When the time comes, I'll learn from him and go back and make it for you. Okay. Aha. Brother. Gigi, don't yell and be rude in front of the guests. Yu Xianzhou's voice came out from the kitchen, appearing a little muffled because of the distance. He was doing the finishing touches on the last two dishes at the moment, but wasn't quite brave enough to just walk out with his plate like that. 2 deep breaths adjusted the tension. He turned his head to survey his grooming through the reflection of the glass for any improprieties. Yu Xianzhou's clothes were changed to a casual but unobtrusive one, and his whole body was well taken care of. He brushed his fingers over the ties of the apron at his waist, not undoing them after all, because Ms. He seems to like him like that. Unable to delay any longer, he served the food and headed out the door. Brother, you made a lot of food today. Aha. Yu Xianzhou lowered his head and put down his plate before looking up at the person he hadn't seen for a long time. She still had unkempt straight hair but was still stunningly beautiful. Her face was lightly made up but her red lips were eye-catching. Today, she wore a dress with a bit of flair of flamboyant color, which set off her fair complexion. Bring out the misanthropic surliness tenfold. He met her smirking eyes. Hello, Ms. Yi. Well, Mr. Yu, that was unexpected. The ceremonial interlocking of hands touched a small area, but the eyes seemed to be able to draw silk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep it from you. Brother, you knew each other before? Yuji had just been concerned about lowering his head to serve his girlfriend with chopsticks, and completely missed the ambiguity between the two. There's been a meeting, she said, withdrawing her hand. Yu Xianzhou felt like his palm was lightly scratched by a feather, itching straight into his heart. His breath tightened and he lowered his eyes to hide his inner turmoil. The sight of this table reminded me of the last absurdity, so the heat was even more prolonged. Yu Xianzhou sat down across from them. Why are you so nervous, brother? Yuji, who knew his big brother's character, looked a little amused. He'd always thought of him as the kind of man who didn't change his face when Tarzan was in front of him, and now he was actually nervous enough to silence the atmosphere. Why was he so fidgety when they were clearly the ones meeting the parents? I'm not nervous. The metaphorical present boat opens the bottle and pours the wine. Right, big brother. You all know each other, then do you still need me to introduce you? Not so familiar. Mr. You doesn't know what my full name is, does he? I don't know yours either. Nansen smiled and took a tall glass to clink glasses with Yu Xianzhou. My name is Yega. The metaphorical present boat. Those 3 words seemed a little cold, but they were proof of his nervousness. In the eyes of Yuji, it just confirms what was just said on one side. Having only been introduced even by his full name, presumably it was indeed a one-sided relationship. It was a shame that he had just briefly suspected something. He probably didn't know that his conservative and old-fashioned big brother did do all the most intimate things a man and a woman can do with a lady who didn't even know her full name. Chapter 97, Psychiatric Writers, 11. By the way, Mr. You can drink wine? Yeah, big brother. I remember you can't hold your liquor well. That is still fine. Yu Xianzhou tried his best to keep himself from thinking about that day and downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Polite and restrained. There was no letting any drop of wine get on the clothing. The jawline was extraordinarily distinct in the warm light, and the knot in his throat rolled up and down with the motion of swallowing. Nansen didn't hide his admiration. Yuji looked a little jealous, but remembered what she said about not being too clingy, so he didn't even dare to call out the baby, and could only hide the name. His hand was secretly holding her under the dining table. Is that good looking? Aha! She nodded her head without hesitation, bringing him even lower, so he poured a full glass of wine as well, sulking and drinking it himself. She doesn't even look at him. All 3 observed etiquette. No one spoke at the table. Even the sound of china bowls clinking was minimal, but the atmosphere was weird. I'm going to the restroom. Nansen wiped his mouth. If you're on the first floor, turn right over there. Yuji gave her directions. Aha! She grabbed the makeup bag she had in her hand. In fact, she didn't even need him to point it out. She'd been there a long time ago, still being carried. Before leaving, she also quietly glanced at Yu Xianzhou. Mr. You, I'm sorry to be rude. No, now the brothers could talk face to face. What exactly does Ms. Yi do for a living? This question caused Yuji to straighten up at once. She's a writer. He suddenly remembered that he didn't actually seem to know what kind of work his girlfriend had, and she had never mentioned it, so he hid it from the conversation. Anyway, she makes a lot of money too, and it's not like our family is the kind that has to be door to door, right? Aha! Seeing him nod, Yuji slowly put down his heart. Big brother. He had a rare little squirm. Elder brothers are like fathers, and he grew up with the other pulling the strings. The one thing he valued most in this world besides his girlfriend was his own big brother, and thus valued his thoughts extraordinarily. What do you think of her? Ms. Yi is very nice and excellent. So what do you think? If you get married? This makes Yu Xianzhou immediately think of when they first met. Miss Yi said, 27 or 88 unmarried. Yuji worried to death. Those words. He took another sip of wine to ease his nerves, and in the process helped pour one across the table. Marriage? It's still too soon. Where early? Yuji muttered in a small voice. I know your mindset, but this kind of thing, ahem. He clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Not so fast. Yu Xianzhou said this in the end with a little bit of weakness. After all, before this he and Miss Yi had already done everything. As it turns out, it's only now that we're meeting officially for the first time. It's not fast. Where is it fast? As long as she agrees. Isn't this an immediate marriage? That's only if Ms. Yi agrees, and besides, I'm not the kind of dash. Well, big brother, I know your character. Yuji interrupted him and took a strong gulp of wine, drunkenness already floating on his face. Gee, you're drunk. Drink less. Brother, don't you? Neither one of them is much of a drinker. It's just 50 paces. Yu Xianzhou tested his burning face with the back of his hand before realizing that he had also drunk too much without realizing it. Anyway, the marriage will come later. I understand you. No, brother, you don't understand. Yuji's recent bitterness all came out in a brain. There are a lot of people who rob her. There are a lot of people who like her. He drank as he spoke, then opened another bottle of wine. I know. It's normal. You don't know. Well, I don't know. He was really drunk. Himself. Yu Xianzhou was chagrined in his heart. He didn't expect his drinking capacity to be so bad. What if he would show his wretched posture in front of Miss Yi later? I'll make some sobering soup. He turned and headed for the kitchen on the other side of the table, where Yuji was already drunk. Burying her face in the crook of her arm, she was still muttering, "So get married. Gotta get married." Koji is still as childish as ever even as an adult. And the fact that he's cold and defensive towards almost everyone makes him worry about how he'll ever meet anyone who's genuine in the future. Mr. Yu. The warm body suddenly approached from behind. Yu Xianzhou was startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the dining table. He's asleep. Her voice was muffled with teasing. Your brother is a terrible drinker. And so are you. Nanchuan did not shy away from being intimate with another person in front of Yuji. Even if he found out, so what? They are not boyfriend and girlfriend. He was always so caught up in the sweetness before that he seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is, she didn't give him a clear answer when he begged to get back together, so she had no qualms about it. And from Yuji's point of view, you can't actually see anything, right? It's just that Yu Xianzhou is thin-skinned, and it just so happens that she likes to tease serious and old-fashioned mature male shyness. Ms. Yi. Yu Xianzhou caught her messy hand. The sober soup was boiling, and the water mist misted his lenses and eyebrows, appearing a little wet. His eyes were not clear. Just a moment please, I'm not in the best of shape right now. Not so good? She laughed, her fingers still restlessly tracing the outline of his abs through the material of his shirt. I think that's just right. No, I'd be rude. How rude? Would like to kiss you. She laughed so hard her body shivered. It's just that, I thought, it would be like before. Although Yu Xianzhou didn't say anything, the tips of his ears quietly reddened a bit. Sometimes, he wasn't so well traveled, especially when facing Ms. Yi. He turned off the fire and glanced in Yuji's direction again. Although he did fall asleep, it still gave him the embarrassment of being intimate with the opposite sex in front of his family. It was the same as the day he was shown that wretched scene. But he's probably crazy, because in the face of Yuji, who could wake up at any moment? His heart raced more than ever when he was touched by her. The unfamiliar excitement was addictive to Yu Xianzhou, who had been on a routine since birth. His heart rate hadn't come down since earlier. Chapter 98 Psychiatric Writers, 12. Exciting, isn't it? Yu Xianzhou subconsciously nodded his head, but then immediately reacted and helplessly covered his face. Ms. Yeah. Nansen came around from behind him and joyfully burrowed into his arms. His body was just so secure, and his scent even more so, always making her feel like she was being submerged in warm water. Warm and giddy. She hated to just hang on to him. Yu Xianzhou also hurriedly supported her, and with his other hand, he poured the sober soup in the pot into a bowl to cool. You smell good of booze too. She was more drunk than he was, and in a strange state she went up and buried her face in the side of his neck, rubbing it haphazardly. Ms. Yi. Yu Xianzhou sucked in a breath, unable to withstand the ruffling, almost unable to control the strength of his arm. Ha ha ha. She stopped teasing him and wrapped her arms around his neck reassuringly, but she couldn't help teasing with her mouth. Do you know that every time you call me Miss Yi, you are sexy as hell? As expected, she saw him blush at her words before Nansen let out a low laugh. She moved up to his ear and whispered something in decibels that only the two of them could hear. Then he saw the redness on Yu Xianzhou's face immediately spread from his neck to the roots behind his ears. She left his arms and planted a kiss on his cheek, taking the bowl from him and saying, "You rest first, I'll go send Yuji a sobering soup." "It's okay, it's easier for me. You're tired too, cooking and making soup. Go wait for me upstairs." She said this last statement with great meaning. That's good. He was still uneasy as he left and urged, "Those dishes will be followed up by someone to clean up." And dash. Alright, metaphorical mom. Because of this title of hers, Yu Xianzhou uncomfortably pushed his glasses with his knuckles. Lips parted. Still not speaking, he stepped away with vapid footsteps, and Nansen sat down next to Yuji, who was slumped on the table, with his sobering soup. Poor little thing. She sighed again, in the same general way she had kissed him before she came, both in words and tone. The difference is him. Nansen reached out and lifted his face up, and unsurprisingly felt a hand full of tears, broken and shattered. Poor little thing. Baby, you're back. When did you get back? I seem to be drunk. Yuji was pretending that nothing had happened, but the hardness in his throat and the reddened corners of his eyes remained unconcealed. Why lie to yourself like that? Yuji. She never called him by his full name, no matter what, but usually it was always wrapped up in a gentle and loving tone. Now after removing the false sugar coating, it just feels horribly cold. Yuji's heart broke into pieces, but still pretended not to understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Baby, we're going back after we see Big Brother, okay? His eyes fluttered about just not daring to look directly at her until they suddenly froze when he saw something. Truth value, 0. Don't believe it. There must be a bug. The baby loves him so much. How can his sincerity value be 0? He's too wasted with this ability. For the first time since he had the ability, Yuji chose to question it. He doesn't believe it. But the heart hurts. It's never hurt this much. Is he sick? Yuji, as I said before, I only care about money. Oh. It's better to have an heir who can carry on the family business than an idle rich kid, don't you think? No, baby, I can give you all of these. He knelt skillfully, tugging at her sleeve to plead. His wretched tear stains a crystalline and beautiful accent on that face. Get up, Yuji. How bad it is for you Urshio to kneel an outsider in his own home. I'm not some metaphorical second young man. Yuji was always reluctant to admit this identity, but then he suddenly realized that if he didn't have this identity, then she would never look back at him again. Baby, please, beg me for what? Don't break up. Yuji, you're forgetting when we got back together. Nansun squatted down, his fingertips caressing that handsome face full of humility. Sure enough, I can't get tired of seeing these men's humble, courting expressions no matter what. She likes it too much. The more you like, the more your mouth says conical words. I didn't lie to you before. I just spent your money to order male models to go off. Only they're all bad quality. No hello. Yuji's eyes lit up at first. So I ordered your big brother. What a coincidence. He came the other day precisely because he received a text message and ended up. Yuji's eyes froze, following her words and thinking of that day. It was the day he came home. The day I saw clothes strewn on the floor. Wasn't she sound asleep in the room just a wall away? And he actually wondered who had made his big brother's iron tree blossom. After which he must examine whether the other party was worthy of being his sister-in-law or not. Yuji cried out in pain, shaking his head in disbelief of this fact. Don't cry. Don't disturb your brother. He works and cooks every day. He's tired, you know? At least don't cry here. She stood up, leaving him with only a cold and desperate back. Thunder rumbled outside, adding a suitable background sound to the duo's broken relationship as well. Heavy rain fell. By the way, don't let him know about our previous relationship. He's thin-skinned and I don't want to have to resort to other means to tie him down when the time comes. She sounded a little paranoid. All those feelings that had once confronted him, all at once, moved to his adopted brother. A little. Nothing was left for him. But what he doesn't know is that not only has this woman abandoned him mercilessly, but she's also cooking up a way to leave him with nothing. Chapter 99, Psychiatric Writers, 13. It's raining outside. Yusienjo held his forehead and tried to stand up and go out to find Yuji. Taking care of his brother had become instinctive, and he was a little worried that the plummeting temperatures would catch him cold. He couldn't quite tell the passage of time right now, so he wanted to check on Yuji's status. He left first, as if he had sobered up a little. Nansun, who had walked in through the doorway, turned and closed the door. She pushed him right back onto the bed and stood at the edge of the bed towering over his half-drunken form. It was at night that day, and far less light to see than it is now. Yusienjo barely propped up his body to sit up. His expression was chaotic. His hair was slightly disheveled, a little drooping over his forehead, and his meticulously tailored shirt was more than a little wrinkled, but was instantly smoothed out again with his movements. The top could not wrap the explosive body, but the quality was too good. Because he raised his hand to hold the glasses to make people feel like it was going to fall apart, the buttons were still solid. MS. Yi, where's my brother? He looked like he was really drunk or he wouldn't have forgotten that she had just answered him once. Mister, you was always so worried about others. Nansen bulldozed over, looking at the collar buttons in the way, simply reached out and unlocked two. The back of his hand touched his hot and rolling collarbone. You're practically acting like both Yuji's father and his mother at the same time. Because I was adopted to take care of him. Yusienjo held her hand. Slightly lower body temperature for him is like a handful of fresh water in the desert, refreshing. All those things will belong to Yuji in the future. I'm just taking care of them and keeping them for him. Yeah, what if he doesn't want it? Yusienjo didn't say anything because he hadn't envisioned this outcome. His younger brother's rejection now was just a momentary rebellion. And in his opinion he was the only rightful heir to the metaphorical family. If he doesn't want, my parents will probably leave the metaphorical family to me. After all, they don't value blood, but ability. So, then this is just right. She embraced him happily. You like me too, don't you? Without waiting for Yusienjo to answer, she herself had already grabbed the first nod. I know you like it, so we are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Wouldn't that be too unfair to her? He's still trying to figure out how he's going to woo MS. Yeah, this is too rushed. Where's the rush? When are we getting married? Married? These two words caused a warm current to well up in Yusienjo's heart. Will you marry me? He couldn't even speak coherently. Of course. I told you I'm super into money, and you're my type. She lunged, and with one hand he had her completely wrapped around him, his waist amazingly thin between his hands. Yu Xianzhou lowered his head and returned the kiss. Marriage, ms. Yi can. Whenever she wants. The curtain of rain outside the window isolates everything. Asterisk. The rain fell harder, soaking Luo Wanqing's skirt. Does this prop work or not? She walked through the rain muttering under her umbrella, a clear face slowly colored with anxiety. Security was tight over here, and she'd still managed to blend in, so it would be a waste of props if she couldn't find anyone. She was simply burnt out not too long ago, but even with the metaphorical support leading to the capital starting to support her, a fake is still a fake. But even if others were to curry favor with him for the sake of a nebulous possibility, it would be like the strongest of shields for her. If we can really enlist him. The plundering system's plundering missions naturally didn't just plunder other people's talents and auras, but also included plundering top-tier connections like UG. It hadn't said a word lately, causing her to be unable to post new books and chapters at all, and luckily there were loot values to exchange for props. If she could get the support of the Yu family, not to mention breaking the shift, even if she really plagiarized and was actually hammered, other people could do nothing to her. She had to get closer to his heart while it was still, while Yu was still disguising his identity. The rain poured down in torrents, and the raindrops were so heavy that they blurred her vision, but Luo Wanqing still saw that lone figure, squatting under the eaves of the porch, soaked to the skin by the rain. Any other person would have looked extremely wretched. Instead he only made people's hearts rise with pity. Shattered hair clung to her face, which was wet with a mixture of rain and tears. But his eyes were numb and detached, wandering as if he didn't belong in the world. Even without the addition of identity, this face alone was enough to make Luo Wanqing's heart flutter. She had also conceptualized romance novels, and if the male lead in the novels could appear in reality, it would definitely be like Yu. Their meeting now is also so dreamy and just meant to be. Why are you here alone? It's all wet, you'll catch a cold. A gentle, watery voice rang out, but it wasn't that person, so Yu didn't even move his eyes. The transparent umbrella tilted a little toward him, blocking the rain that was being blown by the wind. The view was taken up by a sliver of skirt, and still he was unresponsive. Are you waiting for someone or? Why don't you go somewhere else to get out of the rain? The other man was still talking, but he wasn't even listening to much of it, even shrinking inward at being approached, even though he had been abandoned. He remembered the baby saying that he didn't like him talking to or being near other people, male or female. Stay back, don't talk to me. He finally spoke up. And despite an extremely deceptive and pitiful appearance, Yuji was still the same Yuji. Anyone other than his girlfriend is just a mirror image to him, even Big Brother. At a young age, he accepts the fact that no one in the world is completely true to him, and that even his expectant, adoring parents actually don't love him at all. The world was false, and if it wasn't, then why did he see the value of sincerity and why couldn't he get love from anyone? And now, it's so hard to meet someone who truly loves him and lose them so unpredictably. Yuji's heart was filled with these thoughts and he didn't notice the soft handkerchief pressing against his cheek. With a start, he waved his hand straight open. The pure white handkerchief fell to the ground and was soon wet and soiled by the rain. Yuji snapped his head up, but all he could see was a cloud of mist on the woman's head. No, there is no genuine value. His heart shook. Luo Wanqing couldn't help but look forward to it when she saw him finally cast his eyes on herself. She had spent almost all of the loot value she had saved before redeeming this prop, which could not be modified but could shield the sensing of the sincerity value. Now she must be the most special one in Yuji's eyes. He would become curious about her, and thus accept her proximity, and then after that, by a series of designs, she could surely convince him of her sincerity. With his family's support, her looting mission would only be completed more smoothly, and by then it would be enough to purchase props that modified the value of her true heart. He would trust her completely and utterly. Seeing the faltering in Yuji's eyes, Luo Wanqing could almost touch the future she imagined, but he immediately pushed her away, turned and ran into the rain. What's going on? It was nothing like she had envisioned. Yuji ran through the rain, heading back in the direction of his house. This ability of his is really broken. How can a baby not love him? How can he have zero sincerity value? No longer wanting to think about whether he was deceiving himself or what. He was only willing to believe what he believed at the moment. At least what we just saw was real, wasn't it? The fact that there is no truth value on that woman's head means that this ability of his is just broken. He loves her. He's going to win her back. Whatever it takes. Even if that person is Big Brother. Yuji completely ignored the call behind him with some exasperation. Broken puppies refuse to be picked up. Chapter 100 Psychiatric Writers, 14. 009, the hero rejects the heroine. Aha! The world consciousness of this world is really not powerful. She has created such good conditions. The result is just this level? 009, but the good news is that the cornerstone connection is enough. Is this it? 009, yes. This world is inherently full of holes, and the cornerstones of the world produce any entanglements that barely maintain stability. At least the system didn't lie to him about that. It was indeed flexible. What about plot spoilers? 009, 80%. Wow. So simple and easy. Xiaojiu, let me tell you, this mission you found matches perfectly with what I want. It's super easy. It's almost like a vacation world. 009. The nagging feeling of being cheated is eased a little by the happy outcome. Still, it won't give up on tracking down the crook system. 009. Host, you continue to play. Talk to me when you're tired of playing. Lying on the new sheets and nestled in the bedding, Nansen still couldn't help but burrow into Yu Xianzhou's arms, feeling the delightful and relaxing scent. She liked the way he made her feel so much that it was kind of hard to lose him. Yeah, Yu Xianzhou was still in a light sleep, but his body's instincts still made him completely embrace the person into his arms, almost completely covering all of her. The temperature outside is cold, and the embrace is warm. The sound of rain outside the window diminished, and the Sokyuji was welcomed in by the worried housekeeper. He tried to get to someone, but nearly fainted. Second young master, are you alright? Come help the second young master to his room. The military chaos downstairs has nothing to do with upstairs. Nansen half squinted his eyes and was about to enter dreamland as well. Sure is like a vacation then. UG fever for 2 days and 2 nights. The private doctor came to see. Said the condition is not dangerous, but the fever has not gone down. Yu Xianzhou was very remorseful and wanted to stay by his brother's side as usual, but was stopped by Nansen. Which is more important, me or him? He wondered. There is no comparison between the two, but I think you must have eyes only for me. She cupped his face and made him bend down to meet her eyes. You can only love me and look at me. Yu Xianzhou's first reaction to seeing her with such a gloomy expression was guilt. Is he making her insecure? Of course I will. He stroked her spine soothingly as a way to make her feel better. Both his words and demeanor were showing his heartache. The person in his arms went quiet. I can take care of Yuji. After all, we were friends before. Good. You don't want to get too tired. Yu Xianzhou didn't want to make her unhappy again. Still didn't open his mouth to say that he wanted to go see Yuji. My brother has long since become an adult and independent, so perhaps he should indeed not be in charge of him at every turn. However, Miss Yi and Yuji, the relationship between the two of them, slightly made him a little concerned. He always hoped he was overthinking things. Then I'll take care of my work first. Ji has an escort to take care of her. You don't have to do everything yourself. I know. She smiled brightly. How could she possibly take care of him herself? Yuji was sick, but she wasn't. Yu Xianzhou placed a shallow kiss on her forehead before reluctantly leaving. Nansen's smile fell as he turned around and pushed the door open. If Yu Xianzhou insisted on some more, to come in to see his brother before leaving, you can hear lying on the bed of Yuji unconscious or still shouting, baby, you guys get out first. The rest of the people in the room looked at each other in disbelief, but still chose to follow Nansen's orders. Poor little thing. She sat on the side of his bed, looking at the burnt-out Yuji. The face was particularly endearing because of its fragility. Lips are burning pale. Nansen reached over and rubbed his fingertips over his lips until the pretty lips turned crimson again. Baby. Aha. Her whispered answer made Yuji seem to sense something, and his eyelids struggled to open to see if it was her sitting next to his bed or not. The value of zero genuineness is extraordinarily conspicuous. It's her. Being sick made his already on the verge of a breakdown even more fragile. Yuji's eyes closed and opened, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. I thought I was dreaming. You're just dreaming. It's weird. He took her words so easily, more gullible than usual. Baby, I know my powers must be broken. How can it be zero? How can it be a blur? It was a good thing that Nansen had sidetracked the others. Otherwise they would have thought that he had burnt out his brain. What do I have to do to make this work? I don't want to break up. I don't want to be thrown away. I can't go anywhere but around you. I can only belong to you. His eyes were red, from burning and from crying. Then you will become something that belongs only to me. How about giving up everything you have? Status, money, position, mind and body belong to me only? She sounded compelled to leave him with nothing but her. Yes, I can. He was willing to give up things that didn't even matter if that's what it took to keep her. Yeah, make sure you remember what you said when you wake up from your illness. I'll remember. Baby, don't go. But Nansen, who had accomplished his own goal, only tenderly drew away the sleeve that he had clutched in his hand. Wait until you do. That's all she left behind. In contrast to the male lead, the female lead is not doing too well. public opinion backfires fast. In fact, if Luo Wanqing hadn't been desperately marketing her title as a female author who wrote about men online, perhaps not so many people would have cared about her. It's hard to get out of the circle of plagiarism, breaking the schedule, digging holes and not filling them, and anymore it's just a webcomic circle thing. But she's too famous, and she tried to use the plagiarism incident to nail Yi Jia to the pillar of shame before. It turned out to be a near flop for herself, while the other party reaped a tremendous wave of traffic, even sucking up some of the fans she had accumulated. Luo Wanqing's recent anxiety had caused her hair to fall out in large quantities, and her person had become much more emaciated. Even her mental state was gradually worrisome, but she thought that as long as a lot of things weren't solid, she still had a chance to flip it. It's nearing the offline event, and she's showing her face for the first time, expecting this wave of marketing to save her from the fire and turn around the bad publicity. X-Read has a majority holding in you, and you is bound to come to the rescue. She was more certain about getting close to Yu Ji than that transporting Yu Xianzhou, but her last outing also really made her doubt herself. It was while she was in the middle of a six-pack that the looting system finally appeared. Looting system, host, I've brought the full book this time that can make you a god in one book. It was like a lone bet on the verge of making a buck before it was time to run for the hills, but apparently the other party was in ecstasy and didn't notice. You also send out the whole book, like Yega, and say that it's the result of your careful polishing. 300,000 words in the middle, and people will believe it. And then, you'll shine at the convention. Chapter 101 Psychiatric Writers, 15. A 300,000 word masterpiece comes out of nowhere. Capital momentum. Book fans carnival. Multi-channel promotion so that even the passers-by who never read online literature have heard of it. Hear, search, immerse, marvel. Overnight. Monday I was greatly discussed, as if she had become a rising new god. Various copyright holders came over to negotiate, and the prices offered were higher than one another. There is no doubt that maybe she is not the most powerful god of this offline conference, but she is certainly the most discussed. Luo Wanqing's fans thus raised their eyebrows, but those who remembered to eat but not to remember to fight and still dared to go to Callan's side to commit, once again appreciated the power of the psychotic dislike of God. They were furious and called her crazy, only screaming on the internet and not worrying about her code. Fans of testimony say she's a genius, and that the million-word portrayal of the magnificent world is mind-blowing. She's both crazy and a genius. Even without looking for any marketing, Callan comes with all sorts of buzz. Their two names are also tied together by repeated references to previous events. It's diabolical. Luo Wanqing tossed her cell phone aside and did her best to calm down. She also has to prepare for the back of the line, and there will be a lot of capital coming in then. With a taste of power favoritism, she is determined to get the big man. At that time, not to mention the district calamity, even if a great god was plundered, they could only swallow their teeth and blood. She didn't know the system was already planning to run. System, I want to buy deodorant pills, and beauty potions, and, she reported a series of prop names, and of course the looting system happily redeemed them for her. After all, these used her own chi, and after purchasing it, it could privately swallow 9/10 of it, which could be called a no-cost deal. But, the looting system looked at the pitifully small amount of chi luck on her and was puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that its intervention caused the heroine to lose her chi too quickly? It's reasonable that the heroine should have gradually achieved godhood by now, but she's still just a marketing curiosity, and has only been re-recognized for her strength by virtue of the book it gave her. Never mind. After fishing this wave it would call it quits. The system hunter was out of this world for the time being, but it still had to be vigilant. As soon as the offline conference was over, it fished away all the chi on the heroine and ran away. It was alert enough, but unfortunately it wasn't the system hunter that was monitoring it, but the primordial system 009. It still closely monitors the predatory system's moves, confirming that every step it takes is within the plan. Little 9009, I am. It's okay, just calling you. 009, well, I'll always be around if you need me. Nansen plopped down on the couch to line up with a fan as the metaphorical staff came and went. It was impossible to see the expression on her face. It only looked a little bored for a moment. It's not a good vibe in the house lately. Even Yu Xianzhou was so anxious that he didn't go home for several days, because Yu Ji is missing. He said he would only look at her, but in the end, he still cares about his brother. Nansen admitted that she really wasn't suited to messing with good people after all. After all, she liked dogs that were under her complete control, not people with a normal outlook on the world. What's the saying? Healthy relationships are important. Ha ha. She got up humming and walked in a certain direction at a brisk pace. This was the basement that had never been activated in the Yu family, and they didn't know that the second youngest master they had been searching so hard for was here. With a snap, The papers were flung to the floor before being picked up by a slightly thinner hand. Signed. Good. The other party quickly signed and stamped his hand, and the small movement drove the chains to collide, extraordinarily crisp in the silent and empty chamber. Is this okay? Eugene knelt at her feet, not caring what he had just signed. All he knew was that he had promised her to give up everything he had, status or money or whatever, just stay by her side, even if it meant staying in the darkened basement of her home, as she was now, hopelessly waiting for her daily dose of pity. So happy. He was only hers, so happy. She took the signed papers and bent down to reward him with a kiss. Eugene, I'm really all you have left now. If even I abandon you, you'll die, you know? It's okay, I love you. He looked up for a kiss, with nothing else in his eyes but her. Poor little thing. I'm not pathetic. It's all by choice. Eugene was a little confused by her compassion. Those shackles were not bondage to him, but proof that he was tied to her. You are the only real person in the world. He speaks words that only he can understand and believes them. Eugene, maybe you've been abnormal for a long time. Yeah. He smiled lowly, but proudly. Big brother, he has too much responsibility on him. With the company, his parents' expectations, and me, he can't give you all of it. But I can. Eugene looked like he was crazy, but his eyes were calm as hell. I can give you all I have, and I'll only look at you. Everything I have is yours to do with as you please. Baby, I love you. More love than my big brother. Chapter 102 Psychiatric Writers, 16. The venue was packed. The opulent hall was decorated as if it were an occasion that only the upper class would participate in. This year's offline event seemed to be extra grand, causing some authors who are usually less concerned with grooming to fidget a bit. It didn't say it was before. Some people look at their big t-shirts and pants and flip-flops and are weirdly shy. Luckily there were a handful of people dressed casually, and they were all from the same batch of gods. The organizers were also thoughtful and asked if they wanted to go change. After receiving a negative answer, it was even more considerate to put the more rustic of them in one place. However, while some people are casual, naturally others are dressed up. This time even changed the way the event was held, changing it to a full live broadcast. It seems that because of the recent emergence of purple stars in the netizen world, so that the Enterprise also saw the thriving. The camera focuses on the main venue. Wow. It turns out that the god of Red China is actually a big beautiful woman. I thought he was a middle-aged man who plays mahjong every day. I'm coming. Where's our little apple? Is Erin here yet? Take a picture of her. Izzy's sister. A plagiarist. That crazy powder from Garland is here? Who knows if it's me? It's so low. Garland, your grandmother, I'm here. And want to be named again, everyone. Holy, is she a ghost? God is out of this world. Many of the disliked people reflexively drop their cell phones as soon as they see that ID, and then pick them back up again in disgrace. But he did not dare to speak again. The pop-ups are much cleaner. Anyone notice a certain row? The camera never got a shot. That row is full of bigwigs. They don't show their faces easily, right? But the ex-reading boss and the de-reading groups in charge of being shot, are they hardly more impressive? Yeah, some of them even get blocked when you type their names out. Asterisk. Don't do it, or you'll be blocked. But even without showing his face, I can tell that the one in the dark gray suit must be a handsome man. Shasha. This body. The one next to me must be a big girl too. I've already made up tens of thousands of words in my head for a romance story. The topic of pop-up discussion instantly centered between these two, and even a little on the tail end of the hot search. And the people being discussed were clearly the two Yu Xianzhou and Nan Sun. She wore a plain black fishtail dress today, but with a twist, reflecting stars and light as she moved. Long hair coiled up, but because she is always not honestly leaning on Yu Xianzhou's shoulder and slightly messy, but added a few points of laziness. Still no makeup. Just a red lip was enough to catch the eye. Mr. Yu, who is this? My girlfriend. My last name is Yi. Ah. Miss Yi disrespectful. Just now, they heard the two of them call each other Mr. Yu and Miss Yi, but their gestures were intimate, and they guessed a lot more. It's probably just a fling now that I think about it. Many people's gazes changed as he acknowledged the relationship between the two of them, thinking to themselves whose family's young lady this was. The aura is also quite mysterious. Missy must know the second young master as well. Of course, we know each other well. She took a sip of her wine, a smile on her lips. Look at that one. It's the author that second young master cares a lot about lately. The talent is extraordinary, so we've paid a little more attention to it as well. The other man's words carried a pleasing subtext, but he was doomed, because Yu Xianzhou is now pouring out almost all of his hands because of his own brother's disappearance. Although even his parents say that they don't have to care about him. He has a good big brother. Yu Xianzhou did not buy it, but Nansen looked along and saw the woman in a long white dress, warm and lovely. Luo Wanqing. Look like this. Sure enough, there is no world heroine that is not beautiful, but unfortunately, the surrounding qi is so dull and terrible that it is comparable to Yu Ji. Yu Xianzhou didn't respond. The other party's failure to flatter him instead made him blush even more. So quietly, the winds changed again. The following people are the most good at guessing the intention of the upper. A little wind and grass can have a huge impact. The original arrangement of all kinds of resources in marketing also withdrawn noiselessly. But the main man doesn't know it yet, and is happy to look at the hot search hanging over his own. This time there was finally no Garland's name. Taking her joy into his eyes, Nansen turned his head to look at the serious-faced Yu Xianzhou. Yuji will find it. Maybe he's just having a tantrum. She took his hand in her lap for comfort, and the other man skillfully interlocked his grip. The palm of the hand is completely wrapped around it and carries an unspeakable sexual tension in both color contrast and size contrast. Screenshot. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. I'm knocking. 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 The pop-ups swiped these like crazy. Most of them are admirers, and readers are the best at brainstorming. Not to mention they're astringent as hell for holding hands alone. But in reality, the hand-holding duo were not as sticky as they thought they would be. Meanwhile, the awards ceremony on stage began. Let's congratulate X reading on this year's Purple Violet Star Award winner, manhwaresumen. MS. Luo Wanqing. There was a cheer at the bottom, but it couldn't hide Yu Xianzhou's slightly hesitant question. MS. Yi, I have always wanted to ask, what exactly is the relationship between you and my brother? Couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. He had to find out. Does it matter? She looked at the stage and clapped along, the smile on her face unchanged. It's important. What if I'm related to him? Are you going to give me away? Or are you metaphorically present both generous enough to share with your brother? The flash of a photoshoot flashed over there, and the atmosphere was stiff over here. I never thought of it that way. So what do you think? And why ask? Her emotions were easily agitated, and Yu Xianzhou, who knew this well, immediately stopped his words. I'm sorry, I'm the one who always thinks too much. He apologized proficiently, posturing so low that it almost made the jaws of those who saw it drop. No, you're not overthinking it. Luo Wanqing on the stage had already begun to say words of thanks, and as she did so, she dropped a few tears, dubbed fairy tears by her fans. Under the stage, the black-dressed Nansen hooked his lips and directly told Yu Xianzhou the truth. I'm Yuji's ex-girlfriend. So what? What are you going to do? Break up with me? Yu Xianzhou's brain was down because of her showdown, so he didn't reply to her immediately. If it was Yuji, he would have gotten down on his knees and apologized to me by now. You really can't compare to him. Ending at the same time as her paragraph was the award speech that came over the stereo, leaving only the last sentence to fall at the same time as her words. Do read's newest great author, Garland. Nansen got up and shook off his hand. Break it up. Chapter 103 Psychiatric Writers, 17. Woohoo! Is Karen going to show his face? I haven't seen her just now. She's not hiding in some dark corner, is she? Who knows if psychosis can come on suddenly? I'd probably look like an ugly mushroom next to Aaron's sister. I don't think it's the pimply-faced kind. Pong your father. The author also look at the face? What's wrong with you guys? No face, but a wall. A goddess is a goddess. A psychopath is a psychopath. Yes, yes, yes. Mondi I Copydog is also Copydog. Oh, the pop-ups have already begun to make a lot of noise, and the organizers are well known for hyping up the conversation by arranging the awards for these two in one place. So there were quite a few fans who drove at the organizers, but most of them were more interested in eating the melon. There's a level of conversation in the capital. The horse is gone too. Why is the beautiful woman in the Big Brother's chair standing up? Go to the bathroom. No, she's going upstage. I'm guessing it's the guest of honor. There were a lot of opinions. Just not one guess that she was Caleb. Luo Wanqing on the stage had already begun to gloat when she heard that Jialan was next. Everyone has a stereotype of mental illness. Not to mention she always gives the impression of being mentally unstable on the internet as well. Even in the best case scenario, it's probably a pale face, dark circles under the eyes, and a flat posture. Flat. Luo Wanqing froze, and so did the others. The capitalist bigwigs who just had a mouthful of Miss Yi looked at Yu Xianzhou's face and had a feeling of a cold heart. The girlfriend of Mr. Yu? Oh no. That ex-girlfriend who had just finished a fight. If he didn't happen to receive the award, he would definitely go up and beg for forgiveness. And they actually indulged the people below them to have fun on purpose like this. Repent. The woman who took one step up the ladder had raven hair and snowy skin, and little expression. His face was indeed pale, but he was as mysteriously cold as a vampire, and he was wearing only bluish-toned, positively red lipstick, but it was such an aura. The dark circles under her eyes weren't even bothering to be covered up either, because on that face, it only made her more graceful than a misanthropic model. She stepped onto the steps, but like a queen's enthronement, each step felt like a step on a person's heart. For the first time, the battle-hardened presenter lost control of the stage until the trophy was taken from her hands. She bowed her head slightly, her demeanor remained the same, and her voice with a smile spread throughout the room. Greetings, I am Karen, a Yega, and a madman as you call me. Her distinctive speech was a wake-up call. Standing on the side, Luo Wanqing could no longer maintain her drop-dead gorgeous demeanor, and everyone's attention had been taken by the person in front of the microphone. Her proud looks, her temperament, even her ability to write, were second to none in front of her. Looting the system, how can I make a fool out of her? She gritted her teeth. Looting system, making a fool of yourself? That's my next kissing host. You're no longer useful. Get lost. Looting system has completely given up the idea of running away. Yi Jia on the body of 1,000 times thick fortune confused its eyes. System? What did you say? Luo Wanqing questioned furiously, but could only feel the panic of the system gradually detaching itself. How's this? How was she going to send out a new book or gather contacts if she didn't have the looting system? She was getting exasperated. And Callan's speech ended quickly. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you all. Aside from the initial line, which was a bit of a departure from the norm, she was described as normal later on. And the speech was beyond brilliant. Doesn't look much like a mentally unstable person. Those who wanted to eat the melon were inexplicably a bit despondent. And the organizers who arranged for both of them to receive their awards at the same time were relieved. But how could it just go on without a ripple? She removed the microphone, turned sideways to look down at Luo Wanqing, and slowly walked forward. Snap! In full view of the crowd, she laughed and shook her off. Chapter 104 Psychiatric Writers, 18, the scene fell into a death-like silence, and even the pop-up stopped for a few seconds. You're crazy! Luo Wanqing's screaming voice came out through the microphone, incomparably harsh. No longer able to maintain her demeanor, she covered the left side of her face and looked left. Where's security? Pull this crazy woman down. No one dared to move, and even if someone did, they were signaled not to move. That's it, let her be. The she in his mouth is naturally the party that hit the person, because Yu Xianzhou sat in the original position to make a statement, so no one dared to maintain order, or to make peace. Stock prices go up and down in scandals. They're nothing. Real power is held only in the hands of those at the top, and their words and actions are much more important than outsiders can imagine. No one stepped forward to stop it. Again, a snap. The right side of Luo Wanqing's face also suffered, immediately surfacing with finger marks that swelled up extremely fast. You're crazy. You're crazy. You forgot? I'm supposed to be crazy. The crystal trophy she had just gotten slammed down and knocked a corner off because she didn't hold it steady. My trophy? What's so heartbreaking about taking an award stolen by plagiarism? I'm the one who posted it before you. And you're saying I plagiarized it? Yega is really crazy. Because there is no evidence, so he can only make trouble in this kind of occasion. Her heart settled a bit. As long as there was no actual hammer, she herself was the absolute victim and the other party was just crazy psychotic. Everyone would still be on her side, sympathizing with her and spitting on Yi Jia, as long as there is no actual hammer. No, I'm talking about this taming you just posted. What? Luo Wanqing suddenly looked up. As her words fell, the large LED screen behind her was also immediately switched to a screenshot that was crystal clear. An earlier timeline than hers, a different website name, and not her pen name. You're really good at copying too. I posted it for a few days and then hid it so only people who have favorited it can read it. I hid it because I was being called out all over the place at the time, and I was afraid it would affect this pen name of mine. So you thought you could plagiarize if no one asked? How could that be? It was clearly a book given to her by the looting system. Looting system. Looting system. No matter how much she called out, it was useless, for it had already detached itself from her and rolled its chakra away. Ding! Hello host, this is the looting system. I go. 009. It was straight out of the jar. 009, who are you calling host? No, no, I'm screaming for fun. Really, ouch look at this mouth of mine. Is my host I'll call. Misunderstanding all misunderstanding. There was no use in admitting defeat. It was circled in the system space, waiting to be dispatched. Reality. The number of people in the live broadcast room had spiked extremely fast since Luo Wanqing was slapped in public, and now it was continuing to pour in. Now that the book has been unhidden, it's natural for someone to search for it. The truth has become clear. Nansun looked at Luo Wanqing, who was sitting helplessly on the ground, and snorted coldly. The book is not by Karen, but a work she herself wrote while on another world. and was laid out to be used as a fishing expedition for law enforcement back when it was issued. The predatory system took the bait, as did the heroine. How does a plagiarist deserve to receive an award in a fair and honorable manner and be admired by millions of people? Little 9. Spitting real props. She wants her to speak out in front of everyone about her crimes and give justice to those who have been plagiarized. Such a Thai plagiarism? Not a word of it. And which of those previous books of yours were copied? What's wrong with copying? I'm more famous and better at marketing than you are. Would those books be so famous in your hands? Your proof of the way is at best in the women's genre. Immortal Cultivation is a romance that belongs to men alone, and more people will buy it for that. So what if I take it over? And the last book? That guy wrote it for so long it flopped. Not because it was not famous. It's only in my hands that this book will shine. A series of shocking words shocked the crowd. We are all wordsmiths, and what we hate most is to have our heart and soul taken away from us. And not only did she do this, but she had the audacity to say these things. What's the difference between taking someone's child and saying you can raise it better? Asterisk shame on you star. You're the crazy one, aren't you? A number of people have already broken into song at the scene. That's my book. The original author of her one broken book stood up, bearded and red-eyed, his eyes full of hate. Even if it's no good, it's still my book. How many days and nights did I stay up writing outlines and conceptualizing settings, drawing maps and designing powers, thinking about how to pull off emotions and how the protagonist would grow? That's my book. If you're so good, just write another book. Luo Wanqing, who had said this, covered her mouth in horror, and seeing those condemning and disgusted eyes, panicked and tried to flee. The security guards finally moved, and in order to maintain order at the scene, some of them went over to stop the agitated sufferers and authors, while others detained her. But I don't know if it was a watering hole or what, or if the two sides met accidentally. Copy dog, why are you so shameless? Luo Wanqing's makeup was smudged, her hair was loose, and her face still had the redness left over from the slap she had just been thrown. Her chi was all swept away by the looting system, so there would be no more chances to turn the tide. Moreover, she has caused incalculable damage to the group's reputation and monetary loss, and the capital will not let her go. It's even more impossible to have an obscene Earth rebirth. Her face will be branded with the word plagiarist for the rest of her life. Nansen laughed so hard on the stage that he was so happy that even tears came out of his eyes, and he was held up by his host sister, almost hanging on to her. The host was nervous, purely because he was being put in the arms of a great beauty. Garland the Great smells so good. Her eyes fluttered. Then she met Yu Xianzhou's eyes with a hint of jealousy and couldn't help but feel a jolt. At the same time a husky female voice rang in her ears. Don't worry, this farce won't affect your career. She wasn't worrying about that, but, well, she could worry about it if she could be so comforted. Aha, it's a good thing she's straight. Otherwise she probably wouldn't have found this ideal type of partner in her life if she was treated like this. Trouble you to keep controlling the scene. You're very professional. She also got a sticker shock after that comment. Touching his face, the presenter who got the compliment was like a chicken blood, looking at the back of the woman swaying away and nodding firmly. Nansen walked through the slightly chaotic crowd, with Luo Wanqing's hysterical screams in the background. She took the trophy, but instead of returning to her original seat, she planned to just leave the venue. 009, plot breakdown. 100%. Wait a minute. Her wrist was pulled. Chapter 105 Psychiatric Writers, 19. Mr. You, we've already broken up and yet you're still pestering me. Where are your gentlemanly manners? Nansen turned around, his tone impatient. I was wrong. What's wrong? I shouldn't have doubted your relationship with my brother. And since we broke up, I should have trusted you completely. Nope. She shook her head, looking at the face of Yu Xianzhou who was rarely out of his depth. The eyes under the glasses were now filled with nothing but love and the anxiety of the impending loss of her. But not enough. Not enough like that. He's not wrong. He's just a normal guy. So he can never give her what she wants. So she's tired of it. It's that simple. Separating early would be a timely stopgap for him. And she should be woefully unaware of people like Yuji. She had a rare moment of conscience. But the other man didn't seem to think it was kindness, but rather cruelty. Sorry. At her slightly surprised look, the tall man in the dark gray suit bent down to both knees. The cameraman in control of the lens subconsciously chases the hotspot, but is slapped hard on the head by the man in charge who rushes over in a 100-mile sprint. Don't shoot. You don't want to live. Do you know who's over there? The voice was placed extremely low, but it was no less intimidating. The camera moved over and was moved away, and the cameraman scrunched his shoulders and his heart. The live camera can be stopped, but the sight of others can't. Yu Xianzhou actually knelt down to her just like that without regard to the sight of others. Get up. Have you forgotten who you are? I didn't forget. No one else is going to tell anyone about this because they wouldn't dare. There is no doubt in the eyes of others that he is a no-nonsense upstart. Though the OP kneels, he shook his head. Miss Yi, Xiaoji also apologized to you on his knees like this. There's no reason why I can't. Sorry. Yu Xianzhou did not want to break up with her. Kneeling down and apologizing is just a matter of apologizing. In itself, he has little face to speak of in front of her, but it's no use kneeling. Yuji was abandoned by me just the same. Nansun ignored it and continued to walk outside. MS. Yeah. I'll go back to the metaphorical house and talk about it tonight. She put him off with this. Don't follow me. She lied to him again. Yu Xianzhou, however, did not know. Slightly reassured, stopped his footsteps, thinking to talk about it afterwards. Xiaojiu, what about that looting system? 009, caught by me. Then destroy it. There's little need for this illegal system to exist. 009, good host. The looting system didn't even have a chance to defend itself in front of her. It was directly destroyed by 009 and the energy it had accumulated was charged to the petty cash bank. After doing everything, the quest completion pop-up popped up. It had been out of the main system for so long, and it had been so long since it had seen the prompt, that it had nearly forgotten that this time it wasn't using an identity that had been abandoned by the original owner. But a mission. Identity abandoned is scrap. It just happened to be captured by it. The host is perfectly free to have fun in this situation. It's just that she's thinking about smooth things, so she goes the extra mile to fulfill some wishes. Those would have been unnecessary, but the mission is different. If they're a quest giver, they're limited by ratings, and the system ratings the host gets after they start familiarizing themselves with the quest are all S's through and through. But the character ratings are different. While the rewards are a small percentage, there are always times when it's diabolical. As it is, the grade from the original owner is AB. It's not Yuji's fault at all. It's Luo Wanqing's woman's fault. She copied me. She seduced Yuji. She's not bad enough, and I wanted you to get his heart back. But I backtracked. You're not me. How do you deserve his love? There are times when not all original owners are able to come to their senses. Not to mention the fact that she's crazy, poor and pathetic. Luckily they have defected and those identities have been dropped with no possibility of scoring for the original owner. It thought about it, but instead of hiding it, it showed it to the host. Nansun sneered. I was going to just walk away, but now I think I need to go back and see her ex-boyfriend, because she's a bad woman, and she's a defector, and her rule is to look out for herself, and do the rest when she's in a good mood, and not when she's not in a good mood. Did the original owner's rating have anything to do with her? Forget about it, and don't bother with the follow-up anymore. I was going to go along with the idea of maintaining Garland's online identity to send out the follow-up, but now it doesn't seem necessary. At the end of the day she wasn't a taskmaster anymore, so naturally she could do whatever she wanted. It was only her will, not coercion, that she used those discarded identities to fulfill their wishes in passing. She wasn't responsible for anyone's emotions at all. Nansun went back to the Yu family, intending to release Yuji, but he didn't seem to want to see the light of day again and just kept holding her hand. Baby, don't unravel. He withdrew his hand pleadingly, but was forced to pull on it, the key twisting and the shackles falling off his hand with it. The chain fell to the tile floor with a harsh sound. Go! She pulled him away and he could only watch as the basement filled with happy memories closed. He doesn't want to go. There's no one on the first floor. It's quiet. Isn't it good that you're free? Rubbing her cheek, Yuji held her tighter. Not good. Not good. He kept shaking his head, trying to get her to come around. What about someone who said they didn't want to get back at you? I'm just fulfilling her wish. Look, you're back. Still the second young master of the Yu family. Even though you've given up everything, your brother will still provide you with good food and drink. So happy. No. Warm tears dripped down the nape of her neck, and it pained him more to hear them instead. I don't want those. I just want you. Is that so? I don't seem to deserve your love. She said this and made herself laugh. I love you. Baby, I love you. I don't like the you that was before. I like the you that is now. The hand stroking his hair stopped. You know? I can feel it. I can feel it. Baby, you're the only real person in the world. Okay. She hooked his chin whether you're crazy or not. Anyway, I liked that line. 009, the original owner's rating is lowered to AC. That was the minimum, and it was reasonable to suspect that she wouldn't hesitate to hit it again if it was lower. But that's irrelevant to them who have already defected. Nansun even smiled bigger. Well, to reward you, I'll stay with you for a long. The sentence wasn't finished. Her eyes flinched slightly. The air stood still. A true stillness. The flying insects stagnated, and the wind-blown trees outside stayed put and stopped moving. It was as if she was the only one left in the entire world who could move freely, and all around her was blurred, as if it was about to collapse, or as if it was just an illusion. Nansen stood up and looked toward the temporal rift that trembled not far away. It's been a long time. Nanchuan. Chapter 106, System Hunters, don't skip this chapter. A hand wearing a solid black foiled half-finger glove slowly tore through the temporal rift. Maybe it's time to say, long time no see, late wife. A cold voice, with the obscure tones of a long absence of speech, clashed like gold and jade. In addition to the coldness in the words, there was also some imperceptible hatred hidden in them. 009, host. It's okay, it's an acquaintance. Just circle the wagons a bit. 009, good host. Black Boots stepped into the world. Looking upwards, the pants were crisply cinched, the legs were long and strong, and the fitted combat uniform was as sharp as it could be. Nansen dashed off to the open space outside, and the youth dressed as an assassin immediately followed. The cold reflection of the two blades in his hands reflected a hibiscus face and a pair of affectionate eyes. What should have been soft and beautiful was now terribly cold. This face does not suit you, first wife. His black, abyssal eyes looked like they held a choice beast. Nansen appeared to be relaxed, but secretly he had already strengthened all his guards, chillingly saying, "You're talking as if I'm dead." Not dead. His tone was cold and unfeeling, but a hint of resentment could be heard on close listening. Noticing that the opposite party was staring at his face again, he cursed the meat and potatoes mongrel and took out his metal mask to cover half of his face. Only a stern and cold brow was revealed. The eyes across from him regretfully retracted and began to stare at his chest and stomach again. This woman, merchant error, you system hunters will be cooperating with the main system as well? Hearing this, Shang snorted coldly. What's a position in front of interests? You don't know how many people have taken up the quest and how much honorarium is being offered to you. What's more, the system hunter and the main system side weren't complete opposites. The defectors will only end up one after the other. Not to mention a gold medal taskmaster like her who had abducted the primordial system. Crazy one. So, with just a momentary relaxation, Shangqiu immediately attacked with both blades in hand, his figure suddenly appearing beside her like a ghost. The harsh, goosebump-inducing sound of metal being scratched resounded. The blade of the knife rested less than an inch away from Nansen's neck, but it was solidly blocked by the fine needles held between her knuckles. The tip of the needle happened to be against not the body of the knife, but the thin, sharp blade, not the slightest deviation, and any deviation would result in blood splattering on the spot. One blow misses and Shang Rong immediately drops back to avoid the elbow strike that connects next. He held the knife and pressed the back of his left hand against the right side of his neck, being stabbed by the silver needle while continuously radiating severe pain. Shang Qiu's eyes deepened. The attack just now was just a test. There was no way they could fight in this world or the shaky world would collapse in an instant. But he tried a little. You've gotten stronger. It's probably the credit for killing the husband to prove the truth. The flirtation that poked him right in the heart managed to make him lose his cool. Nanchuan, you took advantage of my amnesia, tricked me into marriage, and killed your husband to prove the way. You're still justified. Everyone is killed by system hunters. I'm just cheating a wave of emotions before I kill you. She had no heart, and even rather regretted that she hadn't been able to kill him completely, and laughed. Didn't you kill me once after you regained your memory? Not enough to get even? That's if you're going to die. And cheated him out of tears. This hateful, bad woman. What's more, if it wasn't for his special physique and strong body, he would have died a long time ago, when she really didn't have any half-hearted feelings for him, and said that she would just knife him. How could there be such cold-blooded, heartless, thin-skinned, ruthless women in this world? Nansen flipped his fingers and fumbled out more needles, looking at the youth who was revealing an aura of killing all over his body, raising his eyebrows slightly. You don't suppose you're still holding a grudge? She trailed off. Me? What a joke. Shang Qiu's expression became even colder, and his mouth hardened. How could I possibly have lingering feelings for you? I didn't say those 4 words. The other man choked. This time it was Nansen who took the lead. The silver needles swept out and he was too late to block them all. Gnashing his teeth, he fought off a few hard blows, and his comeback was weak. I don't need you to let go. Noticing that Shang Qiu had no intention of fighting himself viciously, Nansen still withdrew his hand. I didn't let go of the water. Do I want to die? Letting go of the water on you. She's better than him. Where does she need to let go? Despite saying that, it was still true that he hadn't put out his full strength. The exact reason is known only to him. But even if you're strong, you won't be able to make it through when you're surrounded by other system hunters. Nanchuan, it's not too late for you to go back. Not back. Nansen put away his weapon. You didn't broadcast my location to the main system. This latter sentence is an affirmative. Self-indulgent. Well, you don't have any lingering feelings for me. I didn't realize that this famous system hunter top 3 would actually be a love brain. There are benefits, but it's also a real pain in the ass. Nanchuan tried to leave, but instead of exposing his back, he took a step back. You don't have to go back. Shangqiu's eyes became even more condensed as he snapped his fingers, and a mysterious fluctuation spread out in all directions with him at the center. What do you do? It's just a matter of erasing the memories of the people you've messed with in this world. The hero's memories he can't touch, the others can. He stared at her dead in the face, his eyes a mixture of love and hate. They don't deserve to remember you. No. He rushed to find a compliment. They'll only get hurt if they love you. I'm just stopping the damage in time. Are you talking about yourself? Whatever you say, your mission is over. It's time to go. He had just heard her say that she was going to stay with the guy for a while longer. On what grounds? Do you get this kind of treatment for being a dog? He was much dumber than this dog in the first place, and she played him for a fool, but she still killed him without mercy. So you came just to get me to end the mission? You're a defector and you're still so laid back. But if it's not me who's looking for someone else, the master system himself, you think you're going to be able to get away with anything, like some damn flag. Just as he finished speaking, 009's voice rang out. Host, the main system has acquired our coordinates. We must jump worlds. Then go. Nanchuan. It wasn't me who gave the information. Shangqiu also detected some kind of fluctuation, and his eyes widened as he scrambled to explain. Merchant wrong. You're such a crow. Nansun's body gradually faded away, seemingly relaxed but fighting against great pressure. The main system is blocking fast, but unfortunately the world is full of holes. 009, disturbed by energy. 009, energy jamming failed. Broken free. In the space that Nansun couldn't see, the fights and collisions were extremely intense. Arcane symbols and energies encroach on each other, merging and repelling. What dissolves and what is reshaped. Luckily, having the extra energy from the looting system to use to waste added a big boost to its fight. 009, note to the host. Some of the main system permissions have been stolen for you, so you don't have to borrow anyone's identity in the next world. You can fake it yourself. After all, it still cares about the existence of the original owner of the boundaries of Nanchuan. Even though the owners of those previous identities couldn't see what she was doing nor had the opportunity to judge her. Only this mission's original owner made people uncomfortable. But she doesn't really have to fulfill anyone's wishes. 009 hopefully the host will be able to do as he pleases. Truly follow your heart, even if it can't do so every time. It tries to. The danger and excitement of faking an identity and deceiving everyone, including the world's consciousness. You'll have a great time. World jumping, asterisk. Author's reminder, the story of Shang Chao being killed to prove the way is detailed in Volume 12, Chapter 107. The baby's gone. Yuji wasn't sure why he had collapsed on the couch. He clearly remembered that he had been listening to her the last second. She was so happy she complimented him. Why? What's going on? Second young master. You're back. Second young master. Do you know that the eldest young master is dying of anxiety? We're calling in right now. Where were you going before? Yuji looked at the heads of these people surrounding him with empty eyes and blank expressions. True value. No more. It was as if some bug had been fixed and all he could see with his naked eyes were their faces, either surprised or concerned. He was overwhelmed. What's going on? But Yuji remembered the person he was looking for and asked them. Have you seen Yi Jia? Yi Jia? Quite a few people's faces were filled with doubt, and the way they looked at him brought with it some skepticism of looking at the mentally unbalanced. After all, he was as pale as paper, and it was hard to think he hadn't been through something. We don't even know each other. Are they your friends, young master? What are you guys talking about? Yega before big brothers. Girlfriend. He spat out the word reluctantly. You're kidding, right? A brisk subordinate servant scratched his head. When did our young master have a girlfriend? Yuji's eyes widened. Unbelievable. He snatched the phone that the butler had just connected shortly. Big brother. She's gone. She's gone. What should we do? Quickly go find her. Gee, what are you talking about? The words coming from the other side of the phone made him go cold from body to heart. You're the one who's. What are you talking about? Oh Yega, how could you not know? You two are like that. Yu Xianzhou felt that his brother's spirit was completely out of order, but when he mentioned the name, why does he feel empty inside? I do not know this Miss Yi you speak of. The three words at the end were so familiar he felt like he'd said them a million times before. Anyway, I'll be back now. The other end of the phone deliberately covered the receiver, but Yuji could still hear the other side say something about a doctor or something like that. I'm not crazy. He was hysterical, but was again subdued by the home staff. Yuji's state looked bad. Everyone dared not slack off. While holding him down, the family's caretaker arrived in a hurry and gave him a sedative. He struggled, but his eyelids grew heavy. In a blur of vision, he saw the bruises on his wrists from the pressure of the shackles. She's a real person. Asterisk. Yuji was sent to a mental hospital for convalescence. Other than always murmuring the name of someone he didn't recognize, there was nothing physically wrong with him. Yu Xianzhou walked into the ward and handed the jacket in his hand to the caretaker. Thanks. He looked no different than before, still calm and cold. Why don't you let me go to her? I know her. We've lived together before. Gigi, stop it. Yu Xianzhou rubbed his brow. This Missy you are talking about does not have any semblance of interactions with you and me. He had gone to check. She hadn't been seen since the offline event, and looking at the visuals, he had to admit that it was a rare beauty, but he was sure he didn't recognize her. There's also no evidence on the internet that the two of them have ever crossed paths, let alone with Yuji. What put him in a bit of a trance was the fact that he was at the ceremony that day, and for some reason his memories of her were incredibly fuzzy. No way. I'm going to find her myself. Stop being obsessive. He said this to Yuji, but he was also talking to himself. I don't know if it's because my brother mentions these things every day to try to recall his memories, but in his midnight dreams, he also dreams of some illusory moments. It's a madness. He couldn't imagine himself doing those ridiculous things and subconsciously believed them. Yu Xianzhou looked at his brother, whose eyes were red and nearly crazy, and coldly scolded. How can you be discharged from the hospital if you continue like this? I wasn't sick in the first place. I know her. She's my baby. According to you, Ms. Yi should also be my girlfriend, and the relationship between the two of you is already in the past. Yuji's struggles stopped for a moment. Big brother, how can you compete with me? Yu Xianzhou was a little chagrined at his own slip of the tongue, but still continued. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just stating the facts. The truth is she doesn't like you. She likes me better. It's a figment of your imagination. The two of them argued for no reason, over a stranger. She likes you because you're richer brother, but I'm broke and she still likes me. That's why she's shutting me down. If the baby likes you, why doesn't she shut you down? A certain image of a breakup flashed through his mind, causing Yu Xianzhou to frown slightly. Not wanting to say anything more to him, he turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to maintain his demeanor and become a madman like Yuji. Asterisk. Yuji doesn't know how long he's been in the mental hospital. He wants to be discharged, but will never admit that the baby's existence is false. Though he is now blind to the value of truth, he has come to realize the truth of the people around him. He'd even wondered if his ability to see true value was a psychotic hallucination. But the only thing he hadn't questioned was whether her existence was real. When he went out for a walk after lunch, Yuji passed by the second floor, which was full of people who couldn't maintain mental stability on a daily basis. He wanted to leave immediately, but suddenly he heard a familiar name. So what if I copied Yega? Where's the looting system? My looting system. I'm going to write books. Lots of books. Yuji turned his feet. The second young master. Don't stop me. He walked up to the ward as if it were nobody's business. The face in it was unfamiliar, and he had long forgotten that he had met her once. You know Yega? The woman inside, mad as a hatter, heard those two words as if in response, and turned abruptly to stare him dead in the face. Yuji, you were supposed to be with me. How could Yuji side with Yi Jia? Yuji was pleasantly surprised. You know her too. You said, she used to be my girlfriend, right? Hearing the second young master start mentioning this again, the caretaker next to him hurriedly pulled him away. Inside, Luo Wanqing slapped the door hard. She's not your girlfriend. I am. Psychosis. Yuji did not get the answer he wanted, and after cursing angrily, he fell into more pain. He would have gone to his own request for proof that he was the only one in the world who remembered her. Baby. Chapter 108 Conservative Fellows, 1.009 is dormant. Because of helping Nansen steal the permissions, the main system had drilled into the hole, and the energy loss was huge. It gave her a lot of permissions before it went dormant, including choosing the world herself. Gio shouldn't have been so hasty, because she's a lunatic at heart. She chose this world in order to get energy from the extra-human male lead to help speed 009 out of hibernation. It's a world where the ending is the destruction of the human side, and if she's involved in the plot as a plot character but can't change the ending, she'll die too. The smell of blood and some sort of stench carried into his nostrils on the wind, highlighting the omens of danger. Nansen looked around at the darkness of the night around him, the urge and pleasure of being alone suppressed in his chest. What's the point of playing alone in the world later if you don't have a partner? Death if you don't get what you want. That's what she's always been about. Even though others call this crazy. The blood was spreading, flowing down to Nansen's feet, and the screams had faded away, leaving only the extraordinarily gruesome sound of the monster chewing. She seemed to be too late. The place had been reduced to a purgatory, devoid of any scent of life. The little white leather shoes stepped out and made a sound that gave physiological goosebumps as they stepped on the sticky blood. A turn of the head and the monstrous creature appeared at some point. watching her from a short distance away. It was an experimental failure of research that hadn't been recovered in time, so it was wreaking havoc in the chaos zone. Nan-sun stared back at it. The cold wind howled, and neither of them moved. It's a Darkman foreign language book set in a chaotic federation controlled by the consortium. The emergence of an extra-human male protagonist known as Jinsokyo is like a miracle, which has been studied by the consortium for hundreds of years, and is still not satisfied with the benefits it has gained. The heroine is the successor of the next generation of Project Y. She took over the program from her mother, Chu Wei, the director of the Federal Research Institute, with the strong support of Xia Rong, the head of the top-tier consortium Xi's family, a deep-rooted male counterpart. Behind her, the first successfully transformed humanoid weapon was born under her command, and the teenager became her sharpest blade. Then, she becomes attached to the extra-human male lead, uses her permissions to let him go, and the consortium fights them tooth and nail, to the point where the humans fail in the end. There is no doubt that the heroine of this world is a stronger cornerstone than the previous ones, and the hero is the same. And Nanchuan is naturally antagonistic to the hero and heroine. She has to fake her identity, spoil the plot, circumvent death, and get the energy of the extra-human male lead. Really exciting. She needs a low-profile, yet important role at the same time, and it just so happens that there is no one left here. Among the dead is an outcast of the Rice family who had a fling with the heroine's mother, Chu Wei, back in the day. She'll be the heroine's sister. He will also use Xia Rong to get this status as a low-profile and harmless prey. This is so as not to alert the world consciousness. She quickly entered the scene, as if she had instantly integrated into the world as a citizen of the Federation who also feared monsters. The only surveillance brightly blinking. The monster wasn't self-aware, but one could detect the powerful aura of her body becoming extremely weak all of a sudden. Hunger drove it toward her. It was like hitting a transparent wall of air, stopping hard at a fist's length from her. In the surveillance that had been tampered with by the props to the point where only the second half remained, she covered her head and crouched down, and at the same time, her mental power exploded. An invisible shockwave spreads. With a loud boom, the monster disintegrated like a fish with its scales scraped off, leaving only a core of rotten flesh to fall to the ground. How can? The soft and helpless girl fell to the ground. In disbelief of what had just happened, she dialed the Federal Police Department, her tone shaky. Dead. All of them. My father too. I don't have a home anymore. Could you please help me contact my mother? She's Chu Wei. She's the deputy director of the Federal Institute. I know this might be ridiculous. My name? At an angle unseen by the surveillance, her smile slowly tickled. My name is Nanchuan. Nanchuan. Xia Rong looked at the surveillance data from his men, his finger resting on the image of the fainted girl. He unconsciously stroked the ring he wore on his index finger, emblazoned with the blue-colored Shay family crest and the spectral serpent coming to life. A rare mental power exploder. A teacher's daughter? Asterisk. Chaos 3 is all about the edges of society, and this should have been kept under wraps. How can there be survivors? Who killed the monster? I don't know. No nothing. Police inspectors fling themselves at each other. Stop it. The management is coming. Why was the management office notified? Who notified? Because that survivor, she said. She was the daughter of that Dr. Chu. Do you believe anyone who comes to touch you? But we checked. Her father was really in a relationship with that one. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that something like stealing genetic samples to create artificial embryos. Wait, that one. So, who's here this time? They couldn't believe that outcome. A million times scarier than malfeasance. The one who came is that one student, Xia Rong. As the trembling end of the sentence fell, the person they were discussing stepped over the threshold. Everyone's legs went weak. Xia Rong, whom the police inspector feared to the core, was not only not fierce at all, but was simply a gentleman as gentle as jade. But he's the head of the consortium. The head of the consortium at the top of the pyramid, ignoring federal law. A figure reviled and aspired to be feared by countless citizens of the Federation. Even though the dozens of management office special agents following behind him were well uniformed and equipped, they were half unable to suppress the aura on him. Xia Rong ignored everyone and only directed his gaze to the most conspicuous person amongst this police station. The tender woman who was weeping under the comfort of the female police inspector was unaggressive in both features and temperament, yet immensely appealing to the eye. With the undried blood on her cheeks, her disheveled hair, and the constant fear and panic that welled up in her beautiful face, it was almost as if she had been born to be preyed upon. Soft prey. However, it is suspected that a psychic outburst killed the monster. You're the teacher's stray daughter? She looked up, the clear pupils of her eyes watery, and what looked like pearl-like tears slid down, staining the blood on her face. Beautiful as a picture. I don't know. It's just that my father said that my mother was Chu Wei. the deputy director of the Federal Institute. That man's information is lagging behind. Sensei is now the director. Oh. Xiaorong bent down to wipe her tears, sensing her intention to hide back, and remain strong towards her, until his fingers touched her soft cheek and wiped away the blood and tears. The touch was strange and unfamiliar. You must be very scared, right? Come on. I'll take you for a full mental and physical examination. She didn't move. Xiaorong looked around the room. Oh, is it hard to believe that you trust those incompetent federal police inspectors more? The police inspectors who had been scolded directly to their faces dared to lower their heads. He smirked and parted her clasped hands with the policewoman, as if cutting off all her retreat. I'm a student of Sensei's, the only one you can trust at the moment. He saw her eyes gradually waver, tears hanging above her eyelashes like dewdrops in the morning. First time, Nanchuan. The name was called so tenderly and lovingly by him. My name is Xiaorong. Xia. Young. Nansen finally spoke. A low, weak voice, bewildered and pitiful. Yeah, thank you, Young. The arc of Xiaorong's smile widened as he took her into his arms, letting his expensive silk and white clothing get dirty from the blood that stained her. Like a blank sheet of paper, the newborn mentalist was the first to discover it. Whether she's a teacher's daughter or not, she will be. To Xiaorong's surprise, she reached out and tightened her arms around his waist. Even though he had no aversion to her, the overly unfamiliar, intimate contact with the opposite sex made him frown. Sooner or later, you have to get used to it. It's a means of pulling and controlling. In order to have full control over her and use her, I will polish you into the finest diamond. Nansun, who was crouching in his arms, also slowly floated a smile on her face. She's going to be the best diamond ever, possessing an appearance pure enough to cut everyone. She was the prey and the hunter. Chapter 109 Conservative Fellows, 2. Little 9. Nansen called out as per usual, but did not hear it respond. I'm here. It's still dormant. It made her even more eager to meet the legendary extra-human male lead as soon as possible to assess what it would take to get the energy she wanted. It's now 4 years before the plot actually begins, and it all kicks off the day the heroine turns 18 and comes of age. She had a lot of things to do. Gaining Xiaorong's trust was the first priority. Then it was getting into the Federal Institute. It takes one step at a time to build up the power to shake the cornerstones of the world. Nanchuan is under the scanner of the world's consciousness at all times, and she has to appear reasonably like an ordinary plot character. And in addition to the world consciousness, any corner of the hospital she was in was also covered with surveillance. There were all sorts of people watching her. Observe if she seems like a tender flower grown up in a chaotic area and well protected by her father. This was the persona she had given herself. Nansen raised his hand and pretended to wipe his cheeks with the back of his hand, actually sniffing at Xiaorong's scent that had gotten on him from the hug earlier. Top-notch customized perfume. The stench of capitalists. She was in no hurry to remove it because she needed to use it to attract a lost puppy. That's the blade of the heroine's future. It just so happens she wants it too. Asterisk. How is she? A copy of the inspection report was handed across the table. Need I repeat that? Xiaorong's tone didn't change, but it made the doctor, who had never faced the head of the consortium directly, go white on the spot. The other man fell to his knees uncontrollably. Dean rushed forward to explain to him. Miss Nanchuan is a bit shocked. Physically there are no major problems. It's just that some of her mental energy is depleted and she may have a headache. Aha! The doctor who had initially handed him the test report was kindly asked out by the assistant. But those eager to curry favor with Xia would not let this opportunity pass. Even if Xiaorong hadn't expressed any attitude, people who have reached their class can influence the future of all kinds of people without the need for words. Xiaorong walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the Federation citizens demonstrating underneath the high floor. The sight of his face reflected in the window was perfect, capable of easily turning people's heads whether they were smiling or not. It's like a shiny consortium that is filled with all kinds of greed, lust and sin on the inside. Stop conducting illegal experiments. Reinstatement of the original price of the drug. Curbing consortium monopoly. The signs for the demonstration were written in a very uplifting manner, and various people continued to gather. Family master. I'll order people to drive them away. The dean wiped his sweat. No need. Xiaorong's face didn't have the anger he thought it would. Instead, his smile remained unchanged. These bottom feeders, they always need an outlet, but no amount of fooling around is going to help. The tone was soft, but the words were cruel. Go see Miss Nanchuan. He walked out of the suite, but stopped halfway there, so the assistant and secret service behind him followed. Xiaorong didn't turn around, but raised his right arm in command. After tonight, all pharmaceutical drugs are reduced in price by 10%. He finished and left. The price increase is just a means of testing the waters, and with a 10% increase and a 10% decrease, they are still profiteering. When the time comes for all the media to publicize the difficulties of Chez R&D and the rise in raw materials, those federal citizens will only be grateful. That's the consortium. Greedy, cold and cunning. A stabbing is also brewing in the dark corners. Satisfied with the sight of the demonstrating citizens who were gradually gathering, the middle-aged man with a turban signaled his men from the rebel organization. Get that wolf out of the cage. Boss, I'm going? Or what? I'll go? Which can? The henchman cried and walked out the door. What they call a wolf is actually a man. The teenager leaned against the railing, wearing a dark, cold stop-bite mouthpiece, and cast an emotionless glance when he saw someone coming, but it scared the other person to death. You understand us. Go assassinate that Xiaorong or the collar around your neck will be instantly injected with a neurotoxin. The hand threw a piece of incense into the cage. These consortium dogs are incredibly protective of all aspects of their information, and even this customized perfume is a formula that they have sacrificed so much to get. Hateful consortium. He threw it and hurried away from it. Nod if you know. The teenager nodded slowly. Even though he looks so harmless now, no one dares to underestimate him. Everyone cautiously backed away to safety before pressing the switch on the controller. The cage opened with a drop. The teenager who had bent down to pick up the scented piece frowned and tugged at the stop-bite mouthpiece that made him extremely uncomfortable. His eyes extremely feral, but very understandable. You go ahead and leave. We'll telehandle the release when we get downstairs. Everyone in the rebel organization is very precious about their lives. The teenager made a low canine-like sound in his throat, unintelligible to others. Is a child raised in a wolf pack a wolf? Or a human? However, with the laboratory where this research was done being blown to pieces, all research information is no longer available. He was extremely fast and his physical qualities were superb, even beyond what normal people could achieve. It was almost as if he was a completely wild and untamed coyote, even running like one, and in 2 or 3 strokes he was out of the way. Boss, is he really going to go? It will. Who would want to die? The middle-aged man looked in the direction he had left, his tone serious. Too bad. Was going to use him to assassinate the congressman. If I can successfully injure that Xiaorong, it won't be a waste. They never had any hope that he would kill Xiaorong from the beginning. It was just a warning. The consortium was warned to stop being so rampant, as well as to show off their reputation as an organization. All the rebel organizations in the Federation need a leader. Asterisk. Fast enough to create a stump. The dark shadow even avoided the surveillance outside the hospital, climbing and jumping on the cooling equipment and window sills outside the walls. The main reason no one had noticed was that he hadn't gotten close to the most heavily secured floor yet. The teenager stopped abruptly, a hint of hesitation floating in his clear blue eyes. Looking in both directions at once, he went with the one that was better approached first. Like a gust of wind blowing in, the room was empty. His dynamic vision was so strong that he immediately saw a figure in the restroom that didn't look like Xiaorong. The girl turned her head to meet his eyes. The gentle face, pale to the point of almost near transparency, was weak and unaggressive to look at. Surprise and panic rose in her eyes and she opened her lips as if she wanted to scream. Weak and unkillable. So the teenager scurried over and covered the bottom half of her face, pinning the person against the wall. No. Call. He let out 2 syllables with difficulty, his voice so raspy that it was nearly impossible to hear what he was saying. The face covered by her palms was cold, like soft petals, and she could even feel her lips trembling. Those clear eyes stared at him with crystallized tears in them, as if they were going to fall immediately. As she blinked, warm tears followed, slipping downward into the crevices of her hand. The teenager's heart shook. The 2 of them were extremely close, and the other's soft and boneless body made him afraid that he would have to hurt her if he exerted himself a little. It's like the kind of fluffy mung bean cake you were once pitched and had to be carefully pinched to keep it from crumbling. But still, it fell apart in his hands and was swallowed right down. It's sweet. He recalled the smell he remembered. Not a smell similar to the scented piece, but the smell of her herself. It's all sweet. The teenager didn't realize that he now looked like a thug who had entered a home and lusted after the opposite sex. Swallowing twice was more like it. He saw the panic in her eyes increase when he came back to his senses and was about to leave when he heard heavy footsteps outside. The scent that drew closer was exactly the same as the one that stained her. Chapter 110 Conservative Fellows, 3. The doorknob was twisted. Xiaorong brought 2 people to guard the door and walked in by himself. The entry was a breezy bay window and an empty room. Neither the small hall nor the side lounge was empty. Nanchuan? I'll be right out. Slightly panicked voices came from the restroom on the left, followed by the sound of rushing water as the faucet was turned on. Well then, I'll wait for you over here. Xiaorong sat down quietly, as if he didn't notice anything strange. Inside the restroom, the offense switched sides. The teenager was held down inside the tub and his mouth was covered by white, soft hands, blinking rapidly, signaling his unsettled heart. Breathe. At those two words he remembered to breathe, his chest heaving, his pupils vibrating. Her entire body was almost pressed against him, in an even more ambiguous position than earlier. That beautiful face just came down, causing him to clutch the corner of his shirt and his blue eyes to immediately close. But the warm breath just sprayed his ear, his tone serious and without a hint of ambiguity. She spoke in an airy voice in his ear. Don't make a sound. Not to kiss him. The teen nodded and reopened his eyes, staring at her intently. Flowers. He spat out the implied syllable. Thanks for the compliment. She understood and bent her eyes to kiss him lightly on the cheek in thanks. He forgot to breathe again for a moment, until he held his face red and took a sharp, deep breath. The clumsy look made Nan-sun laugh out silently. It looked good like that too, compared to the tearful way he'd just looked, and he felt guilty in hindsight for scaring her. He seems to have made her cry. A kiss fell again on the other side of his cheek, so he was stunned and forgot to breathe again. The girl laughed so hard she covered her mouth, and it took him a moment to react to the fact that she was deliberately trying to see him make a fool of himself. But so pretty. The teenager's heart was beating fast, faster than before, and he even forgot that the object he was about to assassinate was just a door away. He froze and raised a hand to stroke his cheek. Stay here, don't go. With a final command in an airy voice, her body heat left, but he has to go. For some reason, he felt a twinge of frustration. The door was opened. What's taking so long? Xiaorong put down the magazine in his hand and approached Nan-sun, who was walking out of the restroom, step by step, asking her to get used to having her private sphere invaded by him. He'd have to get used to being near her, too. It will take some getting used to for both sides. Nothing. The flower-boned girl unconsciously took 2 steps back, but was again pulled by his wrist. Zirong sat down and motioned for her to sit sideways on his lap. The examination report confirms that your identity is indeed the teacher's daughter. Would you like to see her? Think. He saw a different gleam blossom in her eyes, more moving than the carefully repulsive look. But she's busy. The Y program is pretty much her sole responsibility. Xiaorong raised his hand and slowly stroked her face, like a white snake spitting out its snakes, gently winding her. Despite not wanting to make her wary, it alarmed her. He quelled her attempts to struggle inside. You should have to trust me. I'm the only one who can help you right now. Am I too mean looking? He lowered his head, and his warm jade-like face was of the same type as Nan-sun's looks, stunning at first glance and sinking at second glance. Although he himself didn't really care about looks, his own face should be quite pleasing to the eye through the reactions of other women. The looks that are unbeatable in all occasions are not getting the feedback they should have in the past. Obviously she had offered to hug him yesterday. Not mean, she explained with pursed lips. In that case, it's because of the others. Xiaorong raised his hand and gestured, and the guards fishtailed in the same direction. No, the girl in his arms suddenly struggled, but he held her gently and gently covered her eyes. Don't look, there's blood. It's scary. He sounded like a coaxer, but it was more like a threat. I'm so used to threatening people all the time that I've forgotten how to coax girls. Luckily she wasn't intimidated. How could Nan-sun be intimidated? This was exactly what she wanted. With just her current persona, she was not at all 100% sure of leaving that coyote behind. Based on just one side of affection and 2 kisses, she had always been cautious in her actions, never blindly confident in her charms. Without utilizing Xiaorong's elite henchman, he would just fail the assassination and escape like in the original episode. Then 4 years later he meets up with the heroine as the leader of a rebel organization and works for her as a bull because of a childhood favor. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have trouble catching him again. The current situation is being made possible by her. Coyote doesn't realize that what he thinks is the underdog, the pretty flower, is instead the bad guy who has set up a dragnet with every intention of trying to round him up, with the intention of having a battle. The end of this battle was predetermined. The consortium was well equipped, and those special agents at the management office had even been dealing with monsters all year round, not to mention dealing with a villain or wolf with a relatively special physique. The sound of fighting rang out. Then the faint odor of blood lingered at the tip of his nose. Then the scent of the high-fashion perfume overpowered that smell. Chapter 111 Conservative Fellows, 4, wouldn't do anything to him. Xiaorong lied without changing his face, and the teenager dragged out across the room was struggling against the anesthetic to stay awake. It didn't look like a bad injury, except that it was just a home run for him, and a bruise on the corner of his lip and cheek would have raised a feeling of pity instead. He was suddenly a little glad that he had covered Nan-sun's eyes. The coyote was about to pass out from the drugs, but when he saw the flower in Xiaorong's arms, he suddenly struggled like a flash of light. As if provoked, the other man placed a shallow kiss on the top of her hair, and his other hand, which held her wrist, tightened quietly. It creates an even stronger posture of confinement and possessiveness. He tried to say something, but his mouth was covered with death and he could only stare across the room in indignation. What's that noise? Nothing. Under the teenager's murderous gaze, Xiaorong couldn't help but come a little closer to Nansun. She was like a soft, fragrant flower. It suddenly seemed to him that hugging her wasn't so much unacceptable as it was addictive. I'm not going to kill him, and if you want him, I'll tame him before I send him to you. He didn't take the coyote seriously. She wants it, so give it to her, but not now. The girl in his arms finally quieted, resuming her dependence on him as she had yesterday, and reached up to circle his neck. I want him. The teenager who had been eyeballing her was quiet at her words. She wants him. Doubt was so evident in the clear blue eyes. Good. Xiaorong's eyes signaled them to take the wolf away, and he waited for the men to clear the scene before lowering the hand covering her eyes. When will it be tamed? How about when you're qualified to see the teacher? Then I'll give him to you. The scent of his perfume mingled on her as well, her eyes trusting and her arms tightening around him. It was as if she belonged only to him. Nansun didn't fail to live up to his expectations, posturing dependence as he wished, burying his face in his shoulder. The curtains of his eyes were lowered to hide the calculations in his eyes. Eligible for when? It's going to take a while, but the Chus are rigid and don't know how to change. Zirong will help me write. Her arms wrapped around her as if she was insecure. This gave Xiaorong a sense of fulfillment. His eyes curved slightly in a smile, oblivious to the fact that he was being used, and the words that came out of his mouth were swallowed and became, of course, as long as the teacher recognizes you, I'll take care of the rest for you. How can I get my mother to recognize me? Teachers only want people with value, but that's okay, I'll teach you to show your value. He stroked her long hair as skillfully as he could, but it was still slightly awkward. Having never coaxed anyone like this before, it was a bit of a novelty. He began to wonder about her past. She didn't exactly look like a delicate flower, and her father's death brought her only a brief moment of grief. Soft, yet cold. Even knowing this, her dependence was addictive. Judging from the cognitive level test and a series of basic tests, she has a lot of mastery, even to the point of being considered intellectually gifted. Did her father teach her that? Looks like that Rice family outcast has been grooming her as well, probably wanting to get back into the circle with his father's daughter. Unfortunately, the diamonds are now in his hands. From now on, I will take over most of your general education classes and all kinds of studies. Where are the others? She lifted her face, her cool lips grazing his chin. You don't need anyone else for a while. I'm enough to teach you. Xiaorong's words were light, his fingers inadvertently brushing over the spot where her lips had just touched. By the way, would you like to meet your sister? Sister? She has no value and can play with you for a while until that wolf is delivered to you. No value? How could the heroine be worthless? Even if they weren't world-renowned geniuses like Chu Wei, they were at least good enough researchers to take over Project Y after Chu Wei's death. Hiding your clumsiness? Or something else? Then it's decided. I'll ask her to keep you company when you're bored. Also facing the teacher's daughter. Xiaorong's attitude is worlds apart. Anyway, you'll know it when you see it. Xiaorong, thank you for always helping me. It was so endearing for her to even call him by his full name, let alone to embrace him whole and tightly as she was doing now. Xiaorong had gradually begun to get used to her presence, and would even take pleasure in her active proximity. The hunter thinks he is gradually taming his prey, not realizing that he is doing the same. Chapter 112 Conservative Fellows, 5. After leaving the hospital, Nansun stayed in the residence that Xiaorong had arranged for her. She won't be able to live in the Chu family's home until he's gotten rid of the old guard and she's shown her worth. Of course, she didn't care. With her identity in hand, her next purpose is only to spoil the plot and participate in Plan Y. There's no better way to get close to the hero than to replace the heroine as the head of the Y program. Except that the heroine and he have grown fond of each other over time. Instead she just wanted his energy. Going off on a tangent? No. Nansun skillfully pulled over Xiaorong's collar and kissed the corner of his lips as a way to muddle through. The other man also really didn't count on her desertion during class, but instead intensified the kiss even more. There was no trace of the gentlemanly demeanor of their initial meeting, no restraint in their desires. Shay's family crest is the spectral serpent, which may represent part of his nature hidden beneath a very deceptive exterior. Pens tumbled to the floor on the table, and the paper pages of the book were ruffled by the wind, covering the original page numbers. Because of his intense possessiveness, the courtyard was almost undisturbed, therefore no one noticed that the head of the family, who they had always hated physical contact with anyone, was currently pressing the slender and beautiful girl into his arms and kissing her. It's okay. Nansun pushed him away and wiped her lips with the back of her hand. Today's class isn't over yet. She bent down to pick up the pen from the floor, then turned the book back to the exact page number she had before. Except for the slight swelling of the lips, everything was as if nothing had happened. The first to calm down is instead what looks like the weaker party. While Xiaorong controls her body, she is gradually taking control of his heart. Nansun let him hug her from behind, giving him enough time to calm down thoughts that he shouldn't be having right now. Some things aren't meant to be done during the day, and she's busy studying. She had recently begun taking a variety of classes with Xiaorong, and the other man was indeed sufficient to teach her as he had said. After all, he was not only the head of the consortium and the head of the Xie family who had grown up with an elite education since childhood, he was also the most outstanding student under Chu Wei's hand. The hand with the ring on it took the do-it-yourself book from her. He marveled at her level and speed of progress, and looked at her with an invisible fervor. Xiaorong released her for a heartfelt admiration. Obviously they are both teachers' daughters, but Chu Jin has not shown any talent at all, and has no value at all. The value they always talk about is the ability to use Quo Vadis as a standard. Not being a scientific genius and not being able to participate in her research is naturally just not valuable. Nansun didn't say much, but extracted another key point. Chu Jin is my sister? Her eyes went to the girl who was twiddling her fingers restlessly not far away. The other party appeared not at all coincidentally. Fortunately did not see a childish picture, but obviously there will be Xiaorong just words to listen in. Chu Jin was not very old. The baby fat on his cheeks hadn't even faded, biting his lip and lowering his head so that he couldn't see his expression. Cute as a little apple. Xiaorong also saw her, but ignored her completely, turning to Nansun with an unchanged smile. Then the course ends here. He put away the device and unapologetically kissed Nansun lightly on the forehead. Let Kajin play with you. His attitude towards the heroine doesn't look at all like the guy who would have fully supported her to take over Project Y in the original plot. What happened in 4 years to make Xiaorong change from being unattractive to a love-struck person? Nanchuan knew that the original plot was very untrustworthy in a way. What was shown was not necessarily the whole story, and many things could be otherwise, so she was curious. Doesn't it get hot standing in the sun? She beckoned the little girl over. Not hot. Chu Jin answered her, his voice glutinous. Nanchuan is most sensitive to people's emotions. She can tell if the other party is malicious or not at a glance, so she is also sure that the 14-year-old heroine is so perfect. Despite their different positions, at least morally, they are not on opposite sides. Nansun took out a handkerchief and wiped her sweat, handing over the cold green bean paste, and his voice followed suit and softened. I'm your sister, you know? Aha. Chu Jin's small mouth pursed, face flushed, inherited the beauty of Chu Wei, looking at the jade snow lovely. The way she looked at Nansun's eyes changed from cautious at first to admiration, and she crisply shouted, Sister. Aha. She straightened her runaway sideburns with gentle movements, her fingertips warm and soft, like the warmth of the sun. This sister is beautiful and more valuable than she is. Mom will love her. She likes her too. Don't care what those people think. What's the value or not? Just being happy and living happily is already the best thing. No one had ever said such a thing to Chu Jin. She had always been neglected and had seen her mother even more rarely since she was a child. Being cared for the first time, even without being in the sunlight, my sister seemed to glow. She took hold of her fingers and gathered her courage to make her plea. Sister, can I come and play with you later too? Of course, you can come over whenever you want. Nansun reached out and stroked her hair. You're my sister. If the cause of the tragedy was her flood of sympathy, then she would teach her well. Non-humans were not worthy of sympathy. But if it's something else, Nansun's eyes darkened. Then she hoped for the best that it wasn't. Chapter 113 Conservative Fellows, 6. Time always flew by, and the only singular things she did during this time were studying, using Xiaorong to kill her boredom, and teaching her sister. The months passed in this way, and she absorbed all the knowledge like a sponge until Xiaorong had nothing more to teach her. You are horrible. Looking at the densely packed projection process in his hands, Xiaorong actually recalled a similar powerlessness when facing his teacher. He's already a genius. And with people like his teacher, that is, Chu Wei, geniuses are only worthy of looking up to her. Now, a second Quo Vadis has appeared. So I can see my mother? Nanchuan threw the pen away. A few months of teaching passed. That face has gradually faded away the confusion and ignorance. She's starting to get calmer and more like a teacher. And, of course, no longer as dependent on him as he had been. It wasn't what he had envisioned, but there was no doubt that she was simply mesmerizing like this. Genius of geniuses. It was he who discovered and polished the diamond. Others would only see her soft and pretty exterior. Only he knew how colorful she was. Sure, I'll help you get into the institute. And sensei, she'll make sure you're in the Y program. Why? You'll see later. Xiaorong had no intention of going into detail, but the other party was very perceptive and knew that research could be related to the appearance of these inhuman monsters today. I hate those monsters. The mention of monsters brought nothing but disgust to her face. Monsters have cost her everything and have ravaged the Commonwealth, slaughtering lives. Looks like you're an old-fashioned guy? Yes, I'm old-fashioned. Then you'll have to be careful when you enter the Federation Institute, which is full of open-minded people who agree that there should be peaceful coexistence with non-humans, as well as radicals who advocate source body nobility and human modification. Most of the monsters that are escaping now are also from the radicals' research program. Xia Rong accidentally said too much, but it didn't matter. She would know these things sooner or later. He also, like most of the fellows, thought that those federal citizens were less important than anything the Y program researched. But he wouldn't show it in front of her. While she is cold in a way, she is genuinely on the side of humans and loathes all non-humans. However, no matter how she is just as likable. Is the course over? It's over. There's nothing more I can teach you. Nan-sun nodded, his eyes still clear, but he was never left alone as he wished. She stood up to change a profile, but was circled, the roots of her legs resting against the table. What's wrong? You seem to be forgetting something. The youth bent down and looked into those beautiful eyes. Being watched by her always gave the illusion of being loved, but on closer inspection, there was nothing but trust and doubt. She did trust him, but never moved. Like this? Icy lips pressed up, but not at all enough to ease his longing. Maybe it was the consortium's greed gene that made him always insatiable, so he wasn't satisfied with these physical relationships at all. She seems to be just using him as a pastime to get rid of her loneliness. Xia Rong picked her up, and with a casual sweep of his palm, he brushed everything off the desk before placing her on it. The two could finally barely see eye level, and he was able to see the emotions in Nan-sun's eyes more clearly. He cupped her face, close enough for his breath to mingle, and as she blinked, her long, slender lashes swept across his face. There was a faint doubt in her eyes. Now, it's still daylight. Is that all you care about? No, and care about you. Her words of love were tactlessly set templates, and he knew it, but fell soberly. At first, it was just to control her, to use her, but now, he was beginning to want her attention, her love. Nan-xuan, how can you be so calm? He trailed off with a sigh. Xia Rong wrapped his arms around her waist. The two of them were so close, yet he could never touch her heart. Those don't matter. Suspecting that he was indulging in another windy fling, she lifted her head and kissed him. Yeah, those don't matter. He returned the kiss skillfully. I'm not cool. She was referring to the mood of the moment. Xia Rong knew what she meant, and the kiss caused pleasure to rise in her eyes, but the bottom of her eyes remained light. He knew that Nan-xuan was addicted only because she would be happy, and that she could push him away immediately once her lust subsided. He took her in and taught her, so she trusted him. Other than that, nothing. Even after experiencing the most intimate things between a man and a woman, she still didn't have him in her eyes. Xia Rong guided her hand to the button on his collar and let her undo it herself. He knew which angle of this face of his she liked, and deliberately looked at her that way, with his high nose and perfect side. Besides, he knew her body better than anyone. Nan-xuan, at least in this kind of thing, I'm most compatible with you, right? Aha. She had no patience for tugging away at the annoying collar, her cold nature gradually revealing itself, and the presence of mind to ask about anything else. When can I get into the institute? Unhappy with her distraction, Xia Rong gagged her lips, but still gave her permission. Immediately if you want. Asterisk. Da. Gentle footsteps sounded, creating a gurgling echo, deep within the light-filled, icy labs. This is the most secret and tightly secured part of the Federal Research Institute. Tall women in white research suits walked by, their long hair coiled up, their faces soft and beautiful, but always giving off the impression of being stale and old-fashioned. It's like a rehash of Director Kui. That's right, after all, it's that person's daughter. Ah, it's completely different from the other daughter. It's almost like she inherited all of her natural talent. After making that kind of accomplishment in a short period of time, the badge on his chest went from white to silver. It's scary. This true genius. Fellow Chu. Hello fellow Chu. Everyone spontaneously greeted her and received a faint nod. Nan-sun was stepping into this classified land for the first time, and after a long period of examination and practice, she had finally obtained the qualifications to participate in the Y program, and just under half a year had passed since she had come to this world. Unfortunately, she has not yet met her mother. The other side is overly busy and the kinship is even thinner. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to ignore Chu Jin for so many years. She only has value in her eyes. Nan-sun's footsteps stopped in front of some closed gate. Enter your password. Scan your badge. Swipe your ID card. Followed by your fingerprint. And finally your iris. Only after everything was done did the heavy door burst open. She raised her eyes. Finally meeting. Source body. Larger than 3 soccer fields. The enclosed glass field is circular in shape. The kind of thing that would make a giant object-phobic person faint if they came to look at it. A black mist filled the glass field, seemingly dormant, drifting in and out like it was just lifeless fog. Fellows of all shapes and sizes pass between the wraparound floors. Everything is in order, with all sorts of geniuses being recruited, and countless consortia injecting hundreds of millions of dollars a day into researching it. This is the heart of Plan Y, the source body. It's also the hero who will bring destruction to the world. Chapter 114 Conservative Fellows, 7. Nansen lifted her foot and stepped into the place, and her entry was like a drop of water pooling into the ocean. But its ink, small, yet distinct. Several fellows greeted them, both male and female. Take me to familiarize myself with the source body. The two young Silver Emblem fellow came in with what could be called unreasonable demands. Researcher Chu, the source body is very dangerous. This is not alarmist talk. And just as they were talking, two more bodies were brought out. The study of the source body inevitably leads to proximity. So the laboratory has established the 3 no principles: do not approach, do not talk to, do not pay attention to. And every researcher who enters the glass field has to go through a 6-month training program. Even so, there are still all kinds of experimenters who are compelled by the source body to make all kinds of mistakes. Purge or suicide. Those are the only 2 endings. That's the rule. I have permission. She took out her privilege card, specially granted by Xie, her tone stubborn, her expression disgusted at the mention of the source body. Besides, I loathe the existence of non-humans more than anyone. It looks like you are an old-fashioned person. What old guard? Monsters and non-humans shouldn't exist in human society in the first place. Okay. They seem to have no intention of arguing with her. Permission is open. Keep in mind the 3 no's. Nansen didn't move, but continued to emphasize towards a few of them. I told you, I loathe non-humans. What? The male researcher looked up, and just as those 2 words came out of his mouth, the next thing he knew, he was stabbed in the heart. Ah. The researcher next to him screamed outright, and was then killed by Lilac as well. Blood splattered on her cold face. A different kind of gory beauty. Source body. First time meeting, you're annoying. The 3 fallen bodies overflowed into black mist as her words fell. For some reason, a hint of condescension actually seemed to be discernible. A small portion of the black mist wrapped around her fingertips for a moment, then faded away. It was as if nothing had happened, and the blood on her immediately disappeared. Some of the fellows stepped forward as well, and like her, they were Silver Emblems. The test she had just completed was so perfect that it was even considered thunderous speed. There is no one better to be involved in the Y program than her. Many people were secretly observing her as a hard case, and with Xie escorting her and being the daughter of the director, they had to weigh their attitudes with her. Fellow Chu, you're good, and, true to the rumor, an unabashed conformist. Aha. Nansen lightly accepted their praise, with no thoughts of pleasantries. Like most conservative fellows, is unsociable, appears to be very uninformed, and most importantly, hates non-humans. How much of the source body's ability was just bound by the glass field in the center? Almost all of it is suppressed, and even then it is extremely dangerous. The source is everywhere. It's even listening to us right now, or it could be mingling among us. So, thanks for the answer, but I'm getting off work. Nansen nodded and looked at his watch. There are puppies waiting for me outside. Farewell. By the time she left it was exactly 5 o'clock. Just about time to get off work. No one can make her work overtime. Not even for a minute. The crowd watched her back as she left without hesitation. She's so rude. There was a middle-aged man with a slightly thinning head who spoke in an unpleasant tone. But another female researcher pushed up her glasses and spoke for her. It's obviously handsome. She wants to get off work on time, too. I hope you can still say that when she opposes your Openist research program. Then we'll talk about it then. Whatever their attitude toward her, at least one thing was certain. Her value is far above theirs. The director might not care if she was his daughter or not, or who stood behind her. For value alone, her future was already visible as a straight path. Asterisk. Nansen looked at the few strands of black mist he had just stolen from his hand and stuffed them into the props, refining them into energy. 009's hibernation progress bar moved a little slowly as a result, but only a little. Not enough. This is not nearly enough. One must continue to approach the source body. If 009 hadn't stolen that portion of access for himself, he wouldn't have been drilled by the main system and wouldn't have fallen into hibernation. Her mood became a little worse. Not far away, the black-haired, blue-eyed, collar-wearing teenager who had been squatting in boredom immediately stood up and trotted over when he saw her. Soon, he reached out and took the white lab coat in her hand, not waiting for her to speak before he skillfully picked up the conversation. Drop it. Nansen walked ahead, and he followed suit. He had been sent to her for 10 days now, and each day had been extra invigorating. Before, he had learned extra hard because he knew his future master was her. The speech is still not proficient. but everything else has been corrected to resemble the norm. Probably. Don't get so close. After getting in the car, Nanchuan pushed the furry head away from himself. Are you a dog? Aha. He winked and nodded proudly. The next thing he saw was her grabbing the stop bite gag from the storage compartment in the car and quickly putting it on him. The puppy didn't resist, but his blue eyes were colored with aggression as a result. He doesn't bite, so why set this? Well, rub it in as much as you want. His eyes lit up at the words at first, and he swooped in and wrapped himself around her in a happy hug and snuggle. Nansun still has his hands free to look at the information that Xiaorong sent over to her, so let him hug her. As long as he doesn't get on his mouth and make her hands and face wet. It's time to give you a name. She raised her eyes casually and looked into his. Let's call you Nanryu. With his hands still around her waist, he looked up from the small of her back and stumbled to explain. It's not hard to walk. It's good to walk. How uneducated. The coyote, who was inexplicably scolded by his master, had a lost face, but Nansun had already resumed looking down at the information. She's going home. Speaking of which, this would be his first meeting with the heroine. She glanced afterward at the teenager wrapped around herself. The heroine had a brief fling with him when she was young, which is why he became the blade at her side. Will the outcome change even though they meet a little earlier than in the episode? Think of it as a little test. If there was a chance that the knife would recognize another master, it wouldn't hurt to break it. With this in mind, Nansun stroked the puppy's hair and received a smile from him that was devoid of any gloom, but with no guilt at all in his heart. Roo, you won't let me down, will you? Chapter 115 Conservative Fellows, 8. Chu's is a veteran consortium that has declined in recent years, almost relying on Chu's sole individual to re-support it, and the entire family lives in this residential area. But what belonged to Chu Jin was only a tiny house. Nansun frowned as he watched. Sister. Chu Jin ran over, dragging a mop with him, carrying a tiny bucket in his other hand, and stopped halfway there. Then with a strange gaze, he surveyed the coyote beside Nansun. Her eyes twitched, but she couldn't help but move closer. Do you remember me? I'm. An alarming sound came from Nam Ryu's throat, sounding as if he was going to dart in the next second. This was followed by a slap on the back of the head. The coyote immediately wilted. You know him? Nansun walked over to him with a smirking expression on his face. I think I've got the wrong person. Is that so? She didn't look deeper, which made the other unconsciously relieved. What's with the mop? Mopping the floor? She took the mop and bucket from Chu Jin's hand and handed it to the assistant beside her to put back in its place. Aha! Chu Jin was not as lively as usual today. If it were in the past, she would have already run over and chattered with joy. Want to come back to the main building with me? May I? Sister. She clutched the corners of her coat, timid and uneasy, and looked as if she were pitiful. Well, go wash your hands first. The smile on Nansun's face remained unchanged. A single look fixed the coyote that wanted to follow her. The rest of the people knew what she meant and waited at ease in the same place. Sister, that man just now was. She had just passed the corner leading to the sink, and she was still talking, when the next moment the rest of her words caught in her throat. Cold hands choked her neck and she was instantly pressed against the wall. The threat of death was close at hand, and the pain in her neck was so intense that she was dizzy and breathless before her eyes almost immediately. The sound of the approaching voice was like the whisper of death. Who are you? She found out. Chu Jin. There are some things I will only ask once. The hand tightened again, making her feel like she was going to die the next second. The face in front of him was still smiling and laughing, but his eyes were emitting killing intent as if it were substance. It will die. Really die. I'm her second personality. Quisling. The grip on her neck finally loosened, and Chu Siwei fell to the ground, nearly coughing her lungs out. She thought the other party believed it, but in reality, it was the immense pressure that forced Nansun to let go. A second personality. Nansun swallowed the fishy sweetness that welled up in her throat, and the moment she made a move on the female lead, the pressure of the world's consciousness pressed down on her like a mountain. Her palms hung numbly at her side as she felt the injury she had sustained, and instead, her smile deepened and filled with sarcasm. What kind of retarded thing doesn't even know there's an extra person in her heroine's core, and she's all protective of it? Does it know what it's protecting? Nansun knew that he should be gradual, faking his identity to keep the world consciousness from noticing that he was different. However, the occasional impulse was necessary. The pressure of being ostracized was even greater, but she just carried it hard. Since it's the second personality, get off your ass and let her out. Chu Siwei's eyes darkened, and from the beginning, she was full of scorn for Nansun. She's so fierce and perceptive. No wonder she's the heroine. In the future, where I'm around, you'd better hide, or you won't want to know my methods. She wondered if the other person had taken her at her word that she was a second personality. Quincy covered her neck. She didn't strike with a deadly hand, and the pain she just felt had been almost negligible by now, not harming Chu Jin's body a bit. The heroine wouldn't hurt her favorite sister. That's her bottom line. The black-haired, blue-eyed teenager just now would become the strongest body modifier under the source body in the future, and the male lead. Come what may, she will accomplish her purpose. She's going to get all the help she can get from the heroine. Quincy was not willing to be hidden. Sister? Ahem. As soon as Chu Jin opened his eyes, he realized that he had appeared in another place and hurriedly patted the dust and climbed up. What's going on again? She looked down to hide her panic, not wanting her sister to realize that she was an alien. She didn't want to be hated. Why did you accidentally fall? Go ahead and wash your hands. After that I'll take you back to the main building to stay. Nansun pretended that nothing had happened and gently took her hand. The other hand, however, was still hanging at his side. The main floor. So isn't it time to meet Mom? There will be opportunities. The little girl was instantly happy, grabbing her hand and rambling on, broadcasting her recent news like a running gag. I have understood all the ones that my sister has taught me, and at school, everyone praises me. Nansun listened patiently, responding to every word, and waited for her to finish washing her hands, then brought her back to the car. She glanced at the sky and tugged at her collar to ease the tightness in her chest that was being suppressed by the world's consciousness. Impulsive, but she didn't regret it at all. That Chu Siwei was a person who was troublesome to the extreme, and in a single glance she knew that they could only stand on opposite sides. Since she couldn't do it herself, she'd let someone else do it. Sister? It's okay. Nansun didn't show any difference and stroked her head before stopping the coyote who wanted to tuck in after him with a look. There's no room in the back. You're going to ride in the passenger seat. The teenager's eyes were full of incredulity as he stared intently at Chu Jin, who had taken up a position next to his master, trying to scare her away. But instead, she got a little closer to Nanshuan. You, bother. He dawdled and didn't want to go. You're annoying too. Chu Jin was very much at home around her sister, sensing his hostility towards her and half-heartedly spoiling her, and secretly whacked him. Hit me. The coyote looked at Nansun, the lower half of his face covered by the stop-bite muzzle cover, revealing only his wet blue eyes, which were filled with accusations. Nansun looked at the vain Chu Jin and grabbed her hand to look at it. He has thick skin. Your hand didn't hurt. No. Sister's body also smells good. Quinn was giddy. The breath beside Nan Lu could freeze to death. And the driver beside him after sitting in the passenger seat didn't dare to speak. Never be happy again. He flattened his lips and stared intently in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he saw Nansun raise his eyes over and give him a reassuring smile. So the flowers began to float around the coyote again. So cozy. Nansun withdrew his eyes and pressed his heart. It's a situation where it seems like you have to go to the male lead to relieve some of this rank stress. And that strange ghost. Wait for her. Chapter 116 Conservative Fellows, 9. For a long time recently, Nansun had stayed in the lab. People say she's turned a corner, going from never working an extra minute of class to being a real research junkie. In fact, she only stayed where there was a male lead so that she wouldn't be targeted by the world's consciousness. Her previous hands on its kissing female initiative seemed to be remembered, and she'd be over here for quite a while yet. It is now after 6 in the evening, and the research maniac in the eyes of others is now resting in his laboratory with a lab notebook over his face. Even when there was the sound of the door being opened, she didn't react much. A cold figure approached, looking down at Nansun who was relaxing on the recliner. You're wasting your talent that way, mother? Slowly, she took down the lab record book and tossed it casually onto a side table. The other party frowned even more when they saw her movements. Is this how you approach research? She was over 50 years old, but her face did not show many signs of age, and her years in high positions had made her quite powerful with a casual remark. As rumor had it, in addition to being a genius, indifference and curmudgeonliness were also synonymous with Chu Wei. You like being called mother? Nansun touched an energy bar from his pocket to eat, lying on the recliner with cold eyes. What are you talking about? Don't talk to me with that face. Even if you pretend to be, you won't be human. Seeing that the disgust on her face tended to increase, Chu Wei immediately dissipated into a black mist. But still, it's a dead giveaway. The others should be more than happy to see you. Nansun sat up to get water, but Black Mist anticipated her thoughts even more in advance than she did and rolled up a glass of water and brought it to her hand. But instead of taking it, she got up and refilled her own glass of water. It was hard to describe the feeling. She actually saw the downturn in the midst of a billowing black mist. She raised her hand in mischief and brushed away the glass he had offered her, smashing it with a thud. The black mist rushed to cover the area and the broken glass soon disappeared along with the water trail. It now looks more like housekeeping to clean up the mess than the culprit that destroyed humanity. The most convenient kind. I've told you, I hate non-humans. As the words fell from her lips, he seemed even more aggravated. The source manifests itself more like a husband who is being mean to his wife. It's the kind of husband who works hard every day at home cooking and doing chores and still gets yelled at by his wife at work for not being able to do anything right and acting like a yellow-faced husband, and then having to clean up the mess while being sad. Fantastic analogy. Nansen felt no guilt, and if the door hadn't been opened again, she probably would have tried bullying him even more. Her lab, that's all that can come in. As expected, a long figure slowly stepped in. Xia Rong is both the best student under Chu Wei's hand and the person in charge of Xia's consortium. Wherever he is like nobody's business. Nan Xuan, that sister of yours. Forget it, it's nothing. He was going to say something about Chu Jin, but thought it would be better not to bother her. Nansen seemed to be fond of that sister, and if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have cared if she was a teacher's daughter or not if she had approached in such a meaningful way a few times recently. It was nice to be ambitious, but that didn't mean he could stand to be used as a springboard. Of course, if Nansen was willing to utilize him, it wasn't impossible. Sei Young has a very flexible bottom line. Why don't you want those teams I set you up with? It should be easier with those assistants. Too many people for that. She returned the lab record book to its original location. Have you seen your teacher lately? He embraced her, skillfully trying to kiss her, and she obediently raised her head, her lips about to meet. The doors were opened for the third time, and there seemed to be more visitors today. Xia Rong frowned and looked over to see the person who had just been mentioned 1 second appearing the next. Chu Wei stood in the center, followed by dozens of familiar-looking assistant researchers with solemn expressions. Before the gazes of the others could be cast over, Xia Rong had already released Nansen and even straightened out her clothes in passing. Sensei. He nodded politely, silky smoothly switching to the social form of a dignified gentleman so that no one could pick out any faults. I have something to do, so you can leave. He frowned slightly, but still didn't open his mouth to disobey his teacher, and his inquiring eyes looked at his fellow disciples, but he didn't get an answer. What is it that he can't listen to that others can in? He left reluctantly and the door was closed. Mother. Nansen respectfully bowed his head, but his next sentence said, Source body, do you have any quirks, like being called mother by me? No. He said those 2 words in a voice that was not Quo Vadis. She looked up, and saw that the group of people who had just been in a huge crowd had all disappeared, and the one standing in front of her had become Xia Rong. His mimicry was out of this world, and I'm sure even Xia's people wouldn't be able to recognize if the one in front of them was their own family head. Even the curve of the smile was exactly the same. Xia Rong approached her, then she stepped back. 1 more step forward. 1 more step back. How do you avoid me? The youth hooked his lips shallowly, his smile presenting the best and most attractive arc. Don't pull that stunt again. She was forced back to the corner of the table, unable to retreat. Chapter 117 Conservative Fellows, 10. I'm a lot like that. Like so what? The source body finally stopped mimicking Xia Rong's expression. Its dark and deep eyes staring at her. Why do you hate me? Because you're not human. Is that reason enough? Nansen tried to reach out and push him away, but his wrist was wrapped in a black mist. The touch was peculiar, somewhat cold but not solid, like being brushed by a feather, and the special energy fluctuations prevented her from struggling. Fog was also gradually spreading on his waist, and the contrast between black and white was extraordinarily strong. Part of it swirled to press against her neck, and part of it even got the better of her in an attempt to burrow along the hem of her dress. It was as if these mists carried a self-awareness, but that awareness also all originated from him. Even though he was standing right in front of her staring at her and doing nothing, the mist was part of him and represented his will. According to the source body observation report, he always gets bored, so he always pretends to be someone else at random to confuse the researchers. Outside of the glass field, his abilities are limited, and those fellows who died did so partly because of inquiring minds and seeing people who shouldn't have been there. The remainder were compelled by him to try to let him go, entered the glass field, and were killed by the uncontrolled essence. The source's essence is extremely dangerous, but the observation reports make no mention of him being able to control people like this off the field as well. He is dangerous, but now it was clearly dangerous for her in another way. She couldn't move now. You want to kill me? I don't want to, he replied. Against Xia Rong's face, he did not look down at her with the same tenderness and affection as he did. There was a childlike curiosity in her eyes, a curiosity about her reaction. None of the other fellows are as special as she is. From the first moment he saw her, he was captivated. It was as if the researcher usually did all that research on him, and he was curious about her, which is why he approached her and ingratiated himself with her. But she still hated him and even thought he was going to kill her. Don't hate me. You. She tried to speak, but could barely suppress the other voices. The source body inexplicably felt its mouth go dry and took a step back further away from her, while the mist was replacing the 5 senses, passing over all of them as it were. He can feel her in sync, feel everything about her right now. And, gradually, it became stranger than she was. Despite his ability to mimic human physiology, he had never before had an emotional response similar to that of humans. So now the reaction is strange to him. It didn't help to be farther away. He just stared at her uncontrollably and closely, seeing his own dark mist gaining more and more ground. Source body. Instead of pushing the button to call for backup, she leaned her body back, her breath rising and falling. The female researcher entangled in the black mist just looked at him with downcast eyes, uncontrollable watery glints in her eyes in addition to disgust. His breathing stopped until his forged body decayed and collapsed because he forgot to breathe. That's how she was able to get out of it. Arms propped up on the table next to him, trying to calm his breathing. The dark-haired female resentfully rearranged her disheveled hair, her lips all but biting teeth marks out of herself. Don't want to kill me, so you're just humiliating me as revenge for me hating you? He saw her head bowed and the tears that would fall from her eyes finally soaked her lower lashes and rolled down. Unlike the physiological tears that had just occurred, they now contained a deep sense of grief. The black mist hanging in midair suddenly spread and coalesced into a small mass again, eagerly, but the energy used for camouflage was no longer enough today. There was no way for him to communicate anything to her. Not. These two words came directly into the mind with an indescribable timbre, as if they could cause a tremor in the soul. It's so ethereal it's like ringing in your ears again. All the fellows here heard it at the same time. In that instant, an alarm went off throughout the entire confined laboratory in the institute, and the lights in all the rooms quickly turned red. A red state of emergency is in effect. Meanwhile, the central control room became noisy. What's going on? Was that the source body just now? He can communicate directly with humans? There's never been anything like this in all these years. The tall woman sitting in the center of the room put down her pen and said nothing but silenced everyone. The alternating red and white lights reflected on her unsmiling face, which only made her bone phase superior. Age never fails a beauty. This is the real Chu Wei, the director of the Federal Research Institute, the titan that everyone looks up to. Device enhanced to A, closed inside and outside fields. 1 to 10 crews scheduled for follow-up observation. She methodically commanded down one by one, and the crowd that was still a bit flustered also found their backbone at once. The glass field, which had been silent as if its role was merely that of a partition, also began to function, suppressing the black mist tumbling inside with a vengeance, covering an extremely large area in the center. The very essence of the source was enough to send chills all over the body of everyone who saw it. Even people who don't have a phobia of giant things can't look at him directly. The small cloud of fog in the glowing red lab dissipated for the moment. The grief and anger on Nan Sun's face was also swept away, and her pinky wiped the tears from her eyes as she smiled and transformed some of the black mist she had just stolen into energy. I love the drama, especially the psychologically repulsive and physically submissive roles. Very challenging. She watched the hibernation progress bar move forward a fraction of a second again and smiled in satisfaction. It was only a drop in the bucket, but at a later stage, she would be able to slowly approach the source's essence. She'd wait until the world's consciousness let down its guard on her. Then she'd come back for the big one. The next step is to slowly find out what Chu Siwei, the so-called second personality, is. Was the original plot really believable? How could her sister, who was so good and coquettish and apple-like, become as cold as she was in the plot? Joining forces with Xie to overthrow Chu Wei, turning Coyote into a reformed body, and colluding with an extra human to betray humanity. Nan Sun preferred to suspect that it was Chu Siwei who had replaced her as the female lead. She would never allow that to happen. Chapter 118 Conservative Fellows, 11. Because of her fear of Nan Sun, Chu Siwei hadn't come out for a long time. She had shared a body with Chu Jin since she was born, but it was different from when she came out and Chu Jin was unconscious, unable to appear. Chu Siwei could only stay in the dark and narrow space. She was on the verge of being driven crazy. Why would you wear in and be locked up in a secret room like this? Could it be that it's because she read a few glimpses of the character and thought that the heroine had messed with too many men and then maliciously rated it poorly? Quincy hadn't read the book at all, and only knew the basic characters and the ending. She thought Chu Jin was the main character at first, but after she slowly became a fringe character in the Chu family and didn't show any talent, she wasn't sure anymore, until Nanchuan came along. Talented, calm and rational, not only with Xie's help but also with that coyote by her side. She should be the heroine. She'd read the ending, and the non-human male lead was an almost godlike being, and if she helped him, she was sure to receive his goodwill. Maybe it's time to go home. She wants Xiaoron to help her to participate in Project Y. She wants to make a name for herself by getting the first modified body instead of the female lead, and finally become the head of Project Y and get the chance to let the male lead go. She wanted to go home. The world is chaotic, class-centered, rife with crime, and she can only board in someone else's body. She's going home. She doesn't want to be killed by the heroine following her. Chu Siwei, who was annoyed to the point of going crazy in the confined space, turned her thoughts to Chu Jin. Nanchuan was defenseless against her, and if it was her, she might be able to beg her to arrange to get into the institute. Chu Jin, for the first time in so many years, she took the initiative to talk to Chu Jin. The little girl writing and drawing on the tablet paused as she grabbed her pen. Finally, who are you? I'm your second personality. Anyway, none of this matters. Do you know you're going to die? I'm gonna die? You'll be killed by that sister of yours who will collude with non-humans to destroy everyone. What about the sister? Chu Jin's question was out of character, causing Chu Siwei to freeze. What do you mean? Is sister still alive? She recalled her sweeping ending. It also seems to be dead. Why is your focus so strange? The point is that you're going to die. We're all going to die. Chu Siwei's tone was a bit maniacal, while the other party only thought, sister will also die. Chu Jin gripped the edge of the tablet and was thinking about it when he heard the voice in his head say again, you have to stop her. Then what should I do? Her tone faltered, pretending cowardice, pretending to believe, but with nothing but sobriety and reason under her eyes. You cultivate a good relationship with your sister now, and there's no way you can get into the institute on your own with your strength anyway. Chu Jin made sure that the other party couldn't see what he was seeing and continued to look at the heavenly information in his hands. That level has long been beyond the level of the average researcher. You want me to go to graduate school? Why? Anyway, you'll know all about it later. Then we have to make a deal. From now on you're not allowed to come out as you please, or I'll tell my sister. I'll talk to you in advance, okay? I'm coming out now. It won't be long. Good, Chu Jin promised her, then quickly encrypted and deleted the information he had finished reading. Asterisk. Thank you, Brother Young. The little girl with the side-twisted braid came again, against the envious gazes of others many times as if she was in no man's land to the top floor of Xie's consortium. This privilege was dipped in Nan Sun's light, but Chu Jin had no one in her eyes but her mother and sister, so naturally she wouldn't even bother to use it. So it's clear who's coming over. She pushed the door open and was met with a rabble of federal police inspectors. The man they had set up in the center had a peaceful face, but it didn't look like he was asleep, more like he was dead. Why are you here again? The handsome young man didn't look at her, but his attitude didn't look like he was rushing his guests. So she was invited in. And this one is? The others inquired. Not important. He flicked the potion inside the clear tube in his hand, the beautiful pale red color complementing the eyes of the Snake King in the ring on his knuckle. The drug is still being tested. It's okay. He didn't think to consult the opposite side and didn't hesitate to drop the potion into the mouth of the man in the center without waiting for them to finish their answer. The man who had been certain of death suddenly opened his eyes and said with all his might what he wanted to say before he died. Rebel Group Judgment Lair, Black Tavern, North Horse Block. After saying this, the tissues of his body exhausted all their energy and weakened, like a puddle of flowing water no longer in human form. Chu Siwei hurriedly covered her mouth, but she still didn't suppress the scream. Luckily no one cared about her, and after getting the message the federal police inspector cleaned up the mess and left. Xiaorong, on the other hand, slowly wiped his hands, his unruffled eyes cast over to take in her still trembling hands. As a member of the Chu family, you're scared like this at the sight of a dead man? Judging from the time when Chu Jin was kidnapped at the age of 10, he could still kill the kidnappers without changing his face. The more he lives the more he goes back. Or is it something else? I'm sorry. Thank you, Brother Young. She was comfortable with showing this kind of pathetic look, but ignored the fact that Chu Jin's age was not suitable for showing off. Xiaorong's smile faded a bit. Chu Jin, you are 15, not 25. He suddenly struck out, cupping that face and meeting her terrified eyes. You're obviously afraid of me, yet you have to approach me. What's your purpose? She struggled violently, and an explosion sounded just then, interrupting the dangerous questioning. The seamless coincidence was almost as if it was specifically designed to solve her dilemma. Send her back. Xiaorong went to the window to observe the chaos outside and didn't have the heart to continue pestering her. Nan Sun, who saw this scene through the surveillance, expressionlessly forked off Xiaorong's name. The law that the villain can never overpower the protagonist is reflected in this world. Sure enough, it was the perfect cornerstone of the world. But this Chu Siwei was just a turtle dove. Perfection is Chu Jin, not Chu Siwei. After such a long time of teaching, she knew better than anyone else that Chu Jin was by no means worthless. On the contrary, she had simply inherited Chu Wei's genius mind. She was smart enough to know that there was someone else inside her, and not wanting to cause trouble, hunkered down and waited for a solution. The itch that gradually spread upwards on her fingers brought her back to her senses, and when she lowered her eyes to look, the black mist that had been feeding her spirit was once again making a mess on her hand. With a backhand she ripped a chunk of cloud-like mist and brightly stole it away to transform it into energy. He felt no pain and only knew that this would stop her from continuing to curse him. So he gave her another large portion. Nansen accepted it without question. The black mist whose body had shrunk by a large amount suddenly rubbed her hand tentatively, and seeing that she didn't refuse, was content to cover half of her body. Jinsokyo's quota ran out again today, in order to research what kind of looks she likes, so it's just going to have to stay that way for now. He put more and more thought into her, observing her habits, figuring out her mind, and fulfilling her preferences. Lately he's also rarely been out on the prowl, always following her around, but her stay in the lab was always short. I'm leaving. Nansen looked at his watch. It was 5 in the afternoon again. Thanks to this period of low profile, she was finally not targeted like before. So, leaving work on time is a must. Swatting the mist away from himself in a desperate manner, Nansen did not hesitate to leave. The alarm went off again in the large lab for the third time this week. Either the body was unstable or the source was talking again. She was used to it. Don't want to delve into the reasons for this one, as it's after hours. The special access card was swiped, and the sound of the alarm and the red light were isolated within, along with the black mist that churned moodily in the glass field. Dropping. Clocked in successfully. Chapter 119 Conservative Fellows, 12. The coyote didn't seem to have anything of his own to do, and when Nansen wasn't around, he just waited for her. When she was working late, he would wait outside until late at night, and he wouldn't listen to her even though he had told her many times. This time, he obeyed and waited directly in front of the lab. Soon, his ocean blue eyes welled up with pure and infectious joy as he darted over to her and bent down to stroke her head. Touch. Nansen rubbed his smooth black hair and squeezed that face in passing. The cheeks were soft, like dough. Touch. He took her hand and put it to his face and ear, and embraced her clingingly himself. The coyote was extraordinarily enthusiastic today, even hard to resist. He seemed to forget that he was much bigger than her and almost hung onto her again, but luckily she managed to stay on her feet. Had enough fun? She didn't have the heart to play with him right now, too busy writing answers for her sister. She tickled his chin soothingly and headed straight out the door. She didn't realize that after she stepped out of the building, a ghostly sight in the distance settled on her. When she looked up, the blue-eyed coyote was staring at her with a mournful look. You've got other dogs out there. Turning her head again, the exact same face was smiling at her, practically flawless. Relate that to the source body that was unstable enough to cause an alarm before she left, and there's nothing left to guess. The reason this guy could actually partially leave the institute and no one ever knew about it was probably because he didn't even try to run outside. If you can come out, why didn't you before? He was smart enough to know to block all the surveillance along the way including here. Nansen rubbed his brow. Ryu, bite him. Nan Ryu, who was already full of hostility, received the order and immediately rushed up to fight with his identical self. Experimental modifications at a young age made his fangs razor-sharp and his sharp claws self-altering. Even when the person he was facing had the same face as himself he showed no mercy, and was even incredibly angry at him for actually stealing his face to get close to Nansen. He smoothly tore down a large chunk of flesh and blood, but it instantly turned into black mist and drifted away. He was a bit confused, and then he saw his opponent follow suit and turn into fog, temporarily avoiding it. It's not because you can't beat them, but you perceive someone's favoritism. Floating in the air, he looked toward Nanchuan. She's still on someone else's side and hates him just as much as ever. Source body aggression. The source body can't say. Alright. Nansen beckoned towards Nan Lu, who was still puffing on the mist. He trotted back, but smelled the scent of another dog on her. The eyes became sultry again. Kiss. The teenager bent over her and lowered his head for a kiss, his blue eyes staring unblinkingly at her. Breathe. I will. He was proud to show her what he had learned, but still almost forgot to breathe when he got to the back. Kiss yourself into a daze. And the source body just watched in silence, more intent on serious study than anything else, but with other thoughts inside. What does that mean? The researchers in the confined lab heard the source body speak once again, taking careful note of every word he said. It's divided up and given to individual people to study. What was wrong with the source body? Where he had been perfectly stable for nearly 100 years, but in the last 6 months there had been frequent anomalies that would never have occurred in the usual way. Light? Invasive? Is it hard to believe that he is sending some message to invade humanity? Then how do you explain what he said, like, before? At that time, didn't you still guess it was like humans? Ahem. Makes sense. Fewer people are dying these days, but he doesn't show up very often anymore either. I don't know where he's gone. In any case, everyone is going to be working overtime again today on what the source body actually means. The researchers' eyes glistened with the thought that they might be able to make another breakthrough in their experiments. The source body, ignorant of what it had caused, thought to itself at that moment that it had quietly rubbed up against Nanchuan's car going home, disguised as car exhaust. Pretty genius idea. And it's a good thing other people weren't paying attention, or they would have been able to see that the strange car exhaust wasn't being blown out of the mobility at all. Instead, it's adorned behind the exhaust pipe and doesn't move a muscle. Sister. Chu Jin waited at the door early. Seeing the familiar car coming, before anyone got out of the car, he immediately jumped into her arms and tightly wrapped his arms around her waist. Her longing for her mother, whom she seldom saw, was gradually transferred to her. Her sister is just as good as her mother and cares about her. Rubs her head and doesn't care if she's worthy or not. She liked her sister more than she liked her mother. The coyote that was originally wrapped around Nan Sun was unceremoniously squeezed away and started glaring at her again. You, annoying. You're annoying too. She was whacking him fair and square this time, and mostly harder than last time. Coyote reluctantly returned the light punch, then was punched back with a heavy one. Then it's a cycle again. Like a schoolboy fight. Nan Lu took a deep breath. Several eye daggers were crashing down on her, but she still didn't sue. He has learned that he has to sneak in a tattletale, which makes for many more kisses and long kisses. Following the two of them, he secretly went to hook Nan Sun's hand, and then snickered with joy after getting a return grip. The previous other dog incident was completely forgotten. The source body that was feared by countless people finally stopped pretending to be a car exhaust and floated into the Chu family brightly. Soon. Seek? Follow? Different parts of the lab are the same riot. He must be looking for something. It's possible that it could be another language too? Quickly find me a dictionary. There are no fellows who are fluent in multiple languages. There is. Years of hard study for this moment, deciphering the language of the source body and communicating with him. We will be stamped on the monument of scientific research. The elite of the elite were filled with exhilaration, unaware that the source body had run off with someone and was racking their brains to fall back on it. Chapter 120 Conservative Fellows, 13. You really don't remember me? Chu Siwei, who had hardly gotten the chance to come out, sneaked around the corner and blocked Nan Lu. When I was 10 years old, I was tied up, and it was you who saved me. Bother. He remembered, but it wasn't her. It was the other one. The one John liked better. Quincy persisted. We're friends, right? No. Nanria looked around irritably, just not at her, and tried to walk away but was stopped. Bother. His tone was more aggressive. Don't you move me or I'll sue. His attempts to push her could only be halted, but the other man moved away as he approached. Chasing you around the tiny table. Hiding from what? You? Sick. Namrio easily kept a constant distance from her. You're saying I'm sick? Hit it. He does know how to make people mad. You hit on something you. Chu Siwei was already in a mentally unstable state because she had been locked up for too long, so how could she calm down when she was poked in the sore spot? Being terrorized by Zirong, avoided like a virus by the coyotes, and not seeing the light of day with her involvement in the Y program was annoying enough. Stop right there. No. She chased harder, but still didn't touch a piece of the teenager's coat, and eventually let the man escape. Chu Jin just watched this quietly. Cotter thought she was like her, only able to see nothing in the darkness of space when she didn't appear. Unbeknownst to her, as the owner of the body, she could take in all her words and actions. Also, when she was 10, it wasn't the coyotes who saved her. It was the robbers she killed back herself, and she only said she was saved so as not to be exposed. She marginalized herself in order to keep the other person from using that identity to do more messed up things. Let Quizelle belittle herself for a better set of words, but she said that her sister was the heroine and that she would die. So it can't go on like this. Asterisk. There's a lot of commotion downstairs, none of which is known upstairs. Nansen glanced at the message he had just received. Above it was a report of source body anomalies under the collective, and she ignored the series of requests attached to it and closed the screen. First of all, she's not going to work overtime. And second of all, what can she submit? Is the source's unusual energy drain due to changing faces in front of her every day to explore her favorite type? Is his message just a purely sneaky confession? Moreover, this guy would pretend to be Chu Wei to find things for Xiaorong to do every day, so that the other party couldn't come to her. As well, he helps her finish the job when she touches the fish. The data in the research record book were all compiled by him off the shelf, and then he himself went in close to achieve a 100% match, brightly engaging in data fudging, while seeming to have no problem with it. What are you doing? Nansen glanced at Black Mist, who had attentively helped her arrange the messy study furnishings one by one. The other side is almost like a hard-working bee, doing chores. In answer to her, he used the last bit of his energy to mold a new body. Short silver-white hair, light gray eyes, and features that he had searched for countless perfect modeling references. The body, too, is in its prime, at its physical best. This time, will she like it? The source body glanced at her quietly, pleasantly surprised to find that she was finally not showing an emotionless look. You like it? Not like that. Though the other quickly averted her eyes. He had determined that she just loved it. You like it. The tiny mist began to wind its way up her ankle again. Source body. She withdrew her foot. I didn't mean it. The source body apologized with sincerity, saying different things than it did. More fog spread over. Unapologetic like last time. Source body. The human female gritted her teeth. He wasn't human and therefore didn't have any sense of morality or right and wrong. So he didn't understand why she refused. Because she hates him? But she liked the face. Again he saw that she couldn't help biting her lip. But this time she didn't cry. Like. I don't like it. I like it. What do you know about liking? She curled her body up, letting out a scoff despite her inability to resist. Can non-humans have human feelings? She was provoking him. The source body was already very dangerous and uncontrollable. But she was all over it and refused to give in half as much as she should have. The look of disgust was hard on him. He was so hard. But she pulled at his wrist. He was on a roller coaster of emotions. It was the first substantial touch of skin between them. But next, she even sent her lips up. Compared to the kiss with the coyote that he had seen earlier, this merely only counted as lip to lip. But this is, pro. The source body didn't realize that the next second he froze. The sharp blade stabbed as well. Without hesitation. Like the first time we met. Stabbing into the heart. And he thought that they were familiar enough. Why kiss him and then kill him? The black mist escaped and the source body was heartbroken. He indicated nothing, and immediately afterward was immediately circled by the prop. You shouldn't stay here. Ruthless and cold words fell. And this part of the black mist that had managed to escape with great difficulty directly turned into energy. Consciousness also instantly returned to the being in the lab. Invisible sound waves spread outward, causing each person to resist covering their chests away from the glass field. The source body was angry. All the fellows also finally saw what it was like for him to be truly unstable. The glass field, which they had thought to be solid and unbreakable, actually began to shake under the frantic onslaught of the black mist, and the alarms in the lab turned from red to black and red. It's no different than the end of the world. But while they thought it would last a long time, his anger passed quickly. That black mist began to turtle up, like it was sad to the core. There's no basis for it, but you can just see the sadness in it. No way. Everyone staggered. Does the source body get sad too? I don't know. The hijacked fellows looked at each other in disbelief. Chu Wei fell into the same silence. She had found something, but, for the moment, there was no need to vocalize it. Chapter 121 Conservative Fellows, 14. The source body, which had been fairly cooperative with the research, completely closed itself off from anyone, and none of the researchers dared to enter the glass field again. Before, they could barely go to the edge and explore, but now they would only enter one and die. He directly cut off all contact with the outside world, as if he wanted to let whoever saw his determination. The Y program was stalled for a time. It also just gave Nansun a reason not to go to the classified lab. The source body refuses to cooperate. Plan Y can't work. Nanchuan stops coming over. And the source body gets even sadder. It's a vicious circle. Those radicals are already making noise. And the reason must be found out anyway. Nanchuan reacted to this by adjusting his research program to focus on more effective weapons against the monsters that were wreaking havoc in the Federation. The coyotes were always being sent out by her for something too. But no one knew. She's very low-key. Those same halos that came with entering the institute faded as did her low profile. She would often go to the consortium headquarters there to look for Xia Rong. The number of times had also led most people to think that she would perhaps become the wife of Xia's householder first than being a researcher. Xia Rong's guard against her was already low, and it was even more pleasurable because of the closeness she gradually showed. On top of that, Nansen spent a lot of her time cultivating Chujin, and the other party didn't fail to live up to her expectations. Growing up extremely quickly, she stopped worrying about the other person in her body, knowing she was capable of fixing it. She had been as kind as she could be in the matter of teaching her. No matter who came, they had to praise her for being an uncompromisingly good sister. And even the way Chujin looked at her was becoming more and more moot. She was always good and innocent in her presence. No one knew what Chujin really looked like, just like no one knew what Nansun was really thinking. She doesn't seem to have done anything, but she has done a lot of things that go unnoticed. But there's no doubt that Nanchuan is becoming so weak that even the world's consciousness doesn't bother to scan her. Before, the world consciousness was worried about whether she was too good and would influence the heroine. But now it was treating her as the heroine's guide. She teaches the heroine and will be overpowered by her. That's the way it should be. Is that really true? On the 130th day of the source body disconnection and the stalling of Project Y, Nanchuan arrived after a long absence. The bondage of world consciousness is really annoying. Since the heroine can have a second personality, it must be normal to have another source body. No one but herself could guess what she wanted to do. The classified lab was pretty much the same as it had always been. But the difference was that the black mist in the glass field seemed to be lifeless. Even when she comes, nothing moves. Fellow Chu. Amidst the gasps of the bystanders, the permission card in her hand actually swiped through the glass field that had long been blocked off. This can't be right. It's obvious that only the director has this kind of authority. Everyone watched her walk in. Nanxuan. Xiaorong looked at the picture in the electronic screen and could no longer maintain his demeanor, wanting to take immediate remedial measures. But he was stopped by Chu Wei. Sensei, did you give the permission card? Scientific research requires human sacrifice. It's not a matter of sacrifice or not. Why her? Because she's the only one most likely. Leave it to the source body to be so perverse. Also, they had a brief conversation, and this thing wasn't her plan. It was Nanxuan's. About all this, Chu Wei won't tell anyone. She just says, Program Y needs the possibility of a reboot. And that's what the consortium and the Federation brass want. Kui highlighted the consortium, reminding him exactly which side he was on. As powerful as Xia is, he is not a family man. Teachers. Thank you, Young. What if it's not her? Her tone was light, but it carried its own sense of mockery. Yeah, what if it wasn't her? Just anyone who died like usual. Every fellow who entered here was an elite who had been killed out of thousands of soldiers. And there was even no shortage of consortium sons. What's the difference between them? They're both human lives. Not the same. Xiaorong refused to admit it. All hearts are biased, and mine is biased towards her. His movements were fast, but Chu Wei's anticipation was even faster. At the Federal Institute, Chu Wei's authority is above all consortiums, so the ones that used to be used to protect him are now his chains. Before Xiaorong could act irrationally, he was first held down and immobilized by death. Sensei, what you just did was tantamount to betraying the Federation and the consortium, and I could have just ruled against you. Sensei, Xiaorong finally also experienced what it was like to be powerless. He hung his head deeply, his tone unclear, but the source body still hasn't changed. Then stop the majority of the experimental program for the time being and keep only part of the autonomous experiments. Do you think Nanxuan will survive? At least this one might have been tried. It's up to her to survive. Then why not do it in the first place? Why sacrifice an innocent life? What's the point? What is this? He pulled a sarcastic smile. Chapter 122 Conservative Fellows, 15. Learning that there was a possibility that Nanxuan would never come back, the coyote did not show any unusual excitement. All he knew was to trust his master unconditionally, and she'd said she'd just be gone for a while, so he believed it. What Nanxuan had instructed him to do, he would do. So one day, Namryu suddenly disappeared and no one knew where he went. Chu Jin had likewise been instructed, but what Nanxuan was about to do was too dangerous, so how could she not be worried? It was because she had been so convinced that her sister was the heroine that she had been able to suppress all her insecurities, but she still couldn't help but tell what happened, confirming it to Chu Siwei. You said the sister is the main female character. Does she survive to the end? What? Something happened to her? Take this opportunity to, don't bull ***** me? Answer my question. It was only then that Chu Siwei noticed the change in Chu Jin's tone and finally got smart for once. You were pretending before, and I'm now coming out with my permission grasped in your hands. You lied to me. So what? Answer me. You. Wait. She suddenly remembers. No, there's no such plot. I remember the male and female main characters didn't cross paths before the plot started. Chu Siwei came to a realization. You're the heroine. No, I'm the heroine too. She realized this and nearly suppressed her ecstasy. The heroine, at least, was the last to die, and in her place, she would have been able to survive. The Federation was not her home, and the failure of the human side was not her concern, even if she couldn't get out for a while now. So what? There was always a chance. She always had a chance to go home. She was happy, but Chu Jin began to panic. You didn't say that sister is the female lead. I thought I was wrong before. Quiswell hangs on for dear life, and feels a sense of equalization. She didn't know how much Chu Jin cared about Nanxuan. After all, she had been pretending to be on the same page as her in front of her before. I say, hurry up and follow the original trajectory of pleasing the source body. If you had chosen him from the beginning, you might not have died. By the way, you don't want to attract so many men like the original plot. Just one source body is good. The most important thing for a woman is chastity. You won't be able to get married this way. Go on. Aha. Chu Siwei only felt pain all over her body as if she had rolled over a needleboard. Not to mention speaking, she didn't even have the strength to think. The same pain acted on Chu Jin herself, and she didn't change her face. Tell me all you know. It was only then that she was able to get rid of the source body. Chu Siwei hurriedly agreed, not knowing what she was thinking, and thought she had just said the wrong thing. Stupid as hell. Chu Jin's expression grew cold. The face with similar features to Chu Wei slowly became similar even to his expression. Asterisk. Nanchuan, who was thought to be unlikely to survive, is safer than anyone else at this point. What others thought, go in and die. The fact of the matter is, coaxing chic babies. But she was a bad woman with a persona that hated non-humans, and had no patience for coaxing, and only spoke perfunctorily before exploring the interior on her own. The source body, just about to respond, closed its mic again in anger. She doesn't even say another word anymore and doesn't mean it at all. But for one more word, he forgave her. Nanchuan didn't know the path of the source body's mind, but even if he didn't really care. She stole the black mist as she explored, stealing it quite openly on the basis that the source body was in a one-sided cold war with her and wouldn't talk. The original plot didn't have the origin of the source body. It was stated in very general terms, only describing him as being similar to a god. But why he's trapped here is something that couldn't be done with the level of technology 100 years ago. She had a feeling that this had to be a big help in spoiling the plot. It was ridiculously large. And Nansun walked patiently amongst the silently floating black mist in an effort to explore. The source body that had been secretly observing for so long was aggravated that she preferred to walk around bored like this rather than say more than a single word. But there was no way he was going to initiate a conversation with her. Black Mist, who had been pretending to be dead, secretly poked Nansun's waist. She pretended not to notice. He poked and prodded again. What's that? Forget, it's not important. He poked and prodded again. It can't be the source body, can it? Hasn't he completely cut off communication with humans? I heard that he also preached never to speak to me again, which actually made me kinda sad. He didn't. The source body was in a hurry. I didn't. The silver-haired, gray-pupiled youth hugged her from behind and kept emphasizing, I didn't. Until the human female in her arms let out a soft chuckle. That's a good trick. He fell for it again. Chapter 123 Conservative Fellows, 16. Nanchuan reached out and pulled the source body that wanted to leave. It also seems that he didn't really want to leave at all. Not only because the other didn't break away, but also because his laugh was really a bit uncontrollable. So happy to be pulled by me? He covered his face, but the laughing eyes were still evident. Do you still hate me? Aha. He doesn't laugh anymore. A moment later quietly added, can you just be nasty? Don't stab me. The heart will hurt. You have a sense of pain? Haven't been killed many times already. No pain. The source body shook its head, but being stabbed by Nanchuan, the heart hurts. The air was silent for a few seconds. Nose. She stepped forward and he followed the coyote's example of hooking her hand as she had seen before. It should be open, right? He just hooked her ring finger at first, but she didn't seem to notice. Then the index finger, the middle finger, until her entire palm was wrapped in his hand. Her body heat, so much warmer than his. This body was the last one she had kissed, and he brought it back to be fixed. Take care of it this time, too, so you don't get stabbed again. If it gets stabbed, then fix it again. Do you have a name? Well, my name is. What? The source body pressed his neck. Can't pronounce it. Use a human voice. Then forget it, I don't want to know. Nansen almost touched the edge. Looking outside was a completely different feeling. There was nothing to see at all. Others look inside at the black mist that fills it. She was curious to explore the inside and he followed her closely. What are you? I'm. Here we go again. Unable to speak with human mouths like earlier. And if we did, the humans wouldn't even understand. So let me rephrase the question. Why are you stuck here? Not trapped. The source shook its head. It's a deal. A deal with this world. I'm going to stay here forever and ever, destroying humans and bringing them back to life. Nansun paused. What about the heroine? He blinked, resisting the urge to kiss her, and answered seriously. It's going to be a constant cycle, from whence there are two female leads, one who says she likes me, and one who tries to kill me. So, Chu Siwei is not the first time to wear the book. She also unlucky and Chu Jin has been looped? This is a cyclic world. No wonder the world consciousness is so powerful. It is using the destruction and new birth of the world and the heroine's chief fortune to grow itself. Totally illegal behavior. In the past she would have been able to report it to the main system to receive a reward. Now, this unfettered illicit world consciousness is much more useful than that woolly energy gleaned from the source body. Not only can 009 end its dormancy early, it even recovers stronger than before. There's such a thing as a surprise? She's so lucky and so choosy, but only if she breaks the cycle, which means actually spoiling the plot. Nansun looked at the source body. I originally told you to share half of my energy, but now I don't need to. Why? He was a little anxious. I can give it to you as long as you don't hate me. He wondered if his offer counted as an inch, and secretly dropped the principle a bit. A little nastiness is fine. Do you do that to anyone? She suspected that she had a special physique and always seemed to meet relationship brains, because we're kindred spirits. Ah, but it's not like I'm going to like every kindred spirit. I only like yours. He was in a hurry to explain, but in reality, Nansun was more concerned about the other two words. One of a kind? You're bright. Brighter than me. You mean chi? Or what? No, it's something else. I don't know. Are all of you there as stupid as you are? I'm already the smartest. The source body was in a rare little temper. The corners of his mouth turned up, and when he saw her looking over he hurriedly turned normal again, abashed. They all don't want money to work for someone else. I have money. How much does the world consciousness give you? About the same amount of energy you took. That's all? Is that what she understands it to mean? Nansun took a deep breath. It costs energy for the source body to make the entire world cycle, and the world consciousness earns from it. Energy is conserved, and he is clearly using his own energy to patch up the world consciousness. Are you sure you're the smartest of your kind? I was sure before. Now I'm not. The source body was scolded and bowed its head. I'm sorry, wife. You should have all my money to spend. Whose wife are you calling? Learn from the fellows that this is how I should speak on such occasions. Don't learn everything. Nanchuan rarely dealt with such non-humans with bad brains, especially when this non-human was a higher dimensional being. It was a good thing the other person was a love brain though, or the way she was going to accomplish this mission would be 100 times more troublesome than it was now. Cycling the world and putting it on a normal taskmaster is almost certain death. She's going to break, and it's going to be a pain in the ass. Not an irritant, but a pain in the ass. You're okay with breaking the contract with that damn world consciousness, right? Aha, I do everything my wife says. Nanchuan turned and cupped his pretty mouth. You unconditionally take my side, listen only to me, and promise to nod your head. The source body nodded. She looked into those light gray eyes and inexplicably thought of Jiu, but despite the similarity in color, they both felt completely different. The direction of this world was very different from what she had first envisioned as well as what Xiaoju had estimated. Her vision, fake identities, behind-the-scenes flow, pretend prey, wait for an opportunity. Now it's fake identities, being haunted by a love brain, inexplicably laying down the law, and reaping the fruits. Well, it's outrageous, but it's enough to have a good time. Who wants to tangle with such a troublesome cyclical world? Lying down to win is cool. She didn't want to cheat the world consciousness now, she just wanted to blast it. Nanchuan swiped his permission card and went out, ready to ride the love brain for the kill, especially that world consciousness. Drops. A vibrating sound indicates an error. Aha, permission denied? She's only been in here for a while, and isn't she having a good conversation with Chu Wei? I'll do it. The source body always finds a chance to offer its services. Chapter 124 Conservative Fellows, 17. It doesn't seem quite the same out there. Full stop. She went in to coax the source body for a few minutes and explored the glass field for a couple minutes. The layout of the lab shouldn't have gotten so fast. There's something wrong with the flow of time in your essence? Nansun met the confused eyes of the source body. Source body, I seem to have paid a bit too much to coax you. All my energy for you, wife. He automatically changed his words at her nuclear goodness smile. Shuan. He was sheepishly masculine, darting a quick glance at the side of her face. Shuan wife. A chestnut came immediately. The place was much less crowded, and someone still spotted them. Chu, researcher? It's me. What's going on here? It's almost time for the regular meeting, and everyone's rushing off to it. The silver emblem researcher who spoke couldn't help but glance at the wife watching Stone Lake youth beside her. Is this source body? Ah, so, he nodded, then suddenly froze. The source body? He's reappeared again. She had gone in there in the first place to awaken the source body. Upon hearing this news, a normal researcher's reaction would have been ecstasy, but he was in a cold sweat. How long did it take after I went in? Over 3 years. Nansun took out a prop and measured the plot spoilers. That's where the drama has already begun. Without her intervention. Hey, plot breakdown, 70%. I think my mother is still in charge now, right? How's my sister doing? The director passed away 3 months ago. Speak more clearly. Nansun headed for the large conference room he remembered, and the researcher glanced at the silver-haired, gray-eyed source body and had the good sense to stay away from both of them. He tried to keep it short. She was also slowly sorting out the status quo based on the information she had deduced. After entering the glass field himself, Chu Jin is supported by Xia Rong to enter the Federal Institute, but it doesn't follow the plot. Unlike the usual normal walk through the plot, the world consciousness had felt bad from the moment it let its guard down and let her approach the source body, so it chose to support Chu Siwei in Chu Jin's body. It held Chu Jin in its body, promising Chu Siwei that it could send her home, so that she didn't have to please the source body, only letting her feel at ease occupying this body to hold Chu Jin. Previously, She had chosen the source body like every time she cycled, but this time she was attracted to Xiaorong and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. Xiaorong, probably also sensed something, has been hanging on to her, using her luck and the eccentricity of the world's consciousness to sit all the way up to a high position. So instead of the heroine being the head of Program Y as in the episode, Xiaorong took the position of director of the Federal Institute. Add in the other bits and pieces, and a 70% crash is justifiable. Did Chu Wei's early death have anything to do with Xiaorong? Nansun arrived at the door of the conference room, and the researcher who had narrated the situation for her was already a few meters away. Probably saw she was coming. Chuan. The source body pulled at her fingers guiltily, feeling like it had done something wrong. He shouldn't have messed with her so she wouldn't come to coax him. It wouldn't have been a long time ago, making her miss out on a lot of important things. He didn't want to see her look so serious, any more than she hated him. I'm sorry, Chuan. He didn't even dare to add his wife at the end. It's okay, you're not even human. Nansun looked downstairs. His main body seemed to have been running out. The black mist escaping was about to scare the researchers who were rushing to the meeting to death. You can get smaller in your own body, right? Can it fit anywhere? The source body nodded like garlic as realization dawned on it. I thought Chuan didn't like me in that state, because it makes her want to cry every time. He didn't say the latter sentence, controlling the body to slowly shrink. Still following her at the same pace, Nansun stood still in front of the gate. She had laid many backstops before entering the glass field, but the only thing she hadn't expected was that the world consciousness would strike at its own heroine, and it chose to do so simply because of her, because it realized the threat she posed. It chose to pinch the sister she had truly loved and try to negotiate that way. And what about her coyote? How come no one mentioned Ryu? With a bang, the door to the conference room was kicked open. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it, and their mouths dropped open in unison when they saw who the person in the white research suit with his hands in his pockets was. Nansun was the first to look at the familiar face. It was Chu Jin's face. The little apple at the time had grown into a big girl, with delicate eyebrows and three-dimensional bone phase. She was supposed to be smiling, or maybe she had a cold face when dealing with people other than her. Instead of looking at her with a hostile look, as she was doing now, it's like she's trying to take something away from her. Nanchuan. Xiaorong was the first to greet him, but he was dodged. Nansun walked straight towards Chu Siwei. Brother Xiaorong. She was actually less afraid of her own fear than she was of Xiaorong not liking her, and was still looking at him, wanted him to save her, wanted him not to like someone else. The source body was smart when it should have been, blocking Xiaorong's attempt to catch up with Nansun. It wasn't as if the others didn't want to pipe up. Nay, the source body was present. Seeing that black fog, they could no longer walk. Dealing with him for years, this group of researchers had already developed a psychological shadow. Where's my sister? Nansun was furious and choked Chu Siwei's throat like the first time they met, or a chokehold that left no traces but only gave pain. But times are different now, and world consciousness no longer threatens her. It feared her. It feared the source body that had fallen to her. Chu Siwei finally recalled the fear of death at that time. The world. Her face rapidly reddened as her blood failed to flow. What about world consciousness? Didn't it say it would protect her? Chu Siwei's powerless hand gripped Nansun's wrist, but she simply couldn't break free from her grip. Nansun was too fierce and cold, so much so that it made the world's consciousness dare not bet on whether or not she would directly strangle Chu Siwei. It's just two world cornerstones, a source body that feels like it's going to run off with someone soon, and a female main that's going to die as well, and it's done for. What exactly is her path? There's no system detected at all. The ones who don't have a system on their side are the system hunters who want money for their lives? System hunter. And female. It can't be that top one. Don't kill, please. If it had an entity, it would probably have to give a knee. Where was the arrogant look that had suppressed her in the first place? Nansun gave face and let go, looking at the person on the ground who was covering his neck and coughing without any heartache. It's over. We've really met a tough guy. This Lord Huntress. How did you enter this world by mistake? There is no system present here. You high-handedly. It said as it skillfully slipped her a bribe. Nansun didn't deny it and looked at the energy value, surprised by its large amount. His tone became even more sinister. That's all there is? To beat the barker? She was deliberately blackmailing to see the bottom line of world consciousness. Nothing more, just purely looking at it and trying to bully it. Chapter 125 Conservative Fellows, 18. What's your offer? The world consciousness continued to be soft while bellyaching about the insatiable greed of this system hunter. Nansun looked around. What is everyone standing for? Please sit down. The meeting hasn't started yet, she said as she compared a number to it. Sit. Even the radicals who had looked at her most unfavorably in the first place were afraid to speak. One more powerful than the other, but better behaved than anyone else. Xu Siwei was still coughing and crying on the ground, while Xiaorong was forcibly suppressed by the source body and sat next to the main seat, because the main seat is going to be reserved for Xuanxuan. His eyes burned as he stared at her, and the consciousness of the world that no one else could see. 8. You this? I'm still really difficult. The world consciousness pushed and pulled a hand with difficulty, then gave it anyway, gave her 100 times the number she really wanted. Nansun revealed a satisfied smile. That made it even more certain to get it. She had to brush the plot collapse to 100% and separate Chu Jin and Chu Siwei before she could do anything about it. This world consciousness looks goony, but it's firmly grasping at her soft underbelly. And it's shrewd. Huntress Sama, aren't you busy earning points? Points are the life of a system hunter, both as money and as a leaderboard reference. That top one is the money madman who wants money, either on a mission or on the way to a mission. Who the hell is this? It used this euphemism to give its expulsion order, and it was also prying into her identity. What's the point of earning too many points? You still have to supply them to the main system. I'm in this world. I want to play around some more. Anyway, you can keep looping. Mind if I stay a little longer? She spoke the unspoken rules that only advanced system hunters understood, taking credit for most of the world's consciousness. Don't mind, as long as they weren't taskmasters under the main system. After all, system hunters didn't have a system to fall back on. They couldn't do anything to the world consciousness even if they were strong. What about my sister? Her presence will cause big trouble, but it will appear at fixed times. The world's consciousness was hidden, but it still hadn't completely let down its guard. Nansun snorted coldly in his heart, casting his gaze across the room and sitting down in the main seat. A few hundred people at the top, with both familiar and new faces. She leisurely flipped through the reports she didn't have access to, her face growing colder the more she flipped through them. Nanxuan. Xiaorong's gaze was surprised and fond. It's great that you're still alive. Without waiting for her to answer, another voice took the lead. Xiaorong, you still love her? Quazelle stood up, her eyes terrified. I, Xu Siwei, would never want a double-minded man. Triple-minded? I've always been single-minded. Without skipping a beat, he cocked his head slightly and continued, at the gradual easing of her eyes. That, me and you, we never had much to do with each other, did we? Just a few nice words, not even physical contact, and she believes it? How is it possible that you, Kuzuai searched for evidence that they had had feelings for each other, but found that he had never shown himself a liking between a man and a woman. She was still in a state of bliss because he wasn't like the men she'd met before the book wearing, but rather he knew he was reserved, so he deliberately kept his distance. He lied to her. She should have just let Kajin kill him. Xu Siwei ran towards Xiaorong like crazy, but was stopped by the guards. Don't you dare fail me. Nansen knocked on the table. Is the meeting ready to begin? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Xu Siwei didn't dare to approach her and only dared to cover her face and cry. Don't give that look with her face. Nansun's disgust grew. Also, did you move my little wolf? Thank you, young, and you agreed to that plan. She backhanded a slap on Xiaorong's white face, not holding back in the slightest. Didn't want to leave a scar on Chu Jin's face, so he suffered along with Chu Siwei's. The crowd was stunned, and the newcomers who didn't know about their relationship were even more unabashedly surprised. And their research suits had to be keyed up before they could resist the urge to pull their legs out and run. The source body followed suit and pretended to be surprised, but there was more gloating in his eyes. The black mist behind him split into two strands to sneak in a clap. I did agree. Xiaorong brushed at the wound, hooking his lips to bring about pain, but it made his smile deeper. It's great that you can still hit me. It's great that she's not dead. Why are you hitting him? I'm the one who came up with that plan. Xu Siwei still couldn't let go, and didn't see anything wrong with what she did. He was supposed to be a reformed body. The words fell out of her mouth, but she began to fall limply to the ground, covering her head and rolling. Aha, don't stab it. She was so snotty in pain that she couldn't stop begging Chu Jin within the pitch-black space. The others were aware of the existence of two people in her body and had become immune to such scenes. Nansun then looked on coldly and announced it to everyone. The source body is back, and Program Y won't be restarted. It won't work. The source body is the property of the Federation. There's no way the consortium would agree to that, and most of the Institute's funding chain would be broken. This is a notice, not a solicitation. She smiled and dropped a bomb lightly. The consortium is thinking about how to defend themselves first. What do you mean? Many fellows from the consortium fumed. That's the idea. Nanxuan, Xiaorong, who had been quietly watching her, finally spoke. A fish dying in a net won't do you or me any good. You're going to stand against me? Nansen glanced at the ring he was wearing on his hand. But yeah, Xia can't be a family man. It's like a steel ball on a tilted floor that can only be forced forward. These words made Xiaorong dream back to the powerlessness he felt when he was kneeling on the ground. Her face, as if overlapping the teacher. He didn't get to look any closer. She had already turned away. Where's my coyote? Do you care about him that much? So what if it is? Even though he's now transformed into a monster? Xiaorong, this is the last time I'll talk to you in peace. Nansen's footsteps slowed a bit, but she didn't turn around to give him a look. When we meet in the future, we will be enemies. Chapter 126 Conservative Fellows, 19. Son. The blue-eyed coyote pulled the door open before she pushed it open. Eyes bright as they had been before she left. But so much has changed. So much has changed in over 3 years. His hair had gotten a little longer, the shreds almost covering his eyes, but not the light in them. Too small. Parallel red scars have been added to the pretty cheeks, and they are heartbreaking. The collar around his neck was also changed. The blue collar she had worn for him in the first place was replaced with a black metal that concealed the controller. The original one he wore on his hand, clumsily wound twice, with what looked like a forced cut. Also, his body, turned into iron. Nanria trotted over to rub against her carefully. The hand that touched her skin no longer warm with human body heat. It was colder than she was. Most of the limbs were replaced with metal because they were not compatible with the energy of the source. Despite being made to look human, he is no longer human. He shied away from the pain of countless experiments and didn't care that he was being used as a blade that wouldn't tire. Warm tears fell into the crook of her neck. Don't hate me. He spoke more fluently than ever before, but it was hard as hell because he was sad. Namryu knew that she hated monsters and non-humans. Xiaorong says that even if she comes back, she won't like him anymore. Not nasty. Her fingertips grazed his cheeks and wiped away his tears as well. Like. Soon said like. So the watery light in the teenager's eyes refracted into sparkling diamonds. Xiaorong looked at her with a rare gentleness, an attitude he hadn't gotten since she entered the institute. No matter how hard he tried, jealousy that almost broke through his chest. Don't go. He stepped forward to take her wrist, but was shaken off. Nanryo stepped in front of her. The blade of this federation, finding its true owner, still aimed at him. He doesn't care. He's only jealous. Jealousy of the coyote who could only resent being dragged away in the first place had become a high barrier between them. They were going to leave. This modification is also federal property. He is the blade of the Federation. Several of the fellows who had been chattering were simultaneously slapped several times in the face by black mist. Chuan. The source body came up to take credit. Well done. She touched his face and looked over to the crowd of people with varying expressions. Property of the Federation? The source body is mine, and so is the coyote. Nansen threw the silver emblem on his chest onto the table. Metal and glass collide, breaking the silence of the room. If you don't, then try to come and grab it. She turned coldly. Lu, bring Chu Siwei with you. Their figures disappeared into the conference room door. A good number of fellows tried to catch up. Don't stop her. Xiaorong's face still retained the red marks from the beating he had just received, and silence stood in place. But the might on his body did not diminish. He feebly took off his glasses and let out a long sigh, as if he had momentarily lost all his vitality. The people across the street argued in whispers. But the people out there aren't going to let her take the source body and the modified body. That's the source body. The other consortiums won't leave them alone. Just who is not sparing who? Xiaorong lowered his head and stroked the ring with the family crest on it. Slightly out of breath. They can't stop her. The Federation is about to change. And you should have prepared for it earlier. He slowly removed the ring and placed it in the palm of his hand, tightening his grip little by little. The other side. Nansen's path for them to leave the classified research lab was unobstructed. But after that, they began to encounter heavy hurdles. Most people didn't know about the existence of source bodies, but they knew that Nanryu was the first modified body in the Federation to be successfully transformed. He could only go out when he needed to do a quest, and when Chu Jin showed up, in their eyes, he was not a human being, but private property. The moment they stepped out of this door, countless high-tech weapons were aimed at them, but the next moment the weapon reversed direction and pointed back. The smile on Nansun's lips was meaningful. What's going on? She tampered with the instructions, then switched to the non-intelligent version. Before the arrival of the special agents from the management office, there was another group that arrived first. The Judgment people have started attacking the institute from the outside. The Federation's largest rebel organization, Judgment, has the finest weapons and a steady stream of black money, because behind it stood Nanshuan. Without the source body, she could have toppled the Federation just as well. The trouble is breaking the cycle. Good thing there's a relationship brain now. The black mist spreads a thin layer from the soles of his feet, quickly facing outward to cover all the area it can. All those belonging to the opposing side were immobilized, and even the weapons of the intelligent control were immediately paralyzed. There was no one left to stop them. There is only one unstoppable path before us. Shuin, go. Chapter 127 Conservative Fellows, 20. The real rebellion has begun. Led by, Judgment, the citizens of the Federation, whom the consortium had never for a moment looked at in the eye, were united as never before this time. It is from the place where it all began, Chaos 3, that the war began to ignite. From the outside to the inside, the federal police inspectors and management offices were all out in force. But what they didn't expect was that the weapons and equipment on the trial side were actually more sophisticated than theirs. Greater chaos begins. Capital continues to manipulate public opinion on the internet, but seeing is believing. This was the first time that the consortium could actually only fight to a draw with the Griffins they used to look down on. It was like a hard slap in their face. 7 parties at the negotiating table. The 7-party super consortium led by the Xie clan, the Shun clan, the Rice family, and so on. And behind them were the heads of the rest of the smaller consortiums. There were men and women, all with different looks but all with only one feeling. That's as high and mighty as it gets. Even the heads of the other consortiums sitting at the negotiating table with them were not taken into account. Egotistical and authoritarian. Even now, they only feel slapped in the face, not scorned. Still not taking the resistance of mole crickets in their eyes. They were more concerned about their Y plan. Xiaorong, we're disappointed in you. The middle-aged woman with the eagle trigger on her thumb took the lead. We supported you to replace Chu Wei and become the spokesperson of the Federal Research Institute. And you actually allowed someone else to take away the source body and the modified body. I heard that this person was the one you pushed to get into in the first place. And she's still connected to the trial. The rest of the group began to speak as well. Don't you have anything you want to explain? We, the Rice family, put so much money into the Federal Research Institute every year. And instead of getting the immortality we want, we're in this mess. The crowd was talking, while Xiaorong, who was at the center of public opinion, was unmoved. The eyes under the lenses were nothing but calm, only faintly mocking. You guys still care about this irrelevant stuff. Xiaorong. Someone slammed the table and stood up angrily. Please watch your attitude. The atmosphere was suddenly tense with swords. Why make such an embarrassing scene, since things have already happened? The top priority is to suppress the rebels, recover the source body, and restart the Y program. Seeing Xiaorong's lack of oil and salt, someone still came out to round up the situation. Xiaorong didn't say anything, his hand on the negotiation table boredly playing with the removed ring. It tinkles with a small, crisp sound, and the rest have already started a new round of planning. Let the monsters out. No one has the means to subdue the monsters except the administration. And both the rebel groups and the protesting citizens will realize that only the consortium can save them. Are you guys crazy? Xiaorong raised his eyes. Release the monster and at least half of the Federation will die. Xiaorong, when did you learn to be merciful? Are those people just goods? Leaks. With the artificial embryo technology, the citizens of the Federation don't even need to bear the burden of procreation nowadays. All you shays need to do is to liberalize the quotas and you'll make a fortune. A dead crop of leaks will be replenished by a steady stream. Everyone in the room felt the same way, including the former Xiaorong, who was also a part of it. Shay was no less stained with blood than anyone else. To this day, he finally had a moment of clarity, but it wasn't because of repentance. It was because he remembered what Nan Sun had once said to him. Thank you, Young. I hate monsters, but people are even more disgusting than monsters. Yeah. Xiaorong looked around, only to feel that including himself, these sitting people were not people, but monsters in human skin. But these monsters are in control of the Federation, manipulating all as they please. How he's going to do it? With a clink, his ring fell to the ground and drew everyone's attention to it. They turned their heads to him in unison, their eyes like falcons, cloudy and greedy, with a residual ambition to devour others. Monster, is there anything you want to say? I abstain. Xiaorong took the ring that his men picked up, suppressed the indescribable chest tightness, and left the place. The sounds of argument resumed, fading as he walked further and further away. It should put in at least half the monsters. I think it would be better to let it all out. It should wake those bottom feeders up hard. Xiaorong dialed Nansun's videophone, and before the other party could connect and speak, he spoke first. I know that to meet again is to be an enemy. Nan Xuan, can I see you again? I can help you. Asterisk. Hang up the phone for I don't know how long. Nansun looked at Chu Siwei, who was tied up in 5 different ways, and sat in front of her, unable to see what he was thinking. The source body had helped her shield her from world consciousness, so she could do so without having to worry too much. Sooner or later the world consciousness has to be turned into 009 sustenance, that's for sure, and the Chu Siwei in front of him was going to get cleared. Were you involved in Chu Wei's death? Hearing the question, Chu Siwei lifted her eyelids. No wounds on her body yet she was incomparably wretched. Unlike Chu Jin, she had not faced the cruelty of the chaotic Federation head-on, and was extremely weak in both her ability to endure pain and her ability to resist stress. Having just been submerged in the water, her entire body was dying. She got in Xiaorong's way, so she must die. At the mention of Xiaorong, Chu Siwei cried and laughed. I hate him. I hate you. Obviously I'm the heroine. I just want one life. What's wrong with me? I just want to go home. She couldn't remember going through countless cycles, but the obsession was seared into her soul. Naturally, she doesn't remember the countless times she followed the plot and released her source body, wanting to go home and be with him as well. She was forced to cycle with Chu Jin over and over again not to end well, but she also really took up Chu Jin's body. She wanted to go home and didn't care whose lives she harmed. She wants exclusive love, but only has love in her eyes. Do you think you're doing the right thing? You've got bitterness. You've got obsession. And no one else does? I just want Kagan back too. If it wasn't for the fact that this was Chu Jin's body, she would only be 1,000 times worse off now. You hate Xiaorong? You just hate him for not loving you. For cheating on you. What else is there in your eyes besides him? Ha, so what? At least I'm faithful enough to love only one person. Your love is giving up your ego? Then you are a good woman. You shut up. Chu Siwei knew that this good woman in her mouth was not a good word, but could not tolerate her poking at her own self-delusion. She changed the topic. You can't move Xiaorong. He's so powerful, so you can only go after me. Yeah, well, you'll see, but it's yourself you should be worrying about right now. Nansun stood up and slowly approached her. World consciousness. Chu Siwei was taken aback by her coldness and desperately sought help from the world consciousness. It's fast too. You don't have to rush. Can your beloved Xiaorong come to your rescue now? He's so awesome. You can't hurt Chu Jin. It's her body. She shook her head frantically. You know it's her body too? Nansun cupped her wet face mixed with tears and ice water. I almost forgot how much I'm going to torture you guys for doing that to my coyote. He was meant to be that way. With a slap on the face, Quazelle was slapped across the head. Do you really think I wouldn't dare make a move on you? Chu Siwei covered her face and screamed. I'm the female lead. I'm the female lead. You're just a lone soul who's taken over. If you weren't in Chu Jin's body, do you think Xiaorong, who you love, would share a few glances with you? Nansun knew what she cared about the most and poked at her heart in that direction. No, not like this. Compared to those physical tortures, to break Chu Siwei actually only needed to mention these, so ridiculous and laughable. But immediately afterward, Xiaorong, who she thought was omnipotent, was escorted by Nansun's men and thrown into this cold chamber. With a thud that showed no mercy, the youth was thrown to the ground, his back still straight despite being half on his knees. Xiaorong and Nansun looked at each other and laughed bitterly. The diamond, which had really become dazzling enough, was also incredibly cold and sharp. The look in her eyes stung him every time he met them. It always reminded him of how much she had trusted and relied on him when he first met her. You too, just catch up here. Nansun nonchalantly gave Xiaorong a complimentary shot, which also made the quiet Chu Siwei scream. How could you do this to him? But the other man just put away his gun and turned away. Only 2 people remained in the cold chamber. He was described as a mess, and his handsome face was bruised everywhere from the dragging, with blood oozing out in some places. His neat clothes were stained with dust, and his shoulder was pierced by a bullet, gurgling blood. It was shocking, heartbreaking, and made her heart ache. Xiaorong. Chu Siwei looked at him with love and hate in her eyes, but worry still prevailed. It meant that she was stepping into a trap again. Chapter 128 Conservative Fellows, 21. Xiaorong didn't respond to Chu Siwei, but came over to untie her without a word. But it's no different than responding anymore, and even more cagey. Xiaorong, what are you doing? It should be hard being tied up. His simple sentence made the long-tortured Chu Siwei's nose turn sour. She looked at his bleeding wound and her heart ached beyond words. How did they get you? It's just carelessness. Xiaorong brought up another topic. Chu Wei's death had something to do with me as well. Nansun shouldn't just hate you. If he had directly said that he had come to save her, Chu Siwei would have instead still suspected his purpose. But he didn't mention anything, just let her brainstorm. The human imagination was rich, and her eyes reddened even more as she came down with a flurry of thoughts. Xiaorong took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall, raising his hand to press the wound. He muttered, his voice audible only to himself. Still really, not holding back at all. That's good too. Hate lasts longer than love. It's better than not remembering anything. Chu Siwei, who was untied, hurriedly searched for tools that could bandage his wounds, but was unable to find them anywhere. No need. He covered the wound. You've never seen a wound of this magnitude, have you? It'll scare you. Say young. Chu Siwei was moved to tears again, but remembering his attitude that day, her rolling heart cooled slightly. Xiaorong was the best at insight into people's hearts. How could he not see what she was thinking at this moment? He only pretended not to know, raising a forced smile, a deep vulnerability between his brows. I didn't think I'd regret it either. Forget it. He retreats to advance, is well versed in the art of white space and language, and knows even better how to utilize this face of his. Chu Siwei covered her mouth, thinking about many things in an instant, and there was already movement in her eyes, trying to get closer, but the other man dodged without a trace. She couldn't even see that Xiaorong didn't want to have any physical contact with her, and indulged in being touched. Chu Jin saw it all clearly and only felt mockery. After all, this is a good woman who can even forgive her ex-boyfriend for domestic violence. Not to mention the fact that now the opposite side was Xiaorong, who had a good skin and was rich and powerful. Perhaps in Chu Siwei's opinion, he had merely said a desperate word or two to her before. She's self-referential on her own. This drama of the prodigal son's return, of having waited so long to finally receive a man's repentance, only satisfied and touched her. Even if it was sad and pathetic, it only made her feel sick. Stupid. If it wasn't for Chu Siwei's presence, she would have killed Xiaorong a long time ago. The position of the institute's director should have been hers as well. Dumbass who give up their egos for men. In no more than 3 sentences, Chu Siwei was coaxed, and even Xiaorong felt a little too relaxed. After fighting with Chu Jin's kind of people for a long time, he even suspected that the man in front of him was pretending. Unfortunately, no. It's actually quite ironic that a teacher died on a poison from such a person, isn't it? A rare genius, a great leader in the advancement of the Federation by himself, was killed by his own stupid daughter. Even death by the consortium's reckoning didn't seem so ridiculous. Xiaorong stifled a laugh at the ridiculous drama, but he had not forgotten what he had come for. My injuries don't matter. You're more important right now. Am I more important? Quincy gripped the hem of her shirt, realizing her wretchedness as an afterthought. She hurriedly smoothed back her wet hair and wiped the water droplets and tear stains from her face as well. In front of someone like Xiaorong, she felt inferior every moment, because she wasn't as smart as Chu Jin or as decisive as she was in killing. Just like Nan Sun had said, she wasn't a true heroine. If she loses that identity, she's nothing. But Xiaorong doesn't support Chu Jin at all like he did in the original episode. Instead, he looks at her more favorably. The same is true now. Xiaorong lifted his face, and despite the loss of blood making his lips a little pale, he was still doing his best to plan for her. You will only be constrained if you remain in Chu Jin's body. I can take you and escape, but I can't even get out of her body. Do you trust me? Chu Siwei looked at his gentle eyes under the lenses and nodded firmly. Of course. The smile on the other party's lips widened. Every time Chu Jin shows up we just have to go on and on without stopping. And I know you don't want that either. She nodded her head even harder, desperate to tell him her reluctance right away. Xiaorong handed out a metal orb that took up half of his hand. This is the latest technology we've privately developed. It allows you to temporarily board inside. Xiaorong, did you develop this especially for me? Quincy was pleasantly surprised but a little hesitant, but then heard him continue. I don't want to always be on the opposite side of the fence from you. His eyelashes were lowered and he looked very sad, which also made Chu Siwei's already little sanity completely disappear. Now that the Federation's bionic human technology is very advanced, Xia can give you whatever kind of appearance you want. Okay, I promise. Chu Siwei wanted to be beautiful to the core with her looks and flawless body, and she definitely had to look better than Chu Jin, the female lead, and Nan Sun. She used the prop as instructed by Xiaorong. Closing his eyes, his fingertips touched the metal orb, knowing nothing about stepping into a trap. Those eyes reopened, and instead of hesitation and useless love, there was only toughness and coldness in the dark brown eyes. Her return, along with it, made that face shine again. A true heroine, the perfect cornerstone of the world. She's Kajin. Chapter 129 Conservative Fellows, 22. It's a split second to do it. Even for the marginalized Chu Jin, the family had never left her basic education behind. Not to mention that she had practiced fighting hard in her later years. With his bare hands, he was facing Xiaorong, who was still in an injured state. It's time to kill him while he's sick. Xiaorong held the orb while blocking and backing up. Chu Jin, don't you move him. Chu Siwei's anxious voice came out from the orb. Stupid. The force of Chu Jin's attack did not diminish, but the body that had been exercising was weak because of Chu Siwei's lack of appreciation. All the force that should have been used was not utilized. You think you'll embrace your new life? Xiaorong lied to you again this time. Poor thing. She put her arm against Xiaorong's neck and pressed hard, fighting against his blocking hand. What are you talking about? How could Xiaorong lie to me? I won't believe you're stirring up trouble. Xiaorong let out a snort, looking towards Nan Sun who had appeared around the corner at some point, his eyes instantly softening. You asked for it, and I did it. Sister. Chu Jin instantly lost the idea of fighting him, his eyes surprised. Nansen opened his arms towards her. Sister. Still the same way of embracing, the tone never changed. The coldness when just facing Xiaorong instantly changed into moistening independence. She stroked her long hair. I'm sorry for putting you through so much alone. No, it's good to have my sister back. Chu Siwei over there had completely panicked. She wanted it. You did it. What does that mean? Just literally. Nansen caught the metal ball that Xiaorong threw at him. Now that wasn't some new technology. It was a prop she had redeemed with energy gifted by the world consciousness. Now, dealing with Chu Siwei no longer required any scruples or means. I didn't think you'd be so quick to buy into Xiaorong's bull *******. She surveyed the ball. How is that possible? The blurry shadow in the center did her best to collapse, but her collapse was not because she had fallen into Nansun's hands, but because she had been tricked by Xiaorong, and the reason he lied to her was for Nanshuan. Xiaorong, did you lie to me from the beginning to the end? You need confirmation for something like that? Xiaorong looked bored. Honestly, even dealing with Chu Jin is much better than facing you. Don't you know? I hate stupid people. Aha. Sure enough, it was still him who could give Chu Siwei a fatal blow and let her experience the feeling of her heart being like a knife. But that doesn't mean she'll be let off the hook. Here. Nansen gave that ball to Chu Jin. Do with it what you will. No. No. Chu Siwei didn't dare to imagine what kind of torture she would suffer if she fell into the hands of Chu Jin. She had seen her methods, and from the time when she was in her body before, even if she suffered pain, Chu Jin would still be in pain. She was tortured half to death. Not to mention the complete loss of restraints now. Quinn, I'm sorry about QV. I really am. I just want to go home, she frantically explained. You're not trying to go home. You're enjoying giving yourself up for love. This time Chu Siwei was in so much pain that she couldn't even scream. What made her even more panicked was that in the next moment, Chu Jin directly cut off all outside sounds and the light was also deprived. The blackness of the space was driving her crazy again. Ka Jin. Ka Jin. No matter how much she called out, none of them would respond, which was even more painful and tormenting than being trapped in Chu Jin's body in the first place. Chu Jin. Chu Jin. Chu Jin. Chu Jin. Thank you, Young. Even at this point, it was amazing that she still had a faint remnant of hope in the man who had tricked her into coming in. No one can see her state anymore. Even if I knew, I would no longer sympathize. It's your turn next. Chu Jin looked at Xiaorong. Yes? Although he was responding to her, the direction he was looking was Nanshuan. The fight he had just been in had caused his glasses to fall off somewhere. But it didn't matter. The glasses were just decoration and a tool to hide his emotions. His eyesight had always been good so he could still see all of Nansun. His eyes, now fond, were even more stirring because there were no lenses in the way. Don't look at your sister with such disgusting eyes. Chu Jin was furious and wanted to go forward to attack but was stopped by Nansun. Don't go near him. Her cautious attitude made Xiaorong couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do you think I would hurt your beloved sister? Consortium dogs, can't speculate enough. Disgust filled the middle of her vision. After all, it was reduced to being treated like a monster. Xiaorong rubbed his knuckles out of habit, and only when he felt empty did he realize that he no longer wore that ring. Ah Lu. Nansen greeted with a voice that was immediately close and distant, contrasting ironically. The coyote heard the call immediately and couldn't wait to come in from outside. I could tell he'd been raised well since he'd returned to her, still wearing his previous broken collar on his wrist, which had been replaced with a new one around his neck. Nanshuan. The two words engraved on it were so piercing. Even though Coyote has become the inhuman, reformed monster she once hated, she still considers him all her own. A dull ache came from the heart, as if a rusty knife had sliced it into thin slices. Each stroke produced a pulling, sharp pain, and rust seeped down the cut, making him experience chronic death. Experiencing brutal consortium experiences since he was a child. He was the only one of a dozen siblings to survive. Xiaorong was cold-blooded enough to never shed a single tear since he could remember. Had forgotten what it felt like to shed a tear, so when his throat tightened and his eyes moistened, he didn't even realize how upset he was. He saw her indulging the blue-eyed teenager's proximity to her, kissing her cheeks, even as she impatiently grabbed him by the cheeks, full of favor. One is jealous of a dog that he personally ordered his subordinates to tame and then gave to her. Tears finally fell, only to be quickly wiped away by Xiaorong's hand. In her mind, he can be a consortium dog or a capital that is more annoying than a monster, not an ugly wretch. Nanshuan, I want to give you a gift. His words fell. The ground shook from the aftermath of the explosion, and several people looked up at the same time as the entire building shook as a result. Monstrous monsters seeped through the walls. That's your gift? Chapter 130 Conservative Fellows, 23. Of course not. Xiaorong shook his head, the red still lingering in the corners of his eyes. but he had regained the ease with which he had been with her before. He put back on a new pair of glasses. The monster's corrosive saliva dripped down, but instead of landing on him, it was blocked by an invisible film. Nan-sun was not surprised. How could the head of a top-tier consortium fall so easily into the hands of others without any precautions? The creature continued to penetrate the wall, like raw chemical fluid seeping out, viscous and stomach-churning. There's probably only one similarity that can be seen in relation to the source body, and that's that they're both black. Black mist is much cuter than it is. The monster whistled as soon as it showed its head and was corrupted by the rapidly condensing black mist. Let's go! Shuin, wife. Taking advantage of the chaos and stealing the call of his wife's source body to take Nanshuan away from Coyote and Chujin, Rolxin absconded. They both hurried to catch up. Xiaorong, who stayed where he was, quietly watched them leave and smiled lowly. He pressed a certain button, and with a loud boom, the monster that was corrupted to the point where only half of its body was left immediately exploded and dissipated. The battle outside has gone white hot. In addition to the elites of the major consortia, there was a steady stream of monsters. It covered the ground with shadows, but the situation is not lopsided. Even though they had not undergone expensive mental power development like the management office's special agents, the people of Judgment were strong enough to fight against monsters that were once regarded as Shinigami, all because of the weapons in their hands. This was the backhand that Nan-sun had left behind before he left. Her research program was taken over by Chujin after she was nowhere to be seen, and these mass-produced weapons truly do the job of removing monsters from ordinary people as well. Ryu. Nan-sun only called his name, and the young wolf knew exactly what she wanted him to do, nodding his head to immediately join the fray. Sister, I'll go too. Chujin similarly hated these monsters that had caused the Federation's current chaos and eaten away countless lives. The leaping source body was stopped. You don't have to. The war between humans and monsters, needed to be their own. Okay, Shuin, wife. Nan-sun was already too lazy to correct him, so the source body quietly called out twice more. Small wisps of black mist wrapped around her ankles and began to spread restlessly upward again. The no longer shielded world consciousness is going crazy. What are you doing? What's going on here? It's not like the show. The original plot was supposed to be a war between the source bodies and the consortium, and how the humans were able to fight off the monsters. Do you want to destroy the world? Where is the destruction? The world's cornerstones are not connected? Kajin tried to kill the source, and the source loved Kajin for liking me. Nan-sun broke bread with it with a smile. How perfect to have love and hate again. You're ruining the original plot. That's what it's all about. She finally showed her true colors. Are you so arrogant because you think the source body can't do anything to you and I can't do anything to you? Is it hard for you to report to the main system? I'm warning you, the main system won't spare you system hunters either. System hunter? I never said I was a system hunter. What it means. The world consciousness had sensed something was wrong, but couldn't believe it. People are taskmasters. Oh. Gold medal taskmasters, defector version. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the energy you gave me to end the dormancy of our family's Xiaojiu. Brown. Its heart was suddenly cold. Nan-sun filled in enough energy that he had gotten from it, and the familiar system tone finally sounded again. Long time no see. Host, 009 is finally back. Xiaojiu misses you so much. The world is no fun without you in it. 009, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. System. That familiar scent was the primordial system. 009, first time. I'm 009. So polite. So scary. The world consciousness screamed and tried to hide, but to no avail. Trapped by the dragnet. You're 009. She's the crazy one. 009, please be careful what you say. The host is just a bit capricious. The system's warning was polite yet deeply threatening, and not only did it pay lip service, but the energy that had been painstakingly built up in it was being absorbed at an accelerated rate. My energy. It took the risk of making a cycle world just to save up energy to upgrade, and now it's all ruined. 009, you have injured the host and restricted her from doing as she pleases. Nan-sun was smug. Yes. Xiaojiu quickly backed me up. The energy drained away at an accelerated rate, but unfortunately it couldn't pass out and had to face the brutal sight head-on. I was wrong. You can't do this. For every extra second that passes, the world's consciousness loses a massive amount more energy. Its heart is dripping blood. Please. I'm brown. If it could do it all over again, it would have offered the ant up from the start and had fun with her. Instead, as now, the source body has fallen back and the world can no longer circulate. Its own energy was taken away. Don't take any more. Mom and Dad, you're my parents. Please. 009. Unmoved. inquired Nanchuan. Want to let it go? Of course not. It's going to be your sustenance. And then there's the fact that it shouldn't have been spared in the first place. Something as illegal as cycling the world was overdrawing the souls of countless living beings in small worlds and was beyond cruel. 009, good host. Brown. I remember you guys. It went straight to the mouth by the end. Don't dare to destroy me. If you destroy me, this world will also be destroyed. Wait, when the matter is over, I will report to the main system. Let's fish death net break. Fish out of water? Who's going to die with you? Nansen wasn't shocked in the slightest, and his smile became even more teasing. It's about time her ex-husband brother came in handy. Chapter 131 Conservative Fellows, 24. Merchant wrong. Ask if there are any world consciousnesses on your side who want to make extra money. You woman. Now you remember me. Over there, they were doing a quest, and although they cursed, they still moved extremely fast to call out a world consciousness. Everything is done without the knowledge of the main system. Hey, do you want me to go? You're here for nothing. Get out. This use it or lose it bad woman. Thin-skinned, cold-blooded and selfish. Shang resisted the urge to continue sending messages. She has done this to him, he still Baba stick up. Is not the cheapest of the cheap. The system in his hand was pinched until it was deformed. Lord Huntress, let me go, please. The captured system couldn't stop begging for mercy. But the masked Shang Rong didn't even move his eyes. System Hunter, Merchant Error. Marked here. Eliminate Master System Localization. The demise of the system turned into countless points of light that became his points. After doing so, someone's icy voice suddenly softened and muttered in aggravation. Bad woman. Where was any semblance of the coldness of an advanced system hunter? On Nanchuan's side, the world consciousness had originally wailed, then suddenly went mute. You can't do this. It was instantly circled into 009 system space after the new world consciousness appeared. Hello, are you going to die? I've come to take over your world. Oh, sweet little girl voice. How sweet the tone. How rude the words. Who are you talking about dying? The world's consciousness was colorful, but it had been completely swept away by panic. It's over. It shouldn't have underestimated this crazy woman. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It had come to this. There was no direction to flee, and the space was engaged in silent devouring until its energy was completely eaten away. Not only had 009 returned to its full strength, it also had an extremely large amount of energy remaining. As Nan Sun had thought, the world consciousness became the sustenance of the home system. Thank you, sister, for sending me to New World. Oh, I will be very, very good to your heroine. What about the male lead? Who will return to his world after the source body? Well, it doesn't matter if there's no male lead. I'll change it so that the cornerstone of the world can just be the female lead. 009, host. The plot has collapsed by 95%. It also meant that she was leaving again. Nan Sun retreated to the corner, the black mist around her leaving her unharmed and causing her presence to plummet. The rebel group and the consortium fight endlessly, but overall the two sides are evenly matched, which has been completely different than in the episode. So where's the 5% difference? Nanchuan. A clear and shallow voice beside her rang out. She turned her head, only to see Xiaorong, whose entire body was freshly clothed, slowly walking to her side. What? Yushe Pharmaceuticals ran out of medicine? The smell of blood was strong, and he obviously hadn't treated his wounds. It's just not necessary. His smile remained unchanged, ignoring the source body beside her. Two parties that were clearly hostile were now getting along in an eerily cordial atmosphere. Gensokyo felt slighted, having hated him once upon a time, and now he hated him even more. But he was stopped by Nansen reaching out. Adults talk. Children don't interrupt. That kiss. He had also learned to bargain, kissing her on the lips with great speed and hurrying back before he was struck. The silver-haired, gray-eyed youth laughed so much that he didn't even want to maintain his human body, directly fusing it with his own. Black mist drifted around her head. Xiaorong's eyes deepened. As I said before, a gift for you. Aha. I'll make you hate it. Just disappear. Okay? Nansen quickly realized what he was referring to. Fireworks exploded from the sky, starting with the monster closest to them. The tense battle came to a standstill. The brilliant fireworks trailed a colorful tail, and now there was black smoke mixed with blood filling the air. The fireworks that signaled death. Each one that exploded announced the disappearance of a monster. Xiaorong, the people in charge of the consortium, who were so desperate to hide in the conference room to monitor everything, slapped the table. One could only watch as the killing moves that were the ultimate killers on the consortium side disappeared one by one. It wasn't that no one was on guard against him, but none of them expected Xiaorong to go to such extremes. Unlike the lone rebel organization, Xia were all in a community of destiny, and no one dared to imagine that he would betray it. It means he'll fall from the clouds to the mud. Is he crazy? Thank you, Young. Nan-sun didn't understand, but the other party laughed. You're finally calling my name again. Xiaorong's face brought a few moments of relief and told her, that's not the only gift I've got. It's those consortiums you hate, controlled from top to bottom by Shay's potent medicine. Are you going to be on the prowl? No. He shook his head. I've always been on your side. Never changed. What Nanchuan didn't know was that he'd had a brief confrontation with the teacher long before she'd entered the glass scene. Research requires sacrifice. She was given up by her teachers a long time ago. Whether or not she voluntarily chooses to enter, she will be sacrificed. The day before she was sacrificed, an alarm went off in the lab. Not because of the source, but because of his near defection. Xiaorong had already made his choice back on that day. I just didn't expect it so soon. So fast that it was too late for him to preserve her in any other way. He was the selfish head of the consortium and his heart was very biased. So he didn't care about anyone other than Nan-sun and never felt that he was wrong for laying his hands on Shu Wei. But Nanchuan isn't dead and hates him. I had a hand in Qua's death. I authorized the dog's transformation program. And more. Xiaorong approached her amidst the black fireworks of the monster's explosion and shoved the delicate dagger into her hand. Eyes were very red, but insisted on not shedding a tear, maintaining a difficult decency. He held her hand and sent the sharp blade precisely into his heart, stabbing it inch by inch. The pain was intense, but he only frowned slightly and stared at Nan-sun closely, as if he wanted to memorize her face. The subordinates behind him clenched their fists, thinking of the family head's instructions. They still didn't go forward. The two were extremely close, but not dead. Xiaorong smiled miserably. I have committed countless sins, and I will never repent. The blade went even further into her heart. This time she sent it forward of her own accord, until the ventricular muscles contracted and no more inches could be gained. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? No. It's good that you can kill me. He's going to die. By her hand. And it's good. The closer you are to death, the more memories of the past come flooding back to your mind. Nanchuan, I'm the one you're hunting. Xiaorong put the ring with the ghost snake family crest into her hand. Take it. It's your trophy. He drew his dagger after he finished. The image fades to black and white in this moment. The blood was dark. The ground was light. And she, in his vision, was the only color. Hate me. Good. Plot breakdown, 100%. Chapter 132 Leaving plus sick Kaskuta, 1. It's time to go. But before Nanchuan goes, it's the source body that goes first. Love Brain is very gullible, and she stops hating him when she says she'll play a game with him. He'll go back to his own world, and rediscover her afterward. I will find you, Xuan, wife. He can't wait to play this game of hide and seek, without realizing that Nanchuan is not his kind, but a free wind that travels through thousands of worlds. Countless people are looking for her. Whether or not you can find it is open-ended, but some people are doomed to a hopeless wait. For example, the coyotes. For example, Shu Jin. The same reaction as that time she left briefly. Nan Lu nodded and followed her orders, while Chu Jin was unable to accept it. Unwilling to face the parting, she excused herself from seeing her for the last time on the pretext that something was wrong. But it's just self-deception. She had long ago vaguely awakened the memories of the previous cycle, and knew that her sister was someone who would not have appeared. For countless cycles, she was alone, trying to kill the source body over and over again with Chu Siwei in her way. On one of the few occasions when she accidentally awakened her circular memories, she even took it upon herself to get her mother killed in order to get ahead of schedule as the head of the Y program. Quincy was crazy. Why wouldn't she be? She thought she'd be like this forever, unable to do anything against the world no matter what. But then her sister showed up. She ended the cycle and redeemed her. Shu Jin didn't want to see her sister leave with her own eyes because she was afraid that she would not be able to pretend that her well-behaved sister would leave her behind in an extreme way anymore. So, that's it. Let that annoying wolf witness the departure of her sister. Soon, the coyote's blue eyes were as clear as ever, and he lowered his eyes, pulling Nan-sun's hand over the collar he wore around his neck as a sign of submission. I will help. With the trial. I know. You've been good. Ruu. Live your life and don't wait for me. Well, not waiting. Watching the figure fade away, the teenager bit his lip and couldn't help but let out a small sob. I'll be waiting for you. Soon. Nanlu is hard to stay. Nanchuan is hard to find. Some things have a fixed ending from the beginning. Asterisk. Certain permissions given by 009 in the first place were not withdrawn, and it also felt that it was better for the host to choose his own identity and world. Let's see. Who else has given up their identity? This. Crisis. Super fun. Hey. A group of men and women are accidentally stranded on a deserted island, not realizing that it was all planned. Ostensibly an island of survival and fear, but in reality a holographic live broadcast for all viewers. People in desperate situations know nothing about it. while the audience judges from on high and has the ability to change the situation of the guests based on their own favor or disfavor. Claimed to be all shady, the female lead is the biggest shady of them all. Her family was one of the investors, so she knew it was a live broadcast from start to finish. So she crafted the persona of a meta little sunshine and healed everyone. In a show like this that shows the evils of human nature, the sun-like shining heroine is so prominent. But with a team of 4 men and 2 women, there can only be one sun, and the more the others show the ugliness of humanity, the better it sets her off. The original owner who gave up that identity was the petal. She was called a nerd by others, but in reality, she was an uncompromising academic, and as the heroine's follower, all of her papers and achievements originally belonged to her. The heroine takes her healthy heart, builds herself to her original persona, and uses her for everything. She obviously does what she's told, but she's twisted and misunderstood in front of the camera. The more people loathe her, the more their hearts go out to the heroine. After the show, the orphan girl, who was already physically weak and struggling to stay alive, dies the day she learns that she has become a black mark on the entire internet. And the heroine, not only in the bitter pursuit of the male lead to make things right, become the top stream of male singers' love but not the sun, but also a leap into the most popular star. By 10,000 people, resources continue to be sought after. The original owner gave up that identity, and because of 009's deliberate selection, they had no way to establish contact with the original owner. No matter what, just change your fate, I guess. Nanchuan decided to make it hard on himself, before it was all going in at the very beginning of the episode. Now let's just fast forward straight to when she gradually starts to turn into $1 million. It's only interesting enough to go from being disliked by millions to being a fan of millions. Asterisk. Is that sickly girl pretending to be unconscious? I think she's pretending to be unconscious to avoid doing her job. But in the end, Missy has to do it for her. Shame on you. Despite the fact that everyone saw that the girl had actually fallen and hit her head on the ground, the audience's disgust continued unabated. It was even best to hope she never woke up again. Really, our Missy is too kind to keep taking care of this drag queen. I'm sick of her. A man writes in blood to tell her to die. +1, +2, +10086. The malice of the pop-up audience was undisguised, though the few people on the island who were worrying about their shelter for the night knew nothing of it. The sea breeze blew in a salty, fishy smell, and the feeling of being even wetter than before gave everyone a feeling that there was going to be a big storm tonight. The girl lying on the grass was still awake. At this rate, she's not going to die. Ming Ruoyao came back holding the coconut she had just found. Her delicate and pretty face was full of worry, and her usual energetic smile had dimmed. She hurried over. To hell with her. The youth on the side frowned deathly tightly, and the opposite of Shinji's features was a mouth that seemed to be hardened like poison. A thief. I don't know how he has the face to live in this world. The pop-up gets excited because the camera caught him. He was the only one out of everyone who wasn't a pure vegetarian. He Zhao is the talented singer with the highest traffic flow in the entire entertainment circle, and the counterpart of his reputation is his poisonous tongue that no one is accustomed to. Brother speaks well, cursing more. This consumptive woman has stolen the chocolate from our photos and won't admit it. Thieving woman. Disgusted. The pop-up tirades went unseen, but everything proceeded toward the trajectory of the original plot. The unconscious girl slowly opened her eyes, and at this time, she was already Nanchuan, eyes blank and unfocused. From the first moment she woke up she was in the zone, acting furiously. Hey, Ming Ruoyao, who was the closest to her, was the first to notice her awakening and walked over in surprise, only to be greeted by a sentence. Who are you? The girl, who had not recovered from a serious illness, looked like a different person, casually removing the glasses from her face and discarding them in disgust. Her long hair was down, and her features, while not the kind that carried an aggressive, intense face, were incredibly comfortable and durable. This made Ming Ruoyao vaguely uneasy and wanted to retrieve her glasses so she could put them back on. Told you I don't want it. The other man rubbed his forehead and looked left. Where's my fiancé? What fiancé? She felt ridiculous. Was this a case of brain damage and amnesia? Do you remember who you are? I just remember we were in an accident on my family's cruise ship I think. And then I remember I had a fiancé that was extra good looking. What, her cruise ship? That's her family's. It's also the fact that he's been hinting to pop-ups and others that he has a fiancé, trying to evoke the Song 1-year-old's affections in that way. This sickly girl isn't trying to replace her, is she? The more the opposite party said, the more Ming Ruoyao wanted to hit her. Her personality was already a cloudy type, but at the moment, she could only continue to disguise her little janky son in consideration of the live camera. I can't understand what you're saying. Why don't we rest first dash? If I'm not mistaken, he would be my fiancé. Wait, Ming Ruoyao just watched the girl run towards He Zhao, having a feeling that things were out of control. She just showed a character that is so much like her. Not like the current persona, but like the real her. Shifty and extremely bad-tempered. But she had her chest full. No one would like that. And it couldn't possibly be more absorbing than the little sunshine persona. Regardless of what the consumptive woman is up to, it still won't change the result of 10,000 people disliking her. And her first step will be to eat at Hezhao's place. Ming Ruoyao snorted in her heart, but worried about chasing after her. Chapter 133, Seiken week Kaskuda, 2. When the corner of his shirt was pulled, Hezhao was squatting, picking out the ones that looked good and sweet from the fruits he found. Although it was important to share the food that everyone acquired, it was only natural that he would pick first what he found on his own. Hello! The crouching pretty young man was caught off guard and startled, turning his head with palpitations. Who are you? He didn't recognize the person in front of him as the object of his greatest hatred on this island. It was really her demeanor that had become too much. Those eyes were always foggy, looking unfocused and as if they didn't have anyone in their sights. Aren't you my fiancé and asking me who I am? Hezhao's brows furrowed in a deadly frown as he prepared to brew his venom, but was abruptly interrupted. Still not admitting it, I saw you near me when I was half unconscious, and then back there you went to that big rock dash. Wait. He finally realized who this person in front of him was and immediately covered her mouth. Stop it. He wasn't there to care for her. He was close because he wanted to see if she was awake so he could steal food. I can't believe she saw it. That song whatever made it a rule that no one could steal food, and that such things must never be spread. Ah! The pain of his arm being scratched came, and only then did Hezhao realize that he had been covering it for too long, so he hurriedly let go, but she nearly fell, and he subconsciously wrapped his arms around her again. It wouldn't be so if it were a normal person, but the fragility of her body was there for all to see. He was a little fidgety, favoring the fact that he couldn't push away out of guilt for almost killing someone. After all, the person in his arms just looked too pathetic. Even if he had 100 prejudices against her, he couldn't help but feel instinctive pity when he saw her like this. Her overly slender body made her look like a sick cat, and the girl's eyes were seeping with tears as she pressed her chest and panted. Her lips were slightly parted from breathing heavily, and the lower half of her face was left with red marks from the cover press he had just made without a light or heavy hand, so weak that it was as if he could control her life at will. The pop-ups were going crazy at this point, as Hezhao's fans swiped unpleasant tirades on the live screen. The subbids don't come near us, can't she just die? Although he was a singer, he was so talented and good-looking that more than half of his fans were Mu Chang's female fans. The circle is the most extreme as far as his fans are concerned, and is also loathed by almost everyone. Seeing how excited they were, the others happily stepped on it. Ouch! 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 Ha ha ha! Hajime is no good either. Selfish and stealing food. What's wrong with having a life-saving resource on the island? It's just human nature. People started arguing and the conversation level climbed. The know-nothing center of the conversation was at that moment still looking straight at that face out of his mind. The sound of waves lapping resounded, and Hezhao snapped to attention. Humiliated and disgraced by those thoughts he had just had, he chilled his voice. Can you get up yet? Why are you being so mean? It's hard to believe that you're not my fiancé, so what's the point of you coming up behind me and going over their dash? There! Her words were interrupted again, and Hezhao didn't dare to cover her mouth again this time, but could only stabilize her first. He swore he'd never spoken in such a disgusting tone in his life. I was there to see you. My bad attitude just now was just my bad personality. Don't mind me. That's fine. Ahem. She coughed twice and wrapped her arms around his neck instead, the delicate inner part of her arms making contact with the nape of his neck in a way that made one's scalp indescribably tingle. I'm a little tired. Give me a hug. Hezhao took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions and bent down to pick her up. Bear with it, and sneak up later to find a chance to move the hidden food. He slowly lifted his hand and stroked her long hair, which was actually surprisingly less obnoxious, like petting a furry and sickly cub. You are. Ming Ruoyao felt even more ridiculous. Was she on the wrong set? Hezhao, who hated sickly women the most, was actually hugging her. That tiny figure always brought back memories of how she had looked, sickly and worthless. All day long I saw nothing but sighs and pity, and a veiled dislike of the most subtle kind. Ming Ruoyao covered her heart. She hated that about herself. It's only right that others should hate it too. I'm a little tired and my fiancé is holding me. That's all. Yes, Hezhao admitted. Nansen wrapped his arms around him a little more tightly, glancing at the knot in someone's quivering throat in his afterglow and laughing inwardly. Of course, the heroine's almost repressed nature but still forced cheerfulness is even funnier. She wouldn't be able to collide with the heroine's persona. but the heroine turned out to be a character that she liked. It just so happens that Ming Ruoya took away her healthy heart and made her so weak, and Nanchuan would gain the following she originally wanted with this look she loathed. It's perfect to be a sickly, brooding doddering flower on this desert island. It's okay, you're losing your memory now. Hurry up and remember your previous memories. Ming Ruoya's smile remained unchanged as she spoke for her own good, and no one could deny that she really looked like a kind little angel. Thank you. She saw the other woman glance behind her, but withdrew her gaze disinterestedly, half sleeping shallowly in He arms. Sure enough, I lost my memory. Otherwise the sickly girl who had been pestering Song Wenji couldn't have been so cold to him. Ming Ruoya suddenly felt that it was actually quite good for her to lose her memory and become like her previous self again. It's going to rain soon. We can't stay at the original settlement. We have to hurry and find a place where the ground is high enough to also protect us from the rain. Song Wenju returned with a string of sea fish, and even though his shirt and suit pants were half wet, he still carried himself with an air of reserve. It's as if you're not stranded on a desert island, but on a beach vacation. His eyes fell on the drowsy girl in He Zhao's arms and he frowned without a trace, but then averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. Then I'll go get the others to gather. Well, hard work. How come? This is all I should do. Ming Ruoya's eyes curved slightly, causing the audience who saw the scene to have another bunch of quips. She turned to look for the other two males. One of them was a mercenary hired by her family specifically to protect her, and with the dangers of a deserted island, she had to find a way to get in touch with someone. A tired-looking Nanchuan was thinking the same thing she was. Since she's the Missy now, the mercenaries should protect her. She yawned, ignoring Song Wentian's searching eyes. He's so blithe, looking at her frail form without a trace of weakness, thinking he's doing the right thing just as he did when he persuaded the original owner to get a new heart before the episode. The blood of power-seeking flows in his bones, but the surface is disguised as cool and indifferent. The main male character, Song Wenju, is hypocritical. The male counterpart, He Zhao, is selfish. Mercenaries Guanzhou, greed. The heroine, Ming Ruoya, is jealous. And Nansen glanced at the suited elite man who was shushing Ming Ruoya's side not far away. Cannon Fodder 1. Chapter 134, Sick and Weak Cascuda, 3. Director. The storm is coming. According to the intensity of our observations, it's not as big as expected, just enough to destroy their newly established residence. It's not quite a week of food shortages. The show is gradually petering out even with some people pulling the hatchet, and the rainstorm was just in time. Hunger, thirst, lack of shelter, etc., 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 etc. all hasten to catalyze the evil in human nature. That's good. Check the level of operation of each nano camera and make sure to capture the shocking scenes of everyone struggling to survive. The director stared with a serious face at the large and small screens in front of him, in which there were clearly shots of the group of people on the isolated island from all angles. Even though they are occasionally called out for their reckless disregard for human decency and disrespect for human rights, traffic and talkability are everything. It's a fact that almost everyone watches the show Crisis these days. He commanded it to go down. Launch a new round of voting before the storm and distribute rewards according to popularity value. And yes, lead the conversation. The head of the planning team sitting next to him nodded in agreement. Well, just like that drag queen. Originally everyone was tired of calling her names all the time, and once she lost her memory, didn't that conversation level rise again? Suddenly thinking of something, he sat upright and said with a straight face, make sure to keep everyone's information tightly hidden. Slowly announcing their identities is one of the gimmicks of our program. And this matter, on the side of the Ming family? The staff was a little worried that this Missy's family would care about their only daughter being the subject of great speculation. Don't worry, she knows it's live and won't give herself too bad a reputation. And even if there's bad discussion it's only for a while. In the end everyone will love her. Besides, I don't see the Ming family taking very seriously. The head of the planning team automatically silenced his voice when he spoke, a meaningful smile on his face. People came and went in the main studio. Everyone knew that Ming Ruoya was a relation, but they didn't have the guts to leak secrets after signing a confidentiality agreement. The polls are open, because the identities of the guests are kept secret. Everyone except the all-too-famous He Xiao is currently a code name, but underneath the newly updated photo in the corner is still nameless, without the lenses and hair covering her face. Her pretty, soft face was sucking up a small wave of face powder, but still no code name. From the beginning she had spent most of her time passed out, and when she woke up she only followed Song Wentian, and behind her she only talked to Ming Ruoya, not communicating with others, and naturally not having a code name to address them by. Later the audience hated her and just called her the sick lady, a very derogatory title. Black fans called her a sickly girl, and ordinary people called her a drag. Hurry up and vote. Definitely vote for Missy. The reward for the first place is to drop the weapon in a reasonable way, so she can protect herself. I voted for Song. I like his version. It's really light and airy and so organized. Of course I'm voting for the congratulatory photo. I vote for that 14. Like big pecs, hahaha, handsome and secure. And I saw the scars on his body and the calluses on his hands. He is definitely the one with the highest force value. Seriously. I kind of want to vote for that whoever. No code word for that. Me too. Silently. A very small number of people had already begun to feel a little good about Nan-sun because of her stripped-down appearance and temperament. Still, these voices are drowned out below the mainstream. As the voting heats up, the lone survivor showrunners put out a new discussion. Identity revealed, true or false Missy. 4 men and 2 women stranded on an isolated island are on guard against each other, and everyone except He Zhao is known by their code names. And now that she, who is so obscure that she doesn't even have a code name, is suddenly suspected of cognitive confusion. Is Missy really she? Or is she the little sunshine who has always been called Missy? Come on people, let's discuss it. No, there's nothing to discuss. Isn't it obvious who's real and who's fake? I don't know. The program wouldn't have put the question of whether 1 + 1 = 2, right? Everyone was already on a deserted island when the broadcast began, and no one knew whose cruise ship it really was. You're sick, aren't you? You're really discussing it. What kind of a young lady doesn't say a word like a consumptive girl? She doesn't even have a code name. That being said, she started out with Song, right? And Song took care of her, only for Missy and her relationship to gradually grow closer. Don't analyze it. It's really like a joke. That's right. Missy is Missy. Really laughed to death. Consumptive female cognitive confusion, that's fine. Pretending to be our Missy is not good. Obviously people lively and cheerful. Right. That's a bit much, isn't it? She didn't do much harm. Really? Yeah. Well, good luck with your teammates who drag their feet, are intentionally lazy and don't do anything, and love to steal. Please. I just don't think your ill will toward her matches the bad things she's done. Oh, 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 holy mother of God goes away. In this kind of focused discussion, 009 is naturally mixed in, only to hack her a little more at the behest of his host. This is nothing short of torture for Nanshuan's exclusive fanatical diehard fan version of 009. It can't troll. It can only do so with more guidance, and it can accomplish the same thing. 9. What's wrong? It was clear that the system didn't show itself to be different at all, but Nan-sun was always quick to notice. It's nothing. Host, 009 didn't say much. The storm is coming. The system is worried that the host's 1-to-1 replica of his physical state will make him sick. If you need to be sick, I will spend energy to falsify your outward appearance. Please don't say no. Being sick isn't a good feeling, and I have enough energy right now. Wow. So bossy. Nan-sun flirted with bad taste, but didn't fail Xiao Zhou's piece of goodwill. She's going to be sick. After all, she's so weak. Taking a deep breath of the ocean breeze, she judged that the storm would be here within half an hour. He lowered his head and kicked the stone again, confirming that the secret signal left by Ming Ruoyo had completely disappeared. So bad. How can one be so bad? Nan-sun turned around briskly, trying to get around the person who had been standing next to her for a long time, but she was still blocked. Chapter 135, Sick and Weak Kaskuta, 4. You don't recognize me? Song Wenju, who had found a chance to approach her, had a complicated expression, but the other looked at him with an unprecedented indifference, no longer loving or dependent. I thought I was going to be relieved, but I was so uncomfortable at the moment, not recognizable. She was extremely repulsed by his proximity, and the thought of leaving immediately was almost written on her face. So you've also forgotten that the two of us grew up together? Who grew up with you? The expression on her face became even more impatient, causing Song Wentian to drift off into a trance and see the Ming Ruoyo of old, the look he hated the most. At the beginning, Ming Ruoyo had such an expression, physically weak but high and mighty, stating that she would never be with a downtrodden man whose family had fallen from grace. He also loathed the object of this doll's marriage and used the little green plum as a shield. Immediately let slip that he wouldn't like a sickly kid with a weird temper like her either. And that if he did, he'd like the sunny and cheerful Qingmei. Who knows? Later. He Zhao. 2 words interrupted his memories. Cloudy to sunny. The girl who had just looked disgusted immediately smiled. And the voice that called out someone's name was so sweet and moving. TCH, what's with always pestering me? He Xiao grumbled in a small voice, forcing down the pleasure that had just risen at the sight of her smile. Song Wenji just watched her run away and run to take another person's hand. You all heard me, right? What's going on? She seems to know Song. Miss, true or false? Didn't you guess that Song's head is not small? And someone even guessed that the fiancé that Missy said might be him? I'm dizzy. Forget it. It's going to rain. I'm worried. Storms are indeed coming. The air grew wetter and wetter as the fully loaded group made their way to the destination they had found ahead of time. Nansun was carried along, and could be considered more leisurely than the others. She opened her eyes from Hajiao's arms, glanced at the overcast sky, and cast another glance toward the tall mercenary walking at the front of the line. Mercenaries in the black market only recognize code words and not people. This man, who went by the alias 14, was a top-tier elite even outside, let alone on this lonely island. Hey, what are you looking at? He Zhao's tone was gloomy. He wasn't sure why he kept caring about the thief, but he couldn't help but open his mouth to question her when he followed her gaze and saw the more pronounced outline of the pectoral muscles under the thin t-shirt of the man in front of him. I worked so hard to carry you this far and you're looking at other men? Sorry, I didn't look at. He saw her pitiful look, and had only just cleared his features a little when he saw the girl change her face again in an instant. You didn't think I'd say that, did you? Missy has a temperament that is not to be denied. The main thing is capricious. You're my fiancé. It's only right to hug me. You. Hajiao didn't catch his breath, and then a faint scent approached him. Here, reward. The breath caught in his throat and made him choke and cough. His first kiss, and it was taken from him. Why are you holding me so tight? You're hurting me. She started to sound bad again, and before He Zhao's brain could react, his hand loosened a bit first. Hit a stick and then give a sweet date. Nanchuan knows this way. I don't need to see it to know that the live stream must be blowing up again. The thought that those cursing her would break her defense made her super happy. Ha 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 ha. Nansun's eyes swept over those miniature cameras floating in the air without a trace. Hungry. She reached into the pocket inside Hajiao's jacket to get something to eat. What are you doing? He reacted more than she expected, with a suspicious blush on his face. No way. It's not like we touched him anywhere. I'm hungry, she said in a matter-of-fact tone, fumbling for a bag of miniature packets of puffed food. That's mine. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. The demeanor with which she said it was just too. How can I say it? It was obviously such a rude thing to say, but it made people feel like it was the way it should be. That's how Missy should be. And even though her tone was nonchalant, it was easy for people to see the uneasiness and fear under her eyes. The inferior, sickly young lady who can only whitewash the situation with her words. Okay, you eat. He Xiao glanced at her hand that was tightly gripping his jacket with an impatient expression, but he didn't even notice the doting in his tone, seeing as she's so pathetic. It's just a bag of snacks. He's got plenty more. Gollum. Ming Ruoya covered her stomach in embarrassment. Sorry, I only ate half a loaf of bread before. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be able to eat when we get to the cave. Song Wenshou looked at the figure in front of him that was almost completely covered by He Xiao, and comforting her didn't go far enough. Missy, I still have some food here. Eat mine. Han Shan finally found the opportunity to offer his courtesy. Ming Ruoyao avoided his wrinkled cuffs that were soaked in seawater, her face very understanding. It's fine. No need. Supplies are scarce right now. Everyone needs to save. As she spoke, there was the sound of someone clicking on their fries in addition to everyone's walking footsteps. Don't go. She stopped Han Shan, who had changed his face and was going to go get someone in trouble. It's normal for a sister to be hungry. It's better to hurry now. Ming Ruoyao had told everyone about her temporary cognitive confusion early on, telling them all not to stimulate her for the time being. There's no doubt viewers were again enamored by her generosity and positivity, and the more she acted like there was nothing to it, the more their hearts went out to her. If this isn't Missy, who is Missy? Oh, that's too kind of you. Missy, what the hell is He Xiao doing? I was so excited about her and Missy. Even now, He Xiao will never say anything bad to Missy. Can the CP fans get out of the way? Let's take a picture of Dokmi. That's funny. Missy's the only one who's beautiful. You're all fakes. I think Missy likes Song. I see Song is very concerned about that guy. Who's that? What's going on? I can't type. 009 still pressed on, harmonizing all the words describing the host as bad. Still deep in the past. Bear with me. When the host finishes laying out the layout, it will be able to start controlling reviews and forming a fanbase. Nanchuan, who had finished his fries, stuffed the trash back into Hajiao's pocket, raising his eyes to the sky amidst his gnashing of teeth. 3, 2, 1. Snap. Bean drops of rain fell and hit people. Chapter 136, Sick and Weak Cascuda, 5. A quarter of the way to their chosen cave, everyone instantly quickened their pace. Rain carries all kinds of germs, and being sick on a deserted island is a matter of life and death, and no one dares to joke about their lives. Even Han Shan ran as fast as he could. Ming Ruoya covered her heart. her jealous eyes looking towards the person who was well protected by He Zhao in his arms. Dragometer. You can only rely on others as well. And she's so much better than she is now that she has her health. At some point, it was rapidly getting dark as well. And staying in the wilderness for one more second added a minute of danger. The rain was raw and painful to the touch, even to the point of making it hard to breathe. Under natural disasters, humanity is revealed. He Zhao. Hearing the call, He Zhao looked down. The girl who had just been colorfully fighting with him was shivering from the cold and desperately shrank into his arms. As if sensing his annoyance, she began to show weakness. Don't leave me. The thin voice was almost dispersed amidst the thick curtain of rain, but it still reached because of the physical contact. Poor little beast that belonged only to him and could only depend on him. I didn't. Before he could finish his reply, he saw a strong arm reach out. I can substitute. When I looked up, it was the 14 who had been silent from the beginning to the end. With his stamina, shouldn't he have run to his destination long ago? The tall man stood in the rain like a pine tree that would never fall. His eyebrows were even more handsome and deep as the rain washed over him. A beautifully slender hand trembled as it reached out to him. No one noticed the slight movement of his eyes as he gazed at the girl. His eyes something more than anything else. No, I'm not that weak. He Zhao raised his hand and pressed her hand back, running forward on his own. The voice with a hint of exasperation grew smaller. I didn't say I was leaving you behind. What good is he? Is he someone you can rely on? It's not like he's your fiancé. Wait, don't you cry. Employer crying? Sekiju's ears twitched slightly, still not moving his feet, waiting for the others. 14, what are you doing here? The figure was too secure and too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Ming Ruoyao stopped walking, her eyes puzzled, but she already vaguely knew what he was going to do. I'll take you. The other side was succinct. This mercenary had indeed seen the coded message she had left behind. Ming Ruoyao didn't know that her code had been destroyed by Nansun and had managed to connect with the mercenaries, and it was Nansun's instructions to take care of her. Before she could be happy for a few seconds, her body was airborne. Wait, obviously he could have carried or hugged, but he chose the bumpiest and most wretched position of carrying someone. Sekiju ignored her protests, thinking to catch up with his employer as soon as possible. Taking care of one more person as per his employer's request was an extra item that would have to be added, and he hadn't found the opportunity to say so, and the employer just said whatever was within his ability, so naturally he wasn't going to do his best. Asterisk. Vom dash. Ming Ruoyao vomited in the cave entrance, but she could only spit out bitter water because all the food in her stomach had been digested. It's a mess and it's hard. Is Missy okay? The person she wanted didn't come. Only a Han Shan was beside her shushing her. She was physically difficult and mentally aggravated. No one else expressed any concern for her at all either. Ming Ruoyao's heart was on fire. Even forgetting to maintain her persona, she fiercely slapped his hand away. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Missy, I didn't do anything wrong. Don't take it out on me if you have anger. The man who had been so good-natured suddenly dared to be angry with him, and it made him feel bad. A glance at the big factory work license plate he had been wearing added to his self-confidence. I'm sorry, I was just having a hard time. While the other man's apology was only because he wanted to maintain his persona, he felt compromised and barely suppressed his anger as he nodded and turned to leave. It's time to hang this big lady out to dry. Give her some color and still open the dye house. Han Shan cherished the work license and tucked it into his wrinkled suit for good protection. He can't take off his work license even with his clothes off. That's his rule. After Ming Ruoyao finished throwing up and went back, she saw the fire rising in the center burning alone, and everyone gathered on the other side. Her business smile froze. Hey, you. He Zhao's anxiety was undisguised, and he didn't even have time to deal with the wet clothes on his own body. His hands and feet were at a loss. He didn't dare lay her down on the dusty ground. They were both wet from the rain and it wasn't an option to keep holding her. The girl whose eyes were shut tightly even breathed weakly, her cheeks covered in a reddish haze from the fever, almost like white porcelain on the verge of shattering. He shines. She struggled to raise her hand, burned and disoriented but still calling his name. He Zhao hurriedly clutched the cold hand, moved and couldn't help but feel anxious. Aha, your fiancé is there. Don't drop me. Won't lose you. He really thinks he's her fiancé. Song Wendian resisted the urge to sneer and said without any personal emotion, you can't take care of people. I can. Not him. She suddenly became agitated, then resisted and ducked into He Zhao's arms. Don't want him. His outstretched hand froze in midair. Well, don't him. He Zhao's mouth, which only disliked people when he was singing, was now involuntarily soft. A voice worthy of being called heavenly, as compelling as a siren. She quieted her grip on his hand. He Zhao's heart grew softer and softer, but it began to be difficult again. He had always been the one being taken care of. had never taken care of anyone else, and was at a loss for words at this point. That Song something or other. Why don't you tell me what to do? Song Wenji didn't count on his usual rudeness, but his gaze lingered on the resistant back. There was a long silence before he slowly said, "You need to change into dry clothes, then dry your hair as well. A wet towel for your forehead, and I have fever-reducing medicine there." Change? I meant for the other lady to help her change. The man's first thought was actually one of those. His eyes went cold, and his dislike for Hezhao increased. It was only at times like this that everyone finally remembered Ming Ruoyao. "Can I trouble you?" "Of course. Taking care of my sister. That's what I'm supposed to do." Ming Ruoyao struggled to raise a smile, unable to show even a hint of resentment because she knew the camera was filming. The aftermath of the vomit she had just thrown up made her stomach ache vaguely, and she couldn't tell if she was jealous or genuinely nauseous. Obviously, this kind of useless waste should be thrown away. Has Song Wenyi forgotten the words he scolded her before? And the sickly child with a strange temper obviously deserves to be hated. Jealousy. Jealousy was about to overwhelm her. Chapter 137, Seiken week Kaskuda, 6. The girl lay on a crude crib made of hastily constructed haystacks and dry clothes, breathing weakly and defenseless. Long hair cascaded. A few stray strands stuck to the side of her cheeks and burned out as red as the sky was red. The live feed showed her face zoomed in, and the more people who watched on the big screen the more shock they felt. The face was still the same, just with the glasses removed, but the altered aura made all the difference. All who saw the scene briefly lost their words and were overcome with pity. They'd forgotten how much they'd hated her before, and even those who hated her the most had trouble suppressing physical pity. The pop-ups that had been cursing finally died down for a bit, allowing the others to have a chance to be seen. "Don't die. Don't let her die. Okay? Although I hate her. Hey, I'm going to vote for her. The reward for the first place is drugs. Vote her up. Hey, don't cut the screen. People are changing clothes. Of course we have to cut." Ming Ruoyao didn't dare to show any expression on camera, but it was different now. She knew the camera wouldn't get this side of the room because she had to change for the person in front of her. Struggling internally, the expression on her face grew colder and colder as the raised hand began to move extremely slowly to the side of her neck. Is the consumptive woman, now with amnesia and cognitive confusion, trying to become her because she's resentful of having been made to do her bidding as her follower? She didn't want to admit that she was actually jealous of her. Jealous of her before because she was physically weak yet still useful, able to tell her about the effects of herbs and recognizing if food was poisonous, as well as various wilderness survival techniques. So she used her as a tool and a pedal. Now she's even more jealous because she's clearly amnesiac and useless, and even has the same personality as her old obnoxious self, yet she's starting to gradually make everyone's attitudes change. Why? On what grounds? Explosive thunder rang out, also causing Ming Ruoyao to jump and instantly return to her senses. She actually wanted to kill someone. Deep aftershocks welled up and she hurriedly withdrew her hand. There's no need for that. The later it gets, the less resources there are, the more the dragger is still a dragger. And I'm afraid she'll be the first one everyone throws in the towel when the time comes. Trying to comfort herself, Ming Ruoyao's expression returned to normal, and she began to do her best to perform considerate care. The darkness gradually swallowed the light, and the only source of light in the entire cave was the fire over there. Han Shan's eyes were always lewdly messing around glancing at people over there who shouldn't be glancing at them, and he was pulled out by Guanzhou to handle the ingredients together. There were only two people sitting around the fire now, He Zhao and Song Wentian. Worried and helpless, He Zhao poked at the coals with a wooden stick. There was little cover over there, and the whiteness of the afterglow distracted him and made his face hot. The wet jacket was roasting white smoke from the fire. The wet top was sticking uncomfortably to the body, and the fire in front of him was roasting uncomfortably. It was harder on him. He was fine during the day. He would hug him and pamper him, and at night he was dying as if he was going to die the next second. He Zhao justified his change of heart. It's like a dirty stray cat that always barks and steals food, but if it changes its attitude and comes up to you, it's easy for humans to forgive it, isn't it? Not to mention the fact that she's a human, not a cat, and is about to die because of her own poor care. He was guilty. Is she going to be okay? Who is this she you speak of? Song Wenji took down the cooked soup, then put the processed fish on to grill. The bony hands are extraordinarily nice. His cool features looked even more stunning as the firelight jumped around, causing many of those watching the live stream to wail. Fans from both sides of the face started fighting at the pop-ups, and the vibe between the two of them wasn't exactly good. Do you know her name? Surprisingly, he lost some of his steadiness and fairness, and his words began to clip. I'll ask about that sort of thing later. Really? You've been calling her a thief before? Why don't you call her that now? There was a faint mockery in the bottom of Song Wentian's eyes. A faint smell of gunpowder began to fill the air. Being weak-minded didn't affect He Zhao's fighting ability. He had never been one to hold back his anger and immediately disliked him back. What about you? You think you can criticize me from the moral high ground? Yes. You know her, so you're nice to her? Hypocrisy. May I ask the fair captain if you were the one who let her be isolated? And if you were the one who didn't care even when you knew she wasn't well? That's because someone else is taking care of her. Alright. Hypocrisy. He Zhao. In what position are you accusing me? Song Wenju was also scolded out of his anger. She used to have a timid personality so people rarely spoke to her. But for the past week on the island, you're the only one who's been targeting her, accusing her of being a drag and a thief. He got colder as he spoke. You think you're noble? The rain grew louder and lightning cut through the night sky outside the cave. He Zhao's weak and pale face was illuminated, beautiful like a gaudy ghost. Sekiju also walked back with the processed ingredients, oblivious to the two men's mutual disinterest, and sat down to wipe his hands. The old scars on his drawn-up arms blundered, and in addition to the knife wounds there were gunshot wounds, and he looked like another king of the beasts that had broken into the fight. Silent but shocking. Thunder rumbled, a loud thud exploded, and a thin female voice drilled into his ears immediately afterward. He Zhao, the main character that the two had been fighting over earlier, came running in a panic and jumped into He Zhao's arms. Long, disheveled hair and dependent posture. Because of this interlude, the smell of smoke in the air automatically dissipated. What she was wearing was the only dry dress that Herzog had, and it all doubled as a dress for her. The men's eyes changed silently, shifting over her without a second thought, a little more deeply. Ming Ruoyao caught up with her, a worried and anxious expression on her face. Wait, it's not buttoned up yet. It's okay, I'll buckle. The overly long shirt was no different than a skirt on her, but the skin showing was also just too much. He Zhao averted his eyes uncomfortably and tugged his oven-dry jacket over her legs. He soothed with all the patience he could muster, then with difficulty coaxed her hand to loosen it a bit so he could finish buttoning it all up for her. Her fever hadn't broken and the temperature of her skin rolled. By the way, what should I call you? He peeked at her expression for fear of being suspected of this fiancé. It's a good thing she's burning up in a daze and has few defenses. How could you forget this? Her voice was weak with a strong grumble. I remember. Who seemed to call me Mamoru? I think it was you. Aha, it's definitely me. He Zhao joyfully admitted. Full, is that her nickname? It's beautiful. He screamed some more. Song Wenji's hand clenched quietly. By the way, I don't know if I've told you guys before, but I'll tell you now. She turned her head, the side of her face soft, the flushed red from the fever coloring the sickly pale face brilliantly, and in the bright light of the fire it was even more difficult to take her eyes away. My name is Ming Ruoyao. Lightning struck again, illuminating everyone's faces. The only two people present who knew exactly who this name was, a Song Wenju, had a grave expression. The other, Ming Ruoyao, had a smile frozen on her face. Chapter 138, Second Week Kaskuta, 7. Hashtag Ming Ruoyao hashtag. Those three words quickly scurried into the hot seat. As the hottest live show on the air today, the slightest hint of crisis is discussed in a big way. As Nan Sun spoke the name, an explosion of discussion immediately spread out. Hashtag heavy rains are coming hashtag. Hashtag 14 security hashtag. Hashtag someone sick again hashtag. Hashtag Hershey's quarreling with Song hashtag. None of these hot searches were as hot as that name, which quickly became number one, illustrating exactly what it means to say that black and red is also red. Netizens who originally had nowhere to curse because the three words consumptive woman were harmonized could finally curse more. Even though the stunning scene earlier had put a few people on her side, the cursing was the mainstream. The real Ming Ruoyao's fans were even more likely to say anything dirty, and they hated her even more because of the previous discussion about the real and fake Missy. The more extreme the fan who protects his master, the dirtier the cursing. Ming Ruoyao is a real piece of. Ming Ruoyao, the dead drag queen. I didn't know this guy's name before, but now I can finally call him out in person. Asterisk 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 Ming Ruoyao asterisk asterisk asterisk. Some of the words are so dirty that they can't even be posted, and the curses are all over the internet. The pandemonium is so bad that just searching for those three words brings up unpleasant entries. This scene was absurd and comical. If Ming Ruoyao herself saw it, she would probably die of anger. Aside from her fans, the ones who cursed the hardest were the extreme fans of He Zhao. The fact that someone knocked Missy and He Zhao's CP before caused them to keep chasing and cursing. Not to mention the fact that He Zhao is now really and truly in contact with someone else. They cussed just as dirty and made their own fans look bad. It's not just one party's fault, so why only blame the girls? Yuck! What's wrong with yelling? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's because you're doing this that we're getting yelled at. 2. The more they are scolded, the more people become rebellious and gradually begin to speak out. It's a bit much. You guys. I'm going to love her if she keeps this up. Yeah, it's not her fault that she's weak in the first place, and it was already uncomfortable before with a mouthful of asterisk holes. The more you spar, the more the show heats up and attracts more people to watch. The number of people entering the live stream has skyrocketed. The live feed continues as well. Nansen buried his face back into Yi Zhao's arms when he finished speaking. She was afraid that if she had one more second, she wouldn't be able to strain a laugh. That's so funny. The expression of the male lead, Song Wenyao, and Ming Ruoyao's expression. Ha 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 ha. The thought of Ming Ruoyao only being able to knock down her teeth and swallow blood was so much fun. Did she ever think this day would come when she was leading people to misunderstand people and cyber violate them? There must be none. I'm really looking forward to her finding the time to peek at everyone's faces as they discuss it, and she'll be sure to have Jill record it for her. Ming Ruoyao couldn't reveal that she knew about the existence of the live broadcast, and if she immediately retorted that she was the one who was Ming Ruoyao, it would only collapse her previous persona of being understanding and letting others not irritate her. The hesitation just now had lost the first chance to take back her name. How would she follow up by hinting that she was the one called Ming Ruoyao? That's a nice name. Sekiju's outburst broke the silence and the air began to flow again. Everyone who had spent the entire day searching for food as well as dividing up the labor to make tools was famished. The aroma of food lingered in his nose. Even without any decent seasoning, the fish and meats roasting on the fire were appetizing. Let's eat first. Food was He Zhao's turn to distribute today, but it was inconvenient for him to carry someone in his arms, so he gave it to Guanzhou to distribute. Ming Ruoyao rarely found a topic to liven up the atmosphere and ate the grilled fish in silence. And the other one? It took everyone a moment to realize that one person was missing. He didn't come back with you? I don't know. He said to go and facilitate. Guanzhou bit into his meat and lifted his chin. Nah, that's not coming back. Drenched to the bone, Han Shan rushed toward the fire for warmth. His tone poor. It's freezing. Why did you guys start eating without me? He was always complaining. But Sekiju wasn't going to spoil him. Shut up if you don't want to eat a knife. Han Shan looked at his robust physique and compared it to his own skinny figure, and silently closed his mic. What were you out doing that took so long? No, it's nothing. Song Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly, not believing what he said, and asked again. Mr. Han, for the sake of everyone's safety, please don't hide certain things. Who hid it? Alright, I'll tell you. I went out and stole a little something. What? You want to punish me? Do you have the right? Han Shan took his food and ran to the other side, muttering unwillingly. Really? Such a wide control. The already tit-for-tat atmosphere began to sharpen again because of him, but no one saw the unusual pallor of his face with his back to everyone, his eyes full of panic and fear. Every now and then his eyes cast to the mouth of the cave, and his teeth were chattering in small increments, as if in fear of what might come. Silence returned to the cave. The rain was incessant, even louder than before. The wind whistled and blew, and every now and then the sound of a large tree breaking and falling to the ground could be heard. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep the camp they just built. The atmosphere was hardly heavy. Song Wenju fetched some water, then handed over the wet hanky he had made to Hozhou. Two people look at each other are not against each other, but considering the current state of the fiancé, He Zhao still took, reluctant to say thank you. Song Wentian nodded and went back to his place to eat, but his eyes still fell on the sick one if they were drawn. She sat sideways in He Zhao's arms, and others could only see the small half of her pitiful face. Unconscious but still whispered He Zhao's name, containing the dependence and trust that made the hearts of those who saw it ripple. The jacket cannot cover the calves white and slender, beautiful feet without shoes and socks. Suppressing some sort of foreign emotion, he frowned. Before she could even open her mouth to warn He Zhao of the risk of catching a cold this way, the other woman had already reached out to cover it, warming her with a toasty hand. This is beyond the scale of the average man and woman getting along. He Zhao is taking advantage of the situation. But Song Wentian could not condemn him because his heart was not clean, more than stopping it or anything else. In that moment, he wanted to take its place. Song Wenju shifted his gaze just in time to meet another person. He was looking at her too, a certain indescribable aggression lingering in his withdrawn eyes. That is the way a male looks at a female. Exactly like himself. Exactly. This man, who doesn't say much, is extremely dangerous. The original line of people who had gradually started to familiarize themselves with each other, as Nansen started to revert back to his old self again, though all around the same fire. Each was differently minded, defensive of each other, and, with unspeakable hostility. Chapter 139, Second Week Kaskuta, 8, already hungry. Hozhou had no time to eat his share, but was now busy taking care of people. He cupped the hot face and probed her temperature, which showed no sign of dropping, so afraid that if she closed her eyes she wouldn't wake up. Don't you sleep? Not sleeping. She opened her eyes and nuzzled into his cool neck. Nansen could feel different eyes focusing on her. possessiveness, resentment, jealousy. She loved the negative emotions. I want something sweet. She just looked weak and not at all sick and uncomfortable. Because he knew that Hajao treasured his chocolates the most, he purposely gave an inch to want his stock. Fine. Here you go. He was a little heartbroken about his snack, but he gritted his teeth and took a piece of chocolate out when he saw the sickly watery look in her eyes. Are selfish people actually not mean anymore? The flirtatious voice came from Sekiju, who was counting his weapons with a stalk of grass in his mouth. All anyone knows is that his name is 14. He was the only one who dared to speak out in defiance of the unity of a few people. For even if everyone present were to die out, he would still be able to survive alone on this lonely island. But he wasn't usually this kind of person, but more silent than anyone else. Suddenly provoking He Zhao because of something. Song Wentian subconsciously looked at someone just in time to meet her eyes. And this time what he got was not repulsion, but rather a faint suspicion. I almost forgot that my own little green plum was a bit nearsighted, and the glasses were long gone to who knows where. He was actually a little flattered not to be treated that way again. 14? What do you mean? He Zhao wouldn't be called He Zhao if he held his tongue. The atmosphere began to be tense once again. Guanzhou looked up to meet his eyes and smiled indifferently. Am I wrong? Someone with low blood sugar fainted on the ground. You didn't even bother to take out your candy. His intention was not to criticize him for anyone, just to see him as a random reason to pick a fight. However, Ming Ruoya was thus even more certain that this mercenary had seen her coded message and was sticking up for her. She did complain about He Zhao for a long time because of that. The guy only has a nice face, but the undertones of his personality are cold and selfish. Ming Ruoya finally remembered her persona and opened her mouth to round off the conversation. Don't argue. I don't even care about that matter anymore. Who cares if you don't care? Who are you? As soon as He Zhao's words came out, it made her feel that her efforts to speculate on CP a while ago had been wasted. He photo will never to missy mouth out evil words. A time pop-ups are all this. Can CP powder still be used? Ha 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 ha. Her pleading eyes went to the mercenary. What's looking at me for? To pay me? Ming Ruoya couldn't get her breath up and down. Money, money, money. All these ING mercenaries know is money. The bickering continues. 14. I need you to control what I do. I give my things to whomever I want. Didn't think to care. He glanced at his employer. Just a reminder that people who are selfish by nature are selfish no matter what. He Zhao still wanted to argue, but his fingers were suddenly raked. Lo and behold, it was she who couldn't wait, intending to make her own abundance. Finished arguing? Sorry. He hurriedly unwrapped the package and broke off a small piece to feed her. She ate it in a hurry, not with her teeth, but owning the small piece of chocolate in one bite. He Zhao's fingers trembled, as if an electric current flowed down his fingertips to his tailbone. The disenchantment with the chocolate was gone in an instant. 2, and she broke off another piece. Watching her open her lips and vaguely see her shell teeth, he couldn't help but swallow. Watching her finish it in the same manner, he continued to break it off, a small piece at a time, unable to finish. This kind of feeding is nothing like ambiguous rubbing. Those wolf-like eyes focused again. Song Wentian finally pressed to his feet and snatched up the rest of the chocolates in the package. You need to stop taking advantage of people. Hypocrisy. What kind of decent person do you think you are? Don't think he hadn't noticed the way these people were looking at her, afraid they weren't trying to take her place. Seeing that the war was about to start again, the burning hand held Song Wenji's wrist. She took a large bite of the chocolate, not caring at all at the moment that the person holding the food had changed. A long overdue gesture of closeness. Song Wentian froze, but the next moment the chocolate was snatched away again. He Zhao simply let the man take his own food, looking at him with hostile eyes. Come any closer to her and don't blame me. Ah, Song. Ming Ruoya tugged on the hem of Song Wenshou's coat at this moment, trying to persuade him. The CP fans of the two of them who saw the scene on the livestream were just about to start kowtowing. The words were about to be typed out, when they saw Song Wenshou indifferently waving away her hand. Don't call me that. We're not that close. He had even coaxed her before only because he did have the need to join forces with the Ming family. But now, they were all trapped on this deserted island, and it was still uncertain whether they could survive or not. Song Wenshou gradually revealed his true colors of indifference, but he didn't know that his words and actions were being watched by millions of people in synchronization. Snapping, B, snapping, B. I told you Song was not as clean as he appeared. Ho, 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 ho. Song Wentian, how could you do this to me? Ming Ruoya was furious and said his full name. I don't know why you're acting like this, but it's better for both sides to have some decency. Song Wentian turned to his backpack to get fever-reducing medicine. These intended words caused Ming Ruoya to whiten her face all of a sudden. She hurriedly lowered her eyes to hide the negativity that might be caught on camera. But it was too late. What do you mean? What do you mean? Act like this? Riddler gets out of XX. You don't mean Missy, do you? I feel that Missy is especially strange today. Just, not like her anymore. Yeah, I feel the same way. The fire burned quietly. The crackling and popping of the firewood could be heard. The 6 men who were supposed to be united for survival on an isolated island are now all of a sudden torn apart and pitted against each other. Sekiju glanced at his employer, her eyes lighting up like she was watching a big show. Not sure what she wanted, but he just had to go along with it. But, the employer is still so badass and adorable that it tickles the heart. The planner in the studio saw the sudden rise in public opinion and scared lightly. What the hell? This Missy's persona has collapsed, and I let her guide people not to say her real name before. Why did she just say it herself? Live streaming accidents. It can also be redeemed. I said, does it have to be her? The chief director walked over, her short floppy hair dry and crisp, and her casual clothes couldn't hide her professionalism. I do think it could add more interest to the program. What do you mean? The director shuffled his ears. The other party was silent and pointed to the girl who was well protected in the arms of Hajo. Chapter 140, Seiken week Kaskuta, 9. Song Wendian felt like he was dreaming, but it was incredibly real. The sound of rain mingled with thunder, and he couldn't open his eyes as the bean drops hit him. He stood on the outskirts of the crowd, barely able to see the flashing police cars and the crowds of people with umbrellas pointing up and talking. 2 figures stood at the edge of the tall penthouse, arm in arm, blurred in the rain. Song Wencho's eyes widened, and he lost his voice instantly, with only his mouth shape vaguely recognizable as Dad. Mom! He watched them fall. No! His throat was so arduous that it was incredibly weak to make a sound. And all he felt was that his soul was separated from his body and he wasn't sure what he was doing. Screams and shrieks rushed through his eardrums, followed by the sound of loud voices bellowing to evacuate the crowd. He rushed forward, but was blocked by the crowd that spread out against the current. His shoulder was raw from the impact, and I wondered whose umbrella it was, the metal edge scraping the corner of his eye. The pain was no longer felt at all, only a slight smell of blood. Is it his, or his parents'? The blinding red was washed away by the rain and flowed outward down the slope of the road and over his feet. Wait, there's no approaching here. That's my mom and dad. That's my mom and dad. Sorry for your loss. Song Wencho fell to his knees and cried until he couldn't help himself. Tears and rainwater intermingled and flowed down so that he couldn't tell which was which. All kinds of eyes focused on him. Sympathizing, wondering, pointing. People die and debts disappear. They were protecting him in that way. But, why were they the ones who died and not the others? The mourning is difficult to contain. Originally, this business do-over didn't even come to this, but the collective betrayal of the subordinates was like the most important piece missing from the building blocks. And the one that made him the most unacceptable was Uncle Yu, who had watched him grow up since he was a child. Uncle Yu? He remembered that he had long been sent to prison by his own vengeance. Song Wendian suddenly opened his eyes. There was only a faint glow in his vision, and the ground was hard enough to make his back ache, but nowhere near as much as his own toughest period. The rain was still pattering, and the air was full of the dampness of the rain and the salty scent of the sea breeze. He remembers that he was stranded on an isolated island with a group of people when he was back on top of his life. It turned out to be a dream. Another dream about the day my parents died. The past was so clear that the days after he renounced his inheritance were worse than death. How many times has he been suppressed by malcontents? And how many times has he encountered the cold treatment of those who abandoned their pride and chose to flatter those in high places, singling out one single thing as a waste of dignity? The only person who has been by his side since the beginning is Full, Song Wenyue and Yu Man, both abandoned. Uncle Yu fled abroad with the whole family, but not the little daughter. She was innocent, but there was no way he could not hate her, so he was content to take advantage of her guilt. After starting with a white hand, Ming Ruoyo changed her attitude again, just as he really needed to get back into a false relationship with her. Yu Man agrees to swap hearts with Ming Ruoyo, and is also willing to be used as a follower by her, just to prove to that eccentric Missy. Song Wenju doesn't like Yu Manchu, but he hadn't liked anyone in the first place. It was just that a harsh comment in the first place had caused both parties to misunderstand. He loathed Ming Ruoyo and disliked Yu Manchu. He had thought that it was. But why has it changed? She's changed. His mind has changed. Hey, can you sleep properly? It was silent in the dead of night, even though Hajiao on his left was almost speaking in an airy voice, and it was extraordinarily obvious to the ears of those who hadn't slept. Song Wendian subconsciously mimicked the breathing rate when he was asleep and couldn't believe his ears. How can they? Don't go too far. He Zhao held someone's restless hands and gritted his teeth a little. But I'm cold, and obviously you've held me to sleep. So what's wrong with touching? She was already well wrapped up in her jacket, warmer than anyone else, yet still petulant enough to keep trying to shove her hands up his shirt. Don't think I'll let you because you're just sick. You'll just have to give in. Hot air puffed up, followed by a distinct chirping sound. Do you realize what you're doing? This is simply titillation without measure. Hijao covered his mouth, looking like the one being molested, while his mind was having trouble containing the idea of letting loose. Shaky rationality on the verge of collapsing. He heard steady breathing around him, and those thoughts were even more unchecked than before. One is simply a pervert. He moved his palm up to cover the rolling face. Nansun laughed silently in the night, raising his eyes to see Hijao's reddened earlobes and his even better-looking face in the blurred light. At first it was just a case of waking up from a nap and wanting to tease him, but now he really wanted to do something to him. She spoke softly and pretended to be impatient. You're so petty. We're an unmarried couple. You can't even resist when I kiss you. Keep your voice down. It's not like anyone heard. He shines and looks around. Closest to the entrance of the cave was 14 on watch. Then the two of them, followed by Song Wentian, who was breathing steadily. Ming Ruoya was on the other side of the room, and as the person with the most oddly useless supplies, she wore earplugs before bed, so she didn't have to worry about anything. The one surnamed Han hid deep in the cave, far away, so it seems like really, no one heard it. Okay, warm your hands. You're very kind. He show. Those hands no longer embraced him directly through the material of his clothes, and Hijao's heart thumped and his breathing tightened as well. He knew he was indulging her, and he was also indulging himself in the idea of getting even more ahead of himself. Song Wenji was right. He was taking advantage of the situation, bullying her into being unguarded against him, relying on the fact that she was close to him and so wanted more. A day ago they were like enemies, and now, his mind was in turmoil and he was in love with her. Ridiculous. But still, it's good to think. Full. Hijao called down to her and kept swallowing to ease his nerves. Do you still want chocolate? Think. I'll feed you. Okay? He took out the last piece of chocolate he had with him and broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. So sweet. Come and eat. Hijao wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his head down. Why? What's with the mosaic from before? Is there anything we can't see? I've had enough. Treat us like outsiders. I'm going to make a scene. Listen carefully and you can still hear the sound. That's what you know. By the way, is Song not asleep? Song Wenju certainly wasn't asleep. Sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, and he had mixed feelings about being a despicable, prying bastard. It's hard on the heart while holding back something. He was suddenly glad he was covered with a long coat, enough to hide all his ugliness. 14, who was near the cave on watch, stood up and headed out, so the two next to him suddenly didn't move. The footsteps drifted away. Please, just one more kiss. He heard Hajao use his unique timbre to whisper in disgust. How Song Wenji wished he was deaf, not wanting to hear the girl's affirmative answer, much less the rest. Chapter 141, Second Week Kaskuta, 10. The storm rained all night and when I woke up the next day, it was clear. Ming Ruoyo, as the only black screen, naturally had a lot of permissions, and she enabled the shielding device to avoid the camera. The first thing I did was not to look at my wind review or talk to the show, but to call my mother. An assistant answered the phone there, and then there were layers of transfers before it reached her mother. What's the matter? Your father and I are busy. Talk to him. My time is precious. Don't waste mine. The phone call that had managed to get through was beeped and hung up. Ming Ruoyo was silent for a long time and dialed her father's number again. Father, did you watch the program I was on? What do you think? Ming Ruoyo, is there any use for you to participate in that program? Why, it's useless. Everyone will love me. Like you? A useless piece of who accomplishes nothing? The reason you clamored about your uselessness in the first place was because you weren't well and we got you a heart. And what happened? You had to get your man to ghostwrite your thesis, and the results were taken from her. Father, even after being stabbed by Song Wenji's indifference, Ming Ruoyo had never been so broken. She's nothing but a little follower of mine. You guys can just make her your daughter. Saying a few words about you and starting to barf again. Isn't it enough that she gave you her heart? Our Ming family has been highly intelligent and educated elites for generations. It's not even if you don't compete to disgrace your family. Your personality is also a mess. No wonder no one likes you. It's her that nobody likes. You guys should go see. The phone was hung up again. Ming Ruoyao crumbled and shivered. She forced herself to hold back her anger and dialed some director's phone, splitting her head with an order. Let the program be the first to announce my identity. I'm the one who's Ming Ruoyao. She was the one who lost her head before and didn't open her mouth to explain right away. But she could have let the show come in so that she wouldn't collapse her own persona. Unexpectedly, the opposite side of the room said, not quite. Missy, because you said Song Wenji's name first before, and we've already released his preliminary information. The director swiveled his chair and continued perfunctorily. The general director has changed his planning. It's not up to me to decide when your identity will be made public. Is it hard to have that sickly girl take my place all the time? What, replacement or not? It's just a name. People just think she's Ming Ruoyo. It's not like she's a great lady. What's the point of having this code name and identity of Missy when my name is hers? Of course it works. The director browsed through the popularity values that had quickly skyrocketed due to the announcement of Song Wentian's identity. The family's fall from grace and their return to high society by starting their own business is a standard American strong tragedy book that many people buy into. Isn't it obvious who will be more popular? The upper-class person with noble status, money and face, or the ordinary person with only a good-looking face? At first, Ming Ruoyo will be quickly fan countless, but also thanks to this mysterious identity of the big lady. Although it is not explicitly stated that she comes from a distinguished family, she herself gives every hint to the camera. The audience, of course, is convinced of their God's perspective. It's not like she knows it's live. She'll just reveal all kinds of ugly humanity in order to survive. As long as you continue to carry out this persona, how can she be treated as a great lady? Don't you think? The director's tone was respectful, but his expression was playful. He used the end of his pen to tap the two pictures side by side on the screen. One was Ming Ruoyo and the other was Yuman. The blank space where the latter had been without a codename was quietly filled with the same Missy codename. Already some eagle-eyed netizens have noticed, and the discussion will explode again. The general director is right. There's uncertainty. That's what makes it interesting to watch. They didn't do this show on the verge of breaking the law specifically to promote anyone. In the end, the Ming family is just an investor. And if she can't play well with such a good card given to Ming Ruoyo, then she can't blame anyone. Eldest Miss Ming, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. You've been gone for too long and you'll arouse suspicion. The director hoped that she would see the curses that were all over the internet later, and that she would act irrationally if she was too diabolical. Sure, it can be extreme, but at least not right now. We haven't even gotten to the best part yet. The phone hung up for the third time. Ming Ruoyo forced down the idea of shattering it and still hid the phone properly. Getting back up, she had a horrible expression on her face. Whether the sickly woman Yumanchu's memory loss and cognitive confusion was feigned or real, she would never underestimate her again. She was going to blow up on this show, make everyone love her, and show her mother and father that she wasn't just a useless loser who would bring shame to the family. Ming Ruoyo was furious and also afraid of being suspected. She didn't have time to look at the online comments, thinking that they were probably all a water of praise for her persona. She wants the cheerful and lively persona like the original Yumanchu. Regrouping. She put on a light smile. 009 slightly regretted not capturing the host's expression for the hostess when she saw the comment. On the other side, everyone arrived at their original campsites one after another. The hard-earned campsite had indeed been completely destroyed by the torrential rain and high winds, and everyone's expressions were a little heavy. It's been a week since we've been stranded on this island, and there's little hope of being rescued. Han Shan, who was usually the most vocal, had inexplicably become low-key and reticent, and Ming Ruoyo was nowhere to be found. After yesterday's shared suffering, not only did several people not have any possibility of opening their hearts, but their relationship was vaguely broken. It all started with someone's memory loss. Different eyes swept to Nansun, who was being held by Princess He Zhao, who had recovered from a serious illness but was in high spirits. The sunlight added some pizzazz to her, and the sight of everyone's eyes, though she avoided them as much as she had been, felt completely different, evoking only the deepest evil thoughts in one's heart. She gripped He Zhao like driftwood, and she looked at no one but him, the flower of the island. Makes one want to replace that person to be climbed and relied upon by her. Nansun pretended not to see Song Wenju in Guanzhou's eyes, silently calculating and smoothing out the situation. When they were first just stranded on a deserted island, they survived because they happened to be in a certain corner of the cruise ship. The group split up to pick up different supplies before the badly broken cruise ship was swept back by the waves. Ming Ruoyo took bits and pieces of household items. Song Wenshur took various useful implements. He Zhao mostly took food. Han Shan took various warm items, and Guanzhou brought various weapons. The original owner, who had only taken some of her personal belongings because she had taken 3 steps to catch her breath, was only able to keep from disappearing with the cruise ship with the help of Song Wenji. It is optimal for all people to cooperate, but the original owner is the only one who has no value for cooperation. Nansun yawned in He Zhao's arms. I'm so miserable that I have no value to cooperate with you. That's why I'm a doddering daughter. And, who says dodos can only cling to one person? Next, who's a better choice? Chapter 142, Sick and Weak Kaskuta, 11. Aha! Ming Ruoyo screamed and scurried out from the side of the woods. There's a snake! There's a snake! With her dagger still raised in her hand, she rushed to the camp as if she was scared out of her wits. Ignoring yesterday's confrontation with Song Wenji, she ran behind him, wiping her tears as she approached. finally feeling some sense of security. Lots of snakes. All coming this way. Snakes? Everyone stood in strict wait. And Han Shan, who had been silent, blanched and raised his feet to silently retreat a few steps. As if to prove Ruoyao's words, only one after another colorful patterned snake gradually crawled out from different directions of the woods. More than a dozen appeared in a short period of time, spitting out snake letters, and the bodies of so many snakes slithered across the ground, making scalp-scratching noises. What's even scarier is that their numbers are increasing. On the ground, in the trees, in the grass, the naked eye could see a dense mass of snakes with vertical pupils staring at them in death. Even those who are not afraid of snakes have their hearts chilled by the crisis of death. Why are there so many snakes? Sam Wenji was the first to react, throwing the powder he found across the room to the others. There are so many of them that this medicine will only stop them for a while, but it's better than nothing. A circle of powder was quickly sprinkled around the area, and the two sides faced each other, neither one taking the lead in attacking or running away. Nansen noticed that He Zhao's face was pale. He seemed, well, afraid of snakes. Scared? She got down from his arms and pressed her palms to his cool face. He Zhao, who has circled countless fans with his face alone, looks better when he's afraid than when he's cursing. Like, it's okay, don't worry. He Zhao probably thought she was comforting him, and his face looked a little better, forcing himself to resist the urge to pull his legs out and run, shielding her behind him. He was afraid of snakes, so afraid that the sight of a snake would cause his whole body to get goosebumps and lose his mind. But right now, he had to protect her. Whenever he smelled danger, he was always the one who ran the fastest and protected himself the best, and now it was in her way. The word selfishness seems to be drifting away from him. The sound of scales scraping against the ground was like a wake-up call in their ears, and everyone slowly backed away. However, the group of snakes crawled to a fixed distance and stopped coming, as if waiting for something, until they saw a large snake with the thickness of a bowl slowly poking its head out. The length of its body could not even be estimated. Its icy eyes stared at the group of them. Mr. Han, what did you do? Sam Wenji grabbed Han Shan's collar and coldly questioned. He was usually polite and decent, but now when he moved, it was only when he was strong that people realized how strong he was. As the same adult male, Han Shan could not actually move under his suppression. He had previously found this gentleman easy to bully, but now he was cowering in fear at the look in his eyes. I took some snake eggs only. Where are the snake eggs? I ate some of it and there's some more in here. He handed over a black bag in his defense. I didn't think dash. A punch came in and Han Shan immediately fell to the ground with his eyes watering. Do you recognize this snake? Guan Zhou suddenly opened his mouth, inquiring about Ming Ruoyao, who was trembling her hands. It's time for Missy to do her thing again. She's highly educated and smart. She's well read. She's also from a prominent family. And she has a great personality. So how can there be such a perfect person in the world? Looking forward to it, both in and out of the screen. They were expecting her to say something. After all, Missy was a senior student of a prestigious university. Even super cold knowledge she knew. Wouldn't this kind be easy? However, Ming Ruoyao's face slowly turned ugly. How could she have known? Her persona had been built almost entirely on human, including her papers, her results, everything that required the use of her brain. And now, the other no longer utilized it as she pleased. That I happen to not know. She bowed her head guiltily, making it impossible to be harsh. Not at all? Sorry. Sekija seemed to realize something and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was able to deduce a little bit from the habits she gave him last time, and she said, she didn't know anything about it? It's okay. One can't know everything. Yes, don't feel guilty, Missy. Apart from the mindlessly protective audience, more than a few are skeptical. No, the snake she had previously identified was on the previous page of this snake class, and the two are of the same family and genus and different species, so how could she not know? Push it out a little. It's a little weird. That kind of snake, with a keen sense of smell, is not very poisonous and is not very aggressive towards humans, but it extremely values its offspring and has an extremely high IQ. The one who spoke was not the one who was expecting it, but the girl who was hiding behind He Zhao, simply out of everyone's expectation. She continued, put the snake eggs farther away and they will count themselves, but anything less and the original owner of the eggs will be immortalized with everyone. I searched and she's absolutely right. How is this possible? Isn't she supposed to be a drag queen? Impossible. Coincidence? I told you the program couldn't come up with a 1 + 1 = 2 discussion. In the live broadcast, two faces of Missy appeared at the same time. One smiled as if nothing had happened, but the smile was forced to the naked eye, and the other lowered her eyes and was quiet as a pretty flower. Most of the snakes crawled toward the bag of eggs. How many did you eat? 6 or 7 or 8? I think. Just as his words fell, More than a dozen snakes quickly rushed towards them. Hansen is still lying. Not 7 or 8, but a dozen. Song Wensho calmly threw out the poison he had prepared long ago, and the weapon in his hand was aimed at the snake rushing towards him. The ones that attacked Han Shan were the most numerous, and in his haste he quickly pulled Ming Ruoyo by his side as a shield in front of him. Ah! She screamed in shock as she was caught off guard and came face to face with the snake. Swish! The snake's head was dryly sliced off by Sekiju next to him, and the snake's corpse fell to the ground. Still moving, Ming Ruoyo was in shock, and Han Shan had already run away. More snakes chased after him. Luckily she had stayed behind and hired the strongest mercenary in this black market. Thanks. She watched dumbfounded as the object of her thanks headed the other way. Manchu, you go first. He Zhao was already too scared to walk, his arm holding onto the trunk of the tree, woefully pulling out a smile and telling her to hurry up. I can't walk at the speed I'm going. Without someone else to protect her, she would wither away immediately. She shook her head and looked up to see a long snake dangling from a tree trunk by its tail, ready to bite at her. No. Apparently Hajao saw it too, and tried to reach right over and block it for her, but the others were faster. A sharp crack sounded as a small knife pinned the snake dead center to the trunk of the tree. The crisis is temporarily lifted. Nansun sighed and lovingly kissed He Zhao's forehead. Knocking. Good match. Good match. Although He Zhao is not anyone's fiancé, but the afflicted fiancé couple, which I knocked. Unbeknownst to the audience of Knocked Up Raw, she came close to his ear and dropped the cruelest of words in the softest of tones. He Zhao, you're useless. Chapter 143, Seiken Week Kaskuta, 12. 14. In the midst of He Zhao's eyeballs, Guanzhou's arm reached out and took the sickly, pale flower into his arms. She acted extremely submissive, breathing weakly on his shoulder, light as if it weighed nothing. The employer was softer than expected. The length of her shorts was above her knees, so it was inevitable that he would touch her skin if he were to hug her. He loosened his grip a bit, afraid he might accidentally rub her to pieces. One hand carefully supported her while the other removed the knife embedded deep in the trunk. The snake was dead through and fell to the ground. Hajau's body would go weak even looking at it. If you can't protect her, let me. Are you kidding me? He tried to make a move, but how could he possibly beat a professionally trained and battle-hardened mercenary? And the result was an unceremonious cut on his arm. Don't you move her. Pointing to what? Is it the same as last night? Sekiju smiled, his calloused palm sliding provocatively over her neck. In the sight of the two, the defenseless girl could only flutter her eyelashes and bite her lip to be touched by the one who had snatched her. The scene was a visual shock. Guanzhou, who had originally just received a cryptic message to casually cooperate with his employer's act, also changed his eyes, but he restrained himself and withdrew his hand. I'm taking. He Zhao covered his wounds and chased after him, but he couldn't catch up no matter what. He looked up at his departing back, locking eyes with the girl lying on the other's shoulder, who simply moved away coldly. He's useless. A myriad of self-loathing welled up in his mind, and he bit down on the soft flesh inside his cheek until he tasted blood. She's right. He's useless. Asterisk. Stay away from that side. It's poisonous. Nanchuan raised his eyes and motioned for Guanzhou to move away from the plant. Her voice was weak but articulate, and she reported the name of the plant, its habits, the degree of toxicity, and the antidote. How do you know all this? She opened her lips to say something and buried her head back. Because I'm a nerd. She brushed it off with what they had called her when she first arrived on the island. So, no matter who the Missy is, she's the one who provided the information, right? Someone on the forum has analyzed it one by one, and there are frame-by-frame screenshots to prove that it's her. There were some skeptics, but they were all shut down by the internet. The truth is that she's not a drag queen at all. On the contrary, we misunderstood her. I think she's more like a famous university student. The heroine has a large and stalwart following, even if others analyze it and think it's fake. Unbelievable. She's a drag. Ming Ruoyo, hard and foul-mouthed. The others couldn't help themselves and just swarmed in. Brainless people who stand up for the heroine are no longer mainstream. And even if they don't admit it, taking credit for it is a fact of life. How can the sun be tainted? In particular, cut back to the current live stream of the hostess, and there are images that make everyone even more incomprehensible. Yes, I'm sorry Missy, I didn't mean it before. Han Shan actually survived the siege of several snakes, but was also poisoned. He exchanged 2 blankets for the universal antidote to Songwenji, his lips still bruised and looking like he was about to die. The apology was not sincere guilt, but fear that she would never exchange supplies with him again. Despite this, he acted extremely bitterly regretful and was close to kneeling and kowtowing. Ming Ruoyo certainly can't wait for him to hurry up and die, and simply don't want to forgive. But the persona, don't forgive. That's right. Why should I forgive him? He deserves to die. People like that should die. Well, I'm sure you didn't actually mean it. Ming Ruoyao's smile was sunny and bright, as if it could heal everything. She didn't understand after all, and wasn't that kind of person, so she had no idea what someone like the original Yu Manchu would think or do in this situation. Knowing only the persona floating on the surface of the sunshine sprinkled on all. No, she's sick. Missy, he hurt you and you forgive without doing anything? How can you forgive? If you even ask him for supplies or have a cold attitude, I can wash for you. What the hell? Smiling like that at someone who almost killed you? Her fans are more devastated than everyone else. And everyone doesn't understand when love wants it to live and evil wants it to die. The stain on the sun widened and is still gradually spreading outward. Ming Ruoyao felt that she had done the right thing again. But unfortunately, this time, the public would not think as she wished. The better you do, the more condemnation you will get when you go wrong. And the other one is full of stains. One of the misunderstandings is solved and people can't help but pity her already. The sickly girl appears in the shot, and the person holding her has been changed from Hajao to another. Poor baby. She doesn't want to. She's just too weak. How can she live if she doesn't depend on others? Song Wenju couldn't see any obvious emotions on her face, but her eyes always followed her. Shortly after their arrival, the injured He Zhao also returned, looking at Guanzhou with a hatred to skin him. The ground was a mess, and besides the ruins of the camp were the bodies of snakes. Aside from Nansen being hugged, everyone else stood far away from each other, and the relationship between several people had been completely declared broken. After what they've been through, there's no way they can work together again. The atmosphere was heavy and tense, and the heat, lack of water, and hunger made everyone irritable. The girl trembled in the man's arms and seemed to be crying. Heartbroken eyes swept over her, and then the same anger as when she looked at Sekiju, and laugh. Only Guanzhou himself knew that the employer in his arms was nowhere near as pathetic as they thought. He raised a hand to stroke her hair, noticing the eyes of those two men become sharper. I'm being remembered, eh? He bowed his head and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. And the mercenary was helpless and spoiled. Why are you so bad? Everyone's situation has gotten so bad and she's still laughing so hard. It's so cute. Chapter 144, Sick and Weak Cuscuta, 13. Expectedly, the group parted on bad terms, with no one saying more than a word to the other, looking for their own food. The sun gradually climbed to the top of the head. At this time is the sun's strongest time. Did not eat breakfast and experienced a life and death crisis. All the people are too hungry to top. Ming Ruoya was even more dizzy, but without her little follower by her side, she could no longer recognize which fruits were edible. Presumably the results of yesterday's poll came in and she was rewarded by picking up sharp weapons on the beach. What's the use? Collapse. Picking up a coconut to drink can only barely top it, and there's no choice but to go to Song Wendian for help. It's okay to ask for food. Take your supplies in exchange. Toothbrushes, combs, wipes. He made a clear distinction between public and private, quoting a string of supplies and stuck just in her acceptable range. Do we have to be so separate? It's not necessary? Ming Ruoya was stung by his cold eyes and could only exchange unwillingly. Of course she knew he'd always resented her for falling on her sword and for using her power to threaten him and Yuman into agreeing to a heart swap. But it didn't matter. There's still plenty of opportunity on the island. She'll take her time catching up with Song Wendian. Ming Ruoya didn't see the direction Song Wenshou left in. Otherwise she would have definitely stopped him. On the beach, a girl in a man's shirt and wide shorts is counting shells. Everyone else is on an island to survive, but she is extremely well taken care of. There you are. She saw someone coming from a long distance away and rushed over to him and jumped into his arms. The other man smoothly wrapped his arms around her as well. Do you think I'm Hisho? At the sound of Song Wenji's voice, she instantly tried to struggle, but she was held tightly in his arms. Manchu, how can you let anyone call you Manchu? His tone was bitterly resigned, and he took hold of her fidgeting wrist. Go away. He's the only one you trust? He's not even your fiancé, but a despicable thief. He pulled her loose collar back into place and lovingly stroked the corners of her misty eyes. I don't know if it's because she doesn't wear glasses anymore, or maybe it's because of cognitive confusion, but those beautiful eyes are completely different from what he remembers. The girl lost her strength after a few struggles and crouched in his arms, panting thinly. Song Wenshou hated the sickly look because of Ming Ruoyao, but now he found it pitiful and adorable. Why don't you believe me? He was taking advantage of the situation and doing that to you. Knowing that she was nearsighted and couldn't see well from a distance, Song Wendian moved closer to her so that she could see her face. I'm the one who deserves your trust. He Zhao. She was unmoved, tears rolling down her face. Pathetic. Still calling out people's names as she cried. Song Wenshou was having a hard time, but seeing her crying appearance, hidden other thoughts actually rose in his heart. Don't cry. He sighed. Forget it. Originally it was just to try and jog her memory. He didn't want to make her so scared. He was discouraged and was going to let go of her, but she kissed him with tears in her eyes. Song Wenji's hand froze and his eyes forgot to blink. The scene that he could only watch from the sidelines that night. He was now the main character. But, don't hurt me, she said with a sob as she kissed. The words caused his heart, which had just been shaken by her active closeness, to cool abruptly. How could she think of him like that? Unruly kisses landed on the corners of his lips, on his lips, and on his chin in turn, bruised and unruly, but messing with his heart. Song Wensho had always thought that he was just unwilling, and that his feelings for her were complex but definitely not male-female, but now he couldn't make sense of it at all. At best, she was treated like a green plum. He was sure his previous self was. Perhaps it was from that night that his mind was no longer pure. Enough. Song Wendian released her with difficulty and took a step back, the pupils of his eyes vibrating. Unable to look at her, he stepped back again. Here's the stuff I brought you. It's got a toothbrush and all that, and medicine that will help with your previous injury. Handing her the pouch, his back could almost be called falling away. Nanshuan looked down to hide her smile as she picked at the supplies that would take her quality of life to the next level. Being a daughter is superb. No wonder that Dodo only does those kinds of quests. Nansen wiped his tears. Another day of acting out. Song gave her the drug arranged by the third place of the program's popularity vote to Hey. They definitely have a story. She's really pitiful. No matter who she faces, she has no power to resist. She can only use this way, but it's so astringent. I'm BT, and I find it a bit astringent too. The show is putting up another poll. This time, it's a special event for the welfare of CP fans. What's the benefit? Let's just say there's more than one man and one woman. Ahem. I'm with you upstairs. The rules are out. Look, Chapter 145, The Sickly Cascuta, 14. Red Thread Activity, Time to Relax. I believe that after all this time, we all already have our own CPs that we want to bump into, and as a way to relax, the program will arrange romantic encounters for everyone's CPs to enhance their feelings. Click on the pull the red line function and pull the red line for your CPs. How can you have a romantic encounter when you're on an island? People are dying. It's better to be high on CP in this environment. Woohoo! Everyone look. You can pull more than one red line. Hey. I've got an idea. I have one too. While the audience outside the island is playing an entertaining game from God's perspective, the people on the island are literally facing the Jedi. The only one who is living a good life is Nanshuan. The most worthless being is the best protected. Darkness had fallen, and this was the most dangerous time of the day. The live stream was divided into 4 groups for people to choose to watch, and he Zhao Song when he was all alone. Ming Ruoyo, who tried to get help from the mercenaries but couldn't get in touch with them, could only team up with Han Shan, further disappointing her fans. More viewers turned to the other Missy. The true or false Missy discussion was no longer lopsided, and the support for the two of them separately had actually become a 50-50 split. Extremely frightening speed. While it took a week for Ming Ruoyao to circle the fans and turn her into an all-network black, it took her a few days to turn the situation around. Can it get any faster? The crew of the show is looking forward to it more than anyone else. They were rightfully the first to find a safe place to camp for the time being, even calling it laid back. Nansen hugged her knees and watched the fire. She was a bit bored after eating and drinking. What's that saying about being full and thinking about that what? Her eyes gradually drifted to the man sitting next to her sharpening his arrows. His deep features were extremely charming. The standard sword eyebrow and starry-eyed handsome. As he exerted his strength, the muscles of his arms tensed up. The veins were extremely powerful. Sight slowly downward. Just as he was thinking that the combat undershirt was also getting in the way too much, he saw it and dropped the arrow and just take it off. Asterisk in hooligans. Mosaic. Black screen what is it that we cannot see? Don't do anything to my treasure. Hooligans. People were scratching their heads in curiosity, thinking there was some kind of restricted content, but it was actually just Guangzhou's way of avoiding the live broadcast. As soon as there is a high level of skin exposure or behavior that goes beyond kissing, the live feed is mosaic or blacked out, and the sound is muffled to a large extent. Knowing this just makes it better to help employers. Sekiju walked straight toward her, finally able to address her with honor. Employer. She was as bold as she thought she would be and tried to get right on top of it, but he caught her wrist just in time. What for? You purposely seduced me and didn't give a touch. I didn't seduce you. It was just a way of avoiding the camera, and they both knew it by heart. Though he refused to touch, he wrapped his arms around her waist and sat her directly on his lap, his grip on her still unloosened. Completely wolf-proof. Anti-sexist. The slightly lighter than wheat-colored skin contrasts with her significantly. Sekiju pressed down, his eyes obscure. Employer, you're the one who's been seducing me. She didn't have to do anything, yet she made his heart race every moment. The hand that reached out toward him in the rain that day, The kiss with Hajao at night when no one else was around. And the way she looked at him. Are you doing this on purpose? Want to see me break the rules? He cupped her chin and, despite leaning closer and closer to her lips, stopped hard to a few centimeters. Eyes met as if they could be drawn together. And he smothered a laugh as he saw the anticipation in her eyes turn to regret. Rules for mercenaries. 1. Never lay hands on one's employer. 2. Mercenaries and their employers can only be in an employment relationship, with or without an increase in money. 3. Even if he coveted the flower, he could only covet it. I can add money, as much as I want. Just kidding. She wasn't an employer. She wasn't going to pay him. She came up and was dodged by him tilting his head, so the kiss was only on the side of his face. It's no use adding money. I'm a mercenary. I'm not responsible for warming your bed. Then what's the point of having you? Her expression instantly cleared up. The ambiguity she had just experienced was swept away. She wanted to leave but was subconsciously stopped by him. So the arm was bitten hard to vent his anger. It was truly unforgiving. The pain came immediately but was minimal. The man watched her, the knot in his throat beginning to roll up and down, his eyes unmistakably dangerous. Employer, he reminded her, and himself, that she was her employer and could not be moved. You're not well. You'll tire faster if you exert too much force. Go to bed if you're tired. Sekiju rubbed the top of her hair. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? She didn't reply, slapping his hand away and running to the other side without a word. Angry? Sekiju slowly slipped his undershirt back on, not holding back his laughter. In fact, it wasn't impossible to give her a couple of touches. He just didn't have confidence in his self-control. Besides, she's so weak. Even if he breaks the rules, her body won't necessarily be able to withstand it by then. How did it come to be his employer? Sekiju just felt an itch deep in his heart. He'd turned down countless employers who'd added money to try to break the employment relationship, but none that made him want to break the principle himself. Really? Planted. The live feed resumed and the two people, nothing having happened, reappeared in the picture. Instead of being as restrictive as one might expect, it's kinda cozy. The tall man covered the girl with a thin blanket, but she lifted her foot and kicked it away, so he patiently picked up and recovered her again. Kicked and thrown away again. A gust of wind gave her goosebumps from the cold, and she finally didn't say no this time. Got the blanket but covered his head and refused to talk to him. He lay down beside her with one arm resting on his head, while his other hand reached into the blankets and grabbed her hand and placed it on his waist. Can't argue with you. Sekiju's tone was helpless. She was hooded under the blanket and didn't say anything, but her small hands moved a little more quietly, trying to get an inch down before being stopped by a quick eye. A buzzing hum came from the blanket. Patty. Knock knock knock. Pull his red line too. Pull. I thought he was the one who took the script, but it turned out to be so sweet. I want to see Shura. When does the redlining campaign end? I really want to see it. Wait a minute. Have you forgotten that this is an island? Not a romance. And if we keep going like this, it's not certain how many of us will survive. The reason the pop-ups say this is that the fight for resources has finally begun, and they are not only collaborators, but also competitors. Chapter 146, Sick and Weak Kaskuta, 15. Do you want to die? The sharp dagger was pulled out. Blood splattered, followed by a shrill scream that cut through the air. Hijao's eyes were horribly cold, bending down to pick up the well-packaged cookies and snacks, his slender knuckles wiping off the blood stained on them. Ning Ruoyao heard the sound and rushed over, trying desperately to suppress it in order to keep herself from immediately cursing at Han Shan. This dumbass. Insatiable stuff. Who didn't know about He Shou's temper? And he actually dared to steal his food. Ah, it hurts. Han Shan rolled on the ground covering his shoulder. Get out of this cave. Hijao even tried to make another cut, like a cheetah protecting its food. Hajao, that's not good. I just don't want you two to stay with me. Why are you so selfish? We'd all die if you kicked us out on a night like this, then die far away. Hijao did not give any leeway at all until he saw Ming Ruoya raise her crossbow. There's no way we're going to leave. We all have to stick together in this situation. Solidarity? Bull asterisk 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 solidarity. You dare to kill me? You useless bastard who can even scream for half a day to kill a bug? He mockingly hooked his lips. The other party did not have killing intent in his eyes even after being scolded like this. The blade in his hand was aimed at Han Shan. Hey, give me all the supplies you have on you or you'll go out and feed the beasts. You. Han Shan's face was pale and he was still hesitating when he was poked again in the shoulder. Ah ha ha ha. He grimaced in pain, realizing that he would absolutely die if he didn't do something. Missy, you're just going to watch me get threatened? You just give it to him. Are your weapons for show? Shoot him. Ming Ruoyao's hands were shaking. How could she shoot? It wasn't like this was really a lonely island. If she dared to shoot out an arrow, He Zhao's fans would spray her until she retired from the net. I was optimistic about Oni-sama before, but I'm sure she's still indecisive. The first prize weapon is a waist in her hands. What is she hesitating about? They're going to be thrown out, and they're just going to show their weaknesses. Destroy it. The audience wouldn't understand her concerns, only knowing that she was indecisive in all such life and death crises. It's really a shady thing to make and a shady thing to lose. She knows it's the show that doesn't let people actually die, but it just makes the audience feel like they can't even carry their weight in front of a life or death crisis. Han Shan ended up handing over his supplies, spitting out most of them only after He Zhao kept pressing him. You turn in too. He Zhao saw that she simply did not dare to shoot out even one arrow, and took advantage of people not paying attention to go forward and grabbed the crossbow with a split hand. Now she didn't even have her only advantage. The pop-ups were booed. They came to see survival on an island, not to play house, and thought there would be some excitement about killing each other. But this is what happened. And this is Missy. I changed my vote. I'll vote for the other one. He's not well, but at least he's smart. That's it. I'm speechless. Come and support us. MS. Mitsuru. Missy should be full of it. The program team is very doggy and intentionally messed up. Originally the fans who voted for Ming Ruoyao's gift would have a fan sign showing Missy in red. Now, more and more people were throwing gifts for Nansun, and their fans were actually Missy as well, but in blue. 009 mixed in and also sent a number of articles, arrogantly topped with the blue Missy, the highest ranked fan card, and throwing gifts and controlling comments. In the scolding war, both the heroine's fans and He Zhao's fans have been scolded, and even the other side broke the defense will be crazy with dirty words insults. Ming Ruoyao, go ahead and curse. You're not cursing the host anyway. 2 days in a row of this truly solitary island existence went by, with conflicts large and small erupting and subsiding. After the organization became a scattered mess without Songwonji, the resources that people really need to survive gradually cannot be met. Being on the defensive and fighting each other is also much more interesting than the old days of cooperation and win-win. Sometimes when the conflict gets tiring to watch, the viewers go to Nanjun and turn on the immersion mode to experience the feeling of winning in life. In an isolated island survival where all resources are scarce, who doesn't want to be the guy who doesn't have to do anything but has a bunch of people to please? This is too good to be true. Nansun sat under the shade of a tree on the seashore on a daily basis, combing her hair with the comb that Song Wanyue had exchanged from Ming Ruoya. The cloth laid at the bottom was grabbed by He Zhao from Han Shan, and Guanzhou picked up a lot of pretty little shells and starfish rinsed out and laid them in front of her to play with. Ah, vacation is so much fun. She was glowing. Her face, which had been miserable, was gradually flushing, and she no longer took 2 steps and gasped for breath. A pleasant and refreshing sea breeze blew over and blew her long hair up. Nansun squinted and touched a strand to smell it. Well, it's quite good to use wild soap horn occasionally. You, feeling an extra person in front of her, she opened her eyes slowly. Savage? Who are you calling a savage? Well, she did it on purpose, but the Ming Ruoyao in front of her was too wretched. How could she be as lively and cute as when she first met her? Under the sun her delicate skin was cracked and peeled, red and swollen in many places, pitch black, and the clothes on her body became salted and dried. Want some sunscreen? Nansun handed over the sunscreen. It was the supplies that originally belonged to Ming Ruoyao. Of course she knew about it. Wilt wilt wilt. The other guy saw the sunscreen and was really on fire. He had almost died himself several times. And this damned sickly girl hadn't even gotten a tan. Where did she get all that stuff? Did that mercenary grab it for her? The mercenary had guarded her instead of protecting himself. And even the dumbest of us knew something was fishy. How the hell did she do that? This thief. Don't even if you don't want it. You want to hit me. Nansun retracted before Ming Ruoyao opened her hand. Still smiling, she rested her cheeks. Recently, the heroine is probably busy with survival. Right. Have not read the online public opinion. Every day a bit of free time or grasping the command of the program team to give her a small stove. What a shame. Thought she'd just tear herself up. She moved closer to her. Her voice dropped to a very low, compassionate tone. Look at you now. Where do you still look like a young lady? Wretch, is my heart good? A bolt of thunder struck down, causing Ming Ruoyao's heavenly aura to tingle. Chapter 147, Seiken Week Kaskuta, 16. You. Ming Ruoyao was so shocked that she took a big step backward, and after her heart was shocked. What's wrong with you? Reacting like that? She blinked innocently, causing any words she wanted to question to be swallowed in her throat. No way. This Yu Manchu has become too much to start a conflict with her. If the heart-swapping and academic fraud came out, her persona would be completely over. Ming Ruoyao hurriedly shook her head, looking at her with eyes full of scorn. Nanjun smiled at her with a spread eagle smile that was a blast on camera. Even without the added bonus of her appearance and clothing, She all looked much more like Missy than the person across from her. MS. Mitsuru is so cute. I'm so happy to see her eat and drink every day. Do. The audience changed their minds extremely quickly. And except for a small number of diehard fans, people no longer called the female lead Missy, but gave her a new moniker, Sister Holy Mother, Our Lady of Misery. But it's so good. Blame it on yourself. She used to call me sister before. If you think she's miserable, just recall what she did. It's not worth sympathizing with. The others are miserable too. Give your all to our Miss Mangan. Ming Ruoyao didn't want to say more to her. At this point, she couldn't pretend to be a sisterly love anymore. She was even afraid she'd lose her temper too much and fight her. It had been so hard to find them. She had to tell the mercenary that she was her employer and take back everything she had. Her jealous eyes swept over the flushed Nan Sun. This is the kind of day that should have belonged to her. Where did 14 go? I expected the other party to be vain and cover up, but she didn't hesitate to point in a direction. You didn't lie to me? What's the point of lying? You can see for yourself by looking at the footprints. Nan Sun waved his hand to hurriedly drive her away. It was tea time and her meal ticket was coming. How can only one person keep the flowers well? But of course more is better. As for whether the mercenaries will fall in line, doesn't matter. It doesn't give a damn about touching anyway. It's annoying. Ming Ruoyao had just left on the front foot, and He Zhao arrived on the back foot. Full. He rushed over to him, but the other man would never again jump into his arms as happily as he had been. He's the one who's useless. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he sat on his knees in front of the cold-faced girl. Food had been depleting faster and faster lately, and he had stopped eating his own stock, instead looking for what was available on the island to eat. Not to mention that he suffered to give the good ones to others. In the past, he would not have been able to share them even if he did not like them. But now, he was willing. Tender white palms were spread out in front of him. Hajou handed out a package of mini cupcakes and a few candies, the only ones on this island who would have these. Full. Don't worry, I've already eaten. He hadn't found anything today so he'd been hungry, but he didn't want to show it a bit. That way is so useless. Oh, she answered and tried to take it, but Hajou didn't let go. The other man instantly understood and skillfully climbed up to kiss his shoulder and neck. He just wanted to ask her if she was having a good day. Her attitude made everything seem like a deal, and he didn't want that, but couldn't say no. I did gargle properly. And he shines as he remembers something and explains vaguely. Aha, even just one word is so lovely. He stroked her petal-soft cheeks and pressed the person against the field cloth, his fingertips touching her ears along the side of her face, his thumb brushing her lips. Those foggy eyes looked like they held spring water, sparkling in the light reflection. He Zhao's heart was soft and heartfelt, kissing the corners of her eyes with scarlet color. I know, I'm useless. Even the time he spent with her was stolen, trading food for her mercy. He held her close, his heartache mingling with sweetness. May I have my name? He shines. Aha. His kisses gradually descended, but stopped suddenly, his eyes shocked and unbelievable. He's on to you. There were visible marks on his neck and collarbone, all of which he hadn't seen yesterday. Then it could only be the night. It's that damn 14. Nan Sun didn't retort and let him misunderstand. I'm hungry, she grumbled, urging by grabbing his hair. A couldn't care less look, as if it was all taken for granted. He Zhao's heart stung even more. Also, it was his uselessness that prevented him from raising her. What he was doing now was any different than that 14, but didn't want to let go, even if it was despicable. He wanted her, even if briefly. I'm hungry. I know. Hajou pressed her hand against the cloth, wrapping it around her fidgeting palm. I'll be quick, okay? He let himself sink, but he couldn't ignore the heartache. Wait for me. Manchu, wait for me. Chapter 148, Second Week Kaskuda, 17. Both stomach and otherwise were satisfied, and after it was over Nanchuan immediately rolled his eyes and kicked the man out. That's what life is all about. Everything is a pastime and your own happiness is what matters. She continued to squint at her vacation break, leisurely resting her cheeks. Nan Sun rolled over and lay on her back on the beach, fiddling with the butterfly shells that gave off a pearly luster, her calves swaying idly with dots on them. Then the other man moved closer and sat down next to her. Full. Aha. She answered perfunctorily, poking at the small crab that crawled up next to her, her eyes smiling mischievously at the sight of it being flipped over. Full. Sung Wenyi cried out again, her palm brushing over her lumbar spine upward. You're annoying. She didn't have the heart to complain, but her body honestly went weak from his movements. Did he touch you again? Song Wentian's voice sank as he brushed the strands of hair she had spread out behind her back to the side, finally clearly seeing the marks he had left behind yesterday covered. He was also referring to Sei Qiu. Somewhere the mercenary sneezed 2 more times hard. It's not because you're useless. She braced herself and backhanded him. What was that tone you just took? Blaming me? Song Won-sho suddenly received a slap, again reminding him of the countless times when his self-respect was trampled on. His breath around him suddenly chilled a bit, but after reacting to who hit him, his aura instantly dissipated again. Before he could open his mouth to apologize, she instead wrapped her arms around his neck, her tone showing weakness again. I didn't mean to hit you. You wouldn't not bring me something, right? Her explanation, through and through, was for the resources he could give her. The occasional tantrum at him was just something she couldn't help, but in reality she was still afraid of him and what he might do to her in anger. Even the occasional obedience is all protective color. How could he blame her? It was normal for her to be uneasy when she was isolated on this island and everyone was dangerous to her. Song Won-sho shook his head and hurt at her detached rejection, but still held her hand to examine it. I didn't mean it like that, Manchu. I'm sorry. The hand didn't hurt, did it? He had tasted this kind of humiliation countless times, and every single one of them ended up worse than death. Yet he couldn't wait for her to actually be capricious with him, instead of being as frightened as she was now. It doesn't hurt. Her hands were shaking from his proximity. Song Won-sho pretended not to see it and lowered his head to kiss the back of her hand. She was now looking closer and closer to the sickly, inferior and haughty Missy. Neither the vivaciousness and cheerfulness before the heart change, nor the silence after the heart change, can be tainted at all. And he, too, was taking advantage of her vulnerability to strongly approach her and bully her. Vile and hypocritical. He's incorrigible. Do you need me to put sunscreen on you? Song Won-sho had begun to turn her back to him despite his solicitous tone. No, don't deny me. He had a wonderful smile, and after sorting out his emotions he looked like a different person, going from polite restraint to extreme control. The shadows of the trees cast down to cover a small part of his face, and the handsome young man, praised for his chiaroscuro, went soberly to the edge of depravity. It's starting to get progressively worse. He hooked her fingertips, as slender as scallion white, and kissed the back of the girl's neck where her skin trembled, traces in the field of vision so obtrusive. Full. Wait for me. He'll get her back from that damn bandit. Asterisk. Achoo. Because of 2 sudden sneezes, the aim was poor, and the prey aimed at was not dead through, but struggling and jumping. Sekiju casually threw another spear, hitting the heart with precision. It's almost time to go back. He rubbed the tip of his nose. What's the matter? He keeps sneezing. Which one of his enemies is thinking of him? 14. A female voice suddenly rang out and he sniffed. Savage? I'm not. Being called a savage one after another. Ming Ruoyao's mind directly exploded. She was at least a flower girl, and now she was reduced to this state. Not because the mercenary in front of her didn't do her due diligence. Don't come over here. I'll have to pay for the emotional damage if I touch it. Money, 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 just money. Ming Ruoyao viciously used the shielding device. Are you into money? Of course. My favorite thing in life is money. Livestream broken again. What the hell? Can the show fix it? There's a black screen with a mosaic. And there's a black screen without doing anything. Do I have to watch that Han cannon fodder? Originally, this is an invasion of privacy live. There are watching is considered good. Recently there seems to be a group of people who are reporting collectively. I just want to have fun. Those programs are so boring nowadays. It's not as exciting as this, but it's still illegal, right? It doesn't matter. Are there not enough of these programs? The Bill of Rights needs to be amended. I just want to know when the live broadcast will resume. Now that there's no more cameras rolling, we can talk about it. Ming Ruoya walked towards Guanzhou. What do you mean? He frowned. This woman knows about the live stream too? How do you do your job? Protecting that sickly girl for so long. Ming Ruoya looked at those prey in the cage and became even more red-eyed. They usually ate so well while she starved. Watch your mouth. The mercenary's callous attitude angered her. Who are you defending? She's the thief. I'm your employer. Prove it how? Sekiju's expression became grave. Chapter 149, Sick and Weak Kaskuta, 18. When Sekiju returned to the beach, Ms. Employer was running toward him in her bare feet, dragging a bag of clinking shells. You're back. There was a little brightness in her off-damp and out-of-focus eyes when she said this. Was it because of the anticipation of his return, or was it the cast of light? He only hoped it was the former at the moment. Life is only about each other, and these days are always a trance. Those 4 words were also cozy like an illusion and like poison. With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, Guanzhou's face remained unperturbed. Sekiju bent over her as he always did, holding her steady on his arm with one hand while he carried the heavy trap cage with the other. The walk toward the stationing point was as good as a walk. His eyes darkened as he saw the marks under her collar and whispered a question. Why do you always have to mess with people? Because you're a chaste man. You can only look but not touch. Useless. The answer made him choke. Just kidding. She rubbed back with a grin. and the next thing she said was even more heart-stopping. It's because you don't have little snacks or fresh water, and I had to be on my own if I wanted those. It's still the same thing in a roundabout way. Would you say you're useless? You're not going to tell them that I made the marks, are you? I didn't say that. They misunderstood themselves, didn't they? Right, she reasoned. Sekiji gasped and laughed. It was the first time he had ever taken this kind of blame, obviously not touching a single hair on her head, but at the same time being treated as a thorn in the side of the other people she had provoked. Wouldn't he be sorry for the pot if he didn't do something? In addition to gritting his teeth, Guanzhou was more helpless and couldn't help but rub the tip of his nose against her cheek in a grim tone. You always had a lot of guts. Did she know that the man holding her was a mercenary with the most brutal reputation in the black market? He has always been ruthless with people other than his employers. I, for one, hate being cheated, and being asked to contribute without being paid. Sekiju bent down to set her down on a flat rock, half crouching down to look her straight in the eyes, but saw no hint of heart. So, she cocked her head, her hand restlessly reaching for his abs again. This time he didn't stop it. So there's nothing you want to say to me? Not afraid I'll lose you? Hearing this, Nansun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fingertips traced upward over the knot of his throat, expecting to see the disoriented look of his pupils suddenly narrowing. She gently patted his face, tilting her head slightly, her bloodless face due to weakness full of innocence at the moment. Naive and sure. Are you in a position to discard me? Or can you manage to discard me? The tender, doddering flower that withers when it loses its host gradually reveals her ferocity. Her roots had twisted around him in a silky way, sinking deep into his veins and marrow. Without him, she had others to climb and parasitize. But what about him without her? Sekiju subconsciously didn't want to imagine that possibility. I brought you a present. He was silent for a long time and suddenly changed the subject. Bending down, he pulled a palm-sized, grayish-white hair out of the cage, looking like it had only been born a short time ago, struggling ferociously in his hands, like he was going to die next. Bunny! Nansen joyfully took it, as if it wasn't her who had just made a vicious threat. So cute! What does it eat? It should be good to feed. The little hair that was extremely aggressive in the last second immediately became well-behaved in her hands, not moving even when it was lifted up. Like a breathing doll, the brief skirmish was over before it even began. The tall man was silent as he cooked today's dinner, and Nansun, who was holding and teasing the bunny, suddenly looked up. What you're cooking doesn't taste good. Can you get Song Wenji to do it? He's a much better cook than you. What's the difference between that and telling him to his face that he can't do it and then saying he's going to find a mistress and go home? It was blatantly testing his bottom line, and he couldn't even get mad. The real employer on the other side put in a stern word that he had to go to her side. A mercenary who loses his credit is permanently blackballed from the industry. But she was right before. He couldn't do it without her. Ah, how about this? Get everyone together, will you? Nansun broke his fingers and counted. He Jiao has an after-dinner dessert there. Song Wenshou can cook instead of you. Ming Ruoyo. I see her as a bit pathetic, so I called her over as well. And, what did you just say? Wanzhou caught a certain keyword. You mean Ruoyo? Yeah, I remember. I don't seem to be called Ming Ruoyo. She's Ming Ruoyo. Hey. She just dropped a bomb with a smile and a light touch. Blow up everyone. This show's been bland for too long. It's time for some excitement. Nansun raised his eyes and looked as if he was casually glancing at a place, but he accurately and coincidentally looked at one of the cameras. The chief director in the master control room looked up and locked eyes with the soft girl across the room. Indeed, unexpected. She curled her lips in anticipation of how much this accident would surprise her. No, her name is not Ming Ruoyao. I'm going to die laughing. Holy Mother Sister fans are going to hate her at all places. Brush Ming Ruoya. What? It's your own master who's being scolded. This is great. The most horse asterisk event of the year. I'm sure you have to look at reality to catch a horse. I can't. My stomach hurts. I'm gonna crawl over there and watch the fans break down the defenses. They've started deleting comments and posts. What a great scene. As for Ming Ruoyo, after informing that mercenary of the truth, she thought that her days were finally going to be back on track, and was in a rare mood to relax a bit. With unprecedented pleasure, she went to check the online opinion. A shriek shook the mountains and birds flew about. Chapter 150, The Sickly Cascuta, 19. The group showed up in one place as a group for the first time in a few days after the breakup. The atmosphere was dark. In order to satisfy Nanshuan's idea of a party, Guanzhou has even captured Han Shan, who was in dire straits. He didn't dare to speak. He had already seen what the others were capable of in the past few days, and he was the bottom of the bottom of the bottom. Song Wensa cooked without a word, looking like a virtuous father, while Guanzhou stood with his arms wrapped around him, staring at the girl playing with the rabbit. He wanted to go over and offer his services, but naturally, he was stopped. Kidding aside, as long as all three of them were present at the same time, none of them would be able to approach her first. The gunpowder is so strong that all it takes is a small fuse to ignite it. You man! Ming Ruoyao's voice could be heard from a large distance, like a precursor to the opening of some war. Did you do it on purpose? On purpose to steal my name? On purpose to learn my character? She came over in a rage, only to be stopped in her tracks by three men at the same time. I don't know what you're talking about. The girl holding the rabbit had an innocent look on her face, and coughed a couple of times after a few more words, which was very delicate, but the look clearly showed directly that she had done it on purpose. It was exactly the same as the unpleasant one she used to be. But, Ming Ruoyao looked around at a few people. Song Wenshou, He Zhua, and the mercenaries who knew the truth and should have been united with her. But they stood in front of Yuman. Scrapper like Yuman, the Yuman who stole her persona. It's only been a short time, and they're mesmerized by her. Song Wentian, why are you on her side? Knowing that she had become as black as the original Yumanchu all over the internet, she no longer had anything to be concerned about. I thought you said you hated sickly people with weird tempers. You said it yourself. She broke down and yelled. There was something pathetic about the hysterical look, but no one would feel pity for it. Song Wentian was even more disgusted with his eyes. Do you have to make me make it so clear? It's you I hate. You're whatever type you are. Song Wentian. Fight. Fight. The heroine should have stabbed the hero for being so hypocritical and duplicitous and playing with other people's feelings. Nansun was watching from behind and was close to handing her a knife. However, Ming Ruoyao showed no signs of making a move despite shaking with anger. She stared at Song Wentian dead in the face, her eyes wide open like a resentful spirit. Song Wentian, you fell in love with your enemy's daughter, and your parents who were killed can be angry in hell. Snap. With a crisp slap, Song Wentian's eyes filled with blood, and without mercy, he choked her. Ming Ruoyao, if you want to die, I can fulfill you. The complete opposite of what he looked like at the beginning of the show. He has completely shed his disguise. Song Wenji's true colors are so vindictive, and light wind and clear sky is only his appearance. The family fell in step by step to fight to today's high position. How can he be Mondi Lian and not Demon Gentleman? He is a serpent with fangs and a grim ghost. If the time is not right, he can stay dormant, and he will do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Just like the original episode. He didn't reveal his true colors until the end of the episode when he ate the Ming family and retrieved Ming Ruoyao's heart with his own hands. Unfortunately, the person he owed a debt to had died long ago in the night many years ago. How could Ming Ruoyao not expect Song Wentian to actually make a move against her? How can he? How dare he? There was condescension and contempt in her eyes at first, but it was only as those hands gradually tightened that she began to fear. The sunburned face was rapidly filling with blood and red, and the two of them, it was impossible to tell who really looked more like an evil spirit. Song Wentian, she's going to die. Nansun rushed to speak before the heroine choked, so that the world cornerstone didn't disappear. The only thing that can harm the world's cornerstone is the world's cornerstone, but the heroine can't die yet. Ming Ruoyao fell to the ground. Looking at Song Wenshou no longer had the heartbeat and fondness he once had, but rather a deep fear. He really wanted to kill her. He actually tried to kill her. She covered her neck and coughed, having thoroughly hated him, and, well, the one who hid behind the others and watched the show. 14. Ming Ruoyao's eyes were resentful. You want to be my enemy? He should have remembered the rules of mercenaries. I didn't mean that. Then hurry up and get me Song Wanyua. Useless thing. The same people who move around and talk about uselessness and waste. She and the other one felt worlds apart. Being bossy and condescending is tiresome. Guanzhou had to follow her orders and move towards Song Wentian. Luckily, this real employer didn't look for trouble with the fake employer. Otherwise, he might really think about it and disobey or something. He didn't go all out, distractedly focusing on the state of the other side. Ming Ruoyao and her character at the beginning is like a wild horse out of control. Does anyone else think she looks a little bit like Miss Man just now? It's outrageous. She said something about learning her character. It's so funny. If that's her real character, it's obvious who's the real one and who's the fake, right? That's right. Learning from the best. East Side Knitting. Doesn't she know that this kind of character would be a disaster in any other person? I wonder why she pretended to be a perky little sunshine in the first place. Yeah, what's the point of having a persona when you're on a deserted island? Tells a scary story. She won't know it's on the air. Yeah, no way. No way. No way. I thought you guys said there was no shady stuff? Really? At program. As a matter of fact, Ming Ruoyao was also in a state of six minds right now. She had rushed over immediately after being irritated. But she hadn't expected things to go this far. What has she done? She has accelerated her own rate of becoming a black man all over the internet. What will others think of her? The parents must be even more disappointed when they find out about this. Why? Why can't you beat Yu Manchu no matter what? It was before and it is now. She was like a huge mountain weighing on her head that she had managed to topple, only to have it come back, even bigger and heavier than before. Good grief! Nansen grabbed the obedient rabbit's foot and waved it in front of the flustered Ming Ruoyao. Indescribably noble and cute. In sheer superiority, he exclaimed, "How can you be discouraged? Where have you been?" She doesn't shy away from letting the audience hear what she's saying anymore, and she now has more diehard fans than the heroine ever did in her prime. No matter what she does, they just say it's cute. Even when she does something bad, she is given a good excuse to justify it. What's more, she's getting her justifiable revenge now. What are you gloating about? You're nothing without 14. Ah, people are super scared, yay. So scared of what he'll do to me, haha. Nansen suddenly put away his smile, scanning her round with amusement, his fingertips gently tapping his lips. Let's see. What do you hold most dear? Ming Ruoyao's heart stuttered with the worst premonition ever. Chapter 151, Second Week Kaskuta, 20. You shut up. You shut up. Ming Ruoyao desperately wanted this person in front of her to disappear. She had already ruined everything she originally wanted. What else does she have to do? What gives you the right to show that look? You want to replace me? I'm telling you, it's impossible. She has broken down and completely given up on her popularity and changed back to her original character. You man, an imposter, was able to gain so much love from so many people by stealing her persona? Why shouldn't she? Ming Ruoyao was furious and tried to get on top of him, but was immediately grabbed by the wrist. You think I'm dead? Hajao finally manifested some presence and pushed her to stagger. Looking down at his palm, his eyes were full of disgust. How long has it been since you've bathed? You're not covered in viruses, are you? He Zhao, you're the one who wants to die. Ming Ruoyao remembered her previous revenge of having him take away her weapons and then her supplies, and ordered the mercenaries to deal with him again. The fight over there stopped for the moment. Song Wanyua leaned against the trunk of the tree and panted lowly. That face hung colored but still good-looking. A glance can arouse the pity of women. Ming Ruoyao's eyes were briefly shaken, but then immediately turned back to calm. What she couldn't get, you man wouldn't get either. Useless trash. It takes so long to deal with a Songwenji. Hurry over here and help me. Can't you understand human language? Sekiju walked over in silence, the condensation of being offended visible to the naked eye around his body. He raised his eyes and locked gazes with Nansun, who was sitting on a rock and laughing back. Hey, you look like a dog. Her words were just as demeaning and flirtatious, but they just struck him as endearing. The girl's eyes curved in a smile and she sat loosely, all eyes focused on her. It's like a dog that's being called. She held up the rabbit, shaking her head and mimicking a dog's bark at it. Woof, woof woof woof. It was a provocative move, but so endearing that even Song Wenji couldn't help but laugh at it. Ming Ruoyao took in his reaction in her eyes, and her jealousy burned up again, almost reaching its peak. She yelled, 14. Nansun saw her intentions and turned her head. You're going to make a move on me? What? Scared? She sneered. There were 2 clicks, and the cold muzzle of the gun was pointed right at her, causing her smile to freeze on her face. Where did you get a gun? Rushed to pick it up from the safe by the sea, Nansen said as he stuffed the rabbit to He Zhao. The second round of popularity voting saw her riding high on the popularity scale, so she was the only one with a reward this round. And it's the kind of reward where you get it and you're instantly in control. What? Afraid? She repeated her words, her right hand held steady, but pretending to show petulance. I'm not well enough to hold it steady, so I'm really afraid I'll accidentally hit you in the heart or head or something. She covered her mouth in surprise. Wouldn't you be crippled if you got hit in the leg? Cute ghost. He show looked soft, and the viewers watching the live stream felt the same way. Yes, 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 yes. We work so hard to reward and vote so that the baby can be arrogant. No one can threaten our Miss Man again. What do you want? Ming Ruoyao's voice trembled, but she saw the right moment to rush up at once. Nanchuan quickly let go and let the weapon fall. The left hand caught it smoothly underneath, and the gun was held steady after 2 revolutions in the palm of the hand. With a bang, Ming Ruoyao's small arm exploded with blood. Her movements were fluid, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. The viewers watching the live stream were cool. That's the way to kill. Finally, just now I thought her weapon would be robbed too. One look at this saintly sister really raises the blood pressure, and her hands are not sharp and her weapon has been taken away. Good grief, good grief. Nansen looked at Ming Ruoyao, who was rolling on the ground in pain. Her face was genuinely compassionate, as if that dry shot just now wasn't fired by her. Does it hurt that much? She spoke and walked towards Song Wentian, squinting her eyes to get a better look before raising her weapon. Another thumping gunshot exploded in everyone's ears. Song Wenji stifled a grunt, but other than that just paled a bit. He stared at her intently, with a certain paranoid love that actually managed to pull a smile out of him at being treated like this. You remember? Yes, I remember. Then you should also remember that He Zhao is not your fiancé at all. The smile of Ha Zhou, who was holding the rabbit, disappeared. As useless as he is, at least he's good looking and will give me everything he has. Don't you? Nansun's hand frivolously slid across his face with a clear hint of humiliation, but it caused his breathing to be disturbed. You can even have a reaction like that. Song Wentian, you're so cheap and downstar. Yes. Song Wenji laughed out loud and didn't get angry at being scolded. Manchu, you don't curse dirty enough. Not as dirty as I've heard before. TSK. Nansun ignored him going crazy and turned to Ming Ruoyao. Look, I tested it for you with someone else. It doesn't hurt that much. She looked down at Ming Ruoyao, who was in so much pain that she cried out. Her eyes didn't move, but her weapon was accurately aimed at Han Shan, who was trying to run. Run for what? Nope, didn't run. He wiped his face. The air was so quiet that only the sound of Ming Ruoyao crying out in pain remained. The food is getting cold, so let's just sit down and eat. Nansun took the rabbit back from He Zhao and slowly sat back down. I assume you're all hungry? She was still as soft and helpless as ever. A sight to behold, but there was no doubt that she steadily gained the upper hand. With a weapon in her hand, she was untouchable. Even without weapons, the most powerful men in the room were already all under her skirt. Beyond the deserted island, countless spectators reveled in her radiance. No one remembers how unpopular she was in the beginning. That one, isn't it you Manchu? Survival of the Lone Ranger has become a phenomenal show, highly discussed by the entire population, and the live footage is everywhere. Busy as Ming Mother, Leisure also saw through the car window, located in the center of the busiest on the big screen. Yes, boss. The other one is Ming Ruoyao? She saw the wildling-like girl and narrowly missed recognizing that it was her own daughter. What a disgrace. She immediately withdrew her gaze. What is she up to? Go talk to the program and don't let anyone know that she's the daughter of our Ming family. It seemed like the right decision to hide her information so tightly for so many years. As soon as she is well and has the ability to be a demon, she will immediately disgrace them. If you let them know that the Ming family big miss is this kind of person. TSK. Wait. Mother Ming looked at the public opinion on the internet and suddenly had another idea. This Yu Manchu. She's an orphan girl, right? Yes. Her family was all sent to jail by that Songwen too. The assistant, even if she was usually more perceptive, could not immediately understand what her boss was thinking right now and waited for her to follow. In that case, let the false become true. Does boss mean to just give up the only daughter he raised for so many years? The assistant was afraid that he had misunderstood and tried carefully. Then Miss Ming Ruoya. Her? Useless thing. I don't even think she's our Ming family's child. It's a shame how many times the paternity test still shows biological. Don't worry about her. Inform the program about the Ming family's attitude. That's really mean. The assistant's eyes went to the big screen outside, where the girl with chapped and injured skin in the middle of the broadcast was no longer looking like Missy at all. Does she know that she's about to lose everything? Chapter 152, Cyclica Scuta, 21. The crowd that had just been killing each other turned around and sat down to eat in peace. Han Shan is low-key and incomparable, picking up a barbecued fish that fell on the ground and eating it. While eating it, he was moved to tears in his eyes. It's been too long since I've had food this normal. Song Wenshou, who had already finished treating his wounds without a word, sat down across from Nanchuan to fill his stomach, his appearance calm, as if he was brewing something. The other side, Ming Ruoya was helpless with the medicine and gauze handed by the mercenary, dropping tears while looking at the laid-back man with cynical eyes. It'll get worse if we don't deal with it. Guanzhou stood with his arms folded, coldly reminding. What am I supposed to do with it? What do you do for a living? Can't you help me? For moral damages, you have to add money. Add it. I'll just add it. I'll give you as much as you want when I get out. Cash only. Where do I get the cash for that? Sekiju's eyes were unfocused and he didn't answer her. He was doing it on purpose, not wanting to treat her wounds at all. It was on the verge of breaking the rules, but the mission didn't go into detail about how it was going to help the employer, so it was within reason. Just make sure she doesn't die. Ming Ruoyao also finally started to show weakness when she saw that the situation was not right. I'll really die if this goes on. Please, she can be pampered, too, and it was easy to love and pity her even back when she was sick and weak. It's just that, pouting in her current unsightly appearance, can the effect be the same as when she was a young lady? Hiss you. Sekiju covered his eyes, a blank expression on his face. Why don't you pay me for the emotional damage now? You. having never been so bluntly disliked for her appearance. Ming Ruoya wept in aggravation. Hey, you. Nansun lifted his chin. Me? That's you. Bandage her. Han Shan was 100 times reluctant, but when he saw the weapon in her lap, he rested his fire. All kinds of resentment and hateful jealousy accumulate in the heart, waiting to explode. The live feed flashed pop-ups at this point. I have a question I've wanted to ask for a long time. Why does 14 listen to Ming Ruoya so much? Coincidence? No. His identity information just came out. Wow. What a champion. I'm dazzled by the list of information. Is he that good? I think the message said they knew each other. Friend? Then she's still being so mean. She's turning black. The master planner in the master control room was cursing after sending the identity message. This Ming Ruoya doesn't even bring concealment. She's close to explicitly saying that she went through the back door. Convinced. I wasn't going to release this man's identifying information, but now I have no choice but to initiate the filing. Luckily Yu Manchu's maneuver in the back pulled back the attention of the rest of the audience. Chief Director, there's a call for that one over here. A loud call in the distance silenced the chattering people. That one? It's not coming to raise hell, is it? Good. The general director went over and answered the phone as the crowd watched. Sure. Okay, I got it. She looked to the screen next to her, a faint surprise in her eyes. Asterisk. It was getting dark and there wasn't much talking as everyone gathered to look at the campfire in front of them. Manchu, what do you want to eat? Pick it yourself. Haja was the least affected of all, and was content just not to be hated. He offered up his stock as if he were a treasure. Who would have thought he almost broke Han Shan's hand an hour before? Just because he took one more look at the food. He was still selfish, but selfless only to her, trying to be useful. It's the only advantage he has left. Nope, there's the face. He Zhao attentively handed the candy to her mouth, but she didn't eat it, but opened her mouth thoughtfully. Do you guys think we have a chance of being saved? Ming Ruoyao snorted coldly in her heart. Turns out she didn't even know it was live and was thinking about getting rescued. Which is stupid. If nothing else, the program will last a month long, and she'll take advantage of the rest of the time. Dang 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 dang. Nanchuan cheerfully took out a diary. I found out in it that there used to be people living on this island, so as long as I follow the map, I can find the satellite phone they left behind, and I'll be able to be rescued. Surprised? She purposely looked at Ming Ruoyo. Is it unexpected? The crew of the program panicked. Is this? Take it easy for now. The general director composed himself and continued to watch the live feed. I can't believe there's such a thing. You're awesome. Unlike me who's so useless. He Zhao was the first one to hold it. Dead green tea. Sekiju cursed. It's better than you. All limbs and a simple mind. Is your brain all used to grow muscles? Like a dog being called around by that savage. No wonder we Mamoru don't like you. He was silent. Who are you calling a savage? Ming Ruoyao didn't take a breath, and her barely bandaged wound was gashed and bled again. That journal, is it credible? Only Song Wenji was seriously considering the feasibility, and he had always been the most serious and meticulous person in the bunch. Are you sure we can leave? It sounded like a question, but Nansun heard something else in it. He noticed the truth about the live stream? You have to try first anyway, don't you? She smiled openly and glanced at a camera somewhere. I have to leave for a bit. Be safe, Manchu. Do you want me to stay with you? He shines and stands up. Roll. Good. He shines and sits down. Dead licking dog. Wanzhou cursed, and in the next second, he rushed at Nansun's departing back. Or else let me stay with you? You roll too. That's fine. Call me if you need anything. Ming Ruoya rolled her eyes speechlessly while in pain. Some miniature camera that no one cared about flew out after Nansun, until she stopped in her tracks. I heard you wanted to talk to me directly. Is that diary real or fake? The female voice from the general director comes out of the camera. Of course it's true, but then, it's just a thought for them. What do you mean? Honorable General Director, don't you think it's too bland now? So what's your insight? In my opinion, the show's crew is so powerful that they can even control the weather, right? Her smile widened. Amused and dangerous. Chapter 153, The Sick and Weak Kaskuta, 22. Nansun ended the conversation and turned around, but was immediately encircled by scorching body heat and pressed strongly yet gently against the tree trunk. The faint smell of blood lingered on the tip of his nose, and when he looked up, it was the familiar face. Song Wentian. Manchu, you wouldn't have called me that before. If he was really a cold and venomous snake in the skin of an immortal, then at this moment the icy snake's tail must have been wrapped around her waist in a deadly manner. Mr. Song, Mr. Song, where do you look like a gentle nobleman now? I wasn't. Song Wenju kissed her earlobe lightly. She tilted her head to avoid it, and he closed in with downcast eyes. You know better than anyone what kind of man I am. She's seen him go from being the pride of heaven to being the wild dog that everyone calls out. Seen him at the height of his ambition in life, and seen him fall through the mud. Manchu, the feud between the two of us will never be sorted out. His breath sprayed behind her ear, and neither could see the other's expression. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Fine kisses accompanied by unsteady breathing, and Song Wendian was bold enough to do such a thing at a distance that wasn't too far from the others. What exactly do you want? I can help you with all of it. Faced with his question, Nansen avoided talking about it. When did you know? The live streaming thing. It started when I saw he shot coincidentally pick up a radio earlier. He continued to kiss her. You don't care about your disguise anymore? They value the wind rating above all else. And your lifeblood is still held in the hands of the Ming family. It doesn't matter anymore. Song Wenshou's breathing was heavy, and among those black eyes that always pretended to be devoid of ambition, there was now only intense obstinacy. Aren't you able to give up everything to climb up there? Song Wenju. She didn't hesitate to give him a slap, the hatred in her eyes as if it were substance. And what are you doing now? Wagging your tail under my skirts like a chung dog. Really should have shown the past what you are now. What would happen if I saw it? I'm afraid he'd steal you from me. He seemed to have completely shed his disguise, smiled, and despite her struggles kissed her again like a blistering storm. Manchu, I had a dream. I dreamt that you didn't lose your memories, that you died after leaving this island, and that I climbed up the mountain step by step and took Ming Ruoyao's heart back. I'm not interested. She raised her hand again to slap him, but was held by the wrist. Well, that's okay. Song Wenji's movements became more unrestrained until the cold metal rested against his chest, just where his heart was. The sound of a loaded gun rang out. Have you made enough noise? Song Wen too. He was pushed away from her, but not out of fear of her shooting, but because she was angry. Taking 2 steps back, he gazed at her messy hair, her slightly swollen lips, and those beautiful eyes, full of anger. You're like this. Beautiful. There was silence for a few seconds. His eyes quizzical. Why didn't you shoot? Afraid you'll get high. A light laugh spilled from his throat. Song Wendian did not deny it. It's still you who understand me. Nansen didn't bother to say anything else to him and walked back the way he came. Then, suddenly stopped somewhere. She looked down at the leaves stacked on the ground and didn't take another step. Very clever trap. You're a professional. The air was silent until she kicked a large rock over it, dropped the net and vacate. Empty nets floated up and hung swaying in the trees. The black shadow scurried out extremely quickly, but she actually didn't move. Before Han Shan could touch Nansun, Song Wenji grabbed his arm first and flung him hard to the ground. What do you want to do with her? Probably kill me. Take my weapon, and frame random people for it. Nansen leisurely watched the two of them fight, and Han Shan, who had always been low-key and honest, was actually barely able to get past a few moves under Song Wendian, who had injured his arm. You want to kill her? Song Wendian struck harder and harder each time until he was completely beaten to the point where he was powerless to fight back. I just want to kill her. So what? Han Shan didn't know what had spurred him on, and no longer pretended to be any kind of ordinary hitman. She's perfect for my next prey. Those eyes should be gouged out. Too bad there's no suitable tool here to preserve dash. Put. His eyes widened, not expecting his opponent to strike so crisply. Looking down, he saw the silver glittering blade on his chest, and then looking up, Song Wentian's cold face was reflected in his field of vision. If you can't talk, you can shut up forever. The knife was pulled out and blood was instantly pumped from the artery. Even though Song Wenshou dodged in time, he was still splattered on his cheeks, lining that handsome jade-like face even more cut up. The others who had heard the commotion and rushed over stopped in their tracks. Ming Ruoya was the most shocked, covering her mouth and losing her voice as she screamed. You killed him. This is live. How many people will see him kill? Deep regret seared through her heart, not because of Han Shan's death, but because she hadn't told him about the live broadcast. Feelings didn't wear off that easily, and at the moment her worry for him prevailed. Does he realize that he killed in front of all the spectators? Song Wenji stood up, his face unruffled. Of course he knew what he was doing, but Han Shan deserved to die. What's that look at me for? Someone trying to avenge him? Looking around the room, he wiped his face carelessly and finally looked at Nansun. Like I said, those don't matter anymore. The wind or the reputation or the future. So he can kill for her without hesitation. The blood gradually spread to the feet of several people. Gusts of sea air blew, and the cruel smell of rust festered among them. New identity updated. Han Shan, wanted fugitive in a mass murder case 10 years ago. 7 women died at his hands. All suffered brutal torture and shame before their deaths, and absconded to this day through a series of means such as plastic surgery. I'm getting goosebumps. Where did the show find them? No. The program. You have the power to know all this information and yet you don't bring him to justice first but put him on a deserted island. You're really a program that disregards human rights. What the hell do you want? Our Miss Mangan almost got victimized by him. Boycott! The audience began to be outraged, and public opinion intensified, with various boycotts and protests calling for changes to the Bill of Rights gradually taking over everyone's view. In the general control room, several directors and various corps members were a bit anxious, with various glances thrown at the stolid general director. What's your hurry? She knocked on the table. In all these years, all these shows, all these people dying in accidents, no show has ever been stopped. Yeah, the curator stretched. How many core interests are involved in the middle of this exciting program? And as long as those people are holding the Bill of Rights, it's unlikely to be amended. But nothing as intense as this. We just need to do a good show. The general director hammered it home. Everyone got the go-ahead and dispersed in all directions, while some hid in corners and whispered. The director-in-chief is such an extreme capitalist advocate. We're just in it for the money, and she acts like she's genuinely standing up for them. That's just it. She's so cold-blooded too. Those people's deaths seem like they're not worth mentioning in her mouth. Hey, you know what? What? Wasn't the chief director's daughter selected to participate in desert survival years ago? And there was an accident that time as well, with no survivors among the vegetarians involved. Geez, so she's still an accomplice. I really don't understand. Keep your voice down. Don't you know there's surveillance all over the place? They looked scornfully toward the general director, who had come step by step to his present position. She was looking at the screen at the moment, then quirked her lips in amusement. Both the death of her guest and the festering public opinion were fun for her. Does she really have any humanity left? That statement terminated the conversation. Chapter 154, Sick and Weak Cascuda, 23. Han Shan's death is like an episode that can be casually skipped over. And now only 5 people are left to embark on their way back. The atmosphere was tight and dull. And Ming Ruoyo, who was walking at the end, was shivering, afraid that she would follow in his footsteps. Her jealousy was no longer pure, but mixed with a deep fear. I told you not to get so close to me, Guanzhou emphasized in a cold voice. Ming Ruoyo was anxious and angry. Whose side are you actually on? What if I want you to kill her? She was met with a silence. Mercenaries like them had always been cold-blooded, with nothing but money and profit in their eyes, and the only response that would come from them would be that of their teammates and family members, even if they were. TA is important to me, so it's extra if you want to kill it. A bad seed among bad seeds can have feelings? You're not kidding. Ming Ruoyo ridiculously snorted. I have heard that you even killed your own big brother for the sake of money in the first place. How come? You can't get down with her after knowing her for a few days? Guanzhou's eyes went cold, and he turned around to murderously pinch half of her face. Stop provoking me again and again. He was oppressive and spoke in her ear like a demon's whisper. Believe it or not, I'll let you leave with your arms and legs missing. Employment is not slavery. And she probably only heard some of the explicit rules before she dared to be so arrogant. Mercenaries like them were the most dangerous, and it wasn't unheard of for them to intentionally card such vague mission requirements and thus threaten their employers to increase their money. If she really pushed him, he would teach her a lesson she would never forget. Guanzhou's rare ruthlessness caused Ming Ruoyo to soften her body in fear. She nodded with tears in her eyes. Don't get any ideas about moving her again. He dropped the words and went after the girl at the front of the line at a quick pace. Ming Ruoyo, who was only left with the aftermath of fear, couldn't stop her body from trembling as she stared deathly at the back of the person who could be called the star of the show. Ha Zhao loves her. Song Wenji kills for her. Mercenaries turn on her. And the audience loves her. Why? Painfully closing her eyes, she thought back to all the cursing she'd seen and the tawdry maneuvers of the show's crew. Is it because of Missy's status? It must be. When we get out, Yuman's lies will fall apart. There's still a turnaround. There's still a turnaround. Ming Ruoyo, who had already lost everything, could only comfort herself in this way. Whatever the truth was, she had to believe it or she would drown in endless jealousy. She can't die. The only way to turn it around is to live. According to the normal flow of the program, there will be many more segments later. She still has a chance. Heaven forbid. Ming Ruoyo managed to organize her mood when she heard a stuttering broadcast coming from the radio He Zhao was tuning. Residents of the district, be aware of the mega tsunami that will make landfall at. Please be prompt. Repeat. Note. How? She ran over to listen closer and heard the same message anyway. A mega tsunami is coming. She'd read all the show's flow and scheduling and voting, and even scan through the record. And there was no such thing as a tsunami arrangement. What does that mean? Is she going to die? Having seen countless people die accidentally because of these types of programs before, she never thought it would be her turn. As if in response to this broadcast, a loud rattling sound came from the distant sea. Ming Ruoyo cried out, "Tsunami!" Not only was He Zhao's expression flustered, but everyone else except Nansun also revealed a stony expression. Head for the highest ground. Now! Now. Song Wenju took her hand, but was blocked by Guanzhou. You're still trying to protect her with that? Without saying a word he picked the person up securely, along with the supplies, and her rabbit. Sung Wonyo gathered up the most necessary supplies and prepared to follow suit. The location of the satellite phone is also over there. Find it and call for help from the outside world. He looked at Ming Ruoyo who was wiping her tears. Now you know you're scared? With a group of people stranded on an isolated island, and in connection with her previous unusual behavior, it was impossible for him not to guess who was behind it. Whatever she was trying to get out of it, all she got now was backlash. Even though it was dark, the moon and stars could be seen fading away in the sky, obscured by thick clouds. The storm is coming. Other than the two people, Nan Sun and the chief director, no one knew what they had said and what kind of scheming they had done. The viewers in the booth could see the weather and the terror brewing in the sea more intuitively than they could on the isolated island. What's going on? Is this a natural or man-made disaster? I thought it was supposed to last a month, but it's not even halfway through. They'll be fine, right? At the program can you come out and explain? That's a bit much, isn't it? That's not how you play survival on an island. Do you realize that a tsunami of this magnitude would swallow this island whole? At program, more and more people began to question it, and the rest of the show, including the control crew, noticed something was wrong. What's going on? This isn't the same intensity we presupposed. It's obviously just a small tsunami that will only flood half of the location. Control, what are you guys up to? Can it be undone? It can't. The simulation of natural disasters is difficult enough. Undoing it will only be 1,000 times more difficult than generating it. The control group was also baffled. This couldn't be possible. No one else had permission to move the intensity except them. All of the people in the mess looked in unison at the woman who had stood in front of the screen with her arms crossed since the beginning. General Director. Ah, yes, it's me. Her smile was as usual, and she pointed to the screen. Look guys, everyone started rewarding and praying not to let them die. The heat is soaring. Isn't this the result the people up there wanted? The noisy general control room was so silent that even a dropped pin could be heard. Chapter 155, The Sickly Cascuta, 24. Attention Special Intelligence. Attention Special Intelligence. Various phone announcements mixed with commanding voices and chaotic beep-beep broadcasts, and almost everyone was caught up in the hustle and bustle. The faces of the staff coming and going were as anxious as ever. Core, non-core. The panic gradually infected some people who didn't know what was happening. Despite strict confidentiality requirements, word got out. The protests grew heated as call after call came in from viewers demanding that they must explain and be held accountable. Where's the emergency plan? Let's get our emergency plans out in a hurry. There was no emergency plan for this situation. The tsunami was too big. The program must be terminated if the safety of the guests is to be assured. This type of program has been running for so long that there has never been a precedent for termination. It's exciting. Near-death moments like these that mobilize more viewers than terminations that ruffle all kinds of feathers. Maximize the benefits even if you get yelled at. The staff at all positions were busy with public opinion and trying to reduce the size of the tsunami. And everyone was busy as hell. Amidst the comings and goings, the short-haired female still stood calmly with her pockets in place, watching the live feed from the cameras from all angles. Out of place with all of them. Chief Director. This has been reported to the top, though they didn't hold out much hope either. It's not like this hasn't happened before, and the top will just say, business as usual. But this time was different from all the usual. Ming Ruoyo, He Zhua, and Song Wenji were not ordinary people. Even if the mercenaries were lone wolves, the black market side would find all sorts of reasons to peel off a layer of their skin. Not to mention the most popular one ever. Yu Manchu, Chief Director. Telephone. She answered the phone and listened quietly to the long speech on the other end. So, his tone and expression were still careless, but his pocketed left hand slowly tightened and his veins rippled. When he hung up, all eyes looked over expectantly. Turn on the rescue. The equipment from above has already been approved, and the Ming family side will come in person, as will Song Wenji's subordinates. So quick, so ironic. Geez, wouldn't that program follow-up be terminated? Sure enough, a civilian's life is no life. It's so ironic that because someone is extraordinary, they can break a precedent that has never changed. So what are the people who died before because of the major programs? Don't say it. Someone noticed the unusual mood of the general director. The short-haired female raised her eyes, as if looking through a screen at the girl holding the rabbit. The other side knows more about where the future is going than she does. She really is right. The general director muttered. The line of people on the screen were all fleeing at full speed towards the highest ground on the island. Under the life and death crisis, Ming Ruoya no longer had time to cry, but after seeing those cameras she put her heart down again. They're not like the ordinary people with no power. and there's no way the show is going to sit back and watch them die. Help must be coming soon. Even after briefly letting her heart drop and running out of breath, she still couldn't hold back her jealousy at the sight of the person well protected in the mercenary's arms. She should have been the one who was supposed to be well protected. Man had taken almost everything from her. When she went out, she would still be the eldest miss of the Ming family, so what if she got those illusory fame? In this world, power talks. She was lost in her thoughts, so she didn't pay attention to the road. Ming Ruoya let out a brief gasp of surprise as she was scraped by a tree branch. It's hard to walk at night, and even with a small flashlight it's hard to see the road ahead. What's wrong? Is it hurt? The simultaneous ringing of concern took her back in a trance to the time when she had first begun her exile on the island. It's you! Quickly responding, Song Wenji withdrew his eyes again. He Zhao was even more unabashedly malicious. What's there to shout about when you suffer a small injury? Savage! You want to die. Ha Zhao, you die before me. The great discrepancy made Ming Ruoya want to go up and scratch his good-looking face. When she gets out, the first thing she must do when she gets out is have someone block Ha Zhao. Is my rabbit feeling scared too? Poor thing. Nan Sun, who was comfortably held, softly consoled the well-behaved, motionless rabbit. 009, host. It seems to be afraid of you. Xiaojiu, there are times when you can be less gung-ho. 009, it's okay host. This rabbit is timid, and it's understandable that it can't face your vast aura directly. A natural quip down the line, almost forgetting what he was on the line to say. System added, plot spoiler, 80%. The host always has this ability to make all tasks easy. Even if a different person came in and did the same operation with the same words, the effect would be much less. It's so fast. Nansen glanced at the mercenary who was hugging him, and there was no dead space in this face of his when he looked at it from the bottom up. She was running for her life when she suddenly came to say, I think you have more than enough to live off your face too. Why? Not much. Instead of pursuing the matter, Guanzhou hugged her upwards and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. The tsunami that was coming at some point was like a death wish, and he was no longer sure he could protect her. He was an outlaw himself and did every mission prepared to die. But she's not like him. Should have just let you touch it in the first place. Seeing this scene, He Zhao shouted from the back. Hey! The tsunami is coming. And you still have the heart to take advantage of Manchu. You dead rascal. Vase, catch up and talk. He put away the unnecessary negativity. Do your best. The group quickly arrived at the top of the highest terrain of this deserted island. He Zhao was panting, and Ming Ruoya was even directly paralyzed on the ground. Song Wentian, who had gone along to find a satellite phone, looked down and debugged it, trying to send out a rescue signal. He wasn't actually worried that there would be no one to rescue him. He was only worried that the rescue from his subordinate's side wouldn't be timely. In the face of natural disasters, human beings are just ants. Song Wenji glanced to the side. With her life involved, there was no way he could ignore it. Be quicker. Be quicker. Even if everyone dies, she must live. Chapter 156, The Sickly Cascuta, 25. Manchu, take this. Ha Zhou walked over just as he calmed his breathing, shoving the only air ring he had just blown into Nanshuan's hand. If it's really too late, you must catch this. Now he's the only one in the dark and doesn't even know the live stream exists. As far as he was concerned, they were stranded on an island in the middle of the ocean with no signal and hard to find. His fear of death was the greatest of them all, yet he handed over this only potentially life-saving chance of survival. No hesitation. What about you? It's okay with me. Ha Zhao gave a smile that was worse than a cry. Don't you be burdened. I treated you badly before. Consider it my atonement. His devotion brought a touch of pathos to an already anxious atmosphere. Am I useful now? Aha. That's good. Mom, I won't say he's selfish anymore. At least he's sincere about our baby. When I found out he had this, I thought he'd keep it to himself, like he used to. I'd become a fan of the family. We still need an explanation from the program. What the hell is going on here? At the program, is it true what's being circulated by the program crew? Don't play dead. If anything happens to Miss Man, we'll fight you to the end. Chochu's fans are no slouches either. Why did the agent hide such a dangerous announcement from him? Get out of here. With all the swipes, the official crisis survival has finally come out and responded. The tsunami is a force majeure. The program team has organized manpower to rescue as soon as possible. Please do not worry. Ignoring the evasive statements, at least saying there will be a rescue has given everyone a peace of mind. But is it too late? The moon, almost obscured by clouds, gave off only occasional glimmers of light, and a few people could not see around them as they stood on the top of the hill. But viewers can see from the camera that the deserted island is much larger than it was at the beginning. It's a sea retreat. They see it clearly, while the people on the island know nothing about it. You're good. He Zhao saw Song Wendian fiddling with the satellite phone for a long time without success, and hated to get his hands on it. It's okay. People die. Nansen squatted on the ground and picked a few blades of grass to feed the rabbit. She was much more calm than the others who were more or less anxious. I'm not going to die. Ming Ruoyao stared tightly at the sky and pressed her heart. Thumping from nervousness, this heart is healthy and strong. It was so hard for her to become normal. How could she die? Help will surely arrive. The audience watching the screen was more anxious than they were, with various gifts and rewards taking up the entire screen. All prayers. Don't let the baby die. Don't. Is the program's rescue coming or not? Do you have a vote? I'll vote for MS. Mitsuru. I'll be the first to save her. I'm speechless. A good program is run like this. Tiger's head. Snake's tail. What good program? This program should never have existed in the first place. The audience started arguing again. Coming. Song Wendian put down the satellite phone and gazed distantly at the sky. What's coming? Not yet. How did the rescue know their coordinates? Isn't this a deserted island with no signal at all? Hajo was confused, and felt a bit pathetic that he was the only one who didn't know anything. Large swathes of light hit the sea, and the roar of the airplanes came from far and near in a very large formation. Ming Ruoya was so surprised that she was about to jump up. She saw it. The biggest one had their family logo on it. The family really wouldn't give up on her. However, the sea was also raging at that moment, and the seemingly calm sea began to surge, and it took less than 5 minutes from the time it began to brew to the time it climbed up the coast of the lonely island. The black sea line pushed inward. Life and death begins. Everyone's hearts that had just been lowered were once again lifted high. The largest of the planes circled high above, and the hilltop wasn't big enough for a small rescue plane to get close. Missy, please come up first. The sound came out of large speakers, but was accompanied by some noisy bickering, and was finally capped. It's only right that the eldest lady of our Ming family goes first, so please hurry. The soft ladder was dropped. That Mr. 14, please bring our Missy up. Ming Ruoya was ecstatic. Guanzhou frowned, and Nansen stroked the rabbit, the smile at the corner of his mouth meaning nothing. Fake is still fake after all. Yes? Stop pretending and wait for me to go out and do something to you. Ming Ruoya swept away her previous disheveled aura and looked towards Guanzhou, who did not move his feet. Why don't you follow and take me up? But he still didn't move, completely caught in a dilemma. What do you mean? Don't you forget Dash, I'm your employer. I know. Sekiju interrupted her. I'm too weak to climb alone. Are you trying to get me killed? Ming Ruoya was just too happy to see this mercenary abandon Yu Manchu first. She thinks she's so charming that everyone falls for her? It's clear which is the lesser of the mercenaries' rules in Yuman. The most money-loving, cold-blooded mercenary will not only be removed from the program, but also humanitarian removed from the program once he breaks the rules. At Ming Ruoyao's certainty, the tall mercenary shook his head and took a step back. I'll only be around her until she's safe. You're crazy. Just for her? Again. Yu Manchu was once again firmly chosen, and Ming Ruoya was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. Please hurry, the island is about to be flooded. The sound of the loudspeaker changed, and it should be Song Wenju's subordinates, anxiously urging them on. Fine, then you'll die with her. The live broadcast hadn't stopped in this situation, and the viewers just watched as Ming Ruoya arrogantly and smugly glanced at Nansen before approaching the soft ladder. Missy? I didn't think it would come out this way. What do you mean? Why is Ming Ruoya so arrogant? She's a big lady? It won't. Will it? I don't believe it. A screen full of question marks. Chapter 157, Cyclica Scuta, 26. The lady, please stop. A serious voice came from the loudspeaker, and Ming Ruoya pointed at herself, her face full of incredulity. You say me? Told me to stay away? She felt like things were starting to get out of hand. Oni-chan, please stop playing with the rabbit. The situation is dangerous. The words were clearly not meant for her. What are you talking about? Ming Ruoya felt ridiculous. I'm the one who. There is only one first lady of our Ming family, and it is not you. So please stop. From heaven to hell, but that's it. She still couldn't believe it and screamed. Did you conspire with her? I want to speak to my mother and father. Who are you calling Missy? This lady, please don't be unreasonable. The tsunami is about to spread to this mountain. Ming Ruoya, now is not the time for you to go crazy. Song Wenji and He Xiao both moved closer, trying to stop her. However, Ming Ruoya pulled out a gun from somewhere and coldly pointed it at everyone. No one gets on until we're clear. When did you steal my gun? That's so devious. Nansen covered his mouth. You are so. Sekiju's tone was downright hateful, wondering what kind of bad water she was brewing up again, actually disregarding even her life. In short, no one moves under the threat of hot weapons. It was very difficult to cross the loudspeaker, and the phone was picked up there. The cold voice came out of the microphone and was amplified by the speakers again. What's the fuss? Mother, father, quickly tell them that I'm the Ming family's first miss. Ming Ruoya was like seeing a savior. How dare these people not recognize me? The more she talked, the less she felt in her heart, until her mother began to speak. Stop talking nonsense. Are you even halfway related to our Ming family? Another male voice also rang out, which already didn't have much compassion, but now it sounded even more cold and unfeeling. Don't be crazy. Can you afford to delay our daughter's rescue? Ming Ruoya even heard from her father's tone a caring affection she had never received before. The pride that had been painstakingly maintained by self-assurance finally collapsed like a building with a damaged foundation. What, your daughters? Your daughter is clearly me. Ming Ruoya collapsed and screamed. The fact that other people's parents have personally recognized that Miss Mangan is the real Miss Mangan. Well, I was skeptical for a second. The dust has settled. It's a paranoia. So she's been lying since she got on the island? Why is this woman so vicious? Ming Ruoya, who had been guiding public opinion to make people misunderstand you, man, finally tasted the taste of being unable to defend herself. You don't know pain until the knife is in you. Just as no one sympathized with Yu Manchu in the beginning, no one will sympathize with her now. Can we get out of the way now? They wanted her to get out of the way in a hurry. Danger was looming, and everyone wanted Nan's son to be saved first. Ming Ruoya saw this and sneered twice, raising her gun at them. Sure, I'm not a bad guy. You guys can go up if you want, she said as she moved out of the way. I'll go second to last. She'll go last. You. It's okay, that's all. How can you be alone? I can certainly do it alone. Her tone was undeniable. Don't waste time. Get up there. No one dares to lose any more time in this situation. Every second is so precious. Even though he was being held at gunpoint, Nansen didn't panic and looked up to watch everyone go up one by one. Ah yes, and my rabbit. He's going to be third from the bottom. In this situation, she still had the heart to joke. All the men had come to the safety of the rescue plane, and now only the two of them stood alone on the top of the mountain. Come on up here. The people above them were greeting, and Guanzhou had gotten his weapon, ready to strike immediately if he saw Ming Ruoya make any overtures. The seawater came quickly, and Ming Ruoya coldly glanced at the soft Nansun and took the lead in climbing up the soft ladder. Taking the secured rope flung down from above, she tossed it to her as well. You're so nice. Nansun complimented her softly. Don't talk to me if you don't want to die. The soft ladder was quickly pulled up. The plane rose, and the ground they had just stepped on under their feet was flooded by the raging sea half a minute later. Simply so thrilling. Both were pulled up and both stood properly by the door. Saved? Not yet. Ah, a big gust of wind blew, and with what looked like slippery feet, the light girl just slid down on her back. Ming Ruoya, who was closest to her, subconsciously reached out and pulled her down, gravity and inertia causing her to plop onto the floor. Reacting, the others rushed to hold her down, which saved both of them from falling. Half of her body was in midair and the situation was once again in jeopardy. It had all happened so fast. Don't let go. Help me. Ming Ruoya looked at the person who was begging for help from her with tears in her eyes, but at the moment, her mind was all about the recent scene. She remembered when the man had provoked her. What would be your most prized possession? Yu Manchu. Did she do it on purpose? On purpose. To take away all of her. Even her father and mother said that she was the first lady of the Ming family. So what is she? Thinking about this, Ming Ruoya's heart grew colder and colder, and her killing intent grew heavier and heavier. She had already spared Yu Manchu once before, and this time, she deserved it. The tight grip gradually loosened a bit, and the sight of the man below showing a horrified expression created a hidden pleasure in her heart. If she dies, do you really want to do this? Ming Ruoya met her eyes that had become calm at some point. Gradually it calmed down, but the thoughts became stronger. Discarding all distractions, her eyes grew steadfast. So, after the others slowly pulled her back, she didn't hesitate to let go. Everyone's eyes widened. Manchu. The plane was not very high above sea level, and the single figure descended with a small splash. Ming Ruoya sat frozen on the ground and watched as she was submerged by the sea. Mr. Song. Wait. Hajiao. Various voices of discouragement rang in her ears. The three men who took the rescue equipment jumped into the sea one by one without hesitation. In a flash, she was the only one left. Ming Ruoya covered her face. Her emotions were complicated and incomparable. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook, but tears flowed down her cheeks drop by drop. You think that's going to make us recognize you? The video call from her mother was handed to her by her subordinate. You'd better pray she's rescued, or you'll be waiting to be charged and sent to jail. Even if she dies, she'll still be the only Missy. And you, really, can't do anything well. Ming mother's face was deeply grateful. Luckily she didn't let her climb into a relationship with the Ming family. Mothers. Ming Ruoya's heart was like ashes, and she stared straight at the call hanging up. Chapter 158, The Sickly Cascuta, 27. Hair floating in the sea. slowly falling down the slender girl with eyes closed, face calm, arms sinking, like a mermaid in the sea. Wow! A figure stabbed through the sea and fought to swim toward her. First his fingertips touched, then he moved even closer. He grabbed her. At 17, she jumped into the river without hesitation and grabbed the hand of him who was begging to die. At 26, he jumped into the raging sea and caught her before anyone else. The memories of the old days became more and more raging, and Song Wentian thought of many things he thought he had forgotten. She's the daughter of the murderer who killed his parents, but they're all that's left of each other. 2. Screwed up. He refused all approach from the little green plum, which was both repellent and protective. Whatever happens to him, she just has to watch, and he, even if it's tough, will pay her tuition and give her a place to stay. They are entangled in a feud, but no matter what, from the moment she exchanged her heart to Ming Ruoyao, he already owed her far more than she owed him. A film of water that blocked out everything surged around his ears, and it was as if they were the only two left in the world as Song Wenji pulled the person into his arms. The oxygen mask was quickly placed over her face. Hold on. He spoke wordlessly, his tears blending with the ocean water so that only his reddened eyes could tell he was crying. Don't die. And, I'm sorry. Asterisk. 2 whole days passed. The whereabouts of 4 highly popular guests from the show Jedi are still unknown after they crashed into the sea. This time, the public outrage has been stirred up more than in any previous year when the program caused an accident. The sailors went down, unable to control the review. The blockade was spoken and the anger intensified. It could not be quelled in any way, and more influential people came forward to denounce the illegitimacy of such programs. Who can guarantee that everyone volunteers rather than is volunteered when, at first, death row inmates are selected and, later, ordinary people who have been driven to desperation are chosen? Today it's them, tomorrow it's us. Even powerful people, celebrities, and entrepreneurs are singled out and killed. Do you think we can avoid it? Boycott such programs. Amendments to the Bill of Rights. The bottom is angry, the middle is leading, and the top is in the dark. More and more people are speaking out, and a major purge within the upper echelons is about to begin. The day after the guest disappeared, other programs of the same type that were in progress were called off. The $10 million kill, where people kill each other for big prizes. A week of being watched without privacy in a secret room gets you the mansion. 24-hour snooping, etc., etc. The outside world made even more noise because they were nowhere to be found. Sirens were blaring, and all sorts of protest demonstrators with major media were gathered outside of the program that was called off, including the lone survivor crew. Core staff members have been taken away for investigation. The office door was opened. Please come with us. The chief director glanced at the chaotic scene outside, handcuffed, disheveled and followed away, screaming that he had someone on his head. Life is 100 times better. Wait until I'm done with this call, okay? Her face was calm. Be my guest. She turned around and continued the call. There's a major purge starting up there, and changes to the Bill of Rights are being phased in, and I have you to thank for that. You're welcome. I admire your daughter's courage. When he first volunteered for the program, he gained the support of most of the audience on his own, and pushed for the awakening of many people's consciousness. Otherwise it would still be a universal orgy of entertainment to the death. Unfortunately, the unexpected always comes before the expected end. Back in the day with that sandstorm, if any of the guests had been of any status, they wouldn't have ended up having everyone engulfed. Especially, as a mother and as a director of the same, but she can only watch her daughter lose her life on screen. Thank you. It's me who should thank you, Director Shin Yi. Goodbye. It's a name that no one has called in too long. See you soon. Shin Yi hung up the phone and immediately held out her hands for them to handcuff herself and was led out the door. I have all sorts of evidence in my possession, and I will hand it over. So please do keep me safe. Sure. Thanks for playing along. You're welcome. She looked at the cloudless sky and gave a relieved smile. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Reporters swarmed the area, flashing their flashbulbs, and were all stopped at a safe distance. Under the same sky, Nan Soon, who had just returned to the Ming family from the hospital not long ago, looked at the gauze curtains blown by the wind, and the sunlight pouring through the window dispelled the shadows and darkness that had originally been in the room. She approached and tried to pull the curtains back a bit, but the dusty Sekiju suddenly appeared at the windowsill against the light. How do you? I'm glad to see you well and alive. Wrists were pulled and then fell into a warm embrace. The overlapping figures of the two cast an ambiguous light on the ground. How did you get in here? I have my ways. Sekiju went down to the window ledge and pressed his desired employer against the wall. After that day, although nothing happened to Ming Ruoyao, he still violated the rules by apparently choosing someone else and disregarding his true employer. There's a warrant out for his return. I may, perhaps, have to use some means to stay out of the limelight for a while. Guanzhou shoved a card to Nansun. This is all my belongings. Do what you want with it. I can't use it anymore. The greedy man chooses to give up, and in the end all that he chases becomes a waste. But he has no regrets. All for me? All for you. What about you? I don't need to. Sekiju looked down at where her hand was placed, understanding her for a second. He lifted the hem of his own tank top and placed her hand on his abs, easing closer. I'll give it to you too? Ambient sparks with lightning. From the edge of the windowsill all the way to the edge of the bed. Guanzhou knew that her health was not good, so he was careful the whole time, even hugging her for fear of laying a heavy hand and accidentally breaking her. Knock knock. The knock on the door came at the same time, destroying the atmosphere. Manchu, may I come in? The person outside the door had a tone of profound urgency and supplication. Hearing that it was Song Wenyi's voice, Guanzhou's eyes darkened and he kissed her chin lightly. His tone soft. No answer? Full. The doorknob was twisted. Wait, you busy? Anyway, no, opening the door to come in, she replied hurriedly. I don't want to see you. Full. I don't want to see you. I hate you. Sekiju knew full well the state she was in and deliberately whispered in her ear. Employer, if you want to kill him, I can do it for you. No money. The girl in his arms couldn't get a word out, biting the edge of the zipper of his jacket and whacking him hard. Outside the door, Song Wenyi didn't know if he had left yet, but there was no sound for the time being. You did it on purpose. Sorry. He moved a little softer, lowering his head to kiss the top of her hair. Employer, wait for me to return. No, wait. Guanzhou naturally felt that she was speaking in anger again, resting his chin on her shoulder and dotingly saying, really not waiting? No, wait. She pushed him, but was held tight. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. He trailed off with a sigh. Asterisk. Song Wenyi listened to the faint sounds from inside, and the hand on the doorknob was still slowly withdrawn. He wasn't in a position to ask anything of her. It's all he deserves. But, originally wanted to see her one last time. He turned and went down the stairs, one step at a time, toward his own end. Abandon resistance. Stop running away. The youth with a calm expression was pressed to the floor without any struggle, his eyelashes blinking lightly, as if he were a lifeless, living dead man. There's no way to see what he looked like a few hours ago when he resisted arrest and ran away. He had managed to kill his enemy handily and climbed to his current position, only to be arrested on multiple charges, including murder. People sigh, like the day his parents died. Song Wenyi was escorted toward the car, head bowed, tears dripping to the ground, evaporated by the daylight. It rained heavily then, but now the sun shines brightly. His heartache and regret are beyond words. Chapter 159, Sickly Cascuta, 28. Ming Ruoya was brought back to the Ming family. At first she thought her father and mother hadn't given up on her, but as she was taken to the hospital again, she couldn't fool herself anymore. What do you mean? What do you mean? She struggled, but was only staked. The struggle was lost in an instant. The same location, the same ward floors, it was like history repeating itself from before. In the past, she greeted her newborn with joy, and Yu Manchu was tearfully wheeled into the ward under anesthesia. She is now forcibly strapped to a hospital bed by doctors and nurses, waiting for the return of something that doesn't belong to her. She is no longer the eldest daughter of the Ming family, but an ordinary person oppressed by power. The blinding lights of the operating table and the field of vision gradually blurred. Ming Ruoyao couldn't move, and tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, soaking the pillow. Fathers, mothers, her most cherished, denied her, suppressed her, and finally abandoned her. Now, finally, she had nothing. Asterisk. On the 10th day after falling into the sea, He Jiao appeared before the media. There have been conflicting opinions about their survival, and countless concerned viewers of Missy have flocked to his live broadcast. The camera shows that the once radiant and talented singer has lost a lot of weight, but his looks are still eye-catching and he looks at you with pity. He hadn't slept well from many days of exhaustion and his eyes were all red and bloodshot. When there were enough people, he spoke slowly and said that he would be permanently mic'd from now on. Sealed mic. Why? What's going on? It can't be what I think it is. Wait. Look at the background. Some sharp-eyed people noticed where He Jiao was, not at home or in the studio. It looks a bit like a hearth. The people who had been popping in to ask where Miss Fuller had gone had also gone silent, afraid to accept that fact. I'm going to be here, Herzog said, already choking up in the middle of his sentence. He wiped his face and tried to calm himself, but the tears wouldn't stop. I'm going to expose everything in her place. About the shady things that happened at the beginning of the show, and the disgusting things the Ming family did behind the scenes. In the empty hearth, the black and white photo was in the center, calm and beautiful. The door was slammed and thumped, but He Jiao turned a deaf ear and continued to tell everything he had been asked to tell everyone. The beginning and end of the Ming family's illegal tactics to threaten a heart swap. Ming Ruoya knew from the beginning that the live broadcast existed to deliberately create a persona and guide public opinion. The Ming family gave up their biological daughter to save face. And in order to make their new daughter healthy again, they forced a heart transplant surgery, which led to the death of Yu's satisfaction. One thing after another, every single thing is an uproar. The gate was slammed open and the on-camera was taken away. But that video has gone viral. Sekiju, who was getting on the boat to leave, froze at the black and white background of the live video. After a long moment, he squeezed the edge of the phone in a death grip. The Ming family's stock price plummeted, and none of the guilty escaped sanction. What do you mean? Song Wentian, who was receiving a visit from his lawyer, froze and stormed off a moment later. How can it be? She's the eldest miss of the Ming family now. How could she possibly die? How could she possibly die? You lied to me, didn't you? Mr. Song, calm down. You're telling me it's not true. I'm sorry to say that this is true. Disoriented, Song Wentian slumped back into his chair. This is impossible. He was escorted back by the guards who sniffed at him. A day later, news came that Song Wensu had attempted suicide. He was guarded more closely and the world consciousness was preventing his cornerstone from self-destructing. 009, 100% plot spoilers. As the system was broadcasting, Nansun was already excitedly picking out the next world, holding his face with both eyes glowing. I'm going to be wicked. I'm gonna be a vicious girl. In its eyes, its own host is always as cute as it looks. And even if it becomes vicious, it should only get cuter. 009, I will be with you until the day you no longer need me. Nansun wanted to say something, but was stopped in time. She wanted to say it wouldn't be that day. I know, but please don't say anything. According to some kind of human metaphysics, it's an act of setting flags that usually doesn't end well. The existence of the system is already materialism itself, but there is even the slightest possibility that 009 doesn't want it. Host, have fun in the new world. 2. Chapter 160, Wicked Fake $1,000, 1. This world synopsis, she's vicious, arrogant, and two-faced, but everyone loves her. Keywords, vicious fake 1,000 gold. Sickly true young master, slightly forced flavor in the early stage. Later restored to the true face. In the penthouse office, the two sides face off. The person being scolded sat in the main seat in indignation, with no attitude at all, while the owner of the building stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to calm himself. Fang Baoshu, explain to me what this news is all about. Ji Yanyu pinched the bridge of his nose. There was really nothing he could do about this worldly sister that he had watched grow up since he was a child. It was even more infuriating to see her playing with the ornaments on the table without a care in the world. You're the little miss of the Fong family, golden and honorable. How can you get involved with this kind of flow mail star that's all black material? That hot headline, popular fried chicken hotel was beaten up and kicked in key areas. Fried chicken turned into slag. What's going on here? Nowadays, the media really dares to make any headline for the sake of eyeballs. If the PR department hadn't bought the news out in time, I don't know what waves would have been made. Who told him to betray my friend? Little Miss crossed her arms and not only did she not reflect but she also had an arrogant and smug look on her face. When she saw Ji Yanyu's face sink, she immediately began to pamper herself again. A master of changing faces. Brother Yanyu, I know I'm wrong. A single sentence swirled with several tones, and she was often in trouble, so she was skilled at pouting. The small face is not too round. The features are bright. It is simply a girl who was born to be pampered, who still bear to scold her. Ji Yanyu's expression loosened a bit and tugged on his tie, patiently advising her. Those people don't even consider you a friend. They just use you as a gun. Got it. Impatient to deal with his preaching, she rushed out and called to the white-skirted girl waiting by the door. Mal, let's get out of here. Yano is always nagging me so much. Big brother G. Baoshu, she was too rude. I apologize for her. She definitely didn't mean any harm. By Mo explained somewhat eagerly, fearing that others would misunderstand her own little miss. Alright. She's just a little badass. Don't I know that? Ji Yanyu waved his hand. Please look after her more. She nodded and hurried after him. Mal, whose side are you really on? Fang Baoshu, and now Nanchuan, asked as she walked forward. Your side, of course. How many times have I told you not to use honorifics? We grew up together. Where's the bias? Aha. Bema smiled purely, like a blooming jasmine. If you hadn't taken a liking to me and kept taking me for a ride, I'm afraid I'd have been married off to whoever my father didn't know. Her gratitude was genuine. What's the point of always bringing that up? She waved her hand, but came in cold. Then why are you going out on a date with my fiancé? Bema's smile froze on her face. Look at you freaking out. I'm just kidding again. I already knew you guys were picking out my birthday present for me. Nansun's attitude returned to normal. and it was even more fun to see her look of relief. By M.O. The heroine who puts Little Miss first in everything in the plot, is sincere and really doesn't like her fiancé? Sure, Hui Chen. Since when did it change? So curious. Is it hard to believe that it's because of the true young master male lead? And why? As by M.O. learned later, did Sure Huichen deliberately tell Fang Baoshu about the real young master in order to induce her to turn against the real young master and to make her hated by everyone? Instead, she hid it from the public and engaged in behavior that amounted to betrayal. This time, Nansen still didn't read the plot and jumped at the chance to explore and develop it on his own. A beep came from her cell phone and she looked at it. It was her fiancé telling her the big news. She is not a 1,000 gold lady of the Fong family, the real bloodline, the most wanted male child of the traditional Fong family. She is a fake 1,000 gold, straying from the real young master. The plot. It begins. Bao Shu. What's wrong? Looking at the little miss whose face suddenly turned white, Mo was worried beyond measure. Is she not feeling well? The two of them were like sisters, and the other would never hide anything from her. But now, when it was obvious that something was wrong, she shook her head. Nothing. I have something to do, and I'm going alone. She left with anxious steps, leaving Bema standing in place, unresponsive. Could it be because of the fiancé? She knew that even though she didn't say it on her lips, she actually liked Sure Huichen. She really shouldn't have gone soft and agreed that he was just hanging out. Little Miss. White Mao looked guiltily in the direction the girl in the red dress had left. Chapter 161, Wicked Fake $1,000, 2. Little Miss Wicked was brought up with pride, but not the happiness that others would have imagined. Favorite fiancé doesn't like her and is full of malice towards her. Dependent White Mal will start to get selfish and start hiding from her. The family that doted on her wasn't really doting, or they wouldn't have let her get stupid and bad. They didn't shy away from saying in front of her that it would be nice if the Fong family had a male child. But unfortunately she was a girl, and it was a shame that Fong's parents had health problems that prevented them from having another one. She didn't have many friends, so she relied extra heavily on Bema. She has no judgment, so she's given a gun to someone and doesn't know it. She used every means to try to drive away the real young master of the Fong family, but the truth still came out and she was criticized by thousands of people. Running out in anger and dying in a dramatic car accident ends an unexplained life. A terse version of the original plot, with plenty to explore. Nanchuan is looking forward to finding more interesting stuff and, of course, continuing to viciously target the male lead at every turn. She looked out the car window and began to soar. I told you not to follow me. I'm worried about you. Bema looked at the little miss who had turned her head to favor the car window with a puff of air and guffawed. She had followed her for so long that she naturally knew that she was the softest of hearts towards herself, and would not scold her much no matter how badly she treated others. Bao Shu, if there's anything you can tell me, I'll share it with you. Nothing. Surprisingly, she again refused to answer. Then you have to let me know what you're going to do. Although he was lost, Bema started poking around in other ways. Seeing that she didn't pursue the matter further, the other party's expression finally loosened up a bit. That is, what do I have to do to make a nasty person disappear? Disappear? Bao Shu. It's not that kind of thing. It's just to keep him out of my face and out of the city. From Beimo's perspective, his own little miss had never had such an annoyed and complicated expression. The words to dissuade him were swallowed, but before she could speak, she was heard to add, how about I pay him? Or, she was getting more and more annoyed. Then suddenly a light went on. I've decided. I'm going to bully him. Make him go off on his own. Little miss. The car stopped somewhere, and Bema tried to talk her way out of it, but she winded up leaving so quickly that she had to catch up. The dormitory buildings were packed with people, and the flashing neon lights made you think you'd mistakenly entered some kind of show. In fact, it was the confessor who spent a lot of money to put up an extremely romantic venue. Flowers, candles, drones. 5 figures are conservative. The scene is like a dream. A confession to make such a big battle. Jingyu, I like you. The confessor was dressed in a small perfumed suit that showed off her nobility in every way. Guan Rui was a notoriously rich young lady over at the art academy, with countless suitors, always high and mighty, but now she was doing the suitors thing. She had a slightly annoyed expression on her face, hoping that the person across from her would hurry up and make a statement. Kyung Wook, who was confessed to, didn't even set foot in the center and was tricked into realizing it was a confession. He sweatshirt under the big brim of a duck tongue cap to cover his eyebrows. His face also wore a black mask. The whole body was wrapped up tightly. Couldn't see the face, much less the expression. He was silent, then turned away. Jingyu. His steps quickened a bit in the face of the call. What an illiterate person. Guan Rui glared at the people next to her, and a few tall boys rushed up to grab him back. What kind of strong-armed play is this? The onlookers watched in disbelief. Can make Guan Rui this kind of art institute white rich beauty make this kind of behavior? The other party must look like what Jing Yu kept struggling, but was unable to resist the specially trained gymnasium boys and was forcibly twisted back. Guan Rui towered over him, bent down and lifted his ducktail hat, staring intently into those seductively beautiful eyes, especially that mole of tears, all of which seemed to grow in her heart. She smiled and whispered, Jing Yu, don't toast me, I'm not like your other suitors. You need money badly, don't you? And it just so happens that I have plenty of that sort of thing. She saw Obsidian eyes flare with anger, as she had hoped, but it only looked good. The fact that the OP was willing to bow down was already giving him face. Why you again? The grumbling voices coming from the quiet crowd were extraordinarily noticeable. Everyone sniffed and looked over to see a flamboyant and bright red-skirted beauty standing there, as bejeweled as a jewel. Even without the accoutrements of luxury, it is clear that she comes from an extraordinary family. Seeing so many people looking over, she frowned and glared fiercely. What are you looking at? Gouge your eyes out if you look again. It's so grumpy, but it's also so damn pretty when you're angry. Unbeknownst to the others, Guan Rui knew the notoriously spoiled young lady in this circle, and she was a pure nemesis. Fang Baoshu, what are you doing here? Making trouble? Can't you come if there's nothing wrong? You've got your eye on him too? What the are you talking about? She jumped like she was insulted. Who has such a bad eye like you? Who are you calling a bad eye? That's you. Then you come to bother me and say you're not looking up. Guan Rui gazed smugly. She was so exasperated that she immediately turned to leave, but her wrist was grabbed. Save me. He finally spoke, his voice slightly lower, with a touch of teenage sensual dumbness that was undeniably moving, but his show of weakness did not yield the desired result. What are you doing? Don't touch me. It's dirty. Like she was about to catch some virus at any moment, she tried desperately to shake his hand away, but was unsuccessful. Jingyu stared tightly at the lotus root white arm that he had grabbed, his eyes darkening. Bao Shu. Hurriedly, Bema tries to help get him to let go, but can't do that either. She tried to persuade him to let go, looking at Jingyu's outfit, but paused. You're the one from last time. I'm not. Anyway, I really appreciate it last time. The other woman had no intention of catching up with her, and she couldn't be bothered to say anything else, still glancing at him from time to time with some concern. What? Your hands are holding. Fang Baoshu. And you still say you're not here to cause trouble. Guan Rui couldn't look away and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Please speak properly. Baimo blocked in front of her. Her height was already high, and with the height of her heels, she could even look down on Guan Rui, who was 1.7 meters. What are you doing bullying our Baoshu? Ha? Who bullied her? Guan Rui and her are both students here. One is the red rose of the art school and the other is the white moonlight of the math school. The scene became even more chaotic because of her addition. Baoshu, is he the one you were talking about? Bema knew the answer was yes when she saw the expression on little Miss's face change from one of disgrace and reluctance to one of disgust. I know. Chapter 162 Wicked Fake $1,000, 3. Beck Mal raised his hand, and the bodyguard behind him immediately snatched Jingyu back from the person across the room. Eaters did a double take. Good lord. Being snatched and grabbed. What is the magic of this godforsaken man? Jingyu is saved, but his hand doesn't let go, like he's thinking about something else. Please let go of Our Lady. The bodyguards didn't dare to forcefully pull away, considering that the little miss would be in pain. The scene was deadlocked for a while until, it hurts. Surprisingly, after hearing her say this, Jingyu, who was still holding on for dear life, immediately let go. He remained silent as he looked at the tearful girl who had kicked and punched him out of breath, but never looked away. The hand hanging at her side moved as if the soft touch still lingered. Anyway, it's not going to be taken away for anything. He whispered a thank you. Fang Baoshu, you'd better pray that you can remain this arrogant forever. Things are as they are, and it's a loss of face to dwell on them. Guan Rui did not want to let others look at the joke, and left indignantly after letting out harsh words. The rest of the onlookers and eaters were dispersed. Now it's just them. Hey, here's this money for you to get out of here and never show up. The girl in the red dress flung over a check with an arrogant air. A whole series of zeros is very eye-catching. A whole $80 million. It's enough money to solve all his current woes, but Jingyu doesn't take it, instead turning away without a word like he did before when faced with Guan Rui's confession. You don't know what's good for you. She ran over to him with both hands in order to grab his arm and entangled him to keep him from leaving. Think it over. If you don't want the money, I'll use other means to get rid of you. Why? She choked on the question, and her face took on a bit of heart, and Jingyu's eyes, hidden under the brim of his hat, stared at her, at first trying to figure out what she was up to, but unconsciously out of his mind. Just hate you, so you're not allowed to show up. The louder he got, the louder the words snapped him back to his senses. Naive to the point of near stupidity, the young lady of the millennium can't hide her purposefulness in the slightest. Anyone who came along could see that there was something in him that she was afraid of. He looked coldly at her bright face, unwilling to admit that he had just been actually mesmerized by something as superficial as appearance. Let go of me. Jingyu's tone was cold and hard. Just put it away, and you wait. Without turning around, he seemed to be able to imagine the look and expression she would have. Noticing his change of heart, Jingyu was startled and frowned as he quickened his pace. Inexplicable strangers are just that, no different from those who are high and mighty in power. He'll figure out exactly what it is she wants. Little miss, should I have someone bring him back? No need. By the way, all said don't call me that. Aha, Bao Shu. Baimo was startled. Your hand, the hardening of the arm, which had been without a blemish, with more fingerprints that clearly belonged to a male, was shocking to look at. It hurts. Let's get back to the medicine. She patted little Miss's hand around her waist for comfort. Are you still coming for him? To find, she replied, jarring in her arms. I'm going to bully him every day. How simple of her to think that this would drive away the nuisance. Baima sighed, but she went along with everything little Miss did and didn't correct her. She can do whatever she wants. Then end the break and come to the school so I can take care of you more. Okay? Good. She was now in what could be called a well-behaved state, but well-behaved for no more than a few seconds. The person in his arms suddenly lifted his head and looked at the cell phone screen with eyes on fire. Shi Huaichen. This rotten cucumber. I want to break off the engagement. On the screen, the news headline read, Popular actress in love scandal. She's suspected of marrying a big shot. Asterisk. Ding. Wineglasses clink. The glass tilted. The pretty liquor reflecting beautifully in the colorful light, staining thin lips as the man tilted his head. Mr. Toki, I heard you sold that land for this amount? Sure. Huaichen glanced at the number the other party compared with his hand and propped up his face to nod. Compliments were coming in, and he smiled and didn't respond. This kind of party, no business. Under the dim light, he leaned back lazily on the sofa, his flirtatious and amorous eyes adding a bit of luster because of the alcohol. Most of the rich ladies in the box looked at him with more than a little burn in their eyes. What a pity to be liked by that Fang Baoshu who was nothing but face and family. They don't dare to mess with it. Fang Baoshu was fierce, restrained her temper and pretended to be well behaved in front of him, but behind his back, she used every means to desperately drive away all the opposite sex who liked him. When that news comes out, it's probably going to go after that actress again. While everyone was thinking this, the door of the box suddenly opened at that moment. Simple red dress without any accessories, but crushed the room. Other than that, that little miss of the Fong family did have a pretty face that no one could match. And, the angrier she got, the more beautiful she became. Sure Huaichen, you rotten cucumber. Sure Huaichen was drinking wine and was shocked into coughing. Cough cough. MS. Fong, say what you have to say. There were other young masters who went up to round up the situation, but they were pushed away by her fiercely, and not only were they not annoyed, but their smiles were even bigger, and this heart was already on their faces. Why, fiancé? Sure Huaichen put down his wineglass and greeted her, feeling new at her rare anger. To break off the engagement with your rotten cucumber? Of course. The others were stunned, and he looked slightly stunned. Given her character, he would have thought that she would have been scared by now over her birth and would have held on to the marriage contract between them for dear life. It seemed that he didn't know her well enough. Did you see that news? Let me explain. Rotten cucumber. Sure Huaichen raised his hand to cover her mouth. A girl's family? Don't say such things. The touch in the palm is surprisingly soft and addictive. He bent down to look her straight in the eyes, and what he had originally wanted to do was forgotten, instead following his heart and half carrying the person to the next compartment. The news is fake. I just dropped her off on the way. I don't believe it. Sit over here and I'll show you the proof. The fiancé dawdled and scooted over, and the very disgusted look made Shi Huaichen laugh in exasperation. With a thought, he pulled her over to sit on his lap. Sure enough, I saw her reaction like she was blowing up. What? Think I'm dirty? He showed her the picture to prove that he hadn't gotten into that car, and the person in his arms finally quieted down. Fong, Bao, Shu. It was the first time that Shi Huaichen had looked at this fiancé of his so closely. She still seemed to be her most hated character. Stupid, vicious, and condescending. She'd forgotten how she'd bullied him and held him down in a cold pool of water and laughed when she was little, only to grow up casually telling him she liked him and wishfully eradicating all the opposite sex around him. But beyond the malice, he actually wanted to kiss her to tears more than anything else right now. Crazy as hell. Didn't you see the message I sent you? She blanched, and it looked like she'd seen it. Don't you say it. It's okay. Sure Huaichen himself didn't even react as the words came out of his mouth. Then you trade your body for it. Snap. anticipated a slap in the face. He watched his fiancée's back as she fled in panic, but the other thoughts surging inside his chest still didn't stop. Malice mingled with unknown desires, and he tugged at his tie, telling himself he just wanted a different way to get back at her. That's all. Chapter 163, Wicked Fake $1,000, 4. Wrapping himself up tightly, the tall teenager lifted his feet and walked through the damp alley that reeked of every kind of mildew and slop and garbage mixed together. It was as if he had returned from the glittering modern world to another world where he belonged, having traveled the road countless times and taken it for granted. Jingyu thought of the wrist he was holding at this inopportune moment. Her dislike was justifiable. The two of them weren't even in the same world, and he didn't have the time to play with her in some $1,000 ladies over-the-top wine. Stepping over the creaking wooden stairs, he looked down and pulled out his key to open the door. The moment the door opened, Jingyu skillfully inclined his head. The green bottle came straight at him, barely grazing his cheek and slamming into the wall covered in aged stains behind him. Shards of broken glass were strewn about and yellowed beer stains added another dirty color to the walls. Dying, wrestling every day. No wonder you can't win at gambling, and you're being asked for debts every day. Jingyu was calm and unperturbed, closing the door without a word, isolating the next-door neighbor's curses. Inside the living room, the drunken middle-aged man immediately responded to hearing the three words "you can't win a bet" by dropping another bottle of wine. He *SAING dangless thing. You too. You're a money loser. Just like your runaway mom. Jingyu turned a deaf ear to this and opened his mouth before his father could get annoyed enough to make a move. Still want to fight? I will accompany you. He took off his hat and mask, and for a moment, the face that was as bright as a spring flower added color to the humble rented room. Only the corners of his mouth and cheeks bore bruises from the last fight. His father was even worse off than he was, unable to even walk. Seeing his dark, sunken eyes looking over, he shivered and didn't dare say anything else. Jingyu bent down and cleaned up the trash on the table before going back to his room. It was for the best that they kept their current state of peace with each other, stabilizing their father for the time being so that when he graduated, they wouldn't have to worry about him going to school and making a scene. The door slammed shut, jolting the broken picture frame on the desk in the room. He sat back down at his computer and smoothly snapped the only picture of his mother upside down. During the time he was waiting dismally for the computer to turn on, he suddenly picked up the picture frame again and scrutinized it. Fingers with mottled wounds stroked over the shattered surface, and the face on it, beautiful even without powder, actually looked familiar for a few moments. I'm so mad. Jingyu backed the picture frame back up again and calmly started taking orders. The bright light of the screen illuminated the face, a cross between light and dark, like a stray work of art. Why, have you had a list lately? There is. Less. Probably not enough to pay your debts. Why, if you have it? With the recent downturn in the industry and fewer projects being outsourced to him, he had to think of some other way out. You are capable. To consider. Gray industry. Why, such as, I've got a big job for a rich woman who wants you to get someone's cell phone data. Jingyu frowned and his typing hand stopped. I know you're short of money. It's more foolish to stick to your morals than to get your fingers chopped off by a debt collector or sold to a sex club. Why, catch. The other guy was right. He'd been in the mud for a long time, and it was hard to think he was some kind of righteous good guy, seemingly just waiting for him to agree. The opposite side couldn't wait to send the content of the mission. Jingyu's gaze was fixed on the screen. Fong Baoshu. The message box blinked and a sentence just happened to be sent over there. Other people cannot do so I do not remind, or routinely say, do not pick single master vest, but you will not do that kind of boring huh? He read the paragraph in a single glance and silently tapped across. The results had appeared on the screen. The name of the single owner, White Mal. He had helped her by accident in school, and had been targeted by her admirers for a long time after she had sought him out twice. Therefore Jingyu had only one impression of her, and that was trouble. Why does she want Fong Baoshu's cell phone data? That day, that young lady clearly trusted and relied on her. The air was silent for a long time as he stared at the dusty cobwebs next to his computer. He whispered, also as if to convince himself, consider it, payback. Buzz. The bright and spacious room was spotless, and the cell phone placed at the foot of the bed rang. Who? Nanshuan, who was lying on his back watching a soap opera, rolled twice on the big bed and reached for his cell phone. Strange ID. Plain black avatar. Why, advise to be wary of those around you. Picture. The code removes the name of the single owner and only retains the contents of the sheet. The technology is good, and the hacker's setting is undoubtedly the male lead. How did deliver himself? Nansen rested his cheeks and smiled. Wow, how did you know my contact info? Are you the legendary hacker? Are you a boy or a girl? Sister hacker? Jingyu frowned. I'm sure it's stupid to focus on such irrelevant stuff. Why, I'm not a sister. That's brother hacker. Are you short of money? Can I entrust you with it? I want to check on someone too. Why, what man? It's not too much of a stretch to find out who's harboring a grudge against her. I'm going to check out one named Jingyu. Stupid. His fingers curled slightly. Why, find out what he does. What's between you and him? Obsidian eyes were glued to the screen, anticipating what kind of answer she would give. Hates him, but I think you're quite likable. With a slip of the mouse, he subconsciously clicked the fork. Leaning back fiercely, Jingyu tried to calm the heartbeat that had suddenly stopped and sped up when he saw that word just that instant ago. The bright face with dislike in his eyes flashed through his mind and slowly calmed him down. She hated him, but said she liked it to a hacker she didn't know. The complexity of his mind was hard to describe, and he spat at himself for casually letting his heart rise and fall because of this naive young lady. Jingyu regained his interface and saw that the other party had sent many more. I want to know what he hates and what he likes, so I can target and bully him. Brother hacker, you're so cool. Why don't you say anything? How about I offer you $500,000? Why, is he worth that much? Does he deserve it? Seeing her address him, Jingyu pursed his lips slightly. You finally got back to me. Of course it's worth it. I'll pay the deposit first. You tell me some of his tastes, hobbies, etc. Why don't you tell me yours? I'd like to know more about you. The opposite side of the transfer was extremely swift, and Jingyu still collected it. After waiting some time, he sent it over. He hates sweets, hates the dark, loves cilantro, loves furry animals. Hobbies aren't much, just learning and doing crafts and stuff. He's lying to weave an image of normalcy and positivity. Why, as for me, you don't need to know. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'll contact you again if I need anything. She's online. She's so well behaved and polite that she's a far cry from reality. So which one is the real her? The message tone flashed again. A picture. The thinking Jingyu subconsciously clicked on it. The room was filled with the sound of heavy objects hitting, clanging and clanking, and even my father in the living room heard it and cursed a few harsh words. But he had lost all ability to think. It was a long time before he got up and held the stool. Trembling, I went to close the chat box but could never press the fork. That selfie in the mirror, full of girlish curves half hidden, just kept dangling in front of his eyes. 2. The silky nightgown clung to the pale, glistening skin like running water, and the small half of her face that was revealed was hopelessly beautiful. The lips that had previously spat evil words at him were now slightly hooked, innocent and sly. Does it look good? Did you like me a little more? You're not leaving, are you? It's no fun. His hand slipped and he clicked on her avatar. I clap. I'm the best, and say I like Bashu the best. The teenager's face instantly exploded red, and he directly unplugged the power cord with his hands. The computer blacked out, reflecting his teased, sweaty, woebegone face. The dark pupils shimmered, as if containing a pool of stirred spring water. Chapter 164 Wicked Fake $1,000 5. Nan Soon, who had finished teasing the male lead, slept exceptionally well, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that Mo was already waiting at the door of her room with a bunch of maids. It's noon. She yawned. I thought I told you not to do that kind of thing. It's not like we're master and servant. I'll do it. Bimo walked in and wet a silk cloth to wipe her face, serving her with extreme care. Nansen hugged her waist and lazily closed his eyes, thinking of the beware of the people around you that the male lead sent over yesterday. The other party could not easily divulge the information of the single owner, and it was already a bad rule to inform her. But what he could find out, so could she. She knew it was White Mal. Why is the heroine checking her out? Bao Shu, you and those friends from before, are you still in contact? No. She shifted her position so she could watch Baima's expression. Yen said they're using me as a gun, so I'm not playing with them anymore. Nansen lifted his eyelids, saw her relieved expression, and continued to complain. That annoying guy from last time, I really want to get him straight here, but if Yen Yu knows about it, he'll talk about me again. Mr. G is also doing this for your own good. By Mo patiently responded to her. Little Mrs. Father is always out of the country, so it's always G Yen Iu who looks after her, acting as both father, mother and brother. He's the only one who can control her a little bit, and the only time the subject is him. The phrase, whoever is doing this is also doing it for your own good, can actually be heard by her. I know. Nansun waved his hand, suddenly interested, and said, but there's someone I've been finding quite amusing lately. Yeah. Who is it? Well, I actually don't know. She stretched and stepped on the soft wool carpet. I'll tell you later. As soon as Nansun's words left his mouth, he turned abruptly to see the musings on by Mo's face that he hadn't had time to collect. Mal, what's wrong? No. She collected all her looks in just an instant. Only tenderness remained. Are you hungry? Go eat. Oh. She nodded and headed out the door. The gorgeous and empty mansion was full of servants and staff in charge of other aspects except for the two of them. Nansun went downstairs, and the table had already been filled with complicated dishes. Are mom and dad still abroad? Yes, little miss. Then I won't eat. I'll go and eat with Yen Iu. Okay, little miss. The food was removed again and someone came to serve her to change and style her. After taking a break from school because she hates it, little miss spends her days thinking about how to spend her money. In addition to getting into trouble everywhere, it may seem like a glamorous and enviable life. If she were the young master, I'm afraid Mr. and Mrs. would not have left her alone in the country, and would have made her learn how to manage the family business. The butler sighed as he watched the maid braid the young lady's hair. What is called favor is disempowerment. On the contrary, the little miss is also stubborn. Stubbornly does not need their love. Every day against the family. Upstairs, Beima gets a phone call. Mr. Toki, what can I do for you? What? Such a defensive attitude? I just hope you won't make any more moves that would give little miss the wrong idea that she would be upset to see me shopping with you. Sure, Huaichin heard the meaning in her words and snorted, deliberately poking her where it hurts. Have you got it backwards? She's upset about you? She's upset about me. Just an orphan girl. Do you think she cares more about you than me? Her fiancé? Beima didn't say anything. You're just friend one. Get it? He hung up, leaving her standing in place, squeezing her cell phone tightly, unable to see what was going through her mind. Shueichin was similarly a bit annoyed. His original plan for revenge was to have a bad taste in his mouth to see this fiancé turn on her family, and he approached this white Mel just to get rid of her. She was unexpectedly firm about her friendship, which had originally interested him more. However, after the last time we met, all those plans that were still interesting before became boring. He remembered the last threat in the box. Feng, Bao, and Shu. Fiancé. Sure, Huaichin closed his eyes, and one pile and one piece flashed back in his mind again. The scorn he had seen from among the waves of water when he was less, the way she had led the others in abusing him, and the condescending manner in which she had crossed her arms and made herself kneel and crawl like a dog in front of her. Interspersed between the painful memories of being bullied for years was her current face. A nasty, arrogant, pretty one. She's bad, and she's never been bad. Sure, Huaichin opened his eyes, his amorous phoenix eyes condensing cold ice. There was no way he was going to go soft. Asterisk. As the sun goes down, the evening breeze slowly disperses the warmth of the afternoon sun, and the body temperature gradually becomes cooler. Sure, Huaichin straightened his cuffs and prepared to walk towards his destination. The suits were straight, and both the looks and the body and the temperament were first class and attention-grabbing. Why are you here? He sniffed and saw the petite figure catatonic, as if she had been caught trying to do something bad. She was alone, even without her inseparable white Mel. Considering the school that the real young master went to, it was easy to guess what she wanted to do. Fiancé? Slightly hooking his lips, those amorous eyes moved with their own affection. He's in University City for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Of course, but she seems to have misunderstood something. Think he'll sue? Sure, Huaichin obediently allowed her to pull herself into the corner. And not far away, the preoccupied Jing Yu just happened to see a flash of the clothesline, and actually subconsciously thought of that face. He didn't believe she would come, but he couldn't let go of the possibility of her bullying him, as she had said earlier. So before his brain could react, his own original footsteps reversed direction. In the alley, two figures, one tall and one short, looked like they were opposing and entangled. I told you not to say anything. The girl's tone was impulsive, full of bossy arrogance, but it wasn't hard to hear the colorfulness. I didn't promise that. Sure, Huaichin leaned closer and closer until he forced her against the wall. Have you forgotten what my conditions are? Kisame saw her flustered expression and wondered what she would do this time. Slap him again? Or scold him? She stood on tiptoe and buried her face in the side of his neck. The warm body heat froze Sure Huaichin, who was full of malice. Don't say out. The fiancé's eyes watered, literally bringing on the sobs. I promise. Just once. She said she promised. Chapter 165, Wicked Fake $1,000, 6. In Nansun's eyes, the youth who prided himself on being subdued was clearly stunned by her words. No longer the lazy, everything is under control look, the teasing and malice beneath the faux sweet surface, now all replaced by consternation. It made her playful even more. Eyelids blinking lightly, the smooth and blustery performance continues. The tears in his eyes accumulated more and more. Nansun came closer and pressed against the cold side of his face. Don't you tell anyone. Huffing, her kiss went from the corner of her lips to her lips. Sure, Huaichin's eyes flickered, clearly the one who was intimidating, but he was tugged at by the other party's actions. He cupped her chin to stop the kiss that was so bruising that it was hard to tell the complexity of the emotions in his eyes. To use her body as a bargaining chip so easily, is it hard to believe that if someone else had come along, she would have promised someone else the same? Is just hopeless. The body of the sentence was omitted by him, Even he didn't know if it was you or me. It hurts. The brief show of weakness she just experienced didn't last long, and petulant, unable to bear the slightest bit of pain, began waving for him to let go. As expected, finger marks were evident on the delicate skin when he let go. Does this hurt? Sure. Huaichen moved closer to her ear and continued to speak in her ear with an airy voice. The tone was harsh and provocative. So, did you have to cry your eyes out? You. Her face quickly colored scarlet. Before the words to scold him could leave his mouth, lips full of raging heat blocked them first. Her entire body was sunk into his arms. Even her body pressed against the wall was well guarded and clean. He shielded her hand in customized suit, but it was stained. I won't tell anyone. And then what? What do you want to do? I have to get rid of him and bully him every day. I can't become poor. I can't lose what I have now. Between kisses, she broke off to utter these words. There's moral turpitude and unabashed viciousness in every word, with no hint of dovetailing guilt and introspection. As he imagined, the first moment of learning the truth was thinking about preserving his identity and removing those in his way. The bias is so naive that it casually puts its handles and weaknesses in the hands of others. There are thousands of ways for people of their class to make someone disappear, and she knows nothing about them. Pretty fool. Annoying. Even with this thought, Sure Huaichen's breathing was a little heavier than before. Grabbing his fiancée, who was panting and trying to get away, he leaned down to kiss the girl who had plunged him into a 10-year nightmare. Sure Huaichen. Her hand that was pushing back was grabbed by him and put behind her neck to make her wrap her arms around herself. Confusion filled his brow. Fake love. Real loathing. Undisguised obsession. Broken indulgence. She had done that to him. He threatened her with giving her body in exchange. And who was nobler than anyone else? I have things to do in a little while, so it's not too much for me to charge interest first, is it? Asterisk. It was in the midst of those words that Jingyu walked over to this side of the alley. Because the cover-up was so suspiciously dressed, he was blocked by black-clad bodyguards and assistants reaching out before he even got close. Just passing through, he showed them the student certificate on his cell phone. His tone flared and he reached up to pull off his mask. That face is the best pass. Stunning to the point of gender-neutral frothing, they moved out of the way with resentment. Passing through that alley, he still saw it. Seeing her pressed into a man's arms. Seeing the two kissing as if no one else was there. Seeing her hand on the other's shoulder crumpling the fabric of her suit. Her knuckles flushed with powder. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Just by looking at his back you could tell that he and she were the same class of people. Sure enough, a rich lady who likes to play tricks on people. It's ridiculous that he would. Jingyu accelerated his pace to leave the place. But the scene that he had just glimpsed and seen lingered on for a long time. She looked better than the photo she sent him that day. That's enough. Desperate attempts to stop it could not suppress those blasphemous thoughts about her. And what he thought in his mind was more licentious than what he saw. Is enough. Asterisk. It wasn't an easy walk. And Jingyu thought about realistic things over and over again to barely cover the unrealistic thoughts. The future you face, the high gambling debt your father owes, and the threat to your life that you won't graduate from for another 3 years. Everything was a reminder to him. He and the rich lady should never have gotten involved from the start. The cool breeze from the campus on his face finally sobered him up a bit. For a substitute homework order, Jingyu rushes towards the computer room, only to encounter an unwelcome visitor. The other party was holding a book, standing there in a pavilion, simply a natural luminary, attracting the eyes of passing students. He immediately reversed direction intending to go the other way, but was still spotted. Wait. When Jingyu heard that, not only did he not stop, but he walked faster. This student, thanks to his years of domestic abuse, his dodging skills were on point and he slightly sidestepped her hand that was reaching out to try and grab him. Something to talk about. He was on his feet. I really appreciate what happened before. Then stay away from me. Shaking his head, Beima walked briskly to keep up with his walk and walked alongside him. Jingyu saw this and went a bit to the right, not wanting to get caught up with those suitors of hers again. You don't have to worry. I've warned them. A warning? A faint mockery swept across the bottom of his eyes. Her warning was like fuel to the fire for those people. And it didn't matter if they didn't understand or if they did it on purpose. I was going to ask what really happened with you and Baoshu. Do I need to be asked about such things? You don't know her well? Beima's footsteps slowed, and she inadvertently hooked the step and fell to the ground. Hokage is okay. Hokage. Various people come up to show concern, but Kyungwook doesn't turn around. He no longer wanted to get involved with all the people and things that were a nuisance in relation to that $1,000 lady. Beima covered her leg and yelled at him. Anyway, if she does anything bad to you, I'll try to make it up to you. Get out. Jingyu's face was hostile. 009, plot spoiler, 20%. The original plot where the male lead would have been bullied by Feng Baoshu and resented her, and then slowly redeemed by Beimo's concern, gradually shifted. Actually, there's 10% more, after he sees the kissing scene, and the resentment pulls down the spoilers. No effect, though, all will be toys of the host. The difference is only sooner or later, they will all be discarded, and it alone will be the host's constant companion. Chapter 166, The Wicked Miss, 7. It was getting late when we left the school. The dim streetlights were warm in color, but they couldn't make Jing Yu's breath around him tinted with warmth. No matter what, his undertones will always look like the sky before a rainstorm, churning with the unique coldness and dampness of being at the bottom all the time. Instead of going home today, he was going to go back to his temporary place near the school. It's too late. The home side is dangerous, filled with outlaws with no future. Jing Yu's shadow was gradually lengthened by the streetlight until he reached the slightly dilapidated building and his pace slowly slowed down. Quick as a black cat, he held the would-be attacker down hard. Ah! Accompanying the exclamation of surprise was a clatter as the tub of water she was about to splash out of her hand came tumbling down in a solid heap, wetting them both at the same time. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. The plastic washbasin rolled a few times on the floor with a dull thud and was emblazoned with grounding bright red flowers. Jing Yu quickly releases her as well. Why you? Why did you find out? They both spoke out at the same time. I told you I'd come and get rid of you myself if you didn't say yes. Will you go? I'll help you go to any school you want and I'll pay you a lot of money too. Or if you want to study abroad, I'll take care of it. She said it eagerly. She did seem to hate him and wanted him to get the hell out of there. Emotions he couldn't even tell himself tumbled through his mind, and his gaze traveled over her lips, unable to see any trace of them. In view, the girl half doused with water frowned and pouted, shaking her skirt in disgust, her waterlogged dress clinging. The streetlights and the moonlight were both hazy and clear. Jing Yu gritted his teeth and averted his gaze, throwing the unsoaked jacket in his hand at her. I don't want it. Naturally, the petulant little miss didn't even touch it, stepping back to avoid it, still disliking him as much as she did. The clothes fell to the ground, dampened and soiled by the puddle of water from earlier. Seeing the look on his face, she was a bit vain and opened her mouth to explain. I don't want boys' clothes. A sneer pulled at the corner of Jing Yu's mouth as he uttered acidic words even though he didn't stand for them. So you get to be held by a man? What are you talking about? She huffed, her features all the more vibrant and colorful for it. Nothing. She was like a dusty jewel in this ordinary and mundane place. Defenseless. He could even take her captive immediately and hide her where no one could see her if he wanted to right now. Ignorant of his dangerous thoughts, the precious pearl did not even notice the aggressive look he fixed on her. Even my clothes are too much for you, so you probably won't live to adulthood if you live in the slums. It's a coincidence to say that, but it almost sounds like I know what's going on. Jing Yu saw her blushing in fear and was guilty of starting to feel sorry for her again. Also, how can this assumption be valid? She was born to be spoiled and dazzle. There's no way I'm going to agree to what you're saying. Why? Do I need a reason? I hate you too, so I don't want to say yes. Is that reason enough? You. Then don't blame me for using other means. Miss Innocent with a golden spoon. If he were her, hating someone wouldn't even have to take matters into his own hands, or even use his family's connections. Just pay the money and there will be people who will come forward to fix the people. A gutter rat like him would utterly disappear without a trace. Meh. Jing Yu's attitude was tantamount to provocation. Okay, you'll see. It's the same sentence every time. She passed him in a huff when her arm was suddenly pulled. What are you doing? Probably because of the shadow of the day he pulled him down. This time the reaction was extraordinarily large. You alone? So what if it is? Won't your family send someone to protect you? None of your business. She struggled hard and eventually broke away from his hand. Psycho. Pervert. Even the curse words were so unkilling that she scrambled away and sneezed. Jing Yu uneasily chased after her until he saw her get into the car belonging to the Fong family and slowly turned around. Gathering his eyes, he hid the emotions in them. The teary moles under his eyes added a touch of eeriness to his brow. Asterisk. The whole picture was covered with a hazy light. That naive and stupid rich girl ran to bully him again. In the same spot near the college town. In the same alley during the day. She brought a whole plate of cupcakes and pushed him hard without mercy, her spine hitting the wall. It's a gift I brought you. Eat. He inclined his head. I knew you hated sweets. She laughed at the sight, her face a masked smugness and arrogance. The bullies are as clumsy as ever. Does she know how to bully or not? Not as it is now. Can be a bonus. Come on, or I'll do it myself. Having his chin pinched, Jing Yu almost called it submissive, but instead of swallowing the cake when it was eaten in one bite, he bit her finger in the process. Hey, are you a dog? The girl screamed, but he held her wrists, body pressing down, attacking and exchanging. Why are you always like this? He cleaned the cake from her fingertips and a smile slowly began to appear on Jing Yu's face. He'd lied to her before. He didn't hate sweets at all. Rather, I like it. Very much. Pervert. Hooligans. I'm a pervert and a rogue. So why are you always defenseless? He hadn't the slightest idea of letting go of her, silencing all of her struggles with the sweetness of cream still lingering in his mouth. From the cake, and from her fingertips just now. Are you baiting me? So you made it. He indulged the dangerous thoughts he'd been having and was completely like a different person. Jingyu. It was also the first time he had heard his name from her, which was like adding fuel to the fire. Asterisk. Suddenly his eyes opened. Jingyu's hand subconsciously moved forward, but only touched a piece of air. It was pitch black in front of him, and he was still a little stunned, then suddenly reacted to something and put his head under the covers. It was so humiliating that he even cursed profanities that he normally wouldn't even curse. Those words were muffled under the covers. The border between dream and reality becomes more and more distinct as he wakes up, and makes him realize how much he covets the wicked and foolish rich lady. He was coveting a precious pearl, a jewel he wasn't even qualified to view. It was a long time before Jingyu lifted the covers and got up. The faucet in the bathroom clattered as he washed his clothes, changed into a fresh pair of housecoats, and opened the door to come out. When I came back from hanging up the laundry, it was already 1:30 in the morning. He sat down at the table, inside the single room of the rental house. Only the computer screen was lit up, illuminating his face. The pretty, more than usual, face was full of depression, and in addition to the depression, there was lust. He opened the last chat box with her. The chat stated the same words she'd sent last time, and he hadn't replied. And the photo. Jingyu stared for a long time, so long that his eyes were dry and sore, and then the cursor on the screen began to move slowly. Long press. Save. Chapter 167 Wicked Fake $1,000, 8. Little Miss went out again early this morning. He hasn't come back since morning and now it's almost evening. This had been going on for days, alone and secretive, and even the driver who drove her didn't know what she was going to do. Sometimes it was to Ji Yenyu, and other times it was over at the university town. She seemed to have gradually stopped needing her. White Mal. Those two words snapped Bema, who was sitting on the couch in a daze, back to her senses. She looked up, frowning without a trace, and stood up to move away from the person. It was a rare family feast in the Feng family. She was out of place and too noisy, so she found a secluded place to sit, not expecting to be found. Anything? What's that supposed to mean? You can't be approached if there's nothing wrong? You're my cousin's best friend. Fang Xiaoran sat down and patted his side. Why don't you sit down? Afraid I'll eat you? His face was not bad looking thanks to the good genes of the Feng family, but his words and expression were full of frivolity and undisguised contempt, despising her and treating her only as a plaything. That cousin of mine has a bad temper. No wonder Uncle and the others don't like it. I'm sure it's hard for you to follow her, isn't it? Instead of getting the desired result from what he thought was a humane consolation, his gentle face went cold on Baimo. No hard work. Her tone was rarely cold and hard. Little Miss has a good temper. Po ha 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 ha. Fang Xiaoran cackled with laughter. She has a good temper? You don't have to say anything nice for money. To be honest, as far as she's concerned now, the family feast doesn't even bother to call her uncle. They don't have a son, and the future family fortune is still going to be handed over to me. The more he spoke, the more teasing his eyes became, and even though he was seated, it made Bema feel like he was looking down on her, bringing on a strong sense of discomfort. She couldn't dodge and was caught off guard by Fang Xiaoran, who grabbed her arm. Let go. Bema struggled desperately, scratching and kicking, but instead, she pissed the man off, and her hands became even stronger, squeezing her bones and making them ache. He sounded threatening. Bema, think about it. You're much better off with me than you are with her. With you dead golden needle mushroom, starting to fantasize on your deathbed. Fang Xiaoran, the voice arrives before the person, and then arrives the pain. Without reacting, he was slapped furiously, then punched and kicked. His entire body was in pain, and Fang Xiaoran took a lot of solid hits before he tried to get up to raise his hand to counterattack, but he was grabbed again by another hand. Fixing his eyes on the dark blue watch worn on the other man's bony wrist calmed his mind for a moment. What? You still want to make a move on her? Ouch, 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 ouch dash, he quickly begged. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Nanchuan in the side of the long drawn-out voice yin and yang, pain 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 error will. He glared angrily and then immediately changed his face after seeing Ji Yenyu's expression. Little Miss, did the hand hurt? Bema called out the honorific again in her haste, pulling her hand over and checking that it was okay before giving up. Nansun was pulled back and also made a move to kick Fang Xiaoran again, scaring him back. I'll see you make a move on her again and next time I'll cut you off. Bao Shu. Ji Yenyu wanted to correct her inelegant statement, but sighed and let it go. The commotion on their side was not small, and soon drew the others to them as well. Xiaoran, how did you become like this? The noblewoman who trotted over first was Feng Shiran's mother, followed by a large family. As expected, it was a family banquet with a thriving crowd, making her, the little Miss Feng family, look like an outsider. Seeing Feng Shiran's hair disheveled like a chicken's nest, and his face covered in slap marks, they came in with a torrent of accusations. Bao Shu, how could you lay hands on your cousin? That's it. That's rude too. What did you teach her? Big house? I think you guys are really spoiling her. You said one thing, and Feng's father and mother lost their smiles and fiercely tried to get her to come over and apologize. I'm not. The accused girl stood stubbornly in the center. It's clearly his fault. You guys didn't care if he killed a little girl before. So what's wrong with me hitting him? Feng Baoshu. The scene was further confused by her unrelenting riposte. However, everyone's approach was blocked by Ji Yanyu. Yanyu, I've made you laugh. Because of their scorn for him, the others calmed down a bit. Even though they are family friends, only the eldest house in power can talk to him as an equal. Feng Shiran's parents were resentful, but they could only bow their heads. This whole thing is not her fault. She's just a spoiled child, and our being away all the time has left her without rules. That's just it. What family dinner doesn't she make a scene? In the midst of the overwhelming accusations, Ji Yanyu held her hand and quietly said to her, "Don't worry." Nansen raised his eyes and saw that he inclined his head, like a bodhisattva of compassion, with a perfectly curved shoulder and neckline. But Yun, who stood in front of her all this time, gave up on her just like everyone else in the original series. Aha! She nodded and waited quietly for him to skillfully make things right for her. Ji Yanyu has done this kind of thing 1,000 times. He'd been taking care of the worldly sister for as long as he could remember, and even though he'd done his best to teach her, he'd inevitably spoiled and overindulged her. No matter what, he was on her side unconditionally. He is the only one Feng Baoshu trusts, and one, naturally, is White Mal. Nansen quietly turned his head to look at her, catching the obscure expression as she stared intently at their clasped hands. It's okay. Ji Yanyu, who had dealt with the rest of the Feng family, turned to comfort her. Baimo also stood beside her. Bao Shu, it's all my fault, not your fault. What family feast? I don't care to attend. I have my own things to do. Despite this statement, her eyes were red. When are you going to school? I'm looking forward to us meeting at school as well. I won't go first. I still hate school. The anorexia returned, and she shook her hand off and turned to run away. That's just how she is. Thinking out loud. You're scared too. Go back and rest first. Ji Yanyu chased after her. Baimo looked at the backs of the two men as they left. Good. Chapter 168, Wicked Fake $1,000, 9. Don't be sad. Ji Yanyu sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the little girl smothered in blankets. How about I teach Feng Shiran a lesson for you? Brother Yen, you clearly told me to be honorable, but people like him get away with it. He was momentarily speechless. A pretty face peeked out from the blanket. Hair disheveled. Expression serious. What if I'm the one who killed someone? I've done 10 evil things. Brother Yen, what will you do? Will you send me to jail? While his thoughts were in turmoil, the little girl also embraced his arms, insecurely wrapping her arms around his neck. With the uniquely feminine scent lingering at the tip of his nose, he subconsciously held onto her waist, and the touch from his palms was soft beyond words. It was only then that Ji Yanyu suddenly realized that she was already a big girl, no longer the little kid who wanted him to put her to sleep and said she would marry him when she grew up. It's also long overdue to avoid suspicion. Why don't you answer? Her aggravation increased because of his silence, and she pouted in his arms, her movements unruly. He didn't know where he'd run into it, causing him to take a deep breath in shock, not wanting her to be tainted by the dirty minds of adults. Ji Yanyu pressed her shoulder as if nothing had happened. How old are you to be pouting? Then answer me. He sighed and spoke his truth. I wouldn't. Bao Shu, I've never asked you to be a good person, and I know your nature, so I certainly hope you don't cross the red line if you can. But I can't be impartial if that day does come. Nansen couldn't help but look at his face again. Is that what Ji Yanyu really thinks? But he clearly didn't do it. I'm not a good person either. Bao Shu, and that fiancé of yours, we're in a circle where good people don't mix well. Don't trust any man. She ignored the passage and looked him straight in the eye, word by word, getting lower and lower. You'll marry someone else. You'll stop caring about me. You'll say I deserve it. How? Ji Yanyu cried and laughed. What kind of dog blood drama have you been watching again? The synopsis of the plot was just that. A million miles away from where she herself had personally seen and predicted it would go. Why? She was getting curious. Then you're not allowed to get married. Brother Yen, I remember when I was a child I said I would marry you. Cough cough cough. Ji Yanyu choked on his own saliva. That was when you were a kid too. And you have a fiancé now. Not to mention that you don't quite like him? Don't like it anymore. He bullied you? His expression grew stony for a moment. Just don't like it. She was like a child who was changing her mind at any time, chasing after Shueichan before and now casually saying she didn't like it. Brother Yin Yu, I think I still like you the most. I want to marry you. The words were followed by a chestnut to the forehead. Ouch. Who told you to always talk nonsense? Ji Yin Yu looked at the little girl who was covering her forehead and crying out in pain, or reached out to help her rub her forehead. I didn't even make an effort. Petulant. She huffed and pushed him away and ran to the other room. So mean. Not marrying you. He sighed, looking down only to realize that he, too, was covered in her scent, as overbearing and evanescent as she herself was. Really, he obviously knew her nature best, and everything she said was a mouthful, but it still made his heart skip a beat when she said she liked it. She's not grown up. He's not. One has to be more mindful of one's proportion than before to do so. Asterisk. Nan Soon, who had finished playing with Ji Yin Yu, naturally couldn't let himself be idle. That said, the bullying of the heroes has been getting less and less interesting lately, but also more and more interesting. He always suffered in silence, as if it didn't matter how much she treated him, but there was danger brewing in his eyes. She sat on the balcony swing, her little legs wobbling, and messaged why, hacker brother, the ones you offered don't work at all. It was like the other person was online at all times, and the message was answered in seconds right after it was sent. Why, then I'll refund you. That's not necessary, just tell me how to get him to leave on his own. Instead of a second reply this time, there was silence for over a minute. Why, let him fall in love with you, then abandon it harshly. Good idea. Silly male lead given for nothing. The rich young lady who was good at cheating. Nansen smiled and swung more vigorously on the swing, her long hair fluttering in the air. Jing Yu, on the other hand, looked up at the high math teacher who was writing furiously, but his thoughts had drifted away. With what selfishness he gave this method, he himself was not sure, but he knew that if he continued like this, he would not be able to control himself. Without taking his eyes off the blackboard, his hand typed on his cell phone, telling her how to get closer to Jingyu and make him like her. Taking a moment to look down at the screen. Brother hacker, you don't like me at all? I can't believe I'm so attached to helping me plan to get close to someone else. Why, aha. Completely different from the high spirits of his reply, he was now beginning to look forward to the scene where she came over defenselessly to mess with him. I'm so pretty and you don't like it? Picture. JPG, that large-scale photo was just a spur of the moment. This time it was a casual selfie taken without intentionally looking for an angle, and it was beautifully flamboyant. Why, dislikes. Jingyu had gotten used to her rambling and looked at the photo for a moment before continuing to long press save. Ironically, no matter how much she smiled at anyone, she always resented Jingyu. She'll probably change her attitude again next. Two-faced. A slide of the finger switched to the photo album, and the photo that had just been saved lay silently inside. But there was more besides. Different angles, different scenes. He spied on her from the street, from the store and even from the surveillance that the fangs themselves had installed and then intercepted the ones he liked. Not HD enough, but she hasn't lost any of her beauty. Slender fingers brushed over a face with a different expression, and Jingyu's lips pursed under his mask. Wicked, arrogant, two-faced little miss who knows nothing about human nature. Chapter 169, Wicked Fake $1,000, 10. Shocked. Shueichan tossed his phone aside after reading the beginning. Shocked, and shocked again. These media outlets are shocked 800 times a day, and they just make up these untrue stories all day long. He's the largest controlling owner of the most asinine entertainment company of the moment, and an investor, so it's not unusual for him to be involved in a dinner party. Preferring the arrogance of the paparazzi, the slightest mistake will be exploited. Fix them, all of them, once and for all. I don't want to see these stories in the future. Shueichan pinched the bridge of his nose and then suddenly thought of something after seeing the cell phone on the side. Wait, just pull the news in a couple hours. Ah, well. The subordinate left uncertainly and he reached for his cell phone again. And she doesn't care at all? Distinctly. He had come to him in anger at first and called him a rotten cucumber. Shueichan looked at the chat interface. Since that day in the university town, she pushed him away and ran away. The two of them had never contacted each other. The latest record is still 7 days old. He scrolled up and the chat was all about her one-sided advances and his seemingly affectionate but perfunctory replies. What a yourself. Slamming the phone down. There was a long moment of silence before he reached out and took it back. It was normal for her to rush herself when she agreed to the terms of the deal herself. Thinking like this, Shueichan typed a long paragraph, and then deleted it in a grayish manner. Several more minutes passed like this, and he decided it would be more straightforward to just transfer the money. I was afraid that she would not see it, and I typed in a few extra zeros, and when I clicked on pay, I was actually prompted that I could not transfer such a large amount at one time. TSK. He had to delete some and transfer it at the maximum amount. Please make sure that your friendship with him/her is normal. On the screen, the rows of words were nothing short of blatant mockery. Unwillingly, in order to confirm, it sent over a 1, adorned with a large red exclamation point. Fong, Bao, Shu. So the subordinates were surprised to see that their boss, who usually never lost his temper like a smiling fox, took his suit jacket and walked out with a cold face. What's going on? The world is ending? Asterisk. Hey, 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 piss him off. After listening to 009 give himself a full broadcast of the situation on Shi Huaichen's side, the lazy Nan-sun rolled over in bed. Xiaojiu, what's the spoiler level? 009, 35%. Something wasn't right. Oh. Her predicted progress wasn't this slow. Having played all three of the men who make up most of the plot, she's also primed to take control of the situation. Normally plot spoilers would never be this low in this situation. It's clear who the problem is. Weird heroine with mixed feelings about her. There was a sense of dismantling a blind box, so Nanchuan deliberately allowed himself to ignore all of it, wanting to wait until a later stage to explore it. That said, the fangs are annoying. She was thinking of turning them back on herself like she had done with the previous quest worlds, but now she didn't bother to do so. She had a better idea. What about the tomboy they cared so much about? The Kyun Yul who was ecstatic to recognize him after he was found. If he didn't accept his fate like in the original episode. On top of that, she was curious if this time when the truth was revealed she was no longer the victimizer, but the victim. How will it end? Just thinking about it is so exciting. Just then, a touch as light as a feather grazed her forehead, causing her to freeze slightly. 009, sorry, because the host just looked so cute. Nansun's eyes were glowing. Is your entity slowly able to solidify? Well, the last confrontation with the master system was a blessing in disguise, lifting some of the restrictions of the primary system. Each of the initial systems was strong and therefore born with many red locks. Entities, for example, can be redeemed by other systems for bionic entities that can even appear in small worlds and accompany the host. The primordial system, on the other hand, although it could have its own entity from the start, could only be confined to the system space. To be able to touch the host slightly these days is an extremely luxurious experience. Wow. 009, if it makes you uncomfortable, we're the most compatible partners ever. And we're not so cheap as to not even touch each other. Nansun began to think about the future. Then will I be able to run into you in the future as well? 009, in the near future, perhaps? Good. That gentle breeze brushed through her hair again. Inside the system space that she couldn't see, 009 couldn't help but bend his eyes. And as long as he was facing the host, those light gray pupils were no longer cold and emotionless. The most compatible partner. 009 repeat in a low voice. Chapter 170, Wicked Fake $1,000, 11. Among the students bustling out of class, Jingyu was like a mysterious behind-the-scenes character in a manga, not on the same level as those around him. It's still the same outfit that blocks everyone's eyes, and even so there are all kinds of eyes sweeping over it. He hated being the center of attention. Tugging at his mask, he made sure his attire was sufficiently odd and out of place, but he didn't realize that even without showing that face, the tall, leggy, and unique-looking teenager stood out beyond compare. Jingyu. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him, and Jingyu's body reflexively tried to dodge, and in the next second forced himself to stop where he was. So the scent of rose sea salt enveloped him instantly from behind. For the first time, she approached him in an intimate manner. At that moment, the teenager's eyes under the duck-tongued cap curved slightly, and a starry smile floated up. Even the tear mole was shining as if it were shining. But turning his head, he resumed his cold demeanor. What are you trying to do again? A new trick? Embarrassed to show her weakness in public, she let go of him and kicked at the gravel on the ground in annoyance. The small red and white checkered Mary Jane leather shoes were scuffed out by her without cherishing it, but what Jingyu saw was the slender white ankles, and he couldn't take his eyes off of them. The delicate rich flowers attracted more and more eyes, but she didn't care at all. It's always the same. Probably because I'm so used to being protected that I forget I'm alone now and remain emboldened. Defenseless. Change. Jingyu took her hand, catching the pressed dislike in her eyes with precision. The more he did, the more he wanted to see her disgusted and dominated by the actuality of her body. And at that moment, would she cry? It will, won't it? And it'll be a good cry. Pretty eyes would overflow with tears and then flow down like broken beads, not having time to drip before he kissed them off. Does she know what he's thinking? If she had known, she would have pushed him away with a look of disgust and cursed him with her unkillable expletives that would only get him off. Where are we going? She whined in a small voice, but was obediently led. It was so easy for him to take her away and leave her alone with a man of the opposite sex who had imagined her a million times in his mind and had bad intentions. Go to the lake. There are fewer people there. Okay, let go of me. Seeing the lake, she immediately shook off his hand, and the next second, individually wrapped wipes were immediately handed over as well. Never mind, it didn't come to that. It looked like a weak heart, probably because he felt he had gone too far before, resulting in an abrupt change of attitude now. But Jingyu was happy to cooperate with her. Stop doing that stuff. It's pointless. Ahem. She cleared her throat. What happened before? I didn't do it quite right, and I've recognized the error. And then what? The apology was insincere. Afraid that people wouldn't know she had ulterior motives, Jingyu pretended not to notice and pointed to the lake next to him. I'll forgive you if you jump. Little miss. Those last 3 words were low and slimy in his mouth, more like flirting than annoying. Before the other man could get angry, he offered a second option. Or, for the school dance the day after tomorrow, you come and be my date and stay by my side the whole time. He emphasized the whole thing, retreating to advance. His calculations were much more skillful than hers. But Mal has a show that day, and I'm going to be with her. She spoke in a diminishing voice. The scenario he proposed coincided with her idea of approaching him, and she had no reason to reject it. Good. Agreeing, but incredibly eager. She tugged at his sleeve and tilted her face up to ask him, so have you liked me a little bit? Is it that you don't realize that you will expose a very purposeful calculation? Or that you are just fooling around with your pretty face? It didn't matter which one, because whoever stood here, gazing at her like that, would only be compelled by her. Jingyu looked down at her, his eyelids blinking slowly and the knot in his throat rolling. No, I don't like you at all. He guessed her reaction, which would probably be to immediately change her face and dump him and leave in a huff. I don't like you either. She turned negatively, her long silky curls brushing against his hand. Guess right. The eyes stuck to her like threads of silk, not breaking one by one until they could no longer see her back. Jingyu raised his hand and hooked a tiny bracelet on his fingertips, silver and glittering, adorned with tiny rubies. Luckily it was the same one I wore yesterday, so it was easy to replace. He put the bracelet, which belonged to her, in a clear Ziploc bag and placed it preciously in a box, waiting to be transferred. Pervert-like behavior. He knew, but it had been the result of control after control. He regretted every moment that he hadn't taken the chance to hide her in the alley that day, and then to everything she dreamed up in her dreams. Asterisk. Nan-sun, who was walking briskly down the path, raised her hand and shook the ruby bracelet on her wrist. For the 3rd time, although she wears a piece of jewelry a few times at most, this counts as a trade-in? I'm really looking forward to when she gets caught and locked up, and then she can have the peace of mind of being a pathetic victim. 009, host, Sure Huaichin is here to see you, and is currently at the school gate, and the female host is there as well. School entrance. What a good match. Where are the stinky men who previously rumored that our goddess of the counting house was being kept by an old man? They should really be made to open their doggy eyes. People are rich in their own right. It's like something out of a TV show. First time I've ever seen a suit dressed really like a president instead of an insurance buyer. Everyone was talking about the relationship between those two, the luxury car, and Sure Huaichen's identity. But the ones who think these two are a couple probably need to get their eyes looked at. After all, the two of them were close to fighting on the spot. What are you doing here? Something to do with you? Little miss, she has said she no longer likes you, and it's probably only a matter of time before the engagement is broken off. Probably? You're imagining things. It's normal for unmarried couples to fight. Who are you to ask? Isn't it enough that she's blackballed you? It can't be that you've overstepped your bounds, can it? How could she have pulled the plug on me? And you're taking revenge on me for being close enough on purpose to cause you to be misunderstood by her at the time? You really do have a heart of gold. Ha! You're no better. Don't think I don't know about the things you've done. Sure Huaichin admired the panic on Baimo's face and whispered devilishly, guess, if she knew, would she still treat you as a friend? And do you think she'd hate you even more if she knew you were that disgusting fat guy back then? White Mal. Meh. Both men's faces darkened to the naked eye, one leaning against the side of the limo with his arms wrapped around him, the other clenching his fists. Things are getting interesting. The death of Feng Baoshu in the original episode may not have been so cheesy at all, but hit a lot of things. Something not quite related and somewhat connected suddenly occurred to her. Why did Ji Yanyu get married? No longer stand by the side of his sister, who he loved since childhood. Is it because he does not want to, or it is too late? Nan-sun, who had taken in all the conversations they had just quarreled about, quietly left. Fun. Chapter 171, Wicked False Millennium, 12. Inside the refurbished building, children blinked their wide eyes and peered over the railing down at the visiting party. Good-looking big brothers. That's what sponsors them. Mr. G, thank you so much for helping our orphanage. The gray-haired female dean was overflowing with gratitude. patting Ji Yu's hand with tears in her eyes. It's all I have to do. He nodded and looked again at the orphanage, which had expanded several times over. It's just that because my mother grew up here, she invested in helping many orphanages for her. His beginnings were not noble, and he could not afford much gratitude. It's not good to bother you again. Just let the others hang out with me. Is the piano room still there? Sure. I'll have someone show you. Everything here that had to do with his mother had been preserved, and that included the piano room that she had mentioned to him. She said that when she was young and without conditions, she always sneaked to the dilapidated piano room to quietly practice the simplest little star. Sandwiched between memories, a familiar melody plays in response. Ji Yu walked to the side of the piano room and saw the young girl in a white dress awkwardly pressing the keys, stumbling but incredibly serious. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. You dead girl. Slacking off here again. Hurry back and cook for me. The man in the chef's hat rushed straight to the back door of the piano room and pulled her by the collar. The solid slaps came over and made people cringe as they watched. Ji Yu's assistant meant it and went up to stop it, and the orphanage's senior management immediately went over to scold them. The man who had just been arrogant sweated like a pig and released his daughter, repeating his apology under his breath in a gulp. Ji Yu, on the other hand, just stood still and watched the farce from a distance, ignoring the grateful glances cast by the young girl. Even slightly bored, he stroked his cufflinks and waited for his subordinate to take care of it. The cufflinks were pinned on him by Bao Shu this morning, saying that she saw them when she was shopping and thought they were appropriate. In fact, it was buying a bag with a matching request in passing. He knew but didn't break it down. At least she remembered to buy him a gift. The first thing that came to his mind when he just saw that piano was also 2 days ago. He told her to at least get a hobby and not do nothing all day. Even returning the piano she learned to her teacher. The little girl reluctantly played him a song that she couldn't recognize the original tune, then ran over to him and hugged him and pouted that she just wanted to lay flat for the rest of her life. I'll always be there for me. He forgot to avoid suspicion again that time, even hugging her back and sighing to give an affirmative answer. My own self has been so out of sorts lately that no matter what I do, I can't stop thinking about her. The irritation of not being able to catch a clue made Ji Yu not care about anything else. He turned around, not noticing the surprised look in the young girl's eyes as she covered her face and saw him leave. Asterisk. This can't be right. Baimo explained to the other end of the phone. He will always evoke memories when confronted with scenes similar to his own mother, coupled with the bitter trick, a series of down to at least initially establish contact with him to be right. Did you fail to do something right? How can that be? I've done everything you've told me every step of the way. A normal man would take pity on me, wouldn't he? It's okay, I know Ji Yu. I can find you another chance to get close. Don't question me. You need to catch him if you want to move up. Do as I say and keep him securely bound. Well, the phone hung up. Baima bit down on the knuckle of her index finger a little uneasily. Not only that, but all sorts of plans were out of her control. The last time I placed an order for a hacker to get the data was rejected once, and after switching, the other party actually said the protection was too strong to get the data. How is that possible? She knew Little Miss best. She was defenseless against anyone. How could she specialize her phone? Lately too, she's always busy with something she doesn't know about. Mal. The first thing the little miss who returned from her outing shouted when she came to the first floor was her name, which made Baimo feel slightly more at ease. On it, she responded aloud, gathering all her emotions and walking quickly down the stairs. What's wrong? The little lady was crooked on the couch typing away, not knowing who she was talking to, and smiling every now and then. She told her gently, just talking to you. I'm going to be with someone else on the day of the school festival, so I probably won't be able to stay with you, but I'll be there for your show. Oh, with whom? Well, she whispered, her expression heartfelt in its other complexities. It's the one I hated last time. Jingyu. You like him? Of course not, she denied loudly. Who would like him? Such a denial sounds very much like the arrogant response of a teenage girl in love. It's not that Baima can't accept who she likes, but for the sake of this person she used to hate, she's once again breaking her word. Little Miss is always like that, without a care in the world, agreeing to something at random and then finding a reason to renege. It's cute and cruel. She didn't know exactly where she stood in her mind, whether she was the best friend she claimed to be or the orphan girl she could just throw away. The low self-esteem that had been suppressed recoiled at the moment. Her poor birth and the blood-sucking family she had managed to get away from made it impossible for her to manage to feel that she and Little Miss were two equal parties from the start. She knew she was more sensitive and thoughtful than the next person. But now she thought that maybe it wasn't that she was sensitive, but that it was the truth. Little Miss never thought she was that important. It's okay, Bao Shu. I'm already happy that you came to see my performance. Baimo smiled warmly, unable to see the various thoughts tumbling through her mind, and continued, So are we going to pick out a dress today? The dress I have asked that brand you like to send dresses to the house for you to choose. Jewelry and so on if you need it from my collection. Oh. Her gaze, which had only warmed a little, darkened again as she heard the next words. My dress accessories. Yen Iu said he's going to bring me here. I'll let him help me with references when I get there. Good. With excitement all over her face, Little Miss put down her phone, but instead of looking at her, she cupped her face and sighed. Ow. I'm looking forward to the school festival. It should be a blast, even though I hate school but love it. Well, but there's Jingyu. Annoying. She turned her head, her eyes finally falling to her own. Mal, I'll be there to give you flowers after your performance then. By then they'll all know I'm a good friend of the counting house White Moon. Baima's smile got a little more genuine and corrected her. I suppose so. Everyone will know I'm a good friend of Little Miss and they'll all envy me. It's all the same. It's not the same, she said in her mind, differently. Chapter 172 Wicked False Millennium, 13. Fang Bashu was like a small pearl that had been dipped in water, and without noticing it, it was scratched away from between her fingers. Every time you go to find her to no avail. Sure, Huichen is considered to completely understand this, but for some reason, changing the number to call also shows that it has been intercepted. Are cell phone features that smart these days? He seriously suspected someone was up to no good, but White Mal wasn't capable of that. Boss, schedule for later? Ready to drive. Wait. Sure, Huichen lowered the car window, pushed his sunglasses upwards, and stared dead at those two people in the hidden corner of the coffee shop. Cancel. He quickly changed his tone, his words full of gritted teeth. The golden sunlight sprinkled the young girl eating the cake and the teenager staring with his cheeks resting on his head. Face to face sitting two people is so pair. Similar age. Appearance is also not the same outstanding. To that a sit is idle theater scene. Through the thick glass, he rather looked like a shadowy peeper at someone else's mistress. Sure, Huichen gripped the edge of the car window. The amorous phoenix eyes which still have half a bit of lethargy. At the moment all replaced by jealousy and envy. Feng, Bao, Shu, asterisk. I always feel like someone is cursing me. The girl who was having a good time with the cake slammed her metal spoon down on the table and crossed her arms to spread fire at Jingyu. Aren't you? What is it again? My little lady. Jingyu didn't have a big reaction. Instead he put away the spoon she used that touched the table and extremely naturally took a new one and handed it over to her. Just handy for stealing a beam. You weren't the one who said you were coming for cupcakes? You know I don't like them. Hearing this, her temper weakened a bit, emphasizing the fact that she had brought him here on purpose to eat something he hated. Little Miss took the spoon and viciously scooped a large bite of his untouched sea salt mousse cake into her mouth. Her mouth was chewing and chewing while she grumbled vaguely. Who cares if you like it or not? I just like it. Pissing is also like pampering. That look fell in Jingyu's eyes, making his throat tickle and his heart tighten. Thoughts of all kinds swelled, and the hands folded on the table clasped and clenched before they could barely stop the urge to touch her. He wasn't wearing a mask anymore today, couldn't hide the expression on his face, and had to exercise more restraint than usual to do so. It's just too hard to do. Her eyebrows, her hair, her lips, every expression and every movement she made, it was like she was seducing him. The cell phone sitting on the table lit up. Thankfully she didn't see it. Jingyu took his cell phone down without a trace. She messaged him face to face. I even asked him out. And then what then? The young lady is a model of a bad student. Even teaching her the templates by hand, she can get it wrong, and deliberately come to the place where Jingyu will hate. If it were anyone else, where would there be then? His expression remained unchanged as he continued to type. Why, kisses him forcefully. Ah, Jingyu raised his eyes, saw the opposite side of the obviously open-mouthed surprised look over, and frowned again and lowered his head to continue to eat the cake while typing. I don't want it. Why, a casual kiss is fine. You're on your own. The skepticism grew on her face, but she reluctantly believed it, looking up to support him. I need another spoon. Go over there and get it for me. Okay. Jingyu obediently stood up with his cell phone and walked towards the front desk, where messages from the little miss were sent one after another. What kind of kiss? Just a kiss? Why, aha. Does a strong kiss work? Are you lying to me? Why, I'm not lying to you. Boys at this age are cheap. They can get their hearts set on being kissed by a pretty girl. Jingyu belittles himself more than anyone else and tries to win her over by doing so. Then how do I get close to him? He was typing one-handed, and before he could take his eyes off the screen, he was the first to sense that the girl in front of him was about to slip and fall on her feet. Sharp sidestepped it, then put the cell phone against the girl's back with precision, saving her from the pain and social death of a fall. Not being touched or actively touching the other half the time the whole time was simply the opposite of what he had just said. Thanks. Thanks ah. The girl responded standing still, her whole cheeks almost red after seeing his face. It's okay. Keeping a safe distance, Jingyu took the spoon and turned to continue his reply. Why, isn't it easy to find a random reason to get close to him? He's got his eyes open, but in reality no one can touch him if he doesn't want them to. If this was a rating game, the existence of the character Jingyu would be hellishly difficult for everyone but her. And yet she's the only one who was let off the hook and is even personally guided through the level. But the poor students always slip up. Jingyu, the girl who saw him return, threw down her cell phone in a panic, as if she was about to do something wrong. Her tone and movements were extremely unnatural. What is it? Little miss. Jingyu put the spoon he brought on her white porcelain plate. His eyes slightly narrowed as if he didn't realize anything. I have something to tell you. What is it? Come over here. How am I supposed to talk this far away? It could be called unreasonable. But he was still good-natured, and the deep desire suppressed in his eyes was surging. He slowly moved over and stood in front of her. Can we talk now? Like a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into the net on its own. The knot in Jingyu's throat rolled, and the way he looked at her still leaked out a bit of aggression. Bend over a little. Why are you being so inconsiderate? She pouted and complained, not realizing that he had been staring intently at her lips. Good. He bent over, the expression on his face still faint. Now what? As soon as the words left his mouth, his collar was pulled, and then the long-awaited person immediately pressed up against him. Strictly as he had been taught, a casual kiss was not expected, but the other man had been waiting for a long time. Tried to pull back but was pressed against the back of his head and more raging kisses followed. She was pressed against the backrest of the soft couch, and her original grip on his collar changed to a push, but she was grabbed by the hand interlocked in her fingers. The naive little miss, still unaware of how the situation had come to this, gradually began to get tears in her eyes. The other hand was peeled over the edge of the table, climbing haphazardly, pretty fingertips staining the cream of the cake, but no one could care anymore. Jingyu's breathing became more and more rapid, closing his eyes and not daring to look at her for fear that if he looked at her one more time, he would not be able to control the beast in his heart. But closed eyes only amplify more of the other senses. He didn't know how he managed to let go of her. There was a slap, and while she didn't even slap hard enough for fear of her hand hurting, Jingyu used it to quell the raging emotions, wanted to lock her up. Thoughts in turmoil. He looked down at her, his pupils reflecting her confused to the point of seduction face, danger looming over it, and the mole of tears taking on the color of lust. Isn't that what little miss wanted? It was you who first. Shut up. Unable to push him, still being forcefully confined in the small space, a few moments of panic finally appeared on the face of the arrogant and prideful little miss. Especially seeing him take hold of her wrist and press his lips to her fingertips, she hurriedly tried to yank her hand back. Let go of me. Shook, keep your voice down. Jingyu threatened her with an expressionless face. Even though we're in the corner, someone will still see. Oh. Little miss was quiet, stifling a sob. This look, so cute, so beautiful, so mouth-watering. Jingyu bowed his head, finally getting what he wanted, and cleaned the cream off her fingers himself like he had dreamed that day. Pervert. Pervert. She couldn't scream loud enough and shrank back, full of disgust and fear. Well, I am. Jingyu's face finally took on a smiling appearance, leaking out an aura full of danger, a far cry from what he usually showed her. Let me go, came the timid voice, crying pitifully. It wasn't until she was literally on the verge of tears that he took a regretful step back. Don't forget. School day, he reminded slowly. Get lost, you pervert. Stinking hooligan. The girl drew several alcohol wipes in a row to wipe her hands and grabbed her cell phone again in a panic and ran out the door in a huff. Jingyu, on the other hand, unhurriedly settled the bill before slowly catching up. Then there was the sight of little miss being swept up and hugged around the waist by some tall, upright man in a silver-gray suit. Chapter 173, Wicked False $1,000, 14. Sure Huai-chan, what are you doing? Not caring about being punched and kicked, Sure Huai-chan stuffed the person into the back seat, and after sitting on it, the car door that was about to close was pressed by a hand. He raised his eyes and locked gazes with Jingyu, his eyes full of hostility. What? Who are you to take her? Ha! On what basis am I? On the basis of me being her fiancé. Sure Huai-chan sidestepped to block his line of sight to his fiancé. What are you? Junior. The rest of the bodyguards pulled Jingyu, who was holding down the car door, away, and the door closed as the limousine sailed away, leaving only the exhaust of the car to mock him. Inside the car at this point an argument broke out. Fiancé, you're doing great, blackballing me and avoiding me. Sure Huai-chan tried to suppress his anger, and the driver of the main car had the good sense to raise the partition. What's wrong with me pulling the plug on you? Just pull the plug. You call me a rotten cucumber and you're out looking for a mistress yourself? What's all the yelling about? You're allowed to rumor with actresses and I'm not allowed to find a mistress? She had a quick mouth and reacted immediately, but she had already been caught in the act. Fine, fine. You admit it. Will you stop being irrational? I'm being unreasonable? Sure, Huaichen was so angry that he couldn't breathe. Looking at her unreasonable face, he was even more furious. He pinched the doughy, soft face and said in a vicious voice, "You've kissed someone and you still have the nerve to say I'm being unreasonable. So, what does it matter to you? I'm going to have to break off my engagement with you sooner or later." She went to pick at his arm as she screamed vaguely, trying to break the hold. Both the attitude and the words immediately stung Sure Huaichen. Fong Baoshu. His brain went blank, and the maliciously speculative words came out. "Are you aware of his status? Deliberately seducing. Can't be Little Miss Fong, so you want to be Little Mrs. Fong?" Sure Huaichen. He was slapped again as soon as the words left his mouth. Let's just say that every slap he'd received when confronted with her hadn't been unjust, and it had all been deserved by his mouth. Sure Huaichen also realized that he had said the wrong thing and guiltily tried to speak. But seeing the marks on her lips, unknown jealousy took over again. He told himself that he hated her. Pure hate. No other feelings, and there wouldn't be any. Trying to make himself ruthless, he didn't wipe away her tears, but continued to threaten her. "You agreed to the last deal yourself. There's no use hiding. You don't want people to know that he's the young master of the Fong family, do you?" What a familiar line. It always feels like she said something similar. Like, "You don't want to either, do you?" Nan Sun was acting out the scene, and her tears almost retracted, but her superb acting skills allowed her to continue to immerse herself again. "Okay." She huffed and puffed and wiped away her tears and said gamely, "To your house or mine?" "My house. You had better keep your promise as well and not tell the secret to anyone." "Sure." Sure Huaichen clasped his arms and mouth, but in his heart, he was regretting how it had become the current situation. He clearly hadn't meant to actually blackmail her with this, and ended up turning what should have been a purely loving couple into a cold transaction. One always screws up everything. Ever since I was a kid. The car drove slowly toward his nearest residence. There is no turning back from the bow. At this moment, both sides are filled with a complex hatred for the other. Only, while Nan Sun was acting, Sure Huaichen was real. She hoped he would continue to deceive himself like this. To hate her and not be able to help loving her at the same time was her favorite emotion. After all, she was more happy to admire the love-hate, the struggle with hate, the intensely colored look than the passionate love and intense hate. He's good looking, and struggling to sink will look even better. Each with their own thoughts, they finally arrived at their destination. From the moment they got out of the car, they were in a fire and brimstone mode of mutual dislike, maintaining such hatred. Even intimacy between the two of them seemed like jockeying and competition, to compare who was more on top, making every effort to see the other person more indulged than they are. To tell himself that he / she was the sober party. From downstairs to upstairs, the two men were rushing at each other while saying sarcastic and ironic things that were actually the opposite of the words. "I hate you. This is Little Miss who can't stand to cry it out. You think I just like you? This is tough talking someone. Get out. Don't forget what you promised me, that I'd roll when you told me to." The cursing didn't stop, even in exhaustion, until complete silence. Asterisk. Dogs. When Sure Huaichen came out of the restroom, he saw his fiancée with wet hair still cursing while playing with her phone. He didn't say anything back. After all, he was the one who had been wronged. When she first agreed to the terms, she clearly said yes only once. Sorry. Apologizing is useless. She threw her cell phone hard at him, but it was caught instead of hit. "I'm telling you, it's a write-off, and you owe me backwards." "Well, I owe you." Sure Huaichen had softened his attitude by an unknown amount compared to before, and he didn't even mind much about the mistress anymore. After all, he was her first. He snickered in his mind and then cursed himself when he reacted. Then couldn't help but say something else that upset her. "Consider this the price you pay for bullying people in the first place." "What nonsense. I've never bullied anyone." Sure Huaichen approached and looked at her frank to the core face, but didn't bother to argue. When he didn't say anything, she got annoyed and grabbed the bottle of pills lying on the bed and smashed it over, indiscriminately starting to curse him. "You can't, can you? That's why you put drugs on your bed." The tiny pill bottle rolled to the ground, and Sure Huaichen glanced at it and didn't look at it again. That was the psychotropic drug he was on, and not thanks to the person in front of him. It was that look, as bad as ever, and he was sunk by it. He approached and forced her into his arms, gritting his teeth. "More rumors? Then do it again." So saying, he spat at himself in his mind. "Sure Huaichen, you are simply the cheapest person in the whole world." Chapter 174, Wicked Fake $1,000, 15. The matter of Sure Huaichen had been settled for the time being, but there were other things waiting, like the school festival, like White Mal. Nanchuan is ready to make things happen at the school festival and speed up everyone's relationship, whether it's the male lead, Jing Yu, or the female lead, by Mo, or that tough-talking fiancé, or even Ji Yin-yu. She could feel that the current situation was like the surface of the sea before a tsunami. The surface was calm, but a wave that would devour everything was brewing at the bottom of the sea. That's so nice. Soft white slender hands took the wineglass in Nansun's hands, interrupting her thoughts. Bao Shu, drink less. You'll get drunk if you don't drink well. Aha. She obeyed and didn't drink anymore, but her eyes roamed the field. By Mo's hand squeezing the wineglass tightened. You're waiting for your male companion? Bao Shu. Someone like him standing next to you will only pull you down. She didn't want to see the little lady always tugging at her heartstrings for others, so she forgot that she had to be gentle and kind at all times, and said demeaning and hard things. I didn't mean that. She rushed to find a remedy, but that's exactly what she thought. Jingyu is even more of a bottom feeder than she is, and has nothing to show for it but his grades. How did this kind of person deserve to have Bao Shu so attached to him? And the school dance was only for windbags who liked to play socialize, an occasion that didn't belong to him at all. It's just as well he didn't come. We'll go and play by ourselves. With a snicker on her face, Little Miss made a show of leaving the main part of the ceremony. Baima nodded happily and took her by the wrist, but heard a noise from the crowd. Subconsciously, she just felt that it was that Jingyu who had come. They looked that way at the same time. Very few people had ever seen Jingyu's real face, and those who were in the same department as him even assumed that he wouldn't be attending such an event. At this moment, they finally knew why this eccentric classmate, who had always been called a solitary genius by everyone since enrollment, was being pursued by someone like Guan Rui in a big way, completely revealing a face so flamboyant as to be regal. He was better looking than the star the school had hired. The formal wear was just right on him too, with the dark suit complementing his demeanor. There was no fault to be found in either posture or etiquette, and even if it wasn't the elegance that had been cultivated from childhood, it was uniquely suave in its own way, unexpectedly catching the eye. Jingyu tugged at his bow tie to suppress the discomfort. He hated being watched, but more than that, he cared that others didn't think he was good enough for that person. Found Little Miss with her head down trying to escape. She was shining more brightly than usual today. He couldn't wait to inform the others of their relationship, striding in her direction. Run for what? Where did it run? It didn't. She screamed under her breath, her eyes reflecting only him alone. Apparently, she was also attracted to his appearance. That's good. Don't you forget what you said about keeping your word. Jingyu glanced at Beck Mal as he spoke and took the little Miss's hand from her. I know. Why are you so annoying? She'd behaved, probably her face reading instinct kicking in, and had even forgotten the last time he'd offended her. As usual, there is no vigilance. Come on then, let's go over there. That's the dance floor over there. Can you dance you? She hummed sarcastically. Want to try? I'm not dancing with you. Is it because you're afraid of stepping on my feet? Ha ha, funny hey, I'd step on you? Jingyu took the little Mrs. character and drew her attention away, and the two of them left the place with a word from you. Again, she was the only one left. Baima's entire being was so buoyant that she even began to hate Little Miss. The promise in Jingyu's mouth. She actually keeps it. Then why does she always cool her appointment time and time again? Promise her something and change your mind the next day. So was ending the hiatus. So was saying she'd play with her. The unconcerned attitude. The perfunctory two sentences that would have solved the problem. She used to think that the little Miss treated everyone else like this because others deserved it, but now that it was her turn, she was left with nothing but imbalance. Baimo turned her head and saw Fang's parents who were also visiting her alma mater. Putting down her glass, she headed that way. Asterisk. Hey, I didn't mean it. After stepping on her foot multiple times in a row, Little Miss was so weak that she pulled away from the dance floor anyway. I know. Jingyu did not care about this. Looking around to see those eyes that coveted her finally subsided, which quietly revealed a satisfied smile. He took out a handkerchief and wiped her sweat, bending down in a doting manner that attracted the attention of another group of people. But apparently, she doesn't care who likes him. He knew that even though she was now bound to him, she was still thinking about how to escape, but he won't allow it. I didn't even just say hi to Mal. Why are you pulling me away one way or another? What is there to say to her that you consider her a friend? Or what? Innocent. Keenly aware of what was going on, Jingyu advanced to gather her behind him to meet the impending hostility. Bao Shu, why do you stay with such people? Noble and elegant noble women and middle-aged men in suits walked over, because Baimo put on the eye candy in advance. They didn't even look at Jingyu with a straight face and just thought that he was a phoenix man who wanted to climb the dragon and the phoenix. They were the ones that the entire crowd had to fight to flatter. Their every word and action was extremely scrutinized, and the rest of the crowd's attitudes shifted along with them. No one would want to step out of the way. Mothers. Little Miss wanted to go over, but Jingyu pulled her wrist. Not allowed. He locked gazes with Baima on the side, but the other was as frank as could be. Bao Shu it's not that mom is talking about you. This kind of person has empty skin, but in reality, he doesn't know how to count your money. We've seen a lot of his kind. He'll only bring you down. Hurry up. Come with us. Your fiancé is over there. I don't want to go. She retraced her steps after hearing that Shi Huaichen was also there. I'm going to cancel my engagement with him. Bao Shu, what are you talking about? It's hard not to be really brought down by people like him. They both bring out the arrogance of the upper class. With such a man in every sentence. As if he were a rat in the gutter. Seemingly doting on her for her own good, but actually ignorant of the malice that Shi Huaichen had towards her. Jing Yu was a little too silent and escorted her to leave. Where are you taking our daughter? I'm warning you, our Fong family is not something people like you can climb into. Ouch. What's wrong with this? It should be a misunderstanding. This is the best kid in our institution. The dean arrives late to round up Kyungwook, signaling him to stay away from the strife. The farce had come to an end, and he whispered his thanks and led the men away. Walking out for quite a while, Jing Yu coldly opened his mouth. You don't think I'm good enough for you either? Ha? No. No. She twiddled her fingers sheepishly, her usual disgusted attitude instead calming him down. Also, hadn't he known from the beginning that she hated him and that staying by his side was only something he'd forced upon her? Recalling the humiliation and accusations he had just faced, Jing Yu couldn't help but sneer. He's the one who's bad for her. It's the parents who are bad for her. As expected, it was just as diabolizing. It's okay to hate me. He bent down and caressed her unpierced earlobe. It's enough that I like you. You like me. The little lady who heard this was like some sort of thrill of a goal achieved. He knew, after all, that he was the one who had single-handedly taught him how to rate himself and how to abandon himself. But could she really lose him? I'll haunt you forever, little miss. Word for word, like some kind of promise or a profound curse. Chapter 175, Wicked False $1,000, 16. The appetizers for the school festival were over and the main event was the gala show. There were many heavyweights sitting in the first row, and Nan Sun was there, but Ji Yen was uneasy about her and temporarily found someone to add a seat. After hearing that she wanted 2 seats, she gladly agreed, but at the moment she was regretting it. She didn't say that her friend was a man, and a man who looked at her like he had a crush on her. Being a man himself, he knew all too well how dangerous the look the man was giving her was. She said she hated Shi Huaichen, so he was already working on getting the other party to break off the engagement, and arranging his seat far away. Now it's like doing someone else's work for them. 2 men were beside her on the left and the right, one calm and elegant, the other lonely and cold, looking at her at the same time and accidentally at each other with hostility. The low air pressure next to her was materializing, and the little lady sitting in the middle of the room was staring at nothing but her phone. He said he liked me, and then what? Why don't you say anything? Obviously, it was all seconds before. You died? Why, not dead. 2 cold words, but inexplicably you could see the gnashing of teeth. Oh, it's good that you're not dead. So what do I do then? Why, I'll tell you after the school festival. There will be no after the school day. He will. Okay. No. How did you know I was at the school festival? Oh, you're a hacker. It's normal to know. She just accomplished logical self-reference without even needing the other person to explain. Pretty fool. Jing Yu, who was next to her, put away his cell phone and couldn't help but want to hold her hand. Ahem. Ji Yen Yu interrupted his movements with a cough. If you're sick, get cured. His tone was nonchalant. What are you talking about? Speak properly. Little Miss withdrew the hand that was nearly pulled by him and instead cupped Ji Yen Yu's face. Are you sick, brother Yen Yu? Or should I give you back your jacket? No need. He pressed his jacket against her leg. Not sick. Just a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Of course it's uncomfortable to see her holding hands with someone else. Knowing full well that he was overstepping his bounds, he didn't want to restrain himself, taking both of her hands into his palms on the strength of her trust in him. It's cold at night. Why don't you wear more? That doesn't look good. She was so skillful at pouting with him that it made jealousy pervade Jing Yu next to her. Looking good is not as important as your body. You don't understand, brother Yen. Yes, I don't get it. Just on the basis that I'd been the one taking care of you all these years. Yeah. Obviously beyond the normal scale of heterosexual relations. The short conversation was as intimate as it could be, highlighting the bond they had grown up with and flaunting her attitude of being solely dependent on him. Jing Yu clenched his fists. Was he provoking himself? Yes. Ji Yen Yu's eye swept over that face of his. It was indeed one in a million good looking, and it was no wonder that Bao Shu was mesmerized. They were of similar age, and when they sat together, people would think they were a couple, while he was just Yen Iuge. Both were jealous of the other. Jing Yu is jealous that he gets special treatment from her. and Ji Yanyu is jealous that he's young and special, and the object of contention has cheered along with the crowd. White malice starting to take the stage. A simple beam of white light struck down, and the girl in the dress on the stage was graceful and elegant. A legacy. She saw that her little miss had kept her promise and sat down, and her taut face loosened a bit. Goddess, did you see that? That's our Math Academy goddess. The students of the School of Mathematics were all proud of their work and discussed it in a variety of ways. Bema couldn't hear those, but she could see the frenzied expressions on everyone's faces, and those she didn't care about. She nodded toward the stage, then smiled somewhere. See, that's my friend. Even if she didn't know what little miss was pulling the back row about, she could imagine it. Bema hooked her lips stealthily and raised her hand to set up her violin. As the moving music flowed, it slowly quieted down underneath. Little miss, Jingyu suddenly spoke. Do what? She turned her head reluctantly, and after getting that like, she seemed to have no desire to fudge with him at all. Her hand was still warm in Ji Yenyu's palm. Her skirt was covered with his clothes, and even when her head was turned, the direction of her body was still facing that way. The other man was more like a male companion than he was a real male companion. Intense jealousy caused his sanity to crumble. Right here in the first row, next to Ji Yenyu, Jingyu raised his hand and cupped the little miss's face and kissed it. The violin on the stage was clearly a few notes wrong. You let go of Bao Shu. Before Ji Yenyu could speak, the two of them had already separated, and Jingyu provocatively wiped his lips with his fingertips, looking at him as well as at Shi Huaichen. That dead mistress, how dare you be so arrogant in front of everyone? Shi Huaichen, who had been paying attention to this side, immediately headed this way, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He grabbed Jingyu's collar. You think I'm dead? Junior. Junior? It's only a mistress who meddles in someone else's relationship. Do you have a relationship? Jingyu smiled arrogantly, raising his eyes over and gazing indulgently at the girl beside Ji Yenyu. Don't make a scene here. This is a school festival. Ji Yenyu came over and tried to separate the two of them, but was angrily disliked. Who are you to talk? I'm the fiancé. He's the mistress. What are you? Shi Huaichen. You don't have to spread fire on me, or are you even jealous of me? Ha! Funny, I'm jealous of you as a shogun? The good first row, hardened into a melon-eating scene. The status of noble men do not care at all about the gaze of others, pulling each other's head flower. In short, don't be a good person for me. You don't have the position to care. Shi Huaichen attacked everyone indiscriminately. I don't have a position? Good. Then you'll consider me junior. Now I have a position. Ji Yenyu. I knew you dog had an impure heart. Ha 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 ha. Nansun, a line of melon eaters, saw their eyes on him and hurriedly spat out the melon seeds in his mouth to get into position. She wiped her mouth, tossed her jacket into Ji Yenyu's arms, and got up to stomp her feet. Will you guys stop that? Shame on you. It's better to avoid drawing fire or escape as soon as possible. He. Chapter 176, Wicked False $1,000, 17. Fong Baoshu. The first one to catch up was Shi Huaichen. And of course, the person who was the most angry was also him. You still have the nerve to come over here. Do you realize you've embarrassed me to death? I made you lose face? It's clearly that junior who's too arrogant. Why don't you blame him? How do you know I don't blame him? And who are you calling a mistress? I have nothing with him. You think I'm blind when I'm kissing on the mouth. Can't you see that he's the one who went crazy? I'm talking about last time. Which last time? Many last times. Shi Huaichen raised his cell phone and showed her one of the photos he had sent his private investigator to take. I thought that this time I could finally see the other party's weak face, but I didn't expect her to still be righteous and cross her arms and raise her head. So what? Not only do not introspection but also backtracked, pointing at him. You actually investigated me. I have long wanted to retire you. This is even more should retire. You little uneducated man. You didn't even marry me. No. I'm not even married to you. No. He mouthed the words a few times and finally found his logic. We're not even married. So you can repudiate me? Oh, that's just as well. Then, just break off the engagement. Going around in circles or returning to this topic. Shi Huaichen took a deep breath to calm his mood. He pulled her into the utility room, so he could finally step in without fear. Do you really think we've written it off after last time? The doubt on his fiancée's face was so naive as to believe that a man who was so brazen as to threaten her with a secret would strike one deal and call it quits. Haven't you seen the news? Fiancé. He leaned in and pressed down, his palms cupping her bejeweled cheeks, itching but acting the villain. Extortionist criminals don't stop once and for all. He had no qualms about comparing himself to a criminal, after all. Neither of them were any good. The incandescent lamps in the dark room were the only source of light, and the light spread out, laying on the two men, hazy and soft. You're not going to plan on. Here, She kept blinking to ease her nerves, thinking crooked and off-kilter. Is her little brain always loaded with these color scraps? Sure, Huaichen didn't have this idea at all. But when he saw her trembling and reaching out her finger to poke him, wimpy and well-behaved, the words that came out of his mouth fell off the bend again. So what if it is? You owed me before. Let go, let go, let go, let go. Brother Yan Iu won't let you go. Still mentioning him, do you have any idea what he has in mind for you? He's going to be a junior. I'll kick your ass so Yan Iu can be a mistress. She was still so emboldened, relying on him not daring to hurt her. Fong Baoshu. Sure, Huaichen was furious and directly blocked her next, even more infuriating words. Little Miss's fist slammed into his shoulder, but to no avail. At the same time, however, the fire sprinkler system switch suddenly activated. The valve opened and with it came the faint sound of footsteps. Anyone? As the water mist poured down from the sky, Sure Huaichen hurriedly protected the person in his arms, trying to see clearly who the visitor actually was. But before he could turn around, he was struck in the back of the head. Sure Huaichen. At Little Miss's cry of alarm, he bent his knees before collapsing helplessly, his blood washed out and haloed by the puddle. Trembling hands still gripped his arm before someone forced them away. In a fading blur of vision, the teenager moved closer to her, taking the place he had just taken and forcing the girl into his arms. Jingyu, she said in a horrified tone. The last thing I heard was the name. Aha! Jingyu smiled in response and tossed the weapon he had with him, the metal knocking against the floor with a loud clang that echoed through the chamber. It also scared her shoulders. Sorry for scaring you, Little Miss. Jingyu's words were soft, and he planted a shallow kiss on the corner of her slightly red eyes. He was clearly out of sorts, much more put out than usual, whether it was in his eyes, his expressions or his movements. The rain from the sprinklers was still coming down, drenching both men half wet. The long eyelashes of the person in her arms were stained with watery mist, her eyelids fluttered, and she bit her lip, not daring to speak. Afraid of me? No, not afraid. I know you're scared. Jingyu smoothed away the broken hair on his forehead, his wet eyebrows full of paranoid love, the tear mole moving with his smile. In the mist of the water, his face was hazy and beautiful, radiating charm only to her. You're afraid I'll hurt you, my little lady. How could I hurt you? A cool hand brushed her cheek, straightening the strands of hair that were plastered to her cheek, thoughtful and a little creepy. Then he said the next thing. You're still afraid I'll steal your identity and return to the Fong family, aren't you? The girl looked up suddenly, panic in her eyes. So cute. Jingyu sighed, and taking a deep breath couldn't suppress his inner emotions any longer, holding her close to comfort her properly. I'm not going to take away your identity, Little Miss. I don't care about those things. What I want is you, Jingyu. Aha. He laughed until his chest shook. Even her calling his name felt so delightful. Have you ever heard the saying that a name is the shortest curse? Actually, I'd rather you hide me than me hide you, but I know that you hate me. I told you, I'll haunt you forever and ever. Struggling to no avail, cotton covering her mouth and nose, she slowly lost all strength and went limp in the teenager's arms. Jingyu caught her steadily and kissed her forehead gently and preciously. Finally, finally, both of them sighed in their minds at the same time. Chapter 177, Wicked False $1,000, 18. The lights go out on the stage and the show comes to a close. There was no sign of the little lady who, as envisioned, should have been standing backstage with a flower and a smile, but instead turned out to be some kind of assistant. The other man looked a little apprehensive, but Bema took the flowers anyway. Thanks. There was nothing unusual about her expression, but hidden underneath was utter disappointment. Once again, she blew off her appointment. She should have gotten used to it long ago, and should have recognized her own identity. Just like what Shi Huaichen had said, she was just an orphan girl who was fortunately chosen to be able to accompany Little Miss, instead of friends. Slowly stepping down the ladder, Charmaine's face faded out of the range of light. Friends. The irony grew in her mind as she chewed on those two words. Did Little Miss really ever consider her a friend? Clearly as fragile as the countless friendships she had destroyed. She always listened to Ji Yenyu, and when he said those people used her as a gun, she would obediently stay away. She was also always counted on by Sure Huaichen. When her friends, real or fake, would be alienated by her if they showed interest in him, it even draws attention to people like Jingyu, and she can't see anyone as long as he's around. The gradual accumulation of disappointment had crushed Bema, and she couldn't stop hating her. Amidst the amazement of the students and the tentative glances of the big shots, she walked over to Ji Yenyu who was ready to leave. Little Miss wasn't there, and no one but her knew him so well. She wanted Ji Yenyu to never be able to sway Little Miss again. Brother Ji, why did you leave the stage early? Ji Yenyu stopped and prepared to go back to her, but the assistant ran up in a hurry and finished explaining the situation in a very fast speech. Mr. Toki was found in the hospital in a coma from his injuries. And Little Miss is missing. What? The idea of Beck Mal entering the game with his body was completely dispersed, and his mind was left with nothing but a blank slate. Asterisk. I don't know what time it is when I wake up, frantically turning the doorknob only to find it locked. Bang, bang, bang. Let me out. Anxiously tapping on the door panel. Those 10-fingered hands were red and painful to look at. And itchy hearts. Little Miss. 3 words were called by him tenderly and lovingly. Jingyu directly reached out a hand and wrapped it around her waist from behind. His palms were larger than hers, so he could just take both of her hands in his, then cover and press them against the door panel to stop her from opening the door. Stop banging on the door. Your hands are red. Get out. There was no way to avoid his kiss even if you inclined your head. I thought the effects of the medicine didn't pass so quickly. Jingyu spoke in her ear, unable to hide his pleasurable insatiability. So that's how it feels to be privy to a treasure pearl. He then said that he should have done it back on that day. Let go. Let go of me, let go of me. Her hand struggled in his palm. Asterisk 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 ing pervert. Hooligans. Stinky dog. Every reprimand he had imagined. But when he was actually in this situation, he realized how happy he was. Just looking at her like this, slammed by the words, watched by her tearful sobbing. He does both. It can't be. If this keeps up, the situation will never be manageable again. You want to get out, don't you? I'll open the door for you. He's so kind it boggles the mind. The lock of the bedroom door was unlocked by Jingyu with a key, but he didn't let go of it and had to make her viciously struggle with all her might to push him away. It caused the little lady to expend most of her strength in a pitiful manner. So cute. So cute. Jingyu's hand that tried to touch her cheek was slapped away and she pulled the door open, only to find that it was still the door. You tricked me? This time her tears were really falling, rustling and rolling down like broken pearls, aggravated to the extreme. Don't cry. Don't cry. Jingyu bent down and wiped her tears with his fingertips, slowly transforming from initial heartache to bad obscurity as he exited his words without hiding them. I really won't be able to help it if I cry again. Those last 2 words were spoken softly and quickly, but enough for both sides to hear them clearly. The little lady's sobs came to an abrupt halt, probably in disbelief that his pretty lips were opening and closing to say such nasty things. Shame on you. She hurriedly covered half of her face and backed away, not really daring to cry this time, the tears building up in her eyes. But instead, they were even more adorable than they had been just now. Where is this place? She finally remembered to ask the question. Anyway, it's more than 8,000 kilometers from the original. Jingyu tried to get closer, but again, vigilance slapped his hand away. No touching me, dead pervert, but I've already touched it. Little Miss, and who do you think changed your clothes for you? He crouched down and leveled his eyes with the little lady sitting on the floor with weak legs. Well, touched everything while you were unconscious. Also, everything has been done. It was just because I wanted to save the end for when she was sober, but those alone were so happy. Jingyu, how dare you do this to me? I'll kill you. She gets emotional and chokes him, and instead of flinching, he lets her pounce on him. He looked up at her, his angry and tearful eyes glistening, much prettier than when he was unconscious, probably sensing that his eyes were gradually taking on other meanings. Her hand pressed a little harder, causing him to choke and cough. But that's about it. Little Miss Wicked is vicious, but can't do murder. As if suddenly sensing something, she suddenly let go. Backing up to the door on her hands and knees, she covered her face and cowered in the corner while tossing and turning and cursing him for his shamelessness. Pervert, pervert, pervert. I can't believe this can be. The next words came to an abrupt end, then continued to curse. Shame on you. Jingyu didn't control his laughter, and that pretty face was colored with a gloomy sense of decadence and a possessiveness that was full of aggression. Because I like you. Isn't that what you want? To deliberately get close to me? To seduce me? Just before it's too late to abandon me. He knelt closer to her and grabbed her trembling hand to touch the mole of tears under his own eye, satisfied to see her briefly shaken by the look. The face he used to hate the most was now his best weapon. It's just you and me here. No one knows you're here. So stop it. Okay? Jingyu. She was taken aback by his grim threat. Aha. He still answered subconsciously, then kissed the palm of her hand. As gentle as his movements were, as cruel as his words were. I didn't want to hurt you either. Little sister. Chapter 178, Wicked False Millennium, 19. Haven't found it yet. What are you guys doing? A bunch of subordinates lined up in the hall with their hands crossed and heads bowed, facing the scolding of Fawn's parents. God, their family was already saddened by the untimely death of a son, but even their only little miss was missing. What is the circle going to think of their Fong family when word gets out? The elegantly styled noblewoman pinched her brow to relieve her headache. Besides them, Ji Yanyu and Bai Mo were both there, one more than the other looking grave. More than the Fong family, they were the ones who were genuinely anxious and worried. As for Shi Huaichen, he is still lying in the hospital. But the first thing he did when he woke up was to send extra manpower to find someone. How can you not be able to find it? A big living person just evaporated in place? The surveillance also happened to be broken. I don't believe it's a coincidence. Ji Yanyu instantly became much more haggard, guilt and regret tormenting him. He shouldn't have delayed that moment in the first place. That man is so skilled. We can't find a trace of him. Where the hell did Jingyu run off to? What the college is saying is that he applied for foreign studies a week earlier, which suggests that he was premeditated. Gosh, I told you that kind of people definitely have bad intentions. Mother Fang gritted her teeth, her face full of disgust. What exactly does he want by kidnapping our Baoshu? This kind of cockroach that grew up in a stinking water and garbage dump must not touch a single finger of our Baoshu. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Auntie, calm down. Bai Mo's eyes were filled with deep exhaustion, but she still managed to hold herself together to comfort Fang's mother, only for the other party to find someone to take it out on. You still have the nerve to say, we agreed for you to stay by Baoshu's side, not for you to be a young lady. What's the use of having you if the maid can't protect the master? She had been cleaved to, but had been powerless to refute it. Numb to admit it. I was the one who didn't protect her. I can't believe I didn't see that Jingyu was extreme to such an extent that he only cared about low self-esteem, resentment, and sensitivity. It's her fault. Just so you know, even if you have a pet, you will give your feelings, let alone your own daughter. Even if it is more patriarchal, the Fong family parents still have love for this daughter. Mother Fong wiped her tears and cursed Jingyu viciously. This murderer, when we catch him the Fong family, will immediately hire the best lawyers to prosecute him and make him stay in jail forever. I'm sorry. Baima bowed her head guiltily. What's the use of apologizing? Our poor Baoshu is still in deep water. Who knows how that Jingyu will torture her? The subordinates didn't dare to speak, and the entire first floor hall was filled with a heavy air. Asterisk. Wow. There seemed to be the sound of waves lapping into the ears. Seems like a vacation. Oh. He. Nansen changed his position, resting his chin on the pillow, dazed and close to falling asleep again, but was fished into the arms of a dense, faintly smelling fabric softener. What if you are lazy and don't want to act? No, it can't. If we don't do it, it's going to be a restricted show next. She was at war with the sky in her head, and eventually chose to follow her persona and issue a vicious curse. Jingyu, can you go to hell? The voice was lazy, like a pout. Can't. Jingyu grabbed her hand and slipped a cold metal onto the middle finger of her right hand. What the heck? She lifted her eyelids and saw in a trance that it was an extremely beautiful blue diamond, reflecting brilliant light. Poor man, take it away. I don't wear fakes. Little Mrs. Mouth is as sharp and venomous as ever. Not a fake. Kisses as soft as feathers fell on her earlobes, neck, and collarbone. So where did you get the money? It's easy to make money here. She gave a small grunt to express her disdain, but still didn't take the ring off. I hate you. I know. Let me out. Not yet for now. It's dangerous here. Jingyu's kiss landed on her lips. Anything but this. Then go to hell. She pushed him away hard, pounding him, slapping him, smashing him, biting him, with new wounds added to his body full of scratches. Jingyu remained calm and was even able to laugh. You don't hit hard enough, little miss. I've been fighting with my father every day since I was 8. For the first time, he mentioned his childhood, which would have been hers if there hadn't been that accident in the first place. Do you want to live like that? Jingyu started to scare her, but when he saw her biting her lip with tears in her eyes, he couldn't stop his heart from hurting and carefully comforted her. It doesn't matter. He's dead. He could clearly feel the girl in his arms trembling. Was she afraid of that life? Or was she afraid of him? She cautiously snapped. What exactly are you doing here? There's no need for little miss to know such things. Fingers interlocked. The hand with the blue diamond ring was pressed against the pillow. Realizing what was about to happen again, little miss cried and scolded him, and finally had to repeat it in one gulp. I hate you. I like you. Chapter 179, Wicked False Millennium, 20. I don't want any of these dishes. Crackling. Dishes knocked over and broken. The floor a mess. Soup that had been simmering for a long time. Chicken wings with a golden brown color. All kinds of seafood. All of these were mixed with the broken pieces of porcelain. Anyone who spends hours of hard work on a dish that is ruined in one fell swoop would be furious. I'm afraid. But Jingyu was horribly emotionally stable. With only a glance at the spilled dish, he ushered the flustered and slightly distracted little miss away from the place. No injuries? The words and demeanor were considerate, but the inspection process was reckless and touched everything that shouldn't have been checked. During which, naturally, he was scolded again throughout. Did you get tired of cursing? Jingyu passed the throat tea to her mouth. Although I like to listen to it, but if your voice is all muffled, you won't be able to curse in the future. Dead pervert. Aha. He lifted the person off the high stool and patiently wiped away her tears. You only had a small bowl of noodles this morning. So you're hungry now, aren't you? Don't you want to eat my cooking on purpose? Do you want to eat the dry bread here? She fell silent, but her stomach rumbled with hunger. For cursing and hitting took a lot of energy, especially since the eating habits over here were nothing like hers, and she couldn't eat any of the dishes except what Jingyu made. In this unfamiliar place, he was the only one she could rely on. It's time for little miss to learn to show weakness. Sorry. She grabbed the corner of his coat, crystal tears slipping down. Pitiful. A completely different kind of pitiful compared to earlier. Don't apologize. Don't you apologize. Tears were wiped away and she was taken into her arms. Jingyu is going to be heartbroken. It's my fault for making you hungry. I also stewed porridge. Eat that first to fill your stomach. He had done so and the girl in his arms was unmoved, even grabbing his hand and shaking her head. She's in denial, for she had experience and knew that his tenderness was not without cost. Sure enough, his next sentence was, those dishes that little miss just spilled. One dish, at a time, okay? Jingyu. The little miss who had just been showing weakness couldn't help but expose her nature again, struggling in his arms and scolding him even with her voice muffled. Are you a hair dog? Go to hell. Jingyu smiled. Eat first, only after you're full will you have the strength to continue scolding me, right? No matter how much cursing is done, what's coming will come. Asterisk. In the darkness of the night, both men in the room seemed to be in a deep sleep. Aside from the slight sound of the waves, which was cut off by the thick soundproof glass, the only sound left was the almost inaudible sound of breathing. Jingyu? She called out in a whisper, but the other didn't answer as usual, so one hand quietly peeked out from under the covers, then snuck down to pull the small drawer of the nightstand. Extremely careful, little by little, to rip it out, trying not to make a sound. Inside is Jingyu's cell phone, minimizing the brightness of the screen. It was surprising that he hadn't set a passcode on his phone. Hey, she let out a faintly audible exclamation. It's so cute. Little Miss is so stupid and cute that he's afraid she can't even guess the password is the date of the first day she was hidden, so he doesn't have a password. Jingyu, who had taken in all her movements, quietly watched what she was about to do. Watch as she opens her contacts to dial a phone number, but then exits to select texting. Red exclamation point. It was a cell phone without a calling card, and she was probably too nervous to notice. She clicked on the chat program again. Then she found out. Only one familiar avatar was topped in the empty contacts. And that person. It was her. And Jingyu. It's why. Little Miss Cat Sneaky stiffened her body and clicked on the photo album to find more than the 2 pictures she had sent him in the first place. Don't look. Jingyu's sudden voice startled her. You weren't asleep? Aha. He pulled the little lady who had escaped from the bed back into his arms and his cell phone back. He chose to stop it anyway to prevent her from seeing more pictures that would be too much for her to handle. The screen went out and the room returned to darkness. Jingyu pressed her into his arms, and with one hand he restrained her wrists that were struggling haphazardly, coaxing her gently and slowly. Be good. Instead of hearing curses, I heard cries. It's late. You can't. It's late. I'm not doing anything. Sleep well. He was helpless and indulgent. The crying stopped. I hate you. I like you. He took pains to repeat it. Plot breakdown, 70%. 009, host. Are you having fun? The system has been online for a long time. Super happy. It's good to experience being locked up once in a while, and it's good to get a kick out of acting. But the short vacation had to come to an end after all. Everyone should be worried about her. Don't worry. She'll be back soon. It's time to get messy too. Chapter 180, Wicked False Millennium, 21. Jing, time again? The high-nosed, deep-eyed man had even learned the language in order to communicate with him, only to speak with a broken accent. The flirtatiousness of it is obvious. Having only been out briefly for an hour, Jingyu's desire to go back was almost on his face, and he continued to pamper himself even when confronted by a mafia bigwig. Aha! To avoid trouble, he rarely mentioned how important Little Miss was to him on the outside, but anyone with eyes could see how much he valued her. The man on the other side of the table smoked a cigar and pulled in a couple more lines. Jing, once in a while you have to take your beloved girl out for a break. Flowers need care. They all knew that he hid a flower that he never showed, that he came out for no more than an hour a day, and that when he returned he was sure to bring beautiful jewelry or other gifts. Even this genius whose abilities were so outstanding that he was held as their guest of honor needed to be closely guarded, presumably because the flower was snatched. This makes it all the more curious. The risk factors that could get in the way are no longer there for this time. I know. Jingyu nodded and got up to go back after the other party released him. Looking out the car window at the coast, he was a little preoccupied. At first he envisioned this, a private stash of treasure pearls, in a place where no one could find them. Knowing that she loved the sea, he had brought her to live on this golden coast, and now he was finally able to take her out for a stroll as well. But, asterisk. I'm back, little miss. Jingyu opened the door and came in to see little miss in her housecoat nestled in the sofa like a kitten hugging her knees. When she saw him coming, she glanced over and went back to watching TV. Brought you a present. He sat down next to her and opened the gift box, handing the lustrous black pearls to her eyes. Like it? Like. She mouthed that she liked it, but instead of taking it, she came over and hugged him, docile and dependent. And, silence. Jingyu clenched the pearl in his hand, and his panic increased. These days, she no longer cursed him as much as she did back then, and would accept whatever he did to her submissively. She would even initiate a kiss on him, and he should have been happy, but instead he just felt more and more heartbroken. Occasionally when sitting alone she would suddenly cry miserably, and when he went to comfort him he would just put his arms around him and weep, and the rest of the time it turned back to silence. She would dutifully eat what he cooked, but ate less and less. The bejeweled little face also grew thinner, no longer proud, but low. Little miss, lately you don't even seem to say you hate me. Jingyu cupped her face and watched those beautiful eyes blink lightly, but they were dull and faded, making the tips of his eyes and nose sour. I like yours. She answered him in a low voice and her lips followed. The kiss was emotionless when he clearly said he liked it. Don't. Jingyu stopped her and wrapped his arms around her tightly once more. Don't do that. I thought you liked it. Her voice was thin and weak, as apprehensive as if she had done something wrong and been chastised, and it made his heart ache. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blame you. He apologizes to her, desperate to change things. Shall we go out in the evening? Little miss, you like the sea. I'll show you. Good. She agrees, and after a long time there's some happy emotions, which settles Jingyu down a little. Asterisk. The coast was sparsely populated in the evening, and most of the few people that did exist were pretending to be passers-by actually protecting them. The sea breeze is noisy. The scenery that has been seen only in the window before can finally be felt in person. But she is not as happy as Jingyu imagined. Little Miss's hair was blowing in the wind, and she had his coat draped over her shoulders as she sat with him in a chair looking out to sea. There was silence, still not a bit of vigor restored. Little Miss. Jingyu's grip on her cold hand startled her, but then she pushed down her fear and lowered her eyes to stop looking at him. Such a reaction was far more heartbreaking than if she had just said she hated it. He silently let go. Bang! One giant firework after another rose up and exploded from the sea, briefly catching her attention. Fireworks. Her face finally looked like a smile. There was pure, radiant gold spreading outward like branches of snowflakes, and there were also traditional colored fireworks that rose dozens of times together. Magnificent and shocking. It was a little wish Little Miss had once written down in a cell phone memo that she wanted to see a big firework display at the beach. One just for her. She even thoughtfully noted the price, which had to be put at the full $9,999,000. That's why Jingyu specially set off such a sea firework in a foreign country for her, just hoping that she won't be that depressed again. From the moment he was ready to privy her, he was prepared for her to be sad, to hate him, to be unhappy. But when he really saw her wasting away, when he saw that she was no longer as vivid as before, he still couldn't help regretting it. He couldn't bear to ruin her. How could he let her wither? Little Miss, have a little fun. Jingyu thought she could be slightly happier, but the smile on her face fell again immediately after he spoke. The large and gorgeous fireworks were still exploding, the bright and dim light reflecting on her face and illuminating the tears that gradually overflowed her eyes. With the blinking of an eye, tears slipped. I want to go home. She turned and jumped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and crying in a small voice. Jingyu, I want to go home. The heart was bound tighter and tighter with her sobs, and it was her tears that were the weapon, corrupting his heart into 1,000 pieces. Such tears he could not bear. Good. As if all the weight had been lifted, Jingyu sighed deeply and hugged her back. I'll take you back. Asterisk. Before the plane even landed, Jingyu could already feel the tension in the atmosphere. It wasn't just because of the first-class customers, aka the looks of the duo. He knew what they were nervous about and what they were waiting for. He didn't care, but reached down and pulled the blanket up over the little lady. She looked out the porthole at the sky, her eyes still red and swollen from crying, but much calmer now. Jingyu's fingers brushed her cheek. Is that any happier? Little Miss. She didn't answer, but fell silent and avoided his touch, masking her entire body in the blanket. Sorry. He hadn't thought it would turn out like this, but he won't let go. Even bringing her back doesn't mean he'll let go. The plane landed at the sound of the announcement. The staff who had prepared for this restrained Jingyu, and as if he had expected it, he didn't struggle for half a minute. Other first-class passengers were evacuated one by one. Ms. Fong, Are you okay? Nansen timidly bit her lip as the stewardesses surrounded her, then hugged the best-looking one and shivered. Don't be afraid. You have been saved. Aha. She nodded. In the afterglow, she saw that Jingyu was still calm and relaxed even though he was being controlled. She knew there were other ways for him to escape justice, but she wouldn't allow it. I'm sure by now, Fang's parents have received the message she sent anonymously. That is, after the untimely death of their oldest son, it was so hard to deliver not a daughter but a son. Vacation and another pregnant woman meet with an accident at the same time. The birth attendant is too busy. There's no doggone switching. And it's all fate. Because Fang Baoshu was a daughter. They were long-winded but unappreciative. And she did inherit the Fang family's beauty later on. So naturally they wouldn't be idle enough to do any paternity tests. But I didn't realize that the reality would actually be so bloody. Fang's mother, who was waiting at the airport with the others, stared intently at the paternity report on her cell phone and couldn't help but cover her forehead. She and Fang's father locked eyes, and on both their faces was the same complexity. Baoshu, little miss, fiancé. The waiting crowd didn't have time to glare at the arrested Jingyu, but instead swarmed all over the little miss. The girl who stepped out in the protection was draped in a blanket, a tiny one, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She had lost a lot of weight and was no longer as fresh and cute as she had been, and she had no expression when she saw them. Ignoring the concerned looks, she reached out to only one person. Why? Yen. As if she had grabbed a lifesaver, she tightly circled Ji Yenyu's waist. Anyone else who approached was shunned by her as if she were a ferocious beast, and her perverse attitude silenced everyone. Little miss is probably traumatic stress. The accompanying doctor made an initial judgment, but there was no way to make an accurate diagnosis in her current condition. Ji Yenyu's eyes became even more heartbroken, itching to dismantle Jingyu. I want to go home. Her tears swooned away, bringing with them an aching warmth. Okay, let's go home. Mo withdrew her hand, a series of complicated feelings brewing in her heart, while Shi Huaichen, who could only watch dryly, aimed his spear at Jingyu. He strides over to him, and in the midst of everyone else blocking him, he ruthlessly grabs Jingyu by the collar of his shirt and confronts him. What have you done to her? Sir, don't be impulsive. We understand your feelings, but please do not obstruct law enforcement. Several pairs of hands failed to pull him away, and the handcuffed Jingyu was still as arrogant as he had been on the last side, spitting out words that could be considered provocative. Who are you to ask me? Fang's parents, who should have come up with the most intense emotions and angry curses, were silent instead. Even when they met Jingyu's gaze, both of them moved away slightly nervously. Is there, perhaps, some misunderstanding in this? Hearing their arguably defensive words, Jingyu was instead the one who reacted the most. The cuffed teenager's sunken eyes stared at the two of them, filled with endless dislike and hatred. You guys are disgusting. Amidst the rest of the people's exclamations of shock, Fang's mother covered her forehead and fainted completely, and the scene was plunged into a state of military chaos. Chapter 181 Wicked False Millennium, 22. 2 days after being temporarily detained, through the glass, Jingyu met Little Miss. Pale-faced, stunningly beautiful Little Miss. She wore a small dark purple ladylike dress today, which made her skin color whiter and whiter, and also became more and more weak and pathetic. Brother Yen, can you go wait for me outside? Are you okay with this? Ji Yenyu was still uneasy, holding her hand tightly, having forgotten the idea of avoiding suspicion in the first place. It's okay, I'm just saying a few words. She pulled a smile as a reassurance, but how it looked forced was only worrisome. Unable to argue with her, they went to the door. Be sure to call me if you need anything. Aha! Letting the rest of the group take shelter for a while, she and Jingyu were now the only ones left. Jingyu was about to say something when he saw that the Little Miss, who had just been immersed in traumatic stress and hated to wash her face with tears, had instantly changed her temperament. She tossed her small bag casually and sat down gracefully, looking at him with a good-natured smile at the corners of her mouth. Surprise! Opening her hands towards him in an innocent and playful gesture, the little lady seemed as if she had never been hurt before, and was finally revealing part of her true self. It was as if the back of his head had been pounded by a hammer, jolting Jingyu out of his chaos and clearing his mind. He stared at her, his delicate flower-like face devoid of foolish naivety, now full of the smugness of a successful calculation. She, all loaded? Since when? Which one is the real her? Jingyu, you're pathetic. She leaned over the marble counter and watched his face freeze a little from below, grinning and pulling a long note of gloating. Little Miss is not stupid at all, but smart as hell, and everyone is fooled. Why don't you say something? Her smile was so moving, her eyes a mishmash of teasing and prideful light at the same time. When did you start? Jingyu's voice was hard. Of course it's a start. From the first time we met. Oh, also, You don't think I'm that casual with everyone, do you? Sending those kinds of pictures over to random people. Saying like to random people. Brother hacker, why are you so naive? Jingyu tried to appear calm, but his tight jawline still revealed his mood. Innocence. It was ironic that the word would be used by her to describe him, but it was true that he was also stupid enough to be fooled by her so easily, and to be swayed by her so easily. She squared her posture, cupping her face in her hands and crossing her calves as she shifted. I know I'm only going to make the situation worse if I keep targeting you, and I can't possibly stop you from going back to the Fong family when you're so good. So what? Like you said, I approached you, seduced you, and got you out of control too. Why? You know you can't keep me here. I didn't want to shut you down. I was just playing with you. And by the way, letting brother Yan Iu and Sher Huaichen truly stand on my side and break with the Fong family. Yes. Don't worry about our conversation getting out. Oh, I've gone ahead and bribed the good guys. Little Miss stretched out her finger against the glass and poked him in the direction of his face. Jingyu, do you still like me now? Not hiding her wickedness at all. She laughed out loud. Where was the innocent and gullible person she was before him? The only constant is the viciousness. She was so bad, so blatantly bad, that he should have known it, and yet he still liked it. He likes her. Jingyu didn't say it. Being teased by her was stupid enough on its own. He didn't want to fall back into the fray. Pressing on, he asked the question even if he was ridiculed. So everything is a fake? Your nastiness, your depression, your tears. What's with all the excitement? Make it sound like you didn't get off on it. You're just being cheated out of your feelings. I'm about to lose my parents. Hey. Pretended to wipe a tear from his eye, but the next moment laughed again. Anyway, thanks for getting rid of that gambling dad and making me the perfect victim. Her eyes grew cold as she propped up her face to examine her pretty nails. By the way, to bail you out, the Fong family will also be greatly injured, right? Those people in the Fong family, every single one of them is disgusting. They can't bounce around for much longer. And of course that includes father and mother. Oh no, your father and mother. When you come out, remember to attend the engagement party for me and brother Yen Yu. It was as if she had said those words purely for her own pleasure, not caring how he reacted, silent or angry. She didn't care. What about Sher Huaichen? Will he stop? Jingyu's aura around him became even darker, as if a blistering storm was brewing. Him? Of course I have an idea. He's the dumbest of you guys. Covering her mouth, she laughed softly, her contempt so frivolous that the prey they had thought they could completely control in the first place was actually the smartest hunter of them all. Hooking the chain of her bag and standing up, the little lady smiled and bent down to draw a smiley face on the glass with her breath. Turning around, she was the soft victim again, crouching in Ji Yan Iu's arms. She seemed to be unable to cope with the pressure of the pitiful sobbing, causing that noble heir of the Ji clan's heart to ache and glare angrily at him. Jingyu smiled sarcastically. The guy, unaware of the girl trembling in his arms, cocked his head and flashed him a sweet and poison-wrapped smile. Damn pretty. It made him unable to resist his heart for her even though he was being used and lied to. Chapter 182 Wicked False $1,000, 23. It's a mess. A total mess. The Fong family has changed its attitude to bail out Jingyu. Jingyu, who has kept silent, has confessed to his crime and added more fuel to the fire. And Ji Yanyu and Sher Huaichen are doing their best to put pressure on his side. Bao Shu is like this. And you guys are actually trying to get her to drop the case? Ji Yanyu sat across from the two with a somber face. His attitude was unprecedentedly strong. If auntie and uncle insist on this, there's no point in our two families seeing each other anymore. Yanyu, this is something that we also know we really shouldn't. It shouldn't have been. He rudely interrupted. So what if he is the real young master? From today onwards, I'll raise Bao Shu. She has nothing to do with the Fong family. You guys could have chosen to protect that Jingyu. I know the Fong family has the ability to do so. However, whether it's me or Sher Huaichen, we won't let him go afterward. Lin Suk, see off the guests. Ji Yen, you didn't give the couple any chance to argue, letting the people see them off and turning to go upstairs. White Mal, you didn't go in? Leaning outside the door of the room, Bai Mo's entire body looked like a flower on the verge of wilting, in extremely poor condition. Bao Shu, she refuses everyone to come near. Only you can. When she said this, she couldn't even raise her smile anymore, and a layer of shade covered her clear brows. Ji Yanyu frowned as he watched, feeling like she was a different person. Maybe after a while, is it really going to be okay? The conversation outside the door faintly entered the room, and Nan Sun began to comb through the original plot line. The culprit who caused Fong Baoshu's death turned out to be Bai Mo. She certainly didn't subjectively want her to die, but all the actions taken to become her most important friend had created her death by mistake. First of all, to the bullying fiancé full of malice to the time Huaichun from the beginning in the layout of the target her. her friends around the drive away, which by Mo pretended not to know and even pushed the boat. After blacking out from accumulated disappointment over and over again, knowing that Little Miss is a fake Shenjin, she sits back and watches her and Jinyu accumulate hatred before going back to being the savior of the real young master herself. Then arrange for someone to pester Ji Yin-yu, no matter by all means, fake marriage or selling misery, to stall him, detach him and prevent him from becoming Little Miss's backer. She wanted Little Miss to fall so that they would be true and equal friends, and even because of Jingyu's liking and regard, she could give her a hand from above. Unfortunately, instead of waiting for help, there was the sad news of her unexpected death. All she had done was nothing. These guys. The sound of a doorknob being twisted came with a snap, causing Nan Sun to terminate his thoughts for the time being. Ji Yen-Yu approached. Inside the room, the girl wrapped in the comforter was in a ball, shaking at the movement of the door opening, pathetic and adorable. It's me. Why? Yen. A buzzing cry came from under the covers, and she held out only a white, tender hand with unfaded marks on her arm. Ji Yen-Yu closed his eyes and sighed, sitting on the edge of the bed and holding her hand. I was the one who didn't protect you. Instead of answering, she suddenly reached out and pulled him closer. All at once his weight was unsteady, and he braced his body on his elbows before the thin quilt blinded his entire field of vision, forced to share the same space as her. The scent of the one and only her that had been left on his jacket in the first place hit him, enveloping almost all of his senses. Bao Shu. Ji Yen tried to speak, but was completely pounced upon. Little Miss climbed up and pressed her muffled face to the side of his neck, causing him to tilt his head subconsciously as his breathing was disturbed. My father and mother don't want me anymore. They only want Jingyu, and I hate them. I hate Jingyu. I hate Shi Huaichen. No matter what, I will always be on your side. Really? Really? They all pay. Brother Yen-Yu, you're so nice. All the light was plundered, and at an angle he could not see. The innocent and pitiful girl hooked her lips in satisfaction, her smile deepening. It's like the elf disguised as a human being in an ancient playbook, using the softest, most unsupported image to trick the compassionate, good man into the net of heaven, and then a little bit to devour it all. Use clean all the value in him. I only like you. She looked up and kissed the corner of his lips. Bao Shu. The darkness amplified all the senses except vision, and Ji Yen-Yu could even hear his heart beating faster and faster. Should have pushed away, but couldn't do anything. Even what started out as a gentlemanly yet avoiding suspicion by only touching her waist with his wrist slowly changed to having the entire palm of his hand over it. You're not in the right state right now. I'm in the right state. The arm around him slowly tightened. Possessively. Brother Yen-Yu, will you marry someone else? You'll belong to someone else. I'm not allowed. You can only be mine and only be good to me. Wouldn't marry anyone else. I don't believe it. What do I have to do for you to believe that? Ji Yen-Yu had given up resisting, both against her proximity and against the positive thoughts within himself not to take advantage of the situation. I want you to always trust me and protect me unconditionally and never reject me. Good. Then I want you to be forbidden to resist now. Good. Another prey, willingly into the net. Plot breakdown, 80%. Chapter 183, Wicked False Millennium, 24. After coming for many days in a row and eating the closed door, Shi Huaichen thought that today would be the same as usual. He was even so pleasantly surprised when he heard permission to enter that he thought he had misheard. He opened the door carefully and saw his fiancée rocking in the sun on a lounge chair on the balcony. The skin was pale to the point of near transparency, warmed a bit by the daylight, but it looked like it was going to pass away with the wind. He had almost forgotten that he was actually trying to get back at her, and now that he saw her in this state, he wasn't at all as happy as he thought he would be. Instead, it's hard. She had been taken by others at his hands, and he was largely responsible for everything now. Shi Huaichen walked over and knelt at her feet, his posture humble to the dust. It's because I didn't protect you well, letting you be taken away by him. She still didn't speak, turning her head away in small increments, and even that gesture seemed breathless and lifeless. Fiancé, don't call me that. I'm not the little miss of the Feng family anymore, and you're not my fiancé. Bao Shu. He immediately changed his words, and his whole body felt like it was soaking in bitter water. What would it take to get her to laugh like she used to, or to cross her arms in spirit and argue with him? Isn't that what you want? You want to hate me. He looked up suddenly, incredulously. You think I'm a cutie? Why are you so disgusting? Obviously you don't like me, but you still come close on purpose. See me being fooled by you and evicting the women around you like a madman. No. Shi Huaichen was powerless to argue because what she said was the truth. But how could she be so open about it? Had she really forgotten everything she had done to him? But didn't you treat me like that and bully me with the others in the first place? I was the fat one you hated. He was getting more and more agitated by the minute. You're forgetting that you pushed me into the pool in the winter. Watched the others hold my head down to keep from getting up, and I didn't. She frowned, looking at him like he was some kind of crazy psycho. What do you mean? Huichen looked at her eyes and couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. Yano said not to play with that group of foxy friends, so I only played with them for a day and then I didn't join them again. I don't know you and I'm not bullying you. What are you talking about? Is it hard to believe that my memories could be false? Why wouldn't it be? Aren't you on medication? You know yourself you're mentally ill. They all died in car accidents as adults. You can't find anything to hate, so you've come to hate me, have you? She was more agitated than he was, grabbing whatever she could throw at him from her hand. So that's why you hate me. Was it you who told the Fong family about Jing Yu's identity as well? I'm homeless now. Are you satisfied? No, I didn't. Huichen couldn't stop backing up from being smashed. Guilt, surprise, and self-doubt constantly intertwined in his mind. What is the truth? Is it hard to believe that he really hates the wrong person? All those memories, did he weave them himself? The argument drew others. Bao Shu, calm down. As soon as Ji Yanyu appeared, the little miss was like she had found her backbone. Her agitation was soothed and she hugged him and whimpered. It's okay, I'm in. He looked at the disoriented Huichen. Don't you know about Bao Shu's current state? Why are you irritating her? Even Bai Mo, whom Huichen despised the most, could look at him with accusing eyes at this moment, pointed at by 1,000 fingers. He seemed to be on the opposite side of the world. Who exactly is the victim? Even he himself wasn't so sure anymore. Breathing hard for a while, Huichen held onto the table to keep himself from fainting here. Everyone in the middle of his shaky vision carried long trailing shadows, and he was a little confused between illusion and reality. So it was even more indistinguishable whether the malicious and sneering expression he saw on the little lady's face was again the result of his own unsteady state. With a trembling hand he went for the bottle of pills in his pocket, and he turned away as if nothing had happened. What's real? Plot breakdown, 90%. Nansun was trembling with laughter in Ji Yanyu's arms, and even if she was witnessed by Bai Mo, she didn't feel guilty about her current appearance. It's not messy enough. Chapter 184, Wicked False $1,000, 25. Jing Yu was eventually bailed out by the Fong family, except that he didn't mince words when confronted by any of the Fong family, so-called parents or other relatives. Come one he curses the other. What? Do I need to repeat how you all belittled me in the first place? Hypocrisy. You deserve to be my parents? Get out of here. All of you. How can you? You say that. We are at least your real parents. Biological parents? Jing Yu, who was tied to a stool, smiled sarcastically. Parents who ignored my wishes and restricted my personal freedom? Your two-faced attitude is disgusting. That Jing Yu not I said. Fang Xiaoran's mother chimed in, but was immediately interrupted. Don't give me that. Afraid people won't know you're having an affair with my bio-dad? You. What are you babbling about there? Don't you guys know my hacking skills? I'm bull ting you? Mother Fong was furious and immediately turned to Father Fong. Good. You man. No wonder you were most concerned about Fang Xiaoran's affairs in the first place. Is he your illegitimate son? How? The two couples at the same time argued and fought. The scene was made a mess. The precious thing's ornaments fell and broke. Jing Yu watched with cold eyes and took the opportunity to get the broken porcelain pieces that had fallen. They fought and went outside. And I don't know how long it took for the snotty Father Fong to come in with his face covered. Regardless, this is a party you must attend. Get out. It would be a lie not to get chills when you see your own son with this attitude. But they have chosen him. As for Fang Baoshu, Ji Yanyu has also unilaterally severed the relationship with the Fang family for her, and they are also not allowed to get close again. They were of course guilty, but that guilt was no match for the joy of the true young master's return. You need to stop thinking about people you shouldn't be thinking about. She broke off her engagement with Huichen and will soon be engaged to Ji Yanyu. As long as you inherit the Fang family, what kind of worldly noblewoman do you want that you don't have? Roll. Can't you understand anything? It's disgusting to have parents like you. Father Fong shook his head. A stylist will come in half an hour. If you don't cooperate, we'll just give you anesthesia to attend. Get out. At this point in time, they don't know if they made the right or wrong choice. Public opinion is now completely unfavorable to the other family. Anyone in the circle who knows about these things will feel sorry for the rumored fake daughter. To their kind of class, wind evaluation originally affects every aspect. Not to mention that Fang Baoshu was not ousted in ashes. I heard she's getting engaged to Ji Yanyu and her ex-fiancé is still stalking her. More than one person had seen the previous scene where Ji Yanyu, Jing Yu, and Huichen had argued over her at the school festival, and it seemed that her subsequent disappearance had something to do with Jing Yu as well. They went back to China. The Fong family chose Jing Yu and even tried to bail him out. This attitude is really criticized. So when they learned that the Fong family's banquet and the engagement banquet of the one from the Ji family were on the same day, most of them chose the latter. The same class is not ashamed of their behavior and is making a statement to the Ji family. Today, the Fong family is surrounded by enemies. Downstairs, because there is a banquet temporarily calmed down the war, several people in the Fong family one by one with a thick foundation to cover the wounds, barely hosting the banquet. And again more annoyed. Why are there so few people? Looking at all the people who came were people they couldn't look at in the past. None of the Fong family could be happy. Mother Fong consoled herself. That's the son we wanted. And he's so good. He'll definitely be able to inherit the Fong family and make the family bigger and stronger. Fong Xiaoran, who was originally securely able to inherit the Fong family, heard these words and was even more fired up at this Jingyu who came out of nowhere. If you ask me, he didn't specialize in finance, so where would he be able to manage a company, and spent so many resources to fish him out, when I have squatted for a few years at a rule of law cur. His whispered crickets were heard by Mother Fong, but times were different now, and it wasn't Fong Baoshu, it was Jingyu, and you have the nerve to say, how many people have you gotten killed, and who's the rule of law cur? Sister-in-law, why do you speak so harshly? I speak harshly? If you have the ability to tell your family Xiaoran not to commit a crime, what did you say when you were begging us for connections? Well, so that's what you really think. So what if it is? Don't even think of saying anything bad about our son. And don't think you're turning the page on what happened before. You'll get your ass handed to you when it's over. The cursing intensified in public, and those who saw it couldn't help but shake their heads. This Fong family, it's really thinning out. As they were arguing, the special assistant beside them instantly changed his face when he saw the cell phone message and came to Fong's mother's ear to whisper the information. Husband, madam, is not good. Young master, he disappeared. What? He's the main character of this party. How can the party go on without him? The name calling is over for now. It suddenly occurred to me that Ji Yenyu's engagement banquet venue was not far from here. He's not going to the engagement party, is he? The group was on fire. Chapter 185, Wicked False Millennium, 26. In contrast to the Yuan's Fong family, the banquet specifications on Ji Yenyu's side were not of the same magnitude as over there. What's more, because of the importance he placed on Baoshu, he of course had to put in the utmost effort to set up and design it. Just an engagement is such a money burner. The first reaction of the guests attending the banquet who stepped into the dreamlike venue was shock, then envy. This Fong Baoshu is really lucky. Is it that anyone with a treasure in their name is happy? I'd like to get one changed. That said, how could Shi Huaichen agree to break off the engagement? Didn't he love her to death? It seems like he hasn't been mentally stable lately. He hasn't been to the office for quite a while, and things like the marriage contract are just verbal constraints between him and the Fong family. This situation doesn't count anymore either, right? Ha? Mentally unstable? So he's recuperating? Thought I'd see a wedding robbery or something. Ha ha. I'm saying the same thing. Probably no one knew that the man they were discussing, Shi Huaichen, was now in a place he shouldn't be, the dressing room of the woman's side of the engagement party. And it's a lone man and woman. Even properly styled, it was hard to hide his fatigue, and with heavy blood in his eyes he was in poor shape, but due to his excellent appearance it was very much an addition of fragile beauty. Opposite him, Nansun was dressed in a pure white gorgeous dress, dazzlingly beautiful, in stark contrast to his state. I know all about it. You said that before on purpose, right? In order to make me self-conscious and unmotivated to work. Not to mention not being able to manage to break off your engagement so that you can get engaged to Ji Yenyu. I've sorted it out. And my memory isn't wrong at all. Oh, her manner was perfunctory. And she closed her lipstick and stood up, her eyes finally falling on him. So what do you want? For me to apologize to you? Where she was now, she could not see the vulnerability she had before. A transformation that could never be brought about by putting on a single piece of makeup. Don't even bother to pretend. You don't have stress trauma? Who told you I'm stress traumatized? How will you guys feel guilty if I'm not like that? And how will you deal with the Fong family for me? Ha ha ha. Like a demon that had been masquerading as an angel had finally revealed its true colors. The malice in her eyes was thicker and deeper than it had been for him in the first place. Just using you. You're really stupid. You believe everything I say. Fong Baoshu, turns out you've never changed. I never changed in the first place. I've always been like that. Bad and selfish and two-faced. Didn't you always know that? She propped herself up and sat on the dresser, leaning back with her arms propped up, idly crossing her legs to look down at him. It's just that I'm not acting stupid anymore. So you guys know that I'm the one who's been playing you guys. Not you controlling me. How can you be so vicious? I'm just so vicious. Shi Huaichen, aren't you still moved by your heart? It's so funny. To a person who has bullied you heart. She raised her foot to kick him in the waist, but was held by the ankle. Shi Huaichen closed his eyes, as if he had completely accepted this fact. Yeah, why is that? You're so evil and I still like you like crazy. His mental state was already unstable, and at this moment, his sanity was even more shaky, and his entire being seemed to be collapsing. What would it take for you to accept me again? Not in this lifetime, she answered with finality. But then the words changed, making a bad case for a long drawn-out voice. Why don't you learn to bark at me again like you used to? She was doing it on purpose, deliberately trying to get him to know what to do. Such a request was more than pure humiliation. It was tantamount to irritating him and evoking his deepest unpleasant memories. However, after a long period of silence, Shueichan, whose hands were obviously trembling due to psychological shadows, still clenched his fist expressionlessly and raised one hand next to his face. Woof woof. Woof woof. His compromise was the greatest irony of his original hatred, to actually volunteer any behavior to please her. Shueichan, you really? Ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud. It was that harsh, but her pretty features were glowing as if they were glowing because of it, so you couldn't take your eyes off of her. It overlapped with a nightmare from years ago, but in this case he couldn't tell if it was a nightmare or a dream. Can even the memory of being bullied be glorified because you're in love with her? Shueichan felt that he had probably gone crazy long ago. It's the hate that has sustained him this far, or he'd probably be gone from the world. The pivot point the psychiatrist told him to look for. Instead of choosing something positive, he chose her, and the rest of them died early in a car accident, resulting in her being the only one left who he could hate. She became his only obsession, and every time he recalled those moments, he wondered what exactly his mentality was towards her. What if revenge succeeds? He never even thought about whether he would be relieved if she did get her punishment, or would he lose his fulcrum and break down completely? The mind is in turmoil. Is this okay? Can you please come back to me? Shueichan, are you cheap? Yes, I'm that. I'm already sick. Just pretend I am. Bao Shu, I can't lose you. Alas. The girl who had just been laughing out loud at his behavior suddenly began to sigh. She got off the dresser and hugged him after a long time, turning her face once more. I'm all joking. Shueichan, I've actually always felt guilty towards you. I know I'm wrong. I'll make it up to you. What? Shueichan didn't react to what was happening. His brain was a bit down. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door behind him. It was Ji Yeniu. Bao Shu, are you done? Coming, she answered, then stood on her tiptoes to imprint shallow red lip prints on Shueichan's face. I'll make it up to you. Leaving him with nothing but his back and these words of uncertain meaning, Nansen opened the door and met Ji Yenyu's gentle eyes as always. He wore a light-colored suit today. His features were soft and his eyes were so gentle that they seemed to be able to drip water. It was almost as if Prince Charming from a fairy tale had walked into reality. Getting nervous? When she wrapped her arms around him, he covered her hand, shedding concern rather than asking what she was doing in there. He doesn't ask, but she has to say. Greeting the stunning and envious gazes of others as she slowly walked forward, she leaned happily on his shoulder. Brother Yeniu should have heard all that just happened, right? Ji Yenyu's silence gave her the answer, and it was a while before he spoke. Those don't matter. Really? But I'm full of lies. Born of bad seed, vicious and arrogant. Bao Shu, don't talk about yourself like that. Ji Yenyu reached out and wiped off the lipstick smeared out on her lips. I know better than anyone what kind of person you are, and no matter what anyone thinks of you, you're the best. Whatever you want, I'll do it for you. I've been on your side since I was a kid, haven't I? Yenio, I'm sorry. Say what you're sorry for. Nothing. Their conversation didn't last long, as they had already reached the stairway. Amidst the anticipation of the guests, the couple slowly walking down the stairs appeared in front of all eyes. Compliments of good match were endless, and the scene was filled with all kinds of blessings. And Ji Yenyu was still reeling from what she had just said. Why are you apologizing? And at this time, the marriage-snatching drama that some people were expecting came as promised. Only the protagonist was not Shueichan. I disagree. A shout came from somewhere, and as the crowd sniffed and looked, their first reaction was to be awed by the face before they realized who it was. How did he get here? Isn't the Fong family also hosting a banquet? The security guards were also puzzled as to where he had appeared from when they were heavily guarded. They rushed over to stop him, but were again blocked by the people brought by the quickly arriving Fong family. Are you trying to provoke me directly? Ji Yenyu had guessed that this engagement banquet would be uneventful, so he wasn't much surprised. We didn't mean that. In the past, the Fong family's parents who could talk to him as equals, after this period of suppression had long since lost the bottom of arrogance in front of him, and could even be called humble. Jingyu, come back with us. Jingyu ignored them and instead looked at the flustered little miss behind Ji Yenyu. He knew she must be happy now because this was what she wanted. She wanted to take revenge on the Fong family, not only to make them lose their position of power and influence, but also wanted him, her own son, to break with them in public. He'll make her happy. Chapter 186, Wicked False Millennium, 27. Hurry back. Back where? Jingyu sneered. I didn't say I recognized you guys. You really want to go against the family like that? As far as the Fong family is concerned, I'd rather go to jail than go back. He looked at his emotional parents and said one heartfelt thing after another. Being a human being to the extent that you guys are is enough of a failure that she's escaping the fire by cutting ties with you guys. You. The two men were so angry that their heads ached, and they held each other up, their injuries from the previous fight aching. The whispers of the people around them, full of condescending mockery, also made it seem as if their skins had been torn off and stomped dirty. How could this be acceptable to the couple, who prided themselves on their upper-class lifelong pursuit of face? The Fong family is now the time of decline. Was so as a joke to see more hate from the ground to drill in. Looking at this unconscious son, and then looking at his ex-daughter who was well protected by GNIU, his intestines were repentant. I should have known better. Mother Fong's eyes subconsciously swept to the daughter who had already severed the relationship. She thought she would get the usual stubborn but secretly moistened expression, but only got indifference and ridicule. Exasperated, both of them fainted. Ma'am. The butlers and assistants on the Fong family's side hurriedly took the two away and sent them to the hospital. But today's incident is expected to be the talk of the circle for a long time again. They will only wake up to an even more embarrassing situation. And, of course, there's the wall-to-wall blow. Ji Yen, you let everything go. Even when the engagement party was made a joke, he didn't let anyone stop it, but silently straightened Nan Sun's temples. The look in his eyes seemed to say, is this any happier? She responded to this by smiling sweetly and tilting her head to rub her cheek against the palm of his hand. Jingyu, who had taken in the interaction between the two of them in his eyes, had a slightly sunken breath around him. Standing there alone, his aura was nothing like that of a child who had strayed and been recovered, and was more genuine than a real young master made out of money. Can't imagine how shaken up it would be to be gazed upon by him with eyes like those of a broken heart. Don't get engaged to him. Many of the female guests in the room were already saying a frantic yes in their minds as he spoke those words. If she's not engaged to me, is it hard to be engaged to you? After GNIU's exit, they fell back. In public, Jingyu and GNIU confronted each other, one deep and one shallow, one cold and depressed and one elegant. Other than that, wouldn't it really be secretly awesome to see so many two people fighting over themselves? Some people go to see the heroine who was robbed of her marriage. Bright and beautiful, panicked and uneasy look is heartbreaking, and suddenly feel that one more person to rob the marriage is also rightfully so. And then the other one really came, disheveled and languid, with amorous broken eyes and a lip print that hadn't been carefully wiped off from his handsome face. Upon closer inspection, it's kinda similar to the shade on the lips of the robbed heroine. It's like a dog blood idol drama that combines all the popular elements of fake $1,000 and real young masters, Shura and so on. The most prominent men in the circle are vying for the same woman. And even young Master Jin is so in love that he breaks with his family for her. I think they'll be called illogical for filming it, but it really just happened. A hugely expensive engagement party has been hardened into a dog blood idol drama scene. I do not approve of your engagement. When Shi Huaichen stepped out from the crowd, everyone automatically made a path for him. Shi Huaichen, what are you doing here to add to the chaos? I add to the confusion? You're a junior. He's a junior. Don't tell anyone. The design of the arena was already convenient for everyone to hear what the master said without a microphone. And just now it was quiet again. And even more so after he finished the sentence. Ji Yen, you took a deep breath. Please watch your words. He gestured for the staff at the scene to calm and slowly disperse the guests. It was okay to watch their jokes. He didn't want Bao Shu to be the talk of the town. Seeing that the people were slowly dispersing, Shi Huaichen also started to fire. What? So you're allowed to seduce other people's fiancés and I'm not allowed to talk about it? Seducing her mistress with her face. He pointed directly at the beautiful-looking Jingyu. The near-water tower stinks of Shaoxi. Another reference to the warm and gentle GNIU. A big crowd. Do you have to? Shi Huaichen had already broken. In short, as long as I'm around today, no one will be able to get engaged to her. With that look, he's just trying to pull everyone down with him. You're really crazy. Jingyu locked eyes with him, as if he saw himself, just as crazy as he was, and just as pathetic, favoring a willingness to do so. I'm crazy, aren't you all? He pulled at the corners of his mouth, his face nothing but sadness and madness. Don't argue with me about her if you think I'm crazy. Do you think it's possible? With cold, penetrating eyes, Jingyu returned to him. Stop being mad. Shi Huaichen. Ji Yen Yu, who appeared to be the winner, tried to mediate. Shi Huaichen felt that one of them was more pathetic than the other, knowing full well what her true colors were, a beautiful and dangerous poisonous candy. knowing full well that she only thought of their love as a pretty, show-offy badge. She might now watch them fight over her with disdain and amusement. Knowing the kernel of her selfishness and viciousness, what they minded most was that she didn't love anyone, swooning over her sweet talk and hating her ability to bluff her way through anyone. Even now, she was well protected, watching from on high as they turned into jokes for her. The gaze of others when Huaichen no longer cared. Even feel fastidious? At least in everyone's rumors, their names can be related. Jingyu turned his head to meet the eyes of the little miss that held a clear smile. Are you satisfied, little miss? Do you like it? His current appearance was even darker and deeper brutalized than Sir Huaichen, who was in an unstable mental state, full of suppressed danger. If it wasn't for the fact that GNIU had more manpower, he could even commit the act of taking her captive again, and will no longer believe her show of weakness and will hide her forever. Satisfied. Love it. Ha 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 ha. No longer pretending to be innocent and soft, she wrapped her arms around Ji Yinyu, her teasing almost overflowing. The engagement party turns into a farce to please her alone. Ji Yinyu indulges her, Jingyu satisfies her, and Sir Huaichen hates her and loves her. Everyone is in a daze, unsure of what she wants, but desperate to please her and exclude the competition. Sir Huaichen took a step forward, but was stopped by Ji Yinyu reaching out, and across the distance, he turned toward her. You don't really like Ji Yinyu at all, do you? What did you mean by making amends before? I don't need your amends. Don't get engaged to him. Before Ji Yinyu could say anything, Jingyu sneered and mocked first. Sure, Huaichen, you've been out of the game for a long time now. What's the point of holding on to your ex-fiancée's identity and struggling? What about you? After forcing yourself on her like that, do you think it's still possible? You didn't threaten her? Shameless blackmailer. It's better than you committing every crime you can. The more the fire grows. Unexpectedly, the two fought, and both parties used their full strength. Those who pulled the fight, those who persuaded the fight. The scene was chaotic. Even though the guests were gradually leaving, so there were far fewer people, it was still staggering that they didn't care. Even by Mo, who was watching everything from the sidelines, felt ridiculous. Watching these proud sons of heaven become like this, with a feeling of a rabbit dying. Turning her head just in time to meet the little lady's eyes, the other flashed her a smile. As usual, but cutthroat. Why is she like this? What did she really want? Would it make her happy to see him go crazy for her? Ever since she'd been kidnapped and returned home, she'd never understood her again. Of course, she disqualified herself, gradually accepting that she wasn't even a friend to her. All scheming was lost, and all she could do was hate her. Bye Mo. Please take Baoshu upstairs first while I take care of things. Ji Yinyu was as calm and reliable as ever. But while speaking he took off his jacket and then folded his shirt sleeve slowly and methodically. He's crazy, too, calmly crazy. All of them, as if infected, broke down one after the other. She's the same herself. Come on, little miss. Bema felt sad beyond belief. Her disappointment in her peaked, but when she came over to her with a smile, it felt like it was back to when they were still friends. Before leaving, little miss held Ji Yenyu's hand and apologized abruptly and in a small voice. Yenio, I'm sorry. Despite not understanding why she was apologizing again, he kissed her forehead soothingly and gently, so tenderly that it almost brought tears to his eyes. That's okay. Either way, it doesn't matter. Chapter 187, Wicked False Millennium, 28. An engagement party that everyone envied ended up scribbling. Instead, one of the main characters was humming and in a good mood. Little miss, why are you doing this? Which do? Why did you have to create such a farce to ruin the ceremony when you could have been properly engaged and they were playing into your hands? Because I'm crazy too. Nansen calmly turned his head and looked up at her. Mal, although you are also very sick, you are probably the most normal person right now. You don't have to understand me. You've never understood me. How can that be? We grew up together. I know everything about you. How can I have never understood you? Beck Mal was agitated by her questioning, but she said slowly with an unchanged expression. You know everything about me. You know my preferences. You know my secrets. You know my personality. And yet you still keep doubting our friendship. But that's what I saw. There's more that you see but don't care about. Like you don't realize that I actually knew about the things you were doing for a long time. What? Bema was shocked and took a step back. But she stopped talking about it in detail and went into the lounge suite, only to come out a long time later. She handed out a red and black wrapped gift box. A present for you, Mal. Happy birthday. You remember. With all of her anger doused, Bema froze and accepted the gift, her nose flaring. How could I forget? I haven't forgotten every single one of your birthdays. She looked at little Mrs. smiling face, but knew full well there was no going back. Those things. She tried to open her mouth to explain but realized there was no way to explain that she had been doing the wrong thing. Are we still friends? Mal, I've always thought of you as a friend and the only good one. I keep saying that and after a while you start questioning it again. She acted like the two had never been apart, and yawned as she spoke. Mal, I'm tired. She was about to close the door, then reminded her again. Remember to open your presents. The door slammed shut, and Bema was still fuming. A sense of cuteness and absurdity filled her entire brain, and she stroked the box cherishingly, feeling as coaxed as the men underneath. In a few words, all that hate of hers was casually dispelled. She opened the box to find a locked book inside, clearly bearing signs of having been used in a way she had never seen before. She had frozen when she turned to page 1. It's Little Mrs. Diary. The first page was just childish handwriting, but it was serious in every stroke, and, for the most part, it was about her. Bema covered her mouth as she turned a random page to see her name. 9. I have a new friend today. Her name is Bimo, Mo fourth tone. She's really pretty. I want to save her. 10. I hate that fat guy. Mal said he bullied her, so I'm going to avenge Mal. 11. I've never had any other friends, and that's okay, none of them are as good as Mal. 14. I realized something today. Mal doesn't seem to want me to have any other friends. I made her sad. I'll try to have only her as a friend from now on. 15. I didn't forget Mal's birthday. Set up a surprise at school. She didn't show up but left cold. No chance to explain. She said it was okay, she didn't believe it. 16. I know that Mal has been doing the same things, and I don't blame her, but I've told her so many times that she's my best friend. What will it take to make her believe it? 18. I don't blame her for whatever she did. Tears had already blurred her eyes, and Bimo sobbed and crouched down. Endless regret and guilt intertwined in her heart. Those negative emotions wound haphazardly, first binding her heart tightly, then stabbing out of her body a little, bringing sharp and deep pain. She prided herself on knowing Little Miss, but she knew nothing of these mental activities of hers. Like Little Miss just said, there was more she saw but didn't care about. Also, there was always a discrepancy between what had happened in the seen and unseen places and what she remembered. The comments she heard from others in the classroom about her. Little Miss actually put a stop to it the next second. What she thought was getting closer to someone else was actually a missed birthday surprise of some kind. How many misunderstandings have occurred from the past to the present? She's low self-esteem and sensitive, and thinks she's regressive and tolerant enough. But Little Miss High and Miserable is the one who gets hurt more by her spikes. Page by page looking at the diary. Bimo does not know how long he cried. Tears wiped and wiped still cannot stop. So wrong. What she's done. She and her partner Huaichin destroyed all of Little Miss's social circles and designed traps to trap Ji Yenyu in an attempt to alienate the two of them. Even in knowing that Jing Yu was the true young master, her first reaction would actually be one of celebration. She sobbed. White Mal. The voice from Ji Yenyu appeared above her head and she had no time to care. Where's Bao Shu? Little Miss says she's tired. Bemo wiped her tears with the back of her hand, crying until she lacked oxygen and a blackout came over her eyes. What does she's tired mean? Ji Yenyu couldn't care less about the mess he was in after the fight, and tried to open the door to go in but found that the door was unlocked. In that moment, the heart sank. Chapter 188 Wicked False $1,000, 29. It's pathetic. Nansun rested his cheeks and looked at the face in the mirror, not knowing if he was talking about the Beck Mal who had screwed up his whole life, or the poor and hateful Little Miss. Everything in the original episode seemed as if everyone was at fault, but when you look deeper, you can't sort out the source. The plot falls apart a little bit short of being in control of the last bit, because she hasn't had enough fun yet. I want to play Jingyu well again. I want Sure Huaichen to be a dog for me, and I want to see when Brother Yen Yu will be able to strain his generosity and make me forbidden to associate with them. Nanchuan crossed his fingers and counted the things he wanted to do soon. She smiled with her cheeks as she thought, causing a light, feathery touch to fall on her hair again, only she was too busy thinking about it to notice. 009, host. You have an invitation to contact from Zhao Cord. Zhou Chun? She should have advanced smoothly after last time. We're having a hard time getting in touch. Is she in some kind of emergency? Now that she was no longer a quest giver under the jurisdiction of the main system, she had to go over there on her own for the connection with Zhao Cord, and she had to get 009 to help establish the channel to do so. It's a bit troublesome, but since it's a request for help, Nanchuan tilted his head and thought about it. Of course he chose to agree. 009, okay. Channel being established. Within the space of the pure white imitation quest hall, the anxious Zhao Cord's eyes lit up when he saw that figure appear. No matter how many worlds have passed by, she is still as beautiful and moving as she was, free as the wind, as airy as she was back then. She's never changed. Queen, the jungle is in need of help. You're going to borrow money from me? No. Zhao Chang shook his head frantically. Ha, I'm just kidding. Tell me, what are you looking for me for? Look at you in a hurry. Nansun reached out and patted the top of her hair, also calming all those hexes and apprehensions of hers. It's just that I have a friend who was backstabbed into taking on a difficult quest that doesn't match her level, and if she fails she'll be sent to the punishment world with all her points deducted. Queen, you're my best network. Half of the energy that my girlfriends and I earn behind us are supplied to you. If you find me for anything in the future, I will definitely die for it, even if I'm asked to betray the main system. Don't say such things casually. Nansun took the initiative to interrupt her. That guy from the master system can be careful after the frequent defections. It was fine now, but if he were in another place where the main system could be regulated, Zhao Qin would be rated as a high-risk person. Okay. Zhao Cord was busy nodding her head. Everything the queen said she would keep in mind. For quests, you can just have your system transfer permissions to 9. That's what consent means. Zhao Qin was all prepared to be rejected. After all, she was just in a hurry, and the other party was free to answer or not. What's more, the gold medal taskmasters were each and every one of them among the big shots, and she'd be lucky to recognize and take the initiative to get in touch with them, and would actually agree to help her. Queen, my slave will follow you forever with my girlfriends. If she hadn't been afraid of upsetting the queen by going too far, she probably would have thrown herself on all 5. You can do this quest whenever you want. The identity is customizable. The freedom is super high. And then the content will surely interest you. There are all kinds of kittens and puppies or whatever you want to play with. Zhao Qin rambles excitedly, realizing he's talking too much and rubbing his face to ease his fawning expression. Queen, you are busy with your affairs, so I won't bother you. She was very perceptive and was not good at delaying Nansun too much. Go back and be careful, oh, don't let the main system notice. Aha! This was truly the most down-to-earth bigot she'd ever seen, and those who were dissing her behind her back must have been eyeballing her with jealousy. To that warm and soft face, Zhao Qin's mood at the moment was highly overlapping with 009. From now on, she's Queen Poisonweed. Junior, let's go. No response. Junior. There wasn't even a rebuttal because at this moment, 9932 was a guest in 009 system space. Seeing my idol again, I was in a beautiful mood, and the blue cloud version of 9932 with a new skin was floating around in it. Idol, I've already found the fraud you asked me to find last time, and I've educated it well. 009, thank you. A wisp of energy was given to it as payment. It's too much of a favor. It's what I'm supposed to do. 9932 was overwhelmed with excitement, putting the call of his own host behind him, and taking advantage of the last opportunity to hurry up and say everything he wanted to say in his head. Idol, your entity is so handsome. When I save up enough energy, I'll definitely go and redeem my silver gray eyes like yours. But your hair color is so special. The mall definitely doesn't have it. And that is, last time that system is definitely not our fan club and I go back to the Shuan support group. Hosts must unite to purge them. Hurrying to finish, its figure unwillingly dissipated. 009, Shuan. Backing group? Xiaojiu. Let's go. 009, good host. It added this backstop to the to-do list for the time being, but as the passage closes in preparation for the return, it doesn't go so well. 009, wait a moment, host. There's a small problem. Concealing contact between the main system and its handful of taskmasters was energy intensive, and opening up another dimension required strong arithmetic, so it didn't have time to pay attention. In the small amount of time they had left, the original world had actually become incredibly turbulent. It was logical that the host should not be like this when she was told ahead of time that she was going to take a break, and it was only for a short period of time. The result is that the plot track, which had been unresponsive, silently held a big one and started autocorrecting. Because of the absence of Feng Baoshu, the plot has been revised to fit the situation after calculation. That is, to remove the factors that destabilize the cornerstones of the world. I'm dead. Nanjun synchronized his view to see the body laid out in the hospital, the wound on his wrist deep enough to see the bone. She had always died on her own before, but this was the first time she had ever been killed. Before 009 took off to apologize for his dereliction of duty, Nanchuan clenched his fist inside. Unexpected and exciting. However, in the end, the plot trajectory has no consciousness and is always so unintelligent. In its judgment, is it possible to fix the world line if Feng Baoshu dies? In fact, it brought about a total collapse. Chapter 189, Wicked False Thousand-Year-Old Gold, End. Rewind to the beginning, which is after Nanchuan briefly leaves and the plot seizes the opportunity to start correcting itself. Everyone in a panic managed to get the door open, only to see the girl in the bathtub wearing an engagement dress but having lost all vital signs. Blood stained a pool of water, and the soft, beautiful fingertips that hung over the edge of the tub became pale and withered. No way. Too shocked by the scene to make a sound, Baima covered the diary she had just read and sat down on her knees with weak legs. No way. Everyone's thinking, No way. But then again, everything is so well documented. A long and deadly silence spread, and behind them, no matter whether they were subordinates or staff, none of them dared to make a sound to disturb. At the same moment, all four men thought it was all their fault. Jing Yu's mind went blank. How could he be told to accept that the nasty little lady who had previously had a playful heart would choose to end her life? Didn't she want to watch the show? They've been completely fooled by her and still love her even knowing how she is by nature. Wasn't she all an act? Her show of weakness was only a facade, her purpose was all told to him. Unabashedly calculating. But how could he forget when it was clear that she had been so heartbreaking and real before as well? Little Miss had fooled everyone. Even he, who had truly seen the sullen depression of her days, had let his guard down. It was his fault that he shouldn't have tried to hide the pearl on his own, and captivity brought destruction. At the end of the crowd at the head of the time, Huaichen's sanity strings completely collapsed, preferring to believe that he was hallucinating again. Unwilling to face, stumbled away, thinking back to what she said to herself in the dressing room not long ago. To make up for it. Actually, I've always felt guilty about you. I know I was wrong and I'll make it up to you. This is making up. What kind of making up is this? I don't want this atonement. These are fake. They're my hallucinations. Breathing heavily, he pushed away all the subordinates who tried to come forward to assist him, and a light went on before his eyes. If I could have noticed it sooner, I was obviously right outside the door. Again and again and again. Bema covered her face and mumbled, the tears that had only just stopped falling all the way down again, and the room resounded with dull and suppressed sobs. None of them tried to get closer, as if that would fool themselves that what was in front of them wasn't real. The only one who looked the most normal in the whole room was Gniu. But he, who seemed to be methodically arranging everything, was the one who told people to send the little miss to the hospital. Mr. G. She no longer has vital signs. It's only been so long. Slitting her wrists didn't kill her so quickly. She's still saved. His tone was calm. Get to the hospital. There's still hope. His chest cavity seemed to be blocked with a large mass of cotton, and his soul seemed to have been drained away. He didn't even realize that he was shedding tears while talking. Even the doctor accompanying her couldn't bear to poke at the fact that the young lady's cause of death was an overdose of drugs placed next to her. Everyone could see how strong her intention to die was through this, and that's what makes it all the more difficult to believe. The delicate rich flowers that were in full bloom an hour ago withered and died in an instant. Hospital, take her to the hospital. Carried on the stretcher. The girl's pale hands dangled over the edge from the inevitable bumps. The blue diamond ring he wore on the finger of his right hand fell off as a result. But no one noticed as chaotic feet stepped over one after another. The silent Jing Yu bent down, crouched, and picked up the familiar ring. The moment he touched it, it was as if he had burst the bubble that had enveloped him, awakening from a phantasmagorical dream where everything he had escaped from had become reality. End of plot track correction. Half an hour later, World Cornerstone, Jing Yu returns to the bathroom where he started, sinks himself under the water, and dies. At the same time, World Cornerstone, White Mal burns the diary and leaps from a tall building to his death. 15 minutes later, Shi Huaichen, who was in the restroom, overdosed and died. The cold hallway outside the room where Little Miss was confirmed dead. Gniu was alone, covering her face and sobbing. So that's what sorry means. The world is in turmoil. No, the cornerstone of my world. Where's my good, stable world? The sky is falling for the world consciousness who feels that one of the worlds he manages is in trouble and rushes to it. I'm going to report it to the main system. Apply for permission. Give me a pause. Give me backtracking. 009, who sensed everything, informed Nanchuan of the return and collapse of the world's consciousness in tandem. The world is finally playing a part. The main system will also track it down. Nanchuan has only one thought about this. Alas, this world is no fun. The crisis is close at hand, and it's time for her and 009 to continue to die. 009, the plot is collapsing at 100%. Energy collection is complete. I will try to accumulate energy and eventually reach a level where I can fight the main system. It's okay, no matter what. Joe, you're the best. Oh, 009, the main system will discover our trail, and all of our next destinations will have to be cancelled for the time being. Just in time. We can go to the quest world that 9932 has just handed over to us. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Good. She looked at the mission world, and not only were there kittens and puppies, but there were bunnies and snakes too. And then there's the fact that she's ready to be a collegiate biker like no other. World jumping. After they had left, the execution system arrived. As soon as I arrived, I was confronted with the wailing of the world's consciousness and its accusations. How did my nice world come to this? It must be your taskmaster who's behind this. Give me back my normal world. Give me back my normal world. Execution system 019, please calm down. How do you expect me to be calm? Although this world is crippled and imperfect, it's still a world under my jurisdiction. 019, please calm down. Give me an explanation. Come on, come on, come on. 019, no record of a taskmaster entering has been detected. Initial judgment is primary system 009 with system defector. Nanshuan. The world consciousness didn't notice the executive system's momentary lag and was still asking for a statement. I don't care. It has something to do with you anyway. So give me compensation, give me permission, and restore the normal world. Instead of being moved, 019 reported the matter to the main system. The response received was, focus on screening worlds with weak world cornerstones as well as worlds with loopholes. The coordinates will not be too far away. Tracking continues. 019, good. Do you have any idea how much energy the pause is going to cost me? Pay me back. The world consciousness next to him was still wailing. Seeing no response, it began to pick apart the wild stories to threaten. Why didn't you say anything? Are you deliberately harboring this defector called Nanshuan? Just because you. The rest of the words were silenced. 019, please do not question my function. The executive system will not harbor anyone. Compensation package is out, suspension and backtracking privileges are denied. And until the cornerstone of the new world is born, the cost of stabilizing this world will be the responsibility of the main system. Above, the still muted world consciousness could not wow any longer and reluctantly accepted the program. Before proceeding with the tracking, 019 repeats the emphasis. The enforcement system doesn't harbor anyone. Chapter 190, Stepping Stone Bijou, 1. Introduction to this world, reclaiming the Mary Suora? Easy as pie. Everyone is under the thumb of this bitch. Keywords, American Beyonce, Beast Academy, answer on Beyonce. I would like to counter expression and redefine the word as other women have done. To turn weapon-like insulting words into light and worthless attacks as well as unquestionable compliments. So Beyonce equals confidence, beauty, generosity, and aggressiveness. They don't understand Beyonce. And to be Beyonce you need to be good, condescending, and $1,000,000. And, of course, just the right amount of meanness. Admit it, they love and hate us because we dazzle so much that it gnaws at them to make them say dash. A lion and a tiger looked at each other and pointed at themselves and said those words proudly at the same time. She's nothing short of a biatch. Soon their faces were filled with frustration again. That new student of no virtue and no honor. It's only because of that snake and the damn rabbit and the mermaid that he's pulling in so many votes. If we suffer another defeat today, we'll definitely be the talk of all the beasts. Panther. Say something. Nansen opened her eyes and saw two little sisters with different hair colors but both blonde crossing their arms waiting for her to answer. Meanwhile, before she was ready to open her mouth, the entire auditorium exploded in ceremonial flowers. Let's congratulate the queen of the Beast House Ball this month is Dash. Golden Cat. The cheers resounded throughout the venue. Eardrums were attacked by the swarm of demons, and eyes were light polluted by the flashing neon lights. This is the scene as soon as Nanjun, who has just finished setting his looks and archetype, arrives. She raised her eyes and saw the brown-haired girl standing in the middle of the spotlight, with long hair down to her waist, the ends of her hair in an inward curve, her sweet looks and a vaguely white floral pattern on her face. Nansen locked eyes with her on and saw the spring in the other's eyes. This is the heroine of this world. And here, it's the Beast Awakening Academy, or Beast Academy for short. Humans in the outside world don't realize that the people at the top of the society who hold various important positions and power are all different orcs with spiritual power. Their offspring are beastly archetypes before awakening, and as adults they must stay here through the fusion period and learn to control their beastly and human nature before graduating. Orcs have difficulty reproducing and naturally rarely share the same race, so they were referred to by their race until they slowly suppressed their beastly nature to name themselves. That's why they call the heroine, the golden cat. The more human nature overpowers animal nature the better you are and the sooner you graduate. The heroine, on the other hand, is a human who enters the Beast Academy in disguise as a beast, where she will stir the pot and slowly strengthen her Mary Sue aura. This was one of the difficult mission objectives that Nansun had taken over from Zhao Qin. Slowly weaken until the aura dulls and disengages. Recovering the prop, Mary Sue aura. Another mission goal is to be the earliest to graduate with honors. Both mission objectives doomed Nansun to be on the opposite side of the female lead from the very beginning, especially since she got the status this time around of being the popular queen of the Beast Academy, the campus biatch that people love and hate. It's also a stepping stone to the heroine's destiny. As for the male lead, whoever the female lead chooses is the male lead. Out of those four, it's also possible that they are all or none of them are the male lead. In short, she just needs to fulfill the mission objectives. Now, the other party had tentatively managed to overpower her, and even the Mary Sue aura had made those four heroines' chosen quality shares look at her differently. One of the most profound influences was undoubtedly the tall young man standing beside her now Ink Snake. red vertical pupils paired with black hair. His appearance highlighted the unique grim sense of the serpent. Handsome looks and powerful aura. Undoubtedly a strong person at the top of the Beast Academy. He was cold and disdainful despite the wildly adoring gazes that coalesced around his body. Only when he looked at the heroine would there be more appreciation in his eyes. The prom queen, too, was begged by the heroine this time, and he single-handedly planned, canvassed and threatened to make the unsuspecting jaguar lose his way with the crown. Under the lights, the heroine made a gag at her. I'm so sorry, bitchy, didn't learn the essence of their feline sisterhood, and killed just enough. The feline sister groups, leopards, lions and tigers, are also the talk of the town wherever they go, and she, overpowering them. If they don't get their face back this time, they'll be the down-and-outs who can come up and pull the hair out of anyone's ass. The eyes around them gloated. The emotions more raw because of the animalistic nature that filled them, and the intent to see a good show was undisguised. Does she want to die? To actually provoke us like that? The blonde-haired, brown-eyed lioness beside him spoke angrily, chewing bubblegum, her face devoid of beastly tattoos and her aura powerful. The female tiger next to her wearing vintage glasses was a different style of beauty, a bit more composed than her. Lioness, relax, we're not going to let her get the crown so smoothly. You're right, aren't you, Panther? They looked at Nan-sun at the same time, and in their eyes was an overwhelming wildness. All the humanoids here are not human after all, and believe in the law of the jungle where the weak are the strongest. Apparently the first time an human heroine didn't realize this, which is why she dared to secretly provoke them. Perhaps there was also the confidence that came with the Mary Sue aura, the confidence that her adoring fans who stood at the top of the Beast Academy pyramid would protect her. Unfortunately, Nan-sun was at the same top as those beasts. It's time to teach her a lesson, too. Sure, that ex-queen smiled and took a sip of her wine as the various beasts watched, both overtly and covertly. Dazzling blonde hair shone brightly in the light, and pure gold cat eyes swelled with ambition as if they could devour everything. Even though the battle prowess she usually displayed wasn't enough to defeat the golden cat's protectors, they had trouble controlling being bowled over by her current confidence. In the interplay of lights, everyone watched together as the golden cat girl took the stage. Before receiving the crown, there is a bloody session that all beasts look forward to, a dueling session. The queen is not that good. Either she lets the adorers she has taken under her wing charge for her, or she takes the field herself. Panther, who is a past prom queen, is usually randomized between the two, and Golden Cat, obviously, can only choose the former. Does anyone feel capable of competing for the queen's crown? Encouraged by the excitement of the White Crane hosts, all the beasts turned their attention to the center of the feline sister group. Will she come out? On the test when school first started, she used to be under the thumb of Ink Snake. Even the heroine was staring at her closely to see how she would face this deadly situation where there was no way back or forth. After this time, her Mary Sue aura would be strengthened to an A+ rating, and she would be able to face the wary nine-tailed fox with more confidence when she chose to supervise the professor. The man in front of her was so dazzling that even though she knew she couldn't beat the snake, she was inevitably apprehensive. They looked at each other. The beautiful and powerful blonde finally raised her hand slowly in full view. Her tone languid. I don't think there's anyone else but me. A louder cheer than before rang out, almost capable of toppling the roof. Chapter 191, Stepping Stone Bijou 2. Are you sure? The red, vertical pupiled serpent stepped out from beside the golden cat in an unmistakable protector stance that made the surrounding beasts cynical about the heroine in the center. He was one of the strongest in the academy, and after the fusion period was over, most of the beasts would probably never have access to him again. And that not-so-strong golden cat actually made him fold. How on earth did he do that? What's uncertain? Or are you afraid of losing to me? Nan-sun returned the provocation, his unbridled gaze fixed on the other party's handsome to demonic face. Beautiful snake, much thicker skinned than a human male. You don't have to be heartbroken to play it. Detached from human society, Nanshuan was able to release most of his inner madness. She wanted him, as a trophy for winning the battle herself. The face would be scarred, the beautiful vertical pupils resigned and helpless, dying as she dragged them back. Definitely. Super cool. Ha 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 ha. The blonde's smile widened and was so mesmerizing that even Ink Snake, who was facing her, was shaken. Under the close influence of the Mary Sue aura, his brief indulgence turned back to condescension and disdain. Ha, I'll rip your throat out. The other party obviously didn't think she would improve much in this short time. We believe you. Tiger shook his fist. You're gorgeous. Mei Pao. Lioness shook her fist as well. Less harmonizing. Bimbos. Nansen smiled and stroked their heads, with varying shades of blonde. The feline ladies hooked their lips at the sight the beasts couldn't help but be drawn to. We're the best biatches ever. Then, open the stage. The White Crane presenter was laughing so hard that he was dancing around in his bird's white uniform. even with one of his shirt buttons falling apart. The surroundings quickly changed, and the huge cylindrical gladiatorial arena was raised up, with a transparent psychic curtain separating all uninvolved parties. Everyone was whispering in full of excitement. Will the fight go to bestiality? That would be hard to end, wouldn't it? It's hard to regain your sanity after animalization. It's about to be bestial. What's a duel if you don't see blood? The heroine, who was human, listened to the excited whispers of the beasts around her, and the panic of being an alien raced from the soles of her feet to the sky. She was not a golden cat orc, but a human named Jean Nguyen, and even the animal tattoos on her face were camouflaged with a special dye. After learning that the world is not actually ruled by humans and that the powers at the top are actually beasts, her ambitions grow. She can't be found out and sent back with her identity wiped of her memories. She doesn't want to be ignorant and be an ordinary person, but she wasn't a beast after all, and even with her Mary Sue aura, she still couldn't help but be scared, and occasionally even more so when she saw their archetypes. Even the weakest herbivore around was enough to slap her to death. Human fear of powerful beasts was self-preservation etched in their genes, especially now that she was just alone. Circle after circle of beasts surrounded the vicinity of the platform, and even though they were all dressed in elegantly appropriate uniforms of various colors of the Beast Academy, and their looks were each outstanding in their own way, they still couldn't hide the inhuman nature of the beasts. From the words, from the movements, from the mannerisms, and from the various animal tattoos on the white face, countless pairs of eyes stared at the dueling stage, each color pupil flashing different lights in the darkness, shocking as well as terrifying. On the stage, the slender, frail-looking blonde sweetheart took the lead, aiming straight for the neck as soon as she arrived, holding the initial weapon equally on both sides. She had no lag whatsoever, playing with the tiny dagger in a fluid manner. Ink Snake's eyes glazed over, and despite quickly dodging it, a small line of blood was drawn. Suppressing animalism is the first lesson for new students, but apparently, fighting in human form is not at all cool and constricting. The first round of exchanges had been able to contrast which of the two had the better command of the human form. Boos came from the stage. Baby, how can you protect your queen if you don't show some real skill? Don't call me that. The red pupils were cold, and his face was full of offended anger. Do cold-blooded animals get angry too? Nansen flirted as he dodged his opponent's step-by-step attacks. The two entwined figures were so fast that they were indistinguishable to the naked eye, and only beasts with strong enough mental power could see their fight. The dagger's silver light flickered, but one side was increasingly at a disadvantage. The serpent's defenses are amazing, and any beast lucky enough to have fought this top-of-the-pyramid ink serpent knows that even in his human form, his skin is as hard as steel. But under that blonde female panther's weapon, he was getting cut after cut. The snake's blood mixed with black gradually stained the Beast Academy's uniform, which was more visible under his white shirt since he wasn't wearing a black jacket. His chest heaved as more blood dripped down his fingertips. On the other hand, on the opposite side, the suspenders and hot pants are so enthusiastic and generous that it's as if they've only just played a game of beach volleyball. Energetic and smiling, his skin glistened with sweaty water. She was ridiculously strong and explosively beautiful. The hissing from the stage grew louder and louder as what should have been a humanoid battle with little to look at energized them to the point where they nearly couldn't suppress their animalistic nature. The red-eyed ink snake youth's breath grew weaker and weaker, which was a precursor to the outbreak of spiritual power and impending animalization. The gladiatorial table detected the change in the party and instantly controlled the space to expand several times. Dust billowed as a huge, pure black snake tail swung out with lightning speed, the female across from her being set off to be incredibly small. She dodged it with a light leap and smiled at the floor tiles that were deeply cracked from the attack. Why don't you animalize? Beast forms and human forms don't have the same physical strength at all. What did she mean when she was like that? The red-pupiled ink snake raised its body and stared at her dead in the face, filled with the anger of being belittled. It's just not necessary. Nansun was still fighting him in the gap, glancing at the dagger with the curled blade before dropping it with full concern. With a flick of his arm, his beautiful white hand immediately turned into a leopard claw with a unique pattern, licking her fur lightly like every feline. The look she gave her sideways glance was murderous and incredibly handsome. Swish! The hard skin of the ink snake was cut open without mercy, claw marks evident and blood flowing. A roar that hit the soul came from the field, isolated by the barrier still carried a powerful force, and the weak herbivorous beasts that were too close even bled from their ears. The battle became more white-hot and everyone became more and more frenzied. The leopard has only been enrolled for a little over a year and has actually managed to partially animalize. She did it before she named herself. For God's sake, she will certainly not be rejected by any professor for the next supervising professor selection. The beasts were talking and discussing, as if they had already forgotten about the queen, the golden cat, who had just been voted in. What's going on? Not according to the preconceived notions. How is she going to reinforce her Mary Sue aura if she can't be prom queen? Perhaps there is a risk of backsliding. Are you nervous, Sister Golden Cat? Chapter 192 Stepping Stone Bijou, 3. The slightly soft teenage voice coming from beside her startled Jean Yuan, but after seeing who it was, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's Spotted Rabbit. Ah, one of the 4 most powerful orcs she's chosen. I'm just worried that Ink Snake won't be able to win. The January prom queen selection is a symbol of popularity, with which she could have created buzz by stepping on the accumulated popularity of the reigning former queen. It also gives you the right to designate the orc of your choice to spend the following week. She had wanted to use it to get close to that 9-tailed fox professor. Don't worry, the pupils of his deep purple eyes turned towards the gladiator arena, mirroring the gradient hair color from blue to purple, with just the right balance of inhumanity and juvenility. In the midst of a crowd of wildly unimpressive orcs, he had a kind of posthumous sobriety. This attitude reassured Jean Yuan a bit. Does your head still hurt? Do you need me to rub it for you? No need. I'm poisonous. Sister Golden Cat will die if you touch me. He turned his head and smiled, and even though what he said was a warning, it still made her almost wallow in those eyes. The teenager was a typical rabbit system looker, with peach blossom eyes, petal lips, delicate features, and a smile on his face from time to time. Even being a head taller than her, both gave the illusion of being unoffensive, but it's also just an illusion. The surrounding orcs looked at him with no less scorn than they did at Ink Snake, for he is the only herbivore alongside carnivores such as the ink snake and the lion and tiger, the immensely venomous spotted rabbit, always approaching with a harmless expression, not knowing when you've been poisoned. While these orcs came with the instinct to recognize a threat, Jean Yuan was different, mesmerized by his pretty, soft appearance. Not to mention, she actively used her Mary Sue aura and saw his fascination value of up to 60. He was safe, wouldn't hurt her, would only protect her. Because of the presence of the spotted rabbit, the surrounding orcs all seemed less scary. She silently reviewed the values. The ink snake was 80, the shark was 65, and the 9-tailed fox was only a pitiful 20. It was important to continue to enlist them so that she could ensure that she wouldn't be kicked out with a memory wipe when she revealed her identity. She wants to be human, turning back into a normal human. She would at best fall in with the average rich person and lose touch with the truly powerful orcs. She has a Mary Sue aura about her, so if she wants it, why not the best? During the unstable fusion period of the orcs, she could use her complex humanity of crushing them to furiously brush the fascination value of these prides of heaven. Thinking this way, Jean Yuan's voice was put a little softer. Tell me if it's hard. Of course, you're the best to me, Golden Cat sister. You're the only one who cares about me and loves me. His tone was soft and pouty. Looking at the face that was prettier than a flower, Jean Yuan pushed the hair at her temples behind her ears, somewhat shyly. Compared to cold-blooded animals like ink snakes, which she feared the most, or ferocious beasts like sharks, which lacked rationality, it was really better to have warm furry rabbits. At that moment, yet again, there was a loud noise coming from the field, but she was human and couldn't see what was really going on in there. Instead, it was the spotted rabbit, staring intently at the gladiatorial arena, as if small swirls of deep purple were brewing in his eyes. They, the rabbits, love powerful predators the most, and the nature of Muqiang is much deeper than other beasts, good and strong. Likes this. He spoke so quietly that Jean Yuan, who had relapsed into anxiety, didn't notice. What if Ink Snake does lose? She looked to him expectantly, but he didn't open his mouth to say he would fight for himself. Sister Golden Cat, you know, I'm not good at attacking. Lies were mixed with truth, and the deliberate expression of pity on his face was enough to make her squelch her disappointment. But still, there is anxiety inside. How could something that was a sure thing have gone wrong? Even if she couldn't read the battle, she could clearly see that the side that was forced to animalize first was at a disadvantage. Pity, if only the sharks had been there. If you add him, you can definitely win the bout through a wheel fight. That leopard is strong again. How can it cope with 2 powerful orcs? If I had known, I would have been more secure. Well, it's a shame he's beastly and unstable and has to dip in the lake every day. The teenager's sideways face was innocent, but Jean Yuan knew who the culprit was who caused the beastly instability of the sharks. The way they fought for favor gave her a great sense of accomplishment. But since they were beasts that couldn't speculate on their hearts like humans, she always worried more. Thinking like this, she uneasily activated her Mary Sue aura again to check the fascination value. 50. How? It's only been one conversation, why all of a sudden it's down 10? Jean Yuan's thoughts of trying to persuade him to come on for himself disappeared completely, and she looked up at him abruptly, trying to pick up clues from her expression. Did she do something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The teenager's smile was unchanged, and the tilt of his head looked so good that her bad mood was hard to control. At this point, Cheers rang out. Aha! Awesome! I can't even control the animalization. Don't you control it alright? Don't tear your clothes in public. I've read the textbooks. People do that. But people don't animalize. Jean Nguyen is eager to know, who won? Chapter 193, Stepping Stone Bijou, 4. In the midst of all the anticipation, the earth fog gradually sank. The blonde absently combed her long hair with her transformed back fingers, her every move filled with the spirit of a cat and the solemnity of a carnivore. Beneath the shattered bricks and rubble that had been powerfully destroyed, there she stood, like a true feline queen, welcoming the pilgrimage of the crowd. The white, powerful right arm covered in thin muscle wrapped around the ink snake that had shrunk in size to normal, bruised, dying, and pinched 7 inches. It's her trophy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A word came vaguely from amongst the orcs, unable to hear whether it was reverent or demeaning, but she took it all together as a compliment. Thanks for the compliment. People are just the baddest and most awesome. The tall woman standing in the center spoke into the microphone handed to her by the white crane host, carrying her voice across the room. The confident and look set off a new round of revelry. Also, I have a name for it. She released her native mental body fully, and the giant panther manifested behind her, furry paws folded in a lazy and disdainful manner. Monograms with a metaphysical feel then appeared synchronized on her face and the face of her mental body. Only the word on her face flickered, while the spirit's face was permanently engraved with that word. Junk. She was the first orc among her contemporaries at the Beast Academy to successfully name herself. Sun. 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 The cheering became progressively more regular, with everyone calling out her new name. Junk. The purple-eyed spotted rabbit teenager also curved his peach eyes, chewing on the name silently. The gladiator arena was reclaimed and Nansen stepped onto the original stage step by step, welcoming the spotlight and well-deserved status that belonged to her. As I recall, the prom queen gets to designate where the beast belongs for the week, right? She took the radiant crown and put it on, glittering so brightly that she couldn't tell if the diamonds sparkled more or in the satin-like blonde hair. The lions and tigers at the bottom guided the other sisterhood members and followers to cheer. Nansen raised his arm and looked straight at the angry pupils of the ink snake, but he said to Jean Nguyen, I want him. Golden cat, do you have a problem with that? It was pure provocation because it was the rule, and neither she nor the defeated ink snake had the right to refuse. Even if they have to learn to be human, the law of the jungle still applies. She had to be silent, her face as ugly as if she'd eaten. The feline sister group watched the golden cat get defeated, not to mention how happy they were, and the anger that had been suppressed from all the fighting before had a place to be taken out, holding their arms and sneering. It's true that no one can take our June's place as prom queen pinch. It's funny to talk about the same feline mixing into our sisterhood and turn around and backstab. Don't think it's awesome to have those few admirers. Just wait. It's not over yet. Jean Nguyen bit her lip unwillingly. Then let it go. Who can you find to help you in the monthly test soon? By the way, I heard you wanted to pick that nine-tailed fox to be the supervising professor. Hey, just wait until we ruin it somehow. Lionel. Jean Nguyen suddenly yelled. Don't call me that. You're not a member of our sisterhood anymore. Backstabbing cat. Sisters. The spotted rabbit that had been lost in thought finally came back to his senses and opened his mouth to relieve himself. Give me face and stop arguing. Okay? Okay, then I'll give you this face. Poof. Lionel gave them both a mean look at the same time, tossing up her long, beautiful hair and turning to leave. Sister Golden Cat, don't worry, I'm here. He smiled a dimpled smile, his usual scramble for favor. That snake has thick skin. It won't break that easily. Stop worrying about him. The teenager comforted her, but his eyes fell on the field. The other man rolled his eyes at the sight of his impatience, accompanied by an arrogant middle finger. Stifling a laugh, the spotted rabbit turned back and pulled Jean Nguyen's sleeve. Staying here will have people looking for you. Let's leave first. She took one step and turned around 3 times. She was more worried about the obsession value than the ink snake's injury. Most of her Mary Sue aura maintenance level relied on the fascination value of these powerful orcs. And the more powerful the mental body, the more useful the fascination value would be. And the more powerful it is, the harder it is to brush. He himself had used all sorts of methods and managed to endure the fear to brush ink snake's fascination value to 80. If she made it to prom queen, not only would she strengthen her Mary Sue aura, but she would also be designated to spend a week with that nine-tailed fox professor. But now, everything is ruined. Halo is still an A, and they come a long way. As for Ink Snake, she will care for him tomorrow. I should not do anything. It was only more important now how to increase the spotted rabbit's suddenly declining fascination value. Jean Nguyen left after all. She doesn't want you. Hey. Nansen's hand that was pinching the ink snake 7 inches didn't move, and his other hand caressed his cold snake's tail. Beneath his fingertips, the snake scales trembled, and even the slowly healing wounds crumbled once again. Don't touch me. In her hands, he was no longer a powerful man revered and feared by all the beasts, but instead looked like a small husband who had been forcibly robbed of his people's men. You're in no position to say that. She half-heartedly relented to her trophy, sliding her fingertips to press against his wound, causing the snake to wrap itself around her arm in pain. Spitting snake letters, he didn't speak, but his breath was grim. Nansen smiled and looked at his icy red vertical pupil. How about giving you a nickname? Just call you Xian Nu. Walking into the middle of the crowded carnival ball, she let go of the snake 7 inches, but no longer feared being attacked. The ink-colored snake looked like it had given up all resistance and coiled around her arm as a decoration. You're mine for the next week. Snake. Without him, who would the heroine call to help her win the top monthly test in a few days? The heart wants to get close to the nine-tailed fox just to strengthen the aura, right? She is very ambitious and wants all the good orcs to fall for her. That way, even if her identity is exposed, she'll be covered and still be able to rely on them to make a huge class leap. To be honest, she rather admired her. Unfortunately, they were on opposite sides of the fence, and she was never one to bend her character. So, sorry about that, she's not going to be anyone's stepping stone, but it's still going to be bitch. Chapter 194, Stepping Stone Bijou, 5. Throughout the ball, the queen and her feline sorority, who had reclaimed the crown by virtue of herself, remained the unquestioned center of socializing. The trophies on her arm were ready-made medals, so expensive and conspicuous. The winners are kings and the losers eat dust. That's how cruel it is. If she was the loser, she'd probably be a kitten to be plucked and petted. But she won. Little snake, I heard that you don't like this kind of occasion. Not only for the golden cat to participate but also to help her do canvassing this kind of hook. Really, true love it. But she doesn't want you anymore. Hey, she's much more attached to that rabbit than she is to you. Ha ha ha. That's pathetic. She touched his wound that had healed to the point where only a shallow scar remained, her sharp nails scraping against it, bringing a numbing sensation of pain mixed with an itch. Don't touch me. He still hadn't said the words. The only response to her was silence. And it was a good thing she had only spoken on the spur of the moment and hadn't wanted a response from him. The king of the cold-blooded animals was now reduced to a small pet to be played with. And to say that it was not humiliating was of course a lie. Even the frequency of the snake's letters spitting out and retracting accelerated because of her frivolous touch. His ruddy vertical pupils clenching again and again, and the tip of his tail wrapping uncontrollably around her pinky finger. Then it was slapped away. Behave yourself. Xuan Nu. The ink snake spat out its snake letters, ashamed by the nickname, but could only silently control the tip of its tail and coiled quietly, tightening his body gamely. He tried to wrap it around her wrist, veins blocked. If you keep pouting like that, I'm going to kiss you. Oh. He immediately let go. The blonde beauty, already slightly tipsy, leaned on the bar and swayed her body casually to the music, occasionally clinking glasses with those around her, exuding glamour from her hair to the tips of her shoes. Amidst the loud music and cheering, Lionel came up next to Nanchuan and shouted with his palms in the shape of a trumpet. You're so cool, dead. An arm wrapped around her shoulder, and she threw a wink at the handsome young man next to her in between her words. Ping back. The red-faced young handsome man knocked over the champagne tower and hurriedly dodged it on his hands and knees, provoking a round of jeers from this side of the room. He tried to come over and strike up a conversation, but Lion rolled his eyes when he saw the animal tattoo on his face. Oh Kennedy, I hate Kennedy. The other guy had to walk away with regret. See the look on that gray wolf's face. She thought she'd get to see us suffer. Tiger brought a glass of wine over to clink glasses with them. Sure, laugh your ass off. Last time she had the audacity to spit in the fancy ingredients I saved up a month's allowance to buy. Guess if she'll come over when she sees how proud we are. Let's see how I'll fix her if she dares to come over. They were looking at a certain direction and laughing so hard that you could tell just by their demeanor that they weren't being nice. A gray wolf in expensive furs still pressed forward with his little canine heel. Congratulations. You guys were played so badly by that golden cat before. You finally got your game back for now. You guys have to keep up the good work. She's in second place in the Beast Academy popularity poll. Just a little bit short of first place. God, what a smell. Tiger scrunched up her high-flying imperial face and pinched her nose and fanned herself with her palms in front of her. Some people don't brush their teeth after eating meat. We're not beasts anymore. We have to clean our mouths like humans. And you must be upset that you've become the third oldest, when first and second are both felines. Lionel chimed in, chewing bubblegum and crossing his arms as he approached. Your taste is as bad as ever. May I ask if this fur over a short halter dress was something you rummaged through your dusty closet? Ha 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 ha. Nansen braced his face and laughed out loud, causing the gray wolf's face to turn green and white. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thanks for the compliment. They stroked their hair with confidence, one more than the other. Grey Wolf stomped his feet to leave, but was stopped by Lionel, sticking the gum he was chewing in his mouth hard in her hair. "A present for you." "Aha!" She covered her face and screamed, rushing into a nearby restroom. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Thanks for the compliment." A few people once again spoke in unison at her crumbling back before looking at each other and giving her a triumphant high five. The people around them followed with laughter. The sorority, with hair colors ranging from brown to solid blonde, leaned against the bar in various postures, some hooked in their hair, some already drunk and asleep. Each one is a different type of beauty and all feline at a glance. Because of the boss's victory, they were even more condescending and moving than usual, and there was a steady stream of orcs, both male and female, who came to hit on them. "Hi guys, I'm a new student this semester in September. Can I join the sisterhood?" Round face, big eyes, and a pretty pattern on her face. She was soft and cuddly despite her appearance, and she wasn't subdued when she saw their prying eyes. "Baby, what breed are you?" The others made way for the crown-wearing boss as the dazzling woman slowly approached her with light steps. "I'm Blackfoot Cat." She was a little nervous about facing the feline queen she had been looking up to. People around them whispered, "A black-footed cat? Gosh, she's so cute. I like her." "Me too." "Okay, you're in." With her head stroked by a fragrant hand, the black-footed cat blinked her large eyes, unable to control the prototype, and two twitching cat ears suddenly appeared on top of her head. "Oh." The lynx collapsed on top of the rabbit, smiling kindly. "She's so cute. Enjoy your first ball since you enrolled." Nanchuan rubbed the soft cat ears. "I hope my fight in the gladiator arena didn't scare you. How's that for intimidating? I'm going to be the best predator too." She puffed out her chest. "You're good enough, Blackfoot Cat. We've all heard of your clan." A cool hand left the top of her hair. "Here, you have to learn to be human to graduate properly." "Oh, I will." Nansun gave the girls a flying kiss, his fingertips tickling the chin of the small snake on his arm. They all knew she never stayed up late and watched her leave the dance. "Time to go back to rest, right? Genuine slave." She spoke with the odor of alcohol, spraying it with her breath, caught by Snake Faith, who also detected the change in her breath. "Ambiguous and sticky. What are you going to do to me?" "What? Is it hard to believe that the golden cat hasn't touched you?" The heroine was afraid of snakes and predators, so of course she didn't dare to go near them. She asked knowingly. "No." He answered anyway. With this open culture of the Beast Academy, the more powerful the Beastman, the less there is a lack of suitors, and the female main character is strictly chosen, so she is really icy clean. "Guess what I'm going to do to you, even on a night like this." Her beautiful golden eyes were bright and her body temperature was different from a cold-blooded animal like him. It was warm, call it searing even. He didn't speak anymore, but the black snake's tail that she grabbed into her hand wiggled and struggled one time after another, enough to show his nervousness. Chapter 195, Stepping Stone Beechwood, 6. In Ink Snake's stoicism, upon returning to his residence in the other's territory, he was first thrown into the bathroom, and afterward forced to change back into his human form by the throat. "Don't look at me, just watch. Who are you to say no?" The harsh grunt was followed by the insulting look of her coldly surveying eyes. "Injured is much smoother than usual." She got up and went out, and then clean bath towels were thrown in. "No touching my bed until it's clean." The wounds all over his body had not yet healed, and he thought to himself that even if the two of them fought again later, he would not be won over by this woman. A few moments later, the grim and handsome red-pupiled youth stepped out of the bathroom. He was still dripping with moisture, but he had been self-conscious enough to dry his hair. A simple bath towel encircled the lower half of his body, his bare skin full of wounds. There were cuts from her daggers, as well as those that were fed back to her body by the sharp claw attack archetype after her bestialization. And on top of that, the beastly mental body was also injured. Inksnake brushed the hair on his forehead behind his head in slight annoyance. His freshly dried hair was unkempt, but because his features were good enough, even when he casually stroked it, he looked like the kind of mysterious villain who was holding back bad blood at all times. He could feel the other man's eyes stay glued to the top of his chest and stomach before he heard a loud, highly flirtatious whistle. Humiliation set in, and he did his best to control his expression. No one had ever dared to do that to him, and certainly very few people had ever made him lose so badly before. "That's slow." The blonde with the slight odor of alcohol came over to him, and in the nervousness of what he thought the other woman was going to do to him, she crossed over to him and went into the bathroom. Inksnake sighed in relief. His hearing was so good that he could clearly hear the rustle of clothing across his skin through the thin door panel. Even the stream of water hitting her, he was able to sense it. Forcing himself to ignore the voices, he went for the medicine chest. The wound across his chest that nearly went through his heart was briefly bandaged, and the rest of his body was taken care of in passing. The loss of blood had caused his face to turn pale, and he was now in bad shape. Silent, Inksnake took 2 whole strong painkillers, The viciousness of this woman's death blows in combat is still fresh in my mind. And if she is defeated again and then in bed, she wasn't going to feel any pity for him. He was prepared for the worst. Wrap it up and roll to bed. The condescending and bossy female voice rang out, and he realized that she had come out of the shower at some point. Her hair was tied back in a casual ponytail, and there was a distinctly chaotic look to her golden cat eyes amongst the alcohol that had yet to dissipate. The skin exposure wasn't quite as great as the slingback hot pants in the gladiator arena, but he was in a different frame of mind. One look at the hem of the skirt, barely covered by the halter nightgown at the base of his legs, and he immediately withdrew his eyes. The knots in his throat rolled nervously as he wondered what would be a better time to strike an attack. What did she want to do to him? Forcing him to do that with her? He wasn't one of those cheap orcs she hooked her hand to and rushed to be slept with. The other man hummed lazily, like the pleasure he felt before he was about to lay his hands on a trophy, and the same scent of shower gel that he had been wearing came closer and closer. What are you doing sitting up straight? Little snake. Unguarded from being out of his mind, he was pushed down onto the soft, cloud-like bed. The lights were turned off, and then a body as soft as it could be and as warm as it could be was pressed against his arms. His vision wasn't impaired at all in the darkness, and he could clearly see the contented little expression on her face, even a little bit like a pout. It's so cool, that's what summer has to be like. The means of attack that Ink Snake had envisioned countless times were all forgotten at this moment, and the only thing he could do was to freeze there, lie down, and then act as a qualified cuddler. She pressed into his wound, but he could no longer feel the pain, unable to tell if it was the effect of the strong painkillers or because his own mind was in turmoil. Your waist is pretty thin. The words were full of sleepy-seeming ambiguity. She pressed her face against his consistently cool skin, and a unique feline purr escaped her throat that was both foreign and new to him. He felt as if he were being held by a fiery furnace, scalding him to the point where he was losing his mind a little. And her hair, softly spread over him, some of it sweeping over his wounds through the gauze, actually reminding him of the tingling of his own body's wounds that she had deliberately made painful. All of it was a first. The first time I had lost so badly. The first time I had not stayed overnight in my own territory. The first time I had allowed the opposite sex to embrace me. If that fight had broken his bones, she was now grinding down his thoughts of resistance. Everyone at the academy says she's dangerous. He hadn't thought so before, but now he was beginning to get a real sense of this. It was while his mind was in turmoil that her breathing became stretched. Nothing that Ink Snake envisioned happened. She actually just cuddled up to him and slept. That's all. That's all? Asterisk. Some people sleep well all night. Others keep their eyes open until the next day. Hey, serve me a wash. The other half asleep. Scented soft palms snapped to Ink Snake's face. She propped herself up on her elbows and smoothed her messy blonde hair, grumbling sleepily. What a lack of flexibility. Lying straight up like that all night. Don't you know how to cuddle me? The words made his throat tighten at the obvious thought. What were you thinking, lecherous snake? Her hand came up and pressed hard on the wound near his heart, causing him to hurt so much that his breathing was disorganized. I mean, cold on one side and hot on the other is bad. That's true, she said, letting go of him and taking in the cold, sweaty, vulnerable look on the cold-blooded animal's unstoppable face, acting all ice-cold in the first place, only to have all this stuff going through your head. Ink Snake took a deep breath and didn't explain. Hurry up. The blonde beauty opened her arms toward him. That's all the underlings are good for. Don't tell me you haven't waited on someone to wash them. If you don't know how to do it, you'll learn. Don't hurt me, and don't you dare take a single strand of my beautiful hair off. He bent silently and picked her up in a princess's arms. Lightweight, light and agile, seemingly harmless, but with sharp claws ready to slit his throat. He was unquestionably inferior and could only follow all the queen's commands. Move fast. There's a human behavior studies class today. If you go late, you won't be able to grab a spot. You don't always sit in the last row. Shut up. Okay. He shut up. But everyone knew that this American leopard boss was admittedly not a big fan of learning, and had somehow turned the tables. She wiggled her calves, ordering him as she admired her beautiful long nails. Now that you're mine, stay here with me and don't go anywhere or to class without my permission. And who knows if you'll openly go against me to defend that golden cat of yours. After the reminder, it dawned on Ink Snake that he hadn't actually thought of the golden cat once since last night. This is so weird. The senses, which had been somewhat stripped of sensation, were gradually becoming clearer. The palms of his hands were real soft to the touch, and he looked down to wipe her face, as gently as he could, but she still picked at him. Clumsy, what's the use of having you? I should have known better than to ask for you just to piss her off. I'd have asked for any of that rabbit. Her sensual lips parted to utter mean words. Noticing his eyes grow dark, they were immediately followed by a slap that didn't retract its force. The pain was intense, but the first thing to invade his nose was the scent of her hand. Baby, you're not trying to kiss me, are you? You don't deserve that. You don't get to kiss my knee unless you have my permission. She smiled harshly, revealing her pointed tiger teeth, her tone gentle as a lover, her words extremely demeaning. Before me, you are but the lowliest of slaves, underlings. The crimson pupils of Ink Snake's eyes gazed into those golden cat eyes before he half-kneeled and lowered his head to help her put her shoes back on. The scales of the mind swayed, and the cold values had given the answer. Fascination value decreases, 8070. Chapter 196, Stepping Stone Bijou, 7. How can it be? Inside the large, crowded classroom, the pages of the textbook were suddenly torn with a strong, tearing sound. The voice was not loud, but since the beast man with the suddenly hideous expression was the gentle girl with the second highest popularity value of the Beast Academy girls, everyone looked over hesitantly. Are you okay, Gold Cat? It's fine. I just got careless. She waved her hand in a hurry, anxiety growing in her mind. After all this time exploring, she knew the power of the Mary Sue aura better than anyone. It's like the old board game where the first square is 2 grains of rice, the second is the second power of 2, and the third is the third power of 2. Stacked up to the end, the number will be unimaginably huge. The Mary Sue aura is the same. The deeper you are affected, the harder it is to break free, which is why she is so relieved. But Jean Nuan's hands were busy putting back together the pages that he had just accidentally torn out. While spelling, he corrected them as if nothing had happened. By the way, I have a name too. You guys can call me Jean Nuan from now on. Her original plan was to be the first orc to have a successful name for herself, and now she had to settle for second place like on the popularity list. Ah, you have a name too? Then you're the fourth one. Oh, I didn't realize that the ones who succeeded in naming one after another were all felines. What do you mean? Jean Nuan's expression hardened. Last night, the feline sisterhood's lion and tiger were also named successfully. The lion is she, and the tiger is Lin. The orcs surrounding her suddenly realized her awkward relationship with the sisterhood and sought to make up for their comfort. We all know you're gentle and kind, and not like those bikers. Despite saying so, who among the Beast Academy girls wouldn't want to be them? As the classroom grew quieter, they knew that it was the high-flying felines that had arrived. The orcs in the corridor automatically saluted, both men and women looking at them with both longing and complexity. They are popular, yes, but they have made just as many enemies. Morning, little mouse. The white-furred mouse that got a response was red with excitement. Morning, rabbit. The other matter orcs couldn't help but chime in. The rabbit stopped. Oh, you, the last time you and that golden cat said something bad about our boss. She took off her sunglasses and looked up and down extremely rudely at the chameleon who had just spoken. Switching instantly to mean girl mode, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're like that. You'll probably have to see a dermatologist first after graduation. The others came along. God, breathing the same air as you feels contagious. They fanned themselves with exaggerated movements. So mean and so beautifully open. The mock orc dared to say something. He had really underestimated the memory of these blonde sweethearts and thought he could muddle through. Let's go. Don't waste time. Coming. They are the most high-profile celebrities on campus. Walking through with a confident stride that is almost like walking a runway. Even the wind that blew seemed like it had carefully chosen its angles. And everyone was ravishingly bright. Different colors of blonde hair and cat pupils are their trademarks. In varying shades, with the oldest in the middle being close to light. And Lin, who looks like a tiger, looking like honey blonde. Their sharp nails with beautiful nail polish are not a decoration, but the most deadly weapon of all. Half the people in this beastly institution that covers a huge area love them and half hate them. Half of those who hated it are now choosing to like the golden cat without exception, because she used the contrast to use the feline sisterhood as a stepping stone to enlist their enemies. There's also the fact that because of being involved with some of the most powerful orcs, people see fit to favor her, but the popularity of the two sides, which had been vaguely balanced, has been somewhat out of balance since yesterday, all because of that central character. The sassy beauties look at everyone with their heads held high, but they are the only ones who are close to their boss. Unique and unparalleled in its power. There was no need to emphasize that all orcs knew that face. Queen of the felines and leader of the sisterhood. She yawned softly and swept her disdainful eyes around the classroom, but no one caught her eye. I wonder how many of the girls who hated them were upset because they couldn't join them. Every feline, proud to join their sisterhood, recognized as strong, confident, and beautiful. The only downside is probably being too overbearing. Specifically, hates humans, so necessary major subjects like human behavior studies don't listen to the lectures every time and intentionally take the test as a duck egg. With everyone looking at them with envy and jealousy, they made their way to their own exclusive back row, then dumped their little bags on the table and poured out nail polish to paint each other's nails. Unschooled, What's the point of getting good grades in other subjects? You can't graduate just as well with poor human theory. The arguments sounded sour. What a condescending. Everyone hates feline. Not so with Golden Cat. She's super nice and quit the sorority in the first place because she didn't want to be as mean as them. I guess. I can't stand to see them flamboyant. But every time, Catco is the last group to graduate. They finally found a point where they could bash them. They are so arrogant that they disdain everything, let alone learning about humans. They can't even look at orcs. Guess how long it will take them to graduate? Anyway, it's definitely not as fast as the Golden Cat, but she's gotten perfect scores on every human theory test, so she'll probably graduate in a year or two. Jean 1. You are recognized as a good student and must be the first cat section to graduate. Well, I will. Jean 1 forced a smile and looked at the lazy social center in the middle of the back row. Her every move always causes a storm. The clothes she wears, the nail polish she wears. The next day it's a trendsetter. When she saw a nuisance looking over, she didn't hesitate to roll her eyes and give them the middle finger. And even then it was pretty as hell. She, on the other hand, had to be kind, and was always rarely complimented on her good looks, more on her cuteness, and was never called a biker through gritted teeth. Beachy. She uttered the word at the man like any other jealous person would, and all it contained was resignation and the impotent rage of knowing that she couldn't compare to her one finger anyway. Jean Nuan consoled herself with the fact that she had a Mary Sue aura and was now a-okay. The better and brighter the other person is, the more she benefits when she is stepped on. It was by using her as a stepping stone that her aura slowly rose from D to a grade, wasn't it? She grunted, her anxiety soothed. And in human theorizing, the other could never surpass her as a true human. This kind of uneducated attitude would only disgust Professor Nine-Tailed Fox, who was in charge of human behavior studies, and she had already managed to brush up to a 20 infatuation value by showing her excellence in front of the other party. So what if it's dazzling? It can only be a stepping stone for you. Aura must be raised to I+, and next she'll have her opponent humiliated to the point of public humiliation. Chapter 197, Stepping Stone Bijou, 8. The new students who still need to take human behavior studies shortly after enrollment are a bunch of orcs who aren't quite in control of their beastly nature yet, so it's extraordinarily difficult to manage. The spacious large classroom is sparsely seated, only 100 or so orcs, similar to the sloth kind that can't get up straight away. And there are also diurnal creatures of the night that directly choose to record the screen to learn. There were even some orcs in the classroom who came close to bestializing at the drop of a hat. A bunch of savage beasts. Lynn rolled her eyes and wrote her newly minted name in the textbook with gusto. There were orcs chasing and jostling just as a uniform was thrown in her direction. Before her huffing and reaching out her claws to instantly claw it to pieces. The metal insignia on it wasn't spared, just as damaged by the clipping claws. Terrible. The tiger was furious, and all the other beastmen could not help but retreat, except for the good-natured members of the sisterhood. Yeah, sorry. Get out of here, bird boys. That aura made the onlooker Jean 1 tremble in fear. Without a protector she was too afraid of these orcs. The sharks are still soaking. The rabbits don't even need to take the class. And there's a. Don't talk about it. She was alone next to these dangerous beasts and was on edge every moment of every day. There was only one saving grace left, and she was really liking the nine-tailed fox professor, who was no different from a human, more than the unstable orcs. It's hard to meet him substituting for half a semester, and she's invested a lot of energy in him, but she's only got a 20 infatuation value. Hurry up and upgrade your aura. I don't know if you'll get a break. Almost everything in Jean Nuan's past was sort of stepping on that person to get it. She uses their mean and flamboyant nature to set off her own goodness and sweetness, gaining more popularity than her normal performance by comparing her to the highly popular one. There's no faster way to do it. She looked over at Nansun, who was yawning just in time for her to see her, and hurriedly withdrew her eyes. In full view of the crowd, the jostling orc just happened to throw a chalkboard eraser that arced through the air. Then it was caught with precision in the outstretched hand of the man who had stepped calmly through the door. His eyes arched and his amber eyes watery. Class, control your behavior like a human being. He put the chalkboard eraser back in its place. Professor Convergence. All the orcs were instantly well behaved. Nansun was bored and looked over with interest. Professor Convergence, the infamous nine-tailed fox of the Beast Academy, possesses both of the two most admired virtues of a beastman. Powerful. Human. Still, she was more concerned about his looks. The special material of the garment drapes well without losing its solemnity, and a pair of smiling eyes are slightly narrowed at all times, while being mysterious and approachable at the same time. The pure white hair had a pick-like orange-blonde color sandwiched between it, adding more of a warm tone to his aura. Substituting for this class is really challenging. The silver chain on his monocle swayed slightly as he walked. Inexplicably sexy, unobtrusive and seemingly approachable, but in reality rejects people. True to form. Fox really didn't know what it was like for an extremely deep-seated orc like him to be out of control. 009, I am. The infatuation value of this kind of man can't be so easy to brush. There's something fishy about the 100 full value in the original plot, isn't there? 009, yes. There is a hidden plot in him that you can try to explore. Host, woohoo. The hidden plot. Her curiosity piqued. She happened to lock eyes with him. As a bad student who often scored 0 in the exam, she did not hide or avoid, but even lazily threw a flying kiss over. The other smiled gently and withdrew his eyes. It was really oily and salt, and it also made her feel good. And the smile on Nansun's face widened. Class is almost over, so everyone go back to your seats. The words were flat, but even the most prickly of the orcs dutifully returned to their seats and sat upright. Continuing from the last talk, Human Behavior Studies, page 153, Tasting of Fine Foods. His long fingers cupped the textbook, his voice soft and melodious as a babbling river. It was almost impossible to tell that it was an orc. He was so human-like and so powerful that all the students envied and longed for him. They were eager to immerse themselves, but by nature, few orcs were able to listen well. If the class had been taught by the same professor as before, they probably would have slept through a whole lot of it. Underneath the whispers, when will I ever be so human-like? I've heard that no one has ever seen the professor out of control in animalistic form. He's as elegant as a real upper-class human being. It's a bit like Jin-nan, but not quite the same. And of course Jin-nan, you're very human. That's not even a compliment. Jin-nan forced a smile. Of course she knew what their gap was. The other party was a true noble while she was just an ordinary person before. Of course it was different. She was embarrassed enough as it was. And the eyeless peckerhead who had spoken had added to it. June and Professor Convergence feel alike. Yeah, oh yeah, she's been more human since she named herself. So what? It's still a poor student of human theorizing garbage to the core. Ha ha ha. Fair enough. Jin-nan couldn't help but smile as well. They were right. She was a poor student when it came to human theorizing. People aren't paying very close attention. Oh, so let's do random questions. Random question. All the orcs were instantly energized and hurriedly hung their heads to avoid meeting the professor's eyes. Jin-nan instead raised his head at that moment. Such times have always been her home turf, allowing her to shine and harvest fascination value, without a trace of a glance towards Nanchuan, who was blowing nail polish off her fingers in the last row. She turned to the professor with anticipation in her eyes. Well, it looks like it's still you. Good student. Kim Warm, right? Congratulations on having a name. Being watched by him with such a smiling face and having his name read out tenderly, Jin-nan's heart was beating fast. Do you know what kind of wine is in the glass in my hand? Most of the orcs showed a hijacked expression. Such a difficult question could only be answered by an honor student like Jin-nan. Luckily, I didn't draw them. I'm guessing it would be white wine. This kind of question is too simple. Right. Convergence let out a soft laugh, satisfaction deepening in his eyes. Gosh, how did she do that? I thought it was a drink in a cup. Are you stupid? The professor said it was wine, you pig head. I would have been a pig. That color, I thought it was beer. I've only ever had beer and champagne at a dance. I hate wine. It's bitter. The murmurs and shocks kept ringing out, giving Jin-nan the feeling of becoming the protagonist of an earthy skit like the world's XX level has regressed 100 times, only I remain unchanged. It's just too good to be true. Although Nine-tailed Fox's fascination value wasn't moving, the other beastmen's were slowly growing. She had to ride out the storm, and at times like this, she needed a control group. Chapter 198, Stepping Stone Bijou, 9. One of the orcs who had been authorized by Jin-nan in advance saw this and hurriedly steered the topic towards someone. Professor. June was the first in her contemporaries to name herself successfully, and she must have her own insights into the study of human behavior as well. Hey, did you do that on purpose? I just mentioned it in passing. The smell of gunpowder was evident in the classroom. Half of them frowning, half gloating and ready to watch the show. Soon. That's a nice name. Instead of responding positively, Converge gave Nansun the freedom to not answer the question. All she had to do was say thank you for the compliment and the matter would be cleared up. Instead, she stood up, her small leather shoes stomping on the floor, knocking out a dull thud. What's she going to do? It's not going to be a beating, is it? Knowing her imperturbable nature well, the orc who had opened his mouth to arch his fire was shocked and fell off the bench, causing a burst of laughter. But instead of making a move, Nansun stopped in front of the professor. Feline and canine locked eyes, her eyes sharp as if she wanted to see all the emotions under his eyes, while Convergence smiled and didn't hide. Their race was naturally seductive, and even when they had no intention of seducing, it was always misunderstood. But she could feel that the other party was doing it on purpose, and for the first time, Nansun, who had always been on the offensive side, had the feeling of being raided. which was a bit of a novelty. He seduces. She defends. Soon, he voiced a question. The short single word tickling his ears at the shout of his voice. The surroundings grew quieter and quieter. And inexplicably, as soon as the two of them got close, it was like mutually repulsive and attractive magnetic fields colliding. Just, kinda bring it on. May I taste the wine, Professor? Sure. He handed over his glass and their fingers touched. Her wine tasting steps are textbook perfect, blending feline languor with human elegance and reserve. The wine rolled between her throat and tongue, and when she smiled and returned the glass to the professor, it dawned on everyone that they had actually been staring at her tasting the wine and lost track of time. Her every move is a delight to the eye. My answer is that the wine has a light yellow and clear appearance, and the aroma is nutty in addition to apple, and I'm guessing it's been barrel-aged. As she spoke eloquently, the people around her, including Jean Nguyen, were gradually shocked beyond belief. How is that possible? How is that possible? Jean Nguyen went to see the expression on the professor's face, clearly satisfied beyond measure, more so than her forward answer. Seeing that he actually showed appreciation for what she recognized as a stepping stone, she was so resentful that she was on the verge of even scratching the hem of her shirt. The soaring fascination values belonging to the other orcs stagnated and even began to fall back. Soon, there's more. Convergences narrowed. Smiling eyes curved a little further, knowing she wasn't done. There's also the mouthfeel, which is on the tart and crisp side, with a creamy texture and complexity in addition to the fruitiness. Perfect. He clapped his hands softly and applauded her, and the other orcs followed suit. Even her antagonist, who reluctantly stunk up his face and followed with a low clap. Abominable. How was it possible for her to answer correctly and more perfectly than Jean Nguyen, who was recognized as a god of learning? Mary Sue aura level down, AB. Jean Nguyen tried desperately to suppress the scream in her throat. The combination of a failed prom queen bid plus this failed attempt to make a fool out of her opponent has reduced her halo level instead of increasing it. The spring in her step for so long had experienced a second blow, and she couldn't take it. She elbowed the fishing cat next to her, who specialized in singing blackface for her, and their silent understanding came online. So the other picked up immediately after the applause stopped. Coincidence, right? The other orcs chimed in. Did you prep this page specifically? Nansen hugged his arms, crossed his legs and casually sat down on a vacant table waiting for them to continue their tantrums. She had made many enemies indeed, and as one opened his mouth, the rest sprang up, and as her supporters came down, the two sides came close to quarreling again. You felines have the worst human theorizing. It's not like we don't know that. Oh, except for golden warmth. Ha! Funny, we just don't like to learn. Not that we can't learn, okay? I say, it can't be a deliberate revenge for Jean Nguyen's withdrawal from the sisterhood. Are you guys so careful? Ha! 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 Funny, it's only a matter of time before she gets her comeuppance for backstabbing the sisterhood. Freshmen are always like that. It's not uncommon for them to get into fights in class and ruin entire classrooms. And right now it's good that the two groups are just bickering and not getting into fights. Everyone stop. This is a class. Jean Nguyen was afraid that the professor's view of himself would change for the worse, so he purposely came out to say so. A clumsy little trick to view the simple orcs always had a condescending air about them. It's the humans that are so annoying, fearing them and despising them. There was a faint impatience in his smiling eyes. I don't mind. As he took a stand, the beasts made more noise, and despite restraining themselves from making a move, they gave the only human, Jean Nguyen, a hard time. Covering her head to avoid the shove, she looked to the professor for help, only to see the blonde girl arrogantly raise her hand and remove his monocle. How dare she get on him? Professor, aren't you even angry like this? Nansen put his glasses in front of his eyes and came up to look at him, deliberately provoking. As a professor, it's appropriate to be tolerant of students. This orc, who had just recently come of age and was still in the fusion stage, was still a fresh and mischievous little girl in his eyes, even if she was quite prestigious in the eyes of the other orcs. It's so energizing. You're such a windbag, always causing strife wherever you go. Well, they hate and love me at the same time. Professor, do you hate me or do you like me? She shrugged and smiled a sharp smile with sharp tiger teeth. I'm a professor. Of course I like all my students. Sly answer. Instead of returning his glasses, she tapped her knuckles upside down on the table and managed to give the argument pause. The classroom, which was as noisy as a food market, immediately quieted down. Powerful control. How about a bet that I'll get first place on the final theory test? First place? She is not too arrogant. Jean Nguyen locked eyes with her from a long distance away, unable to control his damn jealousy because of the way she had just acted with abandon. It's like a pillow for a sleepy head. Does she know what she's talking about? Comparing her shortcomings to the enemy's strengths. And, number one, with so many subjects, She couldn't possibly buck the trend even if she started cramming from now on. Okay, I promise. If you lose, you'll please leave me and my friends alone, and none of you will be allowed to show up anywhere we're around. Her big, righteous request pulled back a lot of favor once again. Jean won. What if you lose? I'm not going to lose. Yes? Nansen too much like to see others confidently step into the trap. Look. The last one like this or ink snake it. Body injuries so heavy that no 10 days and half a month cannot recover, but also reduced to her pet. If you lose, how about saying out loud 100 times in front of everyone in the entire Beast Academy that you're a two-faced backstabbing, hypocritical piece of garbage and begging the feline sisterhood to forgive you? Yes. Jean Nuan agreed decisively, looking at the professor expectantly. Well, I'll be the witness of that. It was a no-win bet, and she was prepared for her fascination value to grow wildly if she won. The professor must have been impressed by her excellence and confidence as well. She confidently checks for fascination value changes. Convergence, fascination value decreases, 2015. What the hell is going on? Chapter 199, Stepping Stone Bijou, 10. It can't go on like this. It can't go on like this. It all started that day when she lost the battle for prom queen, and the rank and infatuation value she had managed to brush up on began to drop. At this rate, how is she going to be the crushing campus millionaire? How do you get a Mary Sue aura up to S level? Jean Nuan was anxious and restless for the whole day. Of course, not because of that bet. She wasn't worried about losing at all. More than that, she was more worried about the monthly test in a few days. That was her shortcoming. The supervising professors were there to prevent students from losing control of their beasts, and anyone who wanted to pick the most powerful one would have to be number one for her to be eligible to be the first to do so. The more powerful the orc's infatuation value, the more useful it was. Not to mention the fact that she truly adored the elegant and gentle professor as well. How could she let the woman she hated the most hook him up? Thinking back to the scene during the day today when she talked cordially with the professor on the basis of her beauty and mischief, the sense of crisis in Jean Nuan's heart increased. If the other side becomes number one, she'll definitely pick convergence. She can't be allowed to be arrogant anymore. For the monthly assessment, finding outside help is also a skill, so the Beast Academy does not prohibit this behavior. She needed a strong outside man, and with the ink snake as an alternative, it was time for her to go after the incredibly dangerous shark. Jean Nuan looked at the night outside and was a little scared, but the urgency forced her not to delay a moment longer. The moonlit salt lake was so large that you couldn't see the edge of it, and it was the exclusive territory of that shark. This race was notorious for its long lifespan, but it was also difficult to tame, as the beasts were unstable, and he had been in the Beast Academy for a full 100 years. That's why is more powerful than anyone else. Jean Nuan carefully came to the shore, looked at the sparkling lake, and called out to him in a small voice, "Sharks?" With a crash, the long blue-haired, beautifully androgynous male shark broke out of the lake with a fish half his size in his mouth. Because he had just finished hunting, his blue eyes shone with a fierce, brutal light in the moonlight, as if he would slit the throats of every living thing within his gaze in the next second. He was beautiful, of course, but no amount of beauty could suppress the raging animalistic nature, and Jean Nuan felt even as if he would be killed by him as he gazed at him. It's an innate human fear of danger. Everywhere on her opponent's body could cause damage to a normal human, and she had once ignorantly tried to touch the flowing scales of his tail at the cost of nearly scrapping her palm, so she couldn't help being afraid. She was aware that she had gained such a high infatuation value all because of her Mary Sue aura, and now that her aura level had dropped, even if the other party's infatuation value was still 65, she wasn't sure. "Don't dare come closer." She didn't speak, and the other watched her silently, mouthing fish not hunted for food, but for pure play. With that, the shark began to pass the time in front of her, his sharp nails slicing the large fish all to pieces, along with the bones. The fish bones are hard and he scratches through all of them like tofu and throws them around for fun. A piece of intact fish fillet sank to the bottom of the lake. The surrounding water was all stained red with the blood of the big fish, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air, making Jean Nuan want to vomit. Trying to keep a safe distance, she spoke with deliberation. "I want to ask you something." "Aha," he answered, those cold, supreme predator eyes locking onto her. "That is, for the monthly test, I'd like you to help me become number one." He's so strong, it must be easy for him to beat that beauty panther that just enrolled in school. "Why?" "Because I want to be number one." "No, why are you standing so far away?" There was disbelief in his eyes. "Are you afraid of me?" Jean Nuan's body stiffened. She used to dare to set up a special persona that wasn't afraid of him to brush up her favor because of her A-list Mary Sue aura. But now, how could she dare to approach? "No, I just can't stand the smell of blood." There was no use explaining. The aura wasn't of sufficient level, and the sharks couldn't be fooled again. His huge tail fin slapped the surface of the salt lake irritably, stirring up great waves. You didn't bring me any shells today. Jean Nguyen giggled inwardly. Crap, she was in such a hurry that she forgot. Didn't you say I was your most precious and special fish? Yet you forgot to bring me shells. And you're just as afraid of me as they are. The downgrading of the Marisu aura had really brought about a chain reaction. And these once mesmerized orcs were gradually gaining momentum towards sobriety at the slightest hint of wrongdoing. Sharks are simpler and more gullible than any other orc, but also have the best instincts. Usually, she could just gloss over it, but now she had to rack her brain for a reason. Damn it, why was her aura downgraded? It was all the fault of that blonde bimbo. Why don't you answer me? Wow. The waves of the salt lake were lifted and doused her, forcing back her fear of him and the cold on her body. Jean Nguyen couldn't care less about her soaked self and rushed to appease. I'm really not afraid of you. It's my fault for forgetting the shells. I'm just so tired today. Yes? She nodded frantically. I don't believe it. The poor reasoning, the unconvincing tone, the way she seemed to be treating him like a little cutie. View. Decrease in fascination value, 6550. She's been in water retrogression lately. I think. Making all the wrong decisions and doing everything wrong. Relying on the stepping stones to rapidly upgrade. She had always been extremely smooth because of her great Marisu aura, and had never suffered a defeat. So naturally, she didn't know how to deal with the current scene. Her hesitation only made matters worse. Shark, fascination value decreases, 5040. Really? I'm not lying to you. She said this, but slowly moved her feet back. I shouldn't have set up any special persona in the first place. Now it's good. I'm afraid of dying if I get close, but I'll lose my infatuation value if I don't get close. Shark, fascination value decreases, 4020. Unable to accept the reality and afraid that her opponent would just kill her, she covered her head to escape and ran away. This was clearly another bad decision. The shark stared intently at her fleeing back in the water. Betrayal. Deception. Fascination value grows rapidly because of the aura, and the backlash comes extremely fast. Decrease in fascination value, 210. Jean Nguyen finally understood why that group of bikers always gave the middle finger. Because at this moment, she also wanted to give the middle finger to the world. Shark, fascination value decreases, 2010, red warning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A distant expletive came faintly, full of intense collapse. Chapter 200, Stepping Stone Bijou, 11. Ha 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 ha. Nan Soon, who had leaned against a tree and watched the whole thing, laughed until he couldn't straighten his back and slapped the trunk of the tree next to him so hard that his hand was so strong that it shook off the leaves on the ground. All the trajectories of the heroine's behavior and her calculations are tightly aligned. The aura level drops while failing to try and suppress her in class to answer a bet, panics at the sight of her intimate interactions with the professor, and proceeds to run in a panic to seek outside help from the sharks. And then unexpectedly, everywhere revealing a break, painfully losing all the fascination value from the sharks. She didn't think it could be this funny, though. Ha 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 ha. Who are you? The eyes of the sharks were even more terrifying, sensing the powerful aura of her body and erecting all their spikes. You want to lie to me too? Especially since, like the golden cat from earlier, she was feline. Damn feline. The sharks who were somehow tricked are now at their most defensive. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The other person said she loved him like he had been unilaterally close, and he actually believed her somehow. First he treated her as a friend, then he wanted the shell she brought, and he did a lot of things for her. Does that woman know sea witchcraft? Obviously the sharks in his family had warned him 3 times not to trust any orcs or fall in love with them. Abominable. Darn it, darn it, darn it. The shark's tail fin slapped the surface of the lake, sending up waves of water as he hated to tear apart everything in front of him. Even the pretty feline orc was extremely unpleasant to look at. She must have just laughed at him. All the pretty female orcs like them are the best at lying to fish. Go away. Don't try to trick me. Baby, I'm not trying to trick you. Her muffled voice was soft and low, like a feather floating by. Shark's radar instantly went wild. Pretty. With a great voice and the ability to make someone blush with a casual remark. It's exactly the same as if they'd been hand-me-downs at home. Textbook. Bad woman. Don't even think about lying to me. With a flick of his tail fin, he immediately burrowed into the bottom of the deep lake, leaving only water rippling on the surface. Runs pretty fast. Originally, she wanted to capture and beat up to prove her strength. She wanted to become the most deservedly strongest in the eyes of all the beastmen in the Beast Academy. Just defeating the ink snake could not be enough. Pity. She patted the dust on her palms and hummed as she turned away. After the silhouette disappeared, half a face quietly peeked out of the calm lake, its pretty blue eyes blinking and blinking. Sure enough, you're trying to trick me. Luckily he's smart. He was going to hate all orcs from now on, especially feline. Asterisk. Kim Won-san, what's gotten into you? Nearly running headlong into someone, Jean Nuan's nose turned sour after she looked up to see those gentle smiling eyes. Don't cry. You can tell your teacher anything. The nine-tailed fox's charm worked all the time. She was half defenseless. The more she looked at the other party, the more her heart was moved, and tears followed her eyes. She was led to his office area, an entire floor that belonged to him but was decorated in a cozy manner. In the past, she would often come to him to ask questions to brush up her face, and now that she had come to a familiar scene, she was even more tense. Her body was pretty much dry, only her hair was still wet, but it was still awful and lousy, and her uniform precipitated grains of salt that made her feel humiliated. It was good to see that the professor was as gentle as ever. Wipe it off first. Why did you get like this? Did you fall in the salt lake? No. She shook her head and rubbed her hair, deciding to make the most of this opportunity to be alone with him. Professor, did you know that most of the students in this class want to elect you as their supervising professor? Well, knowing a little, it seems people like me. I like you a lot too. Really? Thanks for liking it. Convergence sat across from her, his amber eyes unchanged, apparently taking what she had just said as the same longing as the other orcs. The warm temperature of the office area made her inexplicably relaxed and much less anxious. You look like you're upset about something. Can I help you out? Of course Jean Muan couldn't say that he was bothered about how to approach him and wanted to brush up on his fascination value. She shook her head and turned to the question. You have never previously been titular, not teaching or supervising, so why are you involved in the faculty of the Beast Academy? Well, let's just say I find life too boring. The restrained smile deepened. The freshmen are all so lively and cute, and occasionally they make me feel infected by the vibrancy. Jean Nuan didn't know if she was included in these lively and lovely students, but she was already drowning in the sweetness of the other woman's eyes. In the human world her job often dealt with luxury goods, and she had received all the top tycoons, but those tycoons could only grovel in front of these orcs. The one in front of her was the top of the orcs, controlling the vast majority of the entire world just like the one she had her eye on. Outside of this Beast Academy, she was not even qualified to see their faces. How could she not try desperately to catch them? Recocking herself, Jean Nuan was thinking of other ways to make sure she got what she wanted before her identity was revealed. Relying only on the fascination value of a powerful orc simply couldn't maintain her Mary Sue aura. She had to become a fan of 10,000 people. Professor, you can actually choose your own supervising students on your side, right? Can you choose me? Jean Nuan spoke boldly to test the waters. Jean Nuan student, although you are very special, this is not in line with the rules. Oh, expectedly answering, she wasn't much disappointed, but rather centered by the specialness of his words. Okay, I'll leave you to it then, Professor. Thank you for talking with me. She'd have to find another way. Take your time and be safe at night. It wasn't until she was completely out of sight that Converge leaned his body back against the back of the couch, his smile unchanged, still wary. Then, you didn't even tell me the secret you're carrying. But he had arranged for her enrollment originally to study the anomalies in her, and it was fine for the timeline to stretch out a bit. He was patient enough. Next time, consider trying it with Charmed. At the mention of Charm, he subconsciously thought of the blonde sweetheart who was not affected by his powers in the slightest. What a spunky kid. Chapter 201, Stepping Stone Beechwood, 12. In Nanchuan's territory, ever since she left in the morning to go to class and didn't come back for a day and a night, Ink Snake had just stayed in her residence as if she was forgotten. The beast's senses were obvious, and he could feel the marking signals of her presence wherever he went. The message conveyed was overbearing. This is my territory, and everything in it belongs to me. Everything here, naturally, includes him. He hadn't realized it at first, and was only reminded of it after his subordinate had snuck in to see him. Young master, Cobra carefully watched his expression, fearing that he would become angry, but Ink Snake only changed his expression, and in the end it all came down to helplessness. I know. And since I lost to her, I accept all. In just one day and one night, he had become somewhat disheveled from his original lofty royal family, with more than a faint greenish-black color under his eyes, and his ruddy eyes were bloodshot. Naturally, his subordinates didn't know that he had waited all night for someone to return, and thought he had been drained so easily, worthy of being a strong person who could defeat his own young master. Terrifying as it was, Ink Snake did not notice the Cobra's heart's small plan, opened his mouth and inquired, "Does Father know about me being defeated?" This, the other hesitated for a long time, but answered truthfully, "Knows." Then he must have said again that I'm really a mess that can't be helped and will never be number one, and then told you all to leave me alone. Ha! Cobra's silence was the best answer. You don't have to care so much about that. All of them snakes had seen the efforts of their own young master, ever since reaching the fusion stage as an adult. He had been trying to become stronger while also learning to suppress his beastly nature. But you never get the first. He wasn't the first to name himself, and he didn't get the best grades in anthropological theorizing. Forget it, you guys don't have to worry about me. I won't do anything. That wouldn't be anything. Their young master was ravaged by that woman. Hey, he's always so stubborn and mouthy. Young house master, take care. Never protect your body. The way the snakes looked at Ink Snake as they left was inexplicably tinged with sadness and puzzled him. Back in the large bedroom, he still couldn't sleep and simply changed his medication. Orcs of their level had an extremely strong self-healing ability, and in this situation there were still small portions of wounds that were not fully healed, enough to see how heavy the injuries were. If he hadn't finally conceded, she could have really gotten him killed. A whistle came, interrupting his thoughts. You're seducing me? Genuine slave. Don't call me that. I hate that name. Ink Snake wrapped the last section of gauze tightly and tied it in a knot, before redressing his top and turning around. Oh, so you admit you're hitting on me? I didn't. TSK. What's the point of bothering with a drunk? The beauty reclining in the doorway was even drunker than she had looked on the day of the ball. Her little skirt was short as hell, and it wasn't the same one she'd worn out in the morning. Her cat's eyes were already clouded, and to top it off, there were marks on her neck and collarbone, so it looked like she'd come back from fooling around somewhere. I thought you never stayed up late? It didn't stay up. I woke up from my nap and came back, but I drank some more in the morning. Her playful grin as she propped her eyelids, which were about to close, with her fingers was more adorable than Ink Snake cared to admit. He's probably crazy to think the mean guy who beat himself to a pulp is cute. She's not cute when she goes under the knife and claws. His mind went down the memory lane, and he realized in despair that he guessed he had human Stockholm syndrome. So who do those marks on you belong to? What's it to you? Her elbow missed the doorframe and she fell forward in a flash. I see. Ink Snake caught her without even reacting himself, looking at the woman rubbing around in his arms with mixed emotions. She doesn't just have a feline scent, but canine, deer, etc., etc. As rumor has it, it's a no-nonsense playmaker, and he would actually stay up all night worrying about her staying up all night. Don't do this to me. He whispered a warning to her to stop taking advantage of him, his tone fierce, but the tips of his ears colored red. In this case, all the pain of the wound being mistakenly touched is transformed into some sort of addictive mechanism that covertly winds its way up. He was sure he hadn't taken any painkillers this time, and everything followed his body's most honest response. The scent of wine mixed with her own aroma, as if it had substance silkily and forcefully pulling him in, making him bow his head in control. I said stop it. Ink Snake reached up and cupped the lower half of her face, making her look up and meet his eyes. Those golden cat eyes that were always filled with condescending disdain were now filled with a flowing intoxication that made one fall deeper into them with just one glance. The flesh of her cheeks squeezed together by her palms didn't hurt her beauty, but it was damn cute. Closer and closer until their breaths were entangled. The alertness of a strange orc approaching nearby brought him back to his senses in a flash from the disorientation of his near compulsion. I can't believe he just tried to kiss her. Despite the pupil vibrations, Ink Snake took off her shoes for her and put her back on the bed properly. He really is crazy. Closing the door behind him, he was distracted enough to leave for the moment to greet his uninvited guest. The golden cat was already waiting there, still looking innocent and kind. It had only been a few days since he'd seen the man he'd fought for again, and surprisingly, he was no longer as engrossed as he once had been. The sight of her brown hair reminded him of another shade of blonde, and the sight of her eyes reminded him of those same feline eyes. Such vacillation was almost like the kind of scum he had once looked at with the utmost disdain. Ink Snake covered his forehead, feeling that even his brain was broken along with him in that battle. This behavior caused the opposite Jean Nuan to be directly stressed and hurriedly open his aura to check the obsession value. Ink Snake, fascination value decreases, 6050. When did it get down to 60? Why is it down another 10? It was simply impossible to know that the higher the fascination value was the harder it was to break free from the influence. Is it possible that that woman is the reincarnation of a chimera? It must be because of the halo level drop. Her eyes went black and she didn't even have the strength to swear. Chapter 202 Stepping Stone Bijou, 13. What do you want with me? Golden Cat. I have a name. You can just call me Golden Warmth now. Is that so? I'm sorry. I haven't been paying much attention to the outside world. With 50 fascination values at the bottom, the eyes of Ink Snake looking at her still had warmth in them, but it was a world away from before. When she thought of what she would have to ask and beg him for, Jean Nuan hesitated. Are you here this time? That is, was she really going to collapse her kind and simple persona and beg him? One bad decision after another made her shy away from doing anything, because so much was weighing on her, and because her blind dependence on the Mary Sue aura hadn't faded. She hadn't even opened her mouth to care about him. Jean Nuan didn't see the flash of disappointment on the other's face. I'm her captive now. I have to go back as soon as possible. Ink Snake was very principled, and since she had lost, she would be at ease as a slave belonging to her. But the words changed in her ears. He says he's a captive of that biatch. Whatever. The professor was most important right now, and she couldn't afford to lose to her again. Brush up the professor's obsession value and then utilize the stepping stones, and it won't be hard to get the manhwaresu aura up to a plus or even S rank. She knew the power of a high-level aura better than anyone, and at that time she could still reswipe their fascination value. Whatever. It doesn't matter if you collapse your persona. Jean Nuan broke and spoke directly. I want you to do something for me. What is it? There were so many things that had been done for her that Ink Snake almost agreed smoothly until he saw the other man handing over a pill bottle. What do you mean? This is filled with the poison I asked the spotted rabbit to give me. And with your snake venom it will surely be able to drug Sin down. The puzzled expression on his face grew even larger, unable to believe that these words could come out of her mouth. It even feels like she was forced into it. Or maybe, Ink Snake felt himself getting a little confused again. He's definitely not a good person. Or he wouldn't have done the shady thing of canvassing and then threatening to make her prom queen in the first place. But she had clearly always been a good girl in his eyes. Please, you've been spending time with her, there must be a chance to do it. Jean Nuan shoved the bottle of medicine into his hands, his tone pleading. I was really trying to get first place in the monthly test. First? This word made Ink Snake feel incredibly sarcastic. Number 1. Everyone was chasing number 1. But even once, when he was almost crazy to prove himself, he never thought of getting the first place through such improper means. He really didn't know anything about her. He had always known that she feared his archetype, therefore rarely went near her, but had never realized that even the perceived character was false. What exactly was one's obsession with her in the first place? Her kindness, her concern for herself, or being bowled over by her excellence in human theorizing? Ink Snake, fascination value decreases, 5040. Jean Nuan had lost his temper when he saw the change. She knew it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as she got that woman down, it would be fine. The Ink Snake's combat power was greatly reduced in its injury, causing little effect, and she then asked the spotted rabbit to act as outside help. Anyway, she must be this first. Seeing that he was silent and delayed in giving an answer, Jean Nuan anxiously urged and even used threats. Ink Snake, don't forget that I was the one who saved you when you almost died alone in a live drill. Gold Cat. No, Gold Worm. You weren't like this before. The way he looked at her became extremely strange. Think what you will. Jean Nuan wanted to say something else, but suddenly received a cell phone message and hurriedly had to prepare to leave. You have to say yes, and in any case I'll come back later until you do. She took the pill bottle before she left. Ink Snake came out in a trance and went back in. Nan Soon, who he had previously placed in the bedroom, had slumped down on the living room couch at some point, still not sober. What? Another big hit? She held her face and laughed at him. I told you she didn't want you. Did you hear all that just now? Picking herself up and sitting up on the backrest of the couch, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're really mixed up, baby. Ink Snake didn't retort, but reached out to help her up. She always called him so many different things. Baby when she was happy, snake when she was teasing, Xian Nu for the most part, and slave and underling when she was malicious. Little snake, the poison trick won't work on me. But you pay a price and I might even be able to get your sweetheart. She's not my sweetheart. The drunken queen directly ignored his words and, keeping her bad taste in mind, continued her own coercive and seductive take it by force play. She's done you a favor. It's not right for you not to return the favor, is it? She just seemed to love seeing people bend over backwards for something. Is that the same way you threatened the orc who left his mark on you? Ink Snake uttered words that had nothing to do with the current situation, filled with full of sourness. No, he volunteered. Who is he? Honestly, can't remember. Just remember the other person had very pretty purple eyes and a beautiful hair color. And then, was super skilled. Super skilled? Oops, did I just say what's on my mind? So sorry. Not looking embarrassed at all, she pulled the conversation back to the beginning. Come and try to please me. Maybe when I'm happy I'll let Jean Nuan choose the supervising professor first. Oh, good. I say yes. He pulled her into his arms, jealousy brewing amongst his cloudy, red eyes that looked as if they were about to rain. If those cheap orcs can do it, then so can I. I'm much cleaner than they are. But you're technically. The words of derision were not finished. The smell of alcohol permeates the air. He had taken a serious course in anthropological theorizing, and so discerned at this point that the wine she was drinking was supposed to be brandy, is better than them. He took her words indignantly. Asterisk. Chapter 203, Stepping Stone Bijou, 14. When I opened my eyes, I saw wonderful flesh dangling not far in front of me. Awake? Wait a moment, I'll quickly apply the medicine. Busy carrying her to the wash, he applied the medicine much faster to the naked eye, and didn't change his face when he hurt himself. Before the wounds were fully healed, many new ones had been added, and even though they were extremely self-healing, there were still pale pink scars remaining. He'd gotten used to the sharp teeth that pierced his skin when the other man went to his head, and the claws that scratched out blood when he couldn't control them. Do you have class today? Yes. Aha. Why are you so silent? It's not because you think I'm threatening you and aren't happy, is it? Lying on her bed, Sweetie yawned and tied a bell to a handful of hair ends, swinging them around in midair to amuse herself. The tinkling of bells was interspersed with her soft laughter. Ha ha. Her question was only spur of the moment, and she quickly turned her attention back to herself. The fine sunlight from the window cracks dotted her glistening skin. Her silk nightgown looked like flowing water, and her whole body was like a hazy and dreamy oil painting. Inksnake closed the lid on the ointment and watched the scene with flashing eyes. The healing wounds continued to itch, resonating from the back of the shoulders, the front of the chest and stomach, and the heart. It was as if he had sunk from one chaotic dream into another, and his feelings for the last person seemed to be fading so fast that he couldn't figure himself out. Feelings change so quickly that he's actually not too far removed from the despised cheapies. Slave. Bored with playing, she patted the bed and urged him to wait on her to get cleaned up. Coming, purging all those extraneous thoughts, he was now just her slave, her captive, from body to mind. Asterisk. Soon. You're glowing today. Meeting in the hallway before class. She and Lin take her right and left hands respectively, laughing and flirting. And who was it after the night before last? They smelled the freshness of her scent, forcibly took a good woman and man. Her light sentence made the ultra-high turnaround rate skyrocket even more. Many of the smaller male orcs were jealous as hell. Who's so lucky? They've been in front of June a lot too. Why doesn't she come and take them by force? By the way, who was that one the day before yesterday? Nansen stroked his hair and inquired absently. She really doesn't remember much, just that she was good-looking and clean and well-behaved. And when she heard her say that she didn't stay up late, she offered to speak up and say that it was good that she was happy. Halfway through she was half asleep, only to see the bathroom light stay on in the middle of the night. Oddly pathetic. When she woke up again in the morning she didn't notice, and without seeing anyone she went down for another round of drinks. Didn't get any sleep, so I'm kinda sorry about that. Where would she and Lin not know what their sisters were thinking? They smiled at each other and let go of their hold on her hand, signaling her to look towards the corner. Nah, people are probably waiting for you for a long time. Grabbed another one of that gold cat's things. She'll probably be pissed off when she finds out. They giggled and went to class first, leaving the two of them room to interact. Nansen raised his eyebrows and looked at the teenager who greeted him. Memories of purple eyes, crystal clear and dark. His looks were deceptive, his face delicate and small, his temperament clean with a shy smile, and many who did not know him addressed him as Hokage. In fact, he had deliberately delayed his graduation from this college for 3 years when he should have been enrolled for 1 year. Sister Sun, it's finally time for you, shamelessly pretending to be a tender cub, but then calling her sister is nothing out of the ordinary. Nansen glanced at the purple bell tied to the small tug of his hair, and thoughtfully fished out a golden bell of the same style from his pocket. This is yours. Ha, give it back. No need to give it back to me. Oh. He deliberately hooked her finger as he pushed it back, his emotions from seeing her causing more toxicity. The fingertips were invaded by the toxin, but it wasn't noticeable, just a little tingling sensation. Anyone else would probably have paralyzed half their body the moment he touched them. Nansen shrugged it off indifferently. You're not a freshman, so what's the point of pretending to be a schoolmate? Because I prefer to call you sister than being called brother. He smiled and bent over to come up. I have a name. I'll only tell you one. Oh. He was close to having the words, I'm seducing you, printed on his face. Warm body heat close by. He whispered in her ear. My name is Wushu. Sister, you can call me Wushu. It sounded like a girl's name, and resting on him somehow matched. Nansen's eyes were drawn to the hair that swayed as he approached. The blue and purple gradient color is beautiful, and the touch of it in my hand that night felt like cold, running water slipping through my fingers. The more he recalled, the clearer the fuzzy memories became. The way the strands of hair were plastered to his sweaty forehead and cheeks, astringent as hell from top to bottom. There was something more in her eyes. How could Flurry not see it? And the look down at her was almost drawn out. Sister Sun is so beautiful. He obeyed, moving up to steal a touch of kiss on her lips. You're pretty too, Bunny. She reached out swimmingly and nudged his lips with a finger, a tone that wasn't intentionally seductive, but made the different breeds of rabbits that heard her nearby silently bow their heads and redden their ears. Floss casually glanced at them lightly, but his eyes rose dangerously. He was the rabbit in Sister Sun's mouth. Not these dead rabbits with little use or offense. Tried to move closer but was pushed away. Go pester your golden warmth sister. She's too weak and has been abandoned by me. Oh. Nansen pushed him away and stepped away. I can leave her to come to you, Sister Sun. I'm very skilled, as you know. Flurry caught up with her, a little eager to please, and we rabbits are very tolerant of pain, so I can purr no matter what you do to me. Perhaps you'd like a tongue stud? Saying this in public, he half blushed, and was even content with the jealous sight of others. I prefer excitement. Nansen coldly came with these words. So, you continue to stay with her and only sneak up on me? Yes, the bottomless rabbit agreed without hesitation, and try to keep up a bit of liking for her, even if it's superficial. Before entering the classroom, she reached up and cupped his cheek. Sure enough, he was able to endure the pain, and no matter how much force she used, he still smiled beautifully, glad none of them had human morals because, well, neither did she. As for letting him continue to be the heroine's champion, apart from her bad taste, she was also taking care of the heroine's fragile heart. It's not good if it breaks down early, right? Nansen stepped through the door of the classroom, locked eyes with the girl who was clearly not as polished as before, and smiled. I wonder if she remembers her first face when she arrived, the day of the ball, under the lights, when the heroine made a pass at her. I'm so sorry. And now she was doing the same lip-syncing across time to respond to her. What are you afraid of? Chapter 204, Stepping Stone Bijou, 15. Why did you come in with her? Jin Nuan, who had lost his fascination value one after another, was now extremely sensitive to any breeze. He still had 50 fascination value left. A number she had scoffed at a week ago was now the highest value of the four orcs. She would really freak out if she lost him again. Are you in love with her too? Although her face was still barely calm, she had already lost her mind. Otherwise she wouldn't have forgotten that the other party carried poison everywhere. Grabbing his wrist for a split second she felt a stinging pain, and she rushed to let go, but the toxin had already quickly invaded. In a matter of seconds, she couldn't move, couldn't even make a sound, and could only stare at him intently with panicked, help-seeking eyes. Jin Nuan, are you okay? The surrounding orcs hastily opened their mouths in concern, and their eyes were filled with deep scorn as they looked at the flotsam. I haven't had a chance to put on my gloves yet, Sister Golden Warmth. He deliberately watched the bluish-purple scarring slowly emerge on her face from the effects of the toxin before he slowly and methodically put on the black gloves for himself. Taking her stiff hand, he then crushed the powerful antidote in her palm. Next time don't just touch me. I'll be heartbroken if you're poisoned. As Nansen had instructed, his attitude was as usual, affectionately pampering her. When he misplaced his eyes, he locked eyes with the one in the last row, fulfilling the other's little fetish for suspected cheating. Of course, he himself was more excited about it. Sister Sun hasn't answered whether he likes tongue nails or not, but it doesn't matter. All the nails, he can all play them for her once. He couldn't help but shiver with pleasure just imagining the nails being ripped or the force of her pinching his face like she had just done. Asterisk. The time came the day before the monthly assessment. Today was a public holiday, and most of the orcs were lazily staying in their own territories where they belonged. The beast's yard in the height of summer has a different landscape. Forests, oceans, deserts, rainforests, all brought together by special technological means, each covering a vast area, separated by buildings belonging to human beings. Jin Nuan wasn't an orc, so naturally he wasn't used to living amongst the mountains and forests, but rather in the villa he was assigned. Although things were not going well, it was at least good news to set her mind at rest. That's when Ink Snake granted her request. There was also the fact that the professor had agreed to her invitation for afternoon tea. It's just one good thing after another. But her good mood disappeared again when she arrived with gusto at the bustling central mall in the beast's yard. It's her again. Why is she everywhere? The girl leaning over the order counter in the open-air coffee shop pondering what drink to order is just too much of an eye-catcher. Still in a cool outfit, hanging neck halter top, revealing a small section of slender waist, down to the denim shorts, and casually tie the small pink shirt around the waist. The color healthy, skin delicate, features delicate and moving. Anyone who comes to the first eye will fall on her. Jin Nuan's arrival also attracted a lot of kind eyes, and her popularity value was quite high, but she still felt incredibly bleak. This woman couldn't be stalking her. How else did it happen that she would come to the place where she had an appointment with Convergence at this exact moment in time? Nansen's afterglow glanced at the heroine's figure. Of course she did it on purpose. Hold on, I'll order it later. She sent a flying kiss toward the clerk out of habit. Quite equal, one for each gender. The two orcs behind him simultaneously blushed furiously plus gagged. Yo, backstabbing cat. Nansen leisurely walked out of the store, extended his right middle finger to pick at the corner of his eyes, and spat his tongue out at her to make a face. Kisaragi saw his opponent furious and looked at himself with anger, also rekindled his fighting spirit. It seemed to have been revitalized by the fact that she had made Snake promise that golden warmth would help with the counting. How nice! Otherwise there's no sense of accomplishment in suppressing someone who's already in a rock-bottom mood. Nansun was happy to see her ambitions burning. Jin Nuan huffed and puffed his way over. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? She leaned bored against the wall, tall and leggy, looking down on her. The gossipy gazes of the other Beast Academy students gradually gathered over. That's enough of you. How much longer are you going to target me? Can't we just live in peace? Jin Nuan clenched her fists, her face reddening with anger, acting like a victim. Orcs definitely couldn't play mind games with humans, and she was always accustomed to that routine, turning her into a mean girl. But Nanchuan felt that he wasn't mean enough. Who wants to live in peace with you? I just want to take all the things you want. She admitted it outright, crossing her arms and toes as she continued to provoke her. I'll be first in the monthly test and then the first to choose the supervising professor. Oh, you like nine-tailed fox, right? Then I'm going to pick him. I'm so powerful. Of course I have to pick the strongest. And you. She didn't finish, but the dislike in her eyes was already overflowing as she scanned her up and down. Jin Nuan felt like a volcano about to erupt, itching to claw her pretty and nasty face. Who is she to look down on her? Savage orcs. But she can only be arrogant for one day. Can she still be so proud tomorrow? The thought of tomorrow calmed her anger a little, slowly evolving into dark pleasure. Unfortunately, the dark pleasure only lasted for a moment. Professor, what a coincidence. Jin Nuan just watched as the hateful blonde changed her attitude instantly. What had just been a nasty, smug provocation of her was now replaced with a sunny smile bouncing up and down and waving behind her. It was on purpose. She just did it because she knew she cared about the professor. She gritted her teeth and turned around afterward, trying to compose herself to look her best, when a fragrant breeze brushed by her side. Good afternoon, Professor. Did you have a good day? Is it ever happier to see me? Chapter 205, Stepping Stone Bijou, 16. Convergence's calm and collected demeanor was not preserved as the girl running towards him was really enthusiastic and deftly bear hugged him, so much so that he had to reach down and brace the base of her leg with his hand, while the palm of his other hand held her at the waist. It was so overwhelmingly energetic, and orc girls at that age were always so vibrant, especially her. You haven't answered me yet, have you? Her whole body practically hung on him, her cat eyes shining in anticipation of his answer. Yes, getting the answer she wanted. She still refused to let go of the new bell she'd gotten, and giddily showed him the new bell she'd gotten. Would Kennedy like this? I've heard that these bells get placed on collars in the human world. Have you ever worn one, Professor? Chattering, but not at all tiresome. After all, he had just become an adult as well as a human, so it was only right that he be more tolerant. These bell collars are usually worn by kittens. Would you like to see me wear one? He answered her questions patiently, both the touch of smooth, glistening skin in his palm and the heated wrapping sensation of his neck being nuzzled were incredibly foreign to him. It's like a splash of color breaking into a monotonous world. For the first time, Converge felt like he was probably being reverse charmed. If I gave you a bell collar, would you wear it? That depends. The two of them asked and answered questions, ignoring Jin Nuan next to them completely. Going crazy. This woman. Absolutely, definitely and positively did it on purpose. Jin Nuan looked at the two of them with human judgmental principles, and they were simply so close that they exceeded the boundaries. But the orcs around them felt that it was not strange. Hell no. These orcs really didn't have any ethical morals or etiquette reserve at all, and had no respect in the face of a professor who was hundreds of years older than them. Should have known she was also abominable. Jin Nuan pulled her throat and coughed loudly a few times, and the woman finally gave up and jumped down. She turned around with the ends of her hair hooked, nasty and shameless to her. Jin Nuan, are you two meeting for afternoon tea? You shouldn't mind if I join you, right? Let her join in and then watch yourself on the sidelines to see how she pisses her off. I wanted to punch myself out until tomorrow and then watch in advance the bereft look of this bimbo losing to her and having to watch her choose to supervise the professor as she wished. The stool was pulled back and the smelly Jin Nuan sat down with her arms wrapped around her. In the end, the date she had been waiting for turned into 3. She wasn't going to leave, and when she did, this stepping stone would only get more reckless, and she was going to keep an eye on her the whole time. Jin Nuan looked at the girl across the street who was pretending to think with the menu and kept bellyaching. Pretentious women, doing whatever it takes to look good. The orcs, on the contrary, ate her up, and both a male and female clerk came over to compete for her services. Luckily the professor was sitting closer to himself. She glanced at the elegant, self-possessed youth seated beside her, and could not stop her eyes from glancing at his gentle sideways face. He didn't view the girl across from him with eyes that were any different than he viewed anyone else, but he had opened his mouth earlier to compliment himself on being special. Taking a look at the fascination value that had risen back up to 20, Jean Nguyen let out a long sigh of relief. Still ordering across the street. I'll have a slice each of tiramisu, sea salt cheese, 4 inches of black forest, and a latte. Are you planning to decide for us? Jean Nguyen was a little offended. Who decides for you? These are the ones I'm going to eat myself. Nerves. She rolled her eyes quite nonchalantly, turning her face to face the clerk and smiling again, making no effort to hide her distaste for her. That's all I've got for now. Please, should I pay first or dash? No need to pay. The female reindeer orc snaps in reply. Yes, 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 we're treating you. The male penguin orcs were not to be outdone. Okay, oh. Super thanks. Love you guys. Accustomed to this kind of preferential treatment, she skillfully delivered 2 flying kisses that made them swoon and turn back. Hey, we haven't ordered yet. Oh sorry. The reindeer folded back, like it took a moment to realize it was Professor Convergence sitting next to him. What are you drinking, Professor? I'll buy you one too. It's fine. I'll just have a latte. Okay, okay. She made a note of it, and her questioning eyes turned to Jean Nguyen, thoughtfully adding, I'm not buying you. Oh, you have to pay. No. She squeezed the words out of her teeth, nearly suffocating herself with a load of anger, but still managed to smile decently, polite and reserved. The professor must have seen the difference in her. Ha 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 ha. The opposite side of the room half-heartedly pointed at her and let out a taunt that made her blush. June, it's bad behavior to mock your classmates. The relief was timely and indicative of attitude, and if Jean Nguyen had an infatuation value, it must have skyrocketed against Convergence. It's fine. Jean Nguyen was in a much better mood, conscious that he had the upper hand, so he started to gain an inch. Just apologize to me. Ha? Apologize? Not at all. The other was still so condescending even in front of the professor. The professor hasn't even said anything. What are you screaming about? It's pretty feline to yell about never repenting. Convergence laughed out loud. Professor. Jean Nguyen spoke toward the side. Professor, look how she's like this. Her words were interrupted by what sounded both conspiratorial and like petulance from across the room. A sentence filled with wave signals. The words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat, and if she continued like this, she would really be infuriated to the point of heart attack. Jean Nguyen didn't see under the table someone's sandal-clad foot stepping on the opposite leather shoe, the instep touching the other's ankle with a hitch. I'm just kidding. Backstab cat. You're so generous and kind, and have manners like a human. You wouldn't be bothered with me, right? Stuck right on the edge of her tantrum. The other man saw it coming. What else could she do? Turning her head only to see the youth seemingly lost in thought, she could only remain silent to keep up the image. The date was kind of a total bust. Tomorrow. Let's see how proud she'll be tomorrow. Chapter 206, Stepping Stone Bijou, 17, the day of the monthly assessment. Inside the specialized actual combat rehearsal ground, there were a total of 20 beastmen who had knowledge of their own strength, so they directly enrolled in the first echelon. There are no fancy rules. It's just a simple and brutal challenge system where you draw lots to determine your initial ranking and then beat the one with the highest serial number to get the other's ranking. Ink Snake, who hadn't shown up since he lost that day, came, seemingly unchanged. But he was no longer standing behind Jean Nguyen as usual. Anyone with eyes could see that something was going on between the two of them. The spotted rabbit was still following her, though, exuding an understated and weak aura. But no orc dared to meet his eyes. Jean Nguyen was a little anxious because the one he wanted to deal with was still as radiant as ever. Ink Snake had messaged her that he'd done what she told him to do. Could it be that the poison hadn't kicked in yet? Nansun of course could feel the anxious side of the heroine and deliberately turned her back to her, badgering her so that she couldn't see her own state of being even more anxious. Ha ha ha. By the way, it seems like it's been a while since I've heard a plot spoiler broadcast. Hey, Xiaojio, what's the plot spoiler level? Ha, 009, currently at 50%. I didn't broadcast plot spoilers in a timely manner considering not spoiling your experience. And look at the progress of our mission objectives. Goal 1, recover Mary Sue Halo, 30% progress. Goal 2, be the first to graduate with honors, 40% progress. The outstanding graduate one was nothing. When she became the strongest in the academy and got the first place in the final theory exam, she could naturally trigger the final examination at any time. As for the Mary Sue aura, easy peasy. 009's voice was rare and somewhat ethereal, as if it came from across space. Host, you can try to stay longer in this world. What's wrong? Enforcement systems are tracking us, and world-hopping energy fluctuations can be tricky to catch. 019? You remember it? Because the name resembles yours. She looked sheepishly at the sky and omitted the second half, and it had been her system. No matter what, you're still my favorite partner. Winking face. The hosts are always so cute and confusing. 009 was helplessly hidden. And their conversation ended heartily. The monthly assessment draw is underway. The drawing of lots begins. The draw is over. 20 orcs simultaneously look down to check the number on the screen. Wow! I'm so lucky. Nansen smiled joyfully and looked at Jin-Wan, who was fidgeting. I'm number 1. Hey, who's going to challenge me? The rest of the orcs were relieved. Great, so at least they wouldn't have to fight her. Since they had signed up for the first echelon, they must all have ambitions. But they had heard about the original battle even if they weren't there. Even Ink Snake, who was recognized as the strongest in the same period, lost that badly, so how would they dare to act out? The difference in strength is too great. After figuring out the rankings of the serial numbers drawn, an orc took the lead in the challenge. The 2 battles were scheduled on the east and west sides, while the rest of the students sat in the waiting area. The 4 of them sat in a row, with Nansen and Ink Snake sitting next to each other, and 2 seats away was Wushu, who was naturally next to Jin-Wan. The dark tide is rising, and they're all waiting for something. The final results of this monthly assessment will determine the selection of each student's one-on-one supervising professor. The relationship between regulator and regulated is a very important intimate relationship for orcs. Professors are responsible for all aspects of their students, not only teaching each other without reservation, but also keeping a watchful eye on the students' safety, preventing them from becoming beastly unstable and so on. That's why Jin-Wan was so eager to take this opportunity to get closer to convergence. With this level of relationship, even if the Marisu aura is only B grade, can rely on time and the number of times they meet to accumulate and brush up each other's fascination value. Just like she had enlisted Ink Snake and the others before. Sister Golden Warmth, what number are you? I'm number 3. Kim Wan turned her head to look to her left every now and then, waiting for someone who was about to show discomfort and offer to challenge her then. Her calculations were clanking. Flurry continued to speak up and chimed in. There shouldn't be any other orcs to challenge us. Should there? Well, it should. They sat in adjoining seats and talked to each other, but one was more disoriented than the other. The spotted rabbit leaning against the back of the chair inclined his face slightly to the left, and the bell tied to his wrist made a small ringing sound as he raised his hand. Ink Snake has cared about him for a long time. The deep purple eyes, the same bells, none of these signaled that he was the one who had fooled around that day. Good technique? He grunted inwardly. This rabbit is an unapologetic white-cut black, and there are always all sorts of endless ways to ostracize others in private. What was he trying to do by approaching Sun? Did Jin-Wan authorize it? Despite the fact that the infatuation value was still stuck on the friendship line, today's Ink Snake had gotten used to thinking of Jin-Wan as the instigator. His hostility was like substance, but it didn't affect Bunny at all, even grinning at him as a provocation. At the same time, Nansen was tired of watching the battle below, and the burning sight to her right was too hard to ignore, so she subconsciously looked over. The other seemed to have been waiting for the sight of her, smiling coyly at the first contact, then opening his lips, impatient to show her his new tongue stud. Golden hearts, the exact same color as her hair. In stark contrast to his innocent appearance, his gesture was heavily suggestive, even ignoring Ink Snake's eyes burning into his own. This rabbit did not wait for Nanchuan to look carefully. He closed his mouth, petal lips smile up the arc of the beautiful, well versed in the way to seduce. You're poison. Jin-Wan pressed to speak, not realizing that the rabbit beside her was scowling at her nemesis. Well, what? He answered her cordially while showing a pitiful look for Nansen not to not look at him. Your poison is pretty strong, right? So it must work too. Depends on who it is. What do you mean? Jin-Wan couldn't help but frown. Wasn't your poison able to bring down even that shark? That's true, but I seem to have forgotten to tell you. Sister Jin-Wan, that Sister Sun is very powerful. She's actually almost unaffected by my poison. What? Too shocked. She didn't even notice the change in his address. Asterisk. Chapter 207, Stepping Stone Bijou, 18, Sister Jin-Wan, you used my poison? Wu bent down closer to watch the panicked expression on her face. Used? On who? This is important? Jin-Wan was going crazy, so he couldn't maintain a calm tone of voice at all. The original plan was all but overturned by this sudden news, which meant she was doing absolutely nothing. Then what was the value of all the fascination she lost that belonged to Ink Snake? She had even threatened him in a desperate attempt to get him to agree to poison. And, damn it, her mind was now a jumbled mess, constantly filled with all kinds of thoughts and on the verge of exploding. Calm down, calm down. Think of a response. There must be a countermeasure. Jin-Wan, we're here to support you. A lot of people suddenly entered the practical exercise arena. All of them were students of the same level who had just finished their public courses, and there were also some students from other beast academies who knew that they were conducting their monthly examination. Since there were her supporters, there were naturally Nansun's as well. Sun, we're here too. A small half of the sisterhood members came, and a large half were present. The girls, who had just finished changing into their cheerleading uniforms, came out in pairs and were undoubtedly the brightest girls in the room. Soon, you're always the best. Give that backstabbing cat some credit. She'll never get what she wants. In the face of their provocation, even though Jean Nguyen's side had more people, they didn't dare to directly choke. Cheerleader selection is harsh and brutal, with popularity, strength, and grades missing, and most of them are members of the feline sisterhood. There were many people in the beast yard who looked at them with displeasure, but most of them were secretly displeased and limited in what they could do. A bunch of people were sitting behind Goldworm, but there were only a few orcs that came out in solidarity. Loser holding coalition. The off-court cheerleaders and on-court spectators. Pretty blonde chicks were thumbs down and cheering backwards. Ha 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 ha. Nansen laughed at the awkwardness of the losers hugging alliance and collapsed into Ink Snake's arms, then suddenly looked up. I almost forgot. You were on Jean Nguyen's side before too. Sorry. Just sorry? He skillfully raised his hand and rewarded himself with a slap, followed by her flinging him back. A crisp and loud double whammy. Good. That's symmetrical. Want 2 more hits? The Ink Snake ignored the eyes of those around him and stared at her with a burning gaze, reflecting her alone in his ruddy pupils. Jean Nguyen watched from the sidelines as his blood pressure rose. He had remained silent even when he was at a fascination value of 80, and she had thought that was the condescension of the kings of the snakes, and now it turns out to be pleasing that woman like a true slave. Flurry's face was grim as well, his tongue pressed against his palate, his eyes almost poking the snake into a sieve. So lucky to be slapped by Sister June. I should have known he should have been on the battlefield that day too. He must have been much more religious as a slave than this rotten snake. O.M.G. Lin sat down next to Nanchuan and gave her a thumbs up. Sister, you really trained him to be a slave, she said and pulled a familiar little round face over. The little black-footed cat. You've seen her. She's awesome. Hello. Hello sis, do you want to ruin me? The little black-footed cat turned into its beastly form very willingly and jumped onto Nansun. Meow. Being the king of trapping with a super high success rate of trapping, she knew that her cute appearance was popular yet she rarely utilized it. But it's okay in front of the boss. The black-footed cat didn't mince words about pampering. My fur is nice Rua. That's cute. Hearing the compliment, the cat perked up even more and arched her little head into the palm of her hand. On this side, it was a happy one. And on the other side, the atmosphere was condensed. Some orcs saw that the atmosphere was too awkward and hurriedly spoke out to comfort them. Goldworm. You'll still be second. Yeah, it's over 99%. You don't know how much those orcs envy you. The comforting of the viewing gallery behind her only backfired, and Jean Nguyen's anxiety at learning that the plan had been foiled hadn't even subsided when she was hit with another blow. She didn't want to be a million years old, with a Mary Sue aura all around her only coming in second place. She can really go die a death. In favor of maintaining her image she had to smile and nod and thank them for their comfort. Flurry suddenly chimed in from the sidelines. Does Sister Jean Nguyen want to be number 1 so badly? Is it because you want to choose Professor Convergence? You're jealous? Yeah. The thought that my sister's supervising professor would be one of those 9-tailed foxes with a full point of charm ability makes me jealous. He looked to his left as he spoke, his eyes dark. Around my sister, there are always so many people who steal your attention from me. They deserve to die. The tongue stud in his mouth knocked against his teeth, a sharp pain coming from his own bite. The taste of blood instantly filled the entire mouth. If only this was the blood of that rotten snake. Don't be mad. Jean Nguyen, who had previously felt that their jealousy was causing her some bitterness, now felt some solace. So what if that biker was more attractive? She was second in popularity, no less, and Spotted Rabbit just always stayed by her side unchanged. You're the most important thing to me right now. She tried to put her hand on his to comfort him, but realized he wasn't wearing gloves, and lowered her hand with resentment. Aha! Bunny smiled and nodded, but his deep purple eyes became much more somber. That rotten snake! How dare you put your hand on your sister's shoulder? Poison him later. There was a clamor and a shaking of the drill ground at this point. Number 19 is beastly unstable. Professor. In the field on the left, the boa constrictor whose size had skyrocketed kept switching between human and beast forms, his face grim and pained. The large tail swung wildly, slamming into the ground and the transparent barrier, causing dust to fly and the arena to shake. Only after a certain professor came down to suppress and pacify the unstable beast did it gradually stop and was carried away. See, this is why you need to supervise professors. It can even cause irreversible damage if not controlled in time. The teacher next to him scratched the student's name out of his book and added it to the next echelon of the battle. The battle arena is empty. Who wants to challenge the next group? Sensei. Flurry raised his hand in a gesture. I want to challenge number 11. Okay, I agree. Ink Snake, who had drawn number 11, stood straight up to meet him, the same fire in his eyes. He had long looked at this dead rabbit with displeasure, staying by Jin Nuan's side and still having the audacity to seduce Sun in a high-profile manner, as well as hitting the tongue stud. What's the point of all this flowery stuff? Does he have two of them? Red eyes and violet eyes are sparks with lightning on their stares, both wanting to put the other to death. Spotted rabbit, there's no need to be like that for me. Jin Nuan pulled his sleeve, both touched and worried. If she gets hurt, what if someone else challenges her in a while? She didn't say the second half of the sentence, but how could Flurry not know what was going on inside her mind and smiled in response. I'm very strong. Don't worry. That snake actually dared to betray you and be so close to someone else. I'll teach him a good lesson. He said the last 5 words through gritted teeth. She remembered the rabbit as being secretive and always smiling shyly, and she had never seen him cold-faced like this before. When his face was expressionless, he truly displayed that powerful aura that made all orcs fearful at the tip of the pyramid. All of this is because of her. A warm current crossed Jin Nuan's heart, and he couldn't stop being touched. She looked to her right and made a provocative remark. What's the point of even snatching the ink snake? You'll never be able to take what's mine. Ha 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 ha. While ruling the kitten and enjoying the low-level cursing of the two orcs, Nansen didn't have time to talk to her and was too busy to give her the middle finger. Simple, brutal and clear. The familiar feeling of being belittled drove Jin Nuan crazy. Gentlemen, are you ready? The teacher was there to remind. Wait. A heavenly voice from nowhere was delivered with precision to the ears of every orc. I'm going to challenge that golden cat. Jin Nuan whitened his face. Chapter 208, Stepping Stone Bijou, 19. Long navy blue hair was braided into a side-twisted braid hanging on the left side long to the waist. Ice blue eyes staring at the waiting seat. The indignant look instead made him look more vivid. His entire body's clothing was made of shark's veil, so gorgeous that it simply fit with his beautiful face. He had been at this academy for hundreds of years before he graduated, and had been a legend among the students. And just looking at that face was enough to make people recognize who he was. That legendary shark. The last generation of a rare pack. Dead fish. Do you know what first come first serve means? Wu spoke softly, but his words were nonchalant. Hated him the most once upon a time and still do. Shouldn't this guy be mesmerized by Jin Nuan second only to Ink Snake? Why would he come to challenge her? He looked down at the pale Jin Nuan and sked lightly. So weak. The charm in her and what he had once found so powerful seemed to have dimmed considerably. That's weird. I'm going to challenge her as. The shark pointed to a random lucky man and continued, as his outside help. Also, I only want her to fight. No other outside help is allowed. He asked his kinsman about it, and he had definitely fallen prey to some kind of evil sea witchcraft. Otherwise how could he have somehow let his guard down and been mesmerized by her? You know that they sharks can turn into bubbles if they fall completely in love with someone and don't get loved accordingly. She tried to steal his heart without loving him, which was tantamount to murder. And the two of them were already enemies in life and death. Last time she said she wanted to be number 1 in the monthly test? Forget it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes like sharp knives. Jin Nuan's face went even whiter, completely losing its blood color to the naked eye. Dead fish, are you stupid from being in the water? There is no such rule. You can only fight me if you want to challenge her. Flurry countered the shark's naive thoughts. In fact, he didn't want to step forward. If he, the foreign aide, refused to play, the sharks would naturally be able to get what they wanted. But Sister Sun signaled. He could only do as he was told. The other party didn't seem to want Jin Nuan to be completely pressed to death. So fine. He could only sacrifice himself. Are you sure you want to fight me? Although my fighting strength is not as good as yours, the toxicity is enough for you to eat a pot of water. Oh. This kind of maintenance behavior naturally caused Jin Nuan's favorability to skyrocket again. Her face was once again a little bloodied, and she was also moved to tears. Nansen snorted a laugh, drawing an angry look from her. How do I fight her? The shark, who hadn't been around for too long, didn't know the rules and turned to his teacher to ask. You do have to defeat Kim Nuansan's outside help to do that. And if you want to fight her, you can make a private date. Not if she doesn't agree? That's for sure. The teacher who was in charge of the assessment wiped his sweat and sighed that there was indeed a reason why this nail-biting student hadn't graduated after so long. A fish like that would cause a riot out there in the world. Surely, let us fight if it's okay. Ink Snake spoke coldly. The stubborn shark stood still, looking at the golden warmth and then at the spotted rabbit, but it was obvious that the only thing his eyes avoided was a certain blonde beauty who kept staring at him. Then the one he was avoiding spoke. Hey, sailor, want to challenge me? I'd be happy to oblige. Defeating him in a crowded setting like this would surely increase her goal to progress by a huge margin. It was rare for Nansen to not have that kind of charming mind, full of nothing but wanting to beat him up, but the other party obviously misunderstood repeatedly. Don't. He faced her as if she were some kind of flooding beast, and not only did he take a huge step back, but he was also completely afraid to look at her. Omnidirectional denial of one's own seduction by a bad woman. I'm not going to fight you. If the two of them fought, the bad woman's hands would touch his face and the bad woman's legs would twist his waist. In short, no. If you don't want it, get out of the way and don't interfere with other people's fights by standing there. The bad woman changed her tone all of a sudden, like a gap from heaven to hell. Sure is as fickle as the textbooks. The shark flattened his lips and sat indignantly in the second row of the waiting seat. So, Biggie, are you still going to be my outside man? The lucky guy from just now tentatively inquired. Inappropriate. Okay. Thought I could pick up the slack as a third-place finisher. Boing boing. The shark stared with burning eyes at the back of the head tied in a blonde ponytail, strictly fulfilling what the textbook said. Don't stare at a bad woman's face for long, or the simple sharks won't be able to help falling in love with her. In that case, he'll just stare at the back of his head. She turned around and he immediately dodged. Nansun was speechless and relented and kicked Ink Snake. You two stop fighting. Waste of time. Get the others to speed up. I'm tired of waiting. Then hurry to the next game. All the orcs that were being assessed sped up their progress because of her vocalization. Joking aside, what if she really got impatient and went down to single out the wheedling orc to take out her anger? They didn't want to be beaten as badly as the Ink Snake that day. Yelp. That level of serious injury and shudder at the thought. The next monthly test seemed like it was on 5 times speed, with cheerleaders coming on and off the field, and then game after game ending with a gradual refreshing of the rankings. Only 1 in 3 had remained stalwart, unchallenged by the orcs. The second-place finisher in the middle was robbed of his number by Ink Snake coming down to challenge him, and then the top 3 rankings were set. Jean Nguyen brainstormed until he was on the verge of a headache, and still couldn't think of a countermeasure that would win against his nemesis. The other party was as springy as ever from start to finish, and as the spotted rabbit had said before, the toxin had half the effect on her. Dead brain. Think fast. Any more challenges? In the midst of Jean Nguyen's anxiety, the examination teacher spoke up to make a final inquiry. If there is no, the ranking will be finalized. She was screaming no in her mind, her forehead sweating and fidgeting. Backstabbing cat, hurry up if you want to go to the bathroom. Don't suffocate, haha. Lin smirked and taunted from the sidelines, prompting a round of laughter. Okay, that's it then. The teacher hit the ground running and sent everyone an electronic copy of the application. Check off the supervising professors you want to select in order. Starting with number 1. Jean Nguyen's face was ashen. It's over. It's all over. When it was the turn of Ink Snake, who was second in line, to check the box, his eyes complicatedly glanced at the smiling Nansun. Prof. Converge was in front of the selectable status and she didn't pick him? Is it because of what she said to him back then? She said that if he pleases her more and pleases her more, he might be able to get Jean to warm up. But he was not at all for that purpose. What are you looking at? Pick yours. Nansun blankly glanced at him, knowing that he had misunderstood something, but didn't open his mouth to explain. She's not that nice. When Ink Snake finished choosing the supervising professor of the same snake race, it was finally Jean Nguyen's turn. As Deadpan looked down at the screen, a look of returning ecstasy appeared on her face. Help! How can the world be so interesting? Nansun covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Chapter 209, Stepping Stone Bijou, 20. Jean Nguyen almost shook his hand when he saw that Professor Convergence was available for selection, and he checked it off on the spot with a shaky hand. Choose, fill out the form, and apply in one fell swoop. Doing everything at breakneck speed, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked up from the ecstasy of picking up the pieces, observing the expression on the first name's face. The other man was surrounded by girls, smiling and talking to them, and would hook the shoulder of the girl next to him to cover his mouth and laugh when he said something funny. There was no difference, as if she had come just to take this monthly test to prove her power. Why didn't she choose? Who did she pick? Didn't she say she was going to rob herself of everything she wanted? Jean Nguyen suddenly kind of regretted not paying attention to see which professors were chosen. Big falls and big rises. She had a lot of ups and downs and couldn't believe she had gotten what she wanted so easily. Her mindset had changed, no longer belittling this stepping stone of her own choosing as before, but always feeling that there was some kind of conspiracy hidden behind everything. Did he do it on purpose? Want to see her fall back to the clouds after her ecstasy? That doesn't explain it at all. Jean Nguyen was even more annoyed than before when he hadn't expected the countermeasures to fidget. It's not much of a kill, but did this woman want to see her scared? Then she had succeeded. She was in a state of 7 different moods, and the day she didn't receive confirmation, the day she was too anxious to eat, fearing that the other party was hiding some backhanded trick, just waiting for her to get carried away and bring people to jump out and mock her severely. What the hell is this leopard up to? Babes, remember to prepare well for the next event. Love you Mua. Nansun's side also ended his cordial exchange with the sisterhood members and waved his hand to see them disperse. As soon as he turned his head, he saw certain people staring at him like ghosts. Sharks, rabbits, ink snakes, and of course the heroine. What are you looking at? What? In love with me? Shark reacted the most, being the first to avert his eyes and spring up from his seat. He lifted his feet and walked away, fearing that if he was late, the bad woman would catch him and eat him. Ink Snake's response, on the other hand, was a stepping forward and tugging for her on the large neckline that had just tilted and slipped with too much movement. Flurry couldn't nod if he wanted to, so he had to poke the rotten snake with his eyes. But there was one other thing that surprised him. Sister Jean Wan, you got what you wanted now, right? I saw that you chose Professor Convergence. Aha. Jean Wan uncharacteristically didn't flail around and glanced at Nansun as if he had a ton of things he wanted to say. When she didn't speak, the other orcs came to her aid. The Loser Hugger Alliance didn't know the inside story, but it didn't stop them from being smug. What happened? In the end, it's our Jean Wan who got what he wanted. Asterisk. Are you afraid? Self-awareness indeed. Knowing that Jean Wan is the professor's favorite good student. With your crappy grades, it's a waste to pick a professor. To which Nansun responded by faintly raising his fist. A bunch of orcs didn't even finish their words, and before they had time to switch their gloomy expressions, they moved extremely fast to scatter in all directions and ran behind Jean Wan. The horror on his face mixed with the original expression was comical. Jean Wan was all but speechless to them losers. Jin Wan, you're not going to say anything? I have nothing to say to her. She always felt her heart skip a beat, and was too busy to confirm her application, preferably by finding the professor and confirming it in person so she could feel at ease. The Loser Hugger Alliance also rushed to follow the back foot and leave, fearing that they would be beaten by the lawless Beyonce. Let's go. Jean Wan gestured at the spotted rabbit and smiled in relief when he saw that he was still dead set on the ink snake. He still cared so much about her feelings. Leaving so soon? Buddy reluctantly followed Jean Wan and grunted at the rotten snake, but as he passed Nanshuan, he reached out and lightly scraped her palm, delivering a small metal spike. Next time, put it on for me. Oh sister. At an angle that only the two of them could see, he winked lightly with his right eye and playfully spat at her to reveal his tongue stud, but the eyes moved down, signaling another place. Nansun blinked and pretended not to understand. She put away the nails anyway, realizing that Ink Snake hadn't spoken in what seemed like a long time. Little snake, are you poisoned? Nansun raised his hand and touched his face that was gradually showing signs of it. Out of the way. He covered her hand with his palm and rubbed his head down against the palm of her hand, his eyebrows lowered and docile. Those two adjectives had never appeared in any snake before, let alone a snake that was him. Young master. The snakes and snakes standing on the side were not sure whether to come forward or not. Ahem. They always felt that their young master was happy to be treated like this. But today, it's the last day of the week. Hey. They thought of coming to meet him out of his misery. Now it seems as if he's not very willing to disengage, scratching his head. A bunch of snakes and snakes waited anxiously nearby. Heads down as you pushed me and I pushed you, neither wanting to be the first to speak. Has the young master been abandoned? That woman is about to throw away their young master by eating him dry. So bad. She's broken the hearts of countless boys in the beast's yard, and now the victim is going to be one more. How can I comfort the young master without being scolded? They cold-blooded animals are the worst at comforting people. It was Ink Snake who spoke first. Today is the last day. He lowered his eyes. Those cold, emotionless red snake pupils looking even a little wet from this angle. No different from a pet. He wanted to say something, but still didn't. Like he was waiting to be sentenced to death. Ah, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Nansun pulled his hand back and smiled. Congratulations. You're free and no longer my slave. Happy, right? You may return to golden warmth, fellow Ink Snake. Her name for him had changed so quickly, and instead of baby, snake, genuine slave or lowly slave, it had become a cold classmate's name for each other. It was really no different than before, but it gave him an uncontrollable withdrawal reaction. Stockholm Syndrome? Can't. Oh. He watched as she waved her hand and just dashed off with her friends. Obviously they were still together when they came, and he was still carrying her. Even in the morning they had done the most intimate things under the covers, but the truth was, he was the only one with love. She, on the other hand, was just using him purely as a tool to solve her physical needs. It's not him, it can be any other orc, as long as it's good looking, clean, and skilled. An alternative. Young master, you have a name? The head of the family will be very happy. The gasps of surprise from the snakes around them caused Ink Snake to snap to attention and immediately cover his face to keep them from seeing the flash of the name's halo. But he could see for himself the words branded on his beastly mental body. Xian. It's hopeless. He's hopeless. Teacher, come and save the snake. Our young master's beast is unstable. What's going on? A group of snakes and snakes tore their hearts out. He's out of love. Chapter 210, Stepping Stone Bijou, 21. Jean-Wan watched the screen and waited for a long time for the application on it to turn green and pass, so he couldn't even go to class properly. I don't think the professor saw it. He's always busy with his business. Anxious at the same time, she couldn't help but think fondly of the fact that if her choice was successful, she would be able to move in close to her professor. She could also take the opportunity to show off her cooking skills, or show how good she is by asking questions at the door, or something like that. Even try to be naive and lively and close to him, just like the shameless biker. She wasn't a human herself now. She didn't need to follow that set of human etiquette and shame, not to mention the fact that she already had a soft spot for convergence in the first place. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Later on, after her Mary Sue aura was re-upgraded, and the fascination value of those excellent orcs was brushed up, her favorite would also be Professor Convergence. After graduation, maybe she could be his wife. I've heard that the Nine-Tailed Fox's family is an unabashedly powerful family in the human world, and that both the House of Representatives and the federal political arena can almost always be counted as their one voice. Really looking forward to it. Jean-Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought, but one look at the screen and the anxiety came back. No, she'd have to go to him and ask him herself. Thinking this way, Jean-Wan, as soon as she got out of class, she couldn't wait to go to the Convergence's office area. To get in, you had to have a password and permission, a privilege only she had of all her contemporaries. The joy in her heart increased, and she was just about to enter the password when she heard other people's voices. You looking for the professor? A teacher coming out of another office area spoke up and chimed in. Aha! Kim Wan's expression was eager and expectant. Is it one of his supervised students? I think I've seen you in the application system. Right. This statement is like a fixation. Since the other professors know about this, it means it must be stable. Right. But wasn't Professor Convergence off dealing with the beastly instability of the supervising student? I thought it was you. Jean-Wan's heart shook 7 times before he could settle back down. Are you sure you're supervising a student? Would it just happen to be notified that a nearby student is beastly unstable and needs help? Her smile was forced. You know, we regulation professors all have bracelets on us. Warnings from regulation students of beastly instability are not the same as notifications of support requests. The teacher who had spoken smiled awkwardly, also seeing that things seemed to have changed. Why don't I send you a location and you can check it out for yourself? Okay, thank you, teacher. Jean-Wan bit her lip and bowed 90 degrees to show her appreciation. No need for that, no need for that. Having been used to seeing orc students who hooked up with him and smiled. At first, being treated like this by a student gave him the cutthroat feeling of being back in the human world outside of the Beast Academy. Teacher, then I'll go first. Go, go, go. Goodbye, teacher. Hey, okay, bye. Professor Antelope, who was sipping his tea, sighed inwardly at how this student really didn't have the slightest hint of an orc in him other than his appearance. Can human nature suppress bestiality to such an extent? Shouldn't she be able to graduate directly after taking anthroposophy on the final exam? The students nowadays are really green. The professor scratches his head and leaves. Asterisk. Jean-Wan wasn't an orc, and traveling was pretty much limited to the school's public transportation, and the fact that she had to run several miles to get to her destination was nothing short of a great challenge to her stamina. By the time she arrived panting at the spot the professor had just sent her, it was almost exclusively filled with gathered onlookers of orcs. Surrounded in the center were brown bears dozens of times more massive than the orc's humanoid forms, lying on the ground in big letters, huffing and puffing. Wounds were all over his body and blood was flowing. I didn't think her first challenge would be Yuhei. Ha 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 ha. Defeated. Right? Small injury. The brown bear's mouth hardened and a bare paw came whistling over, and everyone hurriedly jumped high to avoid it. I'm much less injured than that last ink snake. I think. You still have the nerve to compare yourself to others. They are contemporaries with Sun. You've been in the Beast Academy for 10 years without graduating. Ha 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 ha. I don't bother with you freshly minted orcs. The brown bear rolled his eyes and continued to wait for the school nurse to send someone to carry him. Hi guys. Sweet female voice interrupted their conversation, turned around and looked. It was clearly that the popularity king in the freshman, below the second place. A number of people's eyes softened a bit when confronted with the golden cat who didn't have the slightest bit of orcish roughness in her, especially since she was still as feline as the sorority of sisters. May I ask if there was a beastly unstable orc in here just now? Ah, yes. Can you tell me who it is? When Jean-Wan asked these words, he actually had an answer in his heart. It's June. Sure enough, it's her. She's not really that beastly unstable. She's high on the fight and won't be able to collect herself if she keeps it up. Yes. So we rushed to call her supervising professor. Even the slowest of orcs felt the gloom of the golden cat in front of them at this moment. I thought she had the best and gentlest personality. They gradually stopped talking and took a step back. I got it. Thanks. The other turned away. Like a suppressed active volcano. They felines sure are all pretty scary, hey. So did that little black-footed cat last time? And I almost got scratched to death when I complimented him on his cuteness. Nonsense. People are king trappers. Don't you read the family introduction? Pig brain. I told you I was supposed to be a pig. The simple orcs bickered again. And the brown bear continued to lie on the ground in large letters, panting. Today's beast courtyard was still bustling with activity. And the human golden warmth was not connected to the sorrows and joys of the beasts. Chapter 211, Stepping Stone Bijou, 22. On the other side, the office area. Shortly after Jean Nguyen left, the person she was looking for had returned. Convergence had managed to bring the beastly unstable lass through the door, and only just stabilized. She gave him another paw. Well, unable to control a muffled grunt of pain, but his face remained unchanged, using her mental powers to suppress the other. His movements weren't exactly rough, but she still cried out in pain, trying to trick him into sympathizing. Ouch! Never had he seen such a cunning girl, and he knew that as soon as he let go, she would start attacking. The hand didn't let go, but pushed harder. Pain. Lying is bad behavior. Oh June. Still in control, he imprisoned both of her wrists behind her waist with one hand, then pressed his knee into the couch and pressed his other hand against her rear end. The temperature of his palm burned so hot that he couldn't loosen his grip a bit, so he inevitably left a few marks on her porcelain delicate skin. The waves of his mind did not reflect a bit on his face. He still had a calm demeanor and cool eyes. I'm not letting go of you until you're fully stabilized. It really hurts, Professor. The other man buried his face in the throw pillows of the couch and spoke in a jarred voice. She obviously knows how to be pampered, and immediately shifted to a soft policy when the frontal attack failed. But Converge just flickered his eyes. I don't eat that. Bad boy. Despite not believing it, his hand loosened a bit. He looked much more wretched than the suppressed little girl who had just reached the fusion stage. Multiple scars covered his white, soft cheeks, most of which had faded away under his powerful self-healing powers. The same was true of the wounds on his body, with only the blood staining the clothing torn by the claws signaling the severity of the injuries he had just sustained. He could face her now with such ease only because of the advantage of experience. She had only just reached adulthood and was already so sharp that she didn't even need to reach the same age as him to beat him already. In every way, she was so good that no orc could match her. Excellent, vibrant, and sharp, but still a bad boy because she always lies and loves to seduce him, trying to make him look out of control. Lie down properly. He moved away from her scrabbling body. How could Converge not know that she had deliberately allowed her beastly instability to lose its mind, but still tolerated her as if she were a child? As you wish. I submitted my application to the academy and I chose you. June, you've got what you want. How do you know that's what I want? She struggled, a grunt of threat signaling in her throat as her body once again went half animal. The ears and tail that had only just retracted sprang back up, and unlike the kittens, had more of the intimidation of a fierce beast than the soft adornment. And, of course, sharp claws. Things are getting tricky again. Convergence never thought of her as a real kitten, but a ferocious carnivore. He looked down at the loop after loop of her leopard tail wrapping his suit pant leg in creases and had to turn her around to face him head on. The tail showed no signs of letting go, but instead wrapped tighter and even started to go where it shouldn't. Soon, his warning only backfired, the other man gaining even more ground, but he had no more hands to spare to stop her. Okay, Converge closed his eyes slightly, conceding defeat running through his amber eyes. I concede. Don't. Humph. Okay. She nodded triumphantly. So his breathing, which had become a bit disorganized, finally slowly returned to its normal rate. He tried to pull the conversation back. The beast's instability will hurt yourself if it is not quelled. Then I should have been allowed to keep fighting him. Convergence sighed at the stubborn, strong expression on her face, explaining to her despite knowing that the other woman's sanity was now out of control. You've already won. Then why don't you fight me? You are strong. Why don't you fight back from my attacks? No supervising professor would ever take on a student he supervises. Lies. I saw an orc come to school beaten and swollen before. Well, she's smart as hell, and he's never been able to get past her. Humph. Dumbfounded. His opponent attempted to break free and fight him while he was disoriented, but once again he was subdued. You're a little too perky for your own good. Bad boy. Having aged the other side by I don't know how many hundreds of years, Convergence is well versed in dealing with this kind of situation, and the only thing that isn't quite resolved is probably failing to pretend to cry out in pain and sell her misery. She brought her soft face up again, pouting as she pressed against his cheek. What would happen if you just fought me? I just bestialized that brown bear, so he can't even beat me. Is it possible? because the fight's high to the top of the beast is unstable is not unheard of. But no one is as cute as her. Just being close, the young and energetic vibe hits you. She knew how to use her charm too well, and it always worked for her. Whether she was dealing with a male orc or a female orc. Be good. I can't be good. You like good? Like Kim Warm? Hearing this questioning, he smiled softly. You can already tell the outcome by looking at who I chose. Both of them knew who had just come in. Golden warmth. Nansun's eyes that looked at Jinwan took on malice, as if to say, look, I've grabbed everything you wanted. Oh, Convergence knew it from the moment Jinwan showed up, but he still indulged the student he chose to coddle, although he still had to study the abnormality in the human. One arrogantly grinned a provocative smile, the other pretended to be unaware of the actual indulgence. Professor, why don't you agree to her application? The rules say you can supervise up to 2 students at a time with room to spare. I'm not that ungenerous and super sympathetic. Convergence saw the cunning in the little girl's eyes, like she was up to something bad again. Since you put it that way, I won't point to refuse. Jean Nuan could no longer read on. She screamed silently and turned to run away. Chapter 212, Stepping Stone Bijou, 23. Jean Nuan finally realized why the woman hadn't chosen to supervise the professor. Because she had long ago played mind games and tricks to get the professor to choose her of his own accord. It was exactly the same as she had feared before. And she had specifically saved that spot from being chosen just to see her empty-handed. The other man kills and also kills, using the excuse of his beastly instability to stay close to the professor in person, deliberately letting her see that scene. Shame. Naked humiliation. Jean Nuan couldn't bear the humiliation and ran straight out, squeezing her cell phone and trembling. The two of them intimate to the extreme gestures still rampant in her mind. This biker is totally using the professor, even hurting him like that. Would the professor have been as accommodating if he had known that this woman was the kind of person who used him to humiliate her? Ding! Kim Nuan bowed her head. The application she had been waiting for on her cell phone finally turned green and passed, but she was never happy again. It was also humiliating for that woman, 100 times more explosive than rejecting her outright. Wanted to just drop the phone but opted out because of the value. She never forgot what her purpose was, to become a campus millionaire, to upgrade her Mary Sue aura, and to succeed in making a class leap by relying on their infatuation value. There is absolutely no going back to the poor, humble, everyone can come stomp on me days of before. Jean Nuan covered his face and cried miserably. She realized she had to act like nothing was wrong and continue to face them even after being humiliated like this. Even crying while reassuring myself that this is the price one must pay for ambition. If she had chosen to sell her body in the human world, the humiliation she would have received would have been more than that. Even if what she gained was not proportional to what she lost. She must insist. As long as the Mary Sue aura is there, everything still has a chance, doesn't it? Jean Nuan wiped the tears from her eyes, and the light of ambition rekindled in her eyes. When she got her aura in the beginning, it was only an F grade. All of it, didn't it come from her accumulating infatuation values step by step? It's just that being used to smooth sailing later in life has made her forget how hard it was in the beginning. In the process of upgrading, she also suffered countless embarrassments. But then, the goods that gave her embarrassment could only look up to her and obsess over her. Wiping the tear tracks away, Jean Nuan bit her lip and encouraged herself mentally, as long as the aura is still there, there is still a chance to turn around. Tapping the screen, she looked at the other person's avatar that automatically established contact when the application went through. Still huffing and puffing after crying, her fingers flew across the keyboard typing out long little essays. She never mentioned that she had just come to see him, only expressed her delight and respect for him. Kim Nuan always believed she was special. The fascination value doesn't lie. Every time she shows the polite propriety belonging to a human that distinguishes her from an orc, the fascination value goes up. As he typed, his mind couldn't help but think again of the way a certain person had run roughshod over the professor on the basis of his innocence and vivacity. Perhaps she has to change her strategy appropriately as well and not be so introverted and subtle. After typing the small essay and sending it over, Jean Nuan took a deep breath and stood up. Human beings are more alive than they realize. She couldn't put her eggs in the same basket. Next she was going to go and make more contact with Ink Snake and try to brush back his fascination value. Asterisk. On the other hand, the Convergence that had emptied a hand through the application under Nansun's watchful eye put down the device in his hand. Before his opponent could find a chance to lash out, he deflected her attack again and then regained his grip on her wrist. Smoother? When it's smoother, take the tail back, okay? Good boy. He started complimenting her again, when clearly he had been a bad boy before. You really can't fight me? Be good. He declined politely in this way, but did not stop her from continuing to stay close, even sitting on himself. Nanshuan had to admit that this feeling of being controlled by an orc's hormones had to be like sucking on catnip up top. so much so that she was very, very tired of seeing this nine-tailed fox calm and collected, and just wanted to see him lose control and watch his pretty eyelashes hang in teardrops. Deep-pocketed politicians never show their true feelings, good or bad. This life is too boring. She struggled unsuccessfully several more times, and her tail began to fling itself around his waist, then wrapped tightly. The guy's waist was so damn thin, obviously muscular. Can you breathe at this level? At this level, it won't be oh yet. He was still smiling, as if his brief plea for mercy earlier was just an illusion. On the spur of the moment, Nansen directly pressed his lips together. How about this? Her smile widened as she watched the flash of surprise in his amber eyes. The silver chain of the monocle twitched from the two men's movements, like the true state of the other's mind sealed by the disguise. Don't tease the elders. He separated her kisses with the palm of his hand. You call yourself an elder again now? Because her hands were in a vice-like grip, she could only bite his hand in indignation, her sharp teeth nearly penetrating the palm. Blood dripped down, blotting out in brilliant flowers on his shirt. Convergence's color was unchanged, still looking at her tolerantly. Nansen's mouth went down heavier and deeper, and the smell of blood that filled her mouth caused a brutal and cold killing intent to fill her golden cat eyes among them. Okay. He even managed a gentle laugh as he cupped her cheek and pulled his bloodied palm out of her mouth, the wound healing extremely fast for the naked eye. Taste the blood. Satisfied? His uninjured hand slowly stroked the top of her hair, touching her furry ear. Not satisfied. Leopard ears twitched as she refused to be touched like a pet. Blood still lingered on her lips, and she looked at him like a top predator finding a new, challenging prey. She grinned, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. Professor, I'll make you cry. I think I'll look forward to that day. Chapter 213, Stepping Stone Bijou, 24. After consoling herself, Jean Nguyen executed superbly and was full of one-pointed motivation. But after coming to the gloomy forest hinterland, she walked slower and slower. Even a windy sound like rustling could startle her. Who's there? The two guardian snakes spitting their snake's letters burrowed out of the damp bushes and then transformed into dark-haired, dark-eyed humanoid forms. Cold, serpentine pupils stared at her, causing her body to tremble. Looking for our young master? Jean Nguyen gulped. The two snakes looked at each other as if a whoosh of cold air emanated from their bodies. The young master's beast is unstable, so be careful what you say. Okay, you go in. At those words, she didn't linger for a second, almost sort of darting in. Are we scary? No, I don't think so. The last time I asked a mouse, I just showed my fangs a little and he complimented me on how cute I was. Yeah, I'll ask that next time. The other guard snake pulled a leathery, horrified expression. Isn't that cute? The opposite side gave a thumbs up and the same smile. We should be just as cute. The two snakes nodded at each other with pleased eyes, both deeply impressed. Asterisk. The gold warmer who had just run away nearly exhausted himself, darting until he could no longer see a single snake in sight before stopping, running until her lungs tugged painfully and her breath took on the scent of blood. She bent over to catch her breath, holding her knees. Only then did he notice that he had run to his destination without realizing it. The hole in front of me, which was 3 stories high, was like the mouth of a snake that chose to devour people, and it made my scalp numb just to look at it. She had never been to the territory of the ink snake, let alone the lair where the bestialized him resided. Comforting herself 800 times in her heart, she checked her aura level and the fascination value that hadn't dropped to the bottom again, before putting on her sweet smile again. Ink snake, are you in there? No response. I'm coming in. Oh, so scared that her hands shook and tears welled up in her eyes. But Jean Nguyen took the first step. Ambition, goals, escalating aura. She mumbled these in her mind to remind herself that it was the time when Ink Snake was at his most vulnerable, and she heard that he had even been abandoned by that woman, which was most convenient for her to pick up the slack and brush up on her infatuation value. Cheer up. Seeing death as a step in. She didn't smell the fishy scent of snakes, instead it was the fresh scent of flowers and grass, which made her silently relieved. Then a mistake of eyes was the body of the snake that took up the entire view. Ah! A scream resounded through the cavern. Ah! Even if you are mentally prepared ahead of time, it doesn't mean that you can be calm when you suddenly see your most feared snake, or an oversized one. Jean Nguyen fell limply to the ground, ducking back on her hands and knees. At a glance it is impossible to see where the head and tail of the snake are. Beyond all imaginable limits, the width of the snake's body alone exceeded several of her heights, coiling and making even such a large cavern seem cramped. The other party's inky scales reflected the light within the poorly lit cavern, and their ruddy vertical pupils widened as they stared coldly at the uninvited guest. You're noisy. Also, she was overreacting, almost unlike an orc. Even a small mouse wouldn't be scared like this at the sight of the beastly form of a natural enemy. Jean Nguyen, are you really an orc? His question caused Jean Nguyen's blood to cool instantly, and his sanity, regaled by fear, instantly took the high ground. What are you talking about? How can I get into the Beast Academy if I'm not an orc? With all the courage in the world, she patted herself on the back and stood up, holding onto the wall next to her to hide her fear. I just got a sudden shock. Better be. Jean Nguyen didn't dare to look at his eyes at all, so there was no way to tell if the other party believed his words or not. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit, striving to pull a few more lines around to express her concern so that the manhwaresu aura could work. Are you okay? Ink Snake. I'm really sorry about last time. I just wanted to win so badly. Stop calling me Ink Snake. I have a name. Okay, so what's your name? Jean Nguyen, who heard his reply, had another heart attack. He actually took the insulting nickname the woman had given him as a first name. Hate gnashed her teeth, but she still laughed dryly. That's a pretty good name. Ha ha. It's pretty good. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. The aura was downgraded. The fascination value dropped, and there was no longer the familiarity between them that they had before. She'd been here for over 5 minutes. Why hadn't the infatuation value even gone up by 1? Kim Won freaked out and continued the awkward conversation. We're still friends, right? What do you think? I think it certainly is. It's my fault for wanting to be some kind of prom queen in the first place that you got hurt so badly and became her slave. I didn't value you enough before. Forgive me, okay? Ink Snake felt that the orc in front of him was even stranger than before, and the way she ingratiated herself with him didn't seem to be any different from any other orc. It was as if his eyes were fogged up and cleaned a little, and he was beginning to be able to see her through the filter as well. Jen moved to get closer to discern her micro-expressions as she spoke, only to have the other woman misunderstand what was going on. Stay back. Jean Nguyen broke down and yelled. I've heard that beastly instability in snakes is usually accompanied by going into love. He wouldn't. Would he? She took 2 steps back, not holding back from locking eyes with those icy snake pupils. Fear overpowering reason again. If you have something to say, I can get you a female snake. You're insulting me? I can't believe I'm actually hearing this from the other guy. He's an orc, no longer a serpent without reason. The serpent's tail slapped the wall, shaking up dust and falling debris. The sudden outburst of anger scared Jean Nguyen so much that she squealed and almost thought there was an earthquake, followed by even worse bad news. Jen, fascination value decreases, 32-0. That's not what I meant. I really don't know. The scene in front of him was nothing to the powerful orcs, but to humans it was nothing less than an apocalyptic apocalypse. Jean Nguyen could barely manage to stand still, holding onto the wall and stepping back. Who are you fooling? Both can get a perfect score on human theory but don't understand orcs? Xian was already an unstable beast and hadn't gotten over his lost love, but now he was even more irritated to the point where his tail was lashing. He didn't know that the other was a brittle human, only that he saw her leave as fast as she could away from a flood of animals in this situation. A friend? Ha! Jen, fascination value decreases, 21-0. Decrease in, Jen, obsession value, 100, red warning. Once again, she screwed up everything. In order to save her little life, she couldn't afford to risk her life by continuing to keep explaining. The current situation could kill her if a random rock fell. All you can do is hold your head. Blow after blow couldn't stand up to the last notice. Manhwaresu Aura Level Down, BC. Chapter 214, Stepping Stone Bijou, 25. Halo is down. Halo is down. No longer able to accept but also can only accept. Jean Nguyen's soul. Once afraid to go out, and dare not test anyone's infatuation value, not to mention classes. She was so devastated that she only dared to hunker down in her quarters, browsing through the school's messages daily to see if there was anything bad to say about her. Going from an A to AB was considered extinction for her, and has caused her to take so many hits. What about going from AB to AC? The whole person was wrapped up in the heavy blanket, and Jean Nguyen bit her finger to keep refreshing the popularity list. These days, the gap between her and the first place was getting wider and wider, and after the stepping stone stopped sucking blood out of her, she was getting more and more depressed, and her opponent was getting more and more dazzling. There was a sudden thumping on the door downstairs. Golden Warmth? Are you there, Jean Nguyen? You took a couple days off and we were all worried about you. Jean Nguyen pretended not to hear. If this were a numerical panel game, the most powerful group of orcs would be SSRs, while this group of losers that often surround themselves would be the most common are cards. His current self doesn't have the heart to deal with them. She didn't respond for a long time and the movement finally died. The screen lit up, and a message from the docket, Spotted Rabbit, just happened to be sent. Jean Nguyen's sister should take care of her health. No matter what, I'm here. The words nearly made her cry. Having suffered multiple blows, she now needs a warm harbor. Even if the other man was toxic on her body and she couldn't touch him, having him with her would definitely make her feel a lot better. Jean Nguyen couldn't wait to see him. Thank you for your concern. No need to thank you. Oh, We don't need to be so raw between us. If you want that snake, Sister Jinwon, I will definitely try to help you too. It's better to have the two of them tied together, or count on rotten snake being misunderstood by Sister Sun. That way, that snake never had a chance. With a bad taste in his mouth, Bunny put his phone back on the table and looked at the blackboard with a shallow yawn. Jinwon wasn't in front of himself, so he wouldn't even have to put on an expression or tone of voice. He could send out countless texts like this with the movement of his fingers. The important thing now is something else. After a long ordeal, the flotsam managed to wait until the end of class and immediately ran to block people. Sister Sun, the bells tied to his wrists jingled as he ran. What a coincidence that we run into each other like this. Bunny stopped her and raised her hand in greeting. She finally didn't have that obnoxious, rotten snake around her anymore, and those friends of hers had each been lured away by the various reasons he'd arranged for them to be there. It was a coincidence that he created on purpose. Wu's smile grew sweeter. Sister Sun, I missed you so much. He hugged her and pampered her. Nice and harmless, but the orcs around him would avoid him for a few meters whenever they saw it was him. Only she can touch herself without any poisonous reaction. So strong, so like, roll on. His cheeks were pinched vigorously, and Flurry still wouldn't let go, instead wrapping his arms tighter around him. This doesn't hurt. His smile grew wider. I'm 100 times more tolerant than that ink snake, so Sister Sun can be a little rougher on me. Sister rolling her eyes is pretty too. Love it. He's like a tugging dog's paw, slimy and sappy, seducing her with his beauty. The red marks on her cheeks faded in less than a moment, and her face remained white and soft, possessing both the self-healing power of a powerful orc and the family's own ability to endure pain. He was incredibly aware of where his strengths lay. At any given opportunity, he'll stick to his sister like craft. Sister Sun, can I go to your house? No. Do you like my face? Not like that. Then why don't you push me away? Can't push it. Actually, you could have just twisted my hand off, but you didn't. I know that Sister Sun is heartbroken. I'm just not as sick as you are. The other man countered by cupping his jaw. Where's the tongue stud? Let's see. Flurry obediently opened her lips to show her. I changed the style. Oh, it's a lie to say you're going to show her. It's a lie to let her feel it for herself. He favored his face and moved in to kiss her for a long time before he was pushed away. Feel that? It's better than last time, isn't it? His peach blossom eyes were filled with a smirk of triumph, his eyes lingering on her lips as he lowered his head to have another go. Hey, big crowd, it's just a kiss. Nansen slapped him away. It's a normal kiss, but when it's directed at him, it's like it's going to be all over the place the next second. The look on his face and the vibe around him were always very misleading. All her openness seemed a little conservative in front of this perverted bunny. Stop. Be honest when I do. Then can we go to your house and do it again? Spotted Rabbit. A very strong decibel growl interrupted his pouting. The smile on Sue's face disappeared for a split second. Oh, caught in the act. She covered her mouth and scoffed. Sister Sun's gloating looks charming too. He kissed the corner of her lips, the sweetness returning to his deep purple eyes. Just give me a moment. Nansen couldn't help but snort out a laugh as she looked at the rabbit's subdued back and the angry face of the heroine she hadn't seen in a few days. She leaned against the wall, ready to watch the show. Chapter 215, Stepping Stone Beechwood, 26. As soon as Flurry approached, he was met with a split-second questioning. How could you betray me? Have I betrayed you? The two of us have always been just friends, right? Jinwon choked, realizing that he was telling the truth. Neither before nor now had the other said he liked her, even because she couldn't touch him. She stayed away from him every time, as if she didn't know him well. Don't steal the concept. Even so, how could you get so close to her? Because I like Sister Sun. You like her? You were clearly on my side before. Oh, because Sister Sun saw that you were too pitiful, so she let me be your friend for a bit. After tearing her face apart, Flurry finally didn't need to pretend anymore. Despite still smiling like that, there was no difference between looking at her and the rest of her classmates. He sighed, sympathetically. I didn't want to tell you, but you asked, so I had to. These words and tone of voice, like everything she got, was a handout from that woman. How could Jinwon, who had always treated the other party as a stepping stone, accept it? She sees me as pathetic? She sees pity in me? Jinwon looked up at the flower-like face. How touched he was before. How ironic he was now. He's all pretense. So every time before, her own smugness was in that woman's eyes. She must be laughing her ass off, playing her for a fool in every way. It was funny and pitying to watch her being kept in the dark. Why was she being targeted and teased like this? She took everything from her. Eating melon orcs gathered more and more, but because of the fear of being poisoned, so none of them close to the side of the flotsam. Jinwon sighed as relieved to squeeze. A few were even close to sticking it to the back of the gold warmer. Wow, she's miserable. It's okay too. She gained friendships. Hey, I want to be fake friends with Spotted Rabbit, too. I would have picked June too if it was me. She's strong and popular. There is no need to feel inferior about losing to Jun. These discussions rang out directly behind her, without a hint of emotional intelligence. Aha, these savage orcs. Why don't they just say it into her ear? No longer able to control her so-called human manners, she turned and yelled at the orcs huddled behind her. You guys are sick. No, we're quite healthy. Yeah, it's an ass. Jin Nuan tried hard to push all of them away, but forgetting that he was a human, they were orcs, so he couldn't push a single orc at all. Ha 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 ha. Nansun couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She told her that the world was funny. That's so funny. Wu Shu, how could you do this to your golden warm sister? Floss? Jin Nuan turned incredulously to the bunny with the pursed lips. I thought you said you didn't have a name? I think he didn't want to tell you. Goldworm. The orcs behind him had learned to raise their hands for answers. It's okay. We don't know. Yes, don't feel bad. You really are his fake friend. Who cares if you know? She completely abandoned her image and became hysterical, tearing his face off with the man he always thought he loved and being made a joke by his nemesis. With these pig-like orcs behind him adding fuel to the fire, Jin Nuan was left with nothing but impotent rage. She's changed. Yeah, never gentle again. She's not special at all. I don't want to vote for her. The bright conversation behind him made the mood explode. These eyeless and emotionless orcs. Spotted Rabbit, do you like her just because she's strong? Why are you so shallow? Am I shallow? Bunny blinked and pointed at herself. Of course I started liking Sister Sun because of her power. But it's not like I only like her power. Just like liking good looks, liking money, liking learning, or maybe liking the other person's personality. Aren't these all traits of some kind? The orcs nodded furiously. Well, that's it. Flurry didn't want to break up with her again. Spotted Rabbit, don't go. Her exasperated call didn't stop the other man in his tracks. Abominable. The many emotions piled on top of each other made her chase after them again, but she was blocked by the watching orcs. Asterisk 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 off you guys. Nansen shook his head, seeing that she was just too pathetic, and spoke. The fun is over. What are you guys still standing around for? Want to be challenged by me? It's not loud, but it's effective. The beasts that were just huddled together immediately scattered in all directions, fleeing faster than one another. The wide corridor turned into a stark contrast with few orcs left. You see, it takes that for them to listen. Nanshuan cocked his head. But you shouldn't apply. Blitz. Sister Sun, don't talk nonsense with her. Rabbit pulled her hand and pouted. Did I do a good job? Pissed her off so I can go to your house? Spotted Rabbit, how could you be so shameless? Jin Nuan was furious and rushed up to him, raising his hand and slapping him. When a rabbit gets hit, the first thing it does is not look to the culprit, but uses it to sell itself. Sis, look at her. He grinned and transformed into a cowhide once again, seducing her in her ear. I'm all beat up by her. I'm not clean anymore. Sister, you'll have to slap me a few more times in a while before you can do that. Roll. On the side, Jin Nuan had been poisoned from the moment he had finished beating him, and could only watch as this rabbit pleases his nemesis like nobody's business. Gradually, all the anger and resignation were replaced by a sense of near death. Her limbs gradually paralyzed as the toxins invaded every part of her body. Her body filled with unparalleled pain, yet she couldn't speak half a word. Eyes wide open, tears of fear of death spilling from their sockets. Just when she thought she was about to die just like that, her numb hand was lifted. A glance down and she saw the lowered brow of the savior-like youth. He spread the potent medicine in her palm before straightening up with a reassuring, reliable smile. Is everything okay, Professor? More tears fought to spill from the eyes, and there was a strong growth of adoring fondness in addition to the hijacking. Convergence glanced at his bracelet, the warning that vibrated to the point of tingling with his wrist finally subsiding. He looked across the room at the two men who were intimate to a fault. Hello, Professor. The bad boy greeted him with a grin, showing him his fangs as a sign of provocation. Sister Sun, the professor is busy minding his other student, so we'd better leave him alone. Jealous, Bunny cupped her face in both hands and turned it toward her, kissing her directly. On top of that, he bent down and whispered something else in her ear. Intention slowly surfaced on her face. Convergence likewise heard it and subconsciously took a step forward, but was pulled by the hem of Jin Nuan's coat, who was gradually regaining her mobility. Professor, I really appreciate you saving me. She was crying up and down. It's okay, you're my student too. It's what I'm supposed to do. He returned to her perfunctorily, not taking his eyes off the other side. Convergence locked eyes with the Spotted Rabbit, and saw that the other was deliberately showing him his tongue piercing. The other man's family traditions doomed him to an endless array of means of pleasing the object of his affections. This was one, and the one in the whispered words just spoken was another. His eyes had just gone a little colder when Bunny buried her face in the crook of the girl's neck in a pretense of tenderness and denunciation. Sister Sun, the professor is so mean. He glares at me. Yeah, maybe you're the one who pissed him off. Without further ado, can I go to your house now? Sister Sun, let's go then. Yeah, they left just like that, leaving behind only the heroine, who was immersed in tears, and the nine-tailed fox, who stood still and watched their backs with slightly narrowed eyes. Convergence raised a hand to adjust his glasses, his knuckles taut and his silver chain wobbling. Chapter 216, Stepping Stone Bijou, 27. Was it scary? It's all right already. The warm and soft voice gradually soothed Jean Wan's aftershock. All around them was the scent of the other. Clean, calm, and warm. Convergence pulled her back from death, and didn't get as close to the woman as he had before. They were both his supervised students and he chose her. The world had abandoned her and he had protected her. Luckily, he was his own supervising professor. With a sour nose, Jean Wan almost fell into tears again. Professor. Her voice was a little choked. It's okay, take your time if you want to say anything. Convergence sat down beside her and handed her a cup of hot milk tea. Careful, it's hot. From the tone of voice to the demeanor, it was described as gentle and considerate in every way. As a result, Jean Wan didn't notice that his deliberate attempt to touch his fingers was dodged without a trace. Taking a gentle sip, the hot milk tea with just the right amount of sweetness warmed down his throat to his stomach. Professor, thank you very much indeed. Say what you will about thanks. It is the duty of the supervising professor. Only duty. Professor? She looked to him eagerly for an answer, her eyes crashing straight into a pair of watery eyes. What kind of answer do you want to hear? The smile on his lips deepened. As I said, MS. Jean Wan, you are very special. Really? Of course it's true. Convergence looked at Jean Wan's gradually indulging expression and knew that she had finally completely removed all her defenses. Turning on the recording device, his tone became more compelling and he began to follow his lead. We both have different perspectives, so maybe you can tell me what you think is special about you? Me? Jean Wan almost drowned in his eyes like that, dizzy and confused. She only felt that her favor and trust in this nine-tailed fox was now at its peak, and that the other party was the one she trusted the most. So she didn't hesitate to open her mouth. I have a special Mary Sue aura about me. Convergence nodded slightly, a smile deepening on his lips. Can you tell me more carefully? As a professor, I really should know more about my most special students, don't you think? No problem. Just ask whatever you want to know. That's great. Inquiring about all the things he wanted to know, he was briefly out of his mind instead of the pleasure he deserved. How would Junk play with that rabbit? Like he had told her in his ear? Or maybe it was more. His palms tightened slightly as he tried to bring himself back to his senses, then couldn't help but think again. What kind of wounds and marks would she leave on that rabbit? Asterisk. The small humming rabbit's footsteps were light and quick, and after Jean Wan, there was another uninvited guest inside the dark and deep cavern. What are you doing here? The ground inside the cave shook from the giant snake's attack, but Washu just smiled and lightly dodged the snake's tail strike after strike. If it weren't for the fact that the place where the cave was located was a huge mountain, the place would have collapsed due to Jen's loss of control. Look at you. Now you're so weak that you can't even change your human form. So miserable. Deflecting his head to dodge the attacking tail once more, he looked at the snake's tail, which was stabbing into the wall like tofu, and pretended to pat his chest in a petulant manner. Why are you so mean? No wonder Sister Sun abandoned you. Bunny is not here to visit a love interest, but specifically to gloat. He dodged his opponent's attacks, but occasionally pretended to dodge them. The fabric on her waist was accidentally scratched, and so was her neckline, showing the marks that Junchun's sister had made on her body in an unintentional manner. I'm so sorry you saw this. He covered his mouth and snickered. Spotted rabbit. What are you calling? Calling you again is a thing of the past. It's me that Sister June likes now. Oh, and you're so fierce. It's normal not to be liked by your sister. After all, no girl would like a cold-blooded snake like you that's cold and can't be pampered to please. The response was an even more violent attack. At least the ink snake did not have another beastly instability, just temporarily unable to change back to human form. Otherwise it would have to attract others. In the end, one of them got tired of fighting and the other one got tired of hiding, and the battle stopped for a while, ending in a sort of lose-lose situation. After all, the two were of equal strength, and both sides suffered when they moved. All you can do is pull these tricks. Xian's eyes showed contempt. I know you're sour. Bunny touched the deep marks on her cheeks and her eyes began to cloud over. Why is your heart so dirty? Do you want me to be disfigured and then lose my sister's favor? Poof. Spitting, the massive snake exhaled coldly. Should have all of you. You're capable of doing that, and I have other ways to please my sister. And a few more fights my poison just about impotent you. Ha, It's better for people like you to stay next to Jean Nguyen and Fawn to please in order to be worthy of your status. Ha! Funny, I haven't forgotten who was saddling up next to her before. People backed away from you, and all you could do was be glum on the sidelines. Ha 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 ha. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Wushu saw the rotten snake's face darken as he wished, and rode the wave of victory. An unclean beastman like you isn't even worthy of licking Sister Sun's feet. And you're clean? Didn't you get jealous over Kim and that fish before? Shut up. The two set off each other's black history and then break the defense equally. The name-calling continued, and I don't know which comment was the trigger for them to start fighting again. Compared to the previous small fights, this time it was a real one, and both sides wanted to put the other to death. And Career Sun was now busy with his goal number 2, continuing to challenge those admittedly immensely powerful orcs one by one. Chapter 217, Stepping Stone Bijou, 28. I surrender and admit defeat. The crocodile-skinned giant lizard is dying. Surrender. The ancient elephant clan fell with a bang. I concede. Another one. Admit defeat. Another one. Admit defeat. Rabbit and Ink Snake were busy with the male competition. Nine-tailed Fox was busy studying the female lead. And Nan Sun was busy singling out the entire Beast Academy. As each challenge passed, her fierce reputation spread. Who will June challenge today? I'd like to be challenged by her too. It hurts but I'll get a hey from her. And her underlings will still be played by her. I want to be played by her too. Me too. The talking orcs gradually left. The surface of the salt lake gurgled, and the sharks that had been listening in the water along the shore for a long time quietly peeked out their little faces, their pupils seismic. You'll get played by a bad woman if you're beaten by her. His wet face filled with shock. He blinked in panic and with a flick of his tail swam straight back to the bottom of the lake, contacting the family for advice and help. He didn't hear the conversation behind the orcs. My essence is super soft. She'll love to touch it, but I don't have fur. Boing boing. I don't think Sun has touched a red panda yet. Will she touch me if I go furtive? Gosh, you can use idioms. So cultured. That's right. I've never gotten under 90% in human linguistics. Their voices faded away. Asterisk. What to do? I'm going to be played by bad women. The shark's long blue hair flowed in the water as it swam anxiously from one side of the screen to the other. Easy, easy. Across the huge video screen at the bottom of the lake, another group of sharks met at the bottom of the sea, turning the pages of their books. Why don't you drop out of school? We still make a lot of money selling jewelry, and mother and father can still hold out for a long time longer, so we don't need you to inherit the family business. Yes, silly boy. You'll be eaten for scraps when you go to the human world. I don't want to drop out of school. Although he couldn't say what the reason was. He was repulsed in his heart when he heard the word dropout. By not dropping out you have to control yourself from falling in love with bad women. Can you control that? You mustn't forget that legend of the ancestors of the sharks, where the male sharks fell in love with the queen of the human world, conquered the seas and expanded their territory for her. But in the end, they didn't get all of her love, and had to turn into bubbles and disappear. The male shark across the room couldn't help but wipe his tears. My bitter son, why are you not female? So that you will not suffer from the legend. But will it really turn into a bubble? There is no such case for the next generation or the next. That's because they both found true love. Baby, I'd rather believe it. We sharks have trouble reproducing. You're the only seedling of our generation. You can't take any chances. You block out your vision. Don't look at her. If you lose you'll be toyed with for a day or two at the most. Hang in there and it'll be over. She's so strong and so good. It's a shame there's that legend. Otherwise you wouldn't be at a disadvantage if you took her. The shark bit her lip, her thoughts in turmoil. I was struggling with what exactly to do when I suddenly looked upwards. He felt it, the voice speaking from above. It's the bad girl coming. Seal off the vision. The group of elders on the opposite side of the screen hastened to remind. Aha! On the shore, just passing by this side of the Nanchuan helplessly looked at his waist pendant. You're a giant panda. You have to have your dignity. A soft black and white ball grunted. Bare paws circling her waist. Bare feet wrapped around her thighs. Jun, why don't you pick a fight with me? You can't take pity on me just because I'm a baby You haven't entered the Beast Academy yet. What am I looking for you to fight for? Come back to me when you've fused and can change human form. Nan Sun, helpless but spoiled, ruthlessly ruins several handfuls of her fur. By the time I go to school, Sister June will have graduated. Lie. Hurry up and let go of me. Your mom is going to be looking for you later. She knows I'll be fine. I'm so cute and all the orcs love me. I have things to do. Sister, I can follow you. You follow me in a fight? I can cheer you on from the sidelines. The giant panda cub is stubborn and vows to be a little follower. But because of its cute appearance, even the most unreasonable demands seem reasonable. Geez, you're so good at it. I'm the best fat baby ever. Just after that, The fat baby didn't hold on to her and snapped, dropping the sesame dumplings to the floor. She patted Fluffy as she hurried to her feet. Nansen was thinking of what excuse to continue putting her off when he turned his head and saw a beautiful fishtail crossing under the surface of the lake. Sharks? Aha! There were bubbles on the lake, but he didn't show them. He heard it, the bad woman coaxing that panda with such a gentle tone. Nothing like what she had done to him before. If you don't want it, get out of the way and don't interfere with the others' fight by standing there. So cold, so fierce, he remembered it for a long time. In fact, last time he didn't just go there to destroy Jean Nguyen's name, he also wanted to stop by to see her. But it turned out that she was so nice to everyone but him. The sentimental shark couldn't help but drop her little pearls. Suddenly, a hand reached into the lake and grabbed his arm to scoop up the weeping fish. Pretty eyes were full of panicked shock, and before he could retrieve them, his tears overflowed into his eyes, then turned into pearls that slipped and tumbled to the ground. Gorgeous to the point of looking like a legendary creation, with a nice shine from hair to tail. His eyes were a crystal blue, and his tail fin of the same color was glowing with the same brilliant luster as the inside of a beaded shell. It's almost like fishing out the most precious treasure in the world. What are you doing? The shark subconsciously wrapped his arms around her. He had blocked out his vision so he couldn't see, but at the moment his other senses were still functioning. The scent of the bad woman's body was faint, almost invasive, and the bad woman's soft hand caressed his cheek, tickling everywhere it passed. Then there was her voice, a gentler tone than ever before, as she inquired, "Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" The shark's eyelashes fluttered, a heart beating fast at that moment. Unlike his previous confusion when he suspected Nakai sorcery, he was awake and cognizant at the moment. He probably fell in love. So, he's gonna die, right? Chapter 218, Stepping Stone Beechwood, 29. Nanshuan had attracted a glutinous panda cub and a crying shark in one day. Didn't say anything about what happened, just hugged her and cried miserably. The look was so pathetic and beautiful that it made her feel bad about opening her mouth to challenge him to a fight. There is no choice but to continue to act as a comfort. You can't see out of your eyes? Is it because of this? The shark still didn't say anything. Her tear-stained eyelashes lowered, and pearls of all sizes fell all over the floor. The giant panda cub was squatting on the ground happily picking it up, so it didn't come to pester her. So all she had to do was mind the sharks. At least tell me if it is? No, not. He finally spoke, his voice soft and easily reminiscent of the shimmering sea at sunset. Sniffling, his tears were both pearls and weapons, and the beauty of his weeping was surpassed. No one in this situation should be able to resist not kissing him, right? A light kiss landed in the corner of his eye, briefly like a feather scraping across it. The shark immediately stopped crying and covered her face and kept blinking. After realizing what had just happened, his face flushed scarlet as far as the naked eye could see. How could you kiss me? She's really bad woman. So frivolous and casual. Sorry, didn't hold back. Nansen apologized in a very uncharacteristic manner, looking at him with this reaction like a young daughter-in-law who had been molested, and resisted the idea of another kiss. She wiped the tear tracks off his face in one smooth motion. No more tears, right? It was just a common inquiry, but it made Sailor react to the fact that he had actually been hugging the bad woman and crying like that before. More redness drifted up and he pushed her away, returning to the salt lake with a flick of his tail. What the elders say doesn't work at all. Block out the sight. There's still hearing, touch, smell, and as long as he can feel a bad woman, he'll be moved. He had to stay away from her. You don't come back to me. The shark thought he was coldly letting out harsh words, but what he saw from Nansen's perspective was the look of him with tears in his eyes and biting his lip in aggravation. The mouth is not right, and anyone who comes along can see that he is saying the exact opposite of what is in his heart. It seems like it's accidentally radiating charisma again. What she should have done at a time like this in order to stop the damage in time was to nod her head in agreement, but then he'd burst into tears again. Wouldn't he? Well, never mind. Let's not say anything. Little cub, go away. Sister Sun, I've picked up a lot of pearls for you. All for me? Yes, she responded loudly as she was scooped up into her arms. Thank you then. Sun took away the handful of pearls. The shark who secretly unblocked his vision saw it. Asterisk. It was hard to return the giant panda cub to her professor mother, and Nanshuan had a good time experiencing life with a baby. If it's a panda, it's actually not bad. I was in the mood to get high at the bar near the central mall where my little sisters had arranged to meet, but I happened to run into a man and woman walking side by side outside the library. Yo, professor! What a coincidence! Instead of pouncing on her as she had done before, she busied herself with her appointment. Lynn had talked about the stripper party tonight, gathering orcs of all different flavors. There's a limit to the number of people who can get in if they go late, so it's clear what's more important right now. After greeting her she wanted to leave. mercifully not looking for trouble. But Jin Wan actually called out to her. June, where are you busy going? A relationship with you? I don't know when the two of us have gotten to know each other well enough to pry into each other's whereabouts. Nansen still spoke with a sting, and turned to see the other party's springy appearance. Well, you think you're good again, so you're here to make your presence felt? I warned you not to mess with me. She bared her teeth at her in a threatening manner and managed to scare Jin Wan into taking a step back. Convergence watched silently, and when she was about to leave, she immediately spoke up. Soon, something wrong with the professor? Her tone was clearly suppressed impatience. The two of them hadn't seen each other since the last time she and Bunny had left. It's gotten so fast. When before he was sitting in his arms saying he wanted to see him cry it out. Nothing, just a routine concern for your safety as your supervising professor. He saw her gradually lose her patience. Her fingertips hooking in the ends of her hair. Her long legs crossing and standing straight again, as if she were trying to think of a reason to stall. Are you jealous because you saw me with the professor? Jin Wan rightfully misunderstood her annoyance. It was almost as cool as a full bottle of ice water. We're staying together these days, so maybe he did neglect you. The more she talked, the happier she felt that she had finally gotten back in front of this woman. Did I tell you not to mess with me? Backstabbing cat. The flamboyant blonde sweetheart tossed her hair, then strutted toward them. You, what are you doing? Jin Wan took a step back, afraid that she was going to come over and hit her, just so she could play soft, and clutched the arm of the professor beside her. Jin Wan student. Soon has a sense of proportion and won't hit you. The word stalled before Convergence could break free of her grip, because Sun did not come to hit her, but instead grabbed his collar and made him come down low and kissed him. Jin Wan's eyes went wide and she screamed in shock. Bitch! After she cursed, the woman not only didn't let go but instead kissed a little deeper. The two side faces with equally graceful lines partially overlapped, and the silver chains of the converging glasses swayed from their kiss, adding even more hazy aesthetics to the ambiguous atmosphere. How could she? Why didn't the professor push her away? How can he kiss back? Jin Wan looked devastated, and Nansen casually pushed away the Convergence as if he was throwing away something he had finished utilizing. The nine-tailed fox, who was no longer elegant and whose pupils were tinted with lust, wiped the corners of her lips with the knuckles of her thumbs and smiled helplessly. Little heartless. Nansen ignored him and instead locked eyes with Jin Wan, hooking his lips provocatively at her and repeating his emphasis. Don't mess with me. It didn't matter what her reaction was, patting her clothes and straightening the hem to leave in style. This time I was too busy going to see a stripper to mess with you. Next time you mess with me, you don't want to know the consequences. Damn. This bitch. Jin Wan squeezed the edges of his textbook and turned his head to look at the professor, seeing that he had an expression on his face that he had never seen before. I can't tell you, but it's just special. Before she opened her mouth, Convergence spoke with an unspoken word. Kim Wan-san, do you smell something? What's that smell? Fishy. He held up his glasses, other emotions gradually welling up in his gentle eyes. Bad boys always catch everyone's eye. Rabbits, snakes, and fish. That's not enough. She's going to invite more. Is she going to see a stripper? Next, Chapter 219, Stepping Stone Bijou, 30. Once inside the bar it was like entering a new world. The music was loud, the light was dim and disorienting, and it was more high energy than a regular dance party that day. Nanchuan attracted all kinds of eyes as soon as he entered, either kind or longing or admiring. As a freshman of the Beast Academy who had singled out countless seniors, her popularity nowadays was no longer limited to the popularity list of her contemporaries, but was even high on the overall list. Son, you're so late. The same sorority members who were the focus of the bar hooked up and came up to greet her. Limited entry. We thought you were going to be stopped. Was stopped. Nansen took the glass of wine handed over by she and added in the expectant eyes of her little sisters. But seeing that it was me they let me in. We knew it. No bar is going to turn us down junction. Come on. We'll play first. The one we want to watch doesn't start for a while. The group went to the deck closest to the stage, which was literally the prime location of prime locations. It's a good location, isn't it? The lynx snapped his fingers and called for another batch of wine. Only our sisterhood can get a spot like this without a reservation. Jun, do you know what's involved? Nanchuan raised his eyes to the near stage. What's the catch? Conveniently stuffing money in the waistband of their pants? That's one of them. And it's also convenient for you to rip them off the stage. Oh, and if they volunteer, it means the other person belongs to you tonight. Free of charge. Of course the point isn't free. Ha ha ha. While there are plenty of orcs to pounce on when we hook up, there's something to be said for having a fling in other ways once in a while. Nansen wasn't really interested in that. He just wanted to see what the difference was between orc strippers and humans. To be fair, every beastman in the beast courtyard who was able to take human form had an outstanding appearance that was one in a million. Playing with rabbits and snakes is a lot of energy. And she's now a career CUN. Sun dash. Lynn stretched her voice and handed over a red mask. Here, today's theme is a masked ball. She took it and put it on gracefully. Even with half your face covered you still look great. After a big compliment, Lynn mentioned the show that was coming up in a few moments. They certainly don't compare to those you date, but it's nice to have a change of pace once in a while. I'm looking forward to it. Nansen clinked glasses with her. The lights of the entire bar suddenly went out at that moment. The spotlight moved and then all the light was focused on the stage. There was a snap of a white curtain that appeared at some point, illuminating the 7 shadows reflected in it. Instead of having to manually put on a furry headdress like a human, they were able to achieve the same effect with only partial bestialization. The assortment of tails and ears is a sight to behold. The show can indeed be considered pleasing to the eye in terms of spectacle alone. Nansen took a sip of the wine, bitter with a sweet aftertaste filling his throat. What a game! Amidst the rhythmic music, each orc moved differently, as powerful as a professional dancer and full of other meanings at the same time. The curtain gradually advances to the edge of the stage and then abruptly withdraws. They still didn't show their faces, but wore different masks, as well as different styles of performance costumes. There are crocodile orcs in full 3-piece suits including undershirts, and canine orcs in gorgeous gowns like medieval princes. There's just a figure that's a little familiar. She remembers it was 7 before, right? How do you mix in one? Bunny boy? The atmosphere was so unbelievably well set that no one on stage or off noticed the extra performer dancing along. The mask he had fumbled for somewhere was a bit skimpy compared to the other performers, but it didn't hide his prominence at all. Even though the upper half of his face was covered, his beauty could still be seen in his upturned nose and glistening petal lips. He is in a bunch of performers in the middle of no sense of incompatibility. Whether it is the stage style and movement are not inferior. Standing in the most side are the same seed bit general eye-catching. Receiving the winks he threw at him, Nansen helplessly held his forehead. There was a lot of discussion going on around me. Who is that bunny boy? I'm going to spend money for him. Why doesn't he come over? Instead of scattering coins and flowers in the center of the stage as was customary, countless coins and flowers were scattered toward the corner where he was. He didn't care through and through, but just looked at that one person the whole time. While the music was at its peak and the other performers were picking up coins as they moved closer to the edge of the stage to interact with the audience, he slowly moved over to the side of the deck where Nanchuan was. Sister Sun, going to stuff me with money? Wu smiled at her, lips red and teeth white, good but seductive, still swaying her body to the music. The bill was tucked around his waist as expected, making Bunny's smile deepen. Don't come down yet. Someone else will eat you dry as a performer later. Oh, then Sister Jun pulls me down and I'm yours for the night. Bunny reached out to her, the black gloves that insulated her from the toxin not removed. Looking incredibly astringent at a time like this, the hanging purple bell rang between the two. She reached over, only to have her wrist gripped by a bony hand on the other side in the next second. Don't pick him. Asterisk. Power generation. I want more freebies. Chapter 220 Stepping Stone Beechwood, 31. Look down that hand. The pure black mask covered most of his face, and the small part that was exposed was also covered by a hidden snakescale pattern animal tattoo. It's still as cold as if it could freeze to death. Yo, Snake, long time no see. He was in such a bad state that it was not easy for his situation to stabilize enough to take human form, but he could not even hide his beast tattoos. What's the point of leaving her? It's been a long time. Xian's eyes took on a slightly warmer temperature, and his grip on her wrist didn't loosen at all. The wadding on stage was so angry that his rabbit ears twitched and he immediately rolled off the stage. What are you doing here? He was hit in the shoulder and had to let go, raising a hand to run the shreds of hair from his forehead up to the top of his hair. The ink snake's venomous fangs itched to bite the rabbit that had gotten in the way. The music in the arena was still high. The lights were flashing, and ruddy and dark purple eyes reflected the same hostility. The other orcs had already vaguely guessed the identity of the rabbit boy through their confrontation, and the ones that weren't strong enough immediately moved a few meters away from this side. A vacuum was left hard and fast in the crowded bar. The two of them remained tit for tat. Xian sneered. Why can't I be here? Do you own this store? None of your business. I'm having a fling with my sister. Who are you? A jilted spiteful husband. To come over here? Spiteful husband? You have an ugly face of jealousy, and I'm only competing for favor, not excluding others like you. You yellow-faced husband, not only can't you dress up, your beast tattoos are ugly as hell. Sister Sun won't like a guy like you. You can tell that Bunny is really pissed off. Not only does he outright curse him in spite of his image, but he also takes off his gloves and poisons him to death. The fact that they were arguing didn't affect the game and the deck in the slightest. Ha ha ha, I won. Drink, all of you. What the hell? I like you win again. The girls crossed their arms and drank, but the man they were fighting over was nowhere to be seen. Bunny was shocked. Where's sister soon? Just pulled away by a man wearing a white mask. The appearance and temperament is about the same level as you guys. Oh. The girls giggled and discussed it. With the mask on and the lights flashing, you can't even tell who it is. It looks very serious. It doesn't look like someone who would show up at an occasion like this. That one's a style June hasn't dated before, right? It feels like it's going to be the sultry type. Aha. Bunny, who had heard their discussion, blossomed. I blame you, rotten snake, for distracting me. He turned his head and realized that the snake he had just been arguing with was nowhere to be found. Asterisk. Somewhere in the privacy of a card table, a hand with red nail polish was interlocked with the fingers of another hand and pressed against the backrest of a velvet sofa. Was the striptease good? Soon, the youth finally removed the decorated monocle, the white mask covering half of his face but not the slightly pursed lips. The expression was no longer soft, and those amber eyes were tinted with an unmistakable possessiveness. Being pressed, also lethargic, Nan-sun tilted his head to look at him, and then looked at the lively and unabated stage. The show was only at the beginning, and those orcs were only missing a coat. Isn't this before we get to the main event? I'll tell you when I've seen it. The empty hand pressed flirtatiously against the edge of his mask as she teased. Does the supervising professor need to care so much? I'm an adult. What I see is my freedom. Or do you want to perform for me too? Her hand snapped down and with brute force ripped two of the buttons he'd fastened to the top, revealing jade-like skin and collarbones. If it had been Bunny, she would have been pouting for her to pull a few more by now. If it was an ink snake, it would probably be silent and kiss up. If it was a shark, it would have blushed and covered its clothes and tried to run away. The professor in front of him, on the other hand, was gently straightening out his torn collar. Bad boy. As subdued as ever in the face of her molestation, he took hold of her disruptive wrists and pinned both to the couch. I'm not like that rabbit. The expression doesn't show, but the words reveal the jealousy and the fact that he saw the whole process of Wushu seducing her. What's different? She inclined her head and kissed him on his mask, leaving a red lip mark, and her clamped hand moved slightly, aiming not to struggle but to hook and rub against his palm. Taking advantage of his brief lapse in concentration and finding the right opportunity, Nan-sun directly rolled over and pressed him underneath. The hands that had broken free of their restraints clamped around his neck, not with gentle intensity, but with enough of an assault to bring on a sense of suffocation. Professor, wandering off is a big no-no when it comes to fighting. Gathering a couple coughs, he raised his eyes to the dangerous and tantalizing face in the neon light, and his palms climbed up to her waist. The top she wore close to her body was backless, and her exposed skin was delicate and cold. Is it a fight? I thought you were flirting with me. The hand on his neck tightened again because of those words, bringing even more intense suffocation, but the smile on his lips deepened. The mask on his face fell away from the intense movement, no longer covering the emotions on his face. Being choked didn't make him change his face, but rather made his eyes darker from touching her. As your supervising professor, I don't seem to have taught you much. What do you mean? The eyes that met his had only been chaotic for less than a second before the situation was instantly reversed. It was all incredibly fast, the dark blue tie being used as a temporary rope around her wrists, and the parts that could move were steadily suppressed. The previous skirmishes are over, and now it's time for the real teaching. When fighting the nine-tailed fox, don't ever look him in the eye, okay? You cheat. Soldiers can't be too deceitful. Okay, I've learned. Get off me. She was defiant, her cat eyes full of stubbornness and an ambitious hibernation that was ready to strike back at any moment. If she let go now, she'd probably have to get real, and the first thing she'd do when she got out of the trap would be to slash his neck and chest until blood flowed. I'm sorry, I can't let go of you just yet. Why? Because I'm going to kiss you. Just saying it straight out. Fingers lifting her chin, Convergence didn't hesitate to lean down and do what he'd always wanted to do. He's not a saint, but a nine-tailed fox born from dipping into power. Whereas before he had given up being a politician in favor of entering the Beast Academy to do all that rarefied research, now he chose to abandon all elder self-possession and strike out at her. It was hard to endure desire, and even harder to endure her seduction. The stage didn't know what part of the program was going on, and the high tempo of the music seemed to have nothing to do with them. All he wanted to do, right now, was sync. Jingle bells. I don't know how long it took, but her low laughing voice rang in her ears. It turned out to be the other party who had somehow gotten his hand out of the trap and climbed onto his shoulder. I won. She pushed him away, ending the kiss. Without calming his breathing, the Convergence wiped the moisture from his lips with his knuckles, and the blonde sweetheart smiled triumphantly. You're out of control. Would that be far from seeing him cry? Yeah, I'm out of control. Even though he had realized before that it was a deliberate lure from start to finish, he stepped into her trap without hesitation. He was jealous of her, out of control over her. Warm body heat pressed up against her, and she whispered in accusation. You cost me my date for the night. The rabbit? Right. So you're going to replace him and make it up to me. She mimicked what she'd done to Flurry earlier, slipping him the coins with a sly smile. Convergence, however, suddenly raised a hand to cover her eyes. What are you doing? Striptease isn't pretty. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he waved away an intricate silk-made shirt that had been thrown in their direction. The show seemed to be proceeding to that part that she would enjoy, and he didn't want her to keep watching. Good boys don't stay in these situations. As an elder or a member of the opposite sex? Heterosexual. Aha! The girl in his arms didn't move her feet until he said the words, I belong to you tonight. Her eyelashes scraped against his palm, and her smile was as sweet as honey as she'd hoped. Chapter 221, Stepping Stone Bijou, 32. The bar gradually swarmed with demons, except for an empty booth where a female in a white mask sat, drinking drink after drink. The mask showed signs of a wiped lipstick, and tear tracks lingered on her cheeks, but something was brewing heavily in her eyes. Ink Snake and Rabbit arrived almost back to back and looked around the room, not seeing the person they were looking for. She's with the professor. Jean Wan spoke faintly. His emotions were unprecedentedly calm. What's the point of looking for her? You guys are losers just like me. Who's like you? Flurry frowned hard. After breaking free from the influence of his aura, he also had very little of his fascination value left, and his attitude got worse. Next to her, Xian was similar, still talking little, and treating her back to the condescending manner of their first meeting, if not even worse. Sit down and have a drink? Looking at these two admirers who had once been compelled by the aura to surround themselves, Jean Wan could not see a bit of excess emotion on his face. Jean Wan, you're not right-o. Floss clasped his arms and surveyed her, his eyes full of caution. Yeah, I just see a lot of things. God damn it. She ignored the comment and tilted her head back for another drink. I liked the professor and couldn't get it. You guys liked her and it didn't work out. We're just as pathetic. But there's one thing that makes us different. Not caring if he got a response or not. Jean Wan spoke to himself in words they couldn't understand. Orcs are nobler and more powerful than humans, holding the absolute power and voice of the world. But still, they are not going to be controlled by certain things. And you can break free only because the level is not enough. Nerves. The more Xian listened, the more time he wasted. We are unlike you. You don't really love anyone at all. Even with the professor you are possessive and admiring mostly. You're only upset because she took what you wanted. His words hit the nail on the head. Ha ha, yeah. She didn't hesitate to admit it. Taking another hard drink, her eyes reddening as 2 lines of tears flowed and dripped from beneath her mask. I want what I want, so I'm going to fight and take it. And she's in my way, so we're destined to be rivals. She suddenly looked up, staring them both dead in the face. I really hate that you guys had everything at birth. Even if you wanted to use you, you had to please yourselves first. It was as if Jean Wan had awakened from some kind of funk, feeling that the previous idea of holding onto a halo to ascend to S rank and finally choosing one from it to marry was so childish that it was laughable. She has a Mary Sue aura, and if she were in business, she would be a living sign that doesn't need to be advertised. And if she were in politics, she would be the most trusted politician. Whatever she chooses to do, countless people will be there for her, raising her aura to S rank. Those heavenly powerful orcs were all just stepping stones to help her succeed. Like that woman. She doesn't even have to choose just anyone, but they all have to compete to please her. You really seem to be a bit of a diva. Flurry was also beginning to feel puzzled and wondered what had gotten into her. Meh, whatever you guys think. I hate everyone, and I hate her. Finishing the last of his drink, Jean Wan took off the mask he had been wearing and slammed it down hard on the floor, then raised his foot to crush it and turned to leave. Ink Snake was wrong about one thing. Of course she had a crush on the professor. She adored his learning, his looks, his gentleness, and as much as she adored him, she hated his falsehood. A recording and research report from some well-meaning person on her cell phone mocked her stupidity through and through. She was full of joy thinking she had stumbled upon a glimpse of the world, when in fact she had been enrolled in school by Convergence from the very beginning. Her careful means of hiding her identity were clumsy and awkward, and the convergence that had punctuated the interior of the academy took in the antics she was playing throughout. She thought she was special but in fact was only special as research material. And what's really special about it? It's the woman, right? Following the route sent from his cell phone, Jean Wan arrived at a certain extremely hidden laboratory. The ghostly fluorescent light illuminated her expressionless face as she entered the code. Although she didn't know who this well-wisher was, she no longer wanted to delve into it. It couldn't be the woman. Why should the other side dig their own graves now that they've got everything? Help upgrade her Mary Sue aura so you can deal with her? God forbid someone is this stupid. Walking slowly into the display room, Jean Wan found what he was looking for. An understatedly styled bracelet floated silently inside the glass case, numbered but not named. But she knew what it was, An amplifier that can amplify her Mary-Sue aura to maximum effect these days. The professor was indeed a genius. Studying her for just how long and already making something like this. The adoration and admiration grew uncontrollably, but it also made her more miserable. He viewed her no differently than the cold, lifeless research material, yet he would look at the woman with such a blazing intensity. For her to be out of control. For her to wear a bell collar. With agonizingly complex feelings, Jean Nguyen followed the method to break through the restrictions and finally took that cold bracelet in his hands. If she doesn't actually get her aura up to S rank within the allotted time after using it, she will suffer a backlash with severe consequences. Doesn't matter. She had nothing to lose now, so why not take a gamble? Snapping the bracelet shut, a full of indignation and resentment surged through her. Chapter 222 Stepping Stone Bijou, 33. Professor, don't pretend to be asleep. Prof. The tug on his cheek from the soft fingertips was hard to ignore, as well as the sweet voice from above twittering. Rain had to open his eyes slowly, hazily blinking his eyelids lightly as he gradually got a better look at the blonde sweetheart sitting on top of him and making faces at him. Seeing him finally awake, she playfully came up and kissed him on the forehead as a good morning kiss. Never before had he had a morning experience where the sunlight shining on his eyelids woke him up first than the mischief of a lively little girl. Not pretending to be asleep, he lifted his hand and took her arm, pulling her into his arms in one swift motion and pressing her close, the warmth instantly enveloping both of them at the same time. Burying his head in the crook of her neck, Converge said jokingly, with my age on the line, I'm not as energetic and active as a young girl in her fusion phase, obviously at the age stage of youth and vigor in the orcs. It was as if he was dying of old age when he said that. His joke was counter-molested back the next second. Oh, so you last night dash. Convergence quickly covered her rambling mouth, afraid of what kind of tigerish words she might say again. After all, he had learned that the hard way yesterday. Any more random talk and you'll have me crying. She struggled to peel his palm away. Humph. I didn't cry yesterday. It was clearly you who so continuously asked me. Would you like to do it again? She imitated his tone of voice, and her smug, arrogant little expression was indescribably playful. Flirting with Convergence flirted him to a rare redness at the tips of his ears, and it was a good thing she wasn't paying attention or she'd be laughing at him again. Jingle bells. She wandered off again, unable to resist hooking the golden bell on his collar, her eyes serious as if she were hunting. Lovely. Her body shifted slightly to the side, and her eyes followed straight ahead. Soon. Don't look at it. Look at me. He rolled over and wrapped both of them in the thin blanket, then lowered his head for a kiss. Childish. Low-grade jealousy. A long-planned kiss. You got what you wanted, so you get tired of it? The sound of quilted fabrics rubbing together and staggered breathing filled his ears. Nansun didn't rush to answer, but instead tilted her face to look at him through the light cast in through the cracks in the quilt. Seeing that he was finally showing his unease, he seemed to be on cloud nine seeking answers from her. That depends. It was the same answer she'd given when she'd asked him if she could wear the cat's bell collar for herself, and now she'd used it to stonewall him back. Convergence obviously recalled the conversation as well, hooking his lips in a light smile. It depends. His palms were warm, and he slowly straightened her messy hair for her, looking at her with gentle, loving eyes. The low, repetitive voice is not a seduction. He is so compelling no matter what he does. Nansun had been compelled to reach out and touch the corner of his eye, said with a smile, actually, you don't have to worry about such things, because I haven't gotten what I want yet, because he still hasn't cried. Even yesterday when she had deliberately badgered him to see him lose control, he had only breathed heavily, pinching her cheek for a kiss. Then sanity all but pleaded. Don't do this. God. She couldn't help but remember him from yesterday again. It's really bandwagon. Even without crying it was fast. Those amber eyes foggy and hazel, out of focus from extreme pleasure. Jun, don't wander off. Convergence couldn't help but open his mouth to remind her, to call her back to her senses. He knew what she was thinking, of course, and sparing a man like him was not always poised and relaxed. Losing control like that in front of her before had been a great challenge to his dull life. Cry. Want to see you cry. She beamed and nuzzled into his neck, rubbing herself around as she caught her voice and pouted. No crying. Gathering learns her expression and tone of voice and pinches the soft flesh of her cheeks. Okay, wait for me. Her thoughts were racing, and after letting out her harsh words she suddenly thought of something else and began to pick at his blouse. All traces are gone. Do you want me to keep it? Yeah, that means you're my trophy. Having this is enough. He grabbed her hand to touch the collar she wore around her neck. Will you wear this all the time? Of course, because it's not like anyone's going to be paying attention to such trivialities next, is it? Convergence locked eyes with her, catching her off guard with the intended words. It's so easy to deal with smart people. You can tell what both parties are thinking about each other with just one look. The charming atmosphere was still there because he knew and indulged her in everything, even if it wasn't clear what she was up to. For the Beast Academy, I'll take care of the aftermath. But what comes next is unknown and dangerous, and I'm not sure what it will devolve into. Nanchuan quickly picked up. I just know it's going to be fun. She pouted in his arms. Professor, thank you for being so accommodating. I'll try not to break you both. A sigh sounded above her head. Bad boy. Without her. His initial vision would probably have been to allow his fascination value to continue to rise, and then become his experiment all the same. Instead of making that dangerous prop and then allowing that dangerous person to steal it. What would an S-class halo look like? Convergence is unsure if, and how deeply, he will be affected. Thinking about it more doesn't help. He cupped her face and claimed it with a crown. It's done. Indulge in pleasure before the end comes. Soon. Good luck getting all you want. Chapter 223, Stepping Stone Bijou, 34. From rock bottom to springtime in just one day. With a group of big beautiful followers, Jean Nguyen walked through the corridor with her head held high. Some of the orcs didn't see who they were, and felt the battle and subconsciously thought it was the feline sisterhood. But when they stretched their necks forward, they realized they didn't see the dazzling blonde hair. In their place were hair colors such as gray, brown, red, and so on, but without exception, they were as popular as they were popular. It was well known that some of them, even if they hated the feline bunch, wouldn't tolerate being subservient to whoever's follower they were. But what made people's eyes drop in shock was that each of these beauties, who were usually so arrogant that they defied no one, were actually all following behind Jean Nguyen now. Everyone's first reaction to this scene was, are they crazy? But as they watched that central figure longer and closer to her, their perception slowly began to shift. The more initial favor value you have for Jean Nguyen, the deeper and faster you will be affected. It was as if an invisible magic swept through the crowd. Just, how do I put it? It's not really that hard to understand. She's kinda likable, I guess. The uncomprehending sight gradually turned into goodwill, and the fascination value from the passers-by was growing rapidly. Without testing, Jean Nguyen could feel it. It's awesome. It's really awesome. So what if it was a short-lived boom? She was literally the center of the world now. Through her high-profile and flamboyant brushing of fascination value throughout the day, the real grade of Mary Sue's aura had also risen from a C to a B. Will it be any harder to go further up? She could no longer control the delightful giggle that escaped her. What with smiling without showing her teeth and being a good lady, she no longer needed to observe those so-called manners from before. Jean Nguyen completely discarded the persona she had intentionally created before. No longer pretending to be a good girl, not even bothering to disguise the beast tattoos on her face. She couldn't resist dyeing her hair blonde and even wearing gold contacts. It was the strongest desire in the depths of her heart to be a biatch like those felines than the useless compliments of good behavior and kindness from the orcs. Good afternoon, everyone. She was enjoying the sight of the crowd like she was walking the runway. By the way, she didn't just change her hair color, pupil color. She changed her outfit completely. Sunglasses on her head, heels on her feet, a beautiful manicure glittering with diamonds, and a change from her previous modest dress to halter hot pants. Jean Nguyen, you're in this outfit. What? Are you jealous that I'm liked? The speaker was an orc she had always hated before, and now she could finally taunt at her without having to care about any image. Take a look at yourself before you talk about anyone else. In fact, I've been meaning to say for a while now that your taste in clothes is so old-fashioned it's ridiculous. You. The other party's face reddened from his own anger. But most of the orcs with no low initials had a natural affinity for Jean Nguyen, so it was more of a cacophony of laughter. Even the man's companion didn't say anything and couldn't help but check out what she was wearing. Bitch! She broke down and yelled, then pushed her way through the crowd and fled. Jean and his beautiful companions behind himself couldn't help but laugh. She put her sunglasses back on and stepped outside with a confident stride. The eyes focused on her were either admiring or secretly jealous. So being a biker could be this cool. So that's what that woman's routine is like. Dislike whoever you want to dislike. Be loved and hated. Disregard the eyes of others. And be confident and flamboyant and beautiful. I can't believe that the other side of this awesome life has been going on for so long. And she, too, was now living that life. 009, who was in control of all the movements, began his broadcast. Plot spoilers in progress. Goal 1, recover the Mary Sue halo, progress in decline. Goal 2, be among the first to graduate with honors, 70% progress. Well, it's not enough. It's time to keep picking up the pace. Nan Sun had expected this, and even single-handedly pushed for this current situation because she was really tired of slowly leaving the female lead with nothing and thus recycling the Mary Sue aura, whether it was as a taskmaster or after her defection. Her style was alternative as well as swift and precise. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm so excited to be in the movie again. Nanjun, who was lying on the beach sunbathing, did not panic and took out the sunscreen. Want me to help you? A hand reached out to take the sunscreen. There's you everywhere. You're the one who has no business touching Sister Sun's skin. You're qualified? If I'm not qualified, is it possible that a rough-handed, yellow-faced husband like you is? The familiar pair of rabbits and snakes started arguing again, and Nanchuan gave a kick to one of them. Get out of here, blocking my sun. Soon, I'll help you apply it. The little black-footed cat came up blinking her big eyes. Okay, oh, you do the paint. As soon as he encountered the munchkin, Nansun's voice automatically changed to clip and smiled. Rua her hair. Bunny pouted, crossed her arms and blared silent curse words. The little black-footed cat that had just been so well-behaved immediately changed its face as soon as it turned its head, wrinkling its entire face threateningly as it bared its sharp teeth at him in a threatening huff. He was so shocked that he lost his breath, then pointed his finger at her toward Nansun. What's wrong, June? What's that rabbit pointing at me for? She winked and smiled, cocking her head in a pout. He had a cramp in his hand. Nansun pulled a random excuse and didn't plan on ignoring him. So the black-footed cat turned his head again and smiled wickedly at Bunny. Not far away, the sisters are playing beach volleyball. There is a lot of laughter and life seems peaceful and colorful, but unfortunately it will soon be broken. The calm before the storm? Sort of. Not far away there seemed to be a furious blue-haired figure aggressively heading this way, and as soon as she got closer it was indeed that beautiful face. Seeing her swimsuit outfit, the words of questioning that Sailor had been brewing for a long time got stuck in his throat. You, little lumpy fish. What's wrong? She propped up her face and flirted with laughter, swallowing hurriedly to ease his nerves. Sailor finally remembered the purpose of his visit. Why are you kicking me out? Did I kick you out? Why did the family send the fish over to take me away? I don't want to go home. I have a feeling it has something to do with you. You're feeling wrong. Nansun slowly changed positions. It's impossible to feel wrong. Do you hate me so much that you don't want to see me? Don't forget you were the one who told me not to come to you before. Oh, but you really didn't come to me. The shark got a little aggravated. But why didn't you let me come to you when I could have? With that said, the little pearls fell again. You hate me, don't you? He didn't mean to cry every time, but no doubt it always worked. The dainty fish, the crying fish, strikes such a pose that only makes you want to wipe away his tears. Or, to be extreme, bully him into crying even more. Nansun was now thinking of the latter. Yeah, I hate you. Can you stop staying here and go back to your sea? Hearing such words from her own mouth, the shark was so shocked that she even briefly stopped dropping her little pearls. You hate me. Yeah, I hate you. She nodded. Why? Need a reason? Nasty is nasty. But you kissed me before. It's not like I kissed you on the mouth. Not to mention that even if I did. So what? Don't you know that pretty women are the most fickle? She said it with candor and justification. Bad woman. Why is she so bad? Bad exactly like in the textbooks. And he is now exactly like it says. The heart is going to break. He didn't know what it was like to turn into a bubble, but it hurt so much already now. The blue-haired mermaid stood alone in the sun, aggravated to the core, and kept dropping her tears, but she wasn't coaxing him this time like she did last time. In the afterglow, he seemed to see the fish sent from home chasing after him, and he panicked and wiped his tears as he rushed towards the sea. Bad woman. I'm not going home. I'm going to be here. I'm going to find you. Diving headfirst into the sea, the glistening fishtail that his legs transformed into caused a sigh of awe and amazement from the orcs on the shore. Nansun sighed. It's not worth it. She's being nice this time. She didn't want to play it up and have to worry and thus tie her hands because she was afraid that the sailor would fall in love with the heroine's love and not turn into a bubble. God, she is simply the kindest person in the world. Touching. That said, is that legend true? That it really does turn to foam?